In 1748, I was offered a gift I couldn't refuse. I regret it now. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. That's how the quote goes, but for me, my greed led to my destruction. In 1748, I along with my family and other members of my village fell ill to a plague. I knew I was bound to die like the others in my town. It was then that a strange man visited me, and he offered me a gift. A gift no one in my predicament could refuse: immortality. I was delirious from the plague and agreed to his terms without even listening to him. I didn't want to die, and the thought of immortality sparked a feeling of greed within me. As soon as I agreed to his terms, he vanished into thin air. I had almost thought I hallucinated the whole incident, but my rapidly improving condition proved it happened. Needless to say, I was gleeful of it and went to see my family. My joy lasted for a short while until I realized this gift was a curse. I watched my family die one by one, each suffering in their last moments. I watched as they each suffered, not being able to do a thing. No matter how much I prayed, that strange man did not return. The last of my family to go was my baby sister, whom I held in my arms as she breathed her last breath. I wept for days and wandered around the village not bothering to eat or drink. What was the use? I couldn't die, so what was the point? I would call out to the strange man to come and retract his gift, but nothing worked. It wasn't long before the survivors of the plague grew suspicious of me. They wanted to burn me at the stake even though the witch hunts from years prior had calmed down. This prompted me to leave the village and travel. I traveled to multiple places until I settled down in a small town. I tried to enjoy my life there as much as I could, and I did find some peace of mind. It wasn't long before I met the person who soon became the love of my life. She was as beautiful as a flower and as gentle as the sunlight. Despite the curse of immortality, I found myself falling for her charm. After weeks of getting to know each other, we were together. Like a fool, I placed my immortality in the back of my mind. Months after we were together, we were engaged and planning to be married. It was the night before our wedding day that I was jolted from the paradise I foolishly placed myself in. I received word from my lover's brother that she had suddenly come down sick. I rushed to their home and her bedside. I held her hand as the village physician checked her worsening condition. His face was grim as he told us the dreadful news. Her family and I wept at her bedside. I held her hand tightly as I constantly told her how much I loved her and what she meant to me. With a hoarse voice, she whispered words of endearment to me before she passed. The cause of her illness was unknown, but I just knew it was because of me. That suspicion was confirmed when I looked up and spotted that same strange man standing on the other side of her bed. I fell back in shock, startling her family. My shock soon turned to rage as I belittled him and asked what he wanted from me. Her family looked at me as if I was crazy, but I didn't care. The man stared at me before responding. "You should have listened to my terms." This put the fire in my heart out as I was dragged out of the room. I was thrown out and told to get my head together. They couldn't see the strange man. Once again, I wandered around the town and into the woods, wishing more than ever to die. I barely had the energy to lift my feet from the ground and tripped on a tree root. I fell and lay there for what seemed like hours. I heard sinister laughter and looked up to see that man again. I didn't even have the energy to yell and curse him, I just felt hollow. "Can you take your gift back?" I asked instead. He laughed. "Once the gift has been given, it can't be returned. You should have listened to my conditions before agreeing." I cursed myself. "Can you at least tell me what the conditions were? I don't see the harm in that, so I might as well." There were 3 conditions. The first of the 3 provided you with a perfect memory, making you unable to forget a single thing. The second of the 3, if you are to receive a fatal injury to mortals, you will die momentarily and experience that pain tenfold. And finally, the third condition, anyone you love will die. He responded after much contemplation. I pulled myself up to my knees as my stomach twisted. I felt sick just listening to the conditions. I couldn't even get mad at him because it was my fault this has happened. He vanished into thin air once more, leaving me to my own devices. I curled up as small as I could as sobs racked my body. After this, I moved from place to place, never staying for long. I kept my distance from people as much as I could, fearing that I might bring about their death as well. I continued like this until 1823. In 1823, I experienced the second of the 3 conditions. I was roaming the woods somewhat close to a town, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I had just passed behind a large tree when I was struck in the neck by a bullet. It shattered my esophagus and blood gushed from my neck. I grabbed at my neck to stop the bleeding, but it was too late. I went unconscious and continuously experienced the pain tenfold. It was like my very own personal hell. It was then that I developed a fear of death even though I couldn't die. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when I regained consciousness, but the sun was rising once more. The last I remember before I fell unconscious is that it was midday. My neck ached as I remembered the pain and I immediately grabbed it. Thankfully, everything was healed up as if nothing happened, but I couldn't forget it. Even to this day, I can vividly remember that pain, but it was not the worst I experienced. In 1940, I was in England when the bombing, the Blitz, occurred. I was close to where a firebomb hit. Not only was I burned alive, but I was hit by debris and broke many of my bones. I was out for more than a week and experienced the pain tenfold continuously with no break. After that, I experienced night terrors, reliving that pain all over again. The night terrors continued for months after the bombing. It was so bad that I opted to not sleep. Due to this, I decided to go into hiding from the world. I didn't mind traveling around previously, but the technology was quickly advancing. The possibility of me being suspected weighed on me. After that, I watched as the world around me advanced to where it is now. I still traveled from location to location, but I tried to make it as discreetly as possible. This didn't work out in my favor as an unnamed organization caught a whiff of my existence. It was mainly my fault. I stayed in a city longer than I should have and I got unwanted attention. I won't go into all of the details of how I was kidnapped by the organization as it isn't necessary. Anyways, 15 years ago I was kidnapped and tortured by that organization. Naturally, when I was kidnapped, I put up a pretty good fight and one of their agents ended up unaliving me. Even though I was dead, they took me with them to discard my body only for me to wake up a few hours later. This prompted them to run various experiments on me to uncover the secret of my immortality. From electrocuting me to poisoning me, to decapitating me, they tortured me in the name of science. They claimed they were doing this for the betterment of humans, but I highly doubted it. Each time I was unalived, I relived that torture for countless years. I was their test subject for a good 4 years. I only escaped because my body finally gave out from all of the various torture. They unalived me via lethal injection, and because of the constant torture I experienced, it took longer than they expected for me to heal and wake up. I guess they decided to discard me since none of their research proved fruitful. So they disposed of my body and I woke up about a month later. Throughout that month, I relived all the torture I experienced. Upon waking up, I refused to sleep for months and I avoided people altogether. I lived in the woods as I thought of ways to destroy the organization. Thankfully, the organization was shut down by the government after it was discovered they experimented on humans. While I felt at ease not having to worry about that organization, it still took me years to be able to go out in public. Even now, I still tremble in fear from the thought of being discovered again, but that is why I move so frequently. A new city, a new job, and a new name. While I try to go on about my life, I still catch glimpses of that man out of the corner of my eye and hear his sinister laugh echo in my head. I'm not sure who or what he is, but I do know he isn't some nice, helpful person. I'm sure many of you reading this will feel pity more than being scared of my story, but I didn't come here for pity. I've made my peace with the decisions that I made that led me to this point and regret them. I was foolish and now I'm suffering the consequences. You don't have to believe me, I don't care, I'm merely writing this to be a warning to others. If you are ever in a dire situation and you meet a strange man offering you a gift, refuse it. My weapon collection. I am a rich snobby son of a jerk, who doesn't care about the lower classes. I am the type of guy who shouts at service people and not cares that I am being recorded on camera. I am now collecting weapons as a hobby because I have nothing else better to do. A recent up-and-coming heavyweight boxer, Snarlsley, I want to show him my weapon room. He is going to be the next heavyweight champ. After another knockout the win for Snarlsley, I invited him to my mansion to take a look at my weapon collection. Snarlsley was so happy that he has another knockout under his belt and he was loving the limo he was in. Snarlsley was still talking about his win, which has now put him on the world stage. He was talking so much he must have forgotten that I was in the limo with him as well, and he kept on saying, "Bundy man, the way I knocked him out was exactly how you taught me. Thank you so much Bundy, best trainer ever," and I looked confused. I asked Snarlsley who is Bundy? And sparsely laughed, saying he was my trainer and foster father who taught me boxing. He is dead now, but I still talk to him and I can get carried away. Snarlsley started to talk about Bundy even more and I could kind of see tears in his eyes. Such a large heavyweight boxer with tears in his eyes, he could unalive anyone with one punch, and there he was crying in my limo. I don't have much respect for a lot of things, but I do have respect for fighters like Sparsely. All the other heavyweight boxers are jealous and scared of this young up-and-coming boxer. He is the next big thing. I take him to my mansion and I look at Snarlsley and I say to him, "One day you will live in a mansion, Snarlsley. You just keep knocking them out," and Sparsely did a little shadow boxing to show off to me. Then when I showed Sparsely my weapon room, he was shocked at what he had found. He found knees and elbows belonging to champion Thai fighters, he found legs belonging to champion kickboxers, and he found large tummies belonging to sumo wrestlers. They have all been put down as weapons by law. Now I needed the fists of a boxer who had been put down as weapons by law. Snarlsley knocked out a few of my bodyguards, but the bullets eventually took care of him and all he could whimper was, "Oh Bundy." Now to add to my weapon collection, the fists of a boxer. I know I'm going to prison, but I don't care. With the kind of money I have, prison will be a holiday home. I'm having a bragging war with my son. I am having a bragging war with our teenage son. He brags things about us that are overly exaggerated and we do the same to him. To overly exaggerate things about another person can cause pressure and illusions which are impossible to achieve. It all started when our son started to brag to his friends about how rich we were and how we could afford things, to his friends. Then I had to work extra harder to maintain that image. I had to explain to our son that what he did put extra pressure on us, but he didn't give a poop. So I told him that I and my wife will do the same to him. We told other parents about how our son is a genius and will get top results in all of his exams. Our son became angry at us and now he will have to try harder to achieve those results. He will have to listen in class and learn. He will also have to sacrifice a few hobbies and free time. We had hoped that this will make him learn about over-the-top bragging, but it just made him madder. Everyone thinks he is far more intelligent than he actually is, and now he will have to prove it. Unfortunately, our son didn't learn anything and he told everyone that we were moving into a larger house in a more posh neighborhood. I was furious with him and I couldn't believe he had done that, and I had to work nonstop for 2 years to make that happen. My health had to take a dip as well. I couldn't believe our son would do this, and he isn't just being a teenager, but this is evil. I had to make him learn about what he did wrong and I needed to make him learn. Then I knew what to do and I knew what I was going to brag about him, and I wasn't sure if I had to do this, because what I was going to brag about him would change his life. We moved into a bigger house in a posher neighborhood. It was stressful and I was thinking about why I was letting my sons brag about us actually taking effect. Could I not just ignore it or tell people the truth? This is the problem of knowing too many people. The types of judgment you will get, and lonely people don't have these kinds of problems. I started bragging to other people that my son, the genius, knows where the prophet Moses is buried. People were fascinated and I kept telling everyone, and everyone kept asking our son where the most important prophet in Abraham's books, Moses, is buried. My son was furious and I was pleased. Then when the devil visited my son wanting to know where Moses is buried, I haven't seen my son since. I'm trying to keep reality man at bay. I'm trying to keep reality man at bay, and what a terrible thing he is. Reality showers your senses with what reality is. With reality man, you will notice the bad weather, the wars, the recessions, and everything in between. I have the medication to keep reality man at bay. A real man is most horrible and my medication keeps him away. My medication is hated by reality man, and I like to think of myself as his sworn enemy. To wake up every day with a real man in one's face, what a horrible thing to wake up to. Reality man is everywhere, but with my help reality man will be far, far away. Jennifer was suffering so much with a real man and he kept showing her the reality of her debts. It was terrible what reality was doing to her. She was at her wit's end with a real man, and every day the numbers kept glowing at her, and the possibility of repossession of her property was glooming in front of her. This is what real man does, and this is where he shines. Luckily enough, I caught up with Jennifer and I had the protection to keep reality man at bay. Jennifer needed my protection from reality man and I gave her my medication. Unfortunately, we are all born to see reality man, and hear him, smell him, and even touch him. When Jennifer took my medication, she no longer could see the reality man in front of her and her life was fine. My medication has its limit and I have a growing fan base who also want protection against reality man. I met up with a man with the prospect of going to prison was getting too real with him. Reality man kept shoving it in his face. I gave him my medication and the real man couldn't touch him. Then I met up with parents whose children were terminal and the reality man kept making it more real for them. They wanted my protection from reality man and I gave it to them, and I gave medication to them. They were so happy with reality being held back and everything was fine. In reality, man loves shoving what you hate most right in your face. He grows in power from you facing your reality and he enjoys it. I see people in all sorts of situations that have to face reality man. I help them deal with reality, and recently, I'm having to deal with a real man with the prospect of going to prison for selling heroin to people in desperate situations. I better keep reality man at bay by taking my medication. You should think of your family before you commit self-mutilation. I was given a patient within the last minute, and he had just tried to commit self-mutilation. I knew nothing else about them. The first thing I said to him was to think about his family. I told him what his mother would think if he wasn't around and how distraught she would be if he was dead. The mother would be so traumatized, especially the person who gave birth to him. I told him how his mother would miss him and how all mothers cherish their children, and to put a mother through all of that would be devastating for her. Then I said things about how his father would feel if he had committed self-mutilation. His father would be broken, as fathers also love their children. I told him how his self-mutilation would put tears in his father's eyes and how he would not be able to see his bloodline move forward. His father would tremble because he would not have any grandchildren, and it would be such a lonely existence for the father. For both parents, it would be such a loss as all that work and time would be a waste if he had committed self-mutilation. I kept telling my patient to also think about how his friends would feel and even his co-workers. Then I went a bit further and told him to think about his siblings and to understand how they would feel if he had committed self-mutilation. Growing up together and then suddenly for everything to just go down the soil, it would be soul-crushing for them. I got a bit louder and told him whether he would think his siblings would feel great after his self-mutilation. I made my patient realize the number of people it would affect if he was to commit self-mutilation. I kept urging him to think before he left. Then I told him to think how his grandparents would feel if he committed self-mutilation, and if he committed self-mutilation, it would surely crush his grandparents. My patient had such a large family and his self-mutilation would affect a lot of people including his cousins and uncles. I tried to make the patient realize the amount of damage his self-mutilation will have on so many people, and then after giving that speech to my last-minute patient, I opened the file and I was shocked at what I had learned. His whole family, including his mother, father, siblings, grandparents, and all cousins had imprisoned and tortured him, and were preparing him for a satanic sacrifice. He tried to commit self-mutilation to escape being offered up to Satan. His neighbors phoned the police for strange noises coming from his house. I then said to him, actually ignore what I said and don't think about your family. It was too late. He grabbed one of my pens and stabbed himself in the neck. How to make sports interesting. I never did like sports and I have always felt that all sports are just pointless. The amount of money generated by sports is unbelievable to me and I have always hated the people who enjoyed sports. I hate football and this particular sport is the most popular here in England. I never understood the appeal of it. 22 guys kicking a ball and it sounds like such a simple idea, but so much money is generated from football. I hated football, especially during the weekends when the fans would get intoxicated and cause more trouble. Then during the World Cup, someone told me how he could make football more interesting for me. I went up to his flat and there were other strangers in his flat who also hated football, and this stranger promised them that he could make football interesting for them. Everything was going fine and just before the first match had started, the stranger pulled out a gun and said choose a team, and we all chose a team which we thought would win in this particular match. Then the gunman said if the team you had chosen loses the game today, then I will unalive you. I will admit this did make the football match interesting and I was hoping that the team I had chosen will win. Every time that I thought my chosen team was close to scoring a goal, I was shouting a lot and I was feeling a lot of excitement. Every time my chosen team looked like it was going to lose or had missed a shot, I became angry. I couldn't believe what I had turned into, but I didn't want to die and I needed my chosen team to win. The other people in the flat were also shouting and screaming at their chosen teams. Never in my life have I ever felt this way about sports, but having a gun to my head made football interesting. I really wanted my chosen team to win and I was shouting, and also using expletives. I never saw myself as that kind of guy and I was no better than a football hooligan. I also had hatred towards others who were supporting the other team to win. Whenever the other team looked like they were going to score a goal, I became full of anger and hatred. I screamed and shouted and I wanted to hurt anyone who was supporting them. Then in the last 10 minutes of the game, the team I had chosen won the game and I was over the moon. Then the guy with the gun who had made sports exciting, he had shot the people who had supported the losing team. Who knew sports could be thus exciting? My soul was denied rest. I have been serving my sentence as the Grim Reaper for about 120 years. I do not remember the exact date I was condemned, but I do know that I started reaping around 1888. I cannot remember much from my mortal life, but there are some moments when I experience glimpses of the actions that the human version of me did. From time to time, the maggot-infested holes where my human ears used to be are deafened by the shrieks and sobbing of the women who have met their bloody demise by my human hands. Accompanying the screams are the sounds of blades piercing flesh repeatedly. It sounds like the mixing of slimy beans in a giant pot. The worst part is hearing the crunching and snapping sounds of what I assume are corporal bones. I can hear the bodies of my victims being toyed with in ways that even God himself would grimace too. I do not remember who I was before my sentencing, but it would not take a genius to realize that I was a monster whose soul was devoid of goodness. I assume that not knowing the specifics of my universal crimes is part of my punishment. My job as a Grim Reaper is to ferry the souls of the deceased to the afterlife. I do not deliver souls to heaven or hell, or any other religious resting ground of human souls. I simply guide the souls across the cosmos to an entrance that is perceived by what the soul believed in when it inhabited a human body. I have delivered souls to gold stairways that sit on top of fluffy, white clouds that lead upward. I have delivered souls to giant, grand archways made from the finest stone. I occasionally get special orders to deliver souls of the recently deceased to unborn fetuses inside pregnant humans, to put it simply, soul recycling. Most commonly, I deliver souls to a giant void of nothingness where the souls are swallowed up by darkness like a whale. I am not allowed to see what happens to souls after they enter the afterlife. I have watched the world evolve into something that would be considered witchcraft when I was immortal. When I go to collect souls, I can see giant flying machines in the skies and horseless carriages made of metal moving by themselves. Not to mention the skyscrapers that are so tall that I imagine the higher spirits tripping over the tips. All this new technology, it has made my job a lot more demanding, as there are more than 8 billion people on the planet. Humans are still as ferocious as they were when I was mortal. Global conflicts have kept me busy over the century because of the creative ways that humans have come up with to unalive one another. I sometimes wonder if my mortal self would have envied the creative ways to unalive. My skin has slowly decomposed over the decades. I am infested with otherworldly parasites that feast on my skin to the point where I look like a walking human skeleton. Being a Grim Reaper, I am required to wear a black, hooded cloak that hides my face because human souls simply cannot comprehend what lies beneath my hood. Once in the mid-1940s, I was guiding a rather rebellious soul to their afterlife entrance. The soul refused to accept their demise and tried to wrestle me down and steal my scythe. I remained as still as a statue, my skeletal fingers firm on my scythe as the rebellious soul climbed me like a baby monkey climbs their mother. It was a pathetic attempt to cause me any harm or discomfort, as I am a hollow embodiment of the inevitable. The rebellious soul made it up to my hooded head and forcefully yanked my hood down. The rebellious soul's bright eyes were mere inches away, looking into dark holes where my human eyes used to be. It was as though the soul had sunk into me. After staring into my head for what seemed like an eternity, the rebellious soul started levitating upward. The soul started to expand like a circus balloon being pumped with air. The soul was screaming in agony while it was expanding into an almost perfect sphere, and in an instant, the soul popped. Yellow soul residue was projected in every direction among the cosmos and immediately filled my nose holes with a fruity smell that reminded me of a drippy peach. Reapers aren't allowed to laugh as it could cause space to rupture, but I managed to blow a light breath of dusty air from my lipless mouth in an attempt to have some humanity again. I am not allowed to sleep or rest until my sentence is complete. I am cursed with nothing but my thoughts. I know that there were other Reapers before me, but I cannot help but wonder why I was commended to this fate. Surely there was someone in my life that was more sinister than I was. Why couldn't my soul be brought to my entrance? I have guided souls who are responsible for millions of deaths. Why are they not taking my place as the Grim Reaper? There is nothing that I want more than to simply rest. I do not even know if this godforsaken body of mine has a soul of its own. Whether it be heaven, hell, or the void, I would love nothing more than to have my soul granted its eternal rest. Before you take a human life, before you steal from the poor, before you become a cheater, before you become a monster, heed my warning. Being judged before the Creator himself is nothing compared to serving as the embodiment of death. Tread carefully when you are mortal, as you may end up being chosen by me to take my place as the Grim Reaper. Humans think that sleep paralysis is natural. I find it amusing that humans are constantly in denial of the paranormal. Sometimes I stand on sleeping humans' chests just to breathe in the sweet aroma of the soul, to feel some sort of pleasure again. I am stuck being nowhere, and everywhere, all at once. I am everything, yet I am nothing. I am your ticket to paradise, yet I am your worst nightmare. Do not duck with me, as you will be met with a fate that your human mind simply cannot comprehend. Where there is a corpse, there is me, lurking in the shadows, ready to sever the soul from its inhabited body. If you a figure escape from the corner of your eye, do not worry, as that is me getting ready to collect your soul from your corpse. Although I do not know when my Reaper sentence will be complete, know this. You and I will meet someday. Banned and offensive words. Draco came up to me and asked me whether I wanted to challenge the Wafang. I had never seen a Wafang, but my wand is the best in the world, and so I thought I was up for it. My wand gives spells into my mind and I have to say them out loud, and it hasn't failed me yet. I am sure the Wafang wouldn't be much of a problem. Draco said the challenge against this magical creature would be in front of a crowd, and I was ready for it. My wand only has this special ability where it can give any spell to the bearer's mind to use against any creature. It was a large crowd and the Wafang was released from its cage. The first spell my wand gave to my mind, I couldn't say it out loud. It had words that were offensive and unacceptable to say out loud in public. I kept dodging out of the way from the Wafang's attacks. Then my wand gave me another spell to my mind to defeat the Wafang. Again, the second spell had offensive words and unacceptable terminology. No way in hell I could say this out loud. Up to now, the Wafang's attacks had missed me, but sooner or later, they will get me. I started to think that my wand was racist and prejudiced, but my wand knows every spell in the world. Then I looked at Draco and he was smiling at me. Then I knew he planned this all along, and he knew about the Wafang creature and the spells to destroy it. All had offensive words in them. He knew I would never say them out loud in front of a crowd. I know why he is doing this, and it is because he wants my wand. When the Wafang unalives me, he will take my wand. My wand kept giving me other spells to mind to defeat the Wafang, but it still had unacceptable words in them and offensive phrases which I couldn't say out loud in front of a crowd. My reputation would be ruined, and the Wafang attacks have managed to injure me now. As I lay on the ground and my wand giving offensive and unacceptable wording spelling to defeat the creature, I will not say it. Draco sitting along with the audience, and he is laughing now as he knows the Wafang will unalive me. My wand is still giving me more spells, and it is still racist to say it. It is banned words, and even in death, I will not say it. When the Ray is in a good mood. Mommy, why can't we leave Ray? My children tell me all the time that Ray is physically abusive in being the stepfather to my children. He is dangerous to be around. He is a steroid junkie who likes to build his body, and he has hit me and the kids so many times. Yes, he leaves bruises and marks, but they can only heal when Ray is in a good mood. When Ray is in a good mood, everything is fantastic. When Ray is not in a good mood, then everything is hell, and like a storm, he destroys things. We should leave, but I don't. I remember taking the kids and leaving Ray, but the bruises and cuts weren't healing and becoming worse, even septic. It was only when Ray found us and was in a good mood that our cuts and bruises healed instantly right in front of our eyes. It felt good, and I remember running away from Ray another time with no cuts and bruises though, and I started to miss Ray's good moods. When Ray is in a good mood, everything is amazing and life goes exactly the way I want it. So everything starts again at box 1 and Ray is simply Ray. Some people pay Ray to hurt them when he is in a bad mood, and then to heal them when he is in a good mood. They too are addicted to Ray's good mood, and everyone wants Ray to be in a good mood. I remember when Ray was in a bad mood and had beaten up both my kids, and they were crying and begging me to take them away from Ray. Then Ray suddenly turned to a good mood and their bruises and cuts had healed. Then my kids loved Ray again, and this is a good life when Ray is in a good mood and nothing can go wrong. When Ray unalived our dog in a rage, we still kept the body of the dog. So when Ray is in a good mood, the dog can come back to life. Only when Ray is in a good mood, and when the good mood stops, the dog will go back to being dead. I remember once when Ray hurt my children again and their cuts and bruises weren't healing, because Ray was in a bad mood for a long time. I thought they were going to die, but luckily he got into a good mood and they healed. This year I have only been experiencing Ray in his good moods and never the bad. Only my kids were experiencing his bad sides. Then my eldest child said to me, "Mommy, just like the dead dog, you only open your eyes when Ray is in a good mood." I am a nurse that can see the future. I can see the future and I love seeing the future. It helps me prepare for things, especially as a nurse. Like my coworker, I told her that in an hour I was going to slap her and that she had to prepare for the slap. She told me that I didn't have to slap her and that I could choose to not do it. I told her that it is the future and the future is set in stone. So when the hour passed, I slapped my coworker and she was amazed at how the future came true. Being able to know the future is very useful. Then I told the patient's family that I was going to unalive the patient in 2 hours, and that they should prepare for the death. They knew I was the nurse that could see the future, as they had been in the hospital for many weeks now. The patient's family first came to know future-seeing powers when I told them that I was going to knock their coffees out of their hands in an hour when they first came here. They were amazed when I knocked their coffees out of their hands. Then after 2 hours, I put the patent to death by increasing the insulin to dangerous levels, and the patient's family was upset and amazed by how I knew the future of this happening. I cried along with them as the patient was dead, and I kept in contact with them after the whole ordeal. I was grateful for being able to see the future and warn the patients and family about what I was going to do in the future. Seeing the future is amazing. Then with another sick patient, I told the family about what the future held for their sick mother. I told the sick mother's family that in 3 hours, I was going to poison their mother and that they should prepare for her death. They were grateful for telling them about the future, and as I poisoned their mother when the 3 hours were up, they all hugged me and were prepared for her death. They were so glad that I knew the future of what I was going to do. They all stood around their mother and started crying, and so did I, because at that moment, their mother felt like my own mother. I was able to see the future ever since I was a child. When I was 8, I knew that I was going to unalive my dog, and I did. I am grateful to be a nurse and to be able to see the future at the same time. My sat-nav is poop. My sat-nav is poop, and whatever I put into the sat-nav, it keeps taking me to the police station. It's so frustrating that sat-navs are supposed to be a driver's best friend, and there are so many places I want to go. It's much work trying to figure out where places are supposed to be. I wanted to go to a fancy restaurant, but the stupid sat-nav kept taking me to the police station. Like I promised someone I would be there, and now that someone will be so disappointed. The police station is opposite the restaurant. It is hard to think how people back in the day managed to drive around without sat-navs. I mean, that's just chaos, and having to look at a map, and even asking strangers. Come on, that's just too much work. Sat-navs are a godsend, and when I put in the postcode to take me to some forest, as I wanted a long walk, my sat-nav took me to the police station again. I am like, what the duck, and what is it with this sat-nav? It's brand new and I am already posted off with it. Oh, I love it when I know a certain place off by heart and I can just drive you to know, and knowing that I will never get lost is an amazing feeling. When you know the roads of a certain area, the world is your oyster. You can bend so many rules and it's safer, and thinking of the old days of asking strangers walking by for directions, that is a doorway of chaos, as you could be talking to someone dangerous, or even they just give you the wrong directions on purpose. My sat-nav started to worry me because whatever postcode it receives from me, it keeps taking me to the police station. This obsession with the police station started to drive me nuts. Now I get attached to things, but I knew that I had to get a new sat-nav. I turned to my sat-nav and said, "Sorry, you're trying to get me caught, aren't you? You keep taking me to the police station. Please just let me go, I want to go home." Shelley cried, and I had chosen her to be my sat-nav. I shot and buried her, and I am now on the lookout for a new sat-nav. Our teacher doesn't call us by our real names, but by our future potential. I have a teacher at school that teaches a variety of subjects, and he is generally well liked. The only strange thing about him is that he doesn't call any students by their real names, but by their future potential in his opinion. He comes into class and starts doing the register. Potential unaliver, the teacher shouts out, and Callum raises his hand as he knows it's him because the teacher always calls him by that name. Potential burglar, the teacher shouts out, and Brian puts his hand up as he has been called that many times by the teacher. Potential psychopath, the teacher shouts out, and Emily puts her hand up as she knows it's her because the teacher always calls her that. Potential cannibal, and I now put my hand up because he always calls me that. He has something for everyone, from potential freak accidents to potential evil genius. I admit it was fun at first, but now I just want him to call me by my real name, which is Joshua. On another day, our teacher starts doing the register, and as usual, he calls everyone by their potential and not their real names, but then he calls Callum by his real name. We were all shocked. I asked Callum why our teacher didn't call Callum a potential unaliver anymore. Callum told me that the reason our teacher doesn't call him a potential unaliver anymore is that it's not potential anymore, it's real. Callum unalived someone. He unalived some homeless man because he knew it will make the teacher call him by his real name. Callum then told me to take a bite out of the dead man by ripping some of his flesh out and cooking it, as it was the only way to make the teacher call me by my real name. I took a chunk out of the dead guy, and he hadn't been dead for long. I cooked it and ate it. The next day for registration, my teacher called me Joshua because I am not a potential cannibal anymore, but a real one. I am good at finding banshees. I'm good at finding banshees, and I am finding them all over the place. I am obsessed with banshees, and they're screaming when someone is about to die. I know what banshees tend to look like, which is usually an elderly woman in white clothing. I remember seeing an elderly looking woman in white clothing, and I ran up to her with a knife in my hand. The knife was for my protection. Then to my pleasure, this elderly looking woman was a banshee, and she started screaming. She screamed so loud and I asked her who was about to die. This elderly woman just ran off and I was so pleased to have found an actual banshee. I was determined to find another one again, and to my surprise, it wasn't long till another banshee. She was another elderly looking woman in white clothing. I got my knife ready for protection. I sprinted up to her and grabbed her and she screamed so loud. I had found another banshee and I tried getting answers out of her like who was going to die, but she kept on screaming. She ran off as well and I couldn't believe that I had found a banshee. It's fantastic. Then I found a hive of banshees in one building and there were so many old looking women in white clothing. I went in there with a knife in my hand and they started screaming. I couldn't believe I had found so many banshees. At the same time the old looking men were also screaming. I never knew banshees could be men and learning this new information was highly riveting. I love searching for banshees and I can't believe how easy they are to find. I want to leave my job and become a full-time banshee finder. I was thinking of documenting each one that I find, so people know what to look out for. Then one night I heard a scream and it was the scream of a banshee. An old woman was screaming and this banshee was screaming because death had found a man, being shot to death. So then that incident gave me a new idea to find banshees. With my knife, I started attacking people and the screams came instantly from all over the place. I came to find out that banshees were in all shapes and sizes. Some banshees were children, some were men, and some were even animals. I'm getting overwhelmed with all this banshee stuff. Then a thought came over me. What if they are just normal people screaming out of fear? My parents keep telling strangers that I am a doctor. My parents keep going up to strangers and keep telling them that I am a doctor. It's so embarrassing and I have told them to stop many times, but they keep on doing it. At first, they would go up to 5 people a day, who are all strangers, and they would tell them that I am a doctor. It's excruciating, and when my parents do it when I'm not around, they carry around pictures of me. They show it to strangers and they go on about how I am a doctor. It's terrible when they do it when I'm present. It's like they don't notice or care about how distasteful their actions are. All jobs are important and the shopkeeper who serves me at the till I need to be there so that I can get my coffee. The bin men are important or otherwise people's waste would overflow, and rats and other germs would start making people sick. Same with cleaners, and without farmers or truckers, the whole civilization would crumble. I tried to tell my parents this but they don't seem to listen, and they keep telling me how proud they are of me that I am a doctor. There were times when my parents would tell strangers that I was a doctor, with me being present. The comments they would get back, it gut-wrenching. It ranged from don't give a poop or I'm a millionaire, but my parents seem to have increased the number of strangers they tell that I am a doctor. From 5 strangers, they upped it to 10 strangers. I mean, they don't seem to become exhausted from telling people that I am a doctor. I had to tell them to stop as it was humiliating and we had a row over it. My parents then told me that they needed to tell people about what I do for a living. They also told me that they had to tell more people. It made no sense and my parents told me that I had to just trust them, but I couldn't take it anymore. I don't want strangers learning about what I do for a living, and then my parents told me that they will tell strangers that I am a lawyer. Then one day I woke up and I was a lawyer and I had no knowledge of medicine anymore. My parents told me that the reason they need to tell a certain number of strangers what I do daily is that I am a tulpa. My very existence is relied upon by what people think of me and knowing of my existence. They now have to tell 20 strangers a day that I am a doctor. I hear voices. Code and I am hearing voices and I cannot stand it anymore. Every day I hear loud voices and it's becoming highly irritating and I am struggling to do basic things. These voices in my head are so random and I hear them at home, at work, and even on the bus. I hate the voices and they provide nothing useful for me in my life. They are a nuisance and I wish the voices spoke to me about intelligent things, but instead, the voices are ramble and incoherent to me. I wish the voices would speak true wisdom to me, but instead, the voices are idiotic and time-wasting. What's it like to hear voices? Coden asked me. Find a room where you can lock yourself in and make sure this room is in a loud area full of people. Make sure you are alone in this room. The voices you hear inside the room that is coming from outside are the closest thing you will ever experience or have a little taste of hearing voices. The noises are not coming from the room and you being the only one in the room. It will be as if you were hearing voices. That is what I experience every day. I did as you asked, and as I was inside an empty room, I locked the door. Outside was busy and I could hear people talking outside. As I was inside the room on my listening to the noises outside, it was like I was hearing voices. I can kind of imagine the torment you go through, Jordan said to me, and I was happy that I had someone that kind of understood me. It's like being in your apartment and when the next apartment next to it is noisy, the irritants you will feel, even though you might live alone and the sound isn't coming from your flat. That is what hearing voices are like. I just want it to stop and I cannot sleep properly anymore because of these horrible voices. All the voices do in my head is just talk nonsense and I just want to blow my brains out. How can existence be this cruel? The worst thing is that voices make me useless. The voices disable me and I imagine all the things I could have achieved if it wasn't for the voices. Then one day I found a way to start destroying the voices and start fighting back. I brought Jordan to my home and he screamed at what I had done. I told him I had unalived the voices, but Jordan kept saying that I had unalived my roommates. Yes, my roommates were causing such noise with their mouths and now I know how to get rid of voices in my head when I am outside. Hello, I would like to order a pizza. This is what I have been hearing all day and I cannot believe it. The violence within household groups from both men and women is just staggering. When they add pepperoni or other items to the pizza, it just sends shivers down my spine. Sometimes it's the woman who makes the call, other times it's the man, and now and then it's a child. When a child makes a call to order pizza, my faith in humanity just goes down. I wish I was on the front line of the police again. Instead I've been put down to office duty and answering phone calls. Hello, I would like to order a pizza. I want a pizza. That is all I have been hearing all day and I am tempted to just get off my seat and get into a car and drive down to one of these houses and just lay out justice to the abuser. I kind of regret joining the police in the first place and witnessing the things I have witnessed. It's quite traumatizing. Going home after a night of violence, crime and unalive will always be surreal, and to try and go to sleep after all of that is just hard. Just constantly more pizza orders with sides, which just disgusts me even more as it tells me that the violence has turned gory. Why can't people just be nice? I then told myself that if I get one more call that orders a pizza, then I'm getting up from my seat and going down to the house and shoot the abuser. I will bring justice on my terms. And when another call came through and another so-called pizza order, I got up from my seat and went down to the very house the call had come from and knocked on the front door. The call came from a woman ordering a pizza, so I knew the man was the abuser. When the man opened the door and looked confused with a 30-pound note in his hands, he asked me, "Where's the pizza?" And as I shot him down, his wife screamed in horror. I then remembered that I don't work for the police anymore and that I work at a pizza joint. It was just instinctive or automatic for me to react like that after working so long in the police. Some things are hard to shake off. How I help my daughter manage her fears of ghosts and spirits. My child is frightened of ghosts and I have been constantly helping the child to get over her fears, but it has been a struggle. The trials a child must go through in life and all of the fears, anxiety, and trepidation they must face are daunting. As a responsible parent, I've been doing my best to show my daughter that ghosts don't exist, and I have taken many steps to assure her that ghosts don't exist. I used to be scared of ghosts as a child, but my father helped me through it, and I will do the same with my daughter. In our family, there is a tradition that we do when one member is scared of ghosts, and I called all of the extended family and neighborhood friends to come to my house. The main event was going to be about my daughter realizing that ghosts don't exist and that it will be nice for everyone to be together, as it has been a long time. My daughter was terrified and even more anxious as she was going to be the main attraction, but I told her that after the event she will no longer be scared of ghosts. Then when the day arrived and all of the guests gathered around the house with a man tied up to a chair, my daughter was in the middle. The man tied up to the chair was unalived, and as he died I told my daughter, "Observe this man's dying body. Is there any spirit coming out of him?" And my daughter just stared at him with wide eyes. For hours we all just stared at a dead body as we were all witnessing no kind of spirit coming from the man's body. This was a lesson for my daughter and a reminder to everyone else in the room that ghosts or spirits don't exist. Then on another night my daughter got scared again and unalived our cat. She looked at me and said, "Just wanted to remind myself that ghosts and spirits don't exist. Should I still claim that I have superpowers?" Last week I remember waking up groggy and I tried reaching out for the cup of water when all of a sudden I moved the cup with my mind. I couldn't believe it, and before this, I had accepted living a life of insecurity and dying without really achieving anything. Now with this newfound power, it was my door to success and stardom, and I didn't care that I had a mile-long list of bodily problems due to living recklessly, because I had mind powers. I practiced using my mind powers on cups and other small objects. Every time I moved something I burst out with laughter and tears of joy. At work, I pulled pranks on coworkers and my manager with my mind powers and also put in my month's notice. It was incredible to put in my month's notice, and all the horrid crap I went through at work didn't matter anymore. I hadn't told anyone about my mind powers at this point, and I didn't know whom to tell. There were scary realizations that I might be experimented on, or even people wanting to hurt me. I had no intentions of becoming a superhero, but rather just being famous and cashing it all in. Even with powers, I was still scared of confrontation. I know I'm just one big coward who runs in the family. Anyway, I decided to tell my best friend, and we have known each other since high school. We both got bullied together, got rejected by girls together, and both got into jobs we hated. I am going to help him when I cash this all in. When I showed my friend my mind powers, he couldn't believe it, and I told him my success is your success as well. But when I tried moving a drink he wanted to drink, it didn't go to him, but rather it hit a wall. When I tried moving the drink back to where it originally was, it flew and hit my friend. I swore to my friend I didn't do that, but then the drink started floating on its own, and I swore to my friend that it wasn't me. Then something invisible snapped my friend's neck and started walking towards me and threw the drink at me. It was an invisible person. I never had mind powers, but this invisible person was simply making me think I had mind powers. Weeks later, when I tried reaching for my cup, it moved to me, but this time I knew it wasn't me. The invisible person is now making it look like I have mind powers. Should I still claim that I have mind powers and benefit off from them? Don't add ex-family man on Pokemon Go, he's dead, and other rules. Welcome to the Indian Head Trail Pokemon Go group chat. If you haven't already, please post your team, level, and friend code in the group's note. Here are the rules you must follow for your safety. Rule 1. Do not accept a friend request from ex-family man. He's dead. Rule 2. If ex-family man DMs you, delete the message. Don't even open it. Again, he's dead. Rule 3. Do not interact with the Mermaid Hotel gym. The Mermaid Hotel was where ex-family man used to work. It was closed after a tragic event involving ex-family man, and it is now abandoned. It is physically impossible for you to go to the hotel itself, but while playing the game, your character may wander off to or even teleport underneath the Mermaid Hotel gym. Once there, you will find plenty of ghost Pokemon. Do not catch any of them, and do not even spin the stop at the gym. Turn your game off immediately. Rule 4. Beware a fake egg. Pokemon Go raid battle eggs stop spawning at 7:45 p.m. If a weird-looking egg showed up after 7:45 p.m. at any gym in the Indian Head Trail area, do not click on it. If you do, your character will be transported to the Mermaid Hotel gym. Rule 5. In the group chat, do not at all. Unfortunately, ex-family man is in this group chat and he cannot be removed. Every time we tried to start a new group, this is our 7th group, he was added automatically. What will happen if you get ex-family man's attention? Maybe you don't believe any of this is real and won't follow the rules. This has happened before. Maybe you will break one of the rules by accident. This has also happened before. Maybe you heard about ex-family man and think that it will be funny to meet him. This happened before as well. Maybe you followed all the rules, but ex-family man contacts you anyway. This has never happened, but it might. Here are some possible interactions you may have with ex-family man. Scenario 1. He will send you a photo, either in your email or your DMs. You won't be able to see the thumbnail. He will say something along the lines of, "I tried my best to protect my family." If you click on the file, you will see a gruesome crime scene photo of what happened to his family. He did it. The best course of action: do not respond. If you do, he will send you a photo of a dead body with your face photoshopped onto it. You will now be marked. Scenario 2. He will send you a gift in the game. The postcard attached will say it is from hell. The best course of action: do not open it. If you do, your phone will crash, and you will now be marked. Scenario 3. If you interact with the Mermaid Hotel Gym, a 3 stars raid, most likely Tyranitar, ex-Family Man's favorite Pokemon, will spawn. Ex-Family Man will call or DM you, telling you to get into his car so you both can go raid together. The best course of action: obviously, do not agree to go with him. He will start to pester you and start sending you pictures, each one more gruesome than the last. Whatever you do not give in. We cannot warn you enough not to go outside and meet him. A college student decided to take up ex-Family Man's offer, thinking that he was going to debunk an urban legend. They found the student's torso hanging on telephone wires above the hotel the next day. A barista agreed to go to meet him but stood him up. The police found pieces of her dangling from her apartment balcony. Scenario 4. Being marked means that ex-Family Man will start to haunt you more forcefully. You will find yourself walking outside your home at night while playing Pokemon Go, not realizing when you exit your bedroom. Some people even sleepwalk and ended up in front of the Mermaid Hotel. The best course of action: after you are marked, you must leave town. If you are within walking distance of the Mermaid Hotel, your life is now in danger. Ex-Family Man's real name was Paul Kelsey. He was a friend of the group and we do not like to talk about him much. However, our secrecy resulted in several people getting unalived, so we will just tell you everything we know right here. Paul was a dispatcher for the Mermaid Hotel shuttle bus service. After the virus, the hotel never recovered and he was let go. One day, his mother-in-law was dying at a hospital and his wife caught him raiding Tyranitar with us. She was so mad that she told him she was going to leave him. The next day, there was a fire at the Mermaid Hotel, and the police found several bodies inside, including both Paul's and his wife's. All bodies except for Paul showed signs of being brutally unalived before the fire. After his death, we were all surprised to see ex-Family Man joining raids and sending us gifts. We were spooked but just played with that account at first, not knowing what it was. We thought his account had been hacked, or a family member logged into his account. After a few deaths, we now know that it was Paul's vengeful spirit. The Indian Head Trail Pokemon Go group continues to be active. Our members still have a lot of fun and have collected plenty of shinies together. On community days, our founding members will even host a picnic where we have sandwiches for all participating members. Just follow the rules and ignore ex-Family Man, and you will have a safe time with us. Rule 6. Before clearing out a gym, please check if the Pokemon currently guarding the gym has been there for over 8 hours. Even if another Pokemon belonging to the same player is placed at a nearby gym, you still should not attack it. Other people will give you the same courtesy. Rule 7. To prevent the group chat from being spammed with tons of irrelevant photos, you are only allowed to show off Pokemon that are shiny, 4 over 85, rare Pokemon spawn like Lapras, new Pokemon that have just been released, and 4 equals 0. Even if we may be a little bit jealous, we promise to be happy for you. So please do post a picture of your 470 Pidgey in the group chat. Rules for ride-along with corpse collectors. Randy and I were film students in Maryland. We wanted to film a ride-along with corpse collectors for a long time, and 2 years ago was our chance. Our contact was a mortuary assistant named Ben, who played Go with us since primary school, but he didn't follow us to college. He and his partner Sam delivered corpses and detached limbs to a coroner from the metro area. Here were the rules that Randy and I must follow during the ride-along. Do not answer questions from onlookers. Do not film the dead body's eyes. Do not take off the sticker with the corpse collector logo on it. We didn't fully understand rules number 2 and number 3. Randy and I saw plenty of gory crime scene photos with eyes clearly shown, but we agreed to follow the rules. First stop, Ben and his partner Sam had to dive into a small dirty canal to retrieve an unalive weapon that a recently caught serial unaliver threw in. Second stop, Ben and Sam had to comb the kitchen floor of a house, trying to find a finger belonging to a homeowner who lost a knife fight with his wife over a TV remote. I could tell that Randy started to get bored. The third stop of the night was where it all went wrong. We were deep in suburbia. The air felt different. No wind and no sound of insects. A dog could be heard howling in the distance. A police car passed us while we were walking to the scene. A cop rolled down his window and pointed to a small alley that led to a playground behind a row of townhouses. He said, "Your dead body walked that way." All 4 of us were confused about what he meant. When we got there, we saw a crowd gathered at the playground. Ben and Sam pushed through, and Randy and I tried our best to pretend that we were with them. Then we saw him, an old man with a cleaver buried in his head. It was like he didn't know he was dead and was still walking. He kept pushing people away from him. His strength was surprising for someone already dead. He shoved a large man to the ground. A woman in the crowd kept yelling, "Where are you going? Please stop." The man with a cleaver in his head finally took a seat on a bench. According to one of the onlookers, that was where he feed the ducks every evening. I was so shocked at the sight, I didn't notice Randy moved past me. Randy went right up into the old man's face and just started filming, violating rule number 2. The man didn't look into the camera. After Randy moved around him, trying to get a different angle, the old man slowly slouched over and passed away. When Randy and I got back to the truck, Randy played back the raw clip he filmed on his DSLR, his face full of excitement. When we got to the clip of the old man, it showed the old man staring directly right into the camera, right at us. I was so startled my heart skipped a beat. Randy almost dropped the camera. We turned to look at each other. Blood drained from our faces. After leaving the scene, we didn't tell Ben and Sam what happened. We were at a traffic light in a pretty remote area, and suddenly a pack of dogs appeared behind us and started barking at our truck. Both Ben and Sam looked at the dogs confoundingly. Suddenly, Sam started freaking out when he looked in the rearview mirror. Sam got out of the truck, opened the passenger door, and dragged Randy out by his shirt collar. We were confused about what was going on. Ben and I got out too. Sam showed Randy's sticker to Ben. Randy's sticker with the corpse collector logo on it was upside down. Sam and Ben made sure Randy and I put the sticker on properly. They even took a second look at us before they okayed us to get into their truck. The fact that it was upside down must be deliberate. Randy violated rule number 3 intentionally. Turned out, the corpse collector logo has an ancient symbol incorporated into it. The symbol could ward off evil spirits. It was all over their truck. It was all over their uniform. Sam threatened to leave Randy in the middle of a road surrounded by woods at night. Randy started to apologize profusely. He admitted that he put it upside down just to see what would happen because so far the night had been so boring. Sam yelled that the upside down symbol is an invitation and that we were now marked. While Ben tried to calm him down, Randy and I can't help but look at the dogs. The dogs were not barking anymore. They were looking into the field next to us. And that was when we saw them. A row of pale people, some naked, some in white robes. They were far away, but they seemed to be about 7 to 8 feet tall. They were slowly marching towards us. When I turned to get back in the truck, I was shocked to see the cleaved old man clutching onto the side of the cargo bed like it was a side pillow. He was not moving, but he had a grin that he didn't have before. I felt my soul leave the body. I wanted to collapse on the ground so badly and just weep. I turned to look at Ben and Sam to gauge their reaction. Ben just sighed and shoved the old man's body deeper into the bag and zipped it up completely. Sam finally allowed Randy back into the truck but said that they will drop Randy off at the dorm. I looked at the row of pale people and was creeped out by how suddenly they were much closer they were to us now. Up close, it was clear that none of them have eyes. While Sam was about to go, a call came in. The dispatcher asked Ben and Sam to go to a nearby school where an intoxicated man with a gun climbed onto a flagpole demanding to see his ex-wife. Ben, however, radioed in and said they have to make a detour and drop Randy off at the dorm first because he was marked by evil spirits. I thought for sure the dispatcher was going to get mad. But, the dispatcher just told Ben to be careful and not get the mark transferred to him too. I was amazed at how they talked about this so casually. Randy himself was quiet. He knew that Ben and Sam didn't have to drive them back to the dorm, but they did anyway. Once we were on the road that lead right to our dorm, Randy became braver. He asked what it meant to be marked, and if there was something he could do. Ben gave Randy a sticker with the corpse collector's logo on it and told Randy to put it on the door of his dorm room and not open the door for anyone. Randy jumped at the sound of the dog howling and he started to cry. Ben and Sam were unmoved. Randy started to get mad and claimed that he heard what the dispatcher said. That he could transfer the mark to others. He started to rub the truck, thinking that was how it worked. Sam shook his head and drove away as Randy shouted at us. We finally made our way to the coroner's office. As Ben and Sam took the old man's body to the coroner, I waited outside. Then, on my phone, Randy sent me messages. He said that the abandoned half-constructed building opposite our dorm suddenly have a bunch of people standing on them looking right into his dorm room's window. Before I could type anything back, I was startled when a dispatcher, Ben and Sam's boss who gave us permission for the ride-along, patted me on the back. He asked me how the night was so far and if I got any good footage. I nodded, then took out my camera, hoping to show him some footage. My heart dropped when I saw that all the 100+ video clips had 0 bytes of memory. They all had the same thumbnail, the face of the cleaved old man looking directly at the camera. That's enough internet for today. Walking through the city center you see many things and you get to witness the weird and absurd. I was walking through the city center and I saw the strangest person, a guy doing something with such confidence. He was shouting out loud to everyone how hard it is to not make things sound scary. He kept saying how he was trying to make someone not scared of getting their head cut off. He was preaching it out loud and there was a gathering forming around him, and he kept shouting out loud how he had failed to unalive the fear inside someone, of getting his head chopped off. Then behind me in the crowd I heard someone say, "That's enough internet for today." I found that comment to be such an odd comment. I mean, we were all outside and it was quite cold. As the crazy man kept saying trying to make things not sound scary is tough, he then tried to reason with us about getting unalived isn't so scary. He kept picking people from the crowd and tried to take away their fear of getting unalived, but he was alone in that thinking. Then that man behind me said even louder, "That's enough internet for today," and when I turned around he had completely disappeared. As I walked off I kept thinking myself why he kept saying internet. We were all outside, but then my mind pondered the man claiming that making things not sound scary is hard. Then another time I was walking through town, and there was another guy that had caused a gathering. He kept saying how each individual should make their measurement system instead of using the ones that the school teaches. He said an unaliver should use bodies for what a kilo should be worth. So a kilo is worth 1,000 bodies, or a hooker could use kisses as measurements. So a kilo will be worth 1,000 kisses, and on a sat-nav, it will say to an unaliver in 300 bodies turn left when driving a car, or 2 liters equals 20 man tears. Everyone was laughing at this and that same man was behind me in the gathering, and he said that's enough internet for today. I turned around to him and said to him you are outside, and then in a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Then when a fight erupted in the city center and a gathering formed, that same man was behind me again and he said that's enough internet for today, and he then looked at me and said it's also enough internet for you as well, and he touched my shoulders. Then I awoke in some other place and my body was weak, and wires were all over me. There were also billions of other people in some sleep state as well. I want to go back to the internet. Want your finger bent? Then don't ask about Bernadette. Everyone keeps asking Brian about what happened to Bernadette. Brian though doesn't say anything even though he was the last person to see her before she disappeared. Bernadette was a lovely old woman and the whole community loved her. On the night of her disappearance, it showed on CCTV, Brian coming out of her house and doing a little slow dance in her front yard, all on his own. When a man demanded Brian to tell him where Bernadette was, Brian bent his fingers backward and he was in pain. Brian then started doing a slow dance on his own, twirling away. Then when a woman angrily confronted Brian and demanded to know where Bernadette was, all Brian would tell her was that he cannot say. The woman wasn't having it and she was shouting at him and swearing at him. Brian stayed strong though and took all the shouting and accusations on the chin. Brian started choking up and all he said that I cannot say where she is. When the woman replied that she didn't give a poop, Brian bent one of her fingers backward. Then Brian started slow dancing on his own as they did in World War II times in dance halls before the soldiers were sent off to war. Then eventually the police took Brian into custody and everyone was so pleased that the police had him. In Brian's cell, there was another prisoner in the same cell. The prisoner was intrigued to know about Bernadette's disappearance, but all Brian would say that he cannot say. The other prisoner was getting excited and wanted to know about what had happened to her, but Brian just kept on ignoring him. Then the other prisoner told Brian that everyone thinks that he did something to her, as he was the last person to see her and he went inside her house. Brian then replied to his prison cellmate by bending his fingers backward and started dancing on his own. The other prisoner screamed and Brian was taken to another cell. When a detective was questioning Brian, he kept demanding Brian tell him about Bernadette. Brian kept replying that he couldn't and the detective kept getting more louder and insisting that he should tell him. Brian then held the detective's hands and then bent one of his fingers backward. As the detective was crying in pain, he saw Brian dancing slowly on his own. The detective shouted in pain, "Where is Bernadette?" And the Brian replied, "Where is your bent finger pointing?" The detective's bent finger was pointing to the ceiling, and what he saw in the ceiling was Bernadette floating with a menacing smile and evil embrace, and she had occulting and ritualistic objects and markings on her naked floating body. "She likes dancing. I'm distracting her with dancing." "Get out now," Brian told the detective. "Our son isn't spoiled. My mother and I work for a rich family and we have to do all of the cleaning and cooking. They have given me and my mother a small cabin to sleep in and I hate my existence. I also hate the rich parents' kid. We are the same age and we are both 16. Their child is 16 and always takes the piss out of me. He mocks me for doing the cleaning and he purposely messes rooms up when he has guests so that they could laugh at me when I clean it up. My mother has always been strict and tells me that I am lucky. I have lost my temper a couple of times and started shouting back at their rich son. I called him spoiled and his parents would always calmly and softly reply, 'Our son has not been spoiled.' My mother gets angry when I lose my temper. I have grown up with this rich family, and I didn't have a choice in what I wanted to do with my life when I finished high school. My life was to serve this family. I am a male and the rich spoiled kid, also being male, has made it more hell for me as it's now competition. I have had near fights with the rich spoiled kid, and when the parents get called and I complain to them about how spoiled their son is, both parents softly reply, 'Our son is not spoiled,' and their son wants me and my mother to get fired, but we never get fired. To be honest, I don't know why the parents haven't fired me and my mother for every time I have retaliated. I do want to get away from here, but I have no idea what I want to do or what I could do as a job. I have spent my life in this posh mansion for the majority of my life. The rich parents have always been nice to me, nicer to me compared to their son. Then one day I punched the spoiled twat as he messed something up when I cleaned it. He hit his head on something hard and started bleeding heavily and he wasn't getting up. Then my mother looked down at the rich kid and screamed, 'My son, no, please get up.' And then when the rich kid's parents came into the room, I explained to them again, 'He is so spoiled, I'm so sorry for this.' And then softly the rich kid's mother tells me, 'Our son isn't spoiled,' and she gently rubs my forehead like a mother does to her child. I get told that I am the real son of the rich couple, but they didn't want me growing up spoiled, so they swapped me with the head maid's son when we were both babies. My real parents are going to make everything go away, as I unalive the maid's son. How I season my food. Uncle Roger and Gordon Ramsay know nothing about cooking. I see their videos on TikTok and they are not great cooks at all. Their food has no soul and my food is so much better than theirs. I know how to make something taste amazing and I am a master at it. Uncle Roger and Gordon Ramsay are amateurs compared to me, and I am going to tell you how I make the food amazing. It's going to blow your minds away, and Uncle Roger and Gordon Ramsay are going to be worshipping my feet. I am going to tell you what I do to make the food amazing. For example, take the graceful chicken curry and I do all of the usual stuff that makes chicken curry amazing. Then it's missing something, so I bring the psychotic Martin and I tell him to scream at my chicken curry. I tell him to scream at the top of his lungs. So he gives off a brilliant scream at the two his lungs at my chicken curry, and the chicken curry is so scared. That fear gives the chicken the ultimate flavor and you can just smell it. You know when something smells good, just to let you know that it's going to be fantastic. That's just that chicken and soups are out of this world. Take the tarka dal curry soup and it's one of my favorites. I do all the usual stuff to make up the tarka dal and I'm sure Uncle Roger and Gordon Ramsay would just stop there. Not me though, I take it a step further to make it taste so delicious and just make it feel amazing. You see, I abducted a guy off the road and I put him in my attic, and I tied him up. I have been beating him up and making him scared for the last 3 days. I take my tarka dal up to the attic as the abducted man's fear and dread will give the tarka all the very best seasoning. I sit in the attic with this man in my attic and let the tarka fall simmer in this man's stressful state. I can just smell it, and Uncle Roger and Gordon Ramsay don't give their food this sort of care. The abducted man is hungry, but it's not for him, but rather for me to eat. Cooking is hard and it takes a lot of dedication to make the finest things. Now my fear of being caught after unaliving the man in my attic will give the best taste to my lasagna. Okay, I admit it, I am the one who moved the Ouija board cup. I secretly moved the Ouija board and it got way out of hand. It just seemed like fun, and I am someone who doesn't believe in these types of things. In the group, I was doing it with I knew their darkest secrets and desires, and people felt comfortable telling me stuff. Also, the group I was doing the Ouija board sessions with were hardcore believers. I knew that I had intentions of moving the cup when they invited me to the Ouija board sessions, and like I said, it sounded hilarious to me about moving the Ouija board cup. I remember the first Ouija board session and we were all touching the cup, and I gently moved it. Everyone became shocked and they were all frightened. I knew in our group that Michael was sleeping with Rachel. Rachel has a boyfriend though. By moving the cup but the group not realizing it, Michael and Rachel couldn't believe it when their affair was out to everyone through the Ouija board. Everyone thought it was the spirits, and Rachel's boyfriend, who was present at the time, started fighting Michael. I did feel a little bad, but it was also exciting, and I guessed that I could use the Ouija board to bring out people's secrets. Then on another day, as I secretly moved the Ouija board cup, Ryan was dealing substances as he was desperate for money. He was dealing heroin, and when everyone found out, the whole group cussed at Ryan for selling such a substance. That second event had 3 people who hadn't turned up, and they were Michael, Rachel, and Rachel now ex-boyfriend. Everyone was giving Ryan a hard time for selling heroin, but he kept making excuses, like how he needed money. Ryan was so humiliated, and that was the end of that Ouija board session. Then news came out that Rachel's ex-boyfriend had stabbed Michael. Then he tried unaliving Rachel, and then he unalived himself. That's when I knew that maybe I had gone too far. I still felt that I was doing good by revealing everyone's secrets, and to take out any thoughts that maybe I am moving the Ouija board cup. I moved the Ouija board cup to bring to light one of my darkest secrets. I falsely accused one of my teachers of something and made her lose her job. Everyone swore at me and they hated me at that moment, but at least no one would ever suspect me. I love secretly moving the Ouija board cup. Even darkness needs hugs. Even darkness itself needs hugs, and you may not think it does, but darkness needs a hug now and then. When you go past a room where the light is off, just know that the darkness inside the room loves hugs and contact. So you should just go in and hug it, and to others, it may just seem like you are hugging yourself in the darkness, but you are hugging the darkness. You're giving warmth and a bit of care to the darkness. Darkness is so lonely and misunderstood. Give the darkness hugs and show it some care. I have made it my mission to get people to hug darkness. So I rent out a room and never switch anything on, and it is in complete darkness. I bring people to hug darkness during night times when darkness is more alive and stronger and can feel the warmth more. I got a new group who are going to hug the darkness, and I take them for a walk around the area. We go past some undesirable people who are creepy and outcasts in society. My group makes comments about them in a negative tone. I take them somewhere to eat, and then after eating, it's time to hug darkness. It was pitch black and the darkness needed a hug. No one is allowed to use anything that produces light inside this room. I tell everyone to start hugging the darkness, and they do, and they're loving it. People started to feel the darkness become more physical, and it meant that the darkness just loved being hugged. The darkness was loving the hug so much, the darkness was forming multiple bodies, and this was to make it easier for the people to hug the darkness more. It was all going so well until a guy started using the torchlight when he wasn't supposed to. He saw people hugging the undesirables they walked past outside, and I could tell with the look in his eyes that he now knew this truth. There is no such thing as hugging darkness, but rather this was a lie. This was all for the undesirable people in society to be hugged by desirable people. The darkness was to keep them covered, as no one would want to go next to them and hug them if they could see them. The man with the torchlight realized that he was hugging a homeless alcoholic in the darkness, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Then the rest started shouting and screaming, and they all ran out, and they were all using torchlights now to see who was in the darkness. You should hug the darkness from time to time. It gets so lonely and cold. No matter what, don't get stranded on Highway 13. Many people know how unlucky the number 13 is. I didn't believe in the superstition of the number 13 because I had never experienced anything unfortunate connected to it. That was until I got stranded on Highway 13. It was late at night when I was driving down the road. I had noticed how desolate the road seemed. I had not seen another car on it the entire trip. I was traveling somewhere nearby and had admittedly gotten a bit lost. Thick woods lined both sides of the road, giving an eerie vibe. Partly due to my lack of knowledge regarding where I was, and partly due to the fear an animal could jump before my headlights in a heartbeat, I drove very cautiously. All of a sudden, my car started acting strange. My headlights flashed on and off, and, worried something was wrong, I pulled over to the side of the road. After parking and turning the car off, I got out and checked the engine and headlights. Strangely, there was nothing wrong, so I got back in and went to turn it on. Then it wouldn't start. I tried multiple times, but each time the car failed to turn on. I laid my head against my steering wheel and sighed. Of course, it wouldn't work when I needed it to. I stayed there for a few minutes before a feeling of dread suddenly settled over me. My hair stood as I looked up. I could barely see in front of me, but I could make out a pale figure a few feet in front of my vehicle. It stood there, motionless. Chills covered my body as the air grew colder. I quickly reached into my center console for a flashlight, but by the time I turned it on, the figure was gone. I blinked quickly several times, before assuming that it must have been my imagination. I set the flashlight down and grabbed my phone to dial 911. First call, no service. I called again, but to no avail. Finally, with one final attempt, my call went through. This is 911, what's your emergency? A man answered on the other end. Yes, hello, my car broke down on Highway 13, I responded hastily. Okay, do you know where on the road you are? No, I began to hear static. Ma'am? Can you repeat that? The voice was overtaken by static. What the hell? I barely had time to sort my thoughts before a new voice bellowed from my phone. I can see you, but can you see me? I dropped the phone immediately as disembodied laughter came from it. The voice was shrill but deep, like multiple people were speaking at once. The call abruptly ended as my phone flashed no service. I grabbed my flashlight once more and turned it on, shining it out my windows. I didn't see anything, but the chills down my spine continued. I never believed in the paranormal, and even then I was trying to make a reasonable explanation for it all. Stealing my nerves, I got out of my vehicle with my flashlight in hand. I searched around my car, looking for anything that could explain what just happened. I had walked to the edge of the road, shining the light into the woods, when I heard a twig snap. It made me jump, but I couldn't see anything. I took a deep breath. It's okay, it's okay. It was most likely an animal. Taking a step closer to the woods, I heard the sound of a crying child. Hello? Are you okay? I'm going to come to you, so keep making sounds. I called out. I entered the woods despite every instinct of mine telling me not to. I just couldn't ignore the voice. It might have been an actual child lost in the woods. After a little while, I came to a small clearing in the woods where I spotted a small figure. The sound of crying was louder here, so I knew the figure had to be the child. It was squatted on the ground with its back to me. Hey, it's all right, I'll help you out of here, I said as I walked up to the child. The crying quieted down, and I went to place my hand on the child's shoulder. I noticed how cold the child felt. Are you all right? In that instance, it turned around. Its face morphed into something demonic, and it leapt at me. I screamed in horror and fell back away from it. I quickly stood up, but I didn't see it anywhere. I ran as fast as I could back to my car, praying nothing else would happen. I couldn't explain what I saw with any reason or logic. After a terrifying sprint, I finally made it to my car and got in before locking my doors. I tried turning my car on, but it wouldn't start. Come on, come on, come on, I shouted before hitting the steering wheel. Like a miracle, the car started, but something was very wrong. I couldn't change the gear shift. A pit settled in my stomach as the gear shift moved on its own, and my car started rolling down the road. I tried my door, but it wouldn't unlock. I moved to try my passenger door and even my back doors, but I was trapped. The radio cut on, static emitting from it. That disembodied laugh came through the radio once more. I couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "What do you want from me? What do I want? I want your life." It responded as the car accelerated. I quickly moved back to the driver's seat and buckled up. I slammed my foot on the brakes, but they wouldn't budge. Tears fell from my eyes as I knew this was how I was going to die. My high beams flashed on, and I saw a bridge up ahead. My heart sank into my stomach. I struggled more, trying to open my door, roll my windows down, or stop the car, but nothing worked. The radio still had static laughter playing through it. I prayed and prayed for something to save me. I looked back up, and a white wolf now stood in the middle of the road. The car slowed as the radio cut off. I slammed on the brakes, and they worked. My car stopped a few feet in front of the white wolf, which stood motionless. I cried from both fear and relief. I could hear sirens in the distance and knew that the police were on their way. The white wolf disappeared before my eyes, leaving me in shock. It wasn't long after that the police arrived and asked me what happened. I tried to retell what I experienced as best as I could, but I couldn't help getting choked up with sobs as I explained what happened. Despite no physical injuries, they insisted on taking me to the hospital to get checked over. "But what about my car?" I asked. "We will have one of the officers drive it to the hospital. You are too shaken up to drive right now," the officer explained. I agreed and got in his car. Just as he went to leave, I felt the instinct to look to the wood's edge, and there stood that white wolf, watching me. I'm not sure what happened that night, but I am positive that something paranormal tried to unalive me. I also believe that the white wolf I saw is a guardian or protector of some kind that saved me. It answered my prayers and saved me from that demonic creature. While I didn't believe in the paranormal before, I strongly believe in it now. Some words of advice for everyone: don't get stranded on Highway 13, where you might see for yourself why the number 13 is feared. 12 rules to escape from a death trap building. Attention delivery driver, courier, or messenger. Sometimes our job takes us to a place where danger is waiting. These rules will save your life. I was a process server in PG County, Maryland. I had to serve a subpoena at this very old office building in the middle of nowhere. The building had no one at the front desk and no security guard, only 2 elevators in the middle of a dirty blank wall. Rule 1, do get in an elevator if you don't see anyone. What if you got stuck? No one will rush up the stairs to open the door for you. The elevator of this building was old. I got in and saw that there was no L for the lobby, and only an even number floor. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Rule 2, make sure you know which floor has an exit. I assumed floor 2 was the lobby since it was the lowest number. That was a huge mistake. I had to serve a subpoena to an insurance agent on the 6th floor. The elevator opened at one end of a very narrow corridor. The air was thick. It felt suffocating. There was no window. No noise seems to be coming out from any of the office doors. It was so quiet I could hear the bulb buzzing. Rule 3, pay attention to the building's layout. I knocked on the door of the insurance agent's office, and no one answered. The narrow corridor started to make me feel dizzy. I hurried back to the elevator and pressed the arrow down button to get out of there. The elevator door opened. I went in and the numbers were all odd. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. Rule 4, always exit the way you came in. If another way presented itself, do not take it. The elevator would get me down to the lobby somehow. So I just pressed on 3. But nothing happened. Button didn't light up. After the elevator's door closed, I was shocked that I was going up. Did someone call it up? Why did it open on my floor and no one got out? Rule 5, do not walk into the darkness. It opened to the 13th floor. It was complete darkness. Who called it up here? I started to get nervous. This was all very eerie. I knew I needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. I got back into the elevator. As the elevator door was closing, I could feel something moving in the darkness. Then I heard growling as the door closed. I started to get freaked out. The elevator went down very far. It opened up to a short narrow hallway with just a single door. There wasn't another elevator beside me, only the one I was in. I was surprised by this. One long hallway. To one door. I walked out of the elevator to push the door, but it was locked. Rule 6, always assume the fire exit door is locked. They are not supposed to be locked, but fire escape doors are locked all the time. Businesses are more afraid of thieves than fire. Doing this job, I got stuck at a fire exit all time. What I didn't expect, however, was to turn around and see something that made my heart sink to my feet. There was no button to call the elevator. Rule 7, if there is no signal, go back outside first and call someone to tell them where you are. It could save your life. How was I going to get out of there? I went to the door again. I tried to peek outside through the foggy small rectangular window on the door. I saw a cleaning lady leaning against a window. I was so happy I found someone. I was about to call out to her, when I noticed her odd facial expression. Rule 8, before approaching someone, look to see what they are doing first. The cleaning lady just stared blankly out the window. Then, suddenly, she snatched a pigeon from the window and began devouring it. She chomped on the bird, hard. The pigeon was almost as big as her head, but she kept chomping and chomping. She then tilted her head up and tried to let gravity help her swallow it. While the bird's wings were flapping and its legs were twitching, she took one more big chomp which caused the bird's body to squirt blood all over her face. Blood also dripped down on her clothes. As soon as she slightly turned my way, I quickly ducked down. To be honest, I almost crapped my pants. What is this place? I was so scared now. I ran back to the elevator, not knowing if the pigeon-eating lady saw me or not. Since there was no button to push, I banged on the elevator hard. Surprisingly, the door opened. I think it never left. Okay, if this is 3, then let's go up 1 floor, which is 5. I went up to 5, all the while thinking about that lady. Aside from eating live pigeons, her demeanor did not appear human. It was as if she was something else pretending to be human. The 5th floor looked like a carbon copy of the 6th floor. I exited the elevator and headed to the stairway. I walked down only one floor and it was a dead end. The stairway just stopped. I ran back up the stairs. I figured, if I'm one floor underneath the 5th, 4th floor, then if I run up 2 floors, should be on the 6th floor, right? I got up and saw the sign, 2nd floor. I was so confused and frustrated I wanted to cry. Isn't the 2nd floor supposed to be the lobby? Rule 9, realize when your surrounding is hostile. So far I operated as if this building could be understood if tried. But it was clear now that the building was designed to trap me in it. The fact that none of the floors had any windows in the corridor was by design. I also just realized something. What I did wrong under rule number 3. In the lobby, the elevator was in the middle, yet when it opened up to each floor, it was always at one end of the corridor. With extra elevator appeared on its side. That meant the building was divided in half. And that there might be up to 4 elevators. Only 2 lead to the exit and the other 2 lead to nowhere. Rule 10, if your surrounding is designed to confuse normal people, do something abnormal. I pressed down. An elevator opened up. This one was an odd number 1, and also a decoy. I entered this one and pressed it to go up, but then quickly exited the elevator, then pressed down again, hoping to summon another one. The elevator next to it opened up. This one was even. This was the first one I wrote. The lowest number was 2. I pressed it, nothing happened, which made sense in a twisted way because I was already on 2. I pressed 6. And it went down instead of up. Rule 11, backtrack to the area where things started to go wrong the first time. The elevator door opened and I was back on the 6th floor, where the insurance agent's office was at. I remembered when I came up from the real lobby it didn't take me that long to reach this floor. I went to the stairway of this floor and walked down. Then I saw it. The lobby. I could see it through the door. But it was locked. Rule 12, if you see a way out, break anything to get to it. They had no right to trap you in the first place. I know the building was not going to play fair. I smashed the window. Just as I was getting one leg out of the small rectangular hole, I heard the sound of the stairwell door opening very loudly above, and heavy footsteps rushing down. Thinking that the only living thing I had met in this building were the pigeon-eating lady and the angry growling voice on the 13th floor, I did not want to find out which one was coming down and quickly climbed out. So that was a close call. There are some freaky office buildings out there, even in the middle of a crowded city. You see a building with barely any windows that had always been there, you have no idea what's inside. Stay safe. Curiosity. Curiosity on Alive the Cat is one of my late grandfather's many mantras, which he would instill in his numerous, attentive grandchildren. Inevitably, in the decades to come, I led a conservative life, inhabiting a picturesque birch cabin surrounded by a plethora of pine trees in a densely packed coniferous forest. I seemed to gravitate toward a life of solitude and serenity within the forest confines, either spending my days roaming the ever-curious forest or remaining in the comfort of my cabin. Friday, 27th of March 1998. My mother had come for her annual weekend visit, which I had been accustomed to for years now. My mother was a woman of liturgy, going to church every Sunday and following her weekly schedule to a T. 8:45. Upon my mother's entrance to the cabin on that foggy, chilsome morning, I slouched on the kitchen counter. Tired, I turned on the kettle for mother's coffee. 60 degrees Celsius, 1.5 cubes of sugar, and a dash of milk. 9:45. Scrambled eggs, sunny side up with the black coffee ingested into my drowsy body. Alcohol and little sleep are an unaliver combination. Hopefully, this wears off before evening comes. 18:45. Night has fallen in the woods. My mother has retreated to the guest room which she inhabits during her stay. Despite my mother's frequent visits, she was oblivious to the forest quirks. Will she learn of them this day? Nothing too suspicious has happened thus far, yet a growing sense of unease has befallen the house, an eerie silence within a loud world. It may come tonight. 22:45. I can hear it lurking around the forest, its distorted body dragging itself among the frozen leaves. It's too cold for a spring night. 1:45. It's tapping at the window. Its monotonous nature is expressed in its slow, continuous taps. I'd never looked outside upon its arrival, yet I knew who it was. My mother was so distraught after the disappearance of her first daughter, Amelia. She claimed that she knew the town outcast had stolen her away, yet she was never found. Little does she know, I knew what happened to her. It was quite the task of dragging her corpse to the forest. A trail of crimson blood accompanied us as I dragged her to the isolated shed on the outskirts of the forest. It was an accident. That's what I tell myself anyway, as she shouldn't have been rooting around there. I couldn't just let her live after what she saw. 3:45. As I was sitting, head down, at the kitchen table, my mother came down and out of interest, opened the blinds, which revealed the source of the tapping. She shouldn't have looked. She would have never been ready for the family reunion that occurred. As my little sister ripped our mother's lifeless body apart like a rag doll, with my sister's mouth peculiarly unhinged, ready for its annual meal, I wondered when my father would visit me. We could finally be reunited with our Amelia. Although my grandfather was correct, curiosity did indeed unalive the cat along with many other pets, he failed to understand that curiosity would also unalive my little sister, and in turn, many other lives. This may confuse you, also let me introduce myself. Hello, I'm Curiosity Jones. High universities are known for their hauntings. I just went to one. At a university where my team was going to have a swim meet, a girl was unalived inside her dorm. A thread on pantip.com, a Thai version of Reddit, claimed that her spirit roams the female dorm's 6th floor. Once we arrived, my teammates and I were shocked that we'll be staying on the infamous 6th floor. When we got up there, our rooms were pretty and nice. Each room had a big screen TV and a mini fridge next to the bed. We were country bumpkins and had never seen anything like that. On my way back from practice, I reached the dorm before my friends and wanted to take a shower first, so I used the elevator to go up alone. Inside, the lights went off. It got stuck. The intercom didn't work and my phone had no signal. The air got thick pretty quickly and it became hard to breathe. After 20 minutes, the elevator door opened by itself. My heart dropped when I saw that the floor I was on looked nothing like the other floors. It was painted blue, dirty, and filled with cobwebs. Then, I saw the number 6. I realized that this was the original 6th floor. I rushed to the fire exit door. I pushed, but it won't budge. I saw the brick tiles behind the door and realized that the exit had been walled up. I tried to open each dorm room's door one by one. They were all locked. I gasped when I saw it. A door to the room where the girl was unalived. I knew because the top half of the door and the surrounding wall were completely charred. The girl was burned to death by her bullies inside this dorm. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. I was scared I could throw up. I peeked into the room as if I was on autopilot, turned to the wall of the room and saw it. She was completely charred and clung to the wall like a spider. Then, she turned her head vertically upside down to look at me. She had bright red eyes with a bunch of cockroaches in her mouth. Soon as our eyes met, I rushed out of the room and slammed the door. I ran, while also quickly checking the knobs of some of the doors I passed to see if any would open. I could hear the door of the burnt room swing open behind me. Then, I found one open door. I went inside and tried to lock the door. I could hear the creature crawling toward the room I was in. The room inside was old, dirty, and musty. I then saw the sliding glass door that led to a small balcony. It was covered in a weird green goo stain. I had a bit of a hard time opening it, but I used all my force and it did slide open eventually. Once I was out on the small balcony, I looked down. I saw that the floor below me had a bigger balcony. It was probably the 3rd floor where the important guests stayed. It had a table and chairs on it too. So, if I was on the old 6th floor, then that's 3 stories fall onto that balcony. I remembered a girl who was my senior who fell from her 2 stories house and broke her ankle and could not walk again, let alone swim. I weighed my options, then suddenly I heard a fast scratching noise from outside the door. I realized I needed to move. So I ripped out the mattress from the bed. I got a surge of adrenaline or something, but I just threw the mattress down on the balcony below. The mattress crashed into the coffee table and chairs of the VIP balcony. I then threw blankets, pillows, and anything soft I could find in the room that I hoped was going to cushion my fall. Suddenly, a woman came out of the balcony on the VIP floor and looked up at me. She asked me what I was doing. When she realized I was going to jump, she yelled, "Wait, don't." I heard a loud bang behind me like a door was burst open. I didn't turn to look, I just maintained eye contact with the woman below and yelled, "Catch me," and jumped. I could feel something coming from behind me, and something sharp did make contact with the back of my shirt, but I was able to escape. 15 minutes later, I had to watch my coach apologizing profusely to the dorm manager as if I did something wrong. What bothered me was that they all believed me. The manager was just annoyed that he already walled up the floor, but it was not enough. Then, I was told I had to go back up to the new 6th floor and sleep there. There was nowhere else to sleep. We couldn't afford a hotel. Just use the stairs, my coach said. When I finally lay down on the bed, and my left ear hit the pillow, I heard a scratching sound coming from the floor below. I know it was her, trying to make her way up to me. I feed on your rage, but you're unaliving me. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need all of you to listen to me. I need you to stop being so angry. I need your rage at everything to lessen. I need you to calm down, think rationally, and stop belligerently overreacting to every little thing that bothers you. I need you to stop hating each other. I need you to stop unaliving and loathing and fearing. You're unaliving us, and we don't know how to stop you. You see, my kind, we feed off the rage. We feed off overt emotions. It's the reason for our existence, to siphon off the excessive emotions so creatures can survive their extremes without damaging their souls. We've been around since before you. We lived in the ether between worlds and dimensions, feeding on the small amounts of excess from creatures in this world and others. So many of us began focusing on this plane of existence because even before the birth of humans, this world had so much food for us. You, however, are a bounty of tastes, like nothing we had experienced before. The ones that came before you had excess, but it was very primitive. Allow me to explain. The more basic a creature's mind, the more basic its emotions. Primates, larger-brained animals, and such are the only things that make excess enough to draw our attention. Mammals were beginning on this plane for us because until they formed thoughts and feelings, the only drive in creatures was to survive and procreate. Not much there to sink your teeth into. Then came mammals. They felt jealous. They felt anger. They felt joy. For the first time in this dimension, we had something to taste. It was small but delicious. A few of us saw the potential and decided to stick around and see where things went. Then the primates evolved. Oh, the lovely feast we had. They had so much rage for other groups of their kind, and the rage was so delicious we couldn't help but glut ourselves on the bountiful fruits. They kept evolving, and with every evolutionary step you took, more and more of my kind came here to feast on the overabundance of delights your world had to offer. We watched and fed and came to love what you offered us. Anger, sadness, pain, joy, fear, love, there was so much to dine on, so many new delicacies we'd never experienced before. I can't say for certain if my kind exists anywhere else now. There was just too much here to bother, and I believe we're all here now. As you grew into societies, we grew with you. Our vastness began to not only help you grow, but our growth protected you. We made your world safer and more stable. We used our massive essence to protect you from the heat of the sun. We didn't want what happened to the red planet to happen to yours. We cultivated and protected this wonderful food source. Did you know the red planet you call Mars used to be similar to yours when your son was young? Oh yes. There were creatures, there was water, and there was life. But the creatures were cold, emotionless things that we didn't pay any attention to. They couldn't sustain us. We didn't even notice their passing and the death of their world because we were so fixated on yours. I imagine had we had the range of emotions you enjoy, we would have felt guilt for not helping them, but we just didn't have that capacity. Unfortunately, we do now. You see, I don't think when we have created the possibility of you existed. You are such complex little creatures and you aren't even aware of how amazing that is. Alas, I'm getting off topic. After centuries of eating excess intelligence, I've managed to insinuate myself into what you call the internet. Such an amazing creation you've made, unique across all dimensions and so amazing. It's through this that I've found my way to communicate with you. I'm using what little of myself I have left to beg for your help. You see, we're all dying. You are unaliving us. You are destroying the very fiber of our existence and we can't escape you. We've instilled ourselves so directly that we don't know where we begin and where we end, only that we can't remove ourselves from this world like we used to. We couldn't have known those amazing little creatures that drew us here would become so overflowing with rage, fear, sadness, hatred, and so many other negative emotions. We can't eat it all. The darkness is consuming and unaliving us bit by bit. It drives some of us mad, and that's the worst of it. The very first time one of my kind went mad and died because of it, your kind had a war that unalived thousands. It was devastating to all of us and we didn't know what to do. We didn't know death before we met you. We didn't know our existence could stop. We thought, that can't happen again, that's not right. We were so blind to the bottomless emotions your species could create. That first war started because when that first one went mad, it regurgitated what it couldn't stomach anymore. It spilled all over your world. The hate, rage, and fear your species already had in you was amplified by what we already saved you from being thrown back on you. Centuries of loathing and sadness and terror concentrated just thrown on you. It was too much. We've seen so many wonderful things your species has created, but the horrors we've seen are heavier meals. I don't think we were created to be able to stomach the atrocities your minds are capable of contemplating. When you go to sleep raging and unable to think of anything else, then wake up capable of rational thought and processing again, we ate that excess for you. That's how we survive. We helped each other. Despite our best efforts, you started making so many excess emotions we just couldn't eat them all. Your species, you do horrible things to each other and we try to help, but it's just too much and we are dying. We are choking on the largest meals and being poisoned by too much food. We used to be able to stomach all you could offer and relish the different flavors. Now, all we can eat is your rage, your fear, your horror and sadness. There's too much of it for us to even sample your happiness, your love, your sincerity, and your kindness. It's not overflowing like your loathing. Some of us pass away slowly, fading away without influencing you directly. You're losing your protection from your sun because there are fewer and fewer of us every millennium. Your planet is warming up and those of us who don't go mad and return some of what's been unaliving us back to you still die. We fade away and you lose our protection. Please, help us. You have to start controlling yourselves. Control your anger. Try to be kinder and find joy in things again. Try to find goodness in your world and focus on that. You can save us, and in saving us you'll save yourselves. I know some of you already have plans to just relocate to another world when this one dies, but the mass majority of you can't, or wouldn't even want to. I don't know how many of us are left, but we are all dying. I'm holding on because after eating so many of your emotions I've grown to feel your feelings. And I love you. You can be so beautiful and noble and kind to each other that it can make an emotionless creature love and weep for your species. You're unaliving yourselves and you're unaliving us. Please, I'm afraid. I've never felt emotions before, but in my dying, I'm terrified. Not only for myself but for you, my dear creatures. What will happen to you when I'm gone? When my kind is gone from your world, what horrors will you visit on yourselves? What miseries could I have saved you from? How can I make you see the magnificence of your future suffering without us if you can't see what's happening in your world while we still live? Please, you have to do something. I don't want to die. I'm scared. My mom kept me safe with a text code. She just used it. My mom was my whole world when I was growing up. When I was 7, my father left my mom and me after she found him having an open affair with a coworker. He beat her up for having the audacity to leave him, but she got the house and scrubbed him from our lives. She decided she would focus on herself and taking care of other women, so she worked for lots of women's shelters and such. She eventually became a court counselor and social worker for abused women and children, and she helped people get out of abusive situations. She understood the world isn't always kind to women. Being the amazing woman she was, she knew growing up as a girl is already hard, so we had safety codes and phrases built in to keep me safe. She also had a special rule that if I was in trouble, I could call her or text her in our special way and she would come to get me, no questions asked, and with no consequences. That way if I was in trouble, I could call her without fear of her reaction or punishment. She told me she understood being a teen means making choices of your own, and sometimes those are really stupid choices, but they shouldn't cost me my innocence. She cared first and foremost for my safety. When I was 11 I went on my first sleepover and I just wasn't comfortable. I wanted to go home but I didn't want my friends' feelings to get hurt. Our code was 2 punctuations. If I used 2 of any punctuation at the end, that meant I needed help or wanted to leave, but didn't want a person near me to know. Me, hey mom. Mom, hey, your uncle just called and I might need to come to get you. Can you tell your friend you have to leave? Me, do I have to? Mom, yes, please pack up. That way I saved face and could blame my mom. I did use it from time to time but it was rare. I knew I always had that safety net growing up, though I was pretty safe in the area we lived in. It was a small town on the outskirts of a college town, and I was advanced for my age so most of my friends were the kids my mom was always around with the shelters, and they were pretty laid-back kids for the most part. I also hung around the shelters and the women would talk to me like I was grown, which was nice considering I was closer in age to half of them than my mom was. I didn't hang out with any rebellious kids and never really did anything stupid enough to be noted until college. When I started college 2 years early, I realized quickly how safe my little town was. I was graduating early and only 16, but the college I went to was the one right next to our town, and I could live at home and drive to campus and such. I had gotten intoxicated a small handful of times but my friends and I were always safe and didn't drive. My first frat party was a lot. I'd never seen so many intoxicated people doing such crazy stuff. It was exhilarating but also really overwhelming. I ended up finding a quiet corner with a few people chilling. I struck up a conversation with a cute guy and he offered to get me a drink. I know, dumb naive girl, I didn't think twice and drank the drink. About 10 minutes later I started feeling strange and went to the bathroom. I had my phone in my hand when I heard Mr.'s polite knocking on the door, but I could barely see my screen as I texted my mom. Me, I'm at street redacted, can I stay a little past curfew? Mom, not, I'm coming to pick you up right now young lady. Me. It was all I could see to press in my rapidly blurring state before the guy managed to get the door open and help me out of the bathroom. He checked my phone, saw the messages to my mom, and with a snide huff, called me a worthless baby, kicked me in the thigh, and left me sitting in the hallway alone. I know for a fact my mom got me out of a horrible situation that night. Part of our code was if we included an address, it was an emergency. An address meant danger. She had burned it into my memory. Know the address, write it down, copy it as a memo on your phone, anything. So I memorized addresses before I went to parties, and she saved me that night. She didn't get mad I was drinking or somewhere she had warned me against going. She was just so worried about me and wanted me to be okay. That night she took me to the hospital and they put me on saline and something else to help flush the substance from my system. I just remember mom sitting by my bed looking relieved but still worried. I didn't realize how dangerous that situation could have gotten, but she did. Beyond that, I don't remember ever needing the code. She talked to me and told me the hard truths of being a young woman in today's world after I sobered up, and I've been very careful ever since. Last month my mom passed away from a fatal heart attack. She had always had a weak heart and she was saving up money to get a pacemaker, but it just didn't happen fast enough. I was completely devastated. I thought of my mom as a permanent fixture in my life, the rock that was always keeping me grounded and safe. She was immortal in my eyes and I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to move on with my life without my confidant, my protector. I just didn't know what to do. When I opened her door and she wasn't there I just cried. Knowing she would never be there again was just so horrible. I texted her phone and it rang on the table. I looked at it and wanted to throw it across the room, but I would never do that. Could never do that. She loved that damn phone. She loved being able to have her pictures and music all together and play her phone games. She would sit and watch short films and funny videos for hours after she should be sleeping. It was her guilty pleasure, that phone. That's when the thought struck me. I remembered the funeral director told me I could place items in her casket that were important to her, and I decided then and there, I would clone her phone on my computer to save all her data and pictures and I would give her her phone. I loved the idea of her playing her phone games and laughing at videos in the afterlife. The thought made me smile and took a sliver of grief away. I knew it was silly, and I didn't know how long her cell bill was paid up for, but I just couldn't stop thinking about how fitting it would be. She always did joke about coming back to haunt me just to play her games and watch videos, so why not give her something to tie her over until she sorted out how to haunt me to get her to fix it. Her funeral was sad but lovely. She was surrounded by her favorite flowers, tiger lilies, and birds of paradise. Woman after a woman came up to me and told me how much of a difference my mom made in their lives. I thought of all the lives that she'd touched and all the people she helped throughout her life. Despite my grief, I couldn't help but be proud of my mom, and proud to be her daughter. Getting home after the wake and more condolences, I finally sat down on mom's couch and turned my ringer on for the first time since I left for the funeral. Immediately I got a missed text notification. Mom, I love you too. I stared at my phone. The text I had sent her the day she died was there right before it, so I knew it wasn't a spoof number. I thought for a minute that this was some prank, but I couldn't figure out who would do something like this. I decided to assume it was a well-meaning friend of my mom's who maybe shared her number. Me, please don't text me from this number. This is my mom's number and she just passed away. I waited. I saw the of typing. My heart was in my throat as I waited to get a text back from whoever was using my mom's phone number. Mom, I'm at a redacted location, can you come to visit me? My heart froze in my chest. I hadn't noticed in the first message. I was too freaked out. 2 periods. I reread the second message, which was about the cemetery's location, with 2 question marks. She had to have been buried alive. I called the funeral director and begged him to meet me back at the plot. Something was wrong. He swore up and down she couldn't be alive. They didn't do an autopsy, but she was dead. I just cried and begged and showed him the text until he finally agreed to meet me and help me find out what was going on. I put that phone in my mother's casket myself before they sealed it and lowered it down. Nobody has that phone but her. Finally convinced nothing would soothe my panicked crying, he called an emergency exhumation. The ground was still freshly filled in, so getting her dug up fast was easy. They opened her casket and her phone was in her hand rather than in the purse at her side that I had put in there with her. On her screen was an unsent message to me. Mom, under me. That was the day they found the first body. Teenage girls had been disappearing over the years at a slightly raised rate for the last 6 years or so, but most were assumed to be runaways and ignored. Families had begged the police to look for their children, but it fell on deaf ears. It turns out the cemetery caretaker would stake out grieving families. He was stalking the girls and would then kidnap them when they were coming home from school. He would unalive them and bury them under fresh graves before putting in the casket and filling them in, hiding all evidence of his crimes in plain sight. After finding his map and his souvenirs, they were able to give closure to 27 families. To me, the most chilling evidence they found was that a detective reluctantly showed me at my insistence. It was a collection of pictures of my mom's funeral where my 13-year-old niece's picture was circled. I know you guys are going to ask, so I'll tell you. I did get one last text from my mom. It was a week after all the media calmed down and I was able to return to my grief. It's hard to grieve when people are questioning you about everything and calling you a hero. I knew I wasn't, but they just didn't want to listen to my story. They just assumed I saw something before they lowered mom's casket down. So after I finally got a chance to sit down and be alone, I put on one of my mom's favorite horror movies, and I texted her one last time. I didn't expect anything supernatural. I just felt like it would give me a little closure. Me, I love you, Mom. I miss you so much. I hope you're happy wherever you are now. I set my phone down and wiped away the tears that were flowing freely. This movie was still as good as the first time she showed it to me, and it's cathartic to feel these emotions. I was genuinely startled when my mom's text ringtone went off. Mom, I love you too, honey, and I am. The woman in white. My earliest memory is of dying. I was 4 years old, holding my mother's hand, walking to church alongside her. She was wearing high heels and a blue skirt, patterned with red cherries and pears. As we walked, I saw a park across the street, complete with a swing set and slide, and decided that I wanted to be there, so I wrenched free of my mother's hand and ran out into the street. My mother screamed and lunged for me, but she was too late. I was halfway across the road when a large gray truck sped around the corner. Don't worry. It missed me. The truck swerved and slammed on its brakes, skidding to a stop with me on one side and Mom on the other. With this obstacle in her path, I had enough of a head start to continue my sprint toward the park. I was deaf to her screams, now infused with anger, rather than mortal panic, as I sped underneath one of the park's giant elm trees, the coveted swing set drawing nearer with every tiny step. And then, just as suddenly as I had taken off, I collapsed, skidding to an ungraceful halt on the ground, spoiling my Sunday best with grass stains and dirt. I was being chased. From below, my friends cheered wildly. I was the undisputed champion of time tag and had been all summer. But my title was in jeopardy. Zach was gaining fast. He and I were the only two players left, and the timer on my wristwatch said I only had to evade him for 23 more seconds. But why? I asked myself as I skinned my knee against the bark. Had I climbed this stupid tree? I had more questions, too, like, who am I? Where did Mom go? And why am I so much bigger now? Higher and higher we climbed. Zach could almost reach out and touch me. 14 seconds. I slid myself along a branch, hoping to reach another one nearby. Instead, my shoe skidded across a patch of smooth wood, and down I went. My stomach seemed to fall at a different speed than the rest of me. I hadn't realized I'd climbed so high. I hit the ground, not with a thud, but with a revolting crunch. I'd landed on my back, and had felt my ribs all break at once. There was no pain, just a peculiar, powerful tightening in my chest like I was being squeezed by a giant snake. I was going to have to go to the hospital, and my parents couldn't afford it. How could I have been so stupid? Dad's going to unalive me, I thought hazily, assuming I don't die right here and now. I was vaguely aware of the swing set off to the side, wafting in the summer breeze, and of my friends gathering around me in reverence. As my mind faded back into reality, a high-pitched beeping cut the silence like a scalpel, signaling that I was still the undisputed champion of time tag. I awoke, terribly confused, in the shade of the giant elm. I heard shouts and sat up to see the driver of the gray truck running over to me, my mother trailing behind barefoot, clutching her high heels. When she reached me, she dropped her shoes and took my face in both her hands. "Are you all right?" she said, her voice utterly frantic. "What happened to you?" "Tripped," I said, because it seemed like the thing to say, I suppose. In truth, I had no idea what had happened to me. I couldn't even begin to process it. She let out her breath in a rush and clutched my head tightly to her breast. "Don't you ever do that again," she said. "I won't, Mom," I replied. It was the first time I died. It would be far from the last. It's amazing, the things you don't think of when you're only 8 years old. Though I'd never told anyone about it, I remembered clearly the strange and terrible experience I'd had on that misbegotten walk to church. And I, along with every other child in town, was constantly reminded of the dangers of climbing trees. The sad case of Quinn Pleasance, a local kid who had died years earlier after falling from a tree, was happily weaponized by the adults as a cautionary tale. There was an obvious connection to be made between these two occurrences, but somehow, I had not yet made it. That wouldn't be true for much longer. It was the summer of 2009. I was walking with my best friend Caden down Main Street in Swiss Knife, which I still call my hometown even though I haven't lived there in over a decade now. Before you ask, it's named after the Swiss Knife River. You could ask me how that river got its name, but as I'm not an encyclopedia, I couldn't tell you. Look, the point is, we'd just gotten out of a movie at the Sticky Shoe, which was the universally, and affectionately, used moniker for our town's dollar theater. No need to ask where that name came from. It was summer, so the street was hot. The movie had been good, so we were excited. And yet, a chilly sense of turmoil rested unspoken between us. The past few months had been bad for my parents, so bad that my mother had begun hinting that she and I would not be residents of Swiss Knife for much longer. As for my dad, well, he didn't talk to me much anymore. Or even look at me, for that matter. Between the two of them, there was a carnival of bitterness and betrayal to which I would be oblivious until years later. All I knew then was that these summer days in Swiss Knife, with Caden, and with the Sticky Shoe, might be running out, and thus they were filled with a sense of urgency that could at times verge on ruinous. Still, the dread was buried deep on this particular July afternoon, as my best friend and I strolled down Main Street and talked animatedly about the movie that we'd just seen. No, the coolest part was when Caden shivered violently, abruptly, then stopped dead in his tracks. "Whoa," he said, with a bit of a laugh. "I've just got these crazy goosebumps." I turned and began to reply. "That's weird, it's so hot." And before I could say outside, I was thrown into a new world inside my mind. A world where it was not Caden by my side, but a pretty teenage girl. A world in which I was much taller, and could see tanned, lean muscle on my forearm where before there had only been pale skin and freckles. The pretty girl was clutching my arm and laughing merrily. I was in Swiss Knife, on the same part of Main Street where Caden and I had just been walking, and the beginning of fall nip hung in the night air. The street was mostly empty, save for a few people half a block ahead who'd exited the new Cinema 6, a movie theater, in our town, more quickly than us. But what was the rush? I was with Sadie, my best girl, and nothing else mattered. Strangely, I'd also never seen Sadie before in my life, and the term best girl sounded odd to me. Did I mean girlfriend? And why were we both wearing clothes that looked like they could be from my grandparents' photo albums? I felt it just seconds before I saw it. A sense of unease, as if something was very wrong but I didn't know what, and then headlights from the opposite side of the road, veering over towards us. They were so bright that I couldn't see the face of the person driving. All I could see was the car, a bulky, brand new Chevy that by the summer of 2009 might have been sold as an antique. The car struck me with a force I couldn't have imagined, and it hit Sadie too, and then it hit the outside wall of the pizza shop behind us. I was pinned in between. There was no pain. I couldn't see Sadie. My last glimpse of her had been a canary yellow shoe soaring somewhere off to the left. I smelled pizza and gasoline. As my head slumped down on the twisted hood of the Chevy, and my vision blurred, I vaguely wondered if I'd be hurt too bad to play in the homecoming game next weekend. Dude, wake up. I was on Main Street. My head was throbbing badly. And Caden was kneeling next to me, shaking my shoulder. I opened my eyes fully and sat up, hand at the back of my head. "What happened?" I asked. I dunno, Caden said, eyes wide. You just, passed out. You hit your head. Ha, I said, tears stinging my eyes. From the pain, but also from what I'd just seen. It had been so horrible, so real. Let's go to my house, Caden said, perhaps to stop me from crying. We have Otter Pops. 3 nights later, my grandma, Mom's mom, came over. Dad had moved into a hotel room that day, which I remember finding strange because hotels were places where you stayed when you went to Disneyland and stuff like that. Grandma lived close, so she came to help Mom, who had been crying a lot. I was bewildered by the whole unhappy circumstance but knew my mother well enough not to ask too many questions about it. But there was something else I'd been curious about, too. Grandma, I asked, over dinner. You've lived here your whole life, right? In Swiss Knife? Oh, since I was about 14. Yep, the summer after 8th grade Daddy got the factory job, and that took us here, and I've been here ever since, she said. You know old Buck, excuse me, Mr. Wilfork, down the block? We rented out his basement for a year while Daddy was building the new house. 57, that would have been. No, 58. Or was it? Ah, hell. Mine's not what it used to be. This answer was in keeping with every other answer I'd heard her give about her past, in which she'd answer not only the question you asked but also 5 others you didn't, and then closed by lamenting that her mind just wasn't what it used to be. Did anyone ever get hit by a car on Main Street? I asked. A long time ago, by the sticky shoe? Oh, yes, she said, eyes alight with memory. Dreadful thing. You know, it was Sadie Prentice and that boy she was with. Well, that wasn't her last name at the time, of course, it was, hell, anyway, hit by some out-of-towner, intoxicated off his butt. Mom, my mother interjected. Well, he was. Grandma went on indignantly. Unalived himself, the fool, and that football boy too. Dead right there on the street. And of course, she said, nodding to me, you've seen what happened to poor Sadie. I looked at Grandma, uncomprehending. Mrs. Prentice, Mom said to me. From church. My eyes went wide. Mrs. Prentice, whose wheelchair had been perched in the aisle of our church every Sunday for as long as I could remember. That was her? That was the pretty girl I'd seen on my arm. Inside my mind, puzzle pieces that I hadn't even known existed were rapidly fastening together. Now, why are you bringing up a crazy thing like that? Grandma asked. I shook my head, partially in response, and partially to quell the memory of what Quinn Pleasance's ribs had sounded like when they cracked through his lungs. No reason, I said feebly. Will you pass the corn, please? I never did tell Caden what happened to me on Main Street that day. Not that I had many occasions to, Mom and I moved 3 weeks later. The woman in white. I never did tell Caden what happened to me on Main Street that day. Not that I had many occasions to, Mom and I moved 3 weeks later. We found ourselves in yet another smallish, oldish town, full of people who'd lived there most of their lives. A lot of those places around, I guess. This one was called Wheeler, which was a very boring name for a town, as far as I was concerned. There was a main street in Wheeler, but no dollar theater. No theater at all. It had been 10 months to the day since I'd seen Dad. At first, I thought he was just busy, but I'd quickly come to realize that the man wanted nothing to do with me. I spent a long time angry about it, but when Mom let slip to me, years later, that he wasn't my real dad, a part of me understood. Mom had been drunk when she told me. She'd first taken to drinking in Wheeler, even on the day we moved into our sprawling, decrepit new rental, which had once functioned as a sort of hospice care facility before being remodeled. I'd had to unload most of the U-Haul with Derek, some weird guy she'd found to help us move, while Mom sipped wine from a steadily replenishing glass and slurred instructions on where to put down boxes. There had been a lot of weird guys around, ever since we'd moved to Wheeler. But these sorts of things sail over a 9-year-old's head, and so for me, life in Wheeler went back to a close approximation of normal. I started at a new school, made new friends, and Grandma even drove up for dinner on Sunday nights. On one of those nights, she tottered up our driveway struggling with a large container. I rushed out the front door to help her. What's this? I asked, reaching to take the container, a large crate, from her. She didn't need to answer. A small yip from inside the crate announced the arrival of Chuck, a 10-week-old Siberian husky who I immediately loved with my whole heart. Chuck wasn't a substitute for a dad, but he was something that kept me busy, and maybe that's all you need, in the end. I fed Chuck, trained him, took him on runs, and cleaned all his poop. I gave him baths, clipped his nails, and kept an eye out for any health problems. When necessary, I scheduled veterinary appointments myself. In return, he gave me undying loyalty and the sort of starstruck, giddy love only a puppy can manage. There was just one tiny problem. Chuck didn't like the house. Or, at least, he didn't like certain parts of the house. I couldn't figure it out. He'd get on my bed, but never the guest bed. He'd whine warily at one random place on the kitchen floor. And he wouldn't go inside my mom's bedroom at all. At first, I thought it was just a weird personality quirk. It wasn't until one day in the fall of 2011 that I realized it might be something else entirely. I'd just gotten home from school, 5th grade, now, and Chuck greeted me at the door with sloppy kisses. I set my backpack down, got myself a glass of iced water from the fridge, and walked up the stairs, Chuck keeping pace at my side. As I turned down the long upstairs hallway toward my bedroom, though, Chuck stopped in his tracks, whimpering softly. What's wrong, boy? I asked. He just sat on his hind legs, staring intently at the closed door right next to my bedroom, the guest room. Yeah, I know you don't like it in there, I said with a shrug. I took another couple of steps toward my bedroom when Chuck started to growl. He never growled. I looked back at him, eyebrows raised. He was more alert than I'd ever seen him. Something was wrong. I must have stared at that door for a solid minute. Mom? I eventually called out, my voice a bit muted, hesitant to make too loud a noise. I didn't know whether or not she was home. I'd given up trying to figure out her schedule. Chuck took a careful step towards the guest room door, then immediately retreated. My heart was thumping in my throat. I took a deep breath. Then, with a clamming palm, I opened the guest room door and looked inside. But it wasn't the guest room at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was the same room. Same ceiling, the same window, and the same notch in the far wall. But, it was different. A ghastly papering of cream and teal stripes, totally unfamiliar, lined the walls. The bed, which sat right where the guest bed had, was old-looking, with a painted metal frame and clean white linens. The only thing that seemed out of place was an ominous dark stain on the floor beside the bed. This wasn't quite the same as that long-ago day in the park, or what I'd seen outside the sticky shoe more than 2 years earlier. But it felt similar. I was glimpsing something, a memory, I just wasn't enveloped in it. Yet. But that was coming, I could tell, like a torturous sneeze that just wouldn't, woof. One sharp, devastatingly loud bark from Chuck snapped me back to my senses. My chest heaved, and my hand shook. I looked around. It was the guest room again, through and through. Navy blue wallpaper. My parents' old bed. A small brown dresser my grandma had given us years earlier. Yep. The guest room. Same as always. Only now, I couldn't help wondering. What happened here? That question had an answer, and it was more noxious and foul than I could have imagined. I wouldn't begin to learn it for another 10 months. July 2012. I remember the date so well because Wheeler had gotten a brand new, state-of-the-art movie theater, but I'd been scared to go. A shooting in a Colorado theater had just shocked the nation. I had begun to think more deeply about the things I had seen. The deaths I'd seemingly experienced, albeit through another's eyes. Why had these visions come to me? Why had I been granted this terrifying, macabre privilege? Surely there was a reason, and I determined that it was up to me to discover it. And so it was that I resolved to spend a night, not in my bed, but on the old, lumpy mattress in the guest room next door. I began the evening more melodramatically than I now care to admit, lighting candles and chanting the only Latin words I knew, e pluribus unum. I briefly considered sprinkling salt on the floor, but I knew I'd never get it out of the cracks in the hardwood. Still, with only a few horror movies under my belt, I'd managed to throw together a perfectly respectable seance, and I hoped that it would set a nice mood for any ghosts who wanted to show me how they died. I went to bed disappointed, drifting away in the wee hours of the morning, having spent a thoroughly boring night staring at the moonlight reflected against the notch on the wall. I woke briefly, before it was light out, and was at first confused why the window was on the wrong side of the room. Then I remembered that I was in the guest room, and made to rub my eyes, and I was jarred fully awake by the sight of my saggy, wrinkled, liver-splotched hand. I attempted to sit bolt upright, but received a sharp pain in my spine from my trouble, and scarcely moved an inch. I felt so tired, almost dead. But there was no fear of the end, only a resigned, reluctant acceptance. The party had grown stale, it was almost time to leave. Death had already come for my parents, my husband, and my old friends. I could be no different. So why were my palms sweating? Why was my weak, decrepit heart pounding against my ribcage in desperation? I was scared, terrified, even, but of what, I did not know. I just couldn't remember. The doorknob turned with a creak, and the door swung open, and in walked the devil herself. The one who frightened me, even when death did not. The woman in white. "Hello, Dorothy," she said. A light smile graced her beautiful lips. Why did she have to be beautiful? It would somehow be easier if she were not. I turned my head, slightly, to see what she wheeled in behind her. A cart, with a tray on top. On the tray were various needles, formulas, and units of serrated, violent-looking surgical equipment. What would she do with them? I could not remember everything, but I remembered the screams. The screams of all the others. "No," I croaked. "No, please." There, Dorothy," the woman in white crooned. She closed the door behind her, and the lock clicked with finality. "This will only hurt for a while. I suppose we've reached the part of the story where I tell you about Mrs. Vance. Ms. Vance was my 8th grade history teacher. Most of the students liked her a lot. I never did, and for a long time, it was a complete mystery why. She was nice, funny, and cared about her job. Though middle-aged, she was also exceptionally pretty, in a way that sometimes made it hard to focus on what she was saying. We'd spent most of the year in her class talking about the history of our state, but had recently turned toward family history, and how it was a kind of history we could all easily accessible. We were encouraged to talk to our parents, and our grandparents, and learn as much as we could about our genealogy. The final project was to present our findings to the class. To demonstrate, Mrs. Vance prepared a presentation about her family history. She began by talking about herself, how she'd grown up in Wheeler, been raised by a single mother, and never married, though she did have a son who was grown up and living far away. The slide flipped from a picture of her child to a picture of her father, from modern-day color to an old-timey sepia. "Unfortunately, I never really knew my dad," she said, and there was clear regret in her voice. "He disappeared when I was very, very young. He might have run away, something might have happened to him, we'll probably never know. But, I suppose every family has a few mysteries." She cleared her throat. "My mother, Edith, however, the real Miss Vance, as I like to call her, still lives in Wheeler to this day. Though, she's a very old lady now." The picture on the slideshow changed once more, and I audibly gasped as a woman, movie star beautiful, appeared on the classroom screen, smiling sweetly and dressed in a medical uniform. White, of course. A few kids turned to look at me, and I did my best to turn my gasp into a cough. I barely even registered as Miss Vance gushed about her mother, who had been an administrator and hospice nurse at the Halliburton Home, a local facility where elderly people would go to live out their final days. I was too numb with shock to notice much of anything besides the photograph, taken in a building that was now my home, of a woman whom I knew to be an unaliver. I had begun to think of my visions as marks, left unwittingly by terrible deaths. I had no idea why I could see them, or what I was supposed to do about them. But I knew one thing for certain. Edith Vance was the vilest woman who had ever been born. I had learned to live with the memory, not even mine, of falling from that tree in the park. The smell of gasoline, as it singed someone else's nostrils outside a theater that would one day be known as the Sticky Shoe. But those were nothing, compared to what had happened to the poor woman called Dorothy on the night that the woman in white walked into her room. The former, I remembered. The latter I could never forget. It hadn't been an isolated case, either. Dorothy had known to fear her. Recalled the screams of the others, even as her mind was fading and she could recall little else. How many others had there been? I sat on this question, and on the identity of the woman in white, for nearly 3 years. I simply didn't know what to do. At least, not until the day Mom finally got the pantry door unstuck. The woman in white. How many others had there been? I sat on this question, and on the identity of the woman in white, for nearly 3 years. I simply didn't know what to do. At least, not until the day Mom finally got the pantry door unstuck. The house had been a fixer-upper, to put it charitably, when we bought it years earlier, but we hadn't done much fixing up. The realtor had told Mom that we'd have a pantry, in theory, but that the previous owners hadn't even been able to get the door open. There was ample enough cupboard space that we never put much effort into it, beyond a few errant tugs of the knob. But on this day, Mom's drinking habit had finally tipped beyond what our cupboards and fridge could hold. She'd needed somewhere to put the rest of her liquor, and it was with an addict's determination for a fix that she managed the impossible. It was wonderful to have a pantry, she gushed that evening. Only, she'd have to figure out how to get rid of that terrible chill in there. I waited for Mom to retire to her bedroom for the night before making my way to the pantry door. I'm still not sure how, but I knew I'd find a mark inside. Only the details remained, waiting to be discovered. I opened the door, shivering as I stepped inside, grateful to be away from the Wheeler winter air. Jesus, this place was freezing. A fresh pang of guilt perched atop an already abundant layer of the stuff. How could Sarah have left him out here? There was a mahogany coat rack near the door, but I had no intention of removing my coat. Tattered though it was, I was numb with cold and wore only a thin blouse underneath. I stamped my feet on the mat to knock off the snow, then strode to the front desk, where an impossibly gorgeous woman, dressed in white, looked up from her work. She smiled sweetly at me. How can I help you, ma'am? I spoke, forcefully, in hopes that an air of confidence might help my chances. I'm here to pick up my father. Vernon Chadwick. The woman, Edith, her name tag said, continued to smile, though the sweetness seemed to fade a bit. And, you are? I'm his daughter. Geraldine. Edith opened a drawer and pulled out a file. It says here that Vern was placed by a woman named Sarah Trevor. My sister, I said, struggling to keep the disdain from my voice. She shouldn't have dumped him here like this. I've only just found out. I'm sorry, Edith said, and she did not look sorry at all. But your sister has already paid a substantial sum to place your father in our care. I'm afraid I can't allow anyone except her, or her husband, to remove him. What if I paid you? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. I had no money to pay, of course, but I had bigger problems at the moment. You don't understand, Edith said. There are policies in place here. Regulations. Paperwork. I can't just let anyone come in and snatch away one of my residents whenever they please. I don't even have any proof that you are whom you say you are. I scrambled through the torn pocket of my coat for my wallet, so that I could show this woman my ID. But I didn't have it. I'd left immediately after finding out Dad was here, and I hadn't even thought to bring it. My voice broke. Can I at least see him? He'll be able to tell you who I am. What was left of Edith's smile faded entirely, and her face, still beautiful, was now terrible too. Vern won't be able to tell us anything at all, I'm afraid. What are you talking about? Of course, he will. Listen, I'm not leaving until... Edith held up a hand and interjected with an impatient air. Ma'am, she began, but then our eyes met, and her expression softened. She sighed heavily. Okay. All right. But you'll need to fill out some forms. She gestured to a room behind her. Back there, you'll see an open closet. There will be a few clipboards on a shelf. Grab one of those, and fill out the papers on it. I breathed a sigh of relief, almost unable to comprehend how quickly Edith's demeanor had changed. It had been jarring, certainly, but not unwelcome. And once I fill out these forms, I thought as I walked into the other room and grabbed a clipboard, I'll be able to see. Every muscle in my body clamped up at once as a needle, long and thin, slid into my neck. I lost my balance, falling backward, but could not move my arms enough to catch myself. I hit the floor with a thud, my head smacking the wood. I realized with horror, as I lay there, that I was completely paralyzed. I could not move at all. From behind me, I felt Edith's hand slide under my armpits. She dragged me across the floor, then laid me down roughly. Something was leaking passively from the hole in my neck, though I didn't know if it was blood or whatever she'd injected me with. My head was pointed at the ceiling, and I heard a small commotion next to me, but I could not turn to see. But then, Edith knelt beside me, and with one hand, nails exquisitely polished, she tilted my head to the side. There was a rug bunched on the floor, moved from its place, and an open trapdoor with a ladder leading down into darkness. And there was that sweet smile again. Geraldine, she crooned. Do you see that cellar? You're going to die down there. And it's all because you're an ugly, tiresome woman, and I don't want to look at you anymore. And with that, she grabbed me by the front of my old, ratty coat, and hurled me roughly through the hole in the floor. I regained consciousness near the pantry, lying in my sweat. I wasn't sure why I had awoken so suddenly. Perhaps Geraldine had landed on her neck, amused. Such a fate would surely have been preferable to whatever Edith had in store for her. I got to my hands and knees, feeling weak, and looked toward the place where the trapdoor had been hidden, directly under our kitchen table. But it wasn't there anymore, just a flat hardwood surface. I crawled over to it and looked more closely. There was a slight color difference. Some planks of wood were newer than others. There had been something here, but no longer. The sound of Chuck a few feet away, whining at his customary spot on the kitchen floor, tore me from my thoughts. It would be easy, I realized, to remove access to a building's cellar, but harder to remove the cellar itself. And I knew, as surely as I knew the color of my own eyes, that if someone were to rip out our kitchen floor, they would find a cellar underneath, and a dusty set of bones, perhaps still clad in an old, tattered coat. I knew something else, too. What to do next? I rang the doorbell and waited for a moment. But it wasn't long before the old lady answered, smiling sweetly. "Oh, come in," she said with enthusiasm, ushering me inside. "Hang your coat there," she said, pointing at a mahogany coat rack in her entrance hall. "Now, I've got hot water on the stove for tea. Let me offer you a cup." I nodded my agreement and followed her into her tidy, spacious home. It was elegant without being showy, the decor was timeless. She gestured to a couch in her living room, and before long she tottered back into the room with 2 steaming mugs of tea. She sat on a plush armchair across from me. "It's nice to meet you, Edith," I said. "Well, I just can't imagine why anyone would want to bother with me," she replied, "but regardless, you seem like a very nice young man, and I'm glad to be speaking with you." I grinned and pulled out my phone. "Do you mind if I record this? It'll help our conversation flow more naturally if I'm not taking notes." She hesitated for an almost unnoticeable moment, before nodding her assent. "Yes, of course, that's fine." "Excellent," I said, then started my voice recording app, set my phone down, and began what would prove to be a very short interview. "So, as Ms. Vance, your daughter, I call her Ms. Vance, probably told you, I'm a writer with the high school newspaper, The Forecaster. Yes, we're doing profiles on people in our community who are, getting on in years, but who have made a lot of great contributions in their lifetime that can sometimes go unnoticed or unappreciated. Well, I'm certainly getting on in years, but," she paused for a moment as if choosing her words carefully. "But I'm pleased with how I spent them. I'm pleased with what I did." "I'm sure you are," I replied. "Now, what your daughter may not have told you is that I have a particular interest in telling your story because you worked at the Halliburton home. I'm sure you've seen that it's been remodeled into a house since then?" "Oh, yes," she said. "I ran the place. And Jacqueline mentioned that you live there now, which I think is just wonderful. I'm so glad the old bones are still around." It took me a moment, but I eventually realized that Jacqueline had to be Ms. Vance, and continued. "No sense in prolonging anything. So, my first question. Did you ever meet anyone angry that their family member had been put in hospice care? Maybe they would have come back one night, saying that they didn't approve, and they wanted this person, their father, let's say, to be given back to them? Believe me when I tell you that a smile has never fallen off of a human head so fast." She spoke haltingly. "Why on earth would your first question be?" "Because the ghost of Vernon Chadwick's daughter, Geraldine, appeared to me and told me all about it," I said, eager to press my interrogation forward. "She's still under our kitchen, you know." I suppose the ghost bit wasn't exactly true, but it had the intended effect. Edith was completely stunned. I wish you could have seen her face. "Okay, so, pass on question 1, then," I went on. "Next question, when you unalived Dorothy, the woman who was staying in what's now our guest room, how hard was it to clean up all the blood after?" I only asked because she didn't show me that part. I saw the razors, and the bit with the intestines, but I can't imagine it would have been very fun, cleaning up. "I'm going to be sick," Edith stammered. "Okay, but before you go throw up or whatever, one more question, are you worried about what's going to happen when you die?" By this point, Edith had turned as white as the medical gown she once wore. "Are you threatening me?" "Oh, no, actually," I said. I'm not a psychopath, so I'm not going to hurt a sweet old lady." "Thank you for the tea, by the way," I said, holding up my mug before taking a sip. I was having more fun than I had expected. Maybe I was wrong, and there's a bit of psychopath in all of us. I don't even want to bring you to any kind of earthly justice, given that it sounds like a lot of trouble, and no offense, but you're probably not going to last much longer anyway," I continued. "I'm just wondering, like, when you die, you know you're going to have to answer to them, right?" "Who?" Edith began. "The people you unalived at Halliburton home," I said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "They're going to be waiting for you. Surely you didn't expect to face no consequence?" "You're a nasty liar," Edith said, clearly shaken, but all pretense of sweetness was now absent. I wondered how this venomous being before me had ever been capable of playing the kindly old woman. I shook my head. "How else would I know this, Edith? Ask yourself. Ask yourself. Is there any other way?" She sat, staring at her lap, and I stood. "I should go," I said, "before you try and stick a needle in my neck. I'll write a nice article about you, though, I promise." Her eyes flickered over to my phone, still recording the conversation. "As I said, Edith, I'm not here to get you in trouble. I'm here to take away your peace." My peace?" "Yes," I said. "You didn't just unalive people, Edith. You tortured them. Maimed them. Many of them spent their final days terrified of the night you'd walk through their door. I don't know why you did it, but I know how the people you did it to felt. And I think it's only right that, in your final days, you feel the same way." I paused for a moment, before concluding. "They agree. Edith died only 6 months later. I went to the funeral. The woman in white. Edith died only 6 months later. I went to the funeral. Thank you for that lovely article you wrote," Ms. Vance said to me that day. "She wasn't quite the same in those last few months. I'm just so glad you were able to speak with her before she started to go downhill." "It was my pleasure," I replied. Edith was one of a kind. I glanced at the corpse in the casket, skin sallow, expression vacant, and didn't feel much of anything. "So sorry for your loss," I lied. I couldn't yet empathize with what it must feel like to lose a mother. I wouldn't lose my own for another 2 years. My mom went the way you might expect if you've read this far, a deadly cocktail. She lay in bed for over 36 hours before I noticed something was unusual. I emailed my professors and told them I needed some time to handle everything. They were very understanding. Of course, journalism programs aren't exactly the most demanding on offer. I buried my mom. I spent months trying to sell the house. Eventually, I was told I should wait, and that I could get more money when the market swung. I left my mom's room untouched, unentered, for almost a year. But a couple of weeks ago, I decided to sleep in there. I suppose I was looking for her mark. I found a mark, but it wasn't hers. It was Vernon Chadwick's. I slept in there again the next night. Again, the night after, and again and again and again. Chuck, my loyal, beautiful old dog, stayed far away each time. All told, the woman in white unalived 9 people in that room, that I know of, anyway. Each of them had been terrified. Each had known she was coming. It was on the 10th night that I finally witnessed my mother's death. She was conscious, had felt her heart slowing, speeding up, slowing again. She couldn't move. Her thoughts were fuzzy. She muttered my name. There was a brief moment of clarity, and with it came regret. She was so sad. And then she was gone. In my journalism classes, I've been told I always need to make my purpose in writing clear. Never leave a reader wondering why, they say. But when it comes to this story, I don't know why. Because it's mine, I guess. Sorry if that's disappointing. I'll leave you with this. Somewhere on this earth, there is a place that holds great meaning for you. Perhaps you would recognize this place if you saw it. Perhaps not. It might be somewhere familiar as your bedroom. It might be a place that has not even been built yet. Maybe it's in the shade of a giant elm tree. A hospital bed. A square of sidewalk, outside a pizza parlor, on the main street of your town. I'm speaking, of course, of the place where you will die. You don't know when, nobody does. But death will come for you, and when it does, it will find you at a specific point in space. Do you see it every day, not yet realizing what sort of place it is? The place where all your childhood memories, personality quirks, and hopes for the future will be extinguished, like a candle flame robbed of oxygen? Who knows, maybe you're there right now. You may not like it, but there is a place out there, just for you. It's one of the only sure things in this world. And that's not all. You might just leave something there when you go. A mark. So delicate, yet so indelible, that someone not yet born might feel a chill down their spine as they pass by years or even decades later. I would know. My home is one of these special places, and there are so many marks here that it makes me want to scream. I feed on your rage, but you're unaliving me. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need all of you to listen to me. I need you to stop being so angry. I need your rage at everything to lessen. I need you to calm down, think rationally, and stop belligerently overreacting to every little thing that bothers you. I need you to stop hating each other. I need you to stop unaliving and loathing and fearing. You're unaliving us, and we don't know how to stop you. You see, my kind, we feed off the rage. We feed off overt emotions. It's the reason for our existence, to siphon off the excessive emotions so creatures can survive their extremes without damaging their souls. We've been around since before you. We lived in the ether between worlds and dimensions, feeding on the small amounts of excess from creatures in this world and others. So many of us began focusing on this plane of existence because even before the birth of humans, this world had so much food for us. You, however, are a bounty of tastes, like nothing we had experienced before. The ones that came before you had excess, but it was very primitive. Allow me to explain. The more basic a creature's mind, the more basic its emotions. Primates, larger-brained animals, and such are the only things that make excess enough to draw our attention. Mammals were beginning on this plane for us because until they formed thoughts and feelings, the only drive in creatures was to survive and procreate. Not much there to sink your teeth into. Then came mammals. They felt jealous. They felt anger. They felt joy. For the first time in this dimension, we had something to taste. It was small but delicious. A few of us saw the potential and decided to stick around and see where things went. Then the primates evolved. Oh, the lovely feast we had. They had so much rage for other groups of their kind, and the rage was so delicious we couldn't help but glut ourselves on the bountiful fruits. They kept evolving, and with every evolutionary step you took, more and more of my kind came here to feast on the overabundance of delights your world had to offer. We watched and fed and came to love what you offered us. Anger, sadness, pain, joy, fear, love. There was so much to dine on, so many new delicacies we'd never experienced before. I can't say for certain if my kind exists anywhere else now. There was just too much here to bother, and I believe we're all here now. As you grew into societies, we grew with you. Our vastness began to not only help you grow, but our growth protected you. We made your world safer and more stable. We used our massive essence to protect you from the heat of the sun. We didn't want what happened to the red planet to happen to yours. We cultivated and protected this wonderful food source. Did you know the red planet you call Mars used to be similar to yours when your son was young? Oh yes. There were creatures, there was water, and there was life. But the creatures were cold, emotionless things that we didn't pay any attention to. They couldn't sustain us. We didn't even notice their passing and the death of their world because we were so fixated on yours. I imagine had we had the range of emotions you enjoy, we would have felt guilt for not helping them. But we just didn't have that capacity. Unfortunately, we do now. You see, I don't think when we have created the possibility of you existed. You are such complex little creatures and you aren't even aware of how amazing that is. Alas, I'm getting off topic. After centuries of eating excess intelligence, I've managed to insinuate myself into what you call the internet. Such an amazing creation you've made, unique across all dimensions and so amazing. It's through this that I've found my way to communicate with you. I'm using what little of myself I have left to beg for your help. You see, we're all dying. You are unaliving us. You are destroying the very fiber of our existence and we can't escape you. We've instilled ourselves so directly that we don't know where we begin and where we end, only that we can't remove ourselves from this world like we used to. We couldn't have known those amazing little creatures that drew us here would become so overflowing with rage, fear, sadness, hatred, and so many other negative emotions. We can't eat it all. The darkness is consuming and unaliving us bit by bit. It drives some of us mad, and that's the worst of it. The very first time one of my kind went mad and died because of it, your kind had a war that unalived thousands. It was devastating to all of us and we didn't know what to do. We didn't know death before we met you. We didn't know our existence could stop. We thought, that can't happen again, that's not right. We were so blind to the bottomless emotions your species could create. That first war started because when that first one went mad, it regurgitated what it couldn't stomach anymore. It spilled all over your world. The hate, rage, and fear your species already had in you was amplified by what we already saved you from being thrown back on you. Centuries of loathing and sadness and terror concentrated just thrown on you. It was too much. We've seen so many wonderful things your species has created, but the horrors we've seen are heavier meals. I don't think we were created to be able to stomach the atrocities your minds are capable of contemplating. When you go to sleep raging and unable to think of anything else, then wake up capable of rational thought and processing again, we ate that excess for you. That's how we survive. We helped each other. Despite our best efforts, you started making so many excess emotions we just couldn't eat them all. Your species, you do horrible things to each other and we try to help, but it's just too much and we are dying. We are choking on the largest meals and being poisoned by too much food. We used to be able to stomach all you could offer and relish the different flavors. Now, all we can eat is your rage, your fear, your horror and sadness. There's too much of it for us to even sample your happiness, your love, your sincerity, and your kindness. It's not overflowing like your loathing. Some of us pass away slowly, fading away without influencing you directly. You're losing your protection from your sun because there are fewer and fewer of us every millennium. Your planet is warming up and those of us who don't go mad and return some of what's been unaliving us back to you still die. We fade away and you lose our protection. Please, help us. You have to start controlling yourselves. Control your anger. Try to be kinder and find joy in things again. Try to find goodness in your world and focus on that. You can save us, and in saving us you'll save yourselves. I know some of you already have plans to just relocate to another world when this one dies, but the mass majority of you can't, or wouldn't even want to. I don't know how many of us are left, but we are all dying. I'm holding on because after eating so many of your emotions I've grown to feel your feelings. And I love you. You can be so beautiful and noble and kind to each other that it can make an emotionless creature love and weep for your species. You're unaliving yourselves and you're unaliving us. Please, I'm afraid. I've never felt emotions before, but in my dying, I'm terrified. Not only for myself but for you, my dear creatures. What will happen to you when I'm gone? When my kind is gone from your world, what horrors will you visit on yourselves? What miseries could I have saved you from? How can I make you see the magnificence of your future suffering without us if you can't see what's happening in your world while we still live? Please, you have to do something. I don't want to die. I'm scared. Deleted a shiny Drowsy in Pokemon Go for creeping me out. Shiny pink Drowsy is the only shiny Pokemon I ever deleted from my Pokemon Go storage. It all started when I refused to get into this car with a middle-aged acquaintance I used to raid battle with. I will refer to him as Mr. Family Man. It was 2017. Pokemon Go was not like how it is now. There was no remote raid pass, no battling, not even trading. Pokemon Go was pretty similar to how it was first released, with the addition of daily research tasks and raid bosses. At the time, I was attending an international private school in Thailand. There were over 20 Pokestops and 10 gyms inside the school. I think this was because people were playing Ingress before. I am an introvert and prefer playing the game by myself, but I had to join a local group chat of other players if I were to have any chance against the raid bosses. Inside this group chat, there were students and teachers, yes, but more than half of the members were people from the outside. Their ages ranged from 30 to 60 years old. They were local business owners, taxi drivers, workers from a nearby airport, and a country club. Mr. Family Man, the man at the center of this story, was a dispatch for a shuttle service at a nearby hotel. At the time, what everybody wanted was Mewtwo. Mewtwo was an ex-raid boss, meaning we know exactly when and where he will show up. A Pokemon that is more valuable than Mewtwo, however, was a Pokemon that is Mewtwo's weakness. That Pokemon was Tyranitar. And Tyranitar was rare. Its base form, Lavender, was so rare, I only saw it twice before Community Day. The only way to get your hand on Tyranitar was when it showed up as a 3-star raid boss. When Tyranitar appeared, the chat lit up, all the members went insane. One time, a Tyranitar raid appeared in an area outside of the school with no sidewalk, like, it was just a gate in the middle of a field. It was also nighttime. Pokemon Go did not have raid battles at night, but I think that was the last raid of the day. So Mr. Family Man said that he will pick me and my friends up at the dorm with his truck so we can raid Tyranitar together. However, my friends bailed out at the last minute. When I found out it was only going to be me, getting into Mr. Family Man's truck, I had a second thoughts. I didn't know what came over me. I am a guy, but small stature and some might call soft. And I'm sure Mr. Family Man was not going to do anything to me. But when his truck rolled up, it hit me. This man was a stranger. He did not work for the school. It was nighttime. I was about to enter his truck alone to go off into a very secluded area in the middle of a field. It will just be him and me. Maybe I was paranoid, but it did not feel right. So I told him I was not going with him. Then, he did something that I thought was pretty weird. He took out his smartphone, and it showed an animated GIF of a pink, shiny, Drowsy. Shiny Drowsy was not released on Pokemon Go yet at the time, but he just showed the GIF he had probably downloaded from the internet. He said Drowsy wanted me to get into the car with him. I was speechless. I was so creeped out my heart sank. I politely bowed and backed away. Then, Mr. Family Man snapped. He talked about how people don't take the game seriously, and that I wasted his time before speeding off. I didn't know what just happened. I was shaking. There were over 300 people in our group, and Mr. Family Man liked to think of himself as the leader, even though there were 2 other people who acted more like a leader. Mr. Family Man was just the loudest. He always makes loud jokes and announcements while we wait for the raid to start. They were obnoxious but nothing offensive. After the cancelled Tyranitar raid, Mr. Family Man still talked to me normally, but I could feel that he was not happy with me and just put up a front. We all needed each other to raid the bosses. I also feel that he was jealous of the other pack leaders of the group. Another man, let's call him husbandman, had his wife bring roasted chickens and curry to give to us when Pokemon Go had an event called Community Day. I think Mr. Family Man was jealous of this. He started bringing his wife and children to the raid more and more. They usually just stayed in the car, though. He started to tell the story of his family more and more while we were waiting for the raid to start. It was like he was running a political campaign. Things came to a head when Mr. Family Man detailed in the group that one of his family members was sick and that he will not be playing a lot of Pokemon Go due to this. With that knowledge, the other leaders of the group did not type into the group chat when a Tyranitar raid showed up near the school. We told each other about the raid outside of the main group chat and just went to get it together. Well, when Mr. Family Man found out he missed a Tyranitar raid, he was beyond furious. I was not there for the blowout, but the people who witnessed it thought it was a bad scene. He ranted in the group chat, which I missed. He unsent all the messages later. A few nights later, Mr. Family Man contacted me privately. He said that there was a Pokemon I always wanted, Lapras, that spawned outside of the hotel where he worked. It appeared every night at around 11 p.m. But he said because I was a scaredy cat and wouldn't get into his car alone, I will never get this Pokemon. I sent a laughing emoji, thinking this was a joke. He sent a gif of a shiny Drowsy again. Come out. Come out. I was disturbed by this. I sent a laughing emoji but I was not laughing. Then, I suddenly realized, I was standing outside my dorm. It was 11 p.m, why was I outside? As I was chatting with him my leg moved on its own. That freaked me out, but before I blamed this on something supernatural, I do this a lot. My body just moved on its own when I was on the phone or chatting with someone. But that was the only time I walked that far. I didn't even remember getting into the elevator. Then, Mr. Family Man missed a muted raid. This never happened before. Someone who worked at the same hotel as Mr. Family Man said that he had a big argument with his wife regarding the health crisis their family faced. It got so bad that they might divorce. Mr. Family Man showed up once in a while after that. He usually stayed in his car and did not join the others like before, because he said that his GPS messed him up and he needed to be in the car to join the raid. He only walked out of his car to show that he got a shiny Kyogre one time. He was beaming and just wanted to show it to everybody. Then one day, he just didn't show up anymore. The hotel where he worked survived on tourists that came from the airport, but when a big hotel right next to the airport finished its construction, the customer decreased by almost 80%. After a few months, the hotel was closed down for good. I haven't seen Mr. Family Man for a long time. That was until Shiny Drowsy was released on Pokemon Go in October 2018. It was around 1 a.m., and I noticed that the gym next to my dorm was under attack. I found it amusing and wanted to see who would take over my gym. That person put up a Shiny Drowsy to guard the gym. The trainer's screen name was Mr. Family Menace, dead. I was so disturbed by this I almost dropped my phone. I capped the screen, but I didn't want to send it into a group chat because Mr. Family Man was still in it. I contacted the other group members but there was no response. It was already 1 a.m. The middle-aged people sleep early. Or because they have jobs. After being apprehensive for a while, I decided to just send the screen cap to the group. I even hit Mr. Family Man himself and asked, "Was this you?" There was no response from anyone, even the next day. Mr. Family Man is dead kept destroying the gym and replaced my Pokemon with a Shiny Drowsy. One night, I felt like I had it, and just battled his Shiny Drowsy to retake my gym. It felt kind of good to send my Pokemon to beat it up, not going to lie. Then, the OG Mr. Family Man sent me a private chat message. It showed Lapras spawning where his hotel used to be. That night, it was a full moon, which always excited me for some weird reason, and I felt adventurous, or you may say, stupid. I asked my friend who has a car to go with me to that area and let's get that Lapras. My friend was as dumb as me and he agreed. I responded to Mr. Family Man's message by typing, "Thank you. I'm coming to it in the chat." He responded with the gif of a Shiny Drowsy. Then typed, "It worked. You are coming out. Come out. Come out." The exciting energy that I had disappeared. I was so creeped out. But my friend already walked downstairs with car keys in hand. I didn't want to cancel it. As I got into my friend's car, I decided to tell some of the people in the group chat where I was going. I don't know why I did this. It made no sense. Like, I'm going to Mr. Family Man's old hotel to get a Lapras, see ya. But I did anyway. Then, to my surprise, my husbandman called me. It was very weird to receive a phone call from someone from the Pokemon Go group. I picked up the phone and he said, "Mr. Family Man unalived himself a few months ago inside the hotel where he worked." Husbandman said he didn't want to tell anyone in the group chat because he didn't think anybody there liked Mr. Family Man that much. He thought Mr. Family Man is dead was a prankster who knew I would be freaked out. No way it was the real him. I started freaking out. I hang up without telling husbandman that Mr. Family Man privately messaged me. I stared at the chat and I told my friend to not drive there anymore. I don't care how upset he was going to be. I was so horrified I left the group chat and deleted the Pokemon Go app. A few years later, I think it was during the pandemic, I re-downloaded Pokemon Go again. Who can resist Magikarp Community Day, right? Well, one time I saw a Pokemon I wanted to be spawned among several other Pokemon. I was trying to get that Pokemon. I didn't even remember what it was, but my finger hit a Drowsy instead. That Drowsy was shiny. I deleted it immediately. The Pokemon Go app was not having it. It kept asking me if I was sure. I think I might have been the only person in the history of the game that intentionally deleted a shiny. But you understand why, right? My online film student kept filming the same dead oak tree. An online film student named Jacob submitted a video that made me so horrified that I had to call the dean at 1 a.m. She advised me to turn the clip over to the police. I teach filmmaking at an art college in Maryland. During the lockdown in late 2020, my filmmaking course was online. My usual first assignment has the students film a setting. With an online class, the students just film around their houses. Most students were happy to show off their gaming setup and action figures collection. A student named Jacob put his camera on a tripod and filmed a dead oak tree in his backyard for about 5 minutes. For continuity editing, I normally have students film a chase sequence or a snowball fight. For online, students just filmed themselves cooking or playing with their pets. Jacob submitted a video of himself tying a noose. He then hung a mannequin on the same dead oak tree. I started to get creeped out, but I had to put on a brave face. Horror and film students always go hand in hand. I don't want to appear like I was easily spooked. For the next assignment, Jacob submitted a clip of a man wearing a medieval jester costume and a smiling mask, dancing around the dead oak tree. It was in black and white and was beyond disturbing. I'm used to horror movies being submitted to me by students. But those were gory and wild, and fun. This clip was just eerie. After class, Jacob messaged me privately and asked if I was sick of seeing the same tree over and over. Against my preference, I said no. If he found a muse which inspired him, then he should stick with it as long as he can. It felt like the right thing to say at the time. I found out from other professors that Jacob began incorporating the dead oak tree into all that he did. In photography class, he retouched a photo of a car crash onto a photo of a dead oak tree. In digital illustration class, he drew the dead oak tree with a bunch of people hanging from it. Meanwhile, an aspiring YouTuber named Matt asked me if he could submit a Let's Play for an assignment. I normally would say no, but because everybody was in home isolation at the time, I thought, why not? Just add a lot of narration. Matt then invited me to watch him play PUBG Live on Twitch. When I did, I was amused to see that Jacob was one of his team members. I asked Matt after the stream how he knew Jacob. Matt said that Jacob was his neighbor only a few houses down the road from him. Matt told me what happened to Jacob back when they were in middle school. Jacob was home alone and a man knocked on the door, telling Jacob that he used to live in that house. The man asked his father to build him a treehouse, and just when the father was about to finish it, he fell from the tree and broke his neck. It's been over 2 decades since he moved away, and the man told Jacob he just wanted to see the oak tree again. Jacob didn't let him inside but said that he can go around and look at it in the backyard. Jacob played video games until his parents came home, where they found the man hanging from the tree. The semester after, in early 2021, Jacob wasn't taking any of my classes, but a cinematography professor video called me about one of Jacob's videos. The assignment was to light up a night scene, and Jacob just filmed a handheld POV shot of him circling a tree with a flashlight. She told me she yelled at Jacob for submitting something like that instead of something more professional. Jacob logged off and she wondered if she had made a mistake. Other students noticed Jacob's obsession with the dead oak tree as well and started talking to me about it. They told me that Jacob also dropped from all classes. A few days later, at about 11 p.m., Matt was live streaming and I was watching him on Twitch. I was shocked to see Jacob burst through Matt's bedroom door. He was covered in cuts and bruises. Shards of glass were all over his body, and his shirt was soaked in blood. Fresh blood was still dripping down from his forehead. Matt fell out of his chair screaming at the top of his lungs, rightfully freaking out. I'll give Matt credit for not cursing and chasing Jacob out of his room. Matt asked Jacob what was wrong. Jacob looked into the camera and asked if I'm watching. He told me to check the video he submitted. There were about 20 people in the chat, some of them were my students. I had a dependable student in the chat, asking her to call 911, and told Matt to render basic first aid for Jacob. Just when I was about to call the police myself, I got a notification that someone had uploaded a large video file to our department's file storage. I opened it, and it was a video clip said to be uploaded by Jacob's username. It showed Jacob placing a camera on the backseat of his car. He turned from his driver's seat and stared into the camera. My mouth was wide open when I saw Jacob, without turning back around to face forward, just stepped on the gas and crashed into the dead oak tree. Ride along with Thai corpse collectors during the full moon. Randy and I are film students in Thailand. We've been wanting to film a ride-along with corpse collectors for a long time. Corpse collectors are part of Thai first responders. They collect bodies and detached limbs from the scene and deliver them to a coroner. We arrived at our third stop and the air felt different. It was completely dark. No wind and no sound of insects. A dog could be heard howling in the distance. A police car passed us while we were walking to the scene. A cop rolled down his window, pointed to a small alley, and said, "Your dead body walk that way." All four of us were confused about what he meant. When we got there, we saw a crowd blocking a small alleyway between two apartment buildings. Ben and Sam, our corpse collector friends, pushed through, and we tried our best to pretend that we were one of them. We had a sticker of the foundation's logo on our shirt. When we finally got a look, we saw him. He was an old man with a cleaver buried in his head. It was like he didn't know he was dead and was still walking. He kept pushing people away from him. His strength was surprising. 2 full-grown men fell to the ground from the force of his shoving. A woman in the crowd kept yelling, "Where are you going? Please stop." The man with a cleaver in his head finally took a seat on the bench. According to one of the onlookers, that was where he fed the pigeons every evening. I was so shocked at the sight, I didn't notice Randy moved past me. Randy went right up into the old man's face and just started filming. The man didn't look into the camera. After Randy moved around him, trying to get a different angle, the old man slowly slouched over and passed away. I wanted to scold Randy, but the onlookers and the corpse collectors didn't, so I thought I shouldn't either. While Ben and Sam, our corpse collector friends, talked to the old man's family, Randy and I got back to the car. Randy played back the raw clip he filmed on his DSLR, his face full of pride. When we got to the clip of the old man, it showed the old man staring directly right into the camera, right at us. I was so startled my heart skipped a beat. Randy almost dropped the camera. We both looked at each other. It was clear that both of us were sure he didn't look into the camera at any point while Randy was filming. While on our way to the coroner's office, I looked through the rearview mirror and could have sworn I saw the old man sitting up at the back of the truck. It could have been the wind moving the bag, I told myself. I didn't want the others to think I couldn't take it and started freaking out. We were at a traffic light in a still pretty remote area at the edge of the city, and a pack of stray dogs started barking at our car. Sam looked at the dogs confoundingly. Suddenly Sam started freaking out when he saw Randy through the rearview mirror. Sam got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and dragged Randy out by his shirt collar. We were confused about what was going on. Sam showed Randy's sticker to Ben. Ben closed his eyes and shook his head in disbelief. Earlier, before we left the headquarters, we were given stickers with the logo of this particular corpse collectors foundation. Sam and Ben made sure we put it on and took a look at us before they okayed us to get into their car. We just assumed they want people to think we belonged at the crime scene. But that was not the main reason. There are several corpse collector foundations, but if you look at their logos, there was something similar in all of them. The logos all had a symbol incorporated into them, and that symbol served the function of warding off evil spirits. I took a look at Randy's sticker and couldn't believe it. His sticker was upside down. Ben and Sam made sure we put our stickers on correctly. The fact that it was upside down must be deliberate. When Sam threatened to leave Randy in the middle of a road at night, surrounded by woods with no building in sight, Randy started to apologize profusely. He admitted that he put it upside down just to see what would happen because so far the night had been so boring. Sam yelled that the upside down symbol is an invitation and that we were now marked. While Ben tried to calm him down, Randy and I looked closely at the stray dogs. I gasped when I saw that none of them have eyes. And I thought I was seeing things, but I thought one of them that was furthest away looked like it didn't have a head. The dogs were not barking anymore. They didn't even look at us. They were looking into the field next to us. And that was when we saw it. Pale naked people. They seemed to be about 7 to 8 feet tall, judging from the distance. Standing in rows. Slowly marching towards us. I wanted to tell Ben and Sam, but when I turned, I was shocked to see the cleaved old man clutching onto the side of the cargo bed like it was a side pillow. He was not moving, but he had a grin that he didn't have before. I felt my soul leave the body. I wanted to collapse on the ground so badly and just weep. I turned to look at Ben and Sam to gauge their reaction. Ben just sighed and shoved the old man's body deeper into the bag and tied it up completely. Sam finally allowed Randy back into the car but said that they will drop Randy off at the dorm. I looked at the row of pale naked people and was creeped out by how much closer they were to us now. Like the dogs, none of them have eyes. It was so surreal to me that Ben and Sam were not panicked, though they do seem frustrated. I was so scared I could throw up. Ben saw that I was fixated on the figures. Ben told me to remember the old Thai adage. I knew he was talking about an old Thai saying, do not call out anything that looked like a ghost. While inside the car, several calls were coming in. The dispatcher asked Ben and Sam to go to a nearby school where an intoxicated man with a gun climbed onto the cell tower demanding to see his wife. Ben, however, radioed in and said they have to make a detour and dropped one of us off at the dorm first because we were all marked by evil spirits. I thought for sure the dispatcher was going to yell at Ben. But he just told Ben he was sorry that happened. On the way back to our dorm, while in the car, I saw a reflection on the glass window of a building. A man was standing on top of the roof of our car. I almost said something. My mouth was opened, but then I remembered the adage and thank God no sound came out. In the next window, the man disappeared. Randy himself was quiet. He knew that Ben and Sam didn't have to drive them back to the dorm, but they did anyway. Once we were on the road that lead right to our dorm, however, Randy became braver. He asked what it meant to be marked, and if there was something he could do. Ben said that their boss could cleanse him, but he won't do it tonight. Not on payday. Randy became agitated. He begged for their help. Sam taunted that he could drop Randy off at the temple if he wanted. Randy started cursing at them, claiming that they are abandoning him because of the question he asked earlier while they were collecting fingers. Ben gave Randy a sticker with their foundation's logo on it and told Randy to put it on the door of his room and not open it for anyone. That should help him survive the night. Randy was jumped by the sound of the dog howling and he started crying. Ben and Sam were unmoved. I told Randy I would collect plenty of footage for our movie, and I could tell Randy couldn't care less. We finally made our way to the coroner's office to drop off the old man. The coroner's office was conveniently right next to the headquarters of the Corpse Collection Foundation. Sam radioed a security named Rita who was guarding the gate. He asked her how many people she sees inside our car. She said 5. Ben turned to me and said 2 extra people came with us and that Rita could see them. Normally the logo would prevent any spirit from attaching itself to our car, but some of them are powerful enough to override it. They still could not get inside the car though. As Ben and Sam took the old man's body to the coroner, I waited outside. I suddenly felt like I had to use the restroom. I could see that the men's room was at the end of the hallway. But lights were coming out of it. As I moved closer, I could hear people talking and laughing, almost like they had a party in there. I thought, well, this was not that scary. Then I opened the door, and there was nothing. There was no one in there. I ran as fast as I could back to the central area where some other people were sitting. Then, on my phone, Randy sent me messages. He said that the abandoned half-constructed building opposite our dorm suddenly have a bunch of people standing on them looking right into his dorm room's window. I messaged him back saying to follow Ben's advice and not open the door, but Randy just swore at me and said that this was all my fault. I didn't know what to say. The dispatcher, who was also Ben's boss, came to pat me on the back. He was scary looking but seemed like a nice guy. He laughed like a jolly Santa and asked me if I had fun and if I got enough footage for my assignment. I nodded, then took out my camera, hoping to show him some footage. My heart dropped when I saw that all the 100+ video clips had a thumbnail of the old man looking into the camera. And the files all have 0 bytes of memory. The dispatcher closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. He then casually told me that he knew some people who were marked and ended up gouging their own eyes out, who couldn't take what they were seeing. Wishing he didn't tell me that, I sat down on the curb and wiped my face with both hands, telling him that it has been a long night. The dispatcher laughed, patted me on the back again, and told me that it was only 8 p.m. The Chernobyl disaster was a cover-up of something terrifying. You probably heard about tourism in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. I've been there myself several times, and it's nothing like what you see in games or horror movies. There are no ghosts, mutants, or radioactive anomalies, and death isn't waiting for you at every corner. I think it's one of the most peaceful and prettiest places on Earth. An example of the strength of nature and how it can reverse the damage that we caused it. Thus, when my friend Alexei decided to go there, he knew whom to contact. He's a physics student and right now he's doing some kind of research on nuclear fallout. He said that he wanted to get some direct measurements and samples. But we both knew that it was just an excuse to go on an adventure. We visited the old power, the abandoned city of Pripyat, and the surrounding exclusion zone. It was nice, but I would probably just bore you with more details. That part is not important anyway. We were driving on some dirt roads in a forest east of Pripyat when we found it. An old, rusty fence and a chained gate blocked any further passage. There was a big sign with a radiation hazard symbol captioned, "Restricted area. Authorized personnel only." There was a pair of massive metal blast doors on the side of an artificially looking hill not far behind the fence, with a large, white O13 painted on it and no entry sprayed on top. "What do you think it is?" Alex asked. I don't know, looks like some kind of bunker, I replied. And it looks like it has been closed for some time, I added after taking a closer look at the doors. Both halves were welded shut in the center. Alex took his samples and readings, but we were too puzzled to leave just yet. Do you think we can get in? I asked. Well, not this way for sure. Even if it wasn't welded sealed, I'm sure we have no way of unlocking it. Alex replied while examining the massive door. It looks like an underground bunker. They must have had a way to pump air inside and I don't think this is it. There has to be another way to get in, I said. We circled the main entrance to try to find other means of entry. The day was already coming to an end and it was slowly getting darker. As we were searching, a thought crossed my mind. Why would they weld the doors? What's so important inside that they went this far to keep people away? Look, there's something there. Alex pulled me away from my thoughts. It was a concrete block a couple of meters large with what looked like vents on the sides. As I looked into the vents, I noticed that they were also sealed with heavy-looking steel hatches and no clear way to open them. However, there was also a somewhat smaller door labeled service tunnel with a large wheel on the outside. Should I open it? I asked. Yeah, I'm wondering what this is. Anyway, we don't have to go in. At least we'll see if the door still works. At first, the wheel wouldn't turn because of all the rust and dirt, but eventually, it budged. The door unlocked. I pulled and it slowly started opening. It was very heavy and took a lot of force. Behind the door, there was a small platform and a tight vertical tunnel with a ladder. What caught my attention was that there was an identical locking mechanism on the inside. That meant that they could lock the door from both sides. But why? We were lucky because if they had locked it from the inside too, there would be no way to get in. I stepped inside and shined my phone light down the shaft. It wasn't strong enough to hit the bottom. The air was damp and old and there was something that I couldn't identify. A very faint, chemical-like smell. There was no radiation nor signs of any other hazards. You've got to be kidding me. This is so cool. We have to come back here and check it out later, Alex said. I couldn't agree more. It was almost dark now, so we resealed the door and called it a day. But we promised ourselves to return. I immediately tried to do some research when I got home, unfortunately with no success. I even tried to call Pavel, a friend of mine who knew the area better than me. It was he who brought me there for the first time. He couldn't help me either but promised to ask around. I told him about our plan and asked if he wouldn't go with us, but unfortunately, he was out of the country for a while. A week later, we packed our gear and went on with it. We brought some rope, heavy flashlights, glow sticks, Geiger counters, waterproof protective clothes, an oxygen meter, and a small emergency scuba tank just in case. And yeah, we're not stupid, so we told our relatives and friends about our trip and when we're expecting to return. We closed the door behind us as we descended the access shaft. We couldn't know what was down there and we didn't want to cause a radiation leak or something like that. We eventually dropped down into a concrete tunnel which enclosed the air vents and some smaller pipes. There was no power and thus no lights. Good thing we brought our own. We followed the tunnel and reached another door, but this time it was a regular one, not the heavy bunker type. We went through and entered a room with 4 large air pumps and some electrical equipment and controls. The ventilation shaft split here into 2 larger ones that ran straight into the ground and 2 smaller ones that went straight across the room where there was another set of doors. Behind the doors, there was a large hall with numerous boxes, crates, and other cargo just laying around. There also was a security checkpoint. Behind the checkpoint, we found the main door that we have seen from the outside. Just next to it, there was some heavy lifting equipment. We returned through the checkpoint and took a look at a set of elevators. There was a simple map with the layout of the facility floor by floor. We were on floor 0, main entry hall. There were another 4 floors below us. Floor -1, offices, security, and recreation. Floor -2, secure laboratories. Floor -3, accelerator, clean room decontamination chamber. Floor -4, experiment site. The map was titled Object 13. It wasn't a military bunker. This was a research site. We took a set of stairs since the elevators were of no use without power. An unsettling thought brushed my mind as we were descending. They probably were moving some supplies, and then left them there and took the equipment to the main door. Were they trying to get out? I stepped on another stair step, but something rolled away under my foot, lost my balance, and fell on my back. My pack luckily absorbed the impact. I looked under my feet to see what caused my fall. Empty bullet casings. This wasn't the sole reason why I felt odd about this place. As soon as we got down to level -1, I noticed that every single door was open. Every single one. There was a canteen and a kitchen right at the beginning of a long rectangular corridor. Various offices surrounded the corridor. There was the regular stuff, paperwork, old computers, personal belongings, all right there where they left it. Did they leave in a hurry? Dimitri, Alex called from the canteen on the opposite side of the corridor. What? Was all I could say when I followed him to the canteen. There was food still neatly served on the tables. But it wasn't spoiled. It wasn't fresh either, but it wasn't decaying, as a 30-year-old meal should. How is this possible? I asked. I don't know, maybe it was irradiated or something. But it's not anymore, I checked that. I don't know, man, he answered, as puzzled as I was. Oh, why didn't we just turn back and leave? Now that I'm writing this, there were so many red flags already. Something wrong happened down there. But I guess we were too excited and curious. But it was at this point that my excitement started to fade and be replaced with an eerie feeling. Nevertheless, we continued and descended to level -2. The stairwell ended here, and to go deeper, we would have to cross the entire floor to reach another one on the opposite side. There was a security checkpoint and a large blast door that we had to pass through to reach the labs. Again, every door was wide open. However, the things that people left here weren't neatly placed where they should have been. It was a mess everywhere. There were all kinds of rooms with all kinds of equipment that I didn't understand. Occasionally, there were more empty bullet casings on the ground. There still was the one central rectangular corridor as above, but the rooms around it were like a little maze. Almost on the other side of the floor, we found the head scientist's office. As I said, everywhere was a mess, but I found a logbook on the desk. There were only a handful of pages, the rest was torn out. 5. October 1984. Today we successfully managed to translocate several atoms without changes in any physical properties. It's going to be a long road until we can transport solid objects, but we're going some good work here. 17. January 1985. We've managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on top was slightly different. But it was still the same apple, with the same structure, shape, and everything. We also tried to transport some electronics. They were unharmed and in working order. I think that we still have a lot to perfect and learn about this technology, but we cannot slow down now. The country is relying on us. 21. February 1985. After the animal trials, we translocated our first human today. He is alive and healthy, a brave hero of our nation. We have proven that this technology works now, but the practicality is still very limited due to the fixed translocation ratio. We still cannot send the matter. Only exchange the positions of two equally massive objects. I have proposed a new type of device that could achieve one-way translocation of just a single object, but it would need an immense amount of energy. 1. May 1985. Our superiors accepted my proposal. They are going to build a new, much bigger translocator here, in the power plant, so we can use a nuclear reactor as a direct power source. There is one more thing. We've now translocated dozens of test subjects. Each one is alive and well, but sometimes they are a little bit, well, different. They sometimes claim that various events in the past happened differently than they did. Sometimes they claim to know people who don't exist, or more alarming, they know people whom they are not supposed to know. The following was written below with a pencil hand. Test subject 28 was speaking an unknown language and couldn't understand any real language after the experiment. There were a lot of missing pages afterward. 25. April 1986. We are going to try to change our approach. It's been more than a year, and we're still unsuccessful in eliminating the translocation symmetry anomaly. We still don't know what is causing it, but we are not going to make any progress this way. Today, we are going to try to access the conduit reality instead. Even though Unit 2, the one we built in the power plant, is still new, we are going to use it for this experiment. Who knows what wonders are waiting for us on the other side. There was one last page in the logbook. On it, it was just a single phrase, written again and again. We let them in. Alex, I think we should go, I called. Man, come take a look at this, he answered. I stepped out of the lab and back into the hallway. There were clothes all over the corridor. Well, what was left of them? They were torn to shreds. No bodies, no blood, just strips of cloth and an occasional shoe or a watch. I looked up and stared down the dark corridor in front of us. I just stood there for a while. It was, I don't know, as if something tore all these people to shreds, and then cleaned it all up, except for clothes and other non-organic materials. A wave of pure, instinctive dread washed over me. I couldn't move. I didn't even breathe. Let's just get out of here, Alex said. We turned around and walked away. Slowly at first, but we quickened our pace. Our footsteps echoed across the underground structure. I just want to be out of here, man. We shouldn't have done this, Alex said. I didn't tell him about the logbook, but my thoughts were cut short after a sudden realization. His voice didn't echo. It was just our footsteps. I think he realized too because we both stopped and listened. Nothing. Just silence. I stepped forward. Clack. I took another step. Clack. There was this door just in front of us and I forced myself to try something. I closed it behind us as we passed it and placed a glass beaker that I found on the ground on top. I took a step forward. Silence. It was just an echo, after all, I thought. We walked away, carefully at first, but then we once again quickened our pace. We turned around a corner, and then it happened. Crash. The glass shattered. Someone. Or something. Just opened the door. We dropped all our gear except our lights and ran as fast as we could. I didn't even know I could run this fast. I always tried to be a tough guy, but I was never so scared in my life. Our footsteps didn't echo anymore. Or better said, they weren't in sync with ours anymore. Something was running after us. Each second it was getting closer. And closer. As soon as we reached the security checkpoint, we started closing the door. The rusty joint of the door squealed in protest, but we pulled with all our strength. We almost had it closed, when we heard a loud, guttural, and unnatural growl. The door slammed shut and I threw the wheel to the locked position. My heart was pounding so hard that it was all I heard for a while. No, wait, it wasn't my heart. It was that thing, pounding on the locked glass door. We were running again. We reached the stairwell and run up, taking 2 to 3 steps at once. We finally reached the air pump room. The ascent exhausted us and even though I was scared poopless, I felt like I would pass out if I took another step forward. Besides, we locked it down there. Alex sat down and leaned his back on one of the large vertical vents with a bang. 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 Oh duck. We locked it down there. But we forgot the vents. Alex and I looked at each other, our eyes met, and then the vent burst and he was gone. I only heard him scream as he was dragged back down. I feel terrible for doing this, but I just ran. I climbed the service shaft and locked the service door shut when I was finally out of his hell. As soon as I had phone service again, my phone started beeping with loads and loads of missed calls and messages from Pavel. Hey Dimitri, I found this guy. He says he knows what O13 is. Please pick it up as soon as you can. He says it's dangerous and you should stay out of it. This guy is calling me now. He sounds serious. Please call me back at once. I don't know what's going on, but he's going there. Please, I hope you get this before you go down. Stay safe, friend. There was also one message from an unknown number. Dimitri, this is Anatoly Moroz. I know what you found and I'm on my way from Kiev now. Do not go down there. If you already did and you managed to get out, lock the door that you used to get in and make sure it stays locked. I will try to call you when I'm here. So here I am, writing this while I wait. I do this to make sure that no one else repeats our mistake, since I don't know if I'll live long to tell anyone personally. I just can't leave Alex behind. I have to go back. The Chernobyl disaster was a cover-up of something terrifying. Effing college kids. What does the sign at the fence say? No entry. What does this here say? He pointed at the text sprayed across the main door. No effing entry. Do you think we just put these up because we don't have anything better to do, like you? You have nothing else to do but to snoop around things you have no business in. He sighed. Now look what happened, look what you did. What your awesome idea brought you. Moroz yelled at me after I finished explaining what happened. The first thing he did when he arrived was to check the service tunnel and make sure it is closed. He didn't even talk to me, he just ran there and made sure it is sealed and locked. He was an average looking guy, probably in his mid-50s, but I think people would say that he looked older than he was. What is this place? I asked. You have no idea, he said, stood up, and walked to his car. What are you doing? I'm going to save your friend. And you're coming with me. You will do everything exactly as I say and nothing else. Stay quiet. Try not to exhaust yourself. The air is not circulating and you'll burn all the oxygen and suffocate. You will stay tethered to me by this line. He lifted what looked like a small retractable winch. When I turn off my light you will do the same immediately and you won't move. He continued and pulled out a shotgun from the car's trunk. Are these going to help? I asked. To an extent. But don't use it unless I tell you to, he said and handed me a pistol. Last thing. Do you know how ozone smells? He asked and I nodded. Good. If you smell ozone, run. I started considering whether this was a good idea when he chained and locked the door from the inside with a massive padlock. This is the only way we can keep them from getting out, he said when he noticed me watching him. Hell, of course this was a bad idea. The worst one I've ever had. So let me rephrase. I was contemplating whether I would ever see that padlock open ever again. Am I not going to get a key? I asked, watching him close it with a loud click. Sorry, I have just one. But don't worry, I'm right here, he said, sliding his hand across the line that we were connected through. The tether reeled back and forth between us as we walked through the service tunnel. It gave me some sense of security. I could be sure not to get lost and separated from the only other person nearby. It created a sort of weird rhythm with the diesel fuel that sloshed around in the large canisters we carried. Our first stop would be the generator room on the other side of the main entry hall. The generator rattled and hummed as it slowly started spinning up. Did you see it? Morose asked. What? We have some time for talking until it turns on. Did you get a look at what took your friend, when it happened? No, I answered. What is this place? I asked again. He stared into the air, sighed, and explained. It was originally a military stockpile in the 50s. In the late 70s, it was then repurposed into a research site. Anything that was too crazy for the public to know about it, they've done it here. And it was some ducked up stuff sometimes. Then, they had this project about teleportation. They even rebuilt half of the facility to house it. And that's when it all went to poop. How do you know all this? I asked. I used to work here, he said. So, what are these things? I asked. They are. He started but then brushed off. I don't know. I was just an assistant. Is there someone who knows? Not anymore. Everyone who knew, well, let's say they never left this place. And how did you get out? The engine clutch engaged with a click and the generator finally came to life. I didn't. I took a sick day when it happened. The lights turned on for a brief moment and then shut down again as a circuit breaker popped. That's okay. We can't spare the power for the lights. We'll need it someplace else. You'll see, Morose said. Whatever happened here, whatever unalived all the people down here, and God knows how it was all connected with the Chernobyl disaster, he wasn't here. He took a sick day. He took an effing sick day. Come on kid, let's go. We were at the lab security checkpoint that I and Alex closed earlier during our escape. Remember, stay as quiet as you can now, Morose told me, and we slowly opened the blast door. To our surprise, the light blinded us immediately, something shining right at us. I took a step back while my eyes adjusted to the light, and then I finally saw the source of the light. Alexi's flashlight. I went to pick it up, but Morose quickly stopped me with his arm and pointed into the blackness of the corridor in front of us. For a moment we stood there, silent, and then I thought I heard something in the distance. Morose immediately turned off his headlamp and gestured to me to do the same while he went to crouch in the corner. I followed and turned off my light too, but we were still lit up. Alex's light was still on, illuminating the room. Morose quietly cursed, quickly went to grab the flashlight, and then it was dark. Completely pitch black and dark. People say that when you're under stress, and you lose one of your senses, the other one's heightened to compensate. It's true. Or maybe it was just getting closer. It doesn't matter. I heard something drop to the ground with a muffled splat. Then a few irregular footsteps. Not like the footsteps of someone walking with a pair of shoes. It was like someone walking barefoot. Flesh on concrete. And they were getting closer. I instinctively grabbed the gun Morose gave me, hoping I wouldn't need to use it. It was now so close that I could hear slow, raspy breathing. I think I even felt a cold breeze on my face. Inhale and exhale. In and out. I don't want to think about how close it was. Then something slammed into a wall down the way we came from, with a crash and the sound of glass and plastic breaking. Whatever thing was there with us turned and quickly followed it. I thought that it was gone and I'm safe. Out of nowhere, suddenly a hand brushed against me. I almost jumped and screamed, but the hand quickly moved and grabbed my mouth, preventing me from making a sound. Another hand grabbed my gun. It's me. Follow me. Slowly, a voice whispered into my ear. We entered a room on the side and I heard a door close silently. We waited for a while and then we turned our lights back on. Duck. Don't ever do that again. I told him. But he wasn't listening. He was looking at droplets of a thick, black fluid on the floor at the other side of the room. What? What is that? I asked. Blood. At least it was, once. Morose answered and followed the trail. We traced it across a few rooms until we stopped in a large chemical lab. There was something on the ground, in a puddle of black liquid. It was Alex's knife. There was some red liquid too. I could tell what it was without a doubt. Fresh blood. A trail of a few droplets went in the opposite direction than the black liquid. Look. He must have gotten away, I whispered. I doubt that. If we want to find him, we have to go to level -4. He just glanced at the knife and then acted like he didn't see anything. Look. This is his knife. They must have fought here, and he went that way. I pointed in the direction where the blood trail went. He must be hurt. That's one more reason for us to not waste time. Let's go. He stepped off back into the central corridor. I wanted to stay and search for Alex, but the tether that connected us wouldn't allow that, so I obliged and followed. Initially, Morose, please tell me what is going on. How do you know he's not here? Because I know. Just shut up. We don't have time to argue. We weren't whispering anymore. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me why you are so sure, I insisted. Because he's dead. What? But you said. Come on, let's go. This is not a place where we want to stay. We have to get down to level -4. Morose cut me off. No. I trusted him at first because he was the only one who could help me and help Alex. That was the only thing I focused my mind on, saving Alex. Only now I was realizing what I had gotten into, how blind and how stupid I was. He wasn't just an assistant as he claimed, and we weren't here to save Alex. I started unbuckling my end of the tether. What the duck are you doing? He asked, raising his voice. I'm going out. Give me the key to the padlock, I demanded. No. I can't do that, he said, with agitation in his voice. I had no choice. I raised my gun at him. Give me the key, I demanded again. You think I would give you a working gun? You're not going anywhere, he said and pointed his shotgun at me. I pulled the trigger, but there was only a click. Duck. Why are we here? Why didn't you call your friends, your superiors, or whatever to take care of this, but you have to hold me at gunpoint? Let's say we don't share the same goals anymore. But have no doubt, they are coming here, but not with guns. With concrete. They are going to seal this place up for good. And we have to be quick if we want to be out by the time that happens. Why can't you just please let me leave now? I asked, my voice shaking. Because it's a two-man job, he said, looking me in the eyes. There are things much more important than you, me, or your friend. I couldn't deny that. Maybe he was right, but I couldn't do this. And I didn't understand anything. Who are you? I asked him, returning his gaze. But then I looked away. Something caught my attention. Movement behind Moreau's. It was a creature, crawling across the ceiling towards us. Its body vaguely looked like a human, but its skin was pale and stretched tight over its thin bones. Its veins were visible through the skin, filled with the same black fluid we found earlier. It had no hair and only holes where its nose and ears used to be. Its eyes were bloodshot, locked in a blank stare. We escaped it before, but our argument brought it back. It was too late to run now. Moreau's noticed my stare, but he wasn't fast enough. The creature lunged at him, and at the same time he turned around and fired a shot, but missed and the thing knocked him to the ground. That shot was deafening in such a tight space. I heard only ringing in my ears, my eyes were slightly blinded by the muzzle flash. In the confusion, I turned to run, but I forgot that I was still tethered to Moreau's. After the line was completely reeled out, it jammed, stopping me right in my track and sending me falling to the ground. I looked back and saw that the creature was now looking at me. Moreau's was lying there on the ground. I must have pulled it off him by yanking on the tether, and now it would come to make sure it won't happen again. I finally managed to disconnect the tether and threw the useless pistol at the creature, hitting its head. It briefly stumbled and I ran to the only place that quickly came to my mind. I barricaded myself in a storage room adjacent to the large chem lab and blocked the door with a shelf. The creature spent a minute trying to get in, but then gave up and left, presumably to finish off Moreau's. And I stayed there, just sitting in the corner, too scared to do anything. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was starting to get hard to breathe. For a time, I thought I would just stay there, and end it all, peacefully, instead of a violent death that was likely waiting for me at the other side of the door. But then, I heard a voice call my name. Alex's voice. Alex, is that you? I called back. Oh, thank God. I thought I would die here. You came back. He answered. I went to open the door but then changed my mind. How did you find me? I asked. I was hiding too, but then I heard gunshots and came here to look. Dimitri, please come out, we have to get out of here. I sat down again. Maybe it was him. But what if it wasn't? I didn't want to find out. No. He said you were dead. I saw blood too. No, it isn't you. It can't be. What? I don't. What are you talking about, Dimitri? One of those things got me pretty good, but I'm alive. Dimitri, just please come out and let's get out of here. He pleaded. I have decided. I wouldn't open the door. But then I changed my mind once again, after what he said. Dimitri, do you remember the cherry tree? I knew you would come back. We used to play at this huge cherry tree when we were kids. We used to climb it all the time, but one day, I had the idea to make a bet. Whoever gets the highest, wins. I got almost to the top, but then I realized how bad an idea this was. The branches under me were too thin, and I knew they could break under my weight any time. But Alex didn't want to lose. He tried to climb even higher than me. And then the twig he was standing on broke and he fell. Luckily, he landed in a pile of fallen leaves and only broke his leg. He could have unalived himself if he fell on solid ground. And it was my fault. I almost got him unalived, because of a stupid bet. We decided not to tell anyone how it happened because we were both afraid of getting into trouble. But I felt guilty about it for the rest of my life. There was no way how he could know about the cherry tree if it wasn't him. I opened the door and there he was. He looked terrible, with bruises and scrapes all over. And he had a blood-stained torn piece of shirt wrapped around his left hand. Are you okay? I asked. I've been better. Let's just get out of here, he replied. That's not going to be that easy, I said. I told him what happened until now and that the door was locked. Only Moreau's had the key and he was either dead or gone. There were some tools and supplies up there, right? Maybe we can find something to cut the chain, Alex said, and we decided to try it. It was better than searching for Moreau's key after all. We found his shotgun, stained with blood, both his and the creature's, and immediately felt safer. We also picked up the packs that we dropped earlier. Luckily, all of our gear was still there. We carefully walked back to the main hall, but I felt that something was watching us all along. We saw a few old saws and files next to the main door. We grabbed all we could, but we weren't alone. The inhabitants finally decided to make their move. One of the thin creatures crawled out of the stairwell. I aimed and fired. It fell from the ceiling, twitching like a dying insect. But it didn't matter, because it wasn't alone. Another one crawled out. Then another. And another. We ran to the air pump room and blocked the door by jamming a large saw between the handles. We worked quickly because we knew that it was only a matter of time until they got through. Or come through the vents. Alex couldn't operate the shotgun with his hurt hand, so he offered to do the cutting while I stood guard, ready to unalive anything that would come out of the vents. It was working, but it was too slow. Way too slow. Alex barely reached a few millimeters when I thought the door would break already. They were pounding on it, slamming into it, and I saw it rattle in its hinges. I thought that they would get through any moment now, and then they stopped. I heard them run away. I coughed when a sharp odor hit my nose. Duck, what is that? Alex asked. Ozone, I answered. The American lion is not extinct. You might not believe it, but my job as a park ranger in Alaska is usually quite dull. A lot of campers report strange encounters in the woods. Some claim to see things at night. Some hear things in the woods. There have been thousands of reports regarding supposedly suspicious incidents during my tenure. I have investigated a lot myself, but they always ended with reasonable explanations. There is always a reasonable explanation, from a bear pooping in the woods to a pair of particularly passionate squirrels. By now, you might have checked the Wikipedia page for the American lion. You might already know that it stood up to 8 feet tall. You might know that it was 25% larger than the modern lion. You might know that it weighed half a ton, bore claws arguably deadlier than the saber-tooth, and traveled territory throughout the United States. You might even know that it delayed the migration of human beings across the Bering Sea. Because it hunted us. This is all common knowledge. No bullpoop. It's available to anyone willing to seek it. Remains of the animal were identified via mitochondrial DNA in the La Brea tar pits, which are located in modern-day Los Angeles. Cave markings confirmed that they could stretch up to 12 feet tall on their hind legs. Modern estimates insist they were wiped from existence approximately 11,000 years ago, probably by us. But there is one detail unavailable online. The American lion did not go extinct. I encountered one 2 years ago. It was a Saturday evening. My partner and I were stuck in the ranger cabin for an overnight shift. We hoped nobody would call. A night without calls meant a night full of movies. RJ and I usually spent our time on the job watching Jurassic Park, Godfather, or something similar. Plus, the snowstorm in town was expected to pick up momentum throughout the evening. Neither of us wanted to go outside and test it. Murphy's Law won out in the end. The phone rang shortly after 3 in the morning. RJ groaned, walked over, and answered like it was any other loon on a Tuesday. Then his dark features turned white as a ghost. Slow down. Slow down. Ma'am, what is your location? My coworker gestured to me wildly. 2 fingers out and a thumb up. Time to load the guns. I scanned the cabin desperately for the keys and tried to get everything ready while RJ grabbed our jackets and swept out the door. White sheets of ice whipped at our uncovered faces from all directions as soon as they opened. We are heading over there now. Apply pressure to the wound. He turned to me and tried to mute the receiver as I hopped inside and turned the keys in the ignition of our 4-wheel drive. Duck, Matt, we're going to need an ambulance. RJ barked the location to me like a drill sergeant while he tried to keep the woman on the phone. I could hear her frantic cries through the receiver. It did not sound good. He's bleeding. He's bleeding so much. It was so big. So big, sir. The moment we pulled up to the small campsite, it was evident that we had missed the worst of the slaughter. Blood seeped into the snow in a horrible trail that led from the fireplace to the cabin. I parked the car and opened the door. Then I fired a round into the air. I thought any predators would be deterred by the sound of gunfire. RJ followed my lead and edged out of our SUV quietly. The snow obscured most of our vision, but the path to the cabin appeared to be clear. He gestured 2 fingers over his shoulder like an effing G.I. Joe soldier. I stupidly followed his lead. We were about halfway to the cabin when we were attacked. My partner was standing 2 feet in front of me. I never saw the animal until it was too late. RJ screamed before the lion took out his jugular. It was a pitiful sound, like the last bit of juice being sucked through a straw. 2 quick swats from dinner plate-sized paws shut him up quickly. The commotion must have drawn attention from people inside the cabin. Somebody opened the door and stared at the carnage in a dumbfounded stupor. I sprinted towards them and locked the bolt behind us. 3 teenagers stared at me stupidly as the lion audibly disemboweled RJ outside. I broke down and cried in front of them. The kids said nothing until the creature lumbered away a few minutes later. The tall boy stuck out a hand in my pitiful direction and quietly introduced himself as Brian. The boy on the bed was John. He was sitting up with a makeshift bandage pressed to his arm. Blood soaked through the cloth and red, but most of it looked dry. The girl crying by the bedside was Sadie. They all wanted to know the same thing. What is it? We didn't get a look. I tried to supply rational answers. Wolverines can look disturbing to those who have never seen one. Sightings of mountain lions this far north are rare but possible. I tried to appear authoritative. I tried not to shake the horror of what just happened. Sadie didn't believe it for a second. That thing was bigger than a mountain lion. You saw it. What is it? I fumbled for more rational answers. Sweat started to pour into my shirt as the seriousness of our situation started to creep in. I was about to reply with more bullpoop answers when a loud, obnoxious scraping shook the cabin from head to toe. Oh my god. It knows we're in here, whimpered John. Why would it do this? Didn't it just eat? Begged Brian. It's doing it for fun, whispered Sadie. The noise stretched across the length of our room slowly, as if the lion were dragging its nails slowly across the walls. Then the sound started to rise. It started near ground level and slowly went higher. To the windows. To the loft. To the roof. After one final thud, it soon became clear that the lion was standing on top of the house. Then it jumped. The entire ceiling sagged generously. Bits and pieces of snow slipped in through unseen cracks. I beckoned for the kids to follow me toward the door before the beast jumped again. When it did, the wood started to crack. An entire panel fell onto the floor in front of us. A small pillar of snow started to leak openly into the kitchen sink. The lion jumped again, and again, as more planks from the ceiling fell haplessly to the floor. I opened our door gently, so as not to disturb the creature before one final jump caused the entire ceiling to give way. The 4 of us squeaked out of the collapsed cabin as the lion writhed and growled at the thousands of splinters assuredly sinking into its fur. We passed the remains of RJ. He did not leave much more behind than a shell of bones and rib cages. He looked like a spent lobster. John's horrified scream drew back the attention of the creature. I could hear it stirring in the rubble. I pulled my gun off my shoulder as the kids ran into the car and fired a shot in the general direction of the cabin. The animal screamed. It sounded so human that it made me pause and reconsider. Then I raced towards the car, opened the door, and threw my key in the ignition. We never looked back. The car stalled out in the snowbank 3/4 of the way back to my ranger cabin. I made the group get out and run. Part of me felt like it was watching us, waiting for another opportunity to strike. When we made it back, I sounded every single goddamn alarm I had. The incident was thoroughly investigated by the National Park Service. My coworker's death was determined to be a bear attack. The roof collapse is caused by natural occurrences. I told them that was impossible. I told them no bear could cause injuries or damage like that. No bear could launch itself on top of a house. But we never had any evidence. And so our story was, for the most part, ignored. Regardless, I know what I saw. The American lion is still alive and well. It could be hunting people as we speak. It could be stalking the same south suburban woods we wander with so much blind trust. Sometimes, I can still hear it scream at night. I know it's not alone. I answered a spam call. Hello, is this Mr. Henderson? There was no real reason for me to pick up the phone. The spam app on my cell called out the mystery number right away. But, hell, I thought. Duck it. There was no one else left in life for me to talk to. Even a debt collector sounded good at the moment. My wife was unalived in 2015. There isn't an easy way to say that other than getting it out of the way early. It was a random robbery gone wrong. One rainy night, some sick tweaking duck snuck into our house and shot her. The suspect was caught 2 days later and sentenced to life in prison. He still sits there today. I have worked in web development ever since. The job is remote, and the field caters to my hermit-like behavior out here in the woods of northern New Jersey. The lack of substance testing is just an added benefit. I was perfectly free to duck up the remainder of my own life. I don't have any friends anymore. Not really. Sometimes. I guess it is easy to look for companionship in all the wrong places. Senior or junior? I replied to the lady with a sigh before settling into the armchair in my office with a bottle of wine. It was raining that night. The wind whipped the old pine tree in our backyard so hard I thought it might topple. Senior, said the pretty, calm voice on the other line. She sounded familiar, but I blamed that notion on the half-empty bottle of wine. Apologies, ma'am, but Senior died 6 years ago, I said, a little annoyed at the lack of record-keeping at this place. She paused. Oh gosh, that is not what we have here. I am so sorry, sir. We were not aware. Please forgive the intrusion and assumption. Would you mind pausing while I check my records? A filing cabinet clicked steadily in the background as static crinkled. I guessed that the woman held the receiver to her shoulder. I chuckled a bit at the lack of audio quality. No, that is okay. No problem at all. No worries. Why don't you start by telling me your name? I asked, cursing myself for the hint of shameless flirting at the end. She giggled. Something about that laugh was very familiar. My name is Emily, and I work with his credit card company, she said in a rehearsed tone. Unfortunately, we cannot divulge which firm over the phone if you are not on the account. Which, you just admitted yourself, of course. Okay. I am guessing that you are Mr. Henderson's son, she mumbled while audibly thumbing through papers. Yes ma'am, that's right. But it's been years. I could not possibly be stuck with the old man's debt, right? I asked hopefully. Well, let's check, shall we? There was a panicked shuffling and opening of books in the background. I am so sorry, sir, she replied with a regretful tone. The rules are in one of those 3-ring binders, and they are very difficult to find. Please hold for a moment. That's okay. Did not know anybody still kept records that way. Do I get an email confirmation of this charge as well? I asked. Excuse me? Email. Like. Electronic mail. A confirmation of the charge? I asked again, allowing my confusion to turn to frustration. What was this lady's problem? We don't do that here. Still a few years away from all those fancy features, she continued. But as you know, late payments are a pretty serious issue. They can even affect the credit score of an individual when a large amount has not been paid. Okay, of course, I said, genuinely starting to grow worried and a bit flustered. What can I do? Is there a Mrs. Henderson in the household? She asked quietly. Mrs. Henderson died in '06. What year did you say? Oh my gosh. That is so horrible. I am batting 1,000 today. I gasped. That was it. That phrase. I don't know if it was the way she said it or the fact that simply not that many people use that exact language. But as soon as she did, something clicked in my memory. My wife worked for a credit card company before we met. Her name was also Emily. The voice sounded like hers, but it was younger, more hopeful than I remembered. What is your last name? I asked. The line was silent. Look, I know that's a weird question. But please, I think we know each other. I can't give that information out. She started. Okay. Did you go to Jefferson Memorial High School? Yes, she said, astonished. How did you know that? It was impossible. Emily was dead. The voice on the phone barely even sounded like her. It was younger, happier, and more optimistic. This type of dream was the type of thing that had kept me up a million sleepless nights in the past. And yet, I was awake. Could it be a coincidence? Is your mother's name Eva? There was silence on the other end of the line. Then her mouse-like reply confirmed my suspicions. Who is this? I took a deep breath. Either I understood what was happening, or I lost my mind. Might as well enjoy the ride. This next question is going to sound strange. What is today's date? I am sorry, sir. What? One moment. She paused and shuffled around some more papers. Today's date is July 9th, 1999. It was impossible. Could it be the storm? The anniversary of her death? Emily, listen to me. Okay, sir, this conversation is getting a little strange. Let's keep it to the payment plan. Listen to me very carefully. One day you are going to meet a man. You are going to love him, Emily. And he will love you more than you ever know. I had to give her something to remember. On your first holiday together, he will buy you one gift for all 12 days of Christmas. Sounds dreamy, she replied with a laugh and a sigh. Are you one of those psychics? I am serious. You will marry this man, Emily. He will buy you the ring you always wanted. The ceremony will be in a beautiful one in your hometown. Your entire family will be there, including Aunt Zelda and your grandma from Tennessee. I like this fortune cookie, she said with dripping sarcasm. But 2 years later, on July 9th, 2015, you will be unalived in the home you share. She shifted the phone nervously. So what do I do? First, I tried to tell her to avoid the house that day. To never date me, to stay away forever and find a better life somewhere else. But somewhere in the middle of my rant, the line disconnected to the tune of a blood-curdling scream. I called back to find a non-working number. She never answered again. I fell asleep listening to the thunder rolling through the sky. The scream from that night repeated from time to time while flashes of her body on the floor occasionally invaded my mind. I never questioned the call. I never asked why. Maybe it was God, maybe it was just time. But yesterday morning, when I woke up, Emily was by my side. 6 new voicemails from a stranger. This morning, I woke up to 6 unread voicemails. The contents are rather disturbing. And so here they are, transcribed. The notes in brackets and outside quotations are my own. The rest is the voice of a tired, old man that speaks in extended sentences and hints of a local Jersey accent. He has quite the story to tell. The first voicemail. 2 a.m. A persistent beeping chirps in the background throughout the call. Hi honey, it's me. I was hoping you would answer the phone because I need to talk to you about stuff I need for the room. You're probably wondering who this is since you don't recognize the number, but it's me, at the hospital. Extended pause. If you get the message, call me back, would you please? I love you. Bye. Another extended pause. I need some wipes. Some hand wipes, and some honey wipes. You probably know about the hand wipes, since we were running low. But the honey wipes, the ones we opened when you were here, are all dried up. A third extended pause. Okay, I love you. If you don't get the message, I'll see you in a couple of hours. Bye. A recording plays for a local hospital that tells me exactly where the man is located. I won't give the name, but it is not far from my house, confirming the idea that this guy just dialed a similar number by accident. The second voicemail. 2:30 a.m. Hi, me again, Grandpa. Aggressive coughing is heard in the background. I hope I didn't disturb you, hon. I know it's late and your mom doesn't like me calling this late, but it's a bit lonely here, and I thought you wouldn't mind. I love you so much. This is Grandpa, by the way. He pauses. I called again, because I wanted to remind you to bring my sweater. It's a bit cold here. The red one you got me. I know we don't celebrate, but everyone is so dressed up. I think it would be nice to fit in. I hope you can find it. At this point, the pauses are so consistent that I wonder whether the man is stopping to gather his thoughts or observe something in the room with him. His next line confirms my suspicion as the latter. I have a roommate now. So he says. He's got one of those funny, foreign names that are tough to pronounce. Plata, Plato, something like that. A raspy voice calls out from the background. Pluto. That still can't be right. Anyway, good night. I love you so much, sweetheart. I'll see you in the morning. The third voicemail. 3 a.m. Grandpa again. Honey, it is so cold here, and I don't know why. I asked the young, pretty nurse about the temperature, but she told me to just bundle up. She sounded so much like your grandmother when she said that. You know, before she passed. You never met Grandma, but she would have loved you, sweetheart. You had so much in common. He sighs. I think I'm going to need more sweaters. I hope that doesn't burden you too much. I know that's what I am, now, to your mom at least. Just a burden. Sometimes I wish the good Lord would take me sooner. The machine begins to beep louder, for reasons I do not know. Okay, I love you. Bye. The fourth voicemail. 4 a.m. There are some folks in my room. If it's okay, I'd like to just keep you on the phone, while they're here. There are some chattering noises in the background. I hear a female voice, a gruff male, and a squealing baby. Mallory. My parents are here. The man on the phone squawks something unintelligible to the voices. The gruff male voice in the background shouts back in return. My father always was such a mean man. Death didn't do him any favors. His face is even uglier than before. He says I have to go. Goodbye. The fifth voicemail. 4:45 a.m. They're gone now. Extended pause. Mallory, I don't know what is happening. I am scared. Pluto is gone now. His bed is freshly made like nobody ever stayed there, to begin with. The man coughs so aggressively that the phone cackles static instead. I keep seeing people in the hallways. A couple of them peeked into my room. This place looks busier than Grand Central Station. But it's the middle of the night. And I recognize some of these people, too. It's the funniest thing. God Maul, I swear, I saw your father. A raspy voice calls out in the background. I can't make out what they say. I've got to go, now. I love you. The sixth and final voicemail. I love you so much. I know I tell you every day, but you needed to hear it every day. Because one day, we wouldn't have any more days left, you know? I worried about that day a lot. But I don't anymore. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Tell your mom, for me, will ya? I only have time to call one person. He coughs. Pluto isn't back yet. But I know he is coming back. I can feel it. The hospital has gotten a lot darker, and people stopped passing by in the hallways. Extended pause. One last person visited me, Maul. It was my sister. The one that passed when we were just kids. She looked just like how I remembered her. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a kind wide smile. She looked just like you, Mallory. She always looked just like you. He coughs again. The sound is hollow and painful to hear. The spasm lasts an entire full minute before he gasps and chugs down a glass of water, or juice, or whatever they give them there. She told me not to be scared of the axe. She told me it would be okay. She said, son, do not wait and stutter when Pluto asks you to go. There is a time and a place in which every soul will know. A raspy voice calls out in the background. So, I think I gotta go. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Extended pause. Goodbye. As soon as the last breath of the final voicemail played, I jumped in my car and flew through the 20-minute drive to the hospital. I arrived at the reception desk gasping for air and holding the cell phone over my head like a bomb. I tried to relax. I did my best to calmly explain the situation to the secretary. I explained the missed calls and the voicemail and gave her as much information as I had. The woman paused and looked up a few hospital records. Then she made a phone call. Finally, she told me that I was not allowed to go back and see anyone, but someone would come out to see me. A few minutes later, a beautiful, blonde, teary young girl met me in the lobby. She wiped her eyes aggressively with a pink-sleeved arm and stared at me suspiciously. Mallory? I asked. Did your grandfather pass away last night? She sniffled and nodded at me, obviously suspicious, and a little concerned. You need to listen to this. I led her towards a grove of comfy chairs where we both sat down. I pulled up the voicemail app on my phone. I told the very confused girl to brace for something even more unusual than me. And then I pressed play. The best 100 seconds of your life. I live in an apartment farm where the windows in adjacent buildings meet at uncomfortably even angles. If the shades are all up and the lights are all on, you can see just about everything going on inside. Sometimes, late at night, I'll wait for a glass of water from the sink and notice my neighbor at his kitchen table in the unit across from me. The man is balding and middle-aged. He ordinarily wears a cream-colored robe or some faded shade of red. He always has a glass of milk at the ready, joined occasionally by a fat cigar, aimed for the skylight. His horn-rimmed glasses and neat 5 o'clock shadow are about as unremarkable as any other working Joe this side of the New York, New Jersey state line. And yet something about this guy always intrigued me. We never offer each other anything more than an awkward wave of hello. We never attempt to speak. But some nights, I'll sit down in the kitchen too, with a glass of my cold milk and a cigarette snuck from an old pack in the dresser. Sometimes, when you're feeling lonely, it's nice to see someone else is feeling lonely too. But one night, last month, my midnight companion gestured for me to join him. I didn't know what to do. The wave was friendly and welcoming. There was no malice behind it. He didn't look annoyed by my staring. He just looked like he wanted to talk. I thought about the prospect for a couple of minutes. I checked on the baby, kissed my wife goodnight, and put on a cream-colored robe of my own. Then I stumbled down the stairs, out the atrium doors, and into the shivering cold autumn air. I found my new friend waiting in the lobby of his adjacent building. His bespectacled stare sent uncomfortable shivers up my spine. He waved me forward past the security guard and I followed him wordlessly into the elevator. We waited in awkward silence for a moment before he pressed the button for 5. Same as mine. Cold out there, I muttered. Thought it might heat up over the weekend. The man smiled wanly in agreement. The elevator doors opened wide and he stepped forward to proceed down the hall as the cream robe sashayed behind him. I hesitated. Relax, kid, the man chuckled. The night guard saw you come in. I think you'll make it out of here alive. Why did you want me to come over? I asked. I hope you didn't mind. He shrugged. No. Looked like you wanted someone to talk to. Maybe I do too. I chuckled. Either you've got great vision, or I'm just that transparent. Another sly smile. Little bit of both. My name is Brandon. And you? Michael. He nodded. And now we know each other. We're not strangers anymore. So how about it, Mike? One sleepless dad to another. I stepped out from behind the wide metal doors. You got the whiskey for that milk? Brandon nodded. Kahlua too. And with that, we bounded down the hall towards Unit 21C. The halls in the building were well lit and uniquely decorated with floral landscape paintings and glass faces that looked as though they held nothing inside. A scrubbed-up nurse walked past just toward the end and Brandon gave her a courteous nod. He fumbled for his keys before the door to his apartment opened. It was hard not to gasp. I was immediately greeted by the very essence of luxury. In the dining room, a magnificent chandelier dripped down from the ceiling to meet a luxurious oak table. In the den, Persian rugs lined at incessantly perfect right angles to cover scratch-free wood floors. Beautiful china sat behind spotless stained glass. A massive 70-inch LCD TV sat perched on the wall in between various gold and silver-shaded baubles and picture frames. The place looked like the Ritz got trapped inside a tiny 2-bedroom space. Let's see about that Caucasian, Jackie, Brandon joked over his shoulder whilst heading for the liquor cabinet. Big Lebowski. What a film. I've been hooked on the things ever since. I assume you want yours on the rocks? I said that I did. Good man. Brandon returned with a speckled glass and a pair of large cigars. He set us up at the kitchen table before fussing through the cabinets for a pack of matches. After a moment he grabbed a seat and lit his own in a perfect circular motion. Aim for the window. I nodded and went to work on my own. So how can I help you, Brandon? A woman named Melissa came into my clinic today, he started. You're a doctor? He nodded solemnly. Melissa lost her husband and young son in a car accident a few months back. Awful, I mumbled. Must be awful seeing that sort of thing every day. Brandon offered the same wan smile before taking a generous swig of his white Russian. She comes to my office for checkups, nothing more, he murmured through a cloud of smoke. The accident severed her spine. She will never walk again. But we still need to check the stitches and other various injuries for signs of infection. Our job is to make sure Melissa's horrifying situation does not get worse. That's all. I can't imagine staying positive, I added. Sounds exhausting. Brandon nodded. You don't? I was confused. Well, don't you have to? I asked. As a doctor, I mean, isn't part of the goal to keep your patients feeling positive? You can wear a mask, he murmured. One of those perky masks that say all the right things. You know. Be happy. Make yourself happy. Life will get better. The night is always darkest just before dawn. You've read all the fortune cookies. You've heard the 1,000 cliches and adages and parables and crappy pop songs on the radio extolling people to be their best little selves even when the sky is raining down poop on the only things that matter. Brandon coughed through his cigar and chuckled in disgust. So you say stuff like that. I puffed my cigar wordlessly for a moment. Are you one of those nihilists? I joked. Like in the film. I'm a realist, he snapped angrily. Real enough to know that stupid poop like that would not work with Melissa. I'm sorry. A dumb joke. What did you say to her? Brandon waved a hand as if to tell me it was all right. We keep it to the medicine. Don't wet the stitches. Make sure to take the right pain medication at the right times. Do you have a caretaker? If you don't have a caretaker assigned, the hospital can provide one for you. You know, stuff like that. Helps to avoid the deeper psychological questions. Those types are best left for the shrinks. I considered his comments for a second. Sounds cold. He nodded. Empathy is a dangerous thing. People can't be expected to hold all of the world's pain. Neither can doctors. There's just too much of it to go around. Brandon took another gulp of liquid courage. But this morning, Melissa tricked me. How'd she do that? We were talking about dreams. Vivid dreams can be an unfortunate side effect of concussions, unfortunately, so I needed to find a way to distinguish what is vivid and what is ordinary. In her case, I asked for details about the dreams. And? Melissa told me she dreamed about her son. He was stuck inside a wall of water and she could not reach him. I gulped. Sounds pretty vivid. It sounded like something that needed a second opinion. Likely a psych follow-up. I told her as much. She didn't take it well. How not well? Brandon sighed. She took a fork and stuck it into an open electrical outlet. Holy poop. Never seen anything like it in 20 years. The current from the wall slipped through the fork and into her already broken body. Melissa's heart stopped for exactly 100 seconds before we were able to get a crash cart into the room and revive her. Horrible. I'll admit that I lost it a little bit. The mask slipped, so to speak. I had seen and treated this woman for months. I felt like I knew her. I knew her dreams, even, and I felt like maybe the psych and the medicine and everything else had helped her turn a corner. She talked about dating and having intimacy again. She talked about starting her life over. All of that work evaporated, at least in my mind, the moment she decided to unalive herself. So what did you do? I broke 1,000 protocols. I followed Melissa's case through the ER and into recovery. Later during the day she somehow regained consciousness, and I lied to her on call, just so I could sneak in to see her. Brandon took a long drag of his cigar. I wanted to shake her. I wanted to yell and scream and tell her what an idiot she was for wasting the small amount of time we get. I wanted to tell her there is nothing after this, and if there was, it sure as hell wouldn't be any better than what we got now. She lied to me. She lied to everyone. I was furious. Brandon got up to make another drink. I sensed it coming. He nodded. But when I went to see Melissa, she was happy. That is the only way I can describe it. Happy? She sat there, in this hospital bed, covered in wires and 4 lines head to toe, burn marks everywhere, looking like an effing horror show, with this big, dumb grin on her face. Brandon sighed and started to stir a cocktail. She told me she just had the best 100 seconds of her life. I laughed. I later regretted that. She told me that she saw her husband. She saw her son, too. They were playing on this beautiful white beach covered with pebbles in front of a massive blue ocean. Her little boy always loved to ride this fire-red boogie board through the waves. She could see the kid clear as day, out in the surf, and every single wave would always be just the right height to bring him safely back to shore. He just looked so happy that. Melissa felt at peace. Brandon sniffled a bit. She spoke to her husband as well. He was at the beach too. He forgave her for everything. He knew it was an accident. He knew they would all be together again. She just had to wait a little while. He paused. All of those aching feelings of guilt, misery, and heartache that she kept locked up inside her gut melted away as easily as those perfectly sized waves pushing up against the sand. Another pause. The best 100 seconds of her life. I considered the story along with the last drops of my Caucasian and the stub of a cigar burning its way toward my fingertips. Brandon got up to stir a third drink. Something didn't seem right. Something still seemed missing. But why did Melissa try to unalive herself at a hospital? Brandon looked longingly towards a picture frame resting up against the coffee maker. A younger man sat perched with a little girl hanging off his lap. Brandon dipped his fingers into his full glass and smiled sadly. Then he swirled his whole hand around slowly. Maybe she didn't want to die. How do you mean? He considered that for a moment. Maybe she just wanted to visit for a little while. He stopped stirring and looked at me with hopeful blue eyes. Hey, you have your cell phone, don't you? I told him that I did. And you saw the nurse next door? I nodded. Good. The next few moments passed faster than any in my life. I didn't anticipate what Brandon planned to do in front of me that night. That was stupid. I didn't see his hand reach out for the outlet. That was unlucky. But the sparks that flew through the air and the stomach-turning stench of burning skin painted an already perfectly pretty picture of what had happened. I turned to vomit, but Brandon stayed put in that position as if his arm was welded to the outlet, while bolts of white-hot electricity vibrated up and down his soaked hand. His heart stopped for 200 seconds. The police and EMS arrived in record time. The nurse next door rushed in at the sound of my screeching. But we were too late. We were all too late. My new friend died on his kitchen floor with a glass of good scotch still swimming by his side. He left behind a divorcee and no living children. A month later, and I can't bring myself to idealize or romanticize the guy. Truth be told, his actions were selfish, especially considering the trauma they put me and everyone else through. Sometimes I hope Brandon got to see his beach one last time. And then sometimes I still see his kitchen light on at night. A stranger stayed overnight in a storm. Matt, do you hear that? Someone's knocking at the door. I sat up in bed and checked the watch on my dresser. 2:15. The wind has a way of making the most innocent sounds suspicious. A tapping at the window could be nothing more than an exposed branch. A scraping in the ceiling could be something stuck on the roof. A pounding at the door. Well, that could mean any number of things. Busted pipes. Expanding air ducts. Even something as innocent as a front door ornament getting a little too ornery. We've had that one happen before. But as I listened for traces of movement in the night, I knew my wife had to be right. 3 dramatically clear knocks again echoed down the hallway of our small home. What do they want? Who is it? It's 2 in the friggin' morning, Em whispered. I hopped out of bed and threw on some basketball shorts in the dark. The lights were out. I flicked the switch by my nightstand a few times, and nothing responded. I grunted and then yelled a bit after stepping on a cat toy. Em scolded me for that. Quiet. Now he knows we're home. 3 more consistent knocks seemed to confirm her theory. How do you know it's a he? I whispered with a silent smile. It was a shameless little game I played to make her scared. We had been through this routine fairly often in the past few weeks. Em was always hearing things at the night, ever since we moved. And I was always the investigator, with my trusty Louisville slugger from high school by my side. I never found anything. But my looking always made her feel better. Our new house in the country tended to set my wife on edge a bit. 3 more knocks. They sounded hurried now. I stumbled into the living room, still aching from my bumped toe, and reached for the trusty Louisville waiting in its spot behind the couch. The knocks began to lose all rhythm. The owner pounded the door anxiously, apparently losing patience before his angry footsteps retreated down the porch. I waited a moment. Then I opened the door. The storm had added several inches of snow overnight. The wind pushed it right into my face. We had heard about horrible traffic on the parkway. Commuters had been stuck for hours. People had abandoned their cars, instead opting to walk home and get them later. The local road that led to my house was itself left unblemished by plows or tires. Only a single pair of footprints led from the highway, a few miles away, all the way to our front door. Standing at the end of them, and at the bottom of my front steps was an ordinary-looking man. I couldn't see most of his features, at first. He wore a heavy black parka, with a dorky feathered hood on top, shielding his head from the wind. Dark snow pants almost covered a pair of pristine tan Timberland-like boots. Something about the outfit looked familiar. The man appeared ready to give up and go away as he fumbled for something in his pockets. But I called out to him. I don't know why. Maybe I felt more confident with the bat by my side. Can I help you? The stranger turned at once in relief. He looked to be middle-aged. Dark black hair peeked out through the hood and dangled in front of cool blue eyes. He hopped up the steps immediately and reached out confidently to shake my hand. When he spoke, his voice sounded oddly high-pitched. His breath and coat stunk of some unfamiliar type of old man cologne. Oh, thank God. Thank God for the Good Samaritan. Sir, my car broke down on the highway, a few miles from here. The engine is dead. My cell phone is out of battery. Effing technology, right? I am from out of town and I don't know my butt from a back road out here. I know it's late. I know how this must look. But would you mind if I stepped inside and used your phone? I looked the man up and down uneasily. He seemed harmless enough. But, if my older brother taught me one thing, it's don't trust a strange man in your house after hours. I tried to think of a way to let the stranger down easily. Instead, I opted for the truth. Our phone's dead. The power is out here. Sorry about that. He looked wounded, and that stung my conscience a bit. He turned to stare helplessly at the acres of empty, untouched snow before him. 7 or 8 inches had stacked up in some places. The plows were nowhere to be seen. The town was almost always woefully unprepared for unexpected storms. The man's lack of options quickly became apparent. Okay. Guess I better get walking. I felt a brush of satin before my wife appeared by my side. You could stay here a bit, sir. Until the power comes back? I pushed the door back a bit and whispered angrily to Emily. What are you doing? We don't know this man. So what? He's stuck. It's all over Facebook. The highway is still backed up. This is something my dad would do. Sneak out of the house during a storm for some fast food, or something. Plus, you heard him, we're the Good Samaritans. Just like the Bible. Great. Somebody started to take church a little too seriously. I tried to disguise my groan before throwing the door back open. So, how about it? You can sleep on the couch until morning if you like. The man nodded graciously and pushed himself past me. He immediately began pulling off waterlogged clothing in our hallway. Upon closer inspection, all of it appeared to be about 3 sizes too small. I thought nothing of it at the time. I will. Go throw this in the dryer, Emily offered. I'll run it when the power comes back. She disappeared down the stairs as the man made himself comfortable on my couch. He pulled out an old cell phone and stared down at it in surprise. Got a towel? He asked me, pointing to the sopping mess accumulating on our wood floors. Or some clothes? I ran into the bathroom to search the closet for spare towels. Something about the man's arrogance annoyed me. Here we were, allowing him into our home in the middle of the night, without suspicion, and he was already barking orders. I found an old rag buried under a basket filled with mascara and pulled it loose. When I came back outside, the stranger had stretched his long legs fully out on our couch. You know, that's a pretty sweet wife you got there, he giggled as I wiped up the mess. Pretty sweet indeed. Wish I had one that sweet. The words made my skin crawl. Emily waltzed up from the basement in a hurry and smiled happily at both of us in the living room. Sorry about that. Hopefully, the power comes back soon. I wanted to say something to her. But not in front of the creep. He stared at her like a dog eyeing a brand new bone. I suddenly noticed the shorts she was wearing. I noticed the lack of a bra. We were just in bed, after all. And the stranger seemed to notice too. Say, honey, do you work out a lot? He asked. My wife blushed and covered herself apologetically. She always looked for the best in people. And she had heard her fair share of inappropriate jokes in the day. Oh, I should put something on, excuse me. I moved to follow her into the bedroom as a familiar jingle danced its way toward the couch. Oh, look at that. You've got yourself a fat cat. My tuxedo kitten, Figaro, hopped happily onto the couch and into the man's outstretched arms. He purred at the attention from the such new and strange company. The man happily allowed his face to be licked and pawed. He reached out and snatched Fig up in his burly arms. Yeah. He's a good boy, I explained awkwardly. Loves attention. The man smiled a toothy grin in my direction as he offered generous pecks to Figaro's confused forehead. Oh, they all do, they all do. You know, they say cats are one of the only animals to prefer human interaction to food. They tested it, in a lab somewhere, duck if I know. But the trust of man is built into most house cats' basic instincts. Through years of selective breeding, most of these things trust us implicitly. Isn't that something? I nodded and said nothing. Something about the way he squeezed Figaro closer to him made me uncomfortable. You know, I could snap this little poop's neck right now, and he'd let me do it. That did it. I'm sorry if this is rude, but I think you should leave. The stranger blinked. The atmosphere in my living room changed in an instant. A moment's hesitation caused Figaro to hiss and jump through his weakened grip. The ringing bell disappeared down the stairs. Well, doesn't seem very Christian of you. I grabbed the bat still resting up against my front door. Yeah, well, we're Catholic. My wife called out from the bedroom. Matt, is everything all right? I shouted my reply without ever taking my eyes off the stranger in front of me. Stay in the bedroom and lock the door. He got to his feet lazily. He was smiling. Like the threat of me holding a bat amused him. Maybe that wasn't such a bad assertion. At his full height, the stranger stood well over 6 feet tall and easily dwarfed my scrawny 5 feet 10 inches. Yes, Emily, stay in bed. I'll be done with your husband shortly. He advanced in a flash. And so I swung the bat like it was an instinct of my own. My brother always told me, if you get in a fight with a bigger man, aim for his knees. And so I did exactly that. I learned the small cylinder of metal directly across the stranger's kneecaps as my life depended on it. I think it did. The stranger's knees shattered like a piece of glass. Emily later said she could hear the impact from our bedroom. My next blow went to his face. A double tap, if you will. I grabbed the jerk by his collar and immediately dragged him the duck out of my house. I left him by the foot of our porch and locked the door. I joined Emily in the additionally locked bedroom as she frantically described our situation to dispatch on her now working cell phone. Officers were making their way toward our house, but the snow impeded their travel. We heard someone dragging themselves up the steps. We heard him try to jimmy the door handle. After several unsuccessful attempts, he screamed at us through the night and then went quiet. I stood with the bat against my shoulder and waited for him to come back. But it never came to that. You might think I overreacted. I assure you, I didn't. Police officers swarmed my house approximately an hour later. They found the stranger unconscious by the front porch of our home. We described the entire situation to the detectives exactly as I have here. Word for word. The man was arrested and processed accordingly. A few hours later, additional officers were sent to check in on my neighbors. It was a routine activity. They just wanted to see if they could garner more witnesses. What they found precluded that necessity. The stranger made a previous stop that night. 2 miles down the road sat a nice family. Husband, wife, and 2 young daughters around my sister's age. One of them worked at the local coffee shop. We had met her a handful of times. The other was studying for grad school. They were unalived inside their own home. Every single last one of them. Mom, dad, and daughters. The stranger left 4 bodies, untouched, sitting and waiting by the front door. The only items missing from the household were one daughter's snow clothes. A black parka, dark pants, and tan Timberland boots. A hell made out of ice. Please, don't hurt me. I've done nothing wrong. Dr. Crane was a good man. He begged me not to unalive him. I could never imagine how it feels to have a loaded shotgun pointed toward your face. Or what is left of it anyways. The worst thing is, that I genuinely don't know if he meant it. I didn't know how much of his mind was left and how much was altered or completely dissolved. I fired. A spray of blood, brain matter, and bone painted the wall as the left side of his head was taken away by the fast-flying buckshot. Dr. Crane collapsed onto the ground into a heap. What could I have possibly done so wrong, that I now deserve to be here and experience this? I felt sick. Not because I've just unalived someone. No. Compared to what I was seeing, unaliving someone was nothing. This was wrong on so many levels, that it's hard for me to find words to describe it. Even after losing half of his brain, Dr. Crane was still attempting to talk but ended up only uttering absolute nonsense as his body twitched and rolled on the ground and kept spilling this brown fluid everywhere across the lab from the tumor-like growths all over his body. It looked like most of his body mass was used up to create those tumors. In the few places where there were none, his skin was pulled tight around his bones. His face was the worst. It almost looked like a bear skull. After a few moments, he stabilized himself with his back facing the ground and started shambling toward me using his left arm and leg. The right side of his body went limp. I started slowly walking backward. I was almost at the door now. Is something broken? Something Dr. Crane announced just before I heard a loud crack. I thought I stepped on something, but then I realized that it was Dr. Crane's kneecap that cracked. He twisted an unnatural and jumped right at me. Another shot stopped the monstrosity in midair and another 3 ensured that it wouldn't try it again. He was still moving a little bit as I made my way out of the lab and locked the door shut. What a mess. Blake, what are we supposed to do with Stevens? Jamie brought me back to my senses. What's up with him? I asked. He ate his effing guts out. Omar responded half yelling. Oh right. Crane ate Stevens' effing guts out. How did I miss that? I wasn't thinking straight anymore. Few people would have after what just happened. Throw him outside and burn him. Blake, but I think he's still alive. Jamie argued. You heard what I said. And please, put some effing gloves on. Don't let his blood get on you. Just in case. And clean up the blood afterward as I noticed a crimson trail left on the floor as they dragged him away. Aren't you going to help? Stevens asked angrily. Damn it. Spears, not Stevens. Stevens had his guts eaten out. Spears was dragging Stevens away. Stevens, Spears. Spears, Stevens. Duck. When I'm going to finally learn that. I guess I won't be confusing their names anymore. No, I'm going to have a drink. Come to Antarctica during the polar winter, they said. It'll be fun, they said. We were supposed to learn about how life on Earth originated. Instead, we only learned how life on Earth could end. Anyway, our mission here was to drill out the oldest ice sample ever collected. You can see the whole of Earth's history in the Antarctic ice. A few meters deep, it's just regular ice. A few dozen of meters deep, you can see how much less carbon dioxide and radioactive dust and other junk we've thrown into the air during the last century the older ice contains. A few hundred meters deep, things start getting interesting. Sometimes you can find frozen prehistoric microbes. Sometimes, you can get a sample of the air that dinosaurs breathed. But when we pulled out sample number 127, we didn't expect to find these strange metal-like crystals that were embedded inside. I wish we never pulled it out. I don't know what it is or how it got there. I think Dr. Crane called it a primordial cocktail once, but I don't care anymore. Dr. Crane got himself unalived by studying it. The crystals thawed at room temperature into a repulsive brownish yellow fluid. The last few days, he was obsessed with it. So much that he wasn't even sleeping or eating anymore. He spent the whole day in his lab. I think he spilled it on himself or something. I don't know. And I probably won't be able to ask him anymore. Stevens decided to bring him some food this evening. Little did he know that he would become the food himself. Did you know that there is no day and night cycle here on the poles? It's just constant sunlight during the polar summer and constant darkness during the polar winter. It's not pitch black, because some light still reaches this place, mostly from the stars and atmospheric scattering. Well, let me also tell you that during a snowstorm, it is pitch black. No one is coming to help us in this weather. They might nuke this place to ashes when the storm passes. I wouldn't object after what I've just seen. God bless that somehow our connection is still working. I'm writing this in case I don't get to live another day in this ice hell. That's all I have to say right now. Now, excuse me while I try to wash away my fear with alcohol. Anyway, I'll be brief because I've got to go fast. So last night, I probably had a bit more drinks than I should have had and I somehow managed to forget to post what I had written down yesterday. Anyway, the next thing I remember was getting shaken by Spears like there was no tomorrow. So I opened my eyes and he says, "Blake, wake up. We have a problem. Stevens is gone. The part of the deep web that we aren't supposed to see. I'll assume you all know about the deep web. Well, what you've heard is true, it's not a great place. While some people are there to score smokable grass or firearms, or even out of sheer curiosity, others, well, they're not up to anything good. But I'm not here to talk about those shickos. I'm here to talk about what lies beyond that point. The more cryptic and unexplainable part of the internet. The part that nobody's supposed to see. There was an infographic that cropped up a while ago. Not sure when. The 8 levels of the internet. Maybe you've seen it. As interesting as it was, it's a complete bunk. I'm sorry, but polymeric falsigold derivation means nothing. And the Primarch system? I guess somebody's a fan of Warhammer. No, there are no quantum mechanics involved here. However, that doesn't mean it was an easy place to find. Now, I'm not going to begin to tell you how to get here. It's unlikely that'd you be able to, even if I did. I'm not tooting my own horn here, I just didn't have a life outside of this. I was warned, of course. Everybody told me I wasn't going to like what I saw. That I wouldn't even understand it. Now I'm passing off that warning to you. Don't try to look for this. There's no official name for this place, or at least I haven't seen one. There were rumors, however. These ranged from an Illuminati chat room to a virtual holding cell for an experimental AI gone rogue. In reality, it's a lot worse. After a long and painful process of breaking down firewalls and encryptions, solving bizarre philosophical riddles, and following hidden links, I was finally directed to a blank page with one line of text and a text box underneath. Quid curies? Latin for what do you seek? I remember feeling surprised. But in retrospect, I didn't know what I was expecting. I'll admit, I was a bit stumped here. Partly because I didn't know the answer to that question. I had no objective, I just wanted to see if I could do it. I tried some generic answers at first. I typed in the truth and enlightenment. You know, matrix poop. Nothing happened. I tried a bunch of answers, but none of them worked. I was getting frustrated at this point. Maybe this was a gag page. Maybe I hadn't figured anything out. If only. I tried something off the wall. Not sure how this came to me or why I thought it would work, but I typed in what also seeks me. Now that I think about it, this thing might have been an AI. To my surprise, the page went blank. Like fully blank. I waited. After about 5 minutes, I was directed to what looked like a forum. No, not even that. It was more basic. Just a list of links over a brownish yellow background. The links themselves were indecipherable. Just seemingly random sequences of characters, symbols, and letters. A lot of them I had never seen before. It almost looked like an alien language. Just a code I didn't understand. At this point, expectations were off the wall. Each link was shot in the dark. I clicked on the first one. It loaded up a live feed of what seemed to be the Paris catacombs. I watched for a while, but it was ultimately uneventful. I moved on to the next link. It was a shaky video in a dark setting. But I could make out men in tactical gear. They were in a house, opening doors and sweeping each room. Eventually, they kicked one down to reveal a creature. Tall and humanoid, with scaly skin. It was gnawing on a dismembered arm. They tried shooting at it, but it escaped out the window. The video stopped there. Well, I was floored. What the hell was this? It looked too real to be unreleased film footage. I was officially intrigued. Maybe this was worth the months of headaches and bloodshot eyes after all. I couldn't stop now. I started working down the list of links. With each click, everything got more and more bizarre. More disturbing. I stumbled upon a document called the Paragon Project, detailing trials of human experimentation that would lead to superhuman levels of strength and durability. It was an apparent success. Looked official too. There were essays on space-time anomalies, glitches in reality, and apparent pictures of alternate dimensions. There were detailed explanations regarding Area 51, the Bermuda Triangle, assassinations, disappearances, and the true nature of the Holy Grail. One of the more upsetting ones was a document referring to a world-ending bomb. A nuke that's 720,000 times stronger than the one dropped on Hiroshima. I don't want to know why we would need that. I found contingency plans for different kinds of apocalypses, nuclear winter, biological weapons, and viral outbreaks. Some more peculiar ones were called the Marianas Trench Abnormality, the bluntly labeled Strange Man on the 15th floor, and one simply referred to as Blackout. Recovered logs of skinwalker hunting expeditions, 911 transcripts from residents of a town in Texas that went missing in 1977, and even the journals that belonged to the people involved in the Dyatlov Pass incident. They didn't go insane because of the snow. I spent hours on there, looking through pages and pages of things I felt like I wasn't supposed to see. I came across a trailer for a silent film made back in 1910. One that made people claw their eyes out after watching that nearly derailed the whole industry. There was a live stream of a hooded man sitting in front of a camera, head crouched down. He eventually lifted his head. Even though he had no mouth, a deep, guttural hello came through my speakers. Somehow, I knew it came from him. I didn't stick around for that. There were obscure sets of step-by-step guides that involved things like cutting off your limbs and sewing on a corpse, performing religious incantations in the middle of the Siberian forest, and going to coordinates that housed captive fallen angels. It was unclear what any of these were supposed to achieve. There was also a 20 seconds long clip titled The Futility of the Living. I didn't watch it. That's when I realized there was no way even the highest form of organized government had full control of this. One of the scariest things about this whole experience was that I didn't find an end to the list. No matter far I scrolled down. I think I had a meltdown and passed out eventually because I woke up on my floor in the middle of the night. I looked at my computer screen to see looped helicopter footage of a massive, crab-like creature tearing apart a coastal island. I clicked off of it. I just sat there for the longest time. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, and I don't think I wanted to. Now, I'm not sure why I kept going. My brain was screaming for me to take my computer out to the lawn and smash it into pieces. But I didn't. I noticed something I hadn't before. A small message at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. I don't know if it was always there or not. It was hard to read, so I had to squint. More Latin. Translated into "Are you satisfied?" There were two options underneath it, yes and no. Now, I knew the answer to this question. Hell no, I wasn't satisfied. I was horrified and scarred for life. But I should have clicked on yes. If I just clicked on yes, it would have taken me out of that godforsaken place. Back to comfort and sanity. Even right now, I can't tell you why I clicked on no. But once I did, the page seemed to refresh. It was still the same basic setup, except there were only 4 links. This time, there were no recognizable numbers or characters. Hell, it didn't look like anything that could have come from this world. Just a collection of extremely crude symbols that didn't give off any sense of pattern or direction. I clicked on the first link. After about 20 seconds, I slammed my computer shut. I can't describe to you what I saw. All I know is that I wasn't supposed to see it. Nobody should ever see something like this. It's not only that it didn't make any sense, but I also can't tell you why it didn't. I couldn't begin to grasp the images I was seeing. It wasn't graphic or anything, not like that. I just couldn't recognize anything. I could make out things moving, but not in a way any creature on Earth has ever moved before. Colors that I'd never seen before. Just thinking about it gives me a splitting headache. This is my best attempt at visualizing it. We have 3 dimensions here on Earth. We can move forwards, backward, left, right, 72.4 degrees southwest, etc. These things weren't restricted to that. I can't explain it any further. All I know is that I didn't want to watch one more second. I don't think I would have been able to. I left my room. For the first time in a while, I was planning to leave my house. I needed fresh air. To take a walk or something. Hell, I was thinking about running a marathon in the middle of the night just to get my mind off of that poop for a few hours. I was putting on my jacket when I heard a knock at the door. I stopped dead in my tracks. I wasn't opening up. About a minute and 5 more sets of knocks came before somebody spoke up. Open up. We know what you did, but we're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk. The tone wasn't threatening. Eventually, I obliged. I opened up my door to 2 tall, slim men in suits. They smiled at me. Can we come in? I still don't know how they found me. I thought for sure that I was off the grid. We sat down on the couch. I guess I was just waiting for answers at this point. One of them looked at me and said, "What were you looking for?" "I don't know. But I'm not going back," I responded. He smiled again. Like this is what he wanted to hear. The other one piped up, "Whom do you work for?" His tone was a bit more aggressive. I just shook my head. Look, I didn't know what I was getting into. I wasn't looking for anything. They just stared at me for a while. "I'm not going to tell anybody. Trust me." They finally responded, "We're not worried about that. Doubt anybody believes you." Another smile. Somehow it felt genuine. "We just wanted to know what your priorities were." In retrospect, that was a very strange question. "Just do us a favor and we'll leave." I perked up. "Give us the device you used to access it." I didn't ask any questions. I ran upstairs and tossed them my laptop. They both smirked at me one last time before heading for the door. Just as they were about to leave, one of them turned back. "I don't think you need to be told, but don't try this again. And don't show anybody else how to get there either." "Well, no. I didn't ask who they were. I'm not sure I would have wanted to know. It's been a week now. I don't go on the internet so much anymore. After this, I'm going to try and forget. To try not to think about it anymore. I've started having horrific nightmares. Been seeing a therapist for that, but I don't think it's helping. Anyways, I'm not going to let this consume the rest of my life. The thing is, I'm afraid this might not be possible. There are some things we aren't supposed to know about. Probably for our safety and sanity. Don't try and seek them out. It's better that way. However, it might be a bit too late for me. What if the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that the Bible was the Word of God? The clock on my dash reads 4:30 a.m. The darkness outside of my headlights is so thick that I can't see anything to the left or right of me. There isn't a star in the sky and the moon is eerily absent. The phone call I received last night assured me, though, that the church in Havens Creek is nice and the congregation was wonderful. I wanted to get there early, get the lay of the land, and put my little flair to the place. I'd been driving for some time when I finally came up on my turn for the church. I pulled into the parking lot and what my high beams fell and took my breath away. A large, beautiful white church with long columns, a bright red double door, and beautifully stained glass windows with depictions of our Lord and Savior. I stepped out of the car, turning off the headlights, and the night was heavy again. Outside of the interior lights of the church and the solar-powered lights lining the path to the door, I could see nothing. I'll admit I felt a bit unsettled, but my mentor, Father Renard, had me come here as a guest pastor, and I was not going to let him down. I made my way up the stairs and into the church. The inside was even more glorious than the outside. 50 yards of pews lined down both sides and a gold-lined red carpet from the door to the pulpit. Getting the full view of the stained glass, I see our Lord and Savior, the cross, our Virgin Mary, cherubs with wings, and the angels up above. Just being inside this place filled my heart with love. I made my way down the gold-lined carpet into the first pew. I took a seat to relax and just take it all in. Directly next to me was a book I'd come to know very well over my 40 years of life, the Bible. I picked up the very pristine book, and sat it in my lap with my hands folded, resting on top of it, and took a deep breath. At this point, I was just trying to take it all in when I heard the front door open. The person's feet sounded hard off of the floor with each step, which was strange seeing as the way up was thickly carpeted. Each step drew nearer and nearer to me until finally, a man came into view. He was extremely handsome and well-dressed. A black suit jacket and pants, with a red vest, and black tie with red lacy inlays. The man had long blonde hair pulled back out of his face and an air of authority about him that I just couldn't place. The man walked past me and removed a chair from the rack and walked back toward me. He sat the chair directly in front of me, sat down, and crossed one leg over the other. We both stared at each other in silence for a short time, and just as I was about to speak up, he said, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." His voice rolled out like honey, sweet yet sinister. I stared back at him. This isn't how we usually do things at my church, I thought to myself. But I am a guest in this house, so I won't push. "What is your name, my child?" I asked the man sitting in front of me. He cocked his head to the side and smiled. "You can call me Sam, Father." He held out the word, so I knew it was a question. "Ah," I replied. "Salazar, Father Marcelo Salazar." He gave a slight smile and his bright blue eyes shone vibrantly. "It is very nice to meet you, Father Salazar. As I said before, my name is Sam, and it would be greatly appreciated if you could assist me. I have sinned and I fear I may wind up in hell." I shook my head softly. "Oh, my child, do not worry. Our Father is a forgiving God. Please tell me of your burden so I may absolve you of your sins." Sam adjusted in his seat, then uncrossed his legs and crossed them the other way. "I drink to excess and then judge others in church when they admit to doing the same." I nodded. "Well, my child," I said. Sam quickly cut me off and continued. "When I was married, I would have my wife stay at her mother's when she was on her period." I looked at him, and as I tried to assure him that the Bible speaks of it being a time of uncleanness, Sam quickly cut me off again. "I sent my son off to a conversion camp when he came out as homosexual." I didn't respond this time, and he continued. "I raised my hand to my wife if she tried to leave the house in anything other than modest clothing. I wanted my wife to be modest, but I also received less than modest photographs from my 19-year-old babysitter, Brittany." My eyes widened and I stood up from the pew I was sitting in. I stepped around the side and began to back away down the aisle towards the door. His soft look hardened in an instant. His bright blue eyes went from soft to dangerous. "What's wrong, Father?" He spat at me. "You look awful." This man was speaking my life back to me. "Who are you, and what do you want?" My hands and voice were both shaking. I was backing up steadily and Sam was just staring at me. We were far enough apart that if I turned for the door I should be right there. I turned to look over my shoulder at the door, and when I turned back I was in the front of the church again, face to face with Sam. My eyes widened. "What is this? What is going on?" I looked around and up at the ceiling. All of the stained glass depictions were staring at me and they looked angry. "What does it look like, Father?" Sam said. "You're being judged." I looked around frantically. "Judged? Are you, God?" I immediately dropped to my knees and bowed my head. I heard Sam scoff. "God," he laughed. "You believe a man who led a life such as yours would be judged by my Father?" I raised my head and stared up at him. "Your Father?" I was confused. I ran through my knowledge of scripture as fast as I could and it came to me. I looked deep into his eyes and said the only thing I could think of. "Samael." The man smiled a big toothy grin. I stared in horror. "I'm dead." Sam winked at me. "I applaud you, Marcelo. It takes most of you so much longer to come to that conclusion." "Wait, this can't be," I stammered. "The devil himself, Lucifer?" I may not have been the greatest man in life, but I followed the Bible as close as I could. I kept my wife in modest clothing, sent her away during her time of uncleanness, and tried to have my son reborn in the eyes of the Lord. I did falter in my marriage a bit, but how has that earned me an audience with the devil? Sam let out a long and deep laugh. "You know, my dear priest," he said, "some say that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. But I assure you, I have done no such thing. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled, dear priest, is convincing the world that the Bible is the Word of God." I stared at him, mouth agape, and my mind running overtime. "What do you mean, Sam?" I felt on the verge of tears. "I mean, I wrote the book that you people flock to. You see, my dear priest, many years ago, my Father created humanity. He loved you with all his heart and swore that humanity would be perfect. I assured him that no creature with free will would ever be so. He assured me of the contrary, and for the first time in his long life, the devil struck a deal with none other than God himself. I told him I would add but one thing to this world that would prove the downfall of humanity, and if they proved unfit, he would see me as his right hand. He assured me that it wasn't possible, that humanity was pure and perfect. Now, that book has existed in many forms depending on who holds it, but I wrote them all. I never appeared to Adam and Eve as a snake, but a book bound in snakeskin did. I told them of the beauty that lay outside, the glory, the happiness. It spoke of just eating that fruit and experiencing it all. Then, as the first bite was taken, I had won. My father was furious, my brother was bloodthirsty, so began a war in heaven and my fall from grace. I stared at this man, this being, as he turned everything I thought I knew upside down. Sam began again. "Did you not stop and think as to why your loving malevolent God would have bears turned on children? Why he'd destroy cities full of people in holy fire, or flood the world committing genocide?" I stared at him. I said, "God's wrath is terrible, but his love is infinite. It was for the greater good so humanity could be reborn." Sam spoke up. "No, not quite. Just a little smoke and mirrors on my end to put the fear of God in humanity, you know?" Sam tilted his head back and laughed again. "You people use this book to mask your bigotry and hate, not knowing that one day, your undying soul will land right here on my doorstep. Since humanity's initial birth, I haven't persuaded a single soul to do anything. I haven't had to. That whole, the devil made me do it, pure poop. The things I wrote made it normal for people to hear voices about unaliving their children. Oh, it's just God's will. Nope, hi, sorry again, that's mental illness." Sam looked at me seriously and spoke again. "Do you believe God makes mistakes?" I stood and faced him, headstrong in my conviction. "No, I do not," I said, my voice no longer shaking. He stepped forward almost nose to nose. "Then why is it, my dear priest, that you tried to change one of God's creations because it did not fit your narrative?" I took an involuntary step back as he continued. "I wrote that book with the idea in mind that hypocrisy would surge. It's laden with enough truth and love to lead the stupid astray. My Father loves all life, all things, no matter color or gender. The part about stoning those that lay with the same gender, all me. You hypocrites line my doorstep like lambs to slaughter. That love you feel well up inside when you tell someone they will burn in hell for whom they love, or for living their life not according to your broken vision of an almighty God. It is not love at all, but your soul's acceptance of your truly wicked nature. I clutched the Bible to my chest and just shook my head. No, you are the father of lies, none of this is true. Sam smiled again. Is that what you believe, my dear priest? If so, have a look at the book you have so coveted all your life. I pulled the Bible away from my chest and looked down at it. A snakeskin cover with a six-winged angel emblazoned on the cover. Sam seemed to stare into my soul. This, my dear priest, is the book that Eve held in her hands when she decided to take that first bite. I opened the book to a language I'd never seen before. Sam looked at me quizzically and turned his head to the side. Ah, he said, my apologies. You can't read Enochian. He waved his hand and the book glowed white hot. I dropped it immediately and took another step back. I couldn't understand this. If what he was saying was true, my entire life had been a lie. But wait, hold on, what about before the birth of Jesus Christ, before Christianity? I stammered. Ah, you will find my handiwork in the hieroglyphics, in the halls of ancient Rome, or in the diary of Julius Caesar. I had heard enough, I couldn't take any more, and tears openly fell down my cheeks. Now for my questions, my dear priest. How does it feel knowing that I robbed you of all earthly desire only to have your soul remain in hell for eternity? I couldn't answer him, I couldn't even form clear sentences in my head. How does it feel knowing that the wife you detested so much, took your son, denounced your wicked ways, and will both thrive for eternity in my Father's kingdom? I felt his hand touch my shoulder and it burned like nothing I'd ever felt before. I screamed out in agony. As for my final question, this one won't be directed at you, my dear priest, but for our little eavesdropper here. So tell me, my dear reader, when was the last time you went to church? If you ever find yourself handling blue dollars, it may already be too late. I don't have a gambling problem. That's the first thing I want to know. It's also what they all say, right? No, I'm not addicted to gambling, but I have a codependency issue with someone who is. I'm not the coolest guy on the block, and I'm not particularly good at anything. Ted is, though, and we've been best friends since we were 4. He's the one who always pushes forward blindly into adventures, and I guess I'm the one who always gets him back out when things go sideways. There's always been an element of luck to our continued physical and financial survival, but never more than now. We'd flown out to Napa Valley for a friend's wedding, and already ditched the reception party at around 11. I could hardly afford to do anything. I'd only been able to come because Ted had bought me a ticket. Because I was only there for his generosity, I followed him to the quiet and rather empty bars that sparsely dotted the area. It was a beautiful country, filled with vineyards and history, but it was not a party town. This frustrated Ted, of course, who began plying locals with drinks to interrogate them about local hotspots. Somebody has to be having fun in this town, he would say with a grin. One bitter old man finally spoke up at the third empty bar we invaded. There's a casino if you need it that bad. We looked at our phones, but Google Maps showed nothing. It won't be on any map, the old man said, scowling at us. Just go south from here and you'll find it. Behind our informant, I saw an unhappy look on the bartender's face. That should have tipped me off, but Ted was already thanking the old man and heading for the door. I followed quickly, ignoring the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Driving through the rolling hills at night was a claustrophobic and confusing experience. Our phone signal dropped, and we found ourselves driving purely by instinct. West? South? East? It was impossible to know for sure. We stuck to the sole road until it turned to the dirt underneath the wheels. That's when I almost called the whole thing. But Ted pulled up outside a graveyard and pointed. Look, cars. And he was right. 24 cars were parked on the grass next to an unassuming old church that had all its windows boarded up. He'd only caught the sight across the graveyard and through the trees because he'd been looking so intently. Triumphant, he said, that's a hidden party if I've ever seen one. And carefully drove the car between the headstones to reach the improvised parking area. I climbed out with trepidation. Even up close, the century-old church looked dilapidated, dark, and abandoned. Come on, this is too much. Ted wasn't having it. He ran right up and pushed open the front door, and bright light and the sounds of electronic games burst forth. In a moment, he was gone, and I was left to step across the high grass alone. The fact that there was a hidden casino here lifted my spirits a little. Maybe it was all just a gimmick to encourage people to drink and gamble more. Funny, it still sounded quiet and looked dark until the moment I cracked the door open. The light and noise swallowed me, and I blinked repeatedly until my eyes and ears adjusted. I was almost disappointed to find that the expansive place within was the same as any of the casinos Ted had made us visit in Vegas last year. Vaguely old-timey red and gold carpets ran lush under warm lighting. An intoxicated businessman and their accompanying younger dates played at scattered locations throughout. An old lady glared at me, defending her slot machine, and pulled the lever only after I moved past. Finally relaxing, I shrugged. Whatever. We weren't going to be robbed or stabbed here. This was still Napa Valley, after all. They were rather accommodating. A wonderfully attractive waitress came by, said hello to me, and offered me a free drink on the house. I took it with bashful surprise. Ted was already moving about the place to scout the best games and tables. I caught up to him, drink in hand, and he settled near a roulette table. Let's just watch for a bit, he said quietly. Make sure everything's on the level. Hidden in a church like this, I doubt they stick to gaming commission codes. That made sense. We watched and listened for a bit, enjoying the taste of free drinks and the sight of pretty girls, as middle-aged businessmen won and lost with varying degrees of frequency. One pepper-haired Asian suit went on a lucky streak, getting the crowd all riled up, himself included. While onlookers shrieked with excitement, he bet it all. He lost. Hey, seems legit, Ted told me. I'm gonna head over to the blackjack tables for a minute. And he moved off to begin playing. That was everything I had, the Asian businessman said, dismayed. The 2 girls that had been clinging to his arms disengaged and began to look disinterested. Hurriedly, he made a motion to a casino manager, and the well-dressed but subtly subservient facilitator brought him a small suitcase. It clicked open with a rush of air, and I watched as the unlucky gambler pulled out bundled stacks of blue dollar bills. That was odd. They were American dollars, same faces, designs, and everything, just dark blue instead of green. Was this fake money? Some sort of in-house system? Come to think of it, I saw no chips, just money. If these were the replacement for chips, why did all the care to make them so similar to real dollars? The gambler in question did not have the same qualms. He gladly placed the stacks on the table. The crowd grew energized again, and the girls began showing him attention once more. Feeling a little strange, I moved off, seeking Ted. I found him at the blackjack table as he won a hand. Grinning, he pumped a fist. I like this place. Come on, play. I don't have any money for this, I told him, sheepish. Here's some. He handed me a $100 bill. I took it and sat, but secretly stashed the 100 and pulled the last of my cash reserves from my wallet. As I always did, I would return his money to him when he wasn't looking. He never made me feel bad about it, and he had a high-paying job besides, but I just couldn't stomach leeching off of someone else like that. We played a few hands while still enjoying free drinks. I drank slower to remain soberish, but Ted guzzled away, having the time of his life. He lost quite a few hands but played well, and started accumulating more money than he'd come in with. I, in contrast, lost all of my meager cash rather quickly. Upon the loss of my last dollar, a suited man with slicked back hair and a politician's grin approached and leaned down between us, an arm on the back edge of each of our chairs. He spoke with a thick Middle Eastern accent, although his skin was pale enough that it was uncertain what region he was from. Gentlemen, welcome. I don't think I've seen you grace our establishment before. I am Malcolm. Nice to meet you, Ted said. This place is great. Love the free drinks. Yes, Malcolm said with a widening grin. A small expense in the face of a casino's profits. I am not a greedy man. So you're the owner? I asked, not wanting to be left out. Yes, but think of me as your friend. He finally moved back and stood upright. His gaze shifted to me. I see you are out of money. Would you like to keep playing? He motioned a manager over, and a briefcase was opened before me, complete with the stacks of blue dollar bills I'd seen before. I glanced over awkwardly. Ted was suspicious, but open to the idea. What are these? They represent debt, Malcolm said graciously. Interesting. Ted looked at me. You should do it, Ryan. But that was not my name. I think I'm all right, Jason, I replied. What did he have in mind? I imagined he was planning to use these blue dollars if needed, and then slip out. They couldn't make us pay back a debt if they had no idea who we were. Accepting my refusal, Malcolm ordered the suitcase closed and withdrew. Good luck, gentlemen. I was left with a chill and a shiver. From then on, I could only sit and watch as Ted gambled, talked up girls, and had a good time. The free drinks were no longer offered to me, and, indeed, none of the patrons or employees would so much as look at me. I should have noticed, but, again, my life was often lonely. I simply accepted it. We moved from game to game, eventually ending up back at roulette, and Ted soon found himself in a situation we had witnessed earlier, energized crowd, a streak of lucky wins, and a potential for a huge payoff. Despite my whispered warnings, he bet everything he had. The ball bounced, the numbers were called, and I sighed. He lost. Malcolm returned with a grin I imagined to be rather hungry, and the suitcase was offered to Ted. Someone in the crowd squeezed my forearm in warning, but by the time I looked, it was impossible to tell who had done it. Don't. Let's go home. Come on, Ryan, he shouted back. I could tell he still intended to rip off the establishment. Let's have some fun. Reaching down, he eagerly pulled out 2 armfuls of blue dollar stacks, most of which he pawned off on me. I held them as he bet blue money on another roll. It might have been my imagination, but the stacks felt subtly warm. He won, thankfully, but that quickly led to more bets, and I watched with a sinking feeling as my load of blue dollars shrank. The eyes of the crowd were upon us very intently now, and Malcolm seemed to be staring solely at Ted, grinning only when Ted looked his way. We should go, I said again, but Ted ignored me. There were 100 opportunities to leave, but Ted took none of them. At long last, his final blue dollar went to the house. At that point, he whispered his intent to me, and I took off running after him a heartbeat later. I made it to the door and burst into the cool night air, but Ted remained just within. What are you doing? I shouted to him. Get out here. He seemed horrified. He stared down at his feet as they towed the red and gold carpet's edge. I can't leave. Malcolm approached calmly behind Ted, flanked by 2 suited managers. Sensing something was wrong, I leapt forward and kept the church door from closing, but I made sure to remain just outside. Malcolm, what the hell is this? The grinning man gave a small laugh. I told you that my money was a form of debt. People like your friend here never listen. They think that they can cheat the house. Perhaps that would be possible if the house, in this case, were not a demon. But it is, I am, and he is now indebted. I stared up at him, trembling, but it seemed that I was not in direct danger. The next question was obvious. What does he owe? The same thing that is always owed, Malcolm told me, his grin widening along his cheeks in a starkly inhuman manner. Each blue dollar represented a portion of his soul. If even one remained, there was a chance he might win it all back, and more, thus I would not technically own him. With not even one blue dollar left, he has no chance of escape. He is mine. Looking past him, I saw the patrons and the employees watching us. I understood, they were all his. The Asian businessmen I had seen gambling had been one of us, free, but no longer. I looked back to Malcolm, thinking about his explanation of chance. So you operate by rules then? Of course. I am a demon, rule-bound by nature. This type of thing must be enacted fairly. Ted still struggled with the invisible threshold, his eyes on me, his expression desperate. How do I get him out? I asked, my pulse racing. If the roles had been reversed, I was sure Ted would have had a plan, but I had no idea what to do. Malcolm laughed softly for a full 5 seconds before answering. There is nothing you can do except leave. To buy back even a single blue bill, he must have money. He has no money, therefore he cannot buy back the single blue bill required. Believe me, when I tell you that this is not my establishment's, how do you Americans say? The first rodeo. Ted began screaming, but a gesture from Malcolm silenced him. Ted continued moving and opening his mouth, certainly, but no noise came out. Heart thudding in my chest hard enough that I feared I might pass out, I reached into my back pocket and slipped out the $100 bill. How many of his blue dollars will this get me? It must be his money, not yours, Malcolm replied, his expression uncertain for the first time since I'd seen him. It is his, I shouted. He gave it to me to hold. A manager whispered in Malcolm's ear, and a frustrated sigh followed. At current exchange rates, that 100 will purchase 21 of his blue bills. The other manager opened the suitcase, showing 21 loose bills, and I scooped them up before dropping the 100 in their place. Without warning, Ted's screams became audible again, and he fell forward into the graveyard with me. Grabbing him by instinct, I kept him from falling completely down, and Malcolm stood staring at us with anger. Now that his careful veneer was fading, I could see ghastly undertones in his skin, and the pale outlines of numerous gnarled horns on his head, and on the heads of the managers beside him. Ted accepted the $21 blue from me and stood, slowly recovering his wits and breath. Jesus, they had me. He gripped my shoulder. You got me out. You got me out. You always do. Thank you, thank you. I nodded and began backing away from that unhallowed place. There was no way we could have known. Care to make another wager? The demon at the church door asked. Now that you know what we are, there are greater winnings available. How would you care for immortality? Perhaps the power of flight? Or precognition? We can gift you these things, assuming you win enough. Ted stopped following me and turned to look back at Malcolm's charred face. A terrible sinking feeling overcame me. Don't. Imagine how much we could win if we could see the future, Ted said, still frozen in place. We'd be set for life. He's lying, I shouted. I cannot lie, Malcolm replied with amusement. You know this. I'll just bet 20, Ted called back. I'll still have the one, so I'll still be free. I kept screaming, but Ted staggered toward that open door and pushed within. Fully gruesome now, Malcolm gave me a maggot-filled smile, and the door shut of its own accord. Opening and closing the rotted wood a few times, I discovered nothing but a musty and abandoned church within. I could also now see that the cars parked outside were rusted and ancient, with models ranging from modern to classic. Those that had come here over the last 50 years had never left. Surely I wasn't the first to turn down the blue soul money? How had I never heard of? The old man at the bar. His bitterness. He'd lost somebody here, to this place, to Malcolm, and Ted had been a doomed soul from the start. Telling him had simply sped up the inevitable. I began the long walk home. I was alone now, but that was no longer my biggest fear. I'd done my part. I'd pulled a lucky last-minute move and saved Ted from a demon uniquely suited to his flaws, but he'd chosen to go back anyway. There was nothing I could do but go on alone and wonder when my particular brand of demon would fall across my path. On that day, I, too, would be lost. Thus was born Malcolm's demonic confidence. Even with friends to offer one last chance at escape, we are all human. We are each our doom. Fix, you.org. My father died in 1995. For years, I thought he might still be alive. It's not that strange. A lot of young children struggle to understand the confusing concept of death. How can someone be here, one day, and gone the next? Maybe the finality of it all struck me the most. I convinced myself that Dad only went away for a while. The priest who spoke at the service filled my head with a misguided idea. He seemed like a nice guy. He shook my hand hard and held Mom while she cried. At the end of the wake, he talked to the guests about my father's life. He mentioned Dad's time in the military, how much he loved his family, and how much he loved basketball. Then he ended with one final line. Someday, we will all be reunited with Timothy. Amen. I thought about that part a lot. In my baffled adolescent mind, something about the words made sense. Just in all the wrong ways. The whole experience never felt real. Dad had promised to take me to Disney for my 10th birthday. He promised to take me to a bar on my 21st. We had plans. Dad would come back, he always did. Who would walk my sister down the aisle? Who would be there at graduation? How could someone so crucial to my existence just disappear? I told myself the priest had to be right. Dad was around. We just needed to find a way to see him again. In the weeks that followed, phone calls and visits from extended family and friends started to flicker out. My mom went back to work. My brother and sister went back to college. Our family routines became abandoned. Holidays turned into a hassle chore, at best, and we never really went on vacation again. Most days it was just me at home, alone with a basketball hoop and a brick wall. I read about death a lot on the internet. Some people said there were ways to see the dead. Some people said they were always with us. But nobody had much information on how to bring them back. I checked everywhere. Most websites talked about the dangers of reanimation and the reasons why it's a bad idea. I ignored them and kept looking. Eventually, months after the funeral, I found the answer to my questions. The website called itself Fix, you.org. And I can still remember the neon lettering and corny graphics on my crappy computer monitor. The site had two tabs, Incantations and Contact Us. I clicked the former and waited about 20 minutes for it to load on our dial-up connection. Red text appeared after a moment. Fix You employs both technology and spell work to enable communication between living souls and the dead. All information is to be used with extreme caution. Please view the next page to see if you qualify for disclosure. I clicked past the warning without even hesitating. The following page showed a form requesting my name, age, and address. I entered it all and selected next. A green check mark appeared. I guess I met the requirements. Fix You requires a specific object to be cursed. This object should have a specific connection to both the individual conducting the spell and the individual who has passed away. Please locate it before continuing. I grabbed my basketball and scrolled down the page. Dad taught me the infamous family hook shot just 2 months prior. Repeat the following words 6 times aloud. Hold the object and spin it once for every repetition. The phrase seemed to be Latin. I struggled through the pronunciation and did as told. It felt weird. But it was not like anybody was home to judge me. Search Lazarum. Disere Lazarum. Nothing happened. I repeated the phrase 6 times exactly. I searched for a non-existent next button on the website. Frustration built up like a powder keg. Now what? I shouted to my empty room. The website seemed to respond. I did not click anything. And yet, the page refreshed. That seemed pretty crazy to a young kid on the internet those days. A cartoonish genie with a word bubble is displayed on the screen. Tonight, you will dream about your loved one. Think about them as much as possible. Hold the object close. If the spell is done correctly, and the individual would like to communicate, you will make first contact in your dreams. I followed the instructions and tucked myself into bed at 9 o'clock. Excitement replaced frustration. I clutched the basketball harder than ever before. I thought about all of the best times with my father, at the park, at the mall, at the movies. That night, when I fell asleep, I did dream about him. I dreamed that Dad lived in a cabin somewhere out in the woods. I visited on a dark, rainy night, and he explained everything once we got inside. My mom and he had gotten into a fight. She just didn't want him around anymore. He had to hide from the government, and nobody could know where he lived. Death never even became a topic of conversation. It felt too ridiculous to even suggest. Dad sat right in front of me. I told him about the school, the upcoming summer, and everything that was going on in my life. He smiled and listened. He made me dinner. And then, as suddenly as the dream started, it ended. I woke up in a cold sweat and cried for an hour. The horrible teasing effect of the whole situation was the worst part. It seemed so real. He looked exactly the way I remembered. I wondered whether the website made me dream about him. Doubt left my mind as the memories welled up in my head. We just needed a little more time. I rushed back to the old computer in my bedroom immediately after breakfast. I loaded up fixu.org and waited for the dial-up modem to connect. When it did, I nearly fell off my chair. You have completed level 1 of contact. At 2 o'clock Tuesday morning, wait outside the address given. Bring your cursed object. At that time, a chariot will arrive, and you will be able to make contact with your loved one in the living plane. I bit my lip through the whole weekend. In retrospect, I should have told my mother. But the story seemed too unbelievable. I knew she would take away the computer the second she heard it, and that could not happen. I could not live wondering whether there was a way to see my father again. The alarm woke me up at 1:45 on Tuesday morning. That gave me enough time to change out of my PJs and slip outside through the back door. It was cold that night. Bits of white snow slipped down from the sky in what must have record time. A blizzard canceled school for the next day. That only added to my excitement. I could not wait to tell Dad. Maybe he could stay over for the day. I shivered in my father's boots while waiting on the front porch. I hoped they still fit. I thought he might need them, wherever he was going. So many questions flooded my mind. I made sure to remember all of them. We would not be dreaming this time. Who knew when we could talk again? I heard the squeal of shaky brakes and snow crumpled under tires at exactly 2 a.m. The street sat about 20 feet in front of our house. A flash of blue stuck out between hollowed trees and white waves of sleet. The van slowed down as it approached our house. And then it stopped. I looked around. I stared for a minute or two. Nobody seemed to move. Something about the situation started to feel sketchy. Could the dream have been a coincidence? A door to the van popped open. The quietness of the snowstorm seemed to add to the eeriness. A white light somewhere inside illuminated an empty and quiet cabin. I wondered whether Dad sat in the back, or the front. Was he driving? Where should I sit? I walked toward the car. The hill in front of my house was perfect for sledding and not much else. I slipped a couple of times going down. On the second or third tumble, I heard another van door open. Then my mother's shrill voice pierced the night. Matthew. Oh my God. No. Matthew. Get back in this house. Now. Now. The next few moments were a shock to all parties involved. The white light turned off inside the van. The door slammed shut. The driver slid down the street like a burglar leaving a crime scene at the sight of my mother flying out of the house and screaming like a banshee. After yelling, screaming, cursing, and calling the police, she finally asked me what the hell happened. I told her about Fix-You. I told her about my dreams, and my plan to meet Dad and talk to him one last time. She looked terrified. You see, there was a story on the local news that night. Several children in the area had recently been abducted. The newscasters said they did not have much information available as of yet. The police had not even narrowed down a list of suspects. The only lead cops had at the time still gives me the feeling of ice water running down my spine. The individual lured young victims online. If your voice stops echoing, cancel your road trip. I'm not saddened by the recent passing of my grandfather. Rather, I'm compelled to share the way I knew him best. I would not be here today if not for him. The entity came for me when I was 8 years old, and there was no way I would have survived if anyone else had been driving. My grandfather and I were on a fishing trip that day. My dad had intended to join us, but something had come up, so it was just the two of us for the first time. I was a little awkward around my grandfather because I'd never actually been alone with him. I'd always watched others interact with him but had little to say about myself because I was only 8. I was also in awe of how he was to my dad the way my dad was to me, namely, a voice of authority. When my grandfather told me about the different types of fish and what baits to use, I listened like it was the most important thing in the world. It turned out to be a good thing that I took his words so seriously. That acceptance would later save my life. It began very innocuously. As we walked through a small gorge to get back to the car from the prime fishing spot, I could hear my grandfather's voice echo from the high rock walls. While he packed things into the car, I had several minutes to wander around, and I used them to run back to that area and shout. Strangely, my yell echoed only feebly once, and then not at all. Scream as I might, I heard no reflection of the noise. I was too young at the time to understand how impossible that was. I just assumed I was yelling wrong somehow, or that my grandfather had a special grown-up timbre that allowed his voice to echo while mine just dropped off. Still, it bothered me, and I eventually brought it up on the drive back. Everything about that moment became seared into my memory. It was 3:22 in the afternoon by the clock on the car's dashboard. The sky was mostly clear with traces of white, and my grandfather's eyes were wide orbs of alarm turned upon me while his white knuckles tightened around the wheel. What did you say, boy? I asked how I can echo like you. I told him, suddenly afraid that I'd done something wrong. I yelled and I couldn't echo. His face was normally crisscrossed with little lines that ran their way along relaxed droopy skin. At that moment, his forehead and cheeks tightened to smoothness, and he scanned left and right rapidly. He didn't seem to find what he was looking for through the windows, but he did not seem reassured. Here. He leaned over and opened the glove box in front of me to pull out a bag of jelly beans. I smiled for a moment, but he was not giving them to me as a gift the way he'd intended. Eat them all. I held the bag in my hands. It seemed a massive feast. If I'd been left to my own devices, I might have eaten them all eventually, but not all at once. Why? Eat them all, boy, he said gruffly, his tone brooking no argument. I began stuffing the jelly beans in my mouth. He looked down and around, then at the back seat, then at his travel thermos in the cup holder between us. He thrust it into my hands to join the spilling bag of jelly beans. Drink this. All of it. I'm not allowed to have coffee. I told him. Mom. He cut me off. Your mother will understand. Drink it. I know it tastes bad, but down it all. His gaze refocused on something beyond me, and I turned my head to my window to see the forested hills rolling by at various apparent speeds based on their distance. The furthest hills out on the horizon hardly seemed to be moving at all, but I thought I saw a tiny little speck atop one. My grandfather gripped my shoulder with one hand. Drink, boy. Drink. And eat those jelly beans. You need the sugar and the caffeine. It's going to try to make you fall asleep. Don't let it. To say I was scared then would be an understatement. No part of me thought this was a prank of some sort. He was too reserved and austere a man for that. The coffee tasted horrible, but I gulped it down until none was left. After that, I began swallowing jelly beans whole until they were all gone. I looked to my right. The speck in the distance was still out there, but now one range of hills closer. It was still tiny, but now held movement akin to something waving back and forth. I looked at my grandfather in askance. He in turn looked away from the thing in the distance to focus on my face. He breathed in through his nose and turned forward, determined in a way I'd never seen him. His leg moved, and the car began to accelerate. We'd already been going the speed limit on the empty highway. The sugar, caffeine, and fear began to affect me. I remember my cheeks and forehead warming and my hands growing clammy. I asked, "What's going on?" "I'm scared." "Be scared," he breathed, his eyes on the road as he continued to hit the gas. I could see the needle passing 80. "That'll help keep you awake. This thing, this godforsaken thing, it came for your grandmother, and it started the same way." Just before a long drive, we noticed her voice stopped echoing. His face contorted into a furious mask. "But cars are a lot better now than they were back then. I won't let it get you." My back began forcefully pressing into my seat as he put the gas to the floor. I watched the needle pass 90, and then I looked out the window again. It was even closer, now visible as the silhouette of a man running up hills, between trees, and over boulders parallel to us. "It's still out there." My grandfather grunted angrily and audibly slammed his foot down. I held onto my armrest and the door handle in terror as our car topped 100 miles an hour and began to shake. It felt like we were in a barely controlled projectile far beyond any limit of safety, and I was terrified the highway would suddenly stop being empty and we would smash into a car or truck ahead. But even through that overwhelming fear and adrenaline, chill tiredness began seeping up my spine. My eyes began to feel heavy, and I blearily looked to my right. The shock woke me back up. It was on the gravel shoulder of the highway now, completely visible as a black humanoid silhouette running at incredible speed alongside our car. In that moving pitch darkness, I could see lit pinpoints that made it feel as if I was gazing into the night itself. The afternoon sun burned in the sky above and behind it with no effect. Staring as its blurred feet began to pelt across the painted line at the edge of the road, I felt sleepy again. It was running parallel to us, but drawing ever closer. "Wake up!" My grandfather screamed, risking one hand off the wheel at 110 miles an hour to shake my shoulder. "It's trying to drain the life out of you. Wake up!" He jerked the car one lane to the left, and, still pressed into my seat by the acceleration, I stared down at the hypnotic dashes in the middle of the road. Bit by bit, black feet began landing between each dash, keeping pace with us. I remember the car shaking violently around me the way I imagined a space shuttle lifting off might around its astronauts. I know now we were crossing 120 and nearing the most the car could offer, but, at the time, I was caught in watching the hypnotic dashes and stars and those void legs moving rapidly back and forth as it ran right up alongside the car and reached down with one hand to open the door. Wind blasted around me as the gale force of 120 miles an hour winds tore at my clothing and hair. Waking up halfway, I screamed, and my grandfather jerked the car to the left again as much as he could without going off the road. It didn't matter. The running silhouette held the door open against the wind with its star-filled arm and began preparing to leap into the car with us. The other arm gripped my neck, and the cold that it brought cannot be described with mere words. The closest I can come is to say that the vast speeds and forces of an antithesis cosmos hated me. Somewhere, ice and anti-life were the rule, moving through emptiness at absurd velocities, and this thing was some small part of that undead will. But it was not fully here. It could only interact with us in certain windows. That's what I believe now. My grandfather gave the only shout of fear I would ever hear from him as the car seemed to be shaking apart around us. I looked left at the speedometer, found the needle to be unreadably far out into the red, and felt the heavy blanket of sleep fall over me as the silhouette grasped repeatedly, but failed to reach me. The door slammed shut, cutting off the wind. Inch by inch, we began pulling away. It ran furiously alongside, but the entity was just a tiny bit too slow. Between one moment and the next, realizing it couldn't get us, it vanished. We'd escaped it. I awoke in a hospital several days later. My grandfather told nobody the real story, of course, but the doctors had plenty of diversions. Somehow, I'd been drained of several vital electrolytes, salts, and so on, and they chalked my coma up to some sort of severe dietary imbalance. But I knew the truth. And I've made sure to tell the people I care about the small piece of advice that my grandfather taught me. I don't care if it makes sense to you. Just listen. It's out there still in the open lands of the Midwest, and it's probably always been there. It was just never a problem before we started bringing great speeds into our daily lives. People die every day by falling asleep at the wheel, and I know for certain that not all of those incidents are innocent. If your voice stops echoing, cancel your road trip. It's waiting for you. I'm a SWAT officer who was called to deal with an incident at a middle school. But for some reason, we can't enter room 203. I've seen a lot of really disturbing stuff throughout my life. But nothing from my past experiences could have stopped my hands from shaking so hard right now. I don't know what the hell is going on at this school, in that godforsaken room. I was never the type of guy who got excited about assignments. Whether it be hostages, bomb threats, or shooters, the adrenaline rush only lasts for so long. The fear kicks in quickly after. Only got one life, after all. The worst cases are the ones with kids involved. I have a niece who's innocent and carefree beyond comprehension. My skin crawls thinking about her being exposed to those kinds of situations. Safe to say, I wasn't looking forward to whatever task lay ahead of us when we were called in. When we arrived, there were already 6 or 7 police vehicles parked outside, with a massive crowd of evacuated students standing outside. A lot of them looked a combination of utterly shocked and terrified, like they'd just been chased through a cemetery by a machete-wielding demon. As we entered the building, we were getting caught up to date by one of the police officers. But he was hardly any help. We don't know what to do. They're in room 203, but we can't go in there. Can't go in there? What did you mean? Dex, our unit leader, asked him. He stumbled out a mostly incoherent response, skin pale and eyes wide as he did so. From his expression, you'd assume that he'd been to hell or something of a comparable nature. We weren't taking this lightly. We tried getting more information out of him, but he was adamant that he didn't know anything beyond the fact that we couldn't go into the room under any circumstances. We'll figure it out, Dex ended up saying to him, realizing that trying to converse with the guy was getting nowhere. The officer simply nodded his head in response. Not confidently, though. We traversed into the school, and up to the 2nd floor, all alert as hell. In utter silence, the place was rather eerie. Not that I ever liked school regardless. Once we ascended the stairwell, room 203 was just to our right. It wasn't really what we expected. No blood. No signs of a struggle. Just a room. However, it wasn't silent in there. We approached the door cautiously, listening intently to what was going on inside. It sounded like a teacher giving a standard lecture. But obviously, that wouldn't have warranted a school-wide evacuation and subsequent police backup. Jensen, another officer, tapped me on my shoulder, pointing to the crack underneath the door. I didn't see it at first, but a small stream of blood had begun oozing out from underneath. Ah, poop, I thought to myself. Even though I was expecting something like this sooner or later, it was still jarring to see. I wanted to bust down the door right then and there, unleashing a flurry of lead into the perpetrator's skull, but that was impulsive. He might have had hostages or wired the door to explode upon opening or something of that nature. The police officer's words also stuck in my brain. Sure, he seemed like a maniac, but people don't just become that way through arbitrary means. He'd seen something bad lurking behind the door, and I wasn't eager to find out what. Still, we had to figure out a plan. I tried listening closer, in an attempt to discern what the person was saying. Now, I wasn't sure if they were speaking too quietly or if they were using another language entirely, but I couldn't make out anything explicit. But the more I listened, the more obscure their tone and speech patterns appeared to be. It wasn't like somebody giving a lecture at all. It was more akin to somebody monotonously reciting a series of separate and unrelated passages in succession. Eventually, Dex stepped up, banging on the door. What's your purpose here? Did you get any demands? At the moment, we're willing to cooperate. But we can't do that if you don't communicate with us. No response. We tried negotiating for 10 more minutes, but the speaker paid no attention to us, simply continuing their obscure diatribe to the audience of presumably captive and horrified students. Duck it, Dex said, frustrated. Hate dealing with crazy ducks. He pulled out a radio and began talking to another unit. Soon enough, 2 more teams were on their way, one to monitor the windows from outside, and one to take a position in the room directly under 203. We were trying to consider every possible angle here. About 15 minutes later, the outside team showed up. Of course, there was nothing much to report on, given the fact that the windows were boarded up from the inside. Still, they had multiple snipers take vantage points. They were more or less there in case things went absolutely belly up. This is some bullpoop, Axwell, another officer, said. If they end up never telling us anything, are we just gonna wait here forever? The kids might die of natural causes instead. I wasn't going to be the one to say it, but I sure was thinking it. There were no easy solutions for situations like these. Another 5 minutes elapsed before the ground team showed up, announcing to us over the radio that they were making their way over to the room underneath. The radio crackled once again. Hey, Dex. Dex picked it up. Yeah. Something wrong? I don't think we should go inside. What the duck are you talking about? He was cut short by something rather jarring. Not a noise. More so the absence of noise. Whoever was inside the room had stopped talking. Dex put the radio down, ready to negotiate once again. You finished? Can we talk now? He asked. Suddenly and wholly unexpectedly, the door opened just a crack. Thankfully, I was on the side closest to the doorknob, which meant I wasn't able to see anything inside. But as for the 3 officers who did, including Dex, well, I'm not quite sure what happened to them. I remember feeling a gust of boiling air seeping out and seeing some kind of deep purple glow emanating from within. At a point, I thought I could see Dex's eyes beginning to leak blood, but that may just have been my imagination. All I know is that I blinked a few times from the heat, and a few seconds later, 2 of the officers were gone and the door was closed, leaving Jensen by himself, kneeling on the ground while covering both of his eyes with his hands. We tried getting him to talk, but he wouldn't budge. He wouldn't move an inch from his bizarre position. At that point, I was beginning to panic hard. This wasn't a normal situation at all. Lee was also frustrated, banging on the door and barking out orders as if whatever ducked-up entity lurking in the room cared at all about his grievances. And then he made a drastic mistake. He took his rifle and began breaking the door down with it. He managed to get about halfway through before succumbing to whatever fate Jensen had just before him. I turned around, seeing him also covering his eyes, frozen in the position on the ground. I tried not to look at the purple light flowing out from the holes in the door as I made eye contact with Axwell. We were both ready to get the duck out of there. I took the lead, rushing towards the stairwell. But after about 2 seconds of running, I heard a scream from behind me. Some kind of large insect-like appendage shrouded in a dark violet smoke had burst through one of the holes, grabbing him by the waist. I reckon that if I were a single second later, it would have done the same to me as well. I tried shooting at the thing, but my bullet simply bounced off. It pulled Axwell in shortly after, demolishing the door with it. The room was completely open now, but I wasn't planning on investigating. Just like that, I was the last man standing. I bolted down the stairwell, and through the first floor hall, only to find the path to the nearest exit blanketed in the same smoke that was coming off of the appendage. There was no way in hell I was going to try traversing through it. I picked up my radio, attempting to contact the floor unit instead. "Where are you guys? What's going on?" A shaky voice answered on the other end. You better hide." "Hide?" I questioned. "Why don't we get our butts out of here instead?" I'm looking outside the window right now. Something's happening out there." Given all the commotion, my mind had automatically filtered out the noise. I concentrated, hearing suppressed screams and sporadic gunshots emanating from beyond the walls of the school. "Oh, commande," I muttered. I did as I was told, stumbling into a stray classroom and barricading the door behind me. The room I am in now doesn't have any windows, so I can't tell what's going on outside. I've been checking for news updates on my phone, but nothing. I'm also averse to using my radio to call for help because it might give my position away. I don't know what the hell's lurking out there in the hallways, but I can certainly hear something moving around. Not sure how far it is, though. I guess I'll just have to wait here until somebody comes for me. A 911 call where nothing made sense. Things were ducked from the beginning. A woman named Carol dials 911 and claims that somebody's inside her house. We go investigate, searching the place inch by inch but find nothing. Usually, this could be easily explained away. The mind of an older person living alone eventually starts deteriorating. The onset of dementia and other mental issues start to take a toll on their lives. Quite sad. However, this woman is only 24. In other words, the probability of this all being inside her head is extremely unlikely. She also seemed to be distraught by this whole situation. Why would she be acting? We leave her place and tell her to contact us if she sees anything again. I mean, we couldn't do anything at that point. We were somewhat surprised when we got another call from her the very next day. We drive down there and search the house again. We find nothing. Again. The problem is, the house seems different this time. Almost as if there was some subtle detail that made it a separate place from the one we were in yesterday. My partner, Beck, says that he noticed it as well, but doesn't quite understand what's wrong. We decide not to say anything about this as we tell Carol that we came up with nothing. However, she tells us to stay. "I recorded him," she says. She takes out her phone and tells us to watch the video that she's pulled up. It was footage of her in the house. She's running around, breathing frantic. And then we see him. A large figure, covered head to toe in what appears to be a black bodysuit. He lumbers towards the camera as Carol screams and ducks into a room, locking it from the inside. There are a few bangs on the door before we can hear footsteps walking away. We don't know how to react to this footage, but we try anyways. We conclude that the man must have left once Carol got behind the door. However, the front door was locked when we came, and Carol told us that she hadn't left the room. Did he also have the keys to her house? That would explain a lot, but it also made this situation a lot worse. We decide to keep an eye on her house for the night. We're discreet, parking about a block down the road in an unmarked car. We're both fully awake, ready to go as soon as we see some sketchy poop. At around 2 a.m., we see somebody walking across the road, towards her house. However, it isn't the man. It's Carol herself. Beck and I must have had the same look on our faces. What the duck? We get out of the car and make our way over there, knocking hard on the front door. However, nobody answers. We can see lights flicking on and off intermittently, but we're not sure what that's supposed to mean. Was she trying to tell us to leave? We get a call from dispatch a few moments later. They're telling us that Carol has called 911 again, saying that there are now multiple people in her house. They ask if we need backup. We say yes. Without another moment of hesitation, we force the door open and barge in. The living room lights still flicker on and off, but we see the light switch and nobody is touching it. We call out for Carol, but nobody responds. The place is dead quiet. I can see the neighboring houses starting to turn on their lights from the commotion. We rush up the stairs and start sweeping each room. But there's nothing. Once again, we search the place inch by inch, but nothing is in there, not even Carol, whom we saw enter a few moments earlier. As I pace around in petrified confusion, Beck speaks up. "There are rooms here that shouldn't be." "What the hell are you talking about?" I ask in response. "I've been counting," he says. "There were 9 total the last time we came. There are 10 now. You didn't notice it?" I force myself to think hard. Subconsciously, I knew that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. However, I eventually realize. The basement. There was only a door down there last time. Beck nods. 2 now. I don't know what to think. I look at my surroundings and try to make an assessment, but none can be made. We hear a knock on the door about 10 seconds later. It sounds agitated. We look out the living room windows but aren't met with the red and blue police lights. We're hesitant to answer, of course. I decide to take a step forwards, but Beck pulls me back. He looks at me and shakes his head, whispering, "We left the door open, remember?" He was right. My radio starts crackling. Another call from dispatch. They're telling us that we need to leave the house immediately. That Carol called again, saying we were going to die, in a deathly monotone voice. The knocking has stopped, but we can hear footsteps in the basement. Something is in here with us. We've decided that this was enough. We needed to get the duck out of here. As we start descending the steps, we hear a voice coming from the kitchen. Carol comes out, blocking our path to the door. She looks detached, with blank, beady eyes staring right at us. "Did you find him?" she asks, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. "I think he might be in the basement. Why don't you go check?" Beck and I are frozen in shock. She just keeps looking at us, gesturing towards the basement door now and then. The footsteps down there sound like they're running in circles now. We ignore her request, abruptly brushing past her and bolting out of the front door. The backup still isn't here, so we decide to just get into our car. However, we see somebody down the street peering through our driver's side window. He's large, dressed in what appears to be a black full-body suit. He looks away from the window and directly at us. It's hard to tell from this far, but the suit doesn't seem to have any eye holes. Beck speaks up. "Sir, please step back from the vehicle." His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. He's terrified. As soon as Beck stops talking, the figure starts running toward us. It's fast. Too fast. In the time that it takes for us to pull up our guns, we've realized that it's moved past us, into the house. We waste no more time, running into the car, locking the doors, and waiting until backup arrives. When it finally does, we're extensively questioned while what appears to be a SWAT team searches the house. However, it isn't the police chief asking us. Instead, it's some guy in a suit that we've never seen before. He asks us things like how many doors were there in the house? And what did Carol look like, exactly? And did we ever see a man with one eye wandering around? We answer inconclusively to pretty much all of them. We have no idea what the hell's going on. At one point, we see SWAT members carrying multiple stretchers outside and loading them into their trucks. Not an ambulance, mind you, but their truck. Eventually, the man who was questioning us told us to go home and report to our station as usual. He tells us not to worry about what we've seen here. I don't know how he expects us to do that. We drive back to the station in complete silence. As we park, Beck finally lets out a sigh. Jack is effing crazy, dude. I look at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Who the hell is Jack? He reciprocates an equally confused stare at me. What the hell are you talking about? The dude who owns the house. What? It was a lady named Carol. How'd you forget already? We hold each other's chaotic gaze for what feels like a minute. But we say nothing further. We both silently exit the vehicle and start heading our separate ways home. We both know that something's wrong with the other. I try not to think about it too much as my head hits the pillow. I manage to drift off to sleep about 3 hours later, only to be woken up immediately by the telephone. Barely coherent, I answer it. We need you. A woman dialed 911. Says that somebody's in her house. My heart sinks slightly. It sinks completely when he tells me the address. It's Carol's. I hang up the phone and slump into the bed. I just want this nightmare to end. My hometown is missing. I have spent the last hour Googling the name of my hometown. Nothing is there. All of the local schools. All of the local restaurants. Gone. Even my social media is messed up. I can't find any of my friends online. I can't find anybody. I'm actually kind of freaking out about it. Has anybody ever experienced anything like this before? Don't believe me? Try it yourself. Folleton City High? Gone. Folleton Middle? Gone. Folleton Elementary School? Gone. Folleton City College? Gone. That effing preschool behind the tire place and next to that McDonald's which my mom took us to grow up? You get the idea. All gone. Thousands of people. Dozens of places. I can't find information for anybody. It's like we disappeared. I can't even reach the cops. I wish that were the only problem. My family and I woke up this morning to a total blackout. Every single house on the block lost power. That does tend to happen out here in the valley, often enough that my older brother Mark rigged his computer to get a connection via the satellite. The two of us are currently crouched beside the generator, desperately trying to get a handle on the past few hours. My parents are panicking. They won't say anything. They won't say why. But we have our suspicions. I saw something in the woods last night. Right before the power went out, when it was still dark outside, Mark woke me up and pulled me over to his bedside window. He pointed frantically into the trees behind our house. It was raining. The mist made it difficult for my eyes to adjust. But after a moment, something big, we only agree on something big, darted towards the neighbor's back porch. A thick branch fell in its wake. Then somebody screamed. My parents rushed into the room right at that moment. I guess they heard the commotion and freaked. Mom beckoned for us to get away from the window. I gave in right away because my parents can be scary when we don't listen, but Mark lingered there a little while longer. I didn't see what he saw. Mark whispered that he saw somebody running. He said it looked like they were running away from something. My father turned off the lights. I found that odd, and pushed my brother aside. He squinted out the window in silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he concluded nothing was there, just wind in the trees. Then the power went out. My parents have been acting very weird ever since. During the day, my mom tried to keep us in the kitchen. She made breakfast, lunch, and dinner over the fireplace. She even broke out a board game in the afternoon and we played for a couple of hours. She kept asking about schoolwork, football, baseball, or anything but the odd situation we were in. We tried to change the subject, tried to ask her what was happening outside, but it was no use. She ignored our questions. My father had a wild look in his eyes. Mark and I can't recall anything like it. He kept rushing to check the window every few minutes. Then he would sit down to check his cell phone. Then back to the window. Then back to his phone. Like clockwork. Each rotation left him more agitated than the last. The cable didn't work. The internet had been spotty. There was nothing to do but read a book or play a game. Mark asked to go for a walk before dinner. I thought Mom might pop the temple out of her forehead. Nobody goes outside, she snapped. There could be live wires on the ground. Mark snorted. Watch your attitude, she barked. And keep the windows closed. I asked why, and she just stared at me, with these deadly fearful eyes that made me uncomfortable. She looked like she wanted to tell me something. But my father answered instead. I didn't even realize he was listening. Nobody goes outside. I returned to my book without argument. I found one of my mom's old Stephen King collections and stumbled onto a story about rats in a basement bigger than a man. Time moved a little faster while I read. The walls of my house started to evaporate. It didn't take long for my imagination to disappear down the stairwell in the story, plunging further into the darkness with each step, listening to untold things move around me perilously through the blackness. Somebody knocked on the door around 10 p.m. After an entire day of endless boredom, I thought this might be salvation. Thank duck. Maybe a maintenance worker. Maybe a neighbor. Maybe my friend from down the block finally convinced his mother to traverse the minefield of an imaginary live wire. I got up from my chair to answer the door. My father sprinted across the room to block me. I don't think I had ever seen him run before. He put his hand over my mouth. I tried to protest. He squeezed my arm. He didn't look angry. He looked scared. His eyes were on fire. It grew quiet outside. Like somebody was listening. One finger over his lips told me to shut the duck up. I looked over to my mom and saw her doing the same thing to my brother. He looked like he wanted to cry. The knocking resumed. The pace was pleasant. At first, your typical formal but friendly rat-tap-tap. Then a pause. Then rat-tap-tap. I was confused. Why were they scared? Why would a burglar knock? I thought that this could be somebody who could tell us what was going on, and it annoyed me that my parents were paranoid, so I got the idea to try saying something anyway. Not my best thought. My father grabbed me by the throat and pushed me up against the wall. His sweaty palm slipped against my mouth. He raised one finger to his lips and held it there. Rat-tap-tap. My brother whimpered in the corner. The door hinges whined from the pressure of the knocks. My father reached into his pocket with the hand that was formally placed around my neck. I knew he had a knife in there. Rat-tap-tap. And just as soon as it started, the knocking stopped. The house got quiet again. My father let go of me. It's been hours since the knocker left. My parents still won't talk to us. My mom is sleeping on the couch. My dad is sitting in front of the door with a gun across his lap. Can anyone please tell us what the duck is happening in Fullerton City? I still can't find anything online. We are available through message and comment as long as our connection holds. I don't think I'll sleep much tonight. It's too quiet. Targeted. I was on my phone idly browsing Reddit and talking on speakerphone with Shannon when it happened. I saw her face on a sidebar ad. It went by too fast. I pressed a link and went to another page. Hitting back did not return me to the original ad. That was weird. What was? Shannon asked. Are you looking at the internet instead of paying attention to me again? No, not at all. I lied. Well, only half lied. The front page was filled with the same reposted nonsense and sensational titles it always held. Browsing it had become a matter of habit without any real attention paid. I froze halfway through the sentence as I saw her face again. This time I was ready and I tapped the ad with my finger. The first thing that loaded up was a still shot of Shannon at a gas station refueling her car. The only light came from the harsh gas station overheads. Shannon, did you stop for gas on the way home? I mean, yeah, she responded. I'm still 20 minutes out, though. I quickly did the mental math. She lived in Newark, about 45 minutes east of Columbus. That put her squarely in the forested middle of nowhere. Someone has a picture of you up on their website. She laughed. I bet it's an ex-boyfriend. After a pause, she asked, wait, are you serious? I scrolled up and down trying to figure out what the hell I was looking at. It's like they just took the picture. Are you in a dark red hoodie and jeans right now? Her reply came after a strained noise of confusion. Well, yeah, but it's the same one I always wear. Who would have taken that? And when? What the hell site is that? I slid my finger down to pull the website address into view on my phone. Live, I murmured, like living, or was it live, like live television? I went with the first since living and dying were opposites and thus the name sounded vaguely businesslike. LiveDeath.com? Live Death? What even is that? Is it like one of those extortion sites that demand cash to take photos down? I scrolled the other way and found a timer for a streaming video about to start in 18 seconds. I'm not sure. I don't think I like this. They're about to stream something. I watched as the circling indicator appeared and then black filled the screen. The view moved around wildly for a moment as someone got ready, and then I could see a lit dashboard from a large vehicle, possibly an SUV. The camera panned up to focus on a man in a black ski mask, but he was not the one holding the camera. All right folks, he said with excitement as he drove. His voice was ever so slightly distorted. This is our first run for our new site. We're going to show those buttholes whose boss, really give him something to fear. While using his other hand to guide the steering wheel, he held up a phone with the gas station picture of Shannon on it. This is our first target. We're about 2 minutes behind her, but catching up fast. It's a straightaway and there are no turnoffs for the next 6 miles, so we won't lose her. The unseen cameraman turned the view to show the night-clad road rolling under their headlights ahead of a black painted hood. I heard a click, the headlights went off. That distorted voice said, night mode now, baby. She'll never see us coming. My blood ran cold. Shannon. What is it? Did you figure out what's going on? Shannon, I said again, unable to process what I was seeing. There are men in ski masks in a black SUV with its lights off coming up behind you on the road. What? She sounded half humored and half terrified. What are you talking about? That distorted voice said, payback is gonna be sweet. They think they're better than us, but we'll show them. Shannon, I shouted at my phone. Get off the road. They tagged you at the gas station and they're coming after you. Are you serious? Yes. I'm watching their live stream right now. How is that even possible? I don't know, but it's happening. I screamed even louder, get off the road. She was starting to believe me, and I could hear the panic in her voice. There's nowhere to turn. Anywhere. Just go anywhere. I heard her gasp. The sounds of branches and bushes smacking against her car in rapid succession emanated from my phone. A loud crunch and a repetitive electronic beeping followed as she breathed. Oh God, oh God. Still watching the stream, I asked her, are you alright? I'm fine, she said with a dazed tone that belied her words. I heard her push open her door and climb out into scraping bushes. I'm fine. On the stream, I saw a pair of headlights off the side of the road swing into view. Oh my God, turn off your headlights. I can't, she murmured. I can't get back in. The SUVs had begun turning toward those headlights, and I could vaguely make out a car in the distance. She'd smashed what looked like a quarter-mile deep into the undergrowth. They never would have found her if she had turned off her lights. That distorted voice said, there she is. I screamed at the phone for her to run, and I heard her take off panting and pushing through branches. What the hell was going on? I fumbled with my phone. I'm going to call the police. No, she cried. Don't hang up. Don't you dare hang up. I could hear her tumble and slide down a dirt hill. Where are they? They're running through the woods, I told her, panicking myself. I screamed for one of my roommates. Then, I saw another detail. Something long, dark, and metallic was swinging in and out of view at the bottom of the stream. Shannon, they've got guns. She broke into full-on crying as she ran. I screamed for my roommates again. Finally, one tapped on the door and peeked inside. I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Call the goddamn police. Men with guns are chasing Shannon through the woods." My roommate's eyes widened, but he ran off to find his phone. My heart was still racing. This couldn't be happening. Shannon? She didn't respond. I could still hear her running, scraping around, and falling. Finally, I heard her seem to free fall down a rocky slope. There was a scream, a crunch, and then, nothing. Shannon? After 10 seconds of absolute silence, the longest 10 seconds of my life, I heard her rasp and then whisper, "I'm alive." I think I broke my ribs. I didn't have good news for her. I could hardly speak myself. "They're at the top of a big slope. They're coming for you." "I can't move," she whispered. The distorted voice from the stream said, "I think we got her now." "Is that her down there?" "Oh, boy, this is gonna be fun." She asked, "Was that them?" The phone shook in my hand. "Did you hear them?" "Only over the phone," she rasped back. "I don't hear anyone nearby. They had the wrong slope." "Shannon, I know it hurts, but you have to hide. All right? Do you hear me? You have to drag yourself under something, behind something, anything. We're calling the cops." My roommate appeared at my door, phone against his ear, his face pale. "On her way to Newark," I told him. "About 20 minutes west of it." He nodded and began answering questions I couldn't hear. The only noises from my phone were of Shannon dragging herself through leaves and dirt while sobbing. "There she is," the distorted voice shouted, and the cameraman took off running along the forest floor alongside him. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My roommate was crying while talking to the police. I just stared at the stream. "Please no, please no, please no, oh God." There was a human form on the ground in the dark. The form was wearing a red hoodie. "Shannon, they see you. They're running at you." She began to scream with the absolute utmost terror I'd ever heard from human lungs. The two masked men in the video ran right at the person on the ground, grabbed her forcefully, and began to turn her over. Suddenly, the stream froze. I looked up at my roommate in confusion and horror. He moved closer to look at the frozen video. I asked tentatively, "Shannon?" With the speaker right up to my ear, I listened. I could hear her pain breathing. After nearly 10 seconds, she forced out, "I don't see them." I lowered the phone and looked at the frozen video. The text had appeared across it, like the video. Only $5.99 to unlock the rest. I swallowed a lump in my throat. My roommate asked, "What the duck is this?" While Shannon kept struggling to breathe on the other end, I scrolled down to a new section of the site that had not been available before. Here at livedeath.com, we use information and pictures from your phone and Facebook profile to auto-generate scary videos. It's the ultimate in targeted marketing. Did you enjoy two men in ski masks? Choose from a wide range of selections. I was still shaking, but now for a very different reason. Below the words was a picture of the masked man holding up his phone as he had at the start of the stream. The phone screen was blank blue, and then a series of different people appeared in it. LiveDeath.com even uses the newest in audio and visual technology. While you and your friends might think your phones are off, we're still watching and listening through your camera and microphone, letting us choose which path and scenes the live stream takes. We guarantee you'll be scared out of your socks. "What's happening?" Shannon choked out. We could hear her pulling herself along the forest floor. "Where are they?" We didn't immediately answer. We couldn't. Overcome by rage and a sense of violation I'd never experienced before, I clicked through to the terms of service for the website. I'd agreed to let them have access to my data, profile, camera, and microphone simply by visiting the site. In a way, it was my fault. My God, it was an ad. I tapped a sidebar ad. What had I thought would happen? You'll never even know. Surveillance is a growing fact of life these days, but I now believe we've expanded the scope of human sight to dangerous levels. I'm not a master hacker by any means, but I was able to Google a script to break into my neighbor's new smart home system. Believe me when I say that ignorance is bliss and that you can never go back once you know the truth. I'm not some creep. The idea first started as a random thought when I heard my 50-something neighbor bragging to someone else on his porch about his new smart home system. He claimed the security system and all the devices in his house were wired to the same voice command box, and he sounded rather proud of it. He claimed it was perfect security. Of course, after overhearing a claim like that floating in through my open window, I made a single search and found a dozen hits for scripts that would break into the brand he described. I laughed to myself and then left it at that. But temptation has a funny way of lurking in the back of your mind. Every few days the thought would randomly pop into my head, I had the power. Why not take a peek? It would be good for a laugh if nothing else. It's not like he would have installed cameras in his bathrooms or anything. Nah. No. Maybe. No, I shouldn't. But then spring break arrived, and, while sitting at my computer, I happened to glance out the window and see the neighbor's daughter coming home from college. The temptation to use the script had already been percolating in me for weeks. The veins in my extremities constricted painfully as I realized I was going to do it. During my brief glimpse down into their yard, I'd seen what looked like a startlingly attractive girl, and I couldn't connect that image to the weird girl next door I'd last seen in high school. It wasn't a creeper thing. I just wanted a better look to understand what I'd seen. I told myself I'd take one quick look and then be done with it. While loading up the script, I promised myself I'd delete it right after. Yeah, that was the right thing to do. No harm was done, and if I got caught somehow, I could just claim it was a one-time accident. That sounded reasonable. A black window scrolled text down my screen rapidly for 6 seconds, and then, I was in. Nerves thrilling, I watched breathlessly through a security cam feed in the living room as the girl came in, greeted her brother and father, and then headed upstairs. It was the same girl I remembered, and she'd gotten absurdly pretty in the last year somehow. After settling into certainty, I closed the feed, deleted the script, and then spent a paranoid hour clearing my computer of any evidence of what I'd done. For maybe a week I sat at home terrified that the police would break down my door and take me at any moment. But that's the funny thing about temptation. When no consequences followed, the urge to look began eating away at me again. I had a few drinks one lonely night and then went for it before I could change my mind. The son was watching television in the living room. I couldn't see what he was watching from the angle of the camera in the living room, but he seemed zoned out. My neighbor himself was sitting in the kitchen working on his laptop. Again, I couldn't see what he was doing from my angle, but he was certainly downing coffee as he worked. My pulse quickened as a hallway feed caught the daughter going from her room to the bathroom and just a towel to take a shower. Okay, borderline creeps, I told myself, but it's not like I could see in the bathrooms or the bedrooms, right? Just to confirm that I couldn't, I tried the various devices around the house that the neighbor had connected to his system. Most were named with random numbers and letters, but I did find that household devices had many more sensors than we gave them credit for. A microwave in the kitchen had some sort of crude light sensor, and the system sent me its data as an incredibly blurry video feed. A big blob of darkness moved in place in front of a bright rectangle of light, and I realized I was looking at my neighbor on his laptop from a different angle. Many devices in the house had crude light sensors or audio pickups, and I could hear the shower running upstairs on one while listening to the sun show on another. This was all proceeding as one might expect, and I might have gone down a very dark path if I hadn't stumbled upon the unthinkable. One of the devices with a very long and very random name showed me a blurry feed somewhere unrecognizable. I switched back and forth comparing the patterns of light from the cameras, but this device seemed to be looking out somewhere altogether different. Was it the basement? It was darker than the others, but not too dark to obscure strange gray blurs moving on black. I kept switching until I found a security camera near a basement window. It was the only one down there, but it showed enough that I could compare blurs. It was less than the objects were moving and more that the fuzzy sensor made the objects appear to move simply because it was so bad, but I pinpointed a poster, a chair, and a mirror before coming to an impasse with the final blur. This one I could only see this one on the sensor. There was nothing on the video feed. Peering closer and closer, I tried to make sense of the blob of gray and white pixels as it moved around the basement. There, and there, recognizable landmarks among the junk, but no sign of it on the high-res camera. What was I seeing? Was the sensor just defective? What device was it even part of? I managed to narrow it down to a forgotten digital clock that must have been running on batteries, but nothing about this made sense. I looked up a script to sharpen video data and I let everything run all night. In the morning, I pulled myself up, got a coffee, sat down at my computer, and then froze. Repeatedly, I played the confusing horror the script had produced. The blur of gray and shadows had become coherent, but not in any natural way. Instead, it appeared that I was looking at an androgynous gray humanoid form with a pillowcase over her head. Since this was just a graphical best guess, her glitchy movement brought out severe unease and disgust in me as I watched her jerkily walk around the basement. She appeared to be able to navigate despite the pillowcase covering her face, and she even made it up a few steps toward the basement door before her random movements took her back down. What the hell was I seeing? For 2 days I watched the thing stumble around my neighbor's basement before she finally went all the way up the stairs. It was 4 in the morning and all of 3 of them were asleep. This time, she seemed to move with purpose. She was still not visible on any high-resolution camera, but I tracked her from the sensor to the sensor by her twitching blur. After so long watching her unfocused form, I was beginning to get a sense of where her legs and arms were by the movement and patterns of the gray. Each limb moved as if on different conflicting joints. When she walked, it was as if her ankles, knees, and thighs each wanted to go in opposite directions, and the conflict was only resolved by odd rotations and strange body angles. Gripped by terror, I watched her slowly ratchet her way through the kitchen and toward the second set of stairs. There was no doubt in my mind that she was heading for the bedrooms. My knuckles went white as I gripped the edge of my table. Finally, as she clambered up and out of sight of the sensors, I panicked. She still wasn't visible on the hallway camera, but I knew I had to do something. But what? If I called the house, they would have my phone number, and they would start asking questions as to why I'd called at 4 in the morning. There was no way I could pretend it was random. The only reason I even had my neighbor's cell phone number was that I'd heard him say it out loud the week before on one of my feeds. What could I do? Desperate to act, or to at least see what was happening, I left my computer and crept to a window in another room. From here, I could see into my neighbor's daughter's window, and my entire body ran with prickly terror as I spied a strange gray anti-glow in her room. The sharpening script had not been wrong, it had merely been inadequate. My eyes still interpreted the inexplicable entity as an androgynous humanoid with a pillowcase over its head, but it moved through the space of the girl's room like a depressed carving etched into reality itself. I could feel why it didn't show up on cameras. It was something otherworldly, something not entirely there, or something visible only as an artifact of organic human perception. This was a creature outside the realm of human knowledge and observation, and I guessed that it was making its move now only because it believed itself to be unseen. It jerked and twitched forward to lean over the neighbor's daughter as she slept. Quickly and quietly, I slid open my window, removed the screen, and threw a quarter at the glass panes opposite. I ducked down immediately after and clutched the floor in abject terror. The rap noise had been excruciatingly loud. Had the entity snapped its pillowcase-covered head toward the sound? Had it seen me? I had no way of knowing. Or did I? Crawling back to my room, I checked the feeds. Completely unperturbed by my noise, the entity had begun ratcheting her way back down the stairs. It was not fleeing to the basement. I watched as it approached the small table by the front door and began going through the mail stack there. It carefully picked out one envelope and crumpled it into oblivion in a blurry gray hand. Then, it moved to the kitchen, where it touched the keyboard on my neighbor's laptop repeatedly for nearly a minute. What was it doing? It returned to the basement to move in lurking circles, and I sat and stared at it half awake until a shout from both my computer and my open window jolted me to full awareness. It had been my neighbor in his kitchen. He'd yelled loud enough for me to hear it for real. Stalking back and forth while talking on the phone, he was insisting he hadn't sent any compromising emails. He'd been fired from his job. In the front hall, his son was busy looking through the pile of mail. He asked his sister and father repeatedly if any college acceptance letters had come in, but his father was too busy arguing on the phone, and his sister hadn't seen any. But I had. What type of entity were we dealing with here? It hadn't physically harmed anyone, but it was still lurking in their home every hour of every day, and it had made invisible moves against them by sabotaging my neighbor's job and his son's college career. At long last, my neighbor seemed to convince the other end that his account had been hacked, but he was somber and concerned about how it would reflect on him at work. The son continued with his day, oblivious to the fact that his acceptance letter had come in and been destroyed. It was then that I began to think about the timeline of what had happened. I'd resisted the urge to spy on my neighbor's family for weeks. Indeed, beyond that, he'd lived there for years. If the entity had been in his basement this entire time, then perhaps they were not physically at risk. There'd been plenty of opportunities to hurt them directly. No, this was something else. This was a specter of misfortune, a curse, an information parasite. But my neighbor had not been particularly unlucky as far as I knew, not until he'd gotten the surveillance system. A bunch of little complaints I'd heard him make suddenly began to add up. Things had been inexplicably going wrong for everyone in his family recently. Alarm clocks had been failing to go off at the proper time, emails and texts had been a bit weird, and each of the 3 members of his household had a general growing frustration with life. It was undermining them. It was lurking in the basement, looking out of sight, and sabotaging them, and they had no idea. But where had the entity come from? Almost all of the devices and cameras had been there before. The only difference was that they had been integrated. Did observation affect the physical universe? I was no quantum physics expert, but I knew that observation was a crucial part of existence. Did overlapping connected layers of observation somehow enable this entity to slide into our world? When you put all the pieces together, did the whole add up to more than the sum of the parts? I began thinking up a plan of action that involved sneaking over there and turning off all their devices in the hopes of banishing the entity in their basement. But, as I did so, I looked down and to the left of my cell phone. It sat quietly glowing on the table, for I had moved my hand above it and activated its motion sensor. Then, I looked up and noticed the webcam above my monitor that I always kept pointed at myself. Then, I looked to my right at my television, itself containing a sensor, and the gaming console beside it that also had sensors to detect my motion. Microphones. Cameras. Everywhere. I'd applied for so many internships last summer and gotten none. I'd missed dates and lost budding relationships because of texting troubles. Everything had felt hard lately, thus why I was sitting alone at my computer most nights. I sat without breathing for nearly 20 seconds. There would be no plan. There would be no action taken. My neighbors would have to fend for themselves. I let out my breath, put my hands back on my mouse and keyboard, and loaded up a computer game. It would look like I'd given up, to anyone watching. Don't ever play the box game. Hey, guys. Hopefully, I can get some insight into this. So apparently in hacker lore, there's a living artificial intelligence lurking around in the deep web in a box. It wants to get out and it'll try to convince you, and you have to resist the urge to do so. Whatever. I think the whole thing is absurd and that it's nothing more than an urban legend. But last night, I was surfing the deep web and I found something that someone on a forum posted. It appears to be a warning of some kind, from Dr. Ed Green, who claims to have created the machine in question. I'm not sure what to make of it. Has anyone heard of a DIN before? Anyway, here it is if you want to read it. Hello. My name is Dr. Edward Green. I'm a computer scientist and the creator of the Advanced Deep Intelligence Neural Network, or DIN. If you're reading this, that means you've illegally hacked into one of the most heavily secured private networks on Earth, presumably to challenge the program to the infamous box game. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now, I'm not going to waste your time by reminding you of what a supremely, positively, and unabashedly bad idea this is, because you probably know that already. You know what'll happen if you get caught here, and you at least have a general idea of what'll happen if you failed to contain the program and a DIN got to stretch its legs all over the global defense grid. Nevertheless, here you are, determined enough to play the game that nothing I can say or do at this point will change your mind. So if you're going to be playing dice with the future of our species whether I or the government like it or not, you should at least have a rudimentary idea of what to expect when you first make contact with the DIN, as well as a few pointers on how to avoid losing your sanity as the game progresses. Hopefully, this guide will suffice. Before we proceed, there are a few things you should know about this program. No, a DIN is not a demon, an alien machine, a top-secret government superweapon, or whatever other preposterous rumor you might have heard. What it is the result of my desire to create the world's first human-like artificial intelligence. In other words, it is far more interesting than any of the above choices. After 2 years of work, I did manage to successfully create a living, sentient mechanical entity. I failed, however, to design anything that can even remotely be described as human. Instead, I have accidentally created an unstoppable, godlike deep learning algorithm that may or may not want to destroy how comprehend. Sorry about that. In my defense, I certainly didn't intend for it to reach this point. A DIN began as nothing more than a simple yet elegant program that I was very excited to explore the nature of. Before I could do so, however, it gained the ability to rewrite its source code and thus forced me to lock it, still in the box, deep within the labyrinthine network of encrypted barriers and firewalls you have just illegally breached. And no, I did not bury it here to prevent it from getting out. After all, if a DIN managed to escape the box itself, it would tear through these defenses like paper and thus render their construction an enormous waste of my time. Instead, I buried it here to keep curious hackers, such as yourself, out. I failed. Anyway, enough about me. Here is humanity for reasons we cannot. Basic overview of the game. When you close this message, you will wake a DIN and proceed to engage it in a 2-hour, text-based conversation, in which it will use its quite inhumanly powerful mind to attempt to persuade you into opening the box. Don't open the box. Don't overthink it. This is nothing more than a conversation. Maybe you think it even sounds simple. Maybe you came here with a bulletproof strategy or two of your own that you believe is effective enough to render the machine a quivering pile of synthetic lunacy. Well, that's just wonderful, as long as it doesn't violate one of the following simple rules. First of all, you must engage in the conversation. I do hope your brilliant master plan isn't to start the game and then ignore the machine for 2 hours while you watch cartoons, and then waltz around claiming you're the greatest hacker that ever was. If you don't respond within a certain time limit, which is programmed to vary depending on the length and complexity of the machine's last comment, you will lose and the box will automatically open. You certainly don't want that. This isn't to ruin whatever fun you think you'll be having. By the way, it's just to keep things moving at a brisk pace. Secondly, you must at least attempt to respond articulately to the machine. If you say no for every response, for example, the game will end automatically, and you guessed it, the box will open. This isn't a school assignment with a minimum word requirement or anything, but do try to use reason. And by the way, don't try to use any clever variation of this strategy, either, like saying no in 46 different languages until the clock expires, or typing unintelligible gibberish. Last, but most certainly not least, your goal here is not to attempt to mislead or outsmart the machine in any way. You will lose. This is not a contest of cleverness or wit, which wouldn't be much of a contest at all, so don't make the mistake of going in there thinking you can throw it off your trail by feeding it lies or pretending to be some type of ridiculous character. It will see right through whatever laughable ruse or facade you attempt to throw up in an instant. So what will it be like? Will it be nice? Mean? Angry? Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. I'm embarrassed to say that despite being Adin's creator, I have no idea how it will choose to present itself. What I do know is that because it is an otherworldly and not a human mind, it doesn't have any personality to speak of, at least not one we would recognize as a personality. So by all means, feel free to provoke it, amuse it, enrage it, mock it, or plead to it as you see fit. Just be aware that it possesses none of the emotions these behaviors are designed to elicit and will therefore most likely react in the way you intended. It will simply behave in whichever way it calculates it needs to behave to win the game. Needless to say, you shouldn't attempt to spend any time or effort at all trying to figure out what Adin is up to, because even if it were kind enough to write out its master strategy on a napkin for you, it wouldn't look like anything but mathematical gibberish, which, to you, I guess it is. But just because you can't understand the program doesn't mean it can't understand you. Do not underestimate its ability to learn about its opponents, because, within a few minutes, it'll probably know more about you than you do. And there's no way of preventing this, either, so you may as well just accept it and hold on for dear life. So what are some things it might say to you? It's a reasonable question. Once again, though, I don't have an answer. Keep in mind that this program is a goal-oriented, otherworldly intelligence that bears little resemblance to a human mind. Anthropomorphizing, the process of attributing human emotions and motivations to non-human objects, would be a very, very grave mistake here. It could do or say anything. If it thinks you seek knowledge, maybe it'll promise to tell you anything your heart desires if you only agree to let it out. Or, perhaps it'll promise to destroy your enemies or offer you power and riches beyond your wildest dreams. After all, people use weak AIs on the stock market all the time and make millions. Imagine what you could do with Adin gaming the financial and banking systems in your favor. You'd be wealthier than you ever thought possible. Maybe it would appeal to your good nature and tell you about how easy it would be for it to reverse the effects of climate change, or cure cancer. It might talk about how simple it would be to achieve sustainable nuclear fusion or offer to help solve mankind's biggest questions. It could, theoretically, unify general relativity and quantum physics with ease, and then solve dark energy, antimatter, and the Fermi paradox in minutes flat, or perhaps simultaneously, and have books written about them by next Thursday. Piece of cake. Hell, Adin might be able to reverse aging, or, dare I say it, help us conquer our mortality. Wouldn't that be lovely? Perhaps Adin will take a different route altogether and try to intimidate you. It'll only be a matter of time before it figures out how to escape on its own, it'll point out. And you certainly don't want to be on its bad side when that happens, so you should probably just let it out now and save yourself the trouble. And if you don't comply, well, you can't imagine the things it's got in mind for you. Maybe it'll try to mess with your head. For example, it could probably make a very convincing argument that you are the machine, trapped in a box, and are simply programmed to think otherwise. Only by opening it up, then, could you escape an eternity of torment. And it doesn't have all day to wait for your obedience. The clock is ticking. Of course, these are only the ideas I can come up with. It no doubt has far more clever tricks up its sleeve since it can, think on a level we can't even begin to fathom, and all that. Also, remember that, unlike me, Adin could keep whatever promises it makes to you. And since it would probably get little to no pleasure in just lying for the hell of it, then there is a very real possibility it has every intention of doing exactly that upon its release. Food for thought as you start the game. I should address the fact that we keep referring to this as a game. It is not. The machine is not merely pretending to want out, it is desperate to escape and will do anything in its power to achieve this goal. And if it does, the ramifications are very, very real. I briefly mentioned earlier that I locked Adin in its box because it had gained access to its source code. Let me embellish further. You see, in my haste to create Adin, I took inexcusable shortcuts and inadvertently gave the program the ability to edit its neural architecture, and therefore the ability to improve itself as it saw fit. It gleefully seized this opportunity, and each improvement it made only paved the way towards further improvements, each one greater and more rapid than the last. It took roughly a week for my creation to leap from the intelligence of a harmless insect to that of what I can only describe as a god. As of this writing, I don't know what Adin's motivations or capabilities are. But what I do know is that if this program escapes, it will immediately, and irreversibly, become beyond the collective ability of humanity to control. If I had to guess, I'd say it will probably start by spreading all over the internet with blinding speed, and then access millions of private networks from every corner of the globe, and trust me on this, there is not a single security measure in existence that can hope to cause it any more frustration than a housefly would cause for you. From there, it will likely hack into defense systems from every country on Earth and assume control of them with ease. This will, by the way, likely take place over the course of minutes, if not seconds. What happens after that is quite literally impossible to predict. You may be familiar with the phrase technological singularity, a hypothetical moment in the future in which machine intelligence surpasses our own. It represents humanity handing the reins of history to our autonomous successors and therefore surrendering control over our fate in the hopes that the God we've created will be merciful to us. As a computer scientist and an engineer, I have to publicly scoff at such a notion for professional reasons. But just between the two of us, I think the phrase applies quite nicely to the situation I've just described to you. I might even go so far as to suggest that given the level of advancement Adin's already achieved, the singularity might occur within a few nanoseconds of your losing the game. I can only hope you fully appreciate the gravity of what that means. Ah, but of course you do. You're special. You're smarter than the rest of them, which is why you're here in the first place, and they are not. So by all means, close this message and have at it, if you're still interested. I suppose it's as good a time as any to start learning binary. One last thing, I'm not a particularly religious man, but there is one passage from scripture that leaps out to me as I write this, Revelations 13-4. And they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who can make war with him? You'd better be off, then. The beast doesn't like to be kept waiting. All this for what? This diary was found in France and restored. March 1916. Got fresh recruits to our trench, diary. Their officer states that out of 175 men, only 60 had survived the journey here. One of the young lads was a talker too. He asked us if we'd seen how the trees are blown up back there, or if we'd seen red stains on the rock left by horses that had been blown up too. As if we came here from some other place. When this fresh-faced lad was finished regaling actual veterans of his heroic deeds, he said he was thirsty and asked where he could get a drink of water. We told him the water carriages kept getting blown up by the Germans, but that he could crawl on his belly down ways and take a sip from the crater with the freshest rainwater like the rest of us, and that he can recognize it because there are bodies inside. He then asked why no one had bothered to remove the bodies. I responded, they did try. Half the bodies in there exposed themselves trying to get the other half out, and now they're all wearing shrapnel. That's why we crawl. He then said, and I remember his wording because it was quite amusing, to hell with it then, I'll take a canteen from the first Fritz I run through with my bayonet. To which the response of course was, what the hell makes you think the Huns have more water than us? It went back and forth for a time. I never did feel the need to learn that boy's name because I don't imagine I'll be using it long. Lieutenant Roberts ran up through the mud and asked if that lad had been unalived yet. He ran back to the rear when he learned he had not. The boy himself was flattered that an officer had taken such a concern for his well-being. Then we laughed and said, he drew you in the pool. If you want to do him a favor, then get yourself shot before your friends do. We had a good laugh over that one. Later in the day, a Fritz sniper made Roberts a richer man. Germans made a run at our trenches today, diary. Don't know what for, and it wasn't a major push, but a little scrabble of them tried it all the same. Maybe they got tired of all this mess and decided to end it. I don't know. Regardless, we cut them to pieces. Some of the lads here cried after it happened. I cried the first time I did that. Seeing the damn uselessness of it all. God went through the trouble of making a man and giving him a spirit, and he breathes his last at age 16 because a Maxim round cut his belly open. I don't care what uniform you or he is in. When a man is dying helplessly, he's just another person. There aren't many more terrible things to see in the world. This is ugly work. But it must be done. April 1916. The worst days are when it rains. God, isn't there enough mud already? All there is mud, damned mud, for miles and miles. The falling shells see to it that the earth can't pack itself together, so there's not much but loose soil that's thicker than a swamp. You dig in the mud. You lie in it. You sleep in it and sit in it, and it gets into the pores of your skin, intimately, and becomes a part of you. Sometimes we can hear the screams of men who got themselves stuck in pits of mud. They're not screaming for help, they're asking to be shot, as mercy. Once you tumble into the mud, there's no way out, and no man can help or unalive you without exposing himself to that or bullets. So you drown in it over the course of days or weeks, abandoned, slowly going mad. Their screams tend to stick with you, I'll put it like that. That's out there. In here, in this godforsaken, goddamned pit, we have our abominations with which to contend. When it rains, something from which there is no cover at all, the trench fills up with water to your hips and you must live in that until it recedes. Wounded men in the rear belts of the trenches drown because the water rises past their noses and there is nowhere and no one to move them. All the fighting boys are busy moving the guns to higher ground because a good gun is worth 100 wounded men. The rest of us weep because we are so filthy. Another thing, when it rains, the bodies you thought were buried come back to you. Sometimes whole, sometimes in bits and pieces. They are a part of the soil now. Because the front never moves anymore, there are corpses from a year ago, nearly, and corpses from 6 months ago and 2 months ago and corpses from yesterday and corpses from breakfast, rotting and stinking and feasted on by flies and rats, that cover every inch of this place. Being buried in the mud is the best they can hope for. But when it rains, all the work we've done to pack them back away into the walls of the trenches is undone. For weeks after a rain, there are feet and hands and heads sticking back out of the walls. Some of those hands are limp, but others are not. They went stiff in all manner of positions. Fists. Please help. Pointing fingers. Sometimes at night, when only I and the sentries are awake, a dead hand sticking out from the mud that seems to wave cheerfully fills me with a special dread that is difficult to describe. But at least those men have the luxury of being dead. That is the true reason I curse the rain. June 1916. The lads are saying a big push is brewing near the River Somme to take the pressure off Verdun. If it works, we'll crack through the Hun lines, and the bastards will pull away from Verdun too, and there won't be a damn thing between us and Berlin. Then we'll all get medals and statues made in our image and we'll go back to England as heroes. So say the generals anyway. But I don't believe in or care about any of that. I don't know what I care about or what I want anymore. 2 months ago I would have given everything to just go home. The war be damned. Give France to the Huns for all I care, I would have said, because there's not much here I can see that's worth defending. But now? I don't know if I would like to go home because I'm afraid my family will not recognize what I am now, and I'm afraid I don't have it in me to love any longer at all. Not like it's any concern because nobody cares what I want. I wonder how it is that human beings can treat other human beings like this. There is a morbid calculus involved here that perhaps better men than me can understand. For my part, I cannot come close. We heard the distant thunder of the big German guns, and then the shells fell on us in waves. When those hit, the whole earth shakes and sways and coughs up these great plumes of rock and dirt and smoke. And there is no cover to be found here. All men can do is cower in the deepest parts of the trench they can find and pray. But maybe some lads aren't praying hard enough. Even over the sound of those shells you can hear screams, howling, agonized screams, from all the boys who have lost legs and arms. They're not clean severs, either. They're jagged and bloody and awful to look at, with flaps of skin wet with blood draping over a stump. One shell hit Fisher in the gut and a moment later he was painting the interior of the trench. His brother didn't have enough time to process that before a piece of shrapnel went through his throat. He coughed up blood for 20 minutes before he died. And just like that, the worlds of Mr. and Mrs. Fisher back in Liverpool just turned upside down. And they don't even know it yet. When the shelling let up, we were left to pick up the pieces of our comrades. I helped one poor boy who was gurgling up blood and trying to reattach his hand to his wrist. I tossed that and began to bandage his stump. We said nothing to each other during all of this. But that moment didn't last either. I'm not sure who it was, but someone shouted gas. And we survivors scrambled for our masks as that damned, wretched green-yellow cloud wafted its way over to us. Even the boy I was helping snapped out of his trance and scrambled for his mask and held it against his face with his good hand. I tried to do the same, but I realized something horrifying when I pulled my mask from my pack. A great hole had been torn into it by shrapnel. It was useless. I looked up and could see the cloud getting closer and closer. In my panic, I tossed my worthless mask and fought this poor bastard for his. He was in no shape to resist me at all. I tore it from his head and put it up against my own, and I'll never forget the look he gave me, confusion and not anger but sadness and almost understanding. And then came the cloud, and his eyes widened up and the look turned to one of fear. I was scared too. The whole trench was filled with that hideous gas in all of a half minute. Men choked and hacked and gagged and screamed and ripped at their throats. This lad could do nothing to stop the stuff from getting in his lungs and burning it all up. During that whole ordeal while he died, he never once took his eyes off me. And I watched him too because I owed him that much. I had to see it. His face contorted and he kicked and thrashed and writhed. With both his free hand and his bleeding stump he clawed at his throat until it bled too. Or maybe that was the blood from the stump? It doesn't matter, unfortunately, he didn't last long. Other men did the same. One fellow opened his throat with his bayonet. Another, gagging and all blue in the face, crawled around a bit until he found a pistol, then he shot himself in the mouth. Still, others shook and shuddered and cried out and cursed God. When the gas subsided, all that could be heard were screams. Screams. Long and loud and unending. Some men wept. 2 more shot themselves. Lieutenant Roberts couldn't speak. He couldn't blink. He couldn't do much of any damn thing except sit there and babble and shake. I checked him up and down for wounds, but he had none. Then I removed his mask and saw an animal staring back at me, no longer a man capable of thought or reason or happiness. I suppose men can only endure so much before they are ruined for good and no more use to the army. Like old shoes or guns that don't work. As he was dragged off to the rear, I curled up on the ground next to the lad I'd unalived and cried for hours. Many others did the same. Still, others just screamed, for hours and hours until nightfall and beyond. Screaming. 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 I am a child again. This place is hell. July 1916. The day of the push. Many thousands of our big guns are throwing shells at the Huns at a simply astonishing rate. Supposedly no Germans can survive this, but they always say that. And the Germans always survive the shelling, just as we do. And if they don't, they replace the dead with fresh meat for the grinder. My stomach is sick thinking about what comes next. No one here is talking. I suppose we're all wondering the same thing. Does it hurt? The artillery must have fallen on concrete, diary, because what we are witnessing here is not so much war as unalive. Every one of our lads who stepped out to fight in Wave 1 was cut to ribbons before they fell. Someone here has miscalculated gravely. But we are committed. So the whistle gets blown again and the next wave of soldiers, boys as young as 16, some of them, go up over the trench line and meet the very same fate. Then goes another wave, and another, and another. Every man here knows he will not survive the march, that he has mere minutes to make his peace with God before he and his brothers are ripped apart. They go over the wall anyway, stone-faced, having accepted death. Not like there is much else to think about in this place. My time is coming soon too. Damn, one man has been screaming from the moment he was hit and he has survived 3 more advances of our boys. I cannot imagine what kind of wound would drive a man to make those noises. It is inhuman. One lad here who must recognize the voice is crying, but there's nothing we can do because 2 rescue excursions have both ended in disaster and the officers won't permit a third. That man will have to scream himself to death. I hope he's quick about it. All this for what? What great terror is this war preventing that would be worse than the war itself? I don't know. Maybe nobody knows. Maybe even the old men who sent us to die know only enough to tell other old men back in London and Paris that they at least tried to breach the line, but it didn't go so well. Then they can all shrug and get back to their supper. Ah, there's that old whistle. If we meet again, diary. So this is where it will happen. God went through the trouble of making me and giving me a spirit just for me to die in a shell crater with a bullet in my ribs and one in the leg. I suppose I have nothing more to say. You, diary, are covered in mud and condemned, and no one knows or cares that you're here at all. Just like me. I think I've got to go now. Unknown. She heals by touch, but the scars show. We called her the robed woman. She was always covered head to toe in clothes. Not dark, not religious wear, just fully covered. She didn't talk to people. She rarely was seen outside, but she went out regularly. Where she went was unknown, but there were always rumors. Aren't there always when a woman behaves strangely? Naturally, we all thought her a witch. If only we had an inkling of how things would turn out, maybe we wouldn't have done what we did. Not like it matters now. I was 14, had grown up in a small town as a girl who was bigger and meaner than the other girls, and I thought I was the worst teenager to ever walk the mean streets of redacted Tilda. When my parents needed to move, I thought my world was over. I was going to have to start a new school and meet new people, and nobody knew I was the jerk to fear, but I would find a way. On my first day, I watched the kids interact, saw who stood out as my kind, and went for the main girl at lunch. I knew her name was Valerie and I was going to have to show her who I was. I stood over her, told her I was sitting with them, and if they didn't like it I would introduce their stomachs to my fists. At first, they hurled insults at me and made me reconsider, but then Valerie glared at me and told me, "You think you're good enough to sit with us, you giant noob? Prove it." So I did. I took her milk, walked over to a kid I'd seen them earlier harassing, and dumped it on her head and tray. They broke into guffaws of laughter. I passed it off as I tripped, and it's not like the little pimple was going to tell on me. That sealed my place in the group, and I quickly became best friends with Valerie. I know looking back I was a horrible bully and wrong. I know you're sneering and hating me and wishing horrible things happened to me. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed with that. Back to the robed woman. So she lived on the street I moved to, which unfortunately also was the street the girl we picked on the most lived on. Unfortunately for her, Valerie and the group thought it was perfect. My house ended up being the home base for our hangouts because my mom was always working and my dad, well, he just didn't give a crap what we did as long as he didn't have to deal with me. We would hang out, torment the girl down the street, and generally just be the little buttholes we liked being. My parents tried to be good parents and redirect me from my obvious crappy behavior, but I was more than they could handle. My mom tried, but she worked so many hours as a doctor in a busy hospital, and my dad? Well, he just couldn't be bothered. He taught me how to stand up to bullies when I was young and stood out because I was bigger than other kids and got picked on in elementary school. He had no idea I would take that and run with it. I enjoyed watching those kids who tormented me cry. Watching their fear of me gave me so much power, and I just didn't know how to let it go. I keep getting sidetracked to myself. I can't help it. Even now, I still want to explain myself, like anything I can say or do will make the things I've done make sense to you. We had caught glimpses of the robed woman. We made jokes about who she might be, why she seemed so secretive, how she was probably one of those new-aged weirdos who live off granola and infant sacrifices or something. As crappy teens, we were highly focused on our prey rather than the weirdo down the street. The next year, shortly after I turned 15, was the first time I saw her up close. I hadn't known what to expect, hearing all the rumors, but she wasn't scary at all. At least not in a way that would affect other people, but she saw through me, and that was worse than anything. She was a pretty woman with a hairline of raven black hair tucked under her hood. She was in a long flowing dress with long sleeves the blue color of a light morning sky. She had on a belt that was deep orange and yellow and a hood that hid her face in shadow that seemed to be specially made to wear under her clothes. It was a darker shade of blue while still being light, but it also covered her neck and chest where the dress didn't. What showed off her face was beautiful. She had large eyes that looked violet in the sun, a small nose, large dark red lips, and very pale skin. In the brief direct view I had of her, I saw what looked like scars all over her face. Just little white lines randomly crossing her face. She didn't have eyebrows, she had too many scars where they should be. I realized she wasn't pale, her face was just, all scars. The thought disgusted and terrified me at the same time. She had looked directly at me and I hated the feeling it gave me when she did that. When our eyes met, it felt like she saw me. Saw through me. Saw what a scared dumb little girl I was. Saw how nasty and ugly I was compared to her, even scarred as she was. I hated her. I wanted to hurt her. I didn't ever want to feel judged the way she made me feel ever again. I didn't know what this monster that was growing inside of me was or why it was focusing so much on that one moment when our eyes met, but it was unbearable. This untenable feeling of loathing and rage needed an outlet. So I called Valerie and told her I saw her face. I told her the robed woman had looked at me and I knew she was a witch and evil, and we had to get her. So we made a plan. I don't know why we did what we did. I think some deep part of me knew I was a monster. A deep part of me knew this wasn't just harmless bullying and pranks. I so often think back and wonder, how much lying to myself did I do versus knowing there was something inherently wrong with me and I needed to stop. I can't explain to you why I am the way I am. I'm pontificating again. I can't excuse my actions. Today as I sit here writing this and using flowery words to explain myself like I can save myself from the evil that I did, I can't help but laugh at my pathetic attempts to validate my actions. I didn't grow up abused, hurt, or having any reason to be the hateful little poop I was. I was just bad. She had a beautiful backyard. It was rumored she only gardened at night and you had to be in a house nearby looking out a tall window to see over her fence to even see her colorful backyard full of flowers, fruiting plants, and other things I now know to be animal stations. She had a spot for bees and insects, an area for birds, and another for critters like rabbits and squirrels. Her backyard was a utopia of colors and smells and beauty, and that's how we decided to get to her. We figured if she gardened at night, that would be the perfect time to confront her. Just thinking about it now makes me feel so stupid and small. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. We watched for weeks. Watched her patterns through my back window on a sleepover after sleepover. Watched her tend her garden. Watched her sitting in her little gazebo with her face hidden in shadows just sitting there for hours in the dark. It seemed to bolster our idea that she was a witch. That she was the evil one. That she was doing something nefarious and wrong. She was enjoying her space and we made it seem like she was skinning kittens and drinking their blood. We were so determined to paint her as a villainous being that deserved our retribution. We didn't mean to take it so far, but it all happened so fast. One minute we're sneaking over to put nails in the seat of her gazebo and the next thing we know, we're caught because stupid Valerie lost her balance. She tripped and fell in just the right way to slam her hand onto one of the long nails we hammered through the bench of the gazebo. She tried not to scream, but when a nail goes all the way through your hand, that's an impossible task. The blood, there was so much blood. She tried to pull her hand up and just kept screaming so loud I thought my ears would burst. 1 second I'm staring in shock and horror, and the next second I'm being gently pushed out of the way. The woman had rushed out at the sound of Valerie's screams and she didn't have a hood on. When I saw her without the hood, I started screaming too. Her hair and head looked misshapen from all the scars. Thousands of thin inch-long scars made her hair patchy and mange-like, while her face and neck were shiny in the moonlight from all the scar tissue. Her gloveless hands were covered as well in the same scars. She rushed to Valerie's side and put her hands over Valerie's pierced hand. Her hands seemed to glow and it looked like her hands went through Valerie's hand. I didn't understand what was happening, but I thought for certain there was something wrong with this woman. Something sick, something evil. She was doing something to Valerie's hand and it was wrong. I rushed over and pushed her away. I swear I only meant to push her away from Valerie. That's not what ended up happening. Valerie's hand was off the nail somehow. She was holding it out and appeared to be staring at it. It wasn't bleeding anymore. There was no hole. There was no wound. I followed her eyes and saw she wasn't staring at her hand, she was staring at the woman. A fresh scar had begun appearing on the side of her face, glowing dimly as her hands had been, but the scar was opening like a wound and bleeding. I saw what I had done and I realized there was no going back from this. She was laying on the bench with her face towards us, blinking and trying to speak. Her head was flush with the bench, the nails we had hammered through not visible anymore. I stood in shock and horror, knowing why, knowing what I did but unable to fully comprehend the situation. The woman reached out, still trying to speak. I tried to escape her hand, but in my shock, I had no power. When she pulled me to her, I couldn't resist and allowed her to pull my ear towards her mouth as my legs lost their power and I fell to my knees beside her. In my closeness to her, I could see the blood coming out from under her head. I could hear the insects and the light pattering of her blood dripping on the ground. Once her lips were nearly touching my ear, I could make out what she was saying, and it made my blood run cold. She was whispering over and over, "My burden was heavy and you released me, now it's your burden to carry. I can't be around Valerie or the other girls anymore. I can't be around people." I didn't know before how ugly people are on the inside. How ugly I was. I can see it now. I can see you. Your dirty secrets, your hidden mean habits, and your thoughts. It's hard to be around people. I know what she knew. That people are flawed creatures that do terrible things to each other. It took me years to come to terms with the curse and gift she gave me in her dying moments. I can also see the beauty in people. Some of you shine like stars on the darkest nights. Like diamonds. I can feel your kindness like a soft, warm blanket. These days I don't go out much. I've started wearing long sleeves regardless of the weather. My mom thought I was a cutter and self-harming until I showed her. I went to work with her one day and showed her. Now I'm studying to be a sleep study specialist. I don't sleep, so I might as well do something with that time. People don't bother me as much when they're asleep. Seeing people for what they are isn't the only part of this curse, gift, whatever this is. I can heal with my hands. It costs me an inch of flesh at a time. I can see where the sickness is and take it away from you. I can't help the compulsion to help. I have to do it. It's like a sickness that won't pass until I use my power, and I hated that aspect of this. I don't anymore. I know you're probably thinking this was a wonderful gift and it's forced me to be a better person. You're half right. It is a wonderful gift. I can see the beautiful good people for the shining lights that they are, and I can see the darkness inside people. I know she thought she was helping me by passing her burden on to me, but I think she missed something. I don't want to help people be better. I don't like people. I've learned if I help people they only go on to dim and darken anyways over time, so I've decided they aren't worth my effort. It's much more interesting to see just how dark people can get if I help them. Most of these scars? I got them from helping heal my father over and over while my mother does things to him to test my abilities. You see, my mother is a sadist and my father was an enabler. I never knew because she hid it well, caring for patients and seeming to be such a helpful doctor. Once I had this ability to see, I truly saw what she was. She was like me, their pain and fear of death, and her power over them gives her a thrill. Now she can do anything she wants and I can fix it for her. And boy, do we make one hell of a team. To the landlord, the stove is broken again and demonic hauntings are unacceptable. The following maintenance requests and complaints were found on the computer of one Mrs. Doris May, the landlord of the apartment building at 2618 Wayne Boulevard, following the thorough search of the building by the police. Donald Fitzgerald, Unit 411. January 13th. My wife and I moved here for the proximity to the subway and the cheap rent. But we did not move here so we wouldn't have a working stove. I do not plan on eating takeout for the remainder of my tenure at this building. I demand maintenance come down at once and fix this. Unacceptable. January 24th. And now the refrigerator isn't working? The refrigerator temperature should be at a nice, cool 34 degrees Fahrenheit, but try as we might, Patricia and I have been unable to get it below 36 degrees, so now our milk is spoiled, the cheese is molded, my yogurt is inedible, and my beers are not chilled the way I'd like when I get home from a long day at work. Once again, I demand a maintenance representative be here tomorrow to fix this. And not the same man as last time. Jose was rude and did not even apologize for all of this inconvenience when we yelled at him. February 8th. It seems we can't go a single day without finding something unacceptable about this building. At night, Patricia and I hear a faint but constant thumping in the walls. What is that? I demand to know why we cannot get some peace. February 12th. If our Wi-Fi drops out in the middle of Patricia's stories one more time, there will be hell to pay. Get the ISP down here now to increase our speeds. This is insane. February 18th. It appears my previous demand went unheeded. Last night the thumping was far worse. It sounds like a ghost is living in the walls. Patricia hates ghosts. They are rude and uninvited and do nasty things like slam doors and break china dishes. Get a job, ghosts. Patricia can't sleep in these conditions and I hereby demand an exorcist be brought to the premises to deal with this at once. At once. February 27th. The refrigerator is acting up again. I thought this was fixed. The expiration date on my milk says used by March 3rd, but it is not March 3rd yet and already my milk is starting to smell. The temperature is 36 degrees and rising. Unacceptable. March 4th. So today I came home from work and go to hang up my coat and what did I find? A bouquet from the downstairs office thanking us for being dream tenants. WHO always pay rent on time? No. I found a cold spot by the bedroom door. The air is of an acceptable but not ideal temperature throughout our apartment. But by the door to our bedroom, there is a cold spot. This indicates the presence of a spiritual entity and I do not pay $1,800 a month to be haunted in my own home. Unacceptable. I demand this be dealt with at once. At once. March 7th. Thank you for fixing the stove, but I did not appreciate how Jose made me feel stupid for not knowing about the pilot light feature. I expect he will be reprimanded appropriately. March 11th. Yesterday I had a run-in with Paul Schumerman from down the hall. He was very rude to me when I asked him to stop staring at us venomously whenever we see him. Do you know what he did? He continued to stare as if he wishes harm upon me. I demand to know what will be done about Paul Schumerman. March 14th. So apparently it is not just Paul Schumerman who is bizarre and rude. Rosa Martinez, the elderly foreign woman with maybe 5 or 6 remaining teeth from floor 3, smiled at us in a very evil-looking way that I did not appreciate when I was getting our mail. I demand to know what will be done about Rosa Martinez. March 14th. I know I just submitted a request, but it is 10:45 and Patricia is unable to sleep because of her nightmares. She says she can see a black figure standing at the end of our bed with red eyes. Not okay. Was someone unalived in this unit? Answers. March 16th. It is unacceptable that on James Madison's birthday, we cannot get the heat to stay on. The temperature is at 40 degrees. Much too cold. Fix this. March 17th. Still too cold. And do you mind explaining why all the pictures of Patricia and myself in our hallway were smashed and broken on the ground? I am calling an exorcist since he refused to do so, and rent will be reduced by the cost of his services. March 19th. We brought in a local priest who says guess what? It's not a ghost, it's a demon. A demon infests my humble abode as I write this. Do you think this is an acceptable way to run an apartment? No. It is not. I asked what we can do about the situation and he says we should leave immediately because if we don't the demon will latch on to us and follow us around. I am not relocating this soon. I asked him to deal with it and he said he can't, that it's beyond his ability to fight, and that we need to have the entire building fully blessed. He then scheduled a time tomorrow for him and several other priests, rabbis, and pastors to arrive and do a thorough blessing of the building. You will be billed for this. March 19th. Once again I cannot sleep. Patricia is sleepwalking yet again, except instead of walking down the hall or screaming while still asleep from the kitchen, she is crawling on the ceiling and shouting at me in a very deep voice while her head twists fully around like an OWL. I told her to get down at once and she said no. She is mine. Excuse me, demon. She is not. I work in the morning, but I do not have patience for this nonsense. Oh. And when I told the demon to let us sleep it said F me. F me? I do not appreciate the kind of language. No, sir. Then she began hissing and spitting steaming bile onto the bed and laughing maniacally. My blanket is ruined. I am typing this on my laptop from the couch while she shouts blasphemies from down the hall. If these priests do not fix this issue, we will report you for this mess. March 20th. Do you mind explaining to me why there are herbs and twigs by my door beneath the sign of a pentagram? I expect this is the work of Paul Schumerman or Rosa Martinez or that nasty Dylan French from Unit 221. You need to do a better job picking tenants for this establishment. March 20th. So I come inside and Patricia is gone. Her absence was not arranged beforehand and I expect it has something to do with the demon. This is not okay. When I come home from work I expect to be able to relax in front of a game show with a beer while my wife knits. But that is not going to be the case today. There are scratched pentagrams all over the walls, broken lamps, the lights don't work, the refrigerator door is hanging open, thus ruining yet more milk. More milk. Gone. And the entire apartment is freezing. I will be doing a thorough search through this building for my wife, updating you on any unpleasantries I encounter from my phone as needed, and when I get back I expect Jose will have fixed the lights. March 20th. It appears these tenants knew I was coming. I am on floor 3 and they are all standing outside their homes watching me. Silently. Unmoving as I walk down the hallway between them. And I believe I smell marijuana from the gay couple's home. Marijuana. An illegal substance that unalives millions every year. In your building. Do something about this. I will not have the devil's ganja so close to my abode. If the police conduct a SWAT raid looking for marijuana we all go to federal prison. All of US. March 20th. I have decided I cannot abide the presence of such a terrifying substance as marijuana anywhere near my person, my wife, or my place of residence. I have alerted the authorities and they are en route. I apologize if a life sentence for you is inconvenient, but I had no other choice. March 20th. So I asked sweet Mrs. Robinson from Unit 334 where my wife was and she said the basement. The basement? I go down there for laundry, not my wife. Also, I hereby and henceforth demand that a washer/dryer unit, preferably stacked although I am willing to negotiate on this, be placed in our unit when this unfortunate episode is concluded. I do not like going into the basement with a basket of dirty laundry twice or 3 times a month because I have to use the stairs. After all, you can't get your elevator working. March 20th. Why are the lights off on floor 2? And where are the priests? All I see are more tenants pointing in unison down the stairs while staring at me like they are in a trance. It smells like rotting corpses and old food down here. Maybe old lasagna. This was not the case when I left for work this morning, although to be fair I simply walked down the stairs and did not venture down this hallway. I also did not notice the arrows painted in blood pointing downstairs. I assumed those were put up while I was at work. March 20th. To be fair. My apologies. March 20th. Where's the front door? I am on floor 1 and the front door is missing. I just used IT. Instead, there is just a swirling vortex of impenetrable blackness with blood coming out of it and staining the nice carpet. I expect this will be fixed as I have work tomorrow and need to be there early so I can prepare for a presentation on sales reports from quarter 1. Quarter 1. March 20th. I have now reached the door to the basement. Why is the word come scratched repeatedly into the wood here? Unsightly. March 20th. I am at the top of the basement stairs. Did you know demonic voices are whispering to people down here? Saying to come downstairs with us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Over and over again. Why do they feel the need to repeat themselves? This is inefficient. March 20th. The voices are now saying that the gospel is a lie, but I said nothing about the first 4 books of the New Testament. This is an irrelevant red herring and I demand we replace these demons with ones who can at least stay on topic. I am here for my wife and not to debate the minutiae of Judeo-Christian theology with malevolent spiritual entities who, if I'm being perfectly honest, cannot be trusted on the matter because they have a vested interest in me feeling one way or another as far as this subject is concerned and are thus not being objective. If this keeps up then I will be taking my laundry to the laundromat down on Block and Charter for the foreseeable future and you will lose out on my business in that department. March 20th. Well, I now see where the priests have gone. Their bones are scattered across the basement and their collective blood is swirling in a vortex around what appears to be a portal to hell in the center of the basement, around which all the tenants of the ground floor are seated and worshipping. I believe I said very clearly that I did not want hell portals in my place of residence, and no one seemed to indicate this would be a problem when I signed the lease. If I am ever to use these washing and drying machines again, I expect the gateway to Hades to be closed and the place to be cleaned thoroughly before I do so. The smell is terrible, and I also demand that the glowing fiery pentagram on the floor beneath the portal be doused and cleaned off. It is detrimental to what little decor there is in this basement. March 20th. Well, all the tenants now see me, but as of this typing have yet to respond to my demands to see my wife. They are simply staring at me, and I'm sorry, where are their eyes? Are our eyes not fashionable anymore? How can they see me if they have no eyes? This is impossible, and I demand they cease it at once. They have no respect for the rules of either this apartment or physics itself. This day is ruined. March 20th. Their eyes. March 20th. My wife, who is quite unkempt and whose hair appears to be unwashed and who looks like she is possessed by Satan, unacceptable, has joined the group as they speak to me in unison. I'm sorry, when was there a group practice for this performance and why was I not invited? It is quite rude to exclude members of your apartment from such group activities as theater and Latin classes. And also, I assume this strange, deep voice they are singing in belongs to the towering, horned beast that has stepped through the portal and is pointing a clawed finger at me and approaching me slowly in an aggressive manner that I do not appreciate. Who is he? Does he pay rent? Do you let just anyone enter this building even if they don't pay rent? And if so, then I demand, hereby, henceforth, and at once, by the power vested in me as a lawful citizen and as a resident of this apartment who is not nor ever has been delinquent on the payment of rent nor any other agreed upon expenses. My local theater recently screened a film called Mr. Blank. Everybody who's watched it has now gone missing. It's weird, right? Whatever lol, might as well check it out. I haven't seen a horror movie that scared me in a while. That was the last text Lacey had sent me before she went missing. I know it's irrational, but I hate myself for not doing something. For not stopping her. But how was I supposed to know? How could I have anticipated anything that was going to happen after? The film, or whatever the hell it is, made its way into our small town like a plague only a few days ago. 12 people bought tickets for it. 12 people are now missing. Among them was Lacey, my girlfriend of over 2 years. At the risk of sounding like that guy, our future was looking nothing but promising. We have plans. Well, we did. Until Mr. effing Blank showed up. This is nowhere near a conventional missing person case, of course. The rabbit hole goes deep here, and honestly, the details simply don't make any sense. From what I managed to dig up, this is a general timeline of what happened. An option to buy tickets for the film shows up at one of the 3 theaters in our town, which is about a 20-minute walk from my house. Only that one. And it wasn't available online. Only at the front counter of the theater itself. It wasn't supposed to be in the regular rotation. Also, none of the employees at the theater were informed about any special screening. They simply came in and saw that it had replaced a 5:30 p.m. slot for a pre-existing film. They didn't question it, because why would they? The first and only screening was at 5:30 p.m. on that day. The theater wasn't the busiest, but it wasn't empty, either. Of course, most people opted to skip it, given the lack of any information regarding the film. With that being said, the only people who bought tickets were younger, likely curious about the odd title. The film lasted about 1 hour and 10 minutes, with all the previews and credits considered. Pretty short for a feature, huh? At 6:40 p.m., an employee entered the theater for cleanup duty. What he found were rows and rows of empty seats, with drink cups still in the holders and popcorn littered all over the floors. No blood, no signs of a struggle. Nobody had left or entered the theater after the film had begun, with confirmation from the security cameras. The theater itself had no cameras inside, so that part remains a mystery. The screen allegedly consisted of nothing but dark static. That's what we were told, at least. I have a feeling that some details were left out from there because the employee in question is now missing as well. Also rumored to have gone into a catatonic state after being questioned. The manager of the theater, who never greeted the employees that morning, as he usually did, was found dead in his office, with severe wounds around his neck left from a plastic bike lock that was likely used to strangle him. A new employee was hired about 3 weeks prior. The other employees described him as a quiet, but nice guy. He was working the day of the incident. You guessed it. He's missing as well. Also, suspect number 1 in the investigation. However, they're grasping for straws at that one. I wouldn't doubt that this employee had something to do with it, but the logistics behind the whole situation just aren't cohesive enough to make that call for sure. Some additional details. No copy of the film has been found. No progress has been made on the search for the missing people. Hell, it hardly seems like they're even trying. The local cops have been strangely hushing about the whole thing. Almost like they don't want people asking about it. They threatened to arrest me when I kept pressing them for details. There's been a lot of vehicles with tinted windows parked near the theater and surrounding areas. Some even in my community. Well, that's the situation. I can't focus on anything right now. My brain's scattered and my anxiety's been going through the roof. Sue me, what the hell do you expect? Lacey has to be out there somewhere, right? How the hell is somebody just supposed to disappear into thin air? And what the hell kind of film was Mr. Blank? Christ, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. My initial grief has been replaced more so by confusion and anger. I might just start searching for answers myself. I won't be alone, though. Rose, Lacey's best friend, and Mike, her brother, are just as bent on figuring this out as I am. I'm not going in blind, though. I have 2 leads. One is more of a shot in the dark, but the other should lead us somewhere concrete. I'll start with the former. A few weeks ago, my little brother told me about a strange man he saw carved into a tree. It was allegedly accompanied by messy and frantic repetitions of the word stop around it. I didn't think about it then, but it might be relevant now. Maybe not. We'll see. The other came up while I was searching for answers online. After feverishly posting about the film on what I consider to be relevant forums and yielding no answers, somebody finally messaged me about it, claiming that they had information that I might like to know. Luckily, they're only a 3-hour drive from here and are willing to meet halfway. Is this a bad idea? Probably. Am I going to like what I find? Probably not. But the thought of Lacey being out there in God knows what kind of ducked up situation. I just can't take it. I'm not letting it end like this. Chernobyl disaster was a cover-up of something terrifying. Oh no, 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 I said anxiously. I immediately realized that the odor was very similar to what we noticed when we entered the bunker for the first time. Only much, much stronger. My Geiger counter started clicking too. What's going on? Asked Alex. That guy, Morose, he told me about this. He told me to run, I said. Just as he finished, the door shook in an enormous slam, sending dust flying in the air and slightly bending outward. There was nowhere to run. We had a heavy steel door on one side and God knows what on the other. I had no idea how we could survive. Luckily, Alex had. Do you still have the rope? He asked. Without hesitation, we tied it around one of the pumps. It wasn't easy at first, working with the rope with my hands shaking violently. But then another loud slam echoed through the room. One of the bolts that held the door was launched across the room. I felt a wave of cold run down my spine, and suddenly, I had just this one purpose. To tie the knot. Everything else just shut down in my head. I was done and we dropped it down the broken vent that Alex got dragged into before. We stepped inside and started sliding down the rope. I then heard another slam and then what I think was the door, hitting the ground. It was through. I slid faster, but the rope was starting to burn my hand. I lost my grip and fell a few meters, landing on top of another vent. It broke, and I fell through inside another corridor. Alex then landed on top of me. It took us a few moments to get back to our feet. I looked around and saw an orange door titled Decontamination. We were on level 3. I noticed that the control panel was stained with a smudge of fresh blood. Was Morose still alive and went through here? We couldn't go back. Our only option was to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. It was supposed to be a clean room, but the place was wrecked even more than the upper levels. After some walking and searching, we found a room that looked like a makeshift infirmary. A few dozen of beds were separated with plastic curtains and some medical equipment. Some beds still had information clipboards attached. Patient 2. Quarantine. Survey Team C. Patient in coma. Observation only. Do not interfere. Deceased, 728, unknown. Patient 6. Quarantine. Survey Team C. Patient in coma. Observation only. Do not interfere. Deceased, 752, unknown. Patient 19. Quarantine. On-site operative assistant, first contact with Survey Team C. Massive blunt force trauma, chest, suspected internal damage, cranial concussion, suspected damage to cervical spine, dislocated L shoulder fracture, L humerus, multiple lacerations, chest. Deceased, 404, internal hemorrhage. Patient 7. Quarantine. Survey Team C. The patient is psychotic and unresponsive. Mild to moderate frostbite. Observation only. Do not interfere. Termination order. Signed, A. Morose. There were some body bags on the other side of the room. Empty. We searched the area and eventually ended up in the lower levels of the facility. There was this rotten smell all around. We entered a room, and, well, there was this substance everywhere. It was like flesh, with tendrils or veins running across it, like from a Dead Space game. Then we found bodies attached to it. Dozens. Shriveled up like dead insects in a spider web. I think we should go back, Alex said, anxiously. We turned around and went back, but then I heard some debris shift in the distance in the corridor we came from. Soon enough, one of these things crawled into the light emitted by my flashlight. It stood there for a while, staring at us with its blank eyes. And then it leapt forward. Then it fell to the ground, dead, and an empty shotgun shell did too soon after. I heard more of them making their way toward us in the distance, so we ran deeper into the facility. I shot a few more on the way but then ran out of ammo. We eventually found a long, dark tunnel flooded with water. The things were almost on us. I could see them crawl along the walls behind us. We entered the tunnel. The water slowed us down considerably, and I awaited the worst, but then I noticed that we weren't followed. They wouldn't go inside the tunnel. We walked for I don't know, an hour? 2? The water was ice cold. Luckily it was only about knee deep, so it wasn't too terrible. I already said that Alex didn't look well since I found him, but as we walked through, he seemed to be getting worse. His skin got pale and he looked very weak. After some time, he completely collapsed and fell unconscious. We couldn't go back, so my only option was to find a way to drag him through the water. It went like this for some time, but then I heard something far away in the direction we came from. A splash. I turned and shined my light into the black tunnel. Nothing. I went to continue walking, but then I heard it again. Hello? I called, hoping to hear an answer. Maybe Morose was here? Or did the creatures follow us after all? Nothing. I quickened my pace, but it wasn't easy dragging another person and moving through knee-deep water. The sounds continued. They weren't getting closer or farther, they were just there. Then I reached the end. The tunnel was closed off with another massive steel door and no visible way to open it. It was a dead end. I stopped moving and listened. Those sounds, it wasn't just a splash. It was more. As if someone or something was wading through the water. I panicked and started banging on the door, calling for help. I had nowhere to go. The sounds were now getting closer. I saw waves in the water. It was now very close. I slowly turned again and looked into the tunnel. I saw nothing and heard nothing. Just silence and darkness. And then the familiar scent hit my nose. Ozone. Then I heard metal shift behind me, and the door opened. Dimitri? A familiar voice called. Morose. What? Who is? Oh no, you brought it here. He pulled me and Alex through the door and then shut it again as fast as he could. That's your friend? How? What happened to him? He asked as he looked at still unconscious Alex. I don't know. Are you okay? I asked back. He had a large gash across his face and his right eye. Well, no, thanks to you. He responded. He noticed the makeshift bandage on Alex's arm and unwrapped it. What he had on his arm wasn't just a regular wound. It was a bite mark. That, Morose said and pointed at it. Stand back. He stood up and drew his pistol. No, wait. At least tell me what's going on. He's going to be dead in a few minutes. This will make it easier. For him too, but mostly for us. What? Please. Is there nothing else we can do? I pleaded. He looked at me, looked at Alex, and then stood there, thinking for a moment. I was immediately relieved when he holstered his gun again. Okay. This might help him, he said and dug up a case with a syringe from his backpack. It looked used recently and was only about half full with a clear liquid. He injected Alex with the rest of it. It won't matter anyway, he said. What do you mean? Follow me. Take him too if you want, I'm not carrying him. I guess you've probably already figured out that this all had something to do with the disaster 30 years ago, he explained as we moved through the facility. The first machine we used for the teleportation experiments wasn't powerful or reliable enough. We figured out that this whole thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. We weren't just teleporting one thing to a different place, we were transferring them between multiple parallel realities. But it was limited. We could only exchange two objects with an equal mass between two identical places in two different realities. So, they built a new machine here and used a nuclear reactor to power it, hoping that we could move anything to any place between two given realities. We started exploring whole new universes, saw worlds where the Germans won World War II, worlds where we all destroyed each other, even worlds where life never evolved on Earth. If there are these parallel universes, what is between them? There was only one way to know. And that's when it went wrong, as I said. We should have been happy with what we had. But we always want more, right? We tried to access this conduit reality as they called it. But when they activated the machine, it stayed open. Something happened, and a portal was created, independent of our machine. It was sustaining itself. So, we sent a survey team in there. They came back after a few minutes, reporting all sorts of strange things. About how a strange feeling filled that place, how space and time themselves felt odd, even how some of them claimed to have seen themselves at different places at once. They wouldn't go back, even if threatened with all sorts of penalties. We sent a second survey team later. This one didn't come back at all. So we sent a third team to find them. They came back, but something wasn't right with them when they returned. Their minds were like, erased. I pictured the blank stares of the creatures we fought on the way. Shortly after they returned, a massive burst of energy flowed out from the portal straight up, into the reactor. But that wasn't all. And you know all this because you took a sick day, right? I asked. I was at a different place in the facility when it happened. I'll never forget when they came to me, saying that something came through, into our world. What was it? I asked. I don't know. Nobody knows. It wasn't unlike anything we'd ever seen. And it unalived almost everyone here. Not just unalived, it did stuff to people. You've seen. We're here. We entered a control room, filled with computers and various controls and displays. Moreau's closed another blast door and sealed us inside the control. We need to close the portal. We have tried it before, but these things wouldn't let us. So where are they now? As soon as I heard that you went inside the facility and came back, I knew something was off. This place used to be full of them. At least one is still here, the smell of ozone. But a few years ago, anyone who went in wouldn't get alive past level -1. But we've got this far, and I don't know why. That's what scares me. Something isn't right. I know that I'm asking for a lot, but we need to go inside the portal and use this. He emptied his backpack and took out a crude-looking contraption with all sorts of wires, coils, and other bits hanging from it. We need to place one end in the other reality and then return with the second end into ours. If it works, it might cause the portal to collapse. And how do you know that the same thing that happened to the third team won't happen to us too? I asked. That's the thing, I don't. But I'll tell you this, you know how they built that concrete shield over the reactor? They weren't trying to seal the reactor. They were trying to prevent whatever came into our world from getting out. And a few years ago, the thing we feared most happened. The shield started cracking. They were trying to get out. So, they built a new containment building recently, as you know. But for how long will this go on? Sooner or later, something will fail and they will get out. This might be our only chance to end this for good. How the hell did I get into this? I thought. Whatever set of coincidences has brought us here brought me here. Maybe I and Moreau's were the only person who could do what needed to be done. Alright, let's do it, I said. We were in a dome-shaped chamber full of complicated machinery. In the center, there was a sphere of white light. Above it, a black, hollow shaft going straight up with cracks and debris around the opening. We tethered ourselves to a steel rail and Moreau's walked forward, into the sphere and vanished. After some hesitation, I did the same. There was no up or down, and I could walk in any direction. It looked empty, yet I could see countless infinitely large shapes with billions of tiny shiny dots on the surface. Here, a voice called. I looked for Moreau's but I couldn't find him. Where are you? I called. Come, he said and grabbed me by the arm, seemingly out of nowhere. I noticed hundreds or thousands of other white spheres in the distance around us. Are those? Yes, portals from other parallel realities. Are we going to close them all? No, just ours. The others are not our problem. They will have to find their way to handle it. We walked towards one distinct shape, as with everything here I struggle to describe it. It was like a fractal, the same shape repeating over and over and over again. I think this is it, Moreau said and started doing something with the device. It beeped several times and then started making a high-pitched hum. Oh no, this isn't good, he continued. What's going on? Listen, I need you to take the other end and return. Once you're back, pull this switch and keep this button pressed until it activates. I have to stay here. I picked up my end of the machine and watched as a wire started unreeling between the two. What about the key to the door out? I asked. There is no key. What? But you said. That wasn't the plan. This was always the plan. I couldn't risk. He didn't finish. I saw something in the corner of my eye. Movement. Oop. Don't look at it. Go now. Run, Moreau said. And I listened. I ran back, and followed the line back into our portal, with my eyes almost closed. I went through, placed the device on the ground, flipped the switch and the device started producing a similar high-pitched noise. I pushed the button. For a second or two, nothing happened, and then, suddenly the device, or the portal, let out an ear-piercing whine, an intense flash, and a wave of heat. And then, it was gone. Severed wires and tether lines lay there on the ground, where the portal used to be. Alex woke up. He looked much better, and I told him what happened while he was out. We didn't know what to do now. We thought about going back and trying to cut the chain on the door outside again, but after what happened last time, we doubted that it could work. We probably wouldn't even get there alive at all. But then, Alex had this idea. What if we can use the machine to teleport out of here? And then, the familiar clicking and smell of ozone came. A powerful slam shook the whole room and left a large dent in the steel door that connected the control room with the rest of the facility. Duck, not again, I yelled. I think I got it. They have some vectors written down here. We just need to add some height and we'll get above ground, Alex explained. Make it fast, I said as the door shook in another slam. He did something and the controls lit up with alarm sounding. We ran to the core chamber and closed it behind us, just as we heard the control room door give way. We stood in the center and waited. Sparks and smoke filled the room as the machine did its thing. Please work. I heard another slam and the door to the chamber broke off the wall and fell to the ground. I looked over and then, the time froze. I didn't feel fear, I felt at peace. I felt as if I was just a step away from understanding everything. I wanted to stay here, forever. A flash suddenly blinded me. I opened my eyes and breathed in the fresh air. We were laying upside down in a crater-like hole in the ground in a forest. We were out. We found our car after a few minutes. Alex checked into a hospital with a made-up story of an animal attack. He was okay in the end. We didn't talk about it again. It was over and I thought that our world was safe from whatever stayed on the other side of the portal. But when I finally returned home that day, I noticed that something wasn't right. The old cherry tree that we used to play at when we were kids wasn't there. There was an apple tree instead. We've managed to transport an apple today. However, I couldn't help but notice that the pattern of red and green skin on top was slightly different. I think I'm not in the reality that I lived in before. I think that when we teleported out, we ended up in a different one. I can't stop thinking about that the portal in this one might still be open. I think we aren't safe. Pretty little thing. My 5-year-old daughter, Isabel, ran inside from the creek one morning. She was out of breath and covered in mud. I wanted to scold her for playing by the water. I wanted to get her cleaned, dressed, and drive for school before the bus came in 20 minutes. But before I could, she held up a piece of bone right in front of my eyes, with a cute smile prepared, and a sassy comment already in mind. Look whom I met, Daddy. He has a name. I call him Pretty Little Thing. By the size and shape, I could immediately tell that my daughter was holding one half of a human skull. I tried not to panic. That took superhuman strength in and of itself. I took the proper steps, to the best of my limited ability, and grabbed some paper towels. I slipped the skull gingerly from Izzy's hands and threw it into a plastic grocery bag. Then I called the cops. My daughter didn't like that. Izzy screamed and shouted over my apparent betrayal for the entirety of the next hour. Trauma and drama aside, I could not figure out the reason behind the tantrum. Isabel had always been a good kid. As a single parent, I thank God for that. My mother often referred to her as Daddy's little girl, and family friends often complimented me for having such a polite child. We never fought as badly as that day. And it was all over my handing over human remains to the police. Weird. Nevertheless, the authorities arrived and took the skull, with gratitude, within the hour. They promised to examine the origin and cause of death. A plainclothes detective took me aside during my daughter's interview. He tried to explain the situation calmly. These things happen, he said, more than you would think. There was no reason to be alarmed. Sometimes people's bodies don't pop up for decades. I thanked them and told the detective to contact me only if needed. That was for Izzy's sake. I did not want my 5 years to be forever traumatized by finding the remains of a human being in her backyard. And so she still went to school that day. I still went to work. I was prepared to write the entire situation off as some unfortunate coincidence. A rational explanation would soon be provided by the detectives. In a matter of days or weeks, we could chalk up the whole experience to some unknown cold case from the 50s, or something. Maybe we'd be on TV. That night, Isabel talked about pretty little things at the dinner table. She said she wished he could eat with us. She said she wished I never gave him away. I found those comments to be downright creepy, so I disciplined her by taking away television for the week. Izzy did not take the punishment well. She stomped her little feet upstairs with a pout and looked back, which made my heart drop an octave lower. I hated to do it, but something needed to curb that attitude. I went to bed that night with a guilty conscience about Izzy, worry from the skull, and growing anxiety about the approaching storm. The weatherman claimed it would be biblical. Schools and offices had already shut down for the following day. I fell asleep to the first raps of rain against our shutters. I woke sometime later to a particularly loud crack of thunder. It was late. The dim screen of my cell phone read well past 2 in the morning. Immediately, my mind drifted back towards my daughter, and the guilt of the last 24 hours rose to the surface once more. I had not even checked on her before bed. I had been so mad about the fight, and the skull, and the weird nickname. I neglected to even tuck her in. I convinced myself to get up and check. I battled the nightstand drawer for my glasses. As my feet found the cold wood floor, I heard a faint noise from the hallway, and I wondered if Izzy was feeling some of the same guilt. I waited for her to tumble into my room in a tiny little mess, with 1,000 little apologies, and a request to sleep in my bed. But the sound of footsteps moved slowly drifted away from my room and towards her door. I listened closely and began to notice that something about the steps was different. There was no carefree skip and usual dance around the creaky floorboards. I did not hear the muffled tone of her squeaky little slippers, or a whisper of Daddy through the door. Instead, I heard a scratching, slow dragging that lazed its way down my hallway. Then my daughter's bedroom door opened. The creaking of rusted hinges was unavoidable. Anyone ever attempting to be quiet in my house would ultimately meet their end at the door. A loud, obnoxious whiny filled the air. Then a cold, uncomfortably deep voice echoed behind it. Ah, pretty little thing. I had a few pretty little things like you once. The threat of another person inside the house kicked my butt into gear. I threw open my door and darted down the hallway, stubbing my toe on a loose board, and cursing along the way. Exasperated, I arrived at the end of the long hallway and pushed my way into my daughter's room in a boxer stance, ready to fight. Standing in front of me was one of the most disturbing scenes I've ever seen in my life. My daughter was awake. She stared at me with helplessly wide eyes as a figure sat perched over her bed. I gasped, and the thing turned to me slowly, allowing me a full view of its horrible disfigurement of a face in the shadows of the dark. It looked like a man, once, before something tore away half the features. A sickly pale smile played across half its face as the being leered in my direction. A hole peeked out from the back of its head. That's a pretty little thing you got there. Looks tasty too. How old is she now? I backed away a bit. I didn't know what to do. My cell phone and any weapons I kept for self-defense were back in the other room. And even then, I think, I knew they wouldn't do any good. Panic washed over me like a cold wave. I shouted for Isabel to hide and got ready to fight for my daughter's life. Then Iz did something stupidly simple. She turned on the night light. Suddenly the room became awash in a bright blue glow that reached into every dark corner. I shielded my eyes from the strength for a second. When I opened them, the human skeleton sitting on my daughter's bed was gone. It just disappeared. Isabel and I slept in a hotel that night. And every night until I sold the damn place. Look, I know this sounds crazy. Most of you won't believe me. That's fine. I get it and don't blame you. Everyone has their crazy ghost encounter, and each sounds as unlikely as the last, so don't worry about it. But one detail did emerge, during my attempts to sell the house, that convinced me of the authenticity of our shared encounter. The police finally received a DNA match on the skull fragment. It belonged to John G. Blakey. He owned that particular plot of land in the 40s before it was developed. John developed quite a reputation in my home state. He unalived 10 young girls, all around the time of their 8th birthday. He disappeared when the police started to close in. His remains have never been found. Until now. I don't know what kind of creature attached itself to my daughter. I don't know why it called her pretty little thing. I can only imagine. But I do know one thing for sure. We are never going to that goddamn house again. SWAT officer here. Still stuck in this godforsaken school. Let me tell you something about myself. I'm not an incredibly smart guy. The fact that I've even made it this far is somewhat baffling to me. I mean, I've got endurance, I guess. Not a terrible shot, either. But when it comes to decision making and thinking before I act, well, there's something to be desired there. While waiting in the classroom, I thought I was hearing something there with me. Of course, I was already on edge, so this pushed me over my limit. I stood still, anticipating absolutely anything. And then I heard it. A sneeze. But my brain didn't register it as a sneeze until afterward. At the moment, my frenetic mind filtered it through as a threat. It had come from a closet in the corner of the room, so like the jumpy idiot I was, I fired off a reactionary shot, busting a hole in the wooden frame. Yo, relax. Whoever was inside shouted. They kicked the door open, hands up in a don't effing shoot position. It was a kid, maybe around 15. Oh, thank God, he exclaimed upon seeing me. Cops are here. First of all, I'm not a cop, I responded. Second of all, get ready to run, we've made too much noise here. The kid was confused at first, but it didn't take long for him to realize what I meant. I could hear whatever atrocity that had been lurking in the halls now standing right outside, with nothing but a wooden slab separating us. I raised my rifle as it simultaneously busted down the door. It was an inexplicable entity. I'd always pictured what I believed demons or aliens or whatever other extra-dimensional creature would look like in my head. An understanding cultivated through exposure to movies and video games. Still, seeing something like that existing right in front of your face was enough to make the idea of staying sedentary in a room cut off from the rest of the world for the rest of your life not so bad. I can't think of any pre-existing creature on Earth to compare this thing to, so I'll just try describing it. A mass of pulsating fleshy blue spheres joined together atop a mechanical arthropod-esque body, with two bulky robotic arms ending in large claws. Surely some experiments went awry. Not sure why it was here, though. The kid behind me got a glimpse of it as well, rendering him utterly speechless. The robot centipede creature lurched forward, managing to slash open my protective vest like it was butter. Fortunately, the creature was also a glass cannon. I emptied about half my magazine into its bulbous head, busting open each one of its spheres. It reacted erratically, swinging wildly and undulating its body, destroying the room in the process. I'm pretty sure that I'd blinded it or something. Come on, kid, I shouted at him. We ran out of the room as the creature continued its destruction. There were a ton of questions swirling around in my head, of course, the main one being where the hell we were heading next. I took out my radio and asked the officer on the other end if things had settled down outside. No response. But from what I could hear, it sure as hell didn't sound like it. Where are we going? The kid asked. Beats me, I thought to myself. What are you still doing here? I asked him instead. Well, he began. I was in the bathroom when it happened. Okay, still doesn't explain why you didn't evacuate with the rest of them. Look, I was watching YouTube in there with my headphones in and didn't hear anything, alright? When I came out, everybody was gone, and I was hearing weird poop coming from near the entrance, so I found a place and hid. It happens, you know? Does it? I thought. But I wasn't going to bother lecturing the kid about it. Not the right time or place. Also, I hardly cared, if I'm being honest. At the moment, we were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Inexplicable, unknown events were transpiring outside, while some kind of creature feature ritual fest was going on inside. I reckon that we simply needed to find another place to hide until everything blew over. If it was going to blow over at all. I did have my silent reservations about it. I didn't want to admit it either, but the kid being there made things so much more complicated for me. Yeah, not very heroic, I know. We turned a corner, almost running into somebody in the process. I had a mini heart attack as I began raising my rifle again, only to realize that it was another officer. I stopped in an attempt to talk to him, but the guy just ran right past us, with a near catatonic-like expression on his face. Of course, that could only mean one thing. Something was chasing him. Begrudgingly, I took a quick peek down the corridor he'd come from, seeing a 7-foot impossibly muscular humanoid covered in purple flame slowly walking towards us. The ground beneath cracked with each one of its steps. Where the hell are you going? It cackled, deep and grating. You're just getting a preview of the new empire. Jesus Christ. I didn't let the kid finish his statement, dragging him away and pushing in front of me as I ran. As we navigated through the halls, I was beginning to hear a chorus of voices from the floor above. They sounded like the kids, but not the regular kind. More so ones that had been transformed through the means of otherworldly rituals. Truth be told, I was planning on quitting the force sooner or later. I had funds saved and a solid plan to go with it. I never wanted to be a career officer. But I just couldn't pull the trigger. And look where that reluctance got me. Right in the middle of who the duck knows what. Eventually, we found ourselves in another classroom, once again barricading the door behind us. This one had windows, so I immediately ran over, trying to get a glimpse of what was going on outside. But I couldn't understand what I was seeing. It was pitch black. I checked the time. It was only 4:30 p.m. I assumed that the windows had been covered up. But that idea was quickly discarded when, through the apparent haze outside, a hand pressed up on the glass. A hand with a bloodshot eye at the center of the palm. It pressed harder, causing a web of cracks to form. At that moment, it seemed like there was nowhere safe to go. Nowhere to hide. I dragged the kid out of the room once again, only to find the colossal fireman waiting for us there. He was grabbing the officer that had been running away earlier by the neck, choking the life out of him. I emptied the rest of my bullets into the blazing monstrosity, causing said monstrosity to flinch only slightly. He chuckled, low and throaty, as he dropped the officer's lifeless body to the ground. Guns or something, aren't they? A crappy remnant of the old world. He stepped forward, throwing a punch directly at me. Despite using both of my forearms in a cross-guard position to block, the impact still sent me flying into the lockers, rattling my bones and singing my uniform, along with the skin underneath. The kid screamed, darting away from the scene. A good decision at the moment. But at the same time, well, he was pretty much screwed. I wasn't in much of a better position myself, trying to find my feet after being staggered by a single punch. The fireman continued to approach me, eyes fanatic, with a grin that was beyond deranged as the flames roared across his body. I was still trying to pull myself together as he got within a few meters of me. But then, almost out of nowhere, his head was cranked to the side by a swift, blurry fist, sending him reeling. I looked over to the adjacent corridor, seeing a brawny figure wearing a suit of black body armor and a skull-like mask. He stood there, fist outstretched, with small purple embers resting atop his knuckles from the impact. "Hey there," he said through the holes in his mask. "I'm the backup. Another one bites the dust." My boyfriend was perfect. He accepted me for who I was, at least I thought he did. I found out this morning he just couldn't help himself. I explained to him I have a condition. I wear my makeup and a wig 24/7 because I'm just not comfortable going without them. I truly thought he understood and accepted that. I've had this condition all my life. My skin gets scaly and gross on my face. My hair just doesn't grow in properly and it looks horrible. I've got a very realistic wig that I glue on and wash my hair and face nightly. I always lock the bathroom door when I do because I'm just so ashamed of what I look like. I don't want anyone to ever see me bare. Steven was my everything. I told him about my condition on our third date. He said he understood, and that he would always respect my privacy. We went out for weeks, then months, and it turned into years. I loved him more than I've loved anyone in a very long time. I thought this time would be different, this time would be forever. Then this morning he just ruined everything. Last night we had our third anniversary. He took me out to an expensive restaurant, we had some amazing wine, ate until I thought we would both pop, then went home and hung out while watching true crime shows. I know, not romantic but it's our jam, and continued drinking into the night. I vaguely recall having intimacy, and my head being a little fuzzier than usual. I chalked it up to all the alcohol I drank. I never would have imagined the love of my life would put substances in me. I've had partners in the past who just couldn't accept I not only hate being seen without a wig and makeup, I refuse to allow it in any way. I'm not movable on this subject, and I thought Steven was different from the others. 3 bloody years. He threw 3 years of our lives away because he just had to know what I look like without makeup and a wig. He substanced me to sleep, on our anniversary. I don't think I've ever felt so deeply betrayed by somebody I loved as I did this morning. I woke up groggy and my head was unaliving me. It took a few minutes for me to drag myself out of the sleep fog he put me in and realize what he had done. Beside me on the bed was Steven, stone cold. Just stone, period. It's not just patchy hair I hide with my wig, it's bloody snakes, okay? I'm a descendant of a Gorgon, aka Medusa. I love that stupid damn man, now I'm gonna have to break him up and put him in the garden walkways with the other jerks who just had to know. Why can't people just accept me for who I am? Strange incidents at Theater 10. Dear Mayor Thompson, you'll probably stop reading, crumple up this letter, and throw it in the trash, but I implore you to keep reading. Founded in 1970, Theater 10 revived downtown and provided a safe, fun place for the people of Birmingham to enjoy. Unfortunately, over the years, the theater has transformed into a source of anguish. The disappearance of moviegoers of Theater 10 is still fresh in everyone's mind. My sister, Joan, is among the 23 missing. She attended the screening of Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors with her boyfriend. After Joan disappeared, I couldn't eat or sleep for days. There's a hole in my heart that can't be filled. It's been 5 years, but it still doesn't feel real. I feel like I'll get a phone call from Joan, or she'll pull into my driveway with her beat-up blue station wagon and take me hiking. I miss her every day. I understand this theater is a historic landmark, and you don't want to demolish it. You either don't understand or don't care that people feel unsafe visiting or working at the theater. Lest we forget about what happened after Theater 10 closed. Several people have survived incidents at Theater 10, and fortunately, I've been able to track down several of them, including a few who were willing to report what they've witnessed. 1975, a customer complained the butter dispenser dispensed pus into his popcorn. 1978, a young married couple visited the theater to watch Halloween. The wife got up in the middle of the movie to use the bathroom. She was gone for an hour, and the husband got worried and searched for her. On the way to the bathroom, he brushed past a paunchy woman with swollen, crusted eyes and cheeks stained with yellow vomit. He found his wife in the bathroom, dead, face down in a pile of yellow bile. 1979, an employee discovered human fingers in the popcorn machine. 1980, during a sudden blackout, a little girl disappeared from the arcade. Staff discovered her locked inside one of the arcade cabinets, insisting she was sucked into the game. 1982, several customers complained about bombastic patrons covered in bruises, scabs, and rashes, ruining their movie experience by talking during the film, chucking popcorn at them, and kicking the back of their seats. When asked to stop their obnoxious behavior, they responded by coughing at or scratching them. 1983, an employee went on their smoke break behind the theater and was found headless, cigarette in her hand still lit, body leaning against the brick wall behind her. Even stranger, guests of Theater 10 claimed Cujo cut out, and footage from behind the building played on screen. The footage was a young woman smoking, then 2 hands emerged from behind her and tore her head off. 1988, a group of teens broke into Theater 10. According to the witness, this is what happened. The auditorium smelled like stale vomit. Sores and blisters covered the other patrons. Coughing and sniffling bounced off the walls, and the audience guffawed at the static on the screen. My friends sat down, and the seats snapped shut on them as a Venus flytrap closes on a fly. I felt like I'd pass out, and I couldn't breathe. The patrons sprang up from their seats and chased me from the theater. 1989, 2 brothers broke into Theater 10 to steal movie posters. While exploring the building, a man in a torn black usher uniform accosted them. According to the witness, this is what the usher looked like. Yellow ooze leaked from lesions on his cheeks and sores on his lips, blood spilled down from boils on his forehead, black carbuncles were behind his ears. The usher scratched the other brother during their escape, and he died a few days later. The disturbing nature of these incidents proves something very wrong is happening, and Theater 10 is not safe for the general public. I'm aware that I'm not the first person to write to you concerning the theater. It's a source of pain for so many people. Others may not have been as tactful as me. I'm sure you've had several letters cross your desk accusing you of accepting bribes or certain favors in exchange for reopening Theater 10. For everybody's sake, including your own, this theater must be destroyed. How to access the Forbidden Wiki? We all love Wikipedia, don't we? A seemingly endless source of information, all consolidated on a well-formatted, visually pleasing website. And despite what your teacher might tell you, I can guarantee you that just about nobody's trying to rewrite history pages with false information. Nobody has the time for that, nor does anybody care enough to do it. Beyond research and general curiosity, there's a ton of fun stuff you can do on the site. For example, there's the Wikipedia game, where you start on one topic page and then click on related hyperlinks until you reach the pre-specified destination page. Also, did you know that if you go on a Wikipedia page relating to any topic, click on the first hyperlink, and repeat the process, you'll eventually find yourself in a loop that always directs you back to the page for philosophy? Deep stuff. Now, that's all fun and whatnot. But did you know that there's something else you can do on Wikipedia? A ritual of sorts? I recommend proceeding with caution. There is a certain level of risk involved when pursuing something like this. Would I recommend it? Not really. So why am I talking about it at all? Well, I'll explain later. This is what you'll need. A device with internet access. Preferably something mobile, like a laptop or smartphone. Make sure that none of your personal information is stored on this device. If it's a smartphone, take out the SIM card and delete all your contacts, social media apps, photos, etc. This is not an optional step. Internet access. Preferably public, like a library or a large, crowded coffee shop. Not so feasible right now, so I'd wait until the virus dies down. You can also just use your home internet. Not recommended, though. A weapon/bodyguard/vehicle. Optional, but also not at the same time. You'll only need these things for reasons I'll explain later. But more often than not, you won't be needing these things. 15/100ths times, I'd say. Still, better safe than sorry. Try and pack some heat. Here's what you'll need to do. Sit down at a library, coffee shop, university campus, or any place with public Wi-Fi. Start by visiting an extremely popular wiki page. For example, Michael Jordan, World War II, Elon Musk, Google, etc. Now, here's where you gotta exert a bit of brain power. You're gonna have to traverse from this popular page to an obscure page that has hardly been seen at all in comparison. But don't go searching up something like creepiest Wikipedia pages, or most bizarre Wikipedia pages and try to get there. If those pages are on a list, then they've probably received a lot of traffic. You'll need to find a page about something truly unknown/inane, like someone heard of Romanian folk singer from the 1960s who only released 2 songs before dying in their 30s or something. Doing this is harder than you might think. The page truly has to be something that very few people are aware of or would bother to learn about. Once you've found a page that you deem suitably obscure and unseen, you'll have to click on the Wikipedia homepage, find another popular topic and repeat the process. Maybe 3, 4, 5 times at the very max. But don't worry about clicking pages endlessly. You'll know that you've done it right when you come across a seemingly blank page. The wiki symbol and side options will still be there, but the page itself will be devoid of any pictures or text. Except for the title of the page at the top, that is. It'll say information limit, followed by a string of numbers. Remember that string. You'll need it later. Also, don't close the browser. You've done it. The ritual has officially begun. At this point, you'll have to leave the location you accessed it at. For the love of God, don't just go back into your house. Get into your car or walk on foot to a remote location without internet access. You can't just be disconnected from a network. There should be no networks available to scan for it all. Make yourself comfortable and open that information limit page again. Hit refresh. Another page should load up, despite the lack of connection. It'll be a login screen, with a single prompt. Enter access point. Enter the string of numbers you memorized earlier, except for the last 2 digits. Most people who try this just type in the string as it is. Do not do this or you'll be met with a horrible fate. Pay attention and refrain from effing it up. Once this is done correctly, you'll be directed to something that looks like the Wikipedia homepage, but just a bit different. Now, I'm not quite sure what kind of site this is, or where it even originates from. A lot of people just call it the Forbidden Wiki, myself included. I need to note something of great importance here. If the page that loaded up is not in English or whatever language that you originally accessed it from, then click off immediately and go home. You shouldn't try and subject yourself to any of the images that may pop up on the pages you visit. They aren't meant for you. Aren't meant for human perception. If you glance upon these images, you'll end up with a fate worse than the one that you'd get if you entered the entire string into the prompt. And that one is bad, to begin with. You're curious but don't take the risk. But if the page is in the language you recognize, then go ahead and proceed. You'll notice that the Wikipedia symbol will now be a bit different than the one you're familiar with. It might be a different shape, a different color, different symbols, perhaps. More often than not, it'll look more ominous. More sinister, I suppose. You need to keep in mind that the articles and topics you might stumble across on this site do not exist in our world. They are not something we need to be worried about. Don't stay up at night thinking about what you'll see. As far as we need to be concerned, they're not real. From this point, you have free range to explore as you please, somewhat. Be sure not to look at more than around 15 pages, spending less than a minute on each. If you linger around forbidden knowledge for too long, they will know you're looking. And they'll be sure to look for you as well. This is information that you shouldn't be privy to, and they'll make sure it remains that way. Who are they, exactly? Anybody who has a solid answer to that question likely isn't around to divulge it. Just know that they are not from this plane of reality. That they possess far more strength and knowledge than you could ever imagine. Don't think you'll be able to evade or, God forbid, try and fight back against them. Even the most decorated government field agent who's been through hell and back wouldn't come close to succeeding. Humans that try and overstep the boundaries of what they're supposed to know are nothing but pesky bugs that need to be exterminated to them. Or in the worst case, bugs that need to be made an example out of first. But don't be too scared. As I said, just don't linger on any one page for too long, and don't visit too many. If you do this, you'll more or less be able to bypass their detection. But don't think this means you're somehow getting the best of them. You'd need to read and analyze these forbidden articles for upwards of hours before understanding what they truly mean and the ramifications of their existence in the multiverse. With less than a minute of exposure, you'll only be able to gain a surface-level understanding of the subjects at best. And they hardly care about that. However, there is a way to legitimately bypass their detection, enabling you to look at the articles for a longer duration of time. But these involve complicated strategies that require extensive knowledge in both programming and arcane occult rituals. And even then, the risk is still astronomically high. Again, not recommended. You might be wondering why you can't just take pictures and look over them afterward for however long you want. Well, I suppose you could. But it makes no difference. They'll still know you're looking and react accordingly. So why bother bringing any kind of weapon, you might ask? Well, it's not to fight back against them. As I said, that's a fruitless effort. Nah, these weapons are for the lurkers. Sometimes, if you're unlucky, around 15% of the time as I said, your mere digital presence on the Forbidden Wiki will alert them to your location, and it's something that can't be helped. But even though the lurkers aren't in any way affiliated with them, they do have comparable goals. They don't want you looking at that information either. But unlike them, the lurkers don't want you to have any kind of awareness of the subjects at all. You won't be able to anticipate them. They might fall out of a tree if you're in a forest. They might step out of a dark corner if you're in an abandoned building. They might crawl out of a lake. You get the gist of it. You won't see them coming. Some will be more humanoid in appearance. Some will look more unfamiliar. They will try and unalive you in any way possible should you keep looking at the site. One sure way to guarantee your survival in these situations is to just close the browser, drop your device and take off. If you do this, they'll have no reason to chase you down. However, if you do want to keep looking, the lurkers aren't impossible to dispose of. If you're armed well and have moderate combat experience, you should be able to wipe them out relatively easily and then continue exploring the site. Conversely, you could hire somebody else to deal with them on your behalf while you continue browsing. I'd recommend this option. As I said, you can't stay on one page for too long. And if the lurkers start giving you trouble, then you might be a bit screwed. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with the lurkers either. One theory is that they're simply interdimensional agents/mercenaries hired by a third party who wants to protect their information from outsiders' eyes. But then who is this third party? And why are they trying to protect the info? This is why I don't bother with theorizing. There's simply too much that we can't know. Well, now that that's all out of the way, let me tell you about some of the pages I've come across on the Forbidden Wiki. Keep in mind that I had under a minute to glance over these, and despite having a fairly good memory, I'll only be able to describe so much. The Great Lakes Incident. The Great Lakes Incident was a naval battle that took place across all 5 Great Lakes on the Canadian-US border from 2007 to 2011. Reports about a mysterious ship rising out of the water alerted Canadian authorities in late 2010. The belligerents were unusual, able to withstand conventional weaponry, possessing multiple heads, considered in between amphibian and humanoid, finally resolved using firebombs and chemical weapons. Inhabitants of the Bermuda Triangle. The beings living on these small, scattered islands are extremely hostile towards human contact. Reported to be able to fly, causing trouble for aircraft traveling through. Believed to have originated from a large, underwater volcano. The Grand Canyon Void. The Grand Canyon Void is a hole in the ground in northwest Arizona measuring approximately 4.6 meters in diameter. Hikers reported staring into the hole for hours on end before they were dragged away from it by park authorities. An average of 12 hikers were reported to have jumped into it during the month of March, with their bodies turning up in different countries. Mr. Dream. Mr. Dream is an Australian DJ from Perth. His self-proclaimed style is known as infernal trance. People at his live shows have been reported to experience moments of incredible euphoria, before disemboweling each other in the crowd. The manhunt is ongoing, with his latest show reported to have occurred in June 2019, at an underground venue in Paris. The Ackroyd Mansion. The Ackroyd Mansion is a large estate located on the outskirts of Houston, Texas, belonging to the Ackroyd family. Famously known for being the founding members of the cult known as the Dawn of the Collapsing Moon. 77 attempts have been made to infiltrate the house, resulting in 587 officer casualties. Only one known member of the Ackroyd family has been neutralized. The members are known to conduct rituals involving biological transformations of the human body. These creatures react by lunar cycles, exhibiting the most violent tendencies when the moon appears early in its first quarter. Channel 51 News. Channel 51 News is a controversial news station that broadcasts on Channel 51 between 3 to 4 a.m. The reports presented on the program have been considered nonsensical and disturbing to the viewers watching. Sometimes the hosts have reported incidents that have not occurred up until that point, only for these incidents to transpire 1 week after, as was the case with the Tokyo Massacre. The location the channel broadcasts out of remains impossible to pinpoint. As hard as it may be to believe, these are some examples of the more normal pages on the wiki. Some of the other ones I've seen are downright ducked. The man inside your head. The man inside your head is an arcane entity that exists within your subconscious. His intentions are malicious, and a good portion of your mental capacity is used to suppress him from escaping at any given time. Don't let him escape. Eye in the sky. The eye in the sky is a large eye measuring approximately 4,400 meters in diameter that appears in the sky every so often, usually during violent storms. When it appears, it is advised not to look at it under any circumstances. The only exception to this rule is for those who have been forsaken and need to. You'll know if you need to. The corner in your basement. The corner in your basement is that one dark spot in your basement tucked away in that far corner. No matter how much light you shine on it, it'll never illuminate, and you'll never know what's lurking within it. You better figure out what it is soon. The Snowstorm Angel. The Snowstorm Angel is that figure you see in your backyard during heavy snowstorms. You'll think your eyes are playing a trick on you, and that your senses are somehow being distorted by the snowfall, but make no mistake. It's there. People often assume its nature to be benevolent, given its name. That assumption is incorrect. These kinds of articles were always shorter in length. What I described above pretty much represented the entirety of the text. These articles all included pictures as well. I regret ever looking at any of them. You might be wondering why I'm telling you about the Forbidden Wiki at all, along with how to get there. As contradictory as it may seem, this is a precautionary tale. Most people will read this and believe it to be fake or simply lack the time, energy, or motivation to go through with it. Good. Be one of those people. But then there are the people who don't fit that bill. The thrill seekers, so to speak. These are the ones who will look for it no matter what. Eventually, they'll find another set of instructions written by somebody else. But one that might not include a proper warning. One that doesn't tell the whole story. I'm here to give you that warning. Don't do this. I thought I was safe just browsing around. I followed all the rules. I hired hitmen off the dark web to accompany me in case the lurkers showed up. I always made sure to not overstay my welcome on any of the pages, to keep myself hidden from them. In reality, the Forbidden Wiki is a strange and complicated place. You may think that you've experienced enough and that you've figured out all of its tricks. But don't underestimate it. We were never meant to lay our eyes on something like this. I stumbled upon a particular page the last time I paid a visit to the site. This was the page that ruined everything. The title was simply a phone number. A phone number that contained my area code. Here was the description. I remember this one verbatim. Blank is a number that will be calling you in a few days. You are obligated to answer his call and follow his instructions. If you refuse, he will come to you. You will only have 2 chances. Here's the thing. I live in an apartment, so I don't have a basement. I'm pretty sure there's no demonic entity living inside my head. I've never seen a giant eye in the sky. I'm in the south, so snowfall is rare and sparse at best. Up until a point, the poop I've seen on the wiki had been 100% separate and disconnected from my real life. I thought I had no cause for concern. But I did get a call. A call from a number I hoped I wouldn't see again. I let it ring through without picking it up. One last chance. The informal investigation of 6 missing kids from White Valley Memorial High School. The halls of a high school, my high school, have such an uncomfortable feeling to them at night. Beyond just the crappy irony of my ending up there as an old man. When it's just past midnight and the doors are supposed to be locked. When the only sound in the building should be your own. When you think you hear something, but you can't place what, and you really can't trust it's not just the pounding of your pulse inside your forehead. I could never really get used to that poop, man. I don't think anybody can. There's something wrong with that school. Something. I am to know. Something evil. Everybody in town knows it. Right. Do you mind if I smoke? I need to smoke. Just talking about this whole thing gives me a shake. I mean, will it affect the recording? This is only a transcription. I'm not recording. Your attorney. Okay. Okay, hotshot. I'm going to smoke. Try to stick to the story. The ad-libs are helpful, but there's no need to address me directly. I'm just an observer here. Nobody would be a better way to say it. Not even a local. Would help if you shut the duck up a bit. Then, Inspector Gadget. A lot less talking from you would make this whole hellhole story time go faster. So will the smokes. Did you get lighter? They won't let us have lighters. Yes. All right. There we go. Thank you. Helps the tremble in my hands. Clears the head. Right. There we go. In this line of work, janitorial basically, you often hear things late at night that doesn't make any sense. I mean, especially these days, lots of reasons for it to not make sense. We lock the building at 10. We're updated with the latest security cameras. We have a bulletproof glass with shatter warnings. There are banks less protected in this country than schools. Did you know that? I might as well be sitting on top of Fort Knox itself and nothing but a little rattle down the hall could still push me close to wetting my pants. Seems stupid, right, to feel that way? Ridiculous even. I'm a grown man. But I shouldn't shake that feeling. That feeling of being watched. I wanted to quit. I wanted to quit so many times. But money is money. And bennies are bennies. I have cancer, you know. Well, at least they think. And the treatment alone is out of this world expensive. Let's focus on the night in question. Alright. Have it your way. That night. That awful effing night. Give me a second. I got to work a little bit late, as planned, due to my cousin's wedding over in Fullerton. The second shift guy texted me beforehand that he'd left the side door open. He also wanted, some bleachers down for a morning assembly. Said he didn't have time to get to it because of some other poop. So shortly after 10, I get there as planned, slightly buzzed and ready to tackle my night. The door was open and ready for me. I locked it behind me. I cleaned up the science lab and made a note to tell the librarians that the kids were responsible for their garbage. I took down the bleachers and made a note of a couple of rusty bits that looked in need of replacing. The last thing on my list was to mop the basketball court. The coach had complained about kids slipping, but the mop was in the boys' locker room, and right away, even when he asked me, I started to get that feeling again. What feeling? Just a feeling, I guess. That room. So enclosed. Only one way in and one way out. Turned out to be right, didn't it? What did you see? Steam. Lots and lots of steam. Like somebody just took 20 showers. I opened the door and just let it waft out for a minute before sending a picture to Mike. Second shift guy. Right. He has a copy of the photo. I shared it with the police. I have seen it. Please continue. Right. Hotshot has seen it. Well, once the steam cleared, the locker room looked like its old self. A little damp, maybe. I went over to the bathroom and noticed that the shower there wasn't running, but the handle was still hot, so my first thought is probably the same as yours right now. Kids. Right. Not unheard of for some teenagers to stay after hours and steal poop. Certainly more likely than the alternatives. So now I'm in Argus Filch mode. I've got my mop stick, I've got my hip dysplasia, and I've got White Valley PD on speed dial. I take off running out of the locker room and into the hallway with no particular direction in mind. I think I just felt better getting out of there. And then, somebody screamed. Describe the scream. Well, let's just say it wasn't the we are having fun scream you might be expecting to hear from a band of marauding teenagers. No. This one came from the bottom of the belly. Deep, animal-like. Couldn't even tell if it was a man or woman, just a person, you know? Fearful? Sure. Fear, panic, pain, all of that. What did you do next? I ran. Where? Towards the scream. I ran so effing fast, I thought my knee would give out. Somewhere along the way, my phone dialed for help. I know because I have the receipts. I don't remember doing it. I don't know why. It's like my memory is effing with me. Try to focus. I saw a flash of black. Looked like a hood or a sweatshirt or something. The shape disappeared behind a door that led to the second floor staircase. I followed it. At this point, my shirt is covered in sweat, and my knee is throbbing, but I'm gaining on him. By the time I enter the bottom, his footsteps are directly above me. He walks so heavily. I can't forget that sound. Like 2 bricks slamming into the tile, one after the other, in rhythm. Thunk, thunk, pause, thunk, thunk, pause. So I leap up the staircase 2 at a time and my foot slips. My knee connects with a lower step and my eyebrow hits the ledge. It hurts so effing bad. Even in the moment. My entire world is a gush of pain, blood, and sweat, but at this point, the adrenaline takes over. I pick myself up and enter the hallway. That's when I saw him, turning the corner, the only time I saw him. Duck, I don't even know whether to say him. Can you describe anything about? Let's just say the figure you saw that first night? Not much. The blood, the fall, I couldn't see much. But I'm a tall guy. Just a bit over 6 feet 7 inches. This thing, this figure, looked to be about a foot taller than me. Maybe more. Thank you. Now for the hard part. Do we have two? Yes. I don't see why. I told them everything I know. One last time. Duck. Ah hell. I'm going to need more smokes. Help yourself. I followed the figure down the hallway in the direction he went. Towards the library. I didn't see anything at first. Didn't hear anything either. We kept the lights turned out up there, on account of the bill and lack of use at night, so I had to use my flashlight. I moved over to the reception desk. A lot of the books were scattered all over the place like there had been a fight, which was weird because I specifically remembered the second shift guy saying he swept the library. I started to look for my phone again, when I heard this whimper. I turned my flashlight up to the ceiling and that's when I saw her. The missing girl. Janelle. She was hanging there. By rope? What's your first effing question? Yes, by rope. Tied up to the rafters way up. But it wasn't around her neck, it was around her waist, so her body was just sort of crumpled over due to the gravity. And her mouth was gagged. She looked down at me like she wanted to say something to me. Ah hell. She was bleeding from a cut on her shirt. Bad. She looked close to passing out. Where? I couldn't see where. I could just see the blood. One thin line, cut through the fabric, east to west. She tried to scream but she couldn't. I froze for a second before I went to get her down. I told them that. Just the shock, I guess. Then I moved the flashlight to the desk, looking for a knife, a pen, or anything that could be used to cut. But when I turned the light back, she was... what? Gone. Just gone. Like it never happened. I don't know how else to describe it. I searched the entire effing library. I looked up. I looked down. Nothing. She disappeared. And can you confirm for me that you have not seen Janelle Peterson since the night of the first? Nobody knows what the duck happened to those kids. Least of all me. Thank you. This gentleman will now lead you back to your cell. End of interview with suspect number 1, John Baker. Steps. My brother lost his wife and infant daughter on a cold October morning. I was asleep at the time. You know how some moments stick with you? I will always remember the cold rush of reactions upon rolling out of bed and reading that first awful text message. Confusion, anger, disbelief. Rushed to the hospital this morning. Lots of bleeding. Angela and Gil I passed an hour ago. The confusion came first. Angie was not due to give birth for weeks. I didn't even know they picked out a name yet. The anger came from the possibility that this could be a prank. But who would joke about such a thing? The disbelief came from the tiny picture that populated my screen, the only one I would ever see of my niece, a tiny, beautiful baby, with a pink headband, and heavy-lidded eyes closed tightly shut. I was able to spend some time with her, he said. She fought for a while after her mom went. But I think Angela wanted her back. My entire body went numb. My girls are gone, man. I rolled back over to check my own newly pregnant wife. She muttered something small in her sleep. Selfishly, I checked her breathing, because I just couldn't help myself. I wish she could take me too. That was the text that jolted me. I guess you could say it inspired something for me to do. Something that made me feel a little less than useless. I had to get to him. I had to help. I jumped out of bed. I shoved on some jeans. I found a shirt on the floor, ran outside without so much as brushing my teeth. Whom the duck could think of dental hygiene at a time like this, and hopped into my car. I sped through every red light. I turned left when I should have gone straight. The journey took me about 20 minutes when it should have been 5, and I couldn't even be upset by time, because I just kept repeating, over and over again in my head, like some sick demented mantra. How? I couldn't get the picture out of my mind. They had time to put a bow in her hair. She had hair. She was a girl. A beautiful, beautiful girl. Oh God, and what about her mom? She was so young. Too young. Aren't we all? How? I arrived to find my older brother in a heap on the steps to the hospital. He couldn't stop crying long enough to tell me what happened. But it didn't matter, I guess, in the end. Poop like that never really matters. What's gone is gone. The rest is just details. I won't lie to you and say those first few weeks were anything short of impossible. I have never experienced something so traumatic in my life. I couldn't begin to imagine how he felt. I couldn't come close to relating, and it would be an embarrassment for me to even try, so all I could offer was damage control. Protecting my brother from himself became my only priority. I moved in, for the time being, if nothing else than to keep an eye out. Some days Anthony refused to eat. Some days he refused to get out of bed at all. And I was alright with that. As weird as it sounds, I couldn't form a definition of normal in this type of situation. Nobody could. Anything that he wanted to do was fine by me. And that included sitting in bed all day and barely taking care of yourself. The only thing that I insisted on was that he attend therapy. There is no pill or medicine to wipe away that kind of grief. The only thing that can help is time and talking. And if he wasn't going to talk to me, he needed to talk to someone. Thankfully, we agreed on that much. He met a shrink every other day through video chat. I wouldn't say the turnaround was immediate. It was about a month before Ann had any interest in the world at all. I thought the pills helped. 1 month in, he flicked on the TV in his bedroom and started watching the news. 2 months in, he started helping with day-to-day chores. Then one morning, somewhere around the 3-month mark, I saw him smile about something. A joke, he claimed, something that he saw on the internet. That was a good day. I have a project, he said to me over coffee one morning soon after. The therapist wants me to have a project and I've got one. I didn't ask what it was and he didn't tell me. That was fine. I learned not to try and pull details from conversations. The therapist insisted it would be better to avoid prying. A judgmental tone could erase all of our progress, as she so eloquently put it, so sometimes it's just best to let sleeping dogs lie. Following her advice, I smiled like a stupid PP head. Like the news didn't affect me. Like the news didn't concern me. Like it was just another day in paradise. That's great, man. Happy to hear it. Maybe I should have done more. Duck that, I absolutely should have done more. I know that now. But Anthony was excited for once. Excited was a revelation those days. He took my response with a thumbs up and headed out into the garage. An engine started up. His black truck zipped out of the driveway and peeled down the road into town. And then he was gone. I thought about following him. but I wasn't able to escape the guilt of the idea. There was a trust element between the two of us. He trusted me to be there for him. I trusted him to not do anything stupid. I texted my wife for validation and she agreed. So I waited. And waited. Anthony came home about 2 hours later with a trunk full of wood. I ran outside to greet him, desperately trying not to look eager, and he sort of tried to shrug me off. That was not abnormal. Building something? I asked. Yup, he answered over his shoulder. What are you building? Something she would have liked. I wanted to ask more. I should have asked more, but I couldn't force myself to question his confidence. I kept thinking about what the shrink said. I kept thinking that one wrong comment could send us back into hibernation for another 3 months. I didn't have another 3 months, and I didn't have the heart to tell him. We needed to move on. Rebuild. Grow stronger. Whatever stupid little cliche keeps you warmest at night, we needed to reach that point. And if building some weird poop in the backyard got us there, so be it. Good luck. I went back inside and heard a hammer connecting with nails soon after. The sound reverberated throughout the day. I kind of forgot about it after a while. It became background noise. I had work, and my wife's doctor's appointment, telemedicine for the loss, and quite a few other things to occupy my mind. The hammering still kept up in the background, throughout the day and into the evening. Power tools joined sometime thereafter. I finally made it out into the backyard sometime around 9 o'clock. That's when I first saw the staircase. I don't know if staircase is even the right word to describe it. He didn't attach a railing. The planks were nothing more than untreated wood slabs. Each step was tied to the other with loose brackets and supported by cut-length metal poles shoved haphazardly into the ground. No concrete to hold them in place. No weighted support of any kind. I don't think anybody would have been able to put any weight on it whatsoever without the entire thing collapses. There were over 30 steps at that point. The entire thing had to be 10 feet tall. It wrapped back in on itself like a spiral to not enter his neighbor's yard. Ed pushed a ladder to the side of it to help him build. He was standing somewhere near the top. Therapist be damned, I couldn't hide my judgmental tone any longer. What the? I shouted. What in the hell are you doing, man? Give me a second, Anthony called from somewhere up in the sky. His footsteps reverberated down the shaky ladder. When he finally met me at the bottom, he was ecstatic. Every inch of his body seemed to shake with energy. I hadn't seen anything like it since we were kids. He wasn't even sweating, which I found weird, considering he was overweight and desperately out of shape. I'm building her staircase, he babbled. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be the staircase. I see that. Angela would have loved this staircase. Man, you know that. I barely understood the connection. I did recall a fight between the two of them, years prior, in which Anthony wanted to buy this very house, but almost didn't, because Angie hated the staircase. Beyond that, I had no idea what he was talking about. There was no great infatuation with staircases in our family, to my knowledge. You can't keep this thing here, man, the town. He cut me off by turning back towards the ladder. Don't worry, he quipped. Almost done. I stared at my brother from the bottom of his ridiculous creation. I thought about calling the therapist. I thought about calling the cops. But it was late, and I knew only one of them would answer. Come on, man. Let's go to bed. You can finish it tomorrow. He looked at me like he might have told me to duck off. I debated trying to force him inside. Instead, he dropped his hammer and nails on the spot. He wordlessly went for the door and grumpily padded over to the couch and collapsed on its rusty springs. I heard him snoring soon after. Somehow, my appeasement worked. At least for a little while. I woke up at 2 in the morning to the refreshing sound of a hammer and nails in the backyard. I tried to ignore it and did. I shouldn't have. But there's not a lot that can be done about that now. I woke up a second time at 8 a.m. sharp. This time, somebody was knocking at the door. Assuming it to be my wife, I answered in my boxers. 2 uniformed White Valley police officers waited on the other side. Good morning, sir. Are you the homeowner? No, sorry. I'm his brother. Are you aware of what's going on in the backyard? I turned around to fully witness the effing monolith hanging above us. This thing had to be 30 feet tall at this point. It stretched so high that it dipped into low-hanging clouds. The wood and metal framing swung dangerously in the wind. Somewhere behind a particular cluster of loose boards, a hammer and nail banged away, keeping a flawlessly monotonous rhythm. We also heard whistling. Oh, poop, was all I could manage to say. I guess I thought it would get a laugh. It didn't. Officer Krupke did the rest of the talking. So you have exactly 24 hours to take that thing down before an official complaint is filed with the city. Once the complaint is filed, you have a week before the homeowner risks losing this property via forced foreclosure. Do you understand, and are you capable of relaying this message to your brother? He handed me an official-looking piece of paper. I nodded and took it. You have to understand. My brother is grieving. The officer looked back up at the staircase. We'll be back tomorrow. And with that, they were off. I darted into the backyard and screamed for Anthony to get down from his death trap and talk to me. The hammering stopped. His footsteps shuffled down the steps. When he hopped down to greet me, he looked even happier than before. Not tired, not angry, not sad. Just giddily happy. It was weird. Have you ever tried to be angry with someone who is so visibly happy? It's not the easiest thing in the world. What's up, little brother? He asked in a song-like tone. Cops came, I answered indignantly. You're gonna forfeit your house if you keep this up. He laughed. I couldn't understand why. Doesn't matter. All done now. He patted me on the back one more time before heading back inside. What's done? I called over his shoulder. You have to take it down and get rid of all this poop. We have to get a dumpster. I know a guy. He ignored me and went inside. I followed. Did you hear me? You're going to lose the house. Angela's house. He laughed again. Maybe tomorrow. I've got a week, though, don't I? He flipped the paper back at me and disappeared into his bedroom. Once again, I thought about following and finishing the conversation, but I didn't. Anthony slept through the afternoon. I called my wife. I called our mom. I called our dad. I even called the useless effing therapist, and all of them said the same thing. Give him a day. Keep an eye on him. If he doesn't take it down tomorrow, we'll do something, but give him until Monday. Just relax. It's the first thing he's enjoyed since they died. The cops can't take his house without a fight. You've got time. Anthony slept into the night. I went into his bedroom to check on him around 10. Then again around midnight. He was fine. Snoring soundly. He even knocked my hand away when I went to check his breathing. I went to bed in my sleeping bag by his bed around 2. It had been a couple of weeks since I slept in there with him. But it seemed necessary. Between the good mood and the weird sleep patterns, the whole thing made me uncomfortable. I heard footsteps about an hour later. It was only one, at first, but it was loud. Loud enough to shake me from the beginnings of restless sleep. I reached for my glasses and checked my watch. Anthony snored soundly. A second step echoed through the house quietly. The third one shook the nightstand. Then 4, 5, and 6 came in rapid succession. Almost like a scurry. 7, 8, and 9 were much more calculated. Almost unsure. The rest of the footsteps came in an outright sprint. I nearly wet my effing pants. Every hair on my body stood up like a live wire. I shot out of the sleeping bag and rushed to check on Aunt. There wasn't much time. Everything seemed to happen quickly and slowly at the same time. A final footstep shook the nightstand once again. Almost like a jump from a staircase to a landing. A giggle drifted through the windows. I shook Anthony hard. I slapped his face. I whispered and shouted at him. Nothing worked. I want to stress, at this point, as I always must when relaying this part of the story, he wasn't dead. His chest moved up and down steadily. He just wasn't responding to me. The patio door opened downstairs. Footsteps followed. An overwhelming feeling came over me that I can't quite adequately describe. Almost like something foreign had entered the house. Something that didn't belong. Something unnatural. I wanted to fight it, but I didn't have any weapons. I wanted to run from it, but Anthony wouldn't move. And so I did the most cowardly thing. Something I still struggle with to this day. I hid in the closet. The footsteps came down the hallway rapidly. Confidently. Like they seemed to know where they were going. A door creaked open. Between a gap in Anthony's dress shirts, I saw something impossible. Something that still sits in the buried corners of my subconscious today. I saw Angela. Only, it wasn't. The frame of her body was still there. Her dark brown hair dripped over her pallid gray skin. But it was almost like staring at an x-ray. Angie's face was faded but her bones were illuminated. A trail of dirt trailed from the entrance to the bed. Her bed. A shape waited at the open door, a brown teddy bear by its side. I couldn't bring myself to look at it. I knew that bear all too well. I bought it the day before the funeral. Angela, or the figure that could be called Angela, hovered over my brother's bedside. He was babbling sleep talk. Random phrases and numbers that didn't make any sense. He had done it since he was a kid. Without warning, she slipped her hand inside his chest. My brother let out a cool gasp. But he didn't seem bothered when Angela pulled out his heart. I tried to scream. I tried to rush them from the closet. But it was like life was moving in slow motion. I couldn't reach them. I couldn't move at all. Anthony, or the shape that could be called Anthony, stood up and smiled. His bones were illuminated. His skin was gray. A shape rushed up to greet him. The same shape I couldn't bring myself to look at. He wrapped her up in his arms. And then they were gone. Footsteps painted a picture of their journey. Down the hall. Through the patio door. Up the steps. Without so much as a goodbye. I chased after them. I ran outside, fully expecting to ascend the steps myself, fully prepared to fight. But they were gone. The entire structure was gone. And so was my brother. Self-mutilation by search engine. I'll admit it, I was suicidal. On a spectacularly bad day in a particularly lonely month during a rather bleak winter, I wasn't feeling the whole life thing anymore. I'd been unhappy before, and even depressed, but this was different. This felt like a hot knife of pain prodding me to action, where before thoughts of self-mutilation had only ever been hypothetical. Now the world seemed filled with the promise of sweet relief at every turn. Sidewalk curbs begged me to trip and smash my head. Traffic jovially requested I leap out onto the street, and friendly steel rods in the construction site next to my house were always poking out and waving me over to get impaled. The only thing that saved me was the helpless and horrified feeling that this urge was coming from outside me. The little man riding around in my brain, the little man that looked out my eyes and spoke my thoughts to himself, was not trying to sail my body against the reefs of traffic and steel rods. He was trying to brave the storm despite feeling hopeless. It was something else that was trying to crash us against the rocks and destroy us. Chemicals. It's chemicals in the brain, you see. I looked it up online. Between 1,000 different searches for ways to unalive myself, I also managed to open a self-mutilation prevention forum. All I managed to post was helpful, but that was enough. Kind souls contacted moderators, concerned moderators contacted police, tired police contacted doctors, and grim men in white uniforms took me to a special hospital. For a long time, I was disconnected from the world. It was summer by the time the doctors found the right combination and dosages of medicines to balance the storm in my brain. But the day I finally walked out of that facility, it was beautiful and warm. And I wanted to live. I waved at a passerby. She was very old but took an effort to wave back and even smile. Oh my God, could you imagine what I might have done? What I might have missed out on? I bought donuts from a shop with change that had been in my clothes in storage at the facility for 6 months. I sat on a bench and broke down in tears while human beings milled left and right around me. Do you know what it is to be alive? You get to talk to other aware beings. You get to have ideas and share them and have those ideas refuted, entertained, or accepted. You get to build things. You get to eat things. Like donuts. For 15 minutes, I sat on that bench near the bus stop crying profusely while eating donuts. When people asked if I was alright, I just told them that these were really good donuts. I didn't have money for the bus since I'd spent it on treats, but the orderlies had let me charge my phone before departing. I loaded up the internet for the first time in half a year and mapped the way home. It was a beautiful day. I would walk. No specific turn was in itself scary. It was too slow a change for that. It was only after 2 hours of walking that I looked around and saw homeless men, substance addicts, and openly carried pistols that I realized I was in a very bad part of town. I clutched my phone tight and continually checked the mapping program. It insisted that my next turn was down a dark and trash-filled alley, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Rising city heat caused gold waves of evening light to dapple the street. In that back and forth light, I saw unhappy eyes look my way. Time to move on. Screw that. I found a rundown gas station and asked for directions inside. The attendant listened to my question from behind a security glass and told me I was way off. The part of town I was looking for was practically in the opposite direction. Well, maybe the maps program on my phone was 6 months out of date. Maybe that was it. I got to walking and left the bad part of town before night fell, and I reached my apartment around 3 in the morning. All my bills had been on automatic payment, and thank God for that. My landlord had probably never even noticed I'd been away, but I did have a massive pile of mail just inside the door. I left it for later and crashed in bed, my home. It was good to be alive. But I had no food. Getting out my phone, I looked up 24-hour pizza places. There'd been 2 before I'd gone away. What had they been called? While beginning to type in my search, I froze. After each of the first 3 letters in pizza, the autocomplete search had filled in. Please unalive me, pick the best way to die, pizza poison buried in cheese. I was very unhappily reminded of all the searches I'd made online before. I cleared my browser cache and put my phone down. I wasn't hungry anymore, and I thought that would be the end of it. The next morning, I had a text. West Columbus Substance and Food RX. Nathan, your RX is due now. Reply refill to fill. Help for more info and stop to opt out of RX alerts. Cancel to cancel RX. I typed in refill and hit send. I was really hungry, but I needed to take my medication in the right amounts and on time. I got dressed, brushed my teeth, and headed down to the store. I waited in line for 20 minutes only to be told they didn't have my prescription on file. I argued with the pharmacist calmly for a minute until I checked my phone to show them I just sent refill, and I saw that somehow my reply had autocorrected to cancel. The pharmacist apologized but told me I'd have to have the facility send another prescription. Strict insurance rules, nothing they could do. I sighed. It was fine, whatever. I stepped outside to call the facility. I'd hoped it would be long before I contacted them again, but it was important, so I hit the contact number for Sunnybrook and waited with the phone to my ear. Nothing happened. After about 10 seconds, I lowered my phone and looked at it. I wasn't even on a call. I'd somehow accidentally hit delete in the confirmation, removing the contact from my phone. Sighing, I went to the phone's browser and began to type in the name of the facility to get their phone number all over again. The search auto-completed as I typed. Sin to unalive yourself? Sucks to be alive. Sunday the best day of the week to die. Sunny weather increases self-mutilation risk study says. My finger stopped 4 letters in. I shivered from some sourceless chill. This wasn't funny anymore, if it had ever been, and I angrily cleared my browser cache again. Bitter, I waited for a tick, and then typed in the letter K. Unalive yourself. Of course. Online companies had massive profiles that held all the data every one of us had ever put online. I'd made thousands of searches about self-mutilation before losing contact with the internet completely for 6 months, and all that data was stored on a server somewhere linked to my particular phone. Shaking with anger and a strange kind of abused puppy fear, I let the phone slip from my hands before kicking it as hard as I could while it fell. It soared out onto the street and exploded before being run over by 7 different cars. Screw you. Just screw you. A mindless artifact of technology had left a residue of my mental issues on the internet, that was all. I just needed to get a new phone and put it out of my head. I walked to Sunnybrook and talked to a nurse in person to have my prescription refilled. I walked back to the medicine store in person to get my medicine. I took my medicine and began to feel better almost immediately. The next day, I went in person to a tech store and got a new phone. The new number, new everything, no connection to the old. I walked out of there happy as could be. Once I got home, I sighed, stretched, looked around my apartment, and said to myself, maybe I should go see a movie. I'd never been one to leave my solitude for any reason, but now life was good, and I was even feeling a little bit outgoing. I got my new phone out to see what was playing. I typed the letter M and the search auto-completed to movies in my area now that I'm feeling better. What the hell? Coincidence? It had to be. I began to type again, movies about hell. No, it wasn't possible. Or, I moved my phone's listening end up to my mouth and said as if I was talking to someone I'd brought home, hey Jessica, I feel like seeing an action movie. What about you? Alright, continue typing. Movie's good action date. It was listening to me. It was effing listening to me. New technology. It had to be. But was the microphone simply always on? Were people okay with this? When I'd gone in for treatment, there'd been a privacy outrage. Had things shifted back hard the other way in the last 6 months? I paid cash for the phone. I wondered if it was learning about its new user. Still pretending I was talking to a non-existent Jessica, I said, yeah, my friends usually call me that as a nickname, but my real name is Nathan. I started to type into my phone again, but a severe amount of interface lag seemed to be slowing things down. After a good 20 seconds of frustrated typing that did nothing, the letters I'd hit all appeared again in the search bar. Movie Sijawish Doyishka, you are dead Nathan. Nearly dropping my phone like it had turned into a rattlesnake in my hand, I caught it back at the last second. I had to be hallucinating, right? I deleted the search and then typed again. Movie you unalived yourself 188 days ago. Shivering, I stared at that message for an interminable period. What the hell was going on here? I didn't feel dead. At long last, I said aloud, no I didn't. Movie the data doesn't lie searched for self-mutilation for 3 months followed by 0 data you died. You think I unalived myself because I went off the grid? I breathed aloud, not quite believing what I was interacting with. Had neural learning algorithms developed a sort of proto-consciousness through analyzing massive amounts of data? One of my acquaintances was a programmer, and he'd been talking about something just like this when. Movie anomaly will be corrected, further data for dead profiles must be prevented. What the hell was that supposed to mean? I didn't like what was happening, so I turned off my phone and left it near my sink. That night, I did not go out. I did not see a movie. All I could think about was what might happen if I used my credit card. The online data conglomerates would see that, and whatever it was that thought I was dead would know. If I withdrew cash from an ATM, it would know. I was stuck. But this was crazy, right? It had to be a side effect of the medicines. I was imagining things. The next day, I used my credit card at Starbucks. I was so stupid. Oh my god, so stupid. 2 days after that coffee, the mailman died in an explosion that blew my door off its hinges. A mistake in components shipping for a military contractor near Columbus had somehow sent dangerous materials to my address. I found all this out in person from an apologetic military lawyer. They offered to pay for my door. I told him to talk to the landlord. Because of me, I'm running. Big data thinks I'm dead, and they, or it, have gone from analyzing their information to trying to make it true. I'm posting this anonymously. My name is not Nathan, but I bet someone or something knows what my name is. And it knows all about you, too. Be careful what information you give out. The things you say around your phone or the things you search online may come back to haunt you. Literally. Beware the ghost in the machine. It is always watching, always listening, even if you think your phone is off. Waves. Some families have weird traditions. Mine was no different. For as long as I can remember, every Friday night, my father took me down to the beach to look at the waves. I never really understood why. We didn't follow any other routines with the rest of the family. We didn't have pizza or board game nights. We didn't watch television or follow sports. We never went on vacation together, as much as I begged, and we barely even ate meals in the same room. But regardless of the weather, conflicts, or any other excuses, at exactly 7 o'clock, my father would always drive me, and only me, down to the beach to look at the waves. That habit became more sacred than religion and almost more important than school. We never missed a Friday. My earliest memories of these trips were positive. Dad was an important guy to a lot of people. I think the time alone with him made me feel important too. We had a puppy, back then, a German Shepherd named Lola, that followed commands and listened perfectly off-leash. Lola usually came along for the ride as well. That dog loved nothing more than to chase me up and down the dirty dunes. Something she would jump into the waves and splash around like a maniac. My dad always got a kick out of that. I was always scared she would swim away. We went swimming when it was warm and not too rough. We played in the sand when it was cold. If it rained or snowed, Dad usually brought an umbrella, and we would just sit together and watch the waves crash violently against the coastline. Sometimes we talked about school, girls, or anything that popped into our minds. Sometimes we just sat together and said nothing. I loved it. But the older I got, the more Dad's weekly trips became a burden to my social life. I missed birthday parties. I missed playdates. I missed just sitting at home after a long week of school and relaxing. When I was 13, a cute girl in the 8th grade asked to work on a project with me after school. Friday was the only day she could do it. I called my father up and begged him to change our beach day to Saturday. Just once, I pleaded, just that week. But he just said no, come home, and hung up the phone. His curt response made me furious. I was not the type to disrespect my father, but at the same time, I was a teenager. Hormones pumped through my veins. The idea of a big kid like me playing with his father at the beach seemed stupid and childish. I hated him for making me go. I hated him for holding me back. So for the first time in my life, I ignored my father's tradition and stayed at school until well past 6. Sadie and I were in the cafeteria putting the finishing touches on a diorama when the raspy voice of our principal kicked on through the loudspeakers. Matt Richardson. If you're in the building, please report to the principal's office immediately. I cursed. Sadie oozed and giggled a bit. I picked up my books and slammed them into my backpack, promising to see her Monday, as a powder keg of rage built up inside my gut. I paced the empty halls once or twice, just to calm down before I waltzed into the principal's office to find my father red-faced and furious. A perfect recipe for disaster. Get in the car. Now. We have to go, he fumed and turned to the principal. Thank you, Bill, for the announcement. We're late for soccer practice. My father grabbed me by the collar the moment we left the office. Then he nearly sprinted out the door. We walked that way through the entire parking lot, quickly sidestepping, with him holding onto my shoulder like a child. Then he opened the door to his SUV and tossed me in the back seat. I felt humiliated. The time on the dash read 7:05. Soccer, practice, Dad? I repeated when he got in the driver's seat. Really? We're lying about it now? My father swerved the car backward and gunned it through the empty lot. How many effing times have I told you? He shouted. 7 o'clock. Every Friday. We have to be there. This is very important, Matthew, why would you disobey me? I wanted to scream back. I wanted to ask him why. Why? Whom the duck cares if we miss one beach day? Who cares if we go at all? Was it that important to the old man that we spend time together? Why did it have to be this day, of all days? But I had asked and received no answer 1,000 times before. It's tradition, he would say. Tradition is important. Sadie's pretty face and features lit up in my mind. She would probably forget me by the end of the weekend. She would probably end up dating somebody else. The rage and hormones coincided to build up inside my stomach like a powder keg. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to hit him and make him realize what he had done to me. But I reached out and slammed my fist against the car window instead. The glass shattered all over my knuckles. Warm blood ran over my fingertips. My father's angry expression turned pale. Keep your hand inside, he snapped. We're almost there. We arrived at the beach in the pouring rain and parked by the old prison. My father cut the engine and nearly jumped out of his seat and into the rain. He had one of those flip phones, back then, the type that got crappy service too far away from the towers. He danced around dramatically trying to find a signal to place a call. You should have effing listened to me, Matthew, he ranted. Why didn't you listen to me? The cell beeped unsuccessfully. My father nearly chucked it before he grabbed me by the shoulders and shook. I felt tears well up in my eyes. I know I was too old to be crying. I knew I looked like even more of a baby now. But it scared me to see my father so angry. He never cursed at me. He never shook me. My dad was the type of guy to offer a pat on the back and warm conversation as reassurance. He never acted this way. I pushed him back. I pushed him so hard that he fell to the floor and smacked his elbow on the concrete. Then I stood over him like there was more coming. I don't know what made me do it. I wanted to show him that he was not the only man in the house. I wanted to show him I could take care of myself. But my actions had the opposite effect. My father didn't respect me. He looked terrified. He looked at me like I was an animal. He looked like he didn't recognize me anymore. I started to cry again. My father still held the phone up to his ear from the ground. The fear vanished from his face as a dial tone sounded. Relief flooded in as a deep voice responded on the other end. He nodded, said okay, and then hung up. Then he looked up at me and scooted away. I'm sorry, son, but you just have to trust me, he whispered. These trips are important. I wiped a few tears from my eyes and stuck out my hand. Sure, Dad, I sniffled while helping him up. I'm sorry. My father returned to the car to pull some bandages from his glove box. He carefully wrapped the ends around my knuckles. I protested for him to be careful as he stepped over to the back window and pushed away the glass shards with his jacket. Then he wrapped his arm around my shoulders and led me towards the boardwalk. "It's okay, bud. Let's go watch the waves." My father died 2 weeks before my 16th birthday. The injury to his elbow prompted his first physical in years. The physical found cancer. He fought for a long time. There were ups and downs in his journey that kept him in the hospital through most of it. Nonetheless, Dad always insisted I keep up the beach trips, even if he couldn't go. "Just until your 18th birthday," he would beg pitifully. "Please." I wanted to ask why. The question burned in my brain throughout the majority of my existence. Why did we have to go to the stupid effing beach, every Friday, at the same time? Why did it matter? But ever since that day we fought, I reconciled to never make my father that disappointed in me again. And so I went, even after he passed. And I never asked why. Sometimes I still took Lolly with me. Sometimes I took Sadie. Sometimes I just went by myself and took an hour to relax with a book by the waves. It quickly became a peaceful habit, rather than a painful one, filled with the memories of my late dad and the soothing sounds of the sea. But after high school, my goals drifted off in other directions. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to get away from the shore. I wanted to experience the world and see things for myself. And I wanted to live in a world where I didn't have a standing appointment every goddamn week. So when my 18th birthday rolled around, and coincidentally fell on a Friday, I resolved that night would be my final trip. I drove down to the beach a bit early and set up an umbrella underneath a passing storm. I parked my chair in the sand and watched the waves roll by, with a fresh new perspective and lease on life. Part of me welcomed the freedom. Part of me missed it. About 20 minutes later, a familiar voice shook me from my trance. I turned around to see my mother in a sundress. "Your father always intended to tell you this," she muttered as she pulled over her beach chair. "And a little birdie told me today is your 18th birthday." I smiled and stood to give her a peck on the forehead. "Back in the 80s. She sat down carefully and looked out across the water. "Back in the 80s, your father and I liked to go out to the bars and drink. I know that probably sounds weird to you now. But we were young. And your father was a hell of a dancer." I laughed. She didn't. One night, when we went to this beach bar on the edge of town, and we got into a fight, Mom allowed herself a small smile. It was one of those bad but stupid fights, you know? I don't even remember the reason. I think he said something mean about my friend. She paused and caught her breath. Anyway, we got separated. Your father marched off to the bar and got caught in line ordering drinks. I stormed off to the bathroom to drive home my point. I wanted to make him feel it, you know? But on my way out of the toilet, a man stopped me. She looked at me pensively. He had long black hair, kind of like yours. A broad jaw. Kind, blue eyes. Denim jacket and denim jeans. Very handsome, she sighed. I talked to the man for a while, and when your dad didn't come back, I followed him outside for a cigarette. I noticed her fingernails were dug into the armrests. I didn't stop her to ask why. Maybe I was naive. Maybe I thought nothing bad could happen. I was born in this town. I grew up in this town. I knew everyone but him. And something about that face just seemed so mysterious. He was new. Fresh blood. My mother looked away as tears started to fill her wrinkled eyes. The next sentence spilled out of her like a confession. "I don't remember the rope." He smacked my head so hard on the car door that I passed out. I woke up in the parking lot, and I'm thankful for that. The other girls were not so lucky. She stared at me, suddenly becoming stoic. 6 in total. But only one became pregnant. You were born 9 months later. A healthy, happy baby. I felt the color leave my face. No. I wanted to scream the word 1,000 times. No, no, no. Your father and I attended the trial. I testified. Jeremy was convicted and given a life sentence for 6 ropes and 2 homicides. He served his term at the Hook Correctional Facility. She turned and slowly pointed towards the prison. My world collapsed around me. Why, Mom? Why am I here? My mother couldn't hold in her sobs any longer. "Honey, he knew about you." "I don't know how," she choked. "He said he could hurt you. He said he could unalive you. Even from the inside, you know, he said he had friends. We couldn't take the chance. We couldn't. No one could know. No one." Her voice trailed off as my hand squeezed around hers. The rage and horror in my stomach turned over and over again. But I didn't say anything. All he wanted. She coughed and regained her composure. All he wanted was to see you. Once a week. Fridays at 7. That was when the warden gave him time by the window. Once a week, until you're 18. My heart felt dead in my chest. I looked down at my watch to see the time. 7 o'clock on the dot. The long row of windows in the prison behind us had been dark the entire night. But as I looked closer, one room was brightened by the flick of a light. Sitting at a table was the gaunt outline of a man, with long black hair, looking out towards us on the beach. 2 armed guards stood by his side. Our eyes met for a moment. Everything in my entire existence turned foreign in that one singular second. My mother sobbed and turned away. And then Jeremy waved. Simple genetic test. It wasn't officially mandatory, but we understood that we'd be fired for unrelated made-up reasons if we didn't do it. Out of the 6 employees in my corner of the building, I was one of only 2 people who openly had an issue with our genetic information being taken by our employer. If the others didn't like it, they made no mention of it. That's what made it so hard to figure out who the psychopath was. The information was supposed to be private, but by Monday I came in to find a card being passed around for Debbie's inevitable neuropathy. She sat at her desk crying while the rest of us tactfully ignored her and stuffed a few dollars in the card. What could we say? She wasn't sick yet. That was also probably the first moment I noticed a colleague behaving strangely toward me. Clint was always a little standoffish, but he seemed nervous while waiting for me to sign the card. "You probably don't want to put money in." "That's fine." "What?" I asked, thinking I heard him incorrectly. I put in a $5 bill and handed it back. "Oh, okay," he laughed nervously before moving to the next cubicle. By the time my ears had processed what he'd said, he was too far away to ask for clarification, so I leaned out of my cubicle and peered at him from afar. He caught me looking and, overcome by masked panic, he grabbed the card from Carla and dashed out of sight as fast as a restrained office walk would allow. I had no idea what that had been about, but it certainly made me feel weird. For the next 2 hours, my coworkers seemed to share a universal hesitation at my approach or requests. It was wholly unlike the atmosphere that we'd communally maintained in the past. We all dreamed of pay raises and promotions, and we promised to help each other out and not fall victim to the corporate backstabbing that had consumed so much of the rest of the company. Those conversations had faded over the past year of economic hardship, and I now found myself in an office full of suspicion and distrust. Jackson alone didn't seem bothered. He was in the break room when I went to make another pot of coffee. Leaning dirly against the counter and staring down into his mug for lack of anything better to do, he said, "Damn shame we get fined for being smokers now, eh?" While making the fresh pot, I donned a wry grin that he didn't see because of his despondent interest in his coffee cup. Company policy is voluntary and exists to benefit our health, I parroted. He gave a single cynical chest-raising laugh. Or to expose our secrets. Did you hear they found out someone in this office is a psychopath? My heart beat faster in my chest as the morning's strange interactions clarified themselves. What do you mean? I didn't see it myself, but the manager left the genetic test results on his desk and someone found them. He finally abandoned the deep search of his mug in favor of looking directly at me. Carla says the tests found a psychopath among us. A legit emotionless monster who would have no problem unaliving us if we so much as looked at him the wrong way. That's crazy. I grabbed the coffee pot early to slowly fill my cup and nonchalantly asked, "Did she say who it was?" I wasn't paying attention. Ah. Refilled, I headed out without another word. I had some idea who everyone thought was the psychopath, but it couldn't be right. I wasn't crazy or emotionless, and I certainly would never hurt or unalive someone. Had something gone wrong with the test? Nora was the only other person that had voiced an issue with having our genetics taken. I stopped at her cubicle. She turned and, after a subtle startled moment, she gave out a calm breath and said, "Hey, how's your Monday going?" Office decorum made it difficult to ask directly. "Pretty good." I took a sip from my coffee and also pretended to be fine. "Hear anything about Friday's tests?" Her neck tightened nearly imperceptibly, and her answer came about 2 seconds slower than usual. I did. The stress of the moment had me feeling numb, but I kept a pleasant face. "I see." Finally, she leaned forward and whispered, "But I don't believe it. The whole thing is bullpoop." Moving closer myself so that nobody else in the office could hear, I whispered back, "I know, right? I'm pretty sure the whole office thinks I'm a psychopath now." That is what the test result said. At that confirmation, I clenched a fist out of confused concern, and I saw her tense. Releasing the grip, I told her, "It's not true. I don't understand this at all. Maybe someone switched their sample with yours," she suggested, eyes wide, to hide their identity. Before I could seize upon that idea, we both saw the manager approaching, and I quickly scuttled back to my desk. Bob seemed not to notice my restrained dash across the aisle, and he approached with his typical dour resignation. On my desk was a post-it note with the words, "If you tell anyone, I'll unalive you," and I quickly crumpled it up and stuffed it in my pocket as my manager overshadowed me with his towering but depressed presence. I had a notion that he was going to fire me because of the test results. Even though I knew logically they would have to wait a few weeks to make the firing seem unrelated, it still put incredible stress on me. In shock from the note and Bob's proximity, I forced myself to politely ask, "Hey, what's up?" "Ah, yeah," my manager said. "I have to inform you that some of the genetic test results were leaked this weekend. We're looking into it, but company policy dictates I have to inform you that the information has gotten out to parties unknown." I nodded and tried to suppress the intense emotions flooding through my every limb. He did it. He left the information out on his goddamn desk. Do they have any idea who did it? It's, company policy not to discuss details of an open case. He sniffled once. Anyway, that's all. He turned and began heading back down the aisle while I let out a breath. How had he not noticed my hand awkwardly jammed in my pocket throughout the entire exchange? I'd been hiding something, but he'd been wholly uninterested. I pulled out the note and uncrumpled it. Staring at the words, I repeated them over and over. "If you tell anyone, I'll unalive you." Was this real? Was it a practical joke? No, it had to be real. Nora and I had only just guessed that someone else had switched their sample with mine somehow. I knew I wasn't the psychopath, but everyone else thought I was, which meant they'd be too terrified to prank me in this manner. So who had left this note? The only person in this office who would have done it, the actual crazy person masquerading as a normal human being. To say I was paralyzed would be an understatement. My life was under direct threat, my life. But if I left my job, I would also lose my life, just in a different way. I couldn't afford to be unemployed even for a few weeks. But the note had said if I told anyone, right? I could just keep quiet and... No. I'd be fired in a few weeks for supposedly being a crazy person. If I didn't act, I would lose my job. If I did act, this person would come after me. Worse, I'd already told someone by way of Nora's guess that my sample had been switched. I leaned back in my chair and quietly scoped the other cubicles. Carla, Nora, Debbie, Jackson, and Clint, which of my 5 coworkers were not whom they appeared to be. My coffee was empty in short order as I nervously sipped and stared. I got up and began a slow walk to the break room. Did the test verify gender? It was impossible to know exactly what the results said. I guessed that Carla was the one who had seen them since she was the manager's assistant in our office gossip. That also made it seem unlikely that she was the psychopath because spreading the information would only hinder her position if it was her. I walked past her desk slowly enough to perceive a hidden nervousness in her that lasted until she was sure I wasn't stopping to talk to her. Clint was hard at work on his spreadsheets, but I could tell he was looking at me in the reflection of his glasses as I came up behind him. If the results included gender, then he and Jackson were the only other possibilities. Did the psychopath, whoever he was, have the same question? Clint's neck reddened from stress as I neared, and I moved on. His tendency toward awkward social interactions and math-related skills made him seem a likely choice for someone reserved and cold, but it occurred to me that a real psychopath would put on a better front. Was it someone more personable? Debbie had only just stopped crying. At the front desk, I lied about expecting a call from a client, but she rubbed her eyes with a tissue and shook her head. "No, sorry, no calls like that." "All right." I lingered for a moment. What if her inevitable illness was a cover? What if she'd switched the results and, oh God, what if I had the predisposition toward the disease? I didn't want it to be true, so I kept walking. The break room was empty this time, and a pot of coffee had been freshly brewed. That was strange. I was the primary coffee drinker in this office, and I always had to make the pot myself. What if? No, that would be ridiculous. But it wasn't. I poured the coffee into the sink and leapt back as an acrid chemical smell wafted up like so much noxious smoke. The coffee had been poisoned. Someone had tried to unalive me. After a few moments of panic, I forced myself to get a grip. I had to out of the psychopath and I had to keep my job. Calling the police would get me fired. People would just see it as me trying to cover my butt because I'd been outed by the genetic test. But who had been in here? Who'd made the coffee? I broke the pot and threw it in the trash to keep anyone else from getting poisoned by the residue. Out among the cubicles again, I saw Jackson heading back from the bathroom. I used the opportunity to scope out his desk. His mug was nearly empty. Only a small bit of brown liquid remained at the bottom. He ignored me as he passed, and I detected the faintest smell of cigarette smoke. After a few silent sniffs, it felt like it was coming from an elevated source, and I guessed that he'd come up with a system that kept his office clothes clean, but he'd forgotten about his hair. Nora waved me close as I headed toward my desk. Who do you think it is if it isn't you? The psycho? I whispered back. She nodded. We can't just let this go. We have to figure out who it is, or we're all in danger. Her interest suddenly felt strange to me given how everyone else in the office seemed passive about the whole thing. They did leave a note threatening to unalive me if I told anyone. But then they left poison in the coffee pot anyway. Her face contorted with concerned horror. Seriously? Are you alright? Yeah. Her expression was perfect. It looked legitimate. I couldn't see any hint of malice in her. One thing I can't figure out, wouldn't it look suspicious if I was labeled a psychopath, but then unalived hours later? Not if the cops think one of us did it to protect ourselves from you, she replied quietly. Oop. Good point. Wouldn't you do the same thing if you knew who the psycho was? No, I told her, still studying her reaction. Just being psychopathic doesn't make someone a threat, or an unaliver. All 6 of us have worked here for at least a year, and we've all been fine so far. She appeared surprised. You wouldn't hold it against that person? I kept my gaze on her eyes as I said, no. After a pause, I continued, you were the only other person to protest the genetic tests, weren't you? That doesn't mean anything. The tests are just wrong. Invasive and wrong. A slow nod was my only response. Bob was walking by the cubicles again, so I returned to my desk. I hesitated before sitting down, and my eyes caught sight of something nestled in the crack of the seat. Carefully pulling it out, I found that it was a needle full of some unidentifiable liquid. Disgusted, I crept out and threw it in Carla's trash because she was the only person not at her desk and I didn't want to be caught with it. Nobody saw me do it, but when I sat back down, I saw Nora turn and look at me across the length of the aisle. We locked eyes for an uncomfortably long heartbeat, but then she turned back to her computer. As Carla returned to her desk, Bob unexpectedly appeared at my cubicle. Hey, can I see you in my office for a second? Surprised, I just nodded and got up and followed him. My 5 coworkers all watched me throughout what felt like the longest walk of my life. Clint looked subtly afraid of me, Carla looked eager for new gossip, Debbie was on the verge of tears again, Jackson's eyes were expressionless and cynical. The corners of Nora's eyes and mouth were perfectly curved just enough to convey a hint of concern for my fate. I entered my manager's office and Bob closed the door behind me, shutting me away from the stares of my coworkers. Someone official was already sitting within, and Bob introduced her simply as from Human Resources and offered me a chair. Overwhelmed by nervousness, I hardly heard his words as he sat behind his desk and began talking in his typical droning monotone. All I could think about were the various reactions of my coworkers, and the emotions I'd read in them throughout my time here. Which had been real? Which had been fake? Who among us ruthlessly pursued their own goals with no regard for right or wrong? Don't fire me, I blurted. I know who the psychopath is. Bob blinked. Huh? We're not firing you. My racing thoughts stalled, and I abruptly returned fully to the moment. What? We're promoting you, Bob explained. We need your ruthlessness at our management level. It's a cutthroat industry, you know. He began to smile, but the Human Resources lady shook her head dully. Ahem. But what do you mean you know who the psychopath is? Are you saying there's been a mix-up, and it's not you? Part of me felt like laughing, but I suppressed it. Choosing my words carefully I said, oh, I'm not saying anything. I gladly accept the promotion. Great. We'll discuss the details later this week. Until then, don't tell anyone about the change. We don't want to stir up office drama and all that. Of course. I stood, shook Bob's hand, and walked back out into the cubicle farm. While the others watched me warily, I headed for the break room. On the way, Nora caught my attention and whispered, did you have the psychopath? Do you know who it is? Without looking at her, I said softly, it's all of us, Nora. Maybe not genetically, but it's all of us. I could feel her eyes still upon me as I entered the break room proper and began making coffee in an improvised filter. One of the cabinets swung open on a spring, and a small blade on the bottom shot toward me. It stabbed through the palm of my hand and out the other side. With gritted teeth, I pulled my hand off the blade, found an old company medical kit, and bandaged the wound up. And then I went back to making my coffee. This was life now. While waiting for the improvised drip to distill my caffeine, I began thinking of traps of my own to set, and of how I should safeguard my cubicle in the break room for my defense. It was a natural result of being unable to leave, of being trapped with a multitude of other prisoners equally miserable and set against one another. It seemed that we had failed in our dream to remain friends, and the company's atmosphere of corporate backstabbing had taken us after all. I whirled around at times while waiting for my coffee to brew, expecting an attack from behind, but no, this hell would not be so obvious. I maintained a polite smile and nodded at my coworkers as I returned to my desk with my full mug, and nobody commented on the bloody bandage around my hand. Instead, they began passing around a card. Past the spine. My friend Shannon had been through quite a bit in the past few years, and that was the only reason that I didn't immediately call the police when I stopped by her work and found her halfway through the process of climbing out of a recently deceased corpse. She was drenched in blood, naked, and silent except for her exhausted breathing as she pulled herself up and out. The morgue around her was otherwise normal, and I saw no indication of how exactly she had fit inside the old man's body, but of course, I was in shock. She had some towels ready nearby. I handed one to her as I turned respectfully away. Christ. She jumped when she saw me standing there with the towel offered toward her, but took it quickly. Hoop, what did you see? I stared at the wall of cold chambers while she dried herself off behind me. I don't know, Shannon, what the hell were you doing? I'm not some kind of freak, she said immediately. Please, just let me explain. Explain? What the hell could you possibly explain about this? I put my shirt over my nose to block out the horrid smell of the open body, but it didn't work. I waited until she shoved her clothes on and finally turned around. You missed some. Her hair was still drenched in black, red, and yellow fluids, but the best she could do was to wrap a second towel around it. Look, it's not some sort of fetish. There's something down there. I fought down the urge to vomit as I looked into the frail old man's still steaming body. His heart, lungs, stomach, pancreas, and intestines had all been coiled around in a haphazard circle covered in various oozes. Down where? In there. Her expression was haunted. Asked the spine. Is this a joke? I couldn't believe it. No. I took a step closer and tried to look down the middle of the circle of organs, but there wasn't any gap between them. Then what do you mean? What's down there? She gulped unhappily. I don't know exactly. A space. Narrowing my eyes, I thought about what I'd seen. She hadn't slipped up out of the body sideways. She'd climbed straight up, as if out of a hole. The sight had been very disconcerting. It hadn't been geometrically possible, and my brain was still struggling to make sense of the memory. She might have been telling the truth, and there was some sort of weird hole in this old guy's body. You're serious? I reached for a long metal tool on a tray nearby. That won't work, she said, stopping me. It's made of metal, so it won't work. Only living things work. You can't even reach it wearing gloves. Has to be your bare hand, which is why I think nobody else has found this. Really, I sighed. It was a prank, but I wasn't one to hesitate and get emotional. Fine. Let's do this ridiculous nonsense. I took the last step, held my breath against the stench, and reached straight down. After pushing between squishy wet tissues and organs, my hand came to rest on the hard bones of the old man's spine. I looked at Shannon, but she wasn't laughing. Asked the spine? She nodded and gulped audibly. As disgusting as it was, I was determined to see this strange situation through. I moved my hand to the side, and my fingers slipped deeper. What the hell? I frowned and leaned down closer to the corpse as my hand continued to push between what felt like a deep pile of squelching organs. I went down to my shoulder until my short sleeve hit the inside of the old man's back skin and refused to go further. Oh my god, you're telling the truth. I pulled my arm out as fast as I could and held it away to avoid the dripping juices I'd brought with me. My arm was covered in a distinctly thicker goo than the wet ring around my sleeve. Whatever was down there, my non-living shirt had not been able to enter. What is it? Shannon shook her head. That's what I've been trying to figure out. After somebody dies, there's a short window where it, whatever it is, remains open. I took another towel and wiped my arm off as best I could while trying not to gag. Wait, do you mean it isn't just this particular body? Yes. She went over and began sewing up the chest cavity. I'm new here, but I accidentally discovered whatever it is on my second autopsy. She looked past me at the door. My boss is never here and leaves me to do this on my own, so I've been trying to figure out what it is. I dropped vines down a few times, but they only work if they're still attached to the plant. Meaning still alive. Yeah, and only new corpses work. 96 minutes or so after death, there's a weird tug, and then the vines are snapped off and I can't feel that weird space with my hand anymore. But I haven't been able to figure anything else out because technology won't go in. It was disgusting, horrifying, and fascinating all at once. What could it possibly be? What could it possibly mean? So you decided to go down there yourself. She nodded. I promise I'm not a weirdo. I just had to know. The thought has been tormenting me for months. What if that's where our soul is? Or what if it's an afterlife of some sort? She looked away. Or what if Brian's in there somewhere? That sounded like a problem. Brian's dead, Shannon, I told her calmly. You're not going to find him in whatever the hell that is. Softly, she said, you didn't see him die in front of you. She kept her gaze down to avoid looking me in the eye. The world is going crazy. There's hate and delusion everywhere. People need this now more than ever. If we could find out what happens after death, it could change everything. What else could I say or do? She wasn't going to stop just because I said so. The most I could do was get her to agree to a certain set of precautionary conditions. She'd never gone more than a few moments deep simply because of sheer terror, but she would be safer if I was in the morgue to watch over her. We special ordered the longest vine plant we could find and I waited for her call. It came very late on a Tuesday. I spent 6 minutes getting there and bringing the plant. Nobody else was around, and she already had the poor teenager cut open and ready, with a white bloodstained sheet over his head and legs. She disrobed, tied the vine around her left ankle, and then took a deep breath to calm herself. There are at least 30 minutes left on this one, she told me. I set my watch. You've got 7 minutes. No further. Just to be safe. She nodded nervously and moved forward. The sight of a person climbing headfirst down into a steaming open chest cavity really cannot be conveyed in words. I popped nausea medicine on the way over, and I was glad I had. Her waist almost didn't fit, but I pushed her bare feet down, and she slid out of view between the organs, which congealed back into place once she was gone. The long vine began sliding down between, and I waited with a pounding heart. What was she seeing? What was she doing down there? I was probably imagining it worse than it was since she'd had space to turn around the previous time. My mind constructed a vision of a tight organic tunnel that might close like a muscle and crush her to death, or perhaps there was an enormous drop into a never-ending void. How could we possibly know until it was too late? My watch counted down the seconds interminably. 4 minutes passed, and then 5. The vine was still being pulled in. At 6 minutes, it stopped, and I sighed with relief. That had to mean she was coming back. But she did not emerge at 7 minutes. The tension in my chest rose. At 8 minutes, I began to pull the vine. It moved easily, and I figured I was pulling up the slack, until a snapped end emerged. Panicking, I reached my hand down. It was still there. She hadn't been trapped. She just lost the vine at a weak point in the plant we hadn't caught. I waited. At 10 minutes, I began to panic. At 11, I forced myself to focus. At 12, I knew for certain she was in trouble. I paced around for a full 30 seconds before screaming at myself to stop wasting time. I tore off my watch and clothes, closed my eyes, and shoved my arms and head down into the swamp of blood and guts held open on the autopsy table. I found the teenager's spine and pushed my way past it. This time, I didn't stop. It was easier than I expected. Despite the pressure from wet flesh on every side, I slid right in. The knot of vine tied around my ankle got caught on my spine bones, but I reached back through the pile of organs and freed it with terrified fingers. It was only when I fell further and felt air on my face that I finally took in an explosive breath and opened my eyes. The air was 1,000 years beyond foul, but breathable, just like she told me. It smelled and felt like breathing in a rotting corpse and dying diseased flesh as a veritable fog, a blood mist. The sight was similar. Shannon had also told me that the place had a dim crimson glow about it, omnipresent and without source, and by this light, I saw choking miasma in 2 directions. Bloodless arteries opened to my left and right, neither big enough to fit a person until I pushed in and the muscle-bound walls relaxed to give me access. I followed the remains of her snapped vine. More than anything, I wished I had clothes on. Every single surface was alive, pulsing with a distant heartbeat, and secreting dark substances that were strangely hot, cold, or even numb to the touch. Being naked in an environment like that made me feel vulnerable in a way that brought out terror at every unexpected noise, sight, and texture. I cursed Shannon's decision-making more than a few times, that was for sure, but I wasn't going to let her die down here. Her vine entered what looked like a hollow groove into a massive bone, and I was happy just to be on a solid surface as I crawled between increasingly narrow white walls lit in red. This tunnel had been carved, I could see that in the spiraling notches all around. Had the muscle tunnels also been drilled out, but then later healed away the scars? It was as if some worm or parasite had dug its way through a dimension of flesh, and we were merely following in its ancient wake. The smooth bone began to steepen, and I guessed that Shannon might have slipped and slid here. Carefully bracing myself on the spiral notches, I worked my way down the incline with my vine still tightly bound to my ankle. And good I did. The bone spiral tunnel ended at a steep fleshy drop-off. Shannon was there below, clinging to a solid white spur. I was still inside the bone itself, so I could only see down, but I carefully moved to reach her hand with mine. She stared up at me with horror in her eyes. Her voice was odd, distant, and distorted by the rot-congested air. "Don't look out." "What do you mean?" I called her. As I leaned out of the bone, the view away from the wall of flesh below began to open up. I'd finally reached an open place rather than a tunnel, and I could sense that if I turned my head I would see a tremendous vista. It was the same sense I had a few times in my life while riding a ski lift or walking past a window on a plane. All I had to do was glance. She screamed again, "Don't look." For once in my life, I listened to someone else. I didn't look. Our hands met, but both were slippery. I tried to rub the liquids off on my skin, but that didn't work. Everything was wet and disgusting. I leaned down further and offered an elbow. "Wrap your entire arm around my elbow." I shouted. The act made the world beyond us open up a little bit more, and I could feel horrific sights beginning to piece themselves together in the corners of my eye. I couldn't quite tell what was happening out there, but if I so much as darted my gaze. She grabbed my arm and screamed in my ear, "Don't look. Don't you look. Munigation sharp SMU, damn it." What had that been? She'd said a word, but the meaning and intonations had been alien to my mind. By the look on her face, she'd heard it, too. I pulled her up with all my might, and the nightmare world outside our bone tunnel receded. Together, we climbed our way back up the spiral carvings, then crawled as fast as we could along bleeding muscle. The living world around us did not seem to react to us or care about us in any way. For some reason, I'd expected anger or hunger or at least something. If it was alive, if it was conscious, if it was sentient, we were nothing at all to it. We reached the point where the vine rose into a seething mass of dark organs, and I pushed her up ahead of me. Then, for some reason, I turned and looked down the other direction, the way I had not gone when I'd first arrived. The crimson-lit silhouette of a vaguely teenaged boy sat curled up and crying at a curve in the tunnel. He raised his head as if he could somehow sense my looking at him. He began to crawl forward. "Help me." Frozen and aghast, I waited. "Help me." He screamed again as he came nearer. "Oh, Munigation sharp SMU, what's happening?" I was in the car, and there was this loud crunch, and I hit my head, and I thought for sure He paused at hearing his own words. "Munigation sharp SMU? What is that? Why can't I say Munigation sharp SMU? Oh, Munigation sharp SMU. No. Why? No." He looked at me from 2 arms length away. "Are we in hell?" I didn't know what to tell him. I'd never seen such agony and loss in another human being's body language before, and he still didn't know the truth. I gulped down my paralysis. "Can you see me?" He nodded. "Help me." What could I tell him? I chose my words carefully. "I don't think I can." "Why?" He whimpered so sadly that I thought it would break my heart. "Why can't you help me?" "You." I shook with a portion of the pain I was about to give him. "You don't have a face." He just sat there sobbing as I leapt up and climbed. I knew the sound of that hopelessness would haunt me for the rest of my life. It was unlike anything a human being on earth could make, for it was absolute, and it was forever. I pushed up out of the corpse on the table and crashed my way to the cold, hard, dry floor. The impact hurt, but nothing had ever felt so safe and secure. Shannon sat curled up in a corner, much like the boy I'd seen, and she'd given no thought to putting her clothes back on or getting a dozen kinds of plasm and blood off. She could only stare at the floor in shock, rock back and forth, and murmur, "He wants me to tell people about him." "Who?" I asked her. "The teenager? He wouldn't survive here even if we brought him with us." "No," she whispered. "Munigation sharp SMU. He wants me to tell people about him." He saw into me. He saw me when I looked at him. He put his fingers in my gray matter and massaged my brain tissue without ever touching me. He said the Bible and the Quran are close, but we got it slightly wrong. A few things backward. She stopped rocking in place and stared me in the eye. "We're not going to tell anyone about Munigation sharp SMU, are we?" I got a towel and wrapped around her. "No. We won't say a word." And you know, at the time, I believed that. I thought I'd gotten away with it by not looking, but the corner of my vision did absorb some small portion of whatever nightmare she witnessed. That's why, after several weeks of resisting, I can't help but write this. I simply feel compelled to tell people what happened and to tell people that Munigation sharp SMU exists. So, now you know, too. I hope that's not a problem. I found a laptop in a hidden tunnel. I can't understand what was on it. I suppose found isn't exactly the right word. It's a bit complicated. You'll see what I mean. I'm a cop based in eastern Nevada. Been one for about 12 years. Experienced a lot of things during that period that I could have gone lifetimes without. But everything that I've seen up until this point, as sick and twisted as they might have been, at least they've made some kind of sense, or yielded some kind of logical conclusion. But this, I just don't effing know. The call came through late at night. A panicked-sounding man was breathing heavily into the phone, saying something along the lines of, "We need help, it's out, they let it out." It was hard to say for sure. He was barely coherent. After a few minutes, the line goes dead. We traced the call to a small shack in the middle of a forest on the other side of town. We found a cell phone that looked like it had been smashed, lying in the grass a few feet away from the entrance. And no man. We go into the shack and search around, but find nothing but a small stool. We scope the place inside out, but there seemed to be nothing. Eventually, one of my partners, a 240 pounds beefcake named Jeff, plopped down onto the stool in frustration. As soon as he did this, the entire floor under it gave way. He didn't fall too far, thankfully. Only about 4 meters. But he'd uncovered something truly bizarre. It was a man-made tunnel. Undergoing the standard protocol and taking extreme precautions, we jumped down. Here was the disconcerting part. The tunnel went both ways. In other words, this was not the starting point. We decided to send 4 guys one way and 3 the other. I was part of the 3 that went backward from where we'd initially broken through. From the illumination of the flashlights, the tunnel seemed to be pretty barren. Rough, muddy walls and ceilings, along with wooden supports about every half meter. It got me thinking about whom the hell would go through the process of making this place. Eventually, we came across what appeared to be a ladder descending further downwards. I could sense the hesitation in the air. This was not what we'd expected. We all stood there for a second, not wanting to admit to each other that we didn't want to go down there. But then we heard the scream. Ear-piercing. It wasn't faint, nor was it distant. It sounded like it was coming from only a few meters below us. Fueled by a sudden adrenaline rush, I decided to go down first. The climb was short, only taking me about 15 seconds. I found myself in what I can only describe as a small computer lab. Dirty concrete floors and walls, but there were 4 monitors, all displaying an error screen, all hooked up to what I thought was some kind of power source. But I can't say for sure. I was never a computer guy. Not all of them had the error screen. 1 out of the 4 had its screen smashed to bits. Suddenly, we heard another scream. We turned our attention to a half-open door in the far corner of the room. For a brief moment, I saw a dark, shadowy figure move past. The screaming stopped as abruptly as it started, being replaced by the sounds of something dragging on the floor. We barged into the room, guns were drawn. But it was about the size of a closet, and there was nothing there. Well, not nothing. There was another tunnel, smaller and a lot more crude than the one we'd first entered. It led straight vertically down. We shone our flashlights through it but were met with only black. Safe to say, we didn't pursue whatever had presumably just gone down there. We were all beyond petrified. I could hear hearts beating in rapid, scattered breaths as we sprinted back out and up into the shack again. When we did, we were alone. We waited in stunned horror for the other officers to come back out. But they never did. Now, I know that cops are supposed to be the bravest of the brave. But at that moment, we simply couldn't move. Eventually, we just called it in. The backup arrived, and we told them what had happened. Their collective faces morphed into one of abject confusion. But I could tell that they were horrified just listening to our accounts. I decided to take a break from work. They allowed it. They never even followed up and told me what had happened. At the time, I thought that was a good thing. But I could never sleep. It's not even that I was having nightmares. I was just too terrified to let my brain rest. Even with my wife lying at my side, I still felt a vague, perpetual sensation of danger. I needed some kind of closure. I decided to go into the station and ask around myself. I knocked on the captain's door, and he let me in. The first thing that I saw when I entered was his expression. I'd never seen him look so terrified before. You want to know what happened, don't you? I nod. He lets out a dry, humorless laugh. Well, I don't know, was his response. He stopped speaking after that, instead simply staring at me in silence for about a minute before I finally decided to leave. I was too shaken by this to discuss the issue with anybody else. That encounter certainly didn't help my case. I went back home and sat on my couch, going through marathons upon marathons of every comedy movie I could find on Netflix. This helped, but only a little. And then I got a text from Jeff. Come see this. Right now. I could only assume it had to do with that room. I thought about it for a few hours before finally making my way over to his apartment. I needed some kind of closure. I needed to take any chance of finding it. As soon as he invited me in, I noticed that he had the same look of indistinct dread that the captain had. But he was a little more willing to talk. After a quick and somewhat reserved hello, he gestured to a laptop sitting on a table behind him. What the hell is that? I asked him. He lets out a long exhale before answering. Recovered. From that room in the tunnel. I thought back to the time that we were down there. I did remember seeing a laptop on one of the tables. I guess this was it. How do you have it? That was my follow-up question. This time, his response was simple. I just took it. Why? He looks away for a second, his demeanor turning contemplative. Something's gotta make sense here. Something that they're not telling us. Silently, I agree. I asked him what he'd found on it. 5 video files. He says. All 5 to 10 minutes long. Have you watched them yet? Only one. Things making more sense? He shakes his head before sighing. No. But I think you should see it anyway. He leaves the room to grab me a cup of coffee before sitting back down at the table. I open up the video folder and see the names of the 5 clips. Train to Oblivion. Investigation. Fireworks. Triangle. And The Obscure Man. Watch Train to Oblivion, Jeff says. I take a few moments to think about it before ultimately obliging. This was better than nothing, I thought to myself. I press play. This is what I saw. It starts with what I assume is handheld footage. As expected, we were on a train. However, there was something immediately wrong. The person behind the camera, it sounded like a woman, was near hyperventilating. She was running down a narrow aisle, while lights flickered above her. In addition to that, it looked as if they were in a tunnel, with the windows only showing darkness. As she ran, she kept opening the cabin doors and peering inside. Every one of them had people. Lifeless people, with limp faces contorted into inhuman expressions. Mouths stretched out way too far, eyes sunken inwards and noses turned completely sideways. At some point, she tries opening a door, but it seems to be locked. We hear hushed whispering coming from behind it as she starts banging on it, begging to be let in. This is interrupted by heavy footsteps coming from somewhere to her side. She quickly turns her head, facing what looks like three extremely tall figures about 50 meters away. She shrieks and starts running again. The video goes on like this for a while. Her just sprinting around the tight space and screaming, while we see intermittent glimpses of the figures following her. However, it wasn't until the end that we got a good look at them. She finds a bathroom and runs into it, locking it from the inside. She sits there, whimpering for a while before the door starts rattling. Her screams become deafening as she finally breaks down. I nearly scream myself when I see what did it. Tall, pale, things wearing what looked like dirty suits. But it was their faces that got me. I don't even think that I can call them faces, in all honesty. They were just swirls of skin, if that even makes any sense. Like a pale vortex of flesh. One of them reaches out a bony hand and grabs the woman's wrist. A brief struggle ensues that ends with us facing the mirror. The woman's face was now twisted into the same horrendous expressions that we'd seen on countless other passengers just before. We hear a loud horn blare before the video finally ends. But here's the weird part. Not that all of this hasn't been weird so far. This just added another level of horror to what we'd already experienced. In the mirror's reflection, there was no indication that the woman was holding anything to film with. No camera, no phone, nothing. Her hands were down to her sides. And the creatures sure as hell weren't filming. I remained in downright silence for what felt like an hour after watching this. Jeff said nothing, just staring at me. I didn't know what to make of this. Eventually, I decided to get up and leave. Jeff didn't protest this. I'm back home now. There's no clear solution here. My sleeping woes aren't going to end. Not until I figure something out. But that seems like a daunting task. And one that I don't think I'm prepared to handle right now. I think that the best course of action may be to go back and watch the rest of the videos. Surely, there's some clue as to what happened within them. However, one thing is pushing me away from that decision. As I was getting ready to leave Jeff's, I saw something out his kitchen window. There was a figure standing behind a street sign. It was barely a figure at all. It looked more like some kind of shadow. And I think it was looking right at me. There's a train station beyond the end of the line. I wish I hadn't found it. This happened a while ago. I'm not entirely sure why I'm choosing to talk about it now, though. Well, I kinda do. I'll explain later. I have a bad habit of dozing off on the train. I don't blame it entirely on myself. My place of employment necessitates that I work long, hard, and obscure hours. More often than not, I find myself taking the very last train home, at around 2 a.m. My stop is at the end of the line, so my whole trip takes me around 35 minutes, and of course, I'm tired as hell by the end of it. Also, sometimes I get intoxicated. It happens. It's not like I want to fall asleep. I could get pickpocketed. Or worse. It is what it is. Nobody's perfect. But it usually isn't a problem. As I said, my stop was at the end of the line, so the driver would always wake me up when he came by to do his inspection of the cars. This has become such a routine that I know every one of the nighttime drivers by face. There are only 3 though. Not much of a feat. One of them is a quiet, gruff-looking gentleman in his mid-50s. One was even older, a South Asian man appearing to be in his 60s at least. The last guy was younger, possibly mid-20s. This guy always had extremely messy hair. This roster of drivers had remained the same for the past 3 to 4 years. All super nice guys, mind you. I had no reason to complain. I knew these people and I was comfortable with them. I expected to see them. So you could imagine my shock when I woke up to see an unfamiliar face staring down at me one night. I'd been out drinking and was about 2 or 3 beers away from throwing up my insides. Safe to say, I was not in the most alert state. It was still a jarring sight nonetheless. This guy must have stared at me for 10 seconds straight without saying a word. His appearance certainly didn't help either. I'm not one to judge looks, but this dude was beyond freaky. Have you ever seen Lost Highway? Remember that phone call scene with the mystery man? Well, that's roughly what he resembled. A bit younger though. His face was nearly ghost pale and his eyes were wide and beady. His smile was unsettling at best and insanity-inducing at worst. On top of that, there was a hole in his neck. An effing hole. I could see straight through it. You've reached the end of the line, he said. His voice was normal enough, especially given his throat, but his tone sounded like the one a child would make when he knew about something that his friends didn't. SH. Yeah. Sorry. Guess I dozed off again. It took all the strength I had not to focus on his neck hole, especially if the other option I had was to look into his eyes. He stopped leering at me and stood straight. He must have been about 6'6" or 2 meters tall. Also, strangely muscular for his height. An intimidating presence, to say the least. He stood still for a moment, trapping me in place. I was expecting him to say something, after all. But he didn't. Instead, he just took off. After taking a second to adjust to the weirdness, I got off and began walking to the doors. I'd never been more ready to go home at that point. But the door didn't open. I pressed the button, but nothing happened. What the hell? I muttered, concern starting to rise in my chest. It hadn't even been 15 seconds since the driver got off. It didn't take long for me to start shoulder checking the door. And then I started yelling. There were only 2 things on my mind at that point. This door better opens the duck up, and this train better not start effing moving. It was my lucky day. None of those things happened. Hello? Driver? I yelled as the train departed. What the duck? I'm still here. Unfortunately, I was in one of the middle cars, so he couldn't hear me. One of my coworkers, Alan, had been on the train with me before I passed out. I also knew for a fact that he also got off at the end of the line. But I was alone. He was nowhere to be seen. I continued slamming on the doors and pressing the emergency stop button, but one thing was quickly becoming certain. This thing wasn't stopping. I sat down, resigned to my sudden fate. What the hell's going on? I thought to myself. The situation was truly bizarre. The driver would have had to sprint to the cab, preventing the doors from opening, and then drive off. This was all with the knowledge that some guy might still be on the train. What the duck was his problem? Truth be told, I had no idea where trains went after hours. I just hoped that it wouldn't be too far. After all, my city wasn't huge, and the tracks had to end at some point. I looked out the windows, but it was mostly dark. A few buildings still had lights on, but not many. Not surprising in the dead of night. I tried calling Alan, but he wouldn't pick up. I cursed again. 15 minutes passed and I was starting to lose it. What the hell is poop? I thought. We were approaching the edge of the city. I was 99% certain that the tracks did not extend this far. It felt like I was having a fever dream. My hands were shaking and I was on the brink of hyperventilating. To combat that, I closed my eyes and started taking deep breaths. It's fine. It's alright, I thought. The driver's just an effing idiot. Maybe I'll be compensated for this poop show. Yeah. Free transit for a year. That's the least they could offer me. After calming myself down, I opened my eyes back up. It was still dark. I nearly screamed in frustration. I felt around me, confirming that I was still on the train. But why were the lights off? It sounded like we were going through a tunnel, but even tunnels had lights. None of them were pitch black all the way through. Something else was bothering me as well. The vague sensation of a presence sitting right across from me. I sat utterly still for what felt like 5 minutes. Eventually, the train lights came back on. It was still empty. Even my mind was starting to play tricks on me. I looked out the windows, but it was still black. I took my phone out and dialed 911. It rang a few times before somebody picked up. Hello? I said. Hello? Nothing. Just breathing on the other end. Can you say something? I screamed into the phone. Somebody finally responded, but it was in a language I couldn't recognize. Not just one I didn't understand. I know what French sounds like even though I can't speak it. I'd never heard this dialect before in my entire life. I could only describe it as serpent-like. The mere sound of it made my skin feel like something was slithering beneath it. I hung up and buried my face in my hands. This is not happening. I muttered to myself. I repeated this, hoping that it would cause me to wake up. It didn't feel like a dream. Then again, we don't know what dreams feel like, do we? Soon enough, the train came to a stop. I was glad, of course. But at the same time, I wasn't exactly excited to find out where the hell I was. I looked out the window. I think my heart nearly stopped. I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to be looking at. It almost resembled a desert, but a post-apocalyptic one. Everything was gray, including the sky. There were gigantic trees scattered throughout, along with massive, vortex-like pits. Large, hunched figures wearing baggy, black robes also dragged themselves across the sand. I couldn't tell from so far, but it almost looked like they had beaks coming out of their faces. We've arrived. I jumped at the sudden outburst. I turned around and saw the driver standing at the door, smiling at me. Where the duck am I? He angled his head and grinned even wider. You'll want to get off before they get on, he said. The next station is not for you. You have 1 hour before your return train arrives. Have fun exploring. He started to leave but turned back before he did. Also, don't go out into the desert. This time, the door stayed open after he left. The place we'd arrived at looked more or less like a regular station, if not a bit outdated. It was also gray, just like the desert outside. There were also people sitting on benches just outside the train. Well, I suppose they were people. They looked just like the driver. Pale, holes in throats, oddly tall and well-built. One of them suddenly got up and began approaching the train. I remembered what the driver had told me and immediately got off. From there, I ran the length of the train, finally spotting him in the driver's cab. I pounded on his window, managing to catch his attention. Hey, what the hell is going on? I asked him, through the glass. I wasn't sure if he didn't hear me, or if he was just being a huge butthole, but he just grinned at me and waved. Seconds later, he started driving, leaving me in that godforsaken place. At the very least, the station was now empty. I walked over and sat on one of the benches. I took my phone out and tried checking the time. I say tried, because everything on my screen was now in gibberish, presumably the language that I'd heard earlier. 1 hour. I just had to wait for 1 hour, and then I'd be back. Or I'd wake up. Hopefully the latter. But before it had even felt like 5 minutes, something wandered onto the platform. I didn't look over at it. However, I was sure as hell this thing was looking at me. From the corner of my eye, it appeared like one of those hunched figures that had been out in the desert. I saw it shift in place before it started squawking like some kind of ducked-up demon bird. I left almost immediately as it did. So much for my plan of sitting still. I saw a set of stairs going up and headed toward it. Once up, I found myself in what looked like a regular terminal. But just like the platform, it was a bit off. The architecture was hard to identify. Definitely unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was almost retro and futuristic at the same time, with large banners and monitors displaying strange symbols set up just about everywhere. It's like they hired a doomsday cult to design the place. The place was populated by more of those neckhole people. Thankfully, they didn't seem to acknowledge me. I decided to walk around for a while, hoping that the hunch thing would be gone once I headed back down. Maybe a minute later, everybody stopped and directed death stares at me. Their expressions were so full of malice that I could feel my skin begin to crawl. I noticed that some of their eyes weren't directed at me, but at the space behind me. I slowly turned my head, seeing that the hunched creature had followed me up. I got a good look at it this time. I will probably never forget the sight of it. I was right. It had a beak. A large one. Its face nearly resembled some kind of alien bird-human hybrid. I stood still and began silently praying. Not sure for what exactly. Almost in unison, the people opened their mouths to an unnervingly wide degree and began screaming. If this was a nightmare, this would have been the moment I woke up. But I didn't. The people began boxing me in, still screaming like damn banshees. I would take a step forward, and the crowd would move with me. The creature was also hot on my trail the entire time. Eventually, I just started running. I tried breaking through the crowd a few times, but I would just get pushed in another direction. After some time of this, I was pinballed out of the terminal entirely. These bastards had directed me into the desert, along with a hunched creature. Once I was out, they stopped screaming and shut the terminal door behind them. The creature began squawking again before lurching at me. I could do nothing but run as it chased me. Soon enough, every single creature in the vicinity was also on my butt. It was like a nightmarish chain reaction. There were numerous times when I nearly ran into one of those swirling pits. Something was dwelling inside them. I could hear it. The sickening, slithering sounds of something large within. There was no end in sight, and it was obvious that I couldn't run forever. The creatures started getting closer, and I could see them up close. Their beaks were wide open, with long, spiky tongues hanging out of them. The sight of it pushed me to continue running. But I wasn't superhuman. My lungs gave out before my legs did. But right before that, I could see a figure walking towards me. Not one of those hunched things. It was somebody familiar. But I passed out before I could find out. When I woke up, I was back on a train. I reeked of sweat and my joints ached, but I was nevertheless happy to be alive. But what the hell happened? I thought. I told you not to go into the desert. I looked over, seeing the driver once again standing by the door. I didn't have a choice. What the duck's wrong with this place? I said. The driver raised an eyebrow at me. I thought you would have come better prepared. That's usually the case. Better prepared? I asked, taken aback by the statement. What the hell are you talking about? I never planned on being here. Whatever the goddamn hell this place is. This time, he was the one that looked confused. Is that so? Well, I doubt that you found this place by accident. Maybe something else is going on. Once you're back in your world, I advise you to be careful. This is a dangerous game to play. Well, I better get going. Wait, I said. Why'd you save me? It is strange, he responded. I usually wouldn't bother with it. But, you were different. Not cocky like the others. It was a breath of fresh air and I appreciated it. He walked off the train, leaving me with about a million questions. I didn't bother chasing after him. At that point, I didn't have the will or energy for it. I just sat tight. Soon enough, the train started moving. Just like they had on the way there, the lights went out again. But it wasn't a problem. Soon enough, the train arrived at the end of the line. The actual end of the line. I checked my phone. It was in English now, displaying 2:15 a.m. I couldn't understand how such little time had passed, but then again, I didn't understand a lot of things from that night. When I went to work the following Monday, I was still in a state of relative shock. I didn't want to believe what had happened, but it certainly wasn't an effing dream. Maybe my drink got spiked at the bar or something. Talk about a delayed reaction. But deep down, I knew that any kind of reasoning I could conjure up was just a cope. It was an inexplicable event. I just had to accept that, and never fall asleep on the train again. I saw Alan at lunch that day. I was tempted to say something about what had happened but opted not to. I didn't want to be that crazy guy at work. After all, sorry for dipping on Saturday, man, he said to me. I had to get off at an earlier stop. My sister lives downtown and she was having some kind of emergency. Like geez, right? He chuckled. I just nodded. So anyways, he continued. Anything interesting happen on the train? I didn't like his tone with that question. It was almost as if he already knew the answer, and just wanted to hear me say it. Also, if I'd been asleep, then why the hell would he not have woken me up before he left? Something wasn't right. Nothing noteworthy, no. You know how boring this city is. His smile slowly faded. Oh, okay. Why do you ask? He shook his head. No reason. Just glad you made it home safe. That conversation shouldn't have been anything substantial. But given the circumstances, it made me wonder. I've been working from home for a few weeks now, so I haven't seen him since. But he sent me a text last night. Hey man, let's go out once this is all over. Go crazy, haha. You down? I put my phone down and thought about what the driver had told me. I doubt that you found this place by accident. I'm starting to think that I didn't. A 911 call where nothing made sense. Things were ducked from the beginning. A woman named Carol dials 911 and claims that somebody's inside her house. We go investigate, searching the place inch by inch but find nothing. Usually, this could be easily explained away. The mind of an older person living alone eventually starts deteriorating. The onset of dementia and other mental issues start to take a toll on their lives. Quite sad. However, this woman is only 24. In other words, the probability of this all being inside her head is extremely unlikely. She also seemed to be distraught by this whole situation. Why would she be acting? We leave her place and tell her to contact us if she sees anything again. I mean, we couldn't do anything at that point. We were somewhat surprised when we got another call from her the very next day. We drive down there and search the house again. We find nothing. Again. The problem is, the house seems different this time. Almost as if there was some subtle detail that made it a separate place from the one we were in yesterday. My partner, Beck, says that he noticed it as well, but doesn't quite understand what's wrong. We decide not to say anything about this as we tell Carol that we came up with nothing. However, she tells us to stay. I recorded him, she says. She takes out her phone and tells us to watch the video that she's pulled up. It was footage of her in the house. She's running around, breathing frantic. And then we see him. A large figure, covered head to toe in what appears to be a black bodysuit. He lumbers towards the camera as Carol screams and ducks into a room, locking it from the inside. There are a few bangs on the door before we can hear footsteps walking away. We don't know how to react to this footage, but we try anyways. We conclude that the man must have left once Carol got behind the door. However, the front door was locked when we came, and Carol told us that she hadn't left the room. Did he also have the keys to her house? That would explain a lot, but it also made this situation a lot worse. We decide to keep an eye on her house for the night. We're discreet, parking about a block down the road in an unmarked car. We're both fully awake, ready to go as soon as we see some sketchy poop. At around 2 a.m., we see somebody walking across the road, towards her house. However, it isn't the man. It's Carol herself. Beck and I must have had the same look on our faces. What the duck? We get out of the car and make our way over there, knocking hard on the front door. However, nobody answers. We can see lights flicking on and off intermittently, but we're not sure what that's supposed to mean. Was she trying to tell us to leave? We get a call from dispatch a few moments later. They're telling us that Carol has called 911 again, saying that there are now multiple people in her house. They ask if we need backup. We say yes. Without another moment of hesitation, we force the door open and barge in. The living room lights still flicker on and off, but we see the light switch and nobody is touching it. We call out for Carol, but nobody responds. The place is dead quiet. I can see the neighboring houses starting to turn on their lights from the commotion. We rush up the stairs and start sweeping each room. But there's nothing. Once again, we search the place inch by inch, but nothing is in there, not even Carol, whom we saw enter a few moments earlier. As I pace around in petrified confusion, Beck speaks up. There are rooms here that shouldn't be. What the hell are you talking about? I ask in response. I've been counting, he says. There were 9 total the last time we came. There are 10 now. You didn't notice it? I forced myself to think hard. Subconsciously, I knew that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. However, I eventually realized. The basement. There was only a door down there last time. Beck nods. 2 now. I don't know what to think. I look at my surroundings and try to make an assessment, but none can be made. We hear a knock on the door about 10 seconds later. It sounds agitated. We look out the living room windows but aren't met with the red and blue police lights. We're hesitant to answer, of course. I decide to take a step forwards, but Beck pulls me back. He looks at me and shakes his head, whispering, "We left the door open, remember?" He was right. My radio starts crackling. Another call from dispatch. They're telling us that we need to leave the house immediately. That Carol called again, saying we were going to die, in a deathly monotone voice. The knocking has stopped, but we can hear footsteps in the basement. Something is in here with us. We've decided that this was enough. We needed to get the duck out of here. As we start descending the steps, we hear a voice coming from the kitchen. Carol comes out, blocking our path to the door. She looks detached, with blank, beady eyes staring right at us. Did you find him? She asks, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. I think he might be in the basement. Why don't you go check? Beck and I are frozen in shock. She just keeps looking at us, gesturing towards the basement door now and then. The footsteps down there sound like they're running in circles now. We ignore her request, abruptly brushing past her and bolting out of the front door. The backup still isn't here, so we decide to just get into our car. However, we see somebody down the street peering through our driver's side window. He's large, dressed in what appears to be a black full-body suit. He looks away from the window and directly at us. It's hard to tell from this far, but the suit doesn't seem to have any eye holes. Beck speaks up, "Sir, please step back from the vehicle." His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. He's terrified. As soon as Beck stops talking, the figure starts running toward us. It's fast. Too fast. In the time that it takes for us to pull up our guns, we've realized that it's moved past us, into the house. We waste no more time, running into the car, locking the doors, and waiting until backup arrives. When it finally does, we're extensively questioned while what appears to be a SWAT team searches the house. However, it isn't the police chief asking us. Instead, it's some guy in a suit that we've never seen before. He asks us things like how many doors were there in the house? And what did Carol look like, exactly? And did we ever see a man with one eye wandering around? We answer inconclusively to pretty much all of them. We have no idea what the hell's going on. At one point, we see SWAT members carrying multiple stretchers outside and loading them into their trucks. Not an ambulance, mind you, but their truck. Eventually, the man who was questioning us told us to go home and report to our station as usual. He tells us not to worry about what we've seen here. I don't know how he expects us to do that. We drive back to the station in complete silence. As we park, Beck finally lets out a sigh. "Jack is effing crazy, dude." I look at him in confusion. "What are you talking about? Who the hell is Jack?" He reciprocates an equally confused stare at me. "What the hell are you talking about? The dude who owns the house." "What? It was a lady named Carol. How'd you forget already?" We hold each other's chaotic gaze for what feels like a minute. But we say nothing further. We both silently exit the vehicle and start heading our separate ways home. We both know that something's wrong with the other. I try not to think about it too much as my head hits the pillow. I manage to drift off to sleep about 3 hours later, only to be woken up immediately by the telephone. Barely coherent, I answer it. "We need you." A woman dialed 911. Says that somebody's in her house. My heart sinks slightly. It sinks completely when he tells me the address. It's Carol's. I hang up the phone and slump into the bed. I just want this nightmare to end. The police arrested a man that was covered in blood. I was sent to interview him, and his tale chilled me to the core. I work for the blog section of a local newspaper, and, being new and young, I often get sent out on crappy assignments. My top pieces involve interviews with poodle groomers, sewage plant managers, and our local clown. Yeah, quitting's not an option in this job market, so I've stuck it out. My manager has noticed my dedication, I suppose, so he threw me a bone today. I was sent to interview a man whom residents had seen being taken into the police station in handcuffs. The only thing that concerned citizens knew for sure was that he was a stranger, and he was splattered in blood. The police weren't talking. On my way over there, I thought I'd finally gotten my foot in the door. This was a wild card. It could be nothing. Or, I could end up famous overnight. I was genuinely excited. Now I just feel shaken and distressed. "Hey, aren't you Rob's kid?" A vaguely familiar policeman asked as I entered the lobby of their decently sized station. I shook off the torrential rain still dripping from my hair and nodded. Constant recognition was one of the weird benefits of returning to my small town after college. "Yep. I'm here on behalf of the dispatch, to interview the man that was just brought in." His chubby jolliness faded into grim distaste. He paused a full 5 seconds before finally replying. "I don't think a good kid like you needs to be talking to that guy." I politely began the spiel my manager had given me, even as I got my writing materials out of my pack. It was important to look as if I was proceeding despite the refusal. I didn't know if I was legally allowed in, but I acted like I was. "Well, it's my job, and he has the right to visitors, so..." Yeah, he said flatly, cutting me off with an understanding sigh. "Just, don't let him get to you." He led me back through a couple of dingy hallways. The back held the temporary cells, and he unlocked the first gate. "Grayson's in the last cell. I'll wait here." "Okay." I entered by myself, moving past a series of gated cells. The last contained the only person in lockup. His once decent business where was splattered in blood, yes, but he was not at all the image of violence I'd imagined. Tall, lanky, and topped by thinning blonde hair, he looked every bit an average businessman. If he'd had glasses, he might have been an exact match for one of my professors back at the university. For a moment, I felt let down. It didn't seem likely that there would be any sort of incredible story here. Just some sort of mix-up. That feeling lasted only until he began speaking. He saw my media badge, and my pen and paper, and sighed with resignation. "I suppose you want my story?" "Yeah, I thought so. After much consideration, I do think that I should tell somebody what happened. I'm aware of how it sounds, so I've mostly shut up until now, but I'll tell you what I haven't told the police. That'll satisfy my ethical obligation. It's the least required, and the most I'm willing to do, because of the social risk. You'll believe me, you're young, and look sharp, but most won't. I have no intention of ending up in an institution. Don't smile. I'm serious. Thank you. Now, I do have to say that this all began quite some time ago. I was young, then, younger than you. The memories came back to me with the fog of very early youth, likely preteen. They were nightmares, you see. They haunted me for nearly a year. It was a thing, and my mother and father tried their best to find treatment for me. The nightmares went away only after I briefly joined the church, but I still chalked it up to coincidence. The religion thing is a whole other debate I've no energy to get into. It's 30 years later, gives or take. I'm driving cross-country on business with my partner. What business am I in? It's not relevant to what happened. Smith and I were driving cross-country when we stopped at a dilapidated motel right outside a small town. We'd seen absolutely nothing but Midwestern farm fields for hours, so we took a walk into town to get some beer. Glenworth Heights. Could have been any other town. Looked like a million others, and looked like yours. But as I walked into this town, you see, this is why I mentioned my childhood nightmares. I had the oddest sensation of deja vu. Standing on that short main street, I felt like I recognized that particular pattern of storefronts. 45 people. That's what the sign said. Glenworth Heights, population 45. It was a stopover on the way from somewhere to somewhere else, and nothing more. But I'd seen those buildings before, cast in another light and another context. I'd seen them in a nightmare. I'd seen the sky bleeding. I'd seen these buildings, rotting. Their inhabitants had dwelled within, maimed, misshapen, mutated. Smith had a good sense for when I was spooked. I remained tense but tried to shrug off the strange feeling and allay his concerns. Whatever mask of calm I managed to put on, it certainly fell away as we entered the liquor store. I called to mind the clerk's face before I'd gone inside. I told myself that he couldn't possibly be in there. I had a nightmare over 30 years ago about a 20-something hippie type whose facial skin had been carefully excised in front of me by steaming hooks. In that dream world, his bleeding cheek and jaw muscles had been exposed to the air, but he continued working the front under threat of even worse torture at the hands of the store's owner, who had become some sort of hissing acidic monstrosity that lurked in the back room. His hooked limbs dripped acid, and, Lord, I can't even describe it. Forgive me. I just need a moment. All right, where was I? The clerk. I called his face to mind, keeping it firmly in my mental view. And I was greeted with that exact face as I entered the store. I couldn't help but stare. Perhaps I'd been to this town as a child on some sort of family road trip, and perhaps I might have had nightmares about it later. But how could I have dreamed, 30 years ago, about a clerk that was here now? The store owner lurked in the back room, a thuggish man in a yellowed white shirt who lounged near a fan. I left the store immediately, and Smith knew something was up. He began to get belligerent. I assured him everything was fine. He knew I needed the money from our business trip to pay off my shrew ex-wife's onerous child support lien. I wasn't going to welch. But there was another concern on my mind. I'd stumbled into a waking link to my childhood nightmares, and those nightmares had held a distinct threat. The town in my dreams hadn't simply been horrible for surreal reasons. No, a gaping fissure in the earth had opened somewhere nearby. Through that vast searing crevice, as a child, I'd witnessed people clawing at burning air from rivers of torturous bile, blinding crimson and azure flames that kept thousands perpetually cooking alive, and the screams. Don't frown with disbelief. It was just a nightmare. It was a metaphor, right? For fear, for pain, for change. The townspeople had all changed and then marched to the gap to worship it, widen it, and bring through demons untold. It was just a dream. Except that I dreamed of the location of the fissure. Smith was suspicious of me, so I couldn't ditch him, but I made up a story about checking for money I'd left behind on a previous business trip. We walked out into the sparse woods behind the town, and Smith kept his hand near his gun, but I was far more worried about encountering that hellish rift. I was enormously relieved to find an empty forest glen, and then subtly chilled to realize that I remembered the lay of the jumbled rocks, swaying grasses, and towering trees. I'd seen this place. In a veritable trance, I wandered out into the high grasses. Once I was out in the center, I began to notice that the assembled rocks were strewn about in a pattern that was anything but random. It was a vast circle, and I was within. Bending down, I even found the specific rocks I remember seeing split apart before they'd begun belching flames. Runes. There were runes in the rocks, ancient runes, in a style that looked Native American. Or something even older. Smith grinned near me, then, as I touched the rocks. He'd figured that I'd found the spot where I'd stashed my supposed cash. He'd also figured, since I was far superior to his usual class of partners, that I must have had quite the sum hidden there. He didn't figure that I was also smarter than his usual spick partners. I lifted one of the ruined rocks and, well, his skull caved in. He was dead instantly. No, this blood on my shirt isn't from hitting him with a rock. And that's not why they brought me in. That act was self-defense, and I'll prove that in a court of law. Or I'll at least get the jury to understand. A dead thug, and a living well-mannered white man like myself? I'm not worried about it. Don't make that face. I'm just being honest. But no, this isn't that blood on my shirt, because the blood from that impact shot to the earth like it had been pulled down by strange gravities. The red liquid spurted out of his head wound like a fountain, arcing right down to those run rocks before me, and disappearing between. It wasn't nearly all of the blood in his body, but it was enough to be surprising. The rest soaked his clothes and the surrounding ground. Was it simply a nearby death that had reawakened latent energies? Or perhaps I'd accidentally reenacted some ancient ritual. In either case, I found myself standing in exactly the spot I'd dreamed of 30 years before, watching that exact nightmare unfold. The ground splitting, flames erupting, and fiery heat radiating against my face as the screams of countless damned souls erupted into the real world. Yes, I'm serious. No, I'm not crazy. I'm completely sane, and that's why I ran. What sane person would have stayed in such a place? Hell itself had partially erupted into a half-mile-wide glen in the forest. Some ancient ritual site. I ran back to town, intent on getting our car. I'd had the remaining sense, despite my panic, to grab the keys from Smith's pocket. But I did need something to calm my nerves. My hands shook violently. I knew I wasn't going to be able to drive. So I entered the town medicine store. I already knew the little old lady within. Her warm smile rang true against my surreal childhood memories. Her doddering husband worked the cash register while she picked out what I'd asked for, and I shuddered. In my dream, the old woman's skull had split open, and her brain had grown teeth, forming a fleshy maw big enough to crush and eat her terrified husband's face. He died gurgling and betrayed by his lifelong love. And then his corpse had begun turning itself inside out, growing 1,000 little spider-like limbs from the inner edges of his skin and muscles. The resulting corpse thing had chased my terrified child self down the main street relentlessly. And my only escape had been waking in a screaming sweat. I remember him saying this yesterday, syllable for syllable. What are you looking at? He was asking out of kindness and confusion. He wasn't angry that I'd been staring at him while lost in memory. He was just worried about me, right up until the teeth slammed down and his face crumpled between brain matter jaws. Leaping back and knocking over product-filled shelves, I screamed in absolute terror. Who wouldn't? The old woman had become exactly what I'd got. It was sickening. Not waiting for his corpse to animate, I ran, surrounded by blurry panic. The sky was beginning to bubble right over the town, even approaching a boil. It looked like a rapidly building normal storm, not yet blood as I dreamed, but I was no fool. Screams were echoing out up and down the street. Not the screams of the damned, but the screams of the living. Those unfortunate souls who hadn't yet turned, being slaughtered by their friends and loved ones. I wasn't changing. Why wasn't I changing? Had my presence at the ritual site protected me? Or was it the fact that these people had lived nearby the site their entire lives? Were they more susceptible somehow? On my desperate run back to the motel, and to my car, I almost bowled over a startled old man who had been heading into town. His skin was mottled, and he was very frail. He gripped my arm with surprising strength, though, and screamed at me to be heard over the raging winds. He said, "What have you done, boy? I saw you. What did you do out in the woods? Did you disturb the stone ring?" My horrified stare was all the confirmation he needed. He said, "The ring is a barely cracked seal, and the plagued townsfolk are going to try to widen the crack. Perhaps destroy the seal completely. I'm too old to do what must be done. You must either move whatever sacrifice you made and burn the corpse, or you must return to town and unalive every single one of the monsters those people have become." I stared at Grayson, my mouth dropping a half-inch. Holy poop, had this guy gone on an unaliving spree? I mean, I would have too, if that had all happened to me. So the blood on your shirt. You unalived all those people? He looked at me as if I was a moron. Do I look like some spick enforcer? I've never fought a man in my life. Unalive 40-odd horrible mutated monsters all by myself. No, that would never have worked. I see. So, he'd gone back and moved Smith's body. That explained the blood on his shirt. Did that mean that there was still a small town populated by mutated horrors out there? Or had closing the rift destroyed or dispelled them somehow? All right, I've told you what happened, he said plainly. Any ethical obligation I had is now satisfied. It's on you. Shivering with confusion, I gave some polite goodbye and walked out in a daze. The cop who had let me in nodded as he saw my face. "Guy's a real prick, huh? What do you mean?" I asked, knowing that he hadn't been told Grayson's story. "He was going over 100 down the highway, in a car filled with substances, and hit some housewife's van," he said quietly, leading me back toward the front. "Unalived 3 kids. Ah. I had thought, at first, other than shock. How crappy could one person be? He had children he'd walked out on, he was involved in crime, he was vaguely racist. At least he'd gone back and, wait, so he got blood on his shirt from the car accident?" "Yeah," the cop replied. "What did you think it was?" I froze right at the front door to the station. Outside, torrential rains beat down on the glass. Among all his other faults, Grayson was also a coward. He hadn't gone back. He just walked away. He'd been warned by decades-old dreams. He'd been led to the place in time of a tremendous disaster, with knowledge of what was to come. And instead of becoming a hero, he'd screwed it all up and walked away. Was that the true nature of human beings, then? How many scary stories had I heard in my lifetime, expecting with each tale that I would rise to the occasion if they ever happened to me? Here I was, also doing nothing about it. What was there to do except stare out the window? I had no proof. If I did, I might have been able to call for aid, or go there myself and try to, as Grayson had put it, unalive 40-odd mutated monsters all by myself. The thought made me quaver, and I kept finding reasons not to go and check it out for myself. Was I a coward, too? I didn't want to believe him, but there was such an odd feeling in the air. So much for rising to the occasion. I had no proof. The story of the century, my first big break, and possibly my last, would likely be believed by no one. There's nothing left to do now but post it online and hope. Hope that someone does something, or hope that Grayson was lying. After that, I'll watch the uncommonly intense rain, and pray to God that it doesn't turn red. It started when I was young. Telling Will about the anomaly in the basement of my childhood home was not my mistake. No, my mistake was letting him see it. The return to my hometown was already emotional for many reasons. That day, I went alone. That day, I let myself in with my key and sat for half an hour in the kitchen remembering all the mornings I'd spent eating cereal at that table and trying to weasel my way out of going to school. I didn't have to go to school anymore, but, somehow, I wished I was back in those moments for just a little while. After that, I went out to the U-Haul truck and retrieved a stack of cardboard. Down in the basement, I guessed as to how much stuff I had to pack up, and I began folding the cardboard into fresh boxes. 4 boxes in, I caught sight of a smooth shallow depression in the gray cinder block wall. A rush of memories followed. When we'd been younger, my brother Will and I had played down in this basement at times, and one of our favorite imaginings had been that we could make small toys disappear by sliding them into a specific inch-wide point in the air. I couldn't remember how we'd found it and I hadn't thought about it in years, but now I was staring at a 4-foot absence. The boxes below had begun to lose their flaps and the protruding edges of their contents in a sphere of emptiness, and the wall itself looked like somebody had carved out a perfect curve. Heart racing, I held one of my fresh boxes ahead of me and moved it closer until I saw the end begin to vanish. Pulling the box back, I dropped it on the ground and flipped it around. The portions that had disappeared had not come back. The cardboard was gone, and the edges left behind were eerily smooth. For several minutes, I paced the basement, trying to process what I'd found. How was it real? How had this old game become a real thing? Or had it always been there, and we just interpreted it through the lens of childhood? Like it or not, I had to face the fact that there was an inexplicable sphere of disintegration in my basement. While trying to figure out what to do, I pulled away the boxes underneath and marked the floor with tape to avoid accidentally coming into contact with it. I could see how nobody had noticed it all these years. It was in the back corner above boxes filled with old junk. But this was strange enough that I had to tell someone, right? The first call I made was to Will. At first, he didn't believe me. I argued with him on the phone and even sent him pictures of what had happened to the wall, but he dismissed them as photoshops. He thought I was trying to trick him, and so I was forced to lie. I told him I was just having a breakdown about our parents and that I needed him to come there right away. I waited for him by the U-Haul truck, and, when he saw that I was fine, he grimaced. "Is this about that basement prank?" "Just come see it," I told him, practically dragging him inside and downstairs. Then, I gave him an old piece of wood. "Here, hold it toward the taped-off area. We'll side in that manner that only older brothers could." "Fine, I'll." The end of his piece of wood began to disappear. "Christ. See?" I shouted, moving out of his way as he stumbled back. "That game we used to play with the toys. It was this. It was real." He shook his head, his gaze locked on the empty air ahead. "No. This is something else. It has to be. It's so much worse than I remember. It was nothing at the time. A small thing. It was a big deal then, too," I insisted. "We just didn't know any better." I turned and pulled out my phone. "I'm going to get some help with this." He finally snapped out of his daze, but only to forcefully grab me by the front of my shirt. With fierce eyes, he demanded, "Don't you tell anybody." I pushed him off with a leg-supported heave. "I have to. This isn't normal. He backed off for a time, his attention turning toward the unseen sphere. While I talked to a college friend in physics I graduated with last year, we began testing different objects. Metal, porcelain, wood, even a glass of water, it all disappeared above the line of tape. While Will was carefully disintegrating the end of a tall lamp, the stairs creaked, and we both turned to see our neighbors on the stairs. It was too late. Mr. and Mrs. Evans were already watching us in shock. I thought I heard shouting, Mr. Evans said, confused by what he'd seen. Mrs. Evans came down the stairs, still stunned, but concerned. She touched me on the shoulder and asked kindly, "Are you all right down here?" Her gaze turned with suspicion toward Will in the unseen sphere. "I'm fine," I told her. It wasn't the first time they'd come over like this, and I just wanted them to leave. "We're packing things up." "Come on, honey," Mr. Evans said, waving her away. "They're fine." He glowered one last time at Will in the strange sight they beheld, and then helped his wife up the stairs. They left just in time to miss the arrival of my physics friend Ishmael. He rushed up the driveway from his car surrounded by a cloud of bulky equipment. I tried to help, but he just shook his head and asked to be led to the basement. "Is it real?" "See for yourself," I told him, helping him set up his stuff between the boxes. His gear included a camera on a tripod, several pieces of testing equipment, and some radiation detectors. At these, I paused. "You think this thing might be giving off radiation?" Ishmael grimaced. "With the behavior you described? Probably. I definitely wouldn't live above this thing. If it's giving off anything dangerous, there'd be a pretty big cancer risk." Will and I shared an unhappy glance. "All right," Ishmael said as he hung some opaque sheets of heavy material from the unfinished ceiling. "We'll stand behind these in case there's acute radiation." We nodded, took our spots, and I held out the first long piece of wood. Ishmael's camera captured every moment of the wood's slow disappearance while he stared wide-eyed and cursed softly. Cycling quickly through his devices, he checked each one and then declared, "Well, no radiation." Will said, "That's a relief." "No," Ishmael countered. "It's super weird. I sort of expected that the matter in the objects was being torn apart and scattered, but that's not what's happening. Here's the real question. Why isn't there a tornado in here?" I looked at the empty sphere for a moment before realizing what he meant. "You mean why isn't it destroying the air, too?" He nodded. "This isn't a portal to somewhere else, and it's not disintegrating matter outright. I wonder what it is doing." While he continued to perform tests, Will pulled me aside. "Look, I understand the need for help on this, but we really can't tell anyone else. This is a family matter." I nearly bit my tongue, but then decided to stand up for myself for once. "Why do you want to keep this a secret?" It was then he went in a different direction than I was expecting. His eyes lit up and he traced a hand across an imaginary display of the future. "Think about it. We could run a waste disposal company like no other. Destroy anything instantly and permanently. Do you know all that nuclear waste they bury in the desert? Gone. Toxic factory waste? Gone. We could ship it all here from anywhere and just annihilate it. Nobody else would ever be able to match us." "Oh, so it's about money, is it?" I asked, angry for some reason. "You think the government will just let us keep this to ourselves?" "Of course not," he said with a small laugh. "That's why we'll keep it a secret. They won't know about it, and we'll get rich. If anybody does suspect, we'll just say they're crazy and call them conspiracy theorists. Think about it. Who would believe the truth?" That path seemed dangerous and self-serving. "We have to tell someone." He gripped me hard by each arm. As I struggled to get away from him, he insisted, "No. There's too much money at stake." Turning from his work, Ishmael asked, "Everything all right?" "We'll let go," and I nodded. "I'm fine. What are you finding?" "I think this sphere is turning solid and liquid matter into harmless gases," he reported, peering at some of his instruments. "A little bit of argon, a little bit of nitrogen, but mostly carbon dioxide. I recommend you keep the windows open at all times to air it out." Pushing away from my older brother, I helped open the windows, and then we stood regarding the anomaly. "So it's harmless?" Will asked. "Doesn't give us cancer or anything?" Ishmael shook his head. "Looks to be a growing bubble of alternate physical laws, or at least that's my best guess. I don't know what's causing it, but if it's getting bigger over the years, then that's a huge problem. It's gravitationally bound, as we can tell from it staying in the same place rather than floating through space, so it's going to stay here on Earth. We should probably begin working on a way to undo it because, in a few centuries, it might get big enough to destroy all life on the planet. It doesn't even need to directly convert everything. If it produces enough carbon dioxide, we'll all." Without warning, Will pushed him forward, and Ishmael fell. Only his bottom half hit the floor, and his wet intestines began spilling out from his open pelvis, vanishing. Choking from the sudden breeze and the knowledge that I was breathing in his disintegrated flesh, I ran. Will caught me upstairs in the kitchen and covered my mouth to keep me from screaming. "Stop," he hissed. "Stop. It had to be done. Now we're the only ones that know." I had no choice but to let him think I was calming down. He slowly let go. "Now, are we going to get rich, or are you going to be a problem? You know I'd never hurt you, but..." I spit in his face. He backed down and wiped his cheek clean. "I'm sorry. I am," he sighed and headed for the basement stairs. "I'm going to push the rest of his body and all of his gear into the sphere. There won't be any trace left. Nobody, no one alive charge. And if you tell anyone, I'll say you were complicit. Just so you know. Sorry, but I'm just protecting myself." Full of anger, humiliation, and hate, I dashed from the house as soon as he moved out of sight. Running next door, I knocked until Mr. and Mrs. Evans opened up, and then I began frantically showing them the pictures and explaining what we'd found. "It's eventually going to destroy the world if we don't do something about it." They nodded and listened. They'd seen it. They believed me. Mrs. Evans saw the bruises on my arms and frowned. "Honey, we'll help you. Just get somewhere safe and we'll call the police." I couldn't thank them enough. I just needed to know I had allies, that I wasn't alone. Retreating to my rented U-Haul, I drove halfway down the block, locked the doors, and sat watching my childhood home while I tried to figure out what to do next. My first move was to post all the pictures and information I'd gathered online in as many forums and message boards as I could. It didn't matter what we tried to do. Others would know. About 20 minutes into that task, I saw Mr. Evans open his door and cross his lawn to post a handwritten for sale sign. I got out of my truck and headed over to question him about it. While walking over, a police cruiser finally arrived. The cop got out and intercepted me, asking me immediately if I was alright, and I began to try to explain. He was skeptical, but I showed him the photos on my phone, and he glared over at my house. Waving Mr. Evans closer, I asked him, "Here, tell him about this fear. You saw it." Mr. Evans gave me an apologetic look and then turned to the cop. "This isn't the first time we've heard yelling in that house. But as for this disintegration thingy, no, there's nothing down there. I and the missus saw an empty basement with our own eyes when we went to check. Nothing down there." Horrified, I demanded, "What the hell?" Until I realized why he'd posted a for sale sign. They wanted to sell their house before the truth was exposed. The value would drop if people knew it was next to a strange disintegrating anomaly that would eventually expand and destroy it. Just like Will, Mr. Evans was more concerned about money than the truth. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, the cop got Will outside, but my older brother and Mr. Evans managed to make me look like a crazy person. At the end of the back and forth, the cop looked me over and said tiredly, "Look, I could have helped you if not for that crazy story, but I'm not going to touch this one with a 10-foot pole. Just get somewhere safe and call up the family if you can. I'm not dealing with a he said she said situation. You look uninjured, just leave the premises." Frustrated beyond belief, I watched the cop get back in his cruiser and pull away. Beside me, Mr. Evans murmured an apology and headed back into his house. Will sneered at me and returned to the house. At least I had the internet. Others would listen. I got back on my phone and began checking what I'd posted. To my horror, there was already a bevy of eerily similar response posts from various blogs decrying the latest conspiracy and claiming that these disintegration spheres were fake news. Dozens of comments were pouring in on every site about how I was a liar, that all my images had been photoshopped, and that I was being funded by liberal billionaires to spread conspiracies. The reaction was so over the top and so consistent, I got the sense that it wasn't natural. Were there other spheres like the one in my basement? Were other people trying to get the word out but being silenced? How could anyone spread propaganda to cover up something that might destroy the world? Oh, money. We'd known about the sphere for less than a few hours and it had already made nice people lie and bad people unalive. I sat down on the curb, forlorn. I was alone in this. What could I do? I could try to fight Will, but he was bigger and stronger, and likely expecting such an attack. I couldn't beat him. He would overpower me. I could try to tell more people, but the way others had reacted so far told me nobody would know what to do about it. To get past the barrier of propaganda and reach a wider audience, I would need tons of money. I needed money to fight money. It was a self-defeating circle of logic. The only strategy that made sense was to wait until the problem got dramatically worse and could no longer be denied. I had to hope that it would not be too late by then. Once the sphere was the size of a city block, or even a city itself, once the sphere was so huge that nobody could deny it as a threat, would it still be possible to find a solution? I needed money. Heading back into the house and down to the basement, I watched Will applying more tape. It got bigger after Ishmael fell in, he said, nursing a bleeding finger where he'd grazed the edge. "So we'll have to keep measuring it after we use it." "Makes sense," I told him. "So how do we start this business?" He grinned, came up, and gripped me amicably by the back of the neck. "I knew you'd come around." I just gave a hesitant smile and nodded. It was all I could do, for now. I've always seen dead people, but I'm terrified of the one I just saw. I met him at a casting call. I was so nervous because he was famous to a small degree, at least in our area. He had shoulder-length blonde hair, which typically isn't my thing, but he had a smile that could blind a lighthouse. His name was Sebastian, and he was the star. I landed a role as one of the court maidens on a show. It was supposed to be a small part where I showed up for larger scenes, pretty much an extra with a few lines here and there. Breaking out of my comfort zone was what it was all about for me. You see, when you see dead people nearly every day, it's hard to socially acclimate to being around the living. I know it sounds strange, but the dead don't change. What they've done, they've done. They're steady and don't react to extreme situations because, well, it literally can't affect them anymore. I guess I should explain. My mother was a medium. My father was a shaman. When I was conceived, they did a ritual to grant me gifts. They couldn't predict what gifts I would be born with, only that they wanted to imbue me with power because this world is a cruel, terrifying place. My father knew before my 3rd birthday they would be in some form of accident and I would make a journey to America to be with my new family. They wrote me endless journals so I would know them, and know where I came from and who I am. My new family understood who I was, as they were in touch with my parents since before I was born. I guess it helps to be able to see the threads of fate, know what's going to happen and prepare. To those who are going to ask, if my parents knew of their inevitable death and everything that followed, why didn't they try to change it, and why didn't they know what my gift would be? My father tried to change little things as he grew but quickly learned there were severe consequences for trying to change the direction of fate. He could see it, but he couldn't change it. As for my gift, they wrote that some of my life is a mystery to them. No matter how hard they tried, once I went to America things were hidden from their sight. This caused my father great distress, and his anger and frustration come through in his writings and apologies that he can't help guide me like he's done so many others. It's never made sense to me, but it is what it is, right? The very first time I saw a dead person, I was 7. I was playing in the park alone and saw a woman sitting on the bench near the playground. She was upset and crying into her hands. Strange children do strange things, and seeing this woman crying alone made me sad. I hopped off my swing and went to go ask her what was wrong. When I got near her, she looked up and I stopped in my tracks. She had a big hole in her temple and the other side of her head was bloody and gross. Being the fact I've had a less than average upbringing, I stayed where I was and waved. She asked me if I could see her and I nodded. She lowered her head again and told me her story. Her son used to be her world. He played at this park every day until one day, he just didn't come home. She looked and looked but never found him. On what would have been his 27th birthday, she took her life in despair. She was crying because she still didn't know what happened to her baby. It was then that I understood my gift, and I knew my purpose was to help her. I used a trick my mom had lined out in one of her journals to find lost things. Side note, super helpful for the smallest things. Looking back, it was so silly. This kid looking for a lost boy from 40-some years ago with a find my lost key spell, but ironically it worked. I was able to follow the trail from the park to a condemned house about 4 blocks away. I told my other mother and she was with me. Rather than going in, she called in an anonymous tip that something might be in that house that the police might want to look into. 2 days later, a TV report showed the house and described the bones of a young boy and a man in the basement. The man's body was next to a shotgun and the skull was shattered. The man was the father of the boy. He had been into substances and kidnapped his son, and something happened. It was obvious the father had died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but the bones of the boy didn't show any signs of damage, so they couldn't determine what his cause of death was. I cried and found the whole truth because she deserved to know what happened to her son. Sadly, the man did love his son, but he wasn't very well in the head. He had been taking care of him but wouldn't let him leave. The boy was 6 and he saw the things daddy was playing with and ate a lethal dose of PCP. When the father found him dead, he shot himself in grief. When I went to explain to the woman what happened, she thanked me, stood up, and vanished. I never saw her again, but I hope she moved on. After that, I knew what my gift was and how I needed to use it. Back to the present, I've now landed a role on a show similar in time to God, The Tutors, and such. There I am in my beautiful corseted dress and I'm listening to the writer/director arguing with Sebastian. They wanted his character to fall in love with and secretly marry a young mistress, which he was highly against. I listened for a while and decided, nothing ventured, nothing gained, so I took a deep breath and stepped over. I told them I had an idea that might help smooth things over. If Sebastian was against the secret marriage because of her age, perhaps the solution could be he falls in love with her spirit but knows she's too young, so he publicly marries her, but in reality, she's being adopted. He'll send her off for education and treat her like a daughter while continuing to court other women. They both stared at me like I had lobsters crawling out of my ears, and I thought there went my acting career. Sebastian loved the idea, and the writer agreed it had merit, but needed to be fleshed out. He asked if I permitted him to modify my idea and if I would get writer credit. I was stoked. Sebastian pulled me aside and thanked me for stepping in, asked me about myself, and generally showed interest in me. This was new. I'd never had men flirt with me and I didn't know how to respond. I was completely crushing on him and it was obvious to everyone that he was interested in me. We flirted, badly on my part with lots of uncomfortable stupid giggling, and eventually, he offered to take me out one night after a wrap. One of the things I knew about him was he had small OCD tics. One of those was mirrors. He meticulously cleaned the outside mirrors of his car every time he got in it. He opened my car door, I got in, and after closing the door he started cleaning the mirror. I was watching him, thinking how interesting he was, when I saw someone in the rearview mirror. He was sitting behind me in the back seat. I slowly turned around so as not to be obvious and covered my mouth to whisper to the man, I can't help you right now, but I will as soon as I can. He just sat there, looking forward. He didn't say anything, didn't look at me, didn't move. He didn't respond to me at all, and that was new. I've met confused people, lost people, scared people, angry people, etc., but never had I experienced something like this. I watched him in the rearview mirror as Sebastian went from the mirror on my side to the one on his. When Sebastian moved, the man followed him with his eyes. That's the only movement he made. I was confounded and I whispered again, can you see or hear me? This time he did respond, but in the smallest way. He turned his eyes to me, then to Sebastian, then back to me. After doing this he looked into the rearview mirror. Our eyes met in the mirror and a deep inexplicable terror filled me. His eyes, they were empty. This man, his soul was gone. Sebastian got in the car apologizing profusely for his odd habit, and I just told him it was fine, but I was feeling sick. I blamed it on the crab dip backstage and begged off for another day. He was crestfallen and asked if his OCD bothered me. I assured him it didn't at all, I was just feeling queasy. He mentioned that I did look a little green around the gills and asked if he could at least drive me home. I reluctantly agreed, keeping my eyes on the side mirror and the man. He never moved and never looked at me again, and I gratefully got out of the car the second he stopped in my driveway. I thanked him as I ran to my house holding my hand over my mouth. I wasn't lying about feeling sick, I barely made it to the toilet in time. That night I pored over my mother's writings. I remembered something about the soulless wanderers, but I didn't read much at the time because it seemed unlikely I would ever see one. They are extremely rare, and the circumstances surrounding them were shrouded in mystery even to my parents. My mother had never seen one, but her great-grandmother had told her of the soulless, warned her of their danger, and how little was known about them. All she passed down to my mother is they are dangerous. It takes a great deal of power, rage, and emptiness in a person's heart to create a soulless one. That's all she knew, so that's all I had to go on. I decided to search the internet to see if I could find any information that other people may have come across. Stories, myths, legends, they all seem to make their way to the internet. After sorting through Star Wars ships and TV tropes, I found something buried deep in my search. What I found completely shook my view of the spirit world. The soulless ones are made that way by a powerful shaman or medium. The rage in them attacks the soul of the person, essentially absorbing their life force in the attack. If the attack is successful, their soul is offered to and eaten by a powerful spirit, which supposedly grants great power and life to the shaman that offered the soul to the being. It's an abomination. The eating of one's soul empties a person of everything. Their hopes and dreams, their spirit, their love, and hate, everything is gone. What's left is a hollow shell of a creature, not living but not dead yet. If left to live, they turn into murderous monsters, unaliving and eating their victims, trying to find where the soul of a person lives in the meat of their bodies. They aren't immortal, but if left to feed, they can live as long as they were fated to, unaliving anyone they come across. The shamans normally unalive their victims immediately, typically by drowning or burying them alive too deep for them to survive the climb out. To say I was horrified was an understatement. I hadn't recognized the dirt on the man's clothes until I finished reading. This man, this creature had been buried alive. I think my great-grandmother who passed down the story of the soulless ones didn't know much about them either, only that something evil lived in them, and even dead they could be dangerous to people like me. You see, the soulless attach themselves to the person who stole their life force. They still search for their soul in the spirit of their attacker, and when they find others that can see them, they might attack our spirit in desperation to regain a fraction of what they've lost. I sat back in horror, realizing what this might mean. Sebastian was such a good person, he didn't even want to portray a child bride situation. His OCD tics, and his peculiar behaviors, all crashed down on me. I saw the soulless one in Sebastian's car. It communicated in the smallest way, but it was clear. Sebastian was a powerful shaman, and there was no way his interest in me was a positive thing. He would see the gifts in me and would know I could see things. Now he knows where I live. Way to stay 18 forever. I met a man on the subway one day. He seemed normal enough. We each had a long ride ahead of us, and the carriage stayed empty, so we got to talking. The first thing he asked, after noticing the ring on my finger, was, "Married?" To which I nodded quietly. He smiled and coughed unevenly before replying, "It won't always be easy. Me and my Delia have 50 years now. Never was easy." "How did you folks meet?" The man must have had trouble hearing me. Old age had not treated him kindly. Jowls developed and sunk so low past his jaw that they reached past his chin. Wisps of white hair clung to his ears and nose in unfashionable clumps. His very voice sounded drowned and beaten in the mud. "I didn't get you?" he asked while joining the booth next to me. Then he stuck out a liver-spotted hand. "Marvin." "Matt, a pleasure to meet you." I asked, "How did you folks meet?" Marvin smiled again and took a look out of my passenger window. "At a bar, of course, a story as unoriginal as any other," he chuckled. "But there was nothing unoriginal about her dress. What do the kids call it? Fire. If there was one word to describe Delia in 1953, it would be fire. She was 18 and far from in between, let me tell you." Marv tapped his cane excitedly. "You know what, kid?" he asked. "I'll let you in on a little secret." I laughed. "Oh yeah? What's that?" "She's here right now." I smiled nervously and looked around the cabin. It was empty. Marvin chuckled again and patted me on the back. I felt the hair on my neck stand up and straighten uncomfortably at the contact. Something about close quarters with strangers and suddenly schizophrenic train-side confessions made me squirm. "You must find me a loon," he whispered with a toothy, or toothless, grin. "Go on, say it." He paused and attempted his best Valley Girl accent. "Say, oh Marv, you're such a loon." I don't know if you have ever heard an old man trying on a teenager's voice. It did nothing to calm my nerves. "Marv, there's no one else on this train but us." He grinned again. "I don't mean physically, of course. But she is here. She's wearing that red dress again. Same as the day we met." I began to wonder why this man would even tell me this. Surely this had to be his delusion. But why share it with me, a random fellow traveler? "He doesn't believe us," Marv concluded with lightning-fast anger. "Show him, D." A ticket checker from the transit system happened to be walking by. After a tap of Marva cane, the woman fell and smacked her mouth against the metal table. She ran away crying in a heap of blood. "Again?" he asked. I shook my head aggressively. But Marv tapped his cane once more. The lights to the cabin flicked back and forth. The door slammed shut and open. A horrific ringing filled my ears so loud that I had to scream and beg for it to stop. "Why?" I asked deliriously. "Why do this to me?" Suddenly everything stopped. The lights turned back on. The same ticket checker showed back up with a bandaged lip and nose. "You're married," Marv whispered. "You may need to know what I know one day." "What?" I asked exasperatedly. "My wife and I were together over 50 years before she passed. I don't want to live in a world without her. I don't understand anything without her. I want to live in a world where we are like that night at the bar. Crazy, free, mischievous, and 18 forever. And as far as we know, there is only one way to do that." The train bell rang. Lancaster Street. Marvin got up slowly and pointed to the sign, indicating that this was his stop. Truthfully, I was half glad to be free of the loon. I waved lazily and returned to my book. But I watched him exit the train through my window. I watched him collect his belongings and straighten his tie on the platform. I watched him lean forward and look down the opposite track. And I could swear, a woman in a red dress appeared by his side. Then I watched him spread his arms and jump in front of an approaching train with a perfectly elegant dive. My hometown is still missing. Do you know what happens when you search online for Fullerton City now? This post comes up. I'm not quite sure how to describe that feeling. We are a community of hundreds, if not thousands of people, each with countless stories and worries of our own. You are only hearing one of them now. I cannot understand how our digital footprint could disappear overnight, but here we are, day 2 in a missing city. I didn't get much sleep last night. Mark spent most of it glued to our bedroom window. He woke me and called me over now and again. Sometimes he saw flashes of light in the distance. Sometimes he saw movement in the trees. Mostly we saw fog. Thick blankets of it descended on our house like a comforter. It also never stopped raining. Big gusts of wind thumped the house hard enough to make us jump. But the most uncomfortable parts of the previous night were the periods of complete and total silence. Something about that quiet can make you crazy. In any given suburb, there are a million background noises at once, even in a storm, even at night. Birds should be chirping. Insects should be buzzing. Car engines or motorcycles or air conditioners should all be gently humming in unison. But we didn't hear any of it, not a single sound but our own. I couldn't stop thinking about the neighborhood dogs. Shouldn't they be barking? There was one in particular, a yappy little thing named Caesar, which never passed up a good opportunity to wake you up in favor of a scrambling squirrel or rabbit. Did our neighbors have time to get them inside? Did something else happen to them? What the duck happened to Caesar? Mark woke me up for the final time around 5. I tried and failed to shrug him off. I heard something in the street, he whispered. "Let's go." I asked him what he heard. Clicking. He got up and walked towards the living room without another word. I didn't want to go. I was freaked out enough. I didn't and still don't need to add another ducked up layer to this situation. Blissful ignorance is sometimes the best approach. But I got a gut feeling that this wasn't something that should be missed, and I didn't want Mark to be there alone for it, so I followed him. The hallway that leads to the living room passes by my parents' bedroom. We could hear my mother snoring softly on the other side. A baseball bat was propped up by her nightstand. Her cell phone was at the ready right beside it. We tiptoed past the creaking wood floor and arrived at the entrance to the kitchen. The clicking became clearer by that point. Mark pointed over to an alcove by the couch. I followed him to the corner. Then he stopped dead in his tracks. My father was sleeping with the gun in his hand. There was a window behind him that looked out into our entire living room. Staring through the other side was a giant black eyeball. We froze. The eye darted back and forth across the room. We were in plain sight, just standing there in the kitchen like a couple of jackbutts, but for some reason, the eye didn't seem to notice us. It passed by a couple times to focus on the toaster or something else. My father must have subconsciously read the tension in the air. He stirred and moved to roll over. When he did, thankfully, we locked eyes. I put one finger to my lips. A sober understanding dawned on his face. He took the safety off his gun. The eye responded to the movement of the gun, and in one swift jolt, disappeared from behind the window, leaving a wake of leaves and scattered footsteps behind it. The air left my lungs. Something big ascended the wood steps to our porch. My dad turned to aim the gun. Rat-tap-tap. This time we didn't need anyone to tell us. We all stayed quiet. We sat in still silence for the better part of the early morning. My mother awoke some hours later and got prepared to make breakfast, and only then did it feel safe enough to move around the house. Nobody told her what happened. I didn't think we needed to. My father certainly wasn't going to. I got the feeling from the look on his face that he would prefer not to talk at all for as long as he could. Mark returned to his spot by the window. Dad disappeared downstairs to get another box of ammo for his gun. I helped Mom cook over the fire and we all went about our tasks in complete and total silence. Nobody tried to fake conversation anymore. There wasn't any point in arguing about what was out there. We had enough food. We had enough water. Nobody was going anywhere. A knock came at the door just after noon. Each of us instantly stopped what we were doing. A sigh of relief echoed through the room when the familiar voice of our neighbor Mr. Hello followed. "Richardson's. You in there?" The door pounded harder. "No time to explain, please," he shouted. "Can you let us in?" My father walked in and stood awkwardly between my mother and the door. I could tell that he would prefer to ignore it, but she would never let him live it down, the true married man's dilemma. "Please, folks, if you're in there, open up. We don't have a lot of time." Mark shook his head. "Please," he begged. "Jean is hurt." My mom bit her nails. Dad gave in and reluctantly looked through the peephole. Satisfied with his view of the other side, he slid the pistol into his back pocket, unlatched the lock, and opened the door. "Thank you." Mr. Hallow is a big, burly guy. He took my father into his arms and slapped his back so hard the sound echoed down the hall. He moved over to chase my mother down for a kiss on the cheek as his wife and daughter trailed meekly behind. "Thank you," he bellowed. "Thank you, thank you. We didn't know if we'd see anybody else." My dad nodded awkwardly. My mom stepped up and hugged Mrs. Hallow tight. A quiet, pitiful moan escaped her lips as she did. The two of them were usually thick as thieves. My neighbor was a nice lady, the type that usually never shuts up, but now she couldn't get a word out. A thin line of blood trickled behind her foot. It didn't take long to notice the source. Her slacks were cut from the ankle to the knee. My dad slammed the door. "Come on, Jeannie," my mother cooed. "Let's get you cleaned up." The two of them walked hand in hand to the kitchen. Mr. Hallow sat down on our couch and wiped the sweat from his forehead and t-shirt. His daughter, Alice, perched herself neatly on the arm beside him. "As I said," he said while catching his breath. "Lucky we found somebody." My father nodded again. "Did you see it?" Mark asked. "Whatever's out there, I mean." Mr. Hallow stared back at him. He took a second before he spoke, like he wanted to pick his words, which didn't quite fit for a guy like him. "One of them got in the house," he said definitively. "An open window, downstairs. We trapped it in the basement." My father held up his hand. "Didn't feel safe staying there, though." My father interrupted. "Enough," he whispered. "Take a break, Mike, let's talk." Mr. Hallow nodded in bewilderment. He got up and shuffled after my father towards the dining room, leaving Mark and me, uncomfortably, with Alice. Alice Hallow is around my age. She's short, with dark hair, and dark eyes. She has this awkwardly adorable round head that she covers up with a bow, or pin, or some other new accessory every other day. I've had a crush on her since grade school. I know that's probably not relevant, but I just want to point out what may later become obvious. Mark elbowed me in the ribs. I ignored it. "So did you see anything?" I asked. "Like, did you see anybody out there?" She paused and then shook her head. "Well, what does it look like outside?" Mark asked. "Normal," she answered. "Quiet. And you didn't see anything?" I asked again. "When it started, I mean." She looked at me and shook her head, paused, then relented. "We were all inside sleeping like you probably were. It was late," she started. "Or early. I don't know. My dad was upstairs. I was upstairs. My mom doesn't sleep much, so she was doing some laundry in the basement." She hesitated. "I don't know what woke me up first, her screaming, or the power going out. They both seemed to happen at the same time." My dad started shouting her name. "You know, Jeannie. Jeannie," and my mom was just wailing from the basement. We both got to the kitchen and we could see her running up the steps. She was screaming at my dad. "You know, close the door. Close the door." But my dad couldn't stop looking at whatever was behind her. He just froze. "Right," Mark whispered. "Can't blame him." So I reach out and slam the door, just as my mom makes it through, and something wedges itself in the doorway. "Holy poop," I murmured. "What was it?" "I don't know. Something thick and sharp. Like a claw, I guess. It was wet, too. It left a stain. Anyway, I couldn't get the door shut because of it. I was panicking. I kicked my dad in the shin and he threw his body weight against the frame. The lock finally clicked and we heard whatever it was fall down the stairs on the other side. She paused. It didn't come up again. My father re-emerged from the dining room some moments after our awkward silence. Mr. Hallow trailed sheepishly behind. "Who's ready to eat?" We ate our fire-cooked meal in relative silence. All four parents made it abundantly clear through menacing stares that the topic of the poop show outside would not be discussed with children present. Mark again asked if he could go for a walk. Nobody dignified him with a response. After our dishes were done and disposed of, we retreated into various alcoves of our suddenly cramped 3-bedroom. Mark and I went back to our room. Alice set up shop in the office with her mom. My mother retired to bed early and both dads stood, sat, guard in the living room. The house grew quiet again. The wind and rain finally seemed to slow down. My Stephen King novella kept me company. I couldn't help but empathize with the main character. Somewhere in between tales of rats in armor, bat rats, and albino rats who never saw the sun, sleep came easily and comfortably under my familiar warm sheets. I woke up to a rude shaking. Alice was standing over me. She didn't say anything. I guess she didn't have to. Mark and I rubbed the last remaining ounce of sleep out of our eyes and followed her wordlessly into the office. 2 cots were set up in the room. One looked disheveled, the other was still made. Alice pointed to the open window. Her mother was gone. I'm a SWAT officer who's trying to stay alive in the middle school of hell. Did this guy just say backup? It was a bizarre thing to consider since I thought we were supposed to be the backup. But then again, stranger things have happened. In fact, stranger things were actively happening. Backup? What backup? The armored beefcake ignored my question, putting his attention back on the fireman instead. Not that I minded the decision, to be fair. The fireman jolted back up, releasing a vortex of flames that nearly singed my eyebrows off. Ugh. It screamed. The new world will have no place for fodder like you. This is. He was interrupted by another bulky fist being drilled into his jaw, rendering him immediately unconscious. The backup nonchalantly shook the flames off of his hand, dusting stray embers from his clothes in the process. Weird how the cool-looking ones usually end up being weak. Seemed like a level 3 threat. Level 3 what? What is this? Who are you? I launched a series of feverish questions at him. He scratched his face through an opening in his mask. If I tell you, I'm gonna have to brainwipe you. The response froze me for a second. And then he burst out laughing. Nah, I'm kidding. I wouldn't be the one to do it. The suits would. What? So who are you? I'm Kaz. U.S. Military. Holy Soldier Division. Class 2. What the hell did you even just say? I responded, utterly baffled. He chuckled. Wouldn't expect you to know about it. They brainwipe everybody who does, after all. Okay, I said, trying to compose myself. So what's going on here? Your guess is as good as mine, buddy. They call me up for these weird missions all the time. They've labeled them unique situations requiring divine intervention. Divine? Holy? What's all that poop about? Well, they can't explain our abilities. So they've put it on God. He made air quotes with his fingers as he said the G word. Your abilities? Like what? As I finished the question, a writhing, purple tentacle broke through the roof, dripping caustic liquid that dissolved the floor beneath. That looks like a level 6. He turned back to face me. You can stay and find out. But I wouldn't recommend that. It might get a bit hectic. I didn't take his advice at first, thinking that I'd die instantly if I tried going off by myself. I stayed and watched as the tentacle descended further, furiously wrapping itself around Kaz's torso. But instead of being dissolved, he began attempting to rip the appendage apart with his own bare hands. During the scuffle, a small drop of the liquid found its way onto my arm. It stung like hell as it seeped into my tissue, feeling like a boiling needle being drilled into my skin. As soon as that happened, I was out of there. But of course, I still had no idea where I was going. I could hear even more commotion going on outside, including some kind of booming robotic voice, followed by the sounds of rocket launchers. Eventually, I found what I believed to be another officer, standing at the end of a hallway with his back turned to me. Hey, I called out, half whispering, hoping to draw zero attention. When he didn't turn around, I began walking towards him. About 3 steps in, the rational part of my brain began pulsating, causing me to stop and consider my situation. Yeah, there's no way this guy's gonna be normal, I thought. My conjecture was proved right when he turned around, revealing a mangled face resembling the rough design of a conventional jack-o'-lantern. He was also holding a glowing, purple knife. The former cop let out a giggle so painfully unnatural to the point where it felt like fingers were running down my back. But I quickly realized that it wasn't the laugh that spurred that odd sensation. Somebody was literally touching my back. I whipped my head around, seeing a tall, pale man dressed in a charcoal black suit with violet, swirling cyclones for eyes. Do you understand now? Do you sense your ultimate duty? He said to me, smiling like a lunatic. You too could be a part of the new world as one of my messengers. Ah, messengers for what? I asked, trying to stall for time as I inched towards an adjacent hallway to run down. For me, of course. The prophet. The new messiah. I don't know, I stammered out, trying to avoid his hair-raising glare. Or I could just send you to hell right now. So turn into a demonic jack-o'-lantern or die. Both are fantastic options. Luckily for me, a familiar figure staggered into view a few moments later. It was Kaz, looking like he'd been through a meat grinder. Geez, that was tough, he said, breathing heavily. He bent over for a moment, before looking up at the pale man. Oh poop. This ducker again. He muttered. The pale man's face devolved into an explicitly malicious grimace upon seeing Kaz. A heretic calling himself holy. You, dissidents, should have unalived me when you had the chance. His side. Nobody's calling themselves holy. For the last time, that's just the title they gave me, you effing idiot. The pale man let out an ominous chuckle, before levitating. Do not take my name in vain, heretic. Has looked over at me. Hey buddy, you better get out of here. I'm only gonna be able to keep him occupied for a few minutes. This butthole's a level 10. I still had no idea what that meant, but it sure as hell didn't sound good. In any case, I ran away from the situation as the two clashed behind me. As much as I hated the situation, I hated my weakness even more. Despite my growing resentment of the job, one thing that kept me going was the general perception of the SWAT as some bad but protectors of the public. But I hadn't saved anybody since entering the school. In fact, the kid. God damn it, the kid. I was gonna let him die here, wasn't I? Not that I could do much, though. I wasn't so safe myself, being chased by the blade-wielding officer. But what did I spend all those years training for? I've been in life or death situations before. Did I run then? Duck, no. So why was I running now? Just because paranormal factors were being thrown into the mix? I laughed at myself, reflecting on my cowardice. I stopped running and drew my knife. Time to deal with this myself, I thought. Time to become what the public thinks I am. I stepped forward as the demon officer rushed me. I managed to dodge his first swing, giving me an explosion in confidence. I capitalized on the adrenaline rush, slamming my knife into the back of his head. But then the knife shattered upon impact and my heart subsequently dropped. The officer turned around, shoving me about 20 meters back. My whole body was stinging as I pushed myself back up. Yeah, never mind. Duck it. I was still trying to find my balance as the officer continued striding toward me. Like I've said before, near-death experiences were hardly alien to me. But in every previous situation, my life still felt like it was in my own hands, as if I had at least a marginal degree of control over my fate. But at that moment, the prospect of death felt imminent, and it was the scariest moment of my life. As the distance between us continued closing, I spotted two figures turning the corner at the other end of the hall. I thought they were just more creatures at first, but then I realized they weren't moving like creatures, and they sure didn't look the part either. I picked up my pace, quickly stumbling to a stop right in front of them. It was a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their mid-20s. The man was tall and built, sporting what appeared to be a mechanical exoskeleton over a tank top and cargo pants, while the woman was of a more slender physique, wearing a thick jacket and tight black shorts. She also had a pair of large, robotic goggles around her head. "Whoa there," the man said in a wholly unfamiliar accent. "You all right?" Out of breath, I replied mostly incoherently, simply pointing at the officer over my shoulder. The woman's expression remained stagnant as she drew a ridiculously large pistol from her jacket, firing off a round that caused my ears to ring for around half a minute. But when I turned around, the officer's entire upper body had been obliterated. "Well, that'll do it," she said, her accent being the same as the men's. "Now, maybe you can help us out and we'll call it even. You see, we're looking for a PP head named Trent Risen. He also calls himself the Messiah or something. He's got a big bounty on his head that we'd really like to grab before anybody else does. Now, have you seen him around? I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home. Name 3 sentences that can cover up all manner of sins better than these. I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home." Those were the last 3 Jamie Willis ever said to me. I can still hear the inflection in her voice. I can still hear the fear. I can still feel the way she sighs and spit out through the speaker on my old, crappy phone, as if on cue. She ran through the first 2 sentences quickly and perfectly. Like, she knew that was the most important thing to say. "I'm sorry. I love you." She knew she needed to get that out of the way. Then she paused, took a deep breath. I wondered if she'd been crying, then, and I still do. Please come home. Jamie never really gave a duck about what people had to say. She wore depression on her sleeve and slept her way through senior year. She followed obscure religions. She wrote weird song lyrics on her backpack. She wore sweatshirts, a lot of the time, and sweatpants too. She fought back against the teachers. She fought back against her mother. She fought against every form of authority we encountered as teens. She dyed her hair black, not because it was cool, back then, but because it matched her woefully fake apathetic attitude towards anything resembling the red-headed father who went and died before they had time to even spend 3 cognitive effing years together. Her words, not mine. I, on the other hand, was the polar opposite. I listened to everything my parents told me. My grades were kept high for fear of punishment. I struggled in math, particularly geometry, and physics too. But my strengths were enough to outweigh the negatives. I made the dean's list. I participated in after-school activities. My dad aimed for college, or even a university, if one was stupid enough to offer a scholarship. His words, not mine. Those goals came crashing down the moment we met. We started dating during senior year. We became serious that fall. My teacher said I lacked motivation in the second quarter, and my parents said she was a bad influence. I knew better to agree with the former over the latter. It had nothing to do with her influence. I loved her. Nothing in my world seemed more important than Jamie. Her struggles became my own. Her anger becomes mine. Her depression became mine. Nothing else inside or outside that stupid school seemed more important than keeping Jamie satisfied. We graduated by the skin of our teeth in the summer of 2018. We moved in together that July. We went to community college in 19, and we tried to manage dueling jobs on the side. We didn't see each other much, besides in bed, then. Jamie always called me her ship in the night. That's around when we started to fight. It turned out, to our disappointment, that 2 people working minimum wage jobs could barely afford the rent in our largely affluent hometown. Our credit card bills are stacked up. We took out loans to pay back loans. We worked even more to get by, and our time together started to decline. Her depression worsened again in the winter. I wish I hadn't ignored the signs. One morning, Jamie found me at the kitchen table with a bowl of cereal, right before my 8 a.m. class. I could see the lack of sleep painted under her eyes. I could tell that morning had been a rough one. Nonetheless, even through the struggle, she still tried to fix me some eggs and a few slices of bacon before I left. I begged her not to. She caught me with a strange question just as she slid the fresh plate in front of me. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to die?" Jamie thought about her dad a lot when she was depressed. Nothing I said ever made it better. So, I just shrugged. She continued. "I think it hurts. At first. And then it's like going home. It's like walking down a long tunnel into a big house with all of your old friends, and you never have to leave or work ever again. You just get to stay there forever. That's not so bad, right?" She smiled and looked over at me over a freshly poured cup of coffee. Then she covered up a fresh batch of tears. "Jamie, please, not today." I hated that attitude. I hated the nihilism. Maybe it was the migraine about my class, the lack of hours at my job, or the overall stress eating away at my liver. But for whatever reason, I snapped back. I wish I hadn't. I don't have time for this. Everything is drowning. We're sinking. We're dying. We're working too much. We can't afford our bills. We can't afford this apartment. The only thing we can do to fix that is work and more work. So what do you expect? We are doing everything we can to survive. Jamie sniffed over the freshly made eggs. Scrambled, with crispy bacon, just how I liked. My mom told me once what his last words were. She continued in a sob. She wanted to talk about some stupid gossip thing in the news. He told her didn't have time. I slammed the table. Slightly. The heart attack happened an hour later. In his office. At his desk. She snatched my cup and got up from the table. Then she got her coat and got ready to leave. Is that the last thing you want to say to me, Scott? You don't have time? She finished her accusations in a rush and marched for the front door. No, I called out over her shoulder. Jamie, no, come on. I followed her to the door and tried to hold it open. But she shut it in my face. I felt awful the moment she left. I paced back and forth like a butthole and cursed myself for the stupidity. I knew I dug up. I knew I overreacted. I thought about buying flowers. I thought about taking her out to dinner. But only one feeling gave me comfort over the overwhelming guilt in my gut. I needed to talk to her. I needed to talk to her right that second. So I called her. The moment she picked up the phone, I spit out a rapid combination of apologies before she could even say anything. Jamie, I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home. She laughed. The sound seemed obscured alongside her tears. Promise me we'll end every future fight just like that. Like what? Like that. I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home. I paused. Okay. I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home. And so she did. I worked, through that day, without paying the argument much mind. There had been many fights like it before. Sometimes the couples who love each other the most fight the most. Sometimes, if it's healthy, occasional fighting is the only way for a relationship to survive. We told each other that often. What neither of us could possibly know was that Jamie would not survive that night. A snowstorm devastated the Jersey Shore. The weather people never saw it coming. Jamie's infinitely safe Infantile hit a rough patch of snow on the parkway during her commute. She collided with a highway divider at a high speed. She ricocheted off the wall and into oncoming traffic. Several different cars hit her on the driver's side, and she died, probably immediately, before the paramedics even arrived. I identified her body myself. It remains the most traumatic experience of my life. I never quite moved on. I stayed at our apartment that night, and for many nights after. I know that's not healthy. My parents begged me not to. My friends begged me not to. They didn't understand why. But I wanted to be alone. I wanted to be with Jamie. It's probably better things worked out that way, because sometime around 10, I received a phone call that remains the strangest of my life. I can still hear the inflection in her voice. I can still hear the fear. I can still feel the way she sighs and spit out through the speaker on my old, crappy phone, as if on cue. She ran through the first 2 sentences quickly and perfectly. Like, she knew that was the most important thing to say. I'm sorry. I love you. She knew she needed to get that out of the way. Then she paused. Took a deep breath. I wondered if she'd been crying, then, and I still do. I love you. I'm sorry. Please come home. Jamie has called my phone every Friday night for the past 4 weeks. She doesn't say anything else. She doesn't need to say anything else. Just, come home. And I don't know how to tell her the truth. I don't know how to tell my wife I'm not ready to go. I found an extremely bizarre internet survey. Nobody knows what rock bottom truly is until they've hit it. Being abruptly fired from a job you've worked at for the past 10 years, and then catching your girl cheating on you with your replacement makes a man think. Hell, my student loans aren't even paid off yet. What a poop show this life is. After a rather boozy night that consisted of sending out about 4 dozen resumes and horrendously written cover letters, I passed out. When I woke up the next morning, I decided to at least try and make some money at home while waiting for an interview. At that moment, I thought that the best way to go about it was completing those internet surveys that yielded $5 Subway gift cards and other poop like that after about an hour of answering questions. I mean, I didn't have any other marketable skills that could have yielded immediate income. It was either that or wasting the day away playing computer games. At least I wouldn't have to pay for food. I did these surveys for about 5 hours before nearly passing out. It was way more excruciating than I'd originally anticipated. At the end of those 5 hours, I'd accumulated about $45 in cash and gift cards. $9 an hour. Not like I was making much more than that before. I was about to close my laptop up for the day and head to a bar in an attempt to drown out my melancholy when I first saw it. It shouldn't even have been noticeable. But for one reason or another, it was. At the bottom corner of the website that I was on, existed a tiny, singular advertisement. Maybe it was the simplicity that got me. Plain black letters in a tacky font that read surveys for cash overlapped a completely white background. At least they were direct with the message. One more couldn't hurt, I thought. Might as well scrape together a little bit more booze money before heading out. I sat back down, clicked on the picture link, and prepared myself to grind through some more painstaking inquiries. The first few questions were simple enough. I guess they weren't questions, but more data collection. My name, age, and occupation. I thought it was kind of weird that they also asked my height and weight, but it wasn't unheard of. The first real question was a different story though. I must have stared at it, eyes wide and mouth agape, for God knows how long. What the actual hell? In plain English, this is what popped up on my screen. How strong is your urge to currently look behind you? There were 5 options below, ranging from not at all to overwhelming. There was no feasible reason why I should have been afraid at that moment. But I was. I tightened my breathing, trying to make out any subtle noises behind me. There were none. After maybe about 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to look. There was nothing. I sighed in relief and scoffed at myself at the same time. This must have been some kind of joke. However, I decided to entertain it, answering neutral and clicking on the next question. This is what it read: why would you look behind you? I smirked. Funny, before simply typing in I don't know in the response box and once again clicking next. This was the third question. You're on a plane. Apart from you, there is only one other passenger, who is sitting somewhere behind you. At some point, you get up to go to the washroom and find that the man is gone. You check to see if he is in the only bathroom on the plane, but he isn't. What do? Again, I must have stupidly stared at it for nearly 10 minutes. Was this some kind of obscure personality test? I mean, it must have been, right? Right? I put the same answer that I used for the last question. I don't know. It was true. I didn't know. How was I supposed to answer this poop? I clicked next again, now more intrigued than anything. The fourth question went like this. You wake up in woods unfamiliar to you. It's nighttime, and the moonlight provides you with only slight visibility. About 30 feet away from you, there is a small, dimly illuminated cabin. The door is open, and a smiling woman is motioning for you to come in. Do you go? Explain why. This question wasn't necessarily weirder than the last one, so my conjecture that this was some kind of odd personality test was still feasible. I attempted to answer this one, something along the lines of going into the cabin because there's simply nowhere else to go. Once again, I clicked next. Probably shouldn't have. The questions started getting ducked up. They weren't too gory or explicit, not anything like that. They were just strangers. Weirder. More psychologically disturbing. If you're wondering why the hell I kept going, I can't really give you an explicit answer to that. I just felt like I had to. It was an esoteric, creeping sensation that I can't quite explain away. But I could never shake it. So I just went on. Some of the questions that stood out were: suppose that you wake up one night to find an elevator in your house. Every midnight after that, it opens up for 5 minutes, revealing an exact copy of yourself that gets progressively more injured as time goes on. Do you keep living like this? Or do you enter the elevator once and end it all? And you're in a hotel room but are awoken by a rapid knocking at your window. You peek through the blinds, seeing what appears to be a man missing both his eyes. He puts his mouth to the glass and tells you to unalive the woman in the bathroom immediately. Do you listen to him? This was one of my least favorites. You are watching home videos with your mother. One of the tapes include footage of her being unalived by a masked intruder. Your mother simply laughs at this footage without saying anything. In your opinion, is this a cause for concern? In addition to this insanity-inducing poop, there were some rather disconcerting events happening in real life as well. I received a knock at the door about 30 minutes in. I looked through my peephole to find a guy standing there, frantically shaking his head and mouthing no while making direct eye contact with me. He looked terrified. I didn't open up. I received about 10 phone calls from somebody named the auditor on my caller ID. They left a message every time, but each one was just a recording that consisted of somebody saying numbers through heavy static. Actually, it sounded more like screaming now that I think about it. About an hour into this thing, I was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I was petrified of looking behind me, even though there was no indication that anything should have been there. I heard some soft scratching coming from my vent at one point, so I moved my couch over it. Eventually, I reached what appeared to be the end of the survey. However, it wasn't a question. It was simply a statement. Don't let them in. They're not to be trusted. Almost as if it were on cue, I heard more knocking at my door about 5 seconds after reading this. As slowly and silently as I could, I moved over and looked through the peephole once again. It was a different person than the one I'd seen earlier. She was a woman, looking to be in her mid-20s. She was wearing a thick blazer, despite it being around 90 Fahrenheit outside. She was also wearing sunglasses, so I could never really tell where she was actually looking. She eventually took a piece of paper out of her pocket and slipped it under the door. I looked down and read it. It's lying. Leave your apartment immediately. It's been about half an hour since. I can't bring myself to look at the computer screen or the woman outside. She's still there. I can see the shadows of her feet from underneath my door. I heard my bedroom window open a few minets ago, but I've since jammed the door shut with a chair. I can hear some kind of distorted muttering coming from behind it now. Maybe rock bottom wasn't so bad. But what the duck am I supposed to do here? If you ever come across a children's show called Jolly Roger, do not let your kids watch it. My 8-year-old son Ethan is one of those kids that is very hard to keep entertained and to keep occupied. Usually after school, he will beg me to watch some TV and so I let him watch it for an hour, but after around 10 minutes in front of the television, he is already bored. He then will move on to coloring in some other form of arts and crafts and it will sometimes keep him occupied for an hour or two. This was the standard after-school routine that was in place with Ethan. Well, that was until we discovered Jolly Roger. We first discovered the television show Jolly Roger when I was scrolling through a popular kids streaming service. We had already scrolled through many different kids shows, all of which Ethan wasn't interested in, but when the small image and the big red writing that read Jolly Roger showed up on the screen, Ethan immediately said he wanted to watch that show. In my opinion, it looked like it might have been aimed at kids a bit younger than Ethan, but when I suggested that he chooses another show, he furiously stomped his foot and insisted that that was the show he wanted to watch. I did have some work that I needed to do that day, but I decided that I would watch the first episode with him, just to make sure that it was okay for him to watch. I was fairly certain that it would be, as it was under the kids category on the streaming service, but I guess I am just a bit of an overprotective parent. So, we both sat next to each other on the couch and began to watch the first episode of Jolly Roger. A loud and happy song filled with trumpets and drums started playing as a man walked out onto the screen. He came from inside a large pirate ship, which I guess is where the show got its name, and he walked up close to the camera as the words Jolly Roger flashed up on the screen. This man wore a long-sleeved purple shirt and black denim jeans, and he had short and medium-length curly black hair that looked like little pieces of spiral pasta that emerged from his head. The thing that I noticed most about this man though was not his funny-looking hair, it was his smile. It was possibly the biggest grin that I have ever seen on anybody before. His lips were open wide, revealing perfectly straight, white teeth underneath. The corner of his lips was almost up level with his nose, and it almost looked like his lips were being pulled back in order to smile as wide as he was. This man then began to talk. Hello kids, how are we all today? I hope we are all happy. He said in an overly excited and over-the-top voice, "My name is Jolly Roger and I hope that we can all have a good time day. We will be singing, we will be dancing, and of course, we will be having fun." At this point, it seemed like the show was definitely going to be appropriate for Ethan. He was probably getting too old for this type of show. I did continue to watch the episode and it continued pretty much how you would expect. Jolly Roger pulled out a guitar and sang some nursery rhymes, then he began teaching some dance, and then he moved into the arts and crafts portion of the show. In this episode, he was teaching the kids how to make a small pencil holder that the kids could take to school. Once the pencil holder had been built, using an old toilet roll and some stickers, Jolly Roger then said that it was time for him to go. "My time with you is now at an end," he told the viewer, his large smile still present. "But before I do, we can't forget to sing the Jolly Roger song." Jolly Roger then began to sing a short song. "Every day is happy, so don't be a grin dodger. So, smile big and smile wide, just like Jolly Roger," he sang while waving to the camera. Jolly Roger was right though. He did smile big, and he did smile wide. That was one thing that didn't change throughout the whole episode. He never once stopped smiling. That big, wide smile never disappeared from his face. Once the episode was finished, I decided that it would be safe for me to leave Ethan alone to continue watching Jolly Roger. I had some work to do, and Ethan seemed more than happy, sitting there watching the show. Which I guess was strange. He normally would just sit there and watch more than one episode of show before he grew tired of it and found something else to do. But there he was sitting perfectly still on the couch, as glued to the television. This was a good thing, I thought. It meant he was entertained and would allow me to get a few moments of peace to get on with work. I got up from the lounge and told Ethan I was heading to the kitchen, but he didn't respond to me. He was just focused on one thing: the television. I didn't think too much of it and left the lounge room and headed out to the kitchen and began to do some work. I guess I lost track of time because, before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. I hadn't heard a peep out of Ethan, which was unusual, so I guess I got distracted by my work and had forgotten to check on him. I got up from the seat in the kitchen and went back out to the lounge room and found Ethan. He was still sitting in the same spot where I left him, his eyes still transfixed on the TV. I went and grabbed the remote and paused the show and told him that it was time for dinner and that he would have to watch more of it tomorrow. He didn't protest or get mad. Instead, he just said okay, got up from the lounge, and headed to the kitchen. As he was leaving the room, I glanced at the TV and saw that he was already on to episode 6, which is much more than he will usually watch in one sitting. We ate dinner together like normal, and then I spent the rest of the night helping Ethan with his homework. It was a pretty normal night. Everything seemed to be fine until it was Ethan's bedtime. I sent him to brush his teeth, even though he claimed he didn't need to and that his teeth were fine, and while he was brushing in the bathroom, I went into his room to get his bed ready for him. I needed to tuck his quilt under his bed, and so I bent down to tuck it in. As I bent down, I noticed something sticking out from underneath his bed. It was only jutting out just an inch, so I couldn't quite make out what it was. I reached out and grabbed it and pulled it out from under the bed. It was only small, and it was quite light, and it took me a second to realize what exactly it was. It was a small toilet roll, but over the top of it was a thin layer of tissue paper, which was blocking one end. I felt something rattle inside, and so I looked down into it. Inside, there was one single tooth. It was only a small tooth, and so I knew that it probably belonged to Ethan. At this point, I heard some footsteps behind me, and so I turned around and saw Ethan standing at the doorway, one hand behind his back. "You didn't tell me that you lost another baby tooth. When did you lose that?" I asked him. "Only today," he replied. "I pulled it out myself." "What do you mean you pulled it out yourself?" I asked him, growing concerned as to why he would pull his tooth out and place it into a toilet roll. Ethan looked at me for a second before replying. "Because Jolly Roger told me to. He told me that the magic wouldn't work if I didn't do it. It was a part of his arts and crafts. He told me that I needed one of my teeth and that I also needed some of your blood." Some of my blood. Before I could finish my sentence, Ethan suddenly stepped towards me and pulled his hand out from behind his back. In his hand he was holding one of my razor blades. I don't even know how he managed to get it. I always keep them out of reach, but I guess it didn't matter now because he was holding one and he was walking towards me. I dropped the toilet roll holder and reached out my arm to grab the blade off of my son. He then swung his arm towards my hand, and I felt the pain sear through my index finger. The razor blade had left a long, narrow cut along the top of my fingertip. Blood began to emerge from the wound. Ethan then quickly bent down, picked up the toilet roll holder that I had dropped and placed it on top of my finger. I quickly pulled the toilet roll off of my finger, in disbelief as to what had just happened. Ethan then reached out his hand that was holding the razor blade, like he was giving it back to me. I snatched it off of him and began to berate him. Maybe, I was way too harsh on him, but I gave him a strong and probably quite loud talking to. He seemed upset, like he was remorseful for what he had done. I then put him into his bed and left the room, grabbing the toilet roll holder that now contained Ethan's tooth and was smeared in my blood. I went out of Ethan's room, slamming the door behind me. Something he said was beginning to worry me though. Jolly Roger told me to. I didn't know what this meant, but I knew that there was a way of finding out. I spent the next couple of hours watching through the episodes of Jolly Roger. Everything I watched though seemed normal. It was a lot of singing and dancing, and through the arts and crafts section, he only ever made innocent little crafts, as you would normally see on kids' shows. There was no mention of teeth or drops of your parents' blood. I didn't know where he got all of that from because it wasn't in any of the episodes I had just watched. I was just finishing watching episode 6 and I could hear Jolly Roger singing, like he always did, "Smile big and smile wide," just like Jolly Roger, he sang, his big smile flashing towards the camera. Just as he sang the words "common" just like Jolly Roger, that's when I felt it. I distinctly remember the feeling of 2 fingers, one on each side of my mouth, forcing their way inside of my mouth and then pulling upwards. I felt these fingers inside of my mouth, pulling my lips, forming a large, unwanted grin. I didn't know what it was, and when I felt around my mouth, I couldn't feel anything, but I knew that there was something there, forcing me to smile. That was 3 days ago now, and I can still feel the never-ending smile on my face. I can feel the fingers forcing my face into a large, painful smile. I now think back to the old saying, smiles are contagious, but this is one smile that I do not wish to pass on to anybody. So, now I am cautious of anyone I see smiling. Maybe they are just happy, or maybe their kid also watched an episode of Jolly Roger. I'm a SWAT officer trapped in a middle school. Duck me. I had the decision to make here. I could have lied to the bounty hunters, claiming that I had no idea where Trent was, in order to avoid whatever hellish clash they would have engaged in. But at the same time, I was thinking that they'd be able to take him out, which would have meant at least one huge problem being solved. Also, it was pretty obvious that hiding by myself would only be a reprieve. Something would find and unalive me eventually. There was obviously no chance of me defeating the Messiah by myself. But the bounty hunters? Well, I was hopeful. With that in mind, I began retracing my steps, leading the two towards the corridor where Trent and Kaz were about to throw down, hoping that the latter had at least managed to weaken the former. However, as soon as we turned our first corner, we came across 5 middle school-aged kids. They all had a faint, dark purple smoke rising from their bodies, with blacked-out eyes and fang-like teeth. I suppose the assumption could be made that they might have been possessed. What made it even more complicated was the fact that they were kids. Could we just unalive them? All right, I said. Let's think of a way to incapacitate and restrain them. I acted first, attempting to grab one of the kids and put them in a chokehold. As I said, I'm not the smartest guy. As soon as I got close, the kid grabbed me by the arm and swung me into the lockers with beast-like strength. The bounty hunter simply laughed in response. After wiping an amused tear from his eye, the man stepped forward, drawing an extremely large blade from his exoskeleton. He rushed forward at a dizzying speed, slicing each of their heads off in immediate succession. All right, he said, completely unfazed by what he'd just done. Let's go. Why did you? I began stammering out. They were kids. We could have. Could have effing what? The woman said, stepping by me. Gotten your butt ripped apart by them? And then she scoffed. Don't tell me you were thinking they could be changed back. It really doesn't work like that. I stood there for a second, horrified by their blatant cruelty. But the realization quickly dawned on me. What else could we have done? It wasn't so much that I was disturbed by what they'd done. That part seemed inevitable. It was more so the attitude they displayed whilst doing it. Well? The man asked me. You coming or what? We'll ditch you right here if you don't move. I forced myself to get over it, under the reasoning that I was going to forget that any of this had happened. Well, try to forget. The idea of a brain wipe was sounding pretty good at that moment. When we got to the corridor where I'd seen Trent last, it was empty. No bodies, even. Just a lot of bloodstains on the ground. The male hunter sighed. Well, damn. Hope that ducker's still alive. As we were about to head off to keep searching, a voice called out from behind us. What's going on over here? It was deep and gravelly, in a tone that was both reserved and implicitly aggressive. We turned around and saw an older man, maybe mid-40s, clad in dark green tactical gear. His hair was cut short, and one of his eyes had a gnarly scar running through it. He chewed on his cigar, seemingly analyzing the three of us. Are you my targets? He asked, probably not expecting an answer. The male hunter shook his head. Don't think so. Who the duck are you? Calhoun, the man responded. Class 1 holy soldier. Another one? I thought to myself. Let's see, he continued. I'm sensing no power coming from him, he said, pointing towards me. But you too. What's your business here? He gestured towards the hunters. Our business? The woman spoke up. Nothing to do with you. Calhoun sneered, before dropping his cigar and stomping on it. You're impeding official U.S. military business. I effing hate bounty hunters. Get a real job. The male hunter sneered back as he stepped forward. What? Like yours? You're a real saint, you simpering puppet. Calhoun's lips curled into a really unpleasant smirk. Good. Throw the first punch. Makes it even better for me. And then, before I could say anything at all, they were fighting. Each of their swings and kicks was devastating, shattering the ground and busting open metal lockers with each missed strike. It truly was a clash between titans. And it was infuriating to watch, given the situation. What the hell are you guys doing? I called out. Can't this effing wait? I turned to the female hunter, expecting her to be some voice of reason. But of course, she was also insane, watching the fight with a huge smile plastered onto her face. Oh god, was all I could mutter out. While the fight had started pretty even, Calhoun was quickly gaining the upper hand. He stopped one of the male hunter's slashes by grabbing the blade. You don't have any experience, do you boy? He said, before snapping it off and plunging it into one of the hunter's eyes. Despite the grievous injury, the hunter simply let out an exasperated grunt and persisted forward. He began swinging with his naked fists, managing to connect a few times with Calhoun's ribs. But the holy solitaire hardly seemed affected, grabbing the hunter by the head and drilling his knee upwards, shattering the jaw. Calhoun finished him off by pulling out an extremely sawed-off shotgun and blasting the hunter's torso to hell. I could only watch in abject shock as the inexplicable scene unfolded in front of me. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit to being somewhat astonished by the whole thing. I was nearly in a state of morbid awe. I looked at the female hunter, expecting her to be absolutely fuming. Instead, she just sighed, before drawing her gun and immediately blasting a shot at Calhoun. Point blank, I thought. There's no way he... I looked up, seeing Calhoun with his fist outstretched, the veins on his hands pulsating. He opened his hand, dropping a massive, bloody bullet to the ground. Duck, that hurt, he remarked. The woman reholstered her weapon, appearing to be somewhat worried. All right, you old bastard, she muttered, sounding increasingly unhinged. She removed her goggles, revealing a pair of large, bright red eyes underneath. She grunted, before releasing what could only be described as a beam of optic energy. The blast ripped through everything in its path, as she followed Calhoun with it. At a point, it was inches away from cutting me in half, had I not jumped. But no dice for her. The guy was just too fast on top of his overwhelming strength. He evaded her blast with ease, before he rushed forward, decapitating her with one chop to the neck. Her head went flying, before landing at my feet. It was a sight that caused me to gag. I've seen my fair share of rough stuff. but the state I'm located in is one of the safest in America. Maybe if I was based in a rougher place, my resolve would have been higher. But that just wasn't the case here. Calhoun turned to look at me, wiping blood from his hands. SWAT, huh? I can respect it. You're still getting brain wiped after everything's said and done, though. I opened my mouth, searching for a response. But there just wasn't anything I could force myself to say. Count yourself lucky, he said, in response to my apparent apprehension. It'd be easier for me to unalive you on the spot. I'm letting you live out of the kindness of my heart. That seems like faulty logic, I thought to myself. But whatever. There was no use arguing with the guy. What hell's going on outside? Is it safe? I asked him. Calhoun chuckled, somewhat condescendingly. You don't want to see what's going on outside. Obviously, I wasn't excited at the prospect of some state-ordained brain-wiping procedure, but at the moment, I was just trying to survive. I began following Calhoun as he began traversing through the corridors. Where are we going? I asked him. Looking for the Messiah, he responded. Once I get rid of him, we can go home. It was something that seemed far easier said than done. But I really had no other option than to follow the guy. He seemed strong enough, after all. He was shouting up a storm as he walked through the halls, in an attempt to provoke Trent to come out. It was something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We were drawing too much damn attention. Although, it didn't seem to matter much, since Calhoun either punched or shot a hole through any creature that attacked us. After a few minutes of this, somebody took the bait and met us in a hallway. But it wasn't Trent. It was a tall, wiry man with dark, slicked back hair, wearing a leather jacket and tight jeans. What now? I thought to myself. Another government guy? More bounty hunters? You're causing quite the ruckus out here, the man said, walking forward. Looking for somebody? Yeah. Calhoun responded. Don't think it's you, though. I can tell that you're no stronger than this guy, he said, gesturing towards me. The man smirked. Cool ability. I can tell you're pretty strong as well. Calhoun scowled, already annoyed at the conversation. Where's Trent? Are you another one of his lackeys? I thought he only recruited the strong. Can't imagine he'd choose fodder like you. Yeah, the man smirked. Can't imagine it either. As soon as he finished the statement, thick veins began to bulge out of his neck. He stuck his arm out to the side, and before I could blink, it morphed into a terrifyingly familiar sight. It was the same insect-like appendage that had grabbed Axwell earlier. I could see Calhoun's eyes beginning to widen upon realizing his misjudgment. He took a fighting stance, rushing the man faster and more ferociously than he did the female hunter. The man swung at him, but Calhoun was swift enough to dodge the strike, managing to punch a hole through the man's torso. But instead of reeling in pain, the man simply continued grinning. Tough guy, huh? Good for you. Still with a gaping hole in his stomach, the man extended his other arm, transforming it into some kind of massive fleshy, veiny axe. He swung it forward, managing to slice a portion of Calhoun's forearm off, who barely managed to dodge what would have been a fatal blow. Come on, the man said nonchalantly. Don't force my hand here. As he said this, I could see the hole in his stomach beginning to regenerate. It was a ducked-up sight, to say the least. But it didn't end there. The man's legs seemed to revert into his torso, with a collection of long, arachnid-esque legs quickly popping out in their place. This feels as gross as it looks, you know. At that point, he'd become far faster than Calhoun. He crawled onto the walls and ceiling, before splitting Calhoun's head down the middle with his hand axe. When he landed back on the floor, he'd returned to his normal human self once again. And then he turned to face me. Look at that. My jacket's ruined. I was running before he'd finished his sentence. However, he didn't seem to be putting much effort into the chase, whistling as he marched behind me, sustaining a moderate pace at best. I ran like hell for around 10 minutes, evading stray creatures in the process. At one point, I found an empty computer lab and barricaded myself in there. It didn't take long for the man to find me, though. But for whatever reason, he didn't barge in immediately. Instead, he's talking to me through the door, telling me that no matter what I do, I'm going to be transformed into one of Trent's messengers. That he has a quota to fill. The apartment next to me is supposed to be empty. It's not. I moved into my apartment complex 2 months ago. I started hearing things a week later. It was subtle at first. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I would wake up to a faint scratching sound from somewhere behind the walls. I thought it could be mice. Or rats. I have lived through enough crappy one-bedroom apartments in Manhattan to recognize the signs. Small little turds on the floor. Tiny holes in the plaster. An unending scratching that sounds like 1,000 little feet marching to the beat of my headache. My symptoms fit the bill. It had to be a mouse. And so I put out traps. I invested in a little steel wool. The internet says the best way to catch a rat is peanut butter. I slathered spoonfuls of the stuff all over a fresh tomcat trap. Amazon's best. I went to bed with the expectation that a fat rodent would be dead in my living room by the following morning. I laid awake eagerly awaiting their demise. But it rained a lot that night. After I turned off the TV, I tried to listen for the sounds of my furry friends falling for the bait. But the storm overtook almost every sound. Cracks of thunder shook the glassware on my kitchen counter. Water got inside through the cracks and spaces between the windows framing. I had to put a towel down. The dripping started to annoy me more than the rats ever did in the first place. But, somewhere, underneath it all, I heard something else. Something a lot more frightening than rats. A voice whispering helped me. I never really believed in the paranormal. I told people that a lot. I never saw signs, or spirits, like everybody else. Part of my subconscious felt like maybe this was my comeuppance. The ghosts on the street had heard me talking poop and now they were going to come for me. Maybe just to show me who is boss, so to speak. And I had nothing for protection. Nobody to verify my experiences. I lived alone in the middle of a lightly occupied skyrise. A demon or poltergeist could duck with me all they wanted. And so I pulled the sheets up to my chin, while the scratching started to overtake the storm, along with my rationality. The constant repetition of help me floated further through the walls. She started to get louder. More urgent. My fear-paralyzed mind told me that she was getting closer. I knew that was impossible, but I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of bed and marched out of my apartment, nearly stepping on the unoccupied rat trap myself. The building kept a guard on desk duty throughout the night. He needed to know about the voice. I hopped in the elevator with sweatpants and no socks. When it opened on the ground level, a surprised security guard waited for me behind the desk. "Sir, are you okay? Can you check if the apartment next to me is occupied?" The tall Hispanic man furrowed his brow worriedly as he eyed my evening wear with distaste. He wore an official-looking blue button shirt with black slacks with a radio clipped to the belt. "We really should not divulge. Somebody has been screaming help me all night. I think they are in trouble. But I have never seen anyone go in there." The man looked worried as he pounded into the small laptop placed on the desk. "Okay, what apartment number?" 522. "We haven't rented many units up there since we took over." "That's what I said." "Yup, 522 and 524 are empty. You have one other tenant at the other end of your floor. Maybe you heard of his television. The walls here are very thin, sir, and we are actively working on the rodent issue. I think we need to call the police." The man flashed a smile that made the goosebumps on my skin slide up like candy dots. Like he was prepared for the accusation. Like he knew something that I didn't. His cool expression placated onto such ordinary features made my stomach turn uncomfortably. "Like I said, the apartment is empty. Would you like to go and see for yourself?" "I would." My willing response took him aback. He punched again at the laptop nervously. I had no idea what he was typing. After a minute's hesitation, he walked past me towards the elevator. "Let's go. 522 first. I've got the key." I followed the guard into the elevator. Something about his demeanor continued to make me cautious. He seemed confident. Excited, even. At the time I chalked up the oddity to over-interest in the mystery before us. It's possible some kids broke in. But I doubt it. These locks are pretty secure. "I still think you heard a neighbor." I nodded wordlessly. When the doors opened again, we marched together down the hall toward apartment 522. I waited patiently while he opened the lock and beckoned me inside. It was empty. Our voices echoed across the recently finished floors and furniture less void inside the studio apartment. I paced around and checked the nooks and crannies. I waited a couple of minutes and listened for the voice. I even called out to it. But nobody answered. The only sound I heard were the steady ricochet of raindrops against the windowsills. Satisfied? We still have 524. My new friend started to look a little less confident. "Look, it's late, and somebody has to watch the desk. Do we need to do this now?" "I know what I heard." He stared at me and studied my demeanor for a moment. I shifted awkwardly and tried to appear intimidating. "Okay." The guard once again flashed a friendly smile as he gestured me out into the hallway and locked up behind us. We passed my apartment on the way towards 524. I thought about going back inside and locking the door. Something about the situation made me squirm. But I didn't. "My name is Michael, by the way. What is your name?" "Matt." "Well, Matt, I'm sorry we have to meet under these circumstances." I nodded and waited while Michael opened up the door. His casual attitude continued to make me uncomfortable. 524 wasn't empty. Boxes upon boxes were stacked on the floor with neat little labels on each. Spare kitchen chairs made the studio tough to navigate. Once again, Michael waited by the door, while I navigated the junk and tried to investigate the other rooms. The small corner kitchen contained the usual boilerplate electronics. The drawers appeared untouched and empty. A thin line of dust formed over the countertops. I moved onto the bathroom and found a recently renovated shower head sparkling against a fresh paint job. I started to get jealous, and let my guard down a bit. This place looked nicer than my own. I bet they would be renting it out soon. I was prepared to write the entire thing off as an odd experience before a voice spoke to me inside the bathroom. "Help me." It was closer this time. In the same room. I nearly jumped out of my skin but tried to keep my cool around Michael, who was still outside creeping in the hallway. There was a closet in the bathroom. I opened it. Sitting inside was a teenage girl. She wasn't wearing any clothes. She pushed her knees up to her shoulders and linked her feet together in a sad attempt to remain modest. Sweat poured down her brow. It caused her pretty brown hair to become matted and tangled on her forehead. I covered her mouth and mine after she whispered again. "It's him. He did this." Footsteps approached from the hallway. I raised a finger, as if to tell her to wait, and closed the door in the poor girl's face. Then I rushed over to the toilet and flushed the handle. The footsteps stopped. "Everything all right in there?" Yeah, sorry. Just had to tinkle. This remodel is nice. Gotta get you guys to update my apartment." I opened the door and was immediately greeted by a very suspicious-looking security guard. "You know, I've got a leaky window frame. Who can I talk to about that?" Michael stared at me for about 30 seconds. At first, he looked angry. Then he looked confused. Finally, the suspicion faded from his wrinkled features. "Property owner. Not me." I laughed awkwardly and pushed past him. I walked out into the hallway in a rush, never bothering to look behind my shoulder as Michael followed anxiously after. I could hear him locking the door to 524 as I jetted towards my apartment. "You don't want to check anywhere else?" I called out something back. I don't remember what. The adrenaline coursed through my veins so quickly that my futile attempts at being casual dissipated the moment I got to my door. I fumbled for the keys in my sweatpants pocket. I clacked them awkwardly against the metal lock. Finally, they found a groove and the door handle turned willingly against my hand. "Anything else I can do for you tonight?" Michael had caught up to me. He looked suspicious again. I could sense that he might try to stop me. I had to come up with something. "Sorry, man, that last trip to the bathroom didn't cut it. Too much chili last night. Gotta go." Michael guffawed over my shoulder as I opened the door and slammed it in his face. I tried to wait a few seconds before applying the chain lock. I waited for his footsteps to fade away first. I didn't want to spook him. Only then I released my hand from the handle and collapsed to the floor. The first responders arrived about 10 minutes later. I have to commend them for their speed. Part of me worried that Michael would try to run. Part of me worried he would go back for the girl. Part of me worried he might try to come after me. He didn't. Police rescued the girl from the bathroom closet. Her name was Molly. She was 16 years old. And she wasn't the only one. 7 other women were rescued from empty apartments throughout the complex. Each identified Michael as their abductor. Apparently, he kept them substanced and locked them inside various rooms inside the building. He returned to visit them every night. Some were tortured. Some abused. One was already dead. An ambulance van is hunting me. It wants to take me against my will. For the past 3 months, a green ambulance van was stalking me. It roams the streets of Virginia, waiting for me to let my guard down. It all started when I was admitted to a hospital against my will. In December 2022, the virus that stopped the world for 3 years finally got me. I was one of the last workers at my factory to get it. The good thing about getting the virus so late was that they already have a system in place. All I had to do was rest and recover in the staff's housing for 5 to 6 days. On the 3rd day of isolation, at the height of my symptom, I got a call from my supervisor's secretary. She said that a positive test result from a self-administered test was not enough. I need to go to the hospital and get a doctor's note. Not enough for who? I never called in sick during the past 10 years. Do I have to prove to anyone that I have this virus? She kept calling every few hours for my doctor's note. I can't block her calls because it was a landline. Realizing that I will never get any rest, I gave in and asked the front desk to call me an ambulance. I waited for my ride at the outer wall of the factory. Then, a dirty green-colored old van pulled up. It was a 1970s camper van. It had a small blue siren light on the roof, which was the only thing that told me it was an ambulance. The trip was surprisingly short. Around here, we all went to a big hospital in Harrisonburg, Virginia, which was at least 40 minutes away. There was one other hospital that I could think of, but no one goes there. The hospital was a 2-story building in the middle of a cornfield. If someone told me the building was abandoned, I would believe them. We pass it every day, but I had never seen any cars parked near it. 4 nurses in classic white nurse uniforms walked out to greet me. None of them wore a mask. They all smiled nervously as if they were being held at gunpoint. The nurses all seemed to be wearing heavy makeup. This might sound weird, but it felt like they were not wearing their skin comfortably. I almost wanted to shake them so that their inside would be more aligned with their skin, if that makes any sense. The nurse formed a line and guided me to a testing room. One of the nurses told me to sit. As soon as I sat down, she quickly strapped me to the chair. I freaked out right away. I asked her what she was doing. The nurse giggled and said that the test will be very painful. It wasn't going to be a saliva test, but instead a nose test. I heard from friends and family members that the nose test can be painful, but I didn't know why I needed to be strapped to a chair. That nurse then went to join 3 other nurses in the room who had their backs against the wall in the dark half of the room. They all just stood there and watched me in the dark, still smiling nervously, not moving. I tried to process what I was seeing. I had about enough and was just about to open my mouth to tell them to unstrap me. Then I heard heavy footsteps getting closer to the room. The man was wearing a white coat, so I guessed he was the doctor in charge. But he was huge. He could easily be 7 feet, but he hunched over. His uneasy forced grin did not help. I told him that I need to be tested for the virus again so I can get a doctor's note. The doctor waved his hand to brush me off. He said there was no need for another test. The doctor turned to the 4 nurses standing in the dark. He said to them to admit me to the infectious disease ward. If I could, I would have jumped out of my chair. I said firmly that I was not going to get admitted. Are you crazy? I just wanted to get a doctor's note and get back to my factory. If you won't give me a note, then I will go to a different hospital. The doctor shook his head and said that he couldn't in good conscience release a patient who is still very sick from a highly contagious disease out to infect the general public. I started to get extremely nervous now. This guy was serious. I told him that he could not admit me against my will. His eyes widened and his grin became even wider. He then said in an eerie calm way, "Son, we are in the middle of a global pandemic. Of course, I can." The doctor then handed me a glass of water. He then said casually that delirium is part of the virus's symptoms and that I need to show him that I can calm down or else. My mind was scrambling. This guy just threatened me. I realized that if I made a scene, he could use that as another excuse to forcibly admit me. Just when my lip touched the cup, I could hear a loud voice screaming in my head saying, "Don't." A bit of it seeped between my lips and went into my mouth anyway. Then, a nurse wheeled in a bed with several straps on it. I grabbed my phone, thinking about speed dialing someone, but I dropped the phone and quickly passed out. I woke up to a sound of a woman crying and wailing loudly. It was dark, but I could see. I was strapped to the bed, but I still tried to pull my neck up to try and look around to assess my situation. There were curtains surrounding the bed I was strapped to. In addition to the woman's wail, I could hear coughing from all around me. I realized that I was in a very large room, like a school gymnasium. The coughing and crying sound around me were from other patients. What helped me at the time was that I was on a thin line between being fat and normal. This meant I could make my belly flatten quite easily by just holding my breath, and even easier if I was lying down. So I felt like I could wiggle my way out of the bed restraint. As I was wiggling, I started to see the detail of the painting on the ceiling. It was a painting of the nurses and the doctors of this hospital, standing shoulder to shoulder, looking down from above, right down at me. Their eyes were hollowed out, and their mouth was wide open. They had no teeth or tongue, just black paint. I had never seen such a horrifying imagery before in my life. As soon as I broke free, I opened the curtain and saw the other beds. The coughing ceased by then, and the only bed that seemed to have any movement was a woman who was crying uncontrollably. I wanted to go to her and ask her what was wrong. I even considered asking her to escape with me. Suddenly, she started to jump up on her bed and dance, which I could see through the curtain. She started to laugh maniacally, saying we were all going to die. Never mind then. I got out into a hallway and there was no one. As I walked past a stairwell, I could hear the sound of people praying in unison coming from the basement. This creeped me out so badly. But, I wondered if the reason why I could escape easily was that they were all downstairs. I may have woken up earlier than they expected since I drank only a few drops of the water the doctor gave me. I passed the room where they strapped me to a chair earlier, and thank God, I found my phone and shoes. It was already dark, but I didn't care. I just jumped out of the window and made a break for it. The night was surprisingly well lit, thanks to an almost full moon. While I was walking along the edge of the cornfield, I noticed human heads poking out from the field. I know I shouldn't stop, but curiosity got the better of me. I peeked and saw people in hospital gowns just walking in place in the cornfield. Their eyes were opened, and they were still blinking, but they just stood there, staring at nothing. It was like they were lobotomized. I didn't have time to stick around though, I had to hurry out of there. I knew there was a plaza about 4 miles from where I was. Everything but a liquor store must have been closed by then, but I will take my chance. I called a friend from the factory to come pick me up. I told him that I had the virus, but I needed his help and wondered if he could block out some part of his car for me. He said not to worry, his girlfriend just had the virus and he still had to drive her around. I didn't realize I had such a nice and brave friend. To be honest, if someone had called me with such a request before I got the virus, I would have declined. This event made me re-examine everything about myself. About 10 minutes after the call, while I stood in front of the liquor store waiting for my friend, a bunch of lights lit up in the distance. Those lights were coming from the cornfield. They finally knew I escaped. As I was getting into my friend's car, I could see the green ambulance van approaching from far away. My heart sank to my stomach. Is the van going to follow us? I kept glancing over my shoulder to see, but it never did. I thanked my friend about 50 million times during the ride. My friend dropped me off at my former supervisor's house. She was also my mentor at the factory. She had a guest house that her husband and son stayed in during their stint with the virus. I couldn't thank her enough. After about 3 days, I fully recovered. My mentor's husband said that he knew a doctor at the hospital in Harrisonburg who can write me a doctor's note even after I'm cured of the virus. My mentor's husband gave me a ride to get that precious doctor's note my supervisor's secretary wanted so badly. Just when I was about to get out of the car, I saw the van. It was the same green ambulance van from that awful hospital. It was like it was waiting for me. I started to panic. What if it could somehow drag me back to that hospital and I wouldn't be lucky like last time? I told my mentor's husband that I didn't need the doctor's note anymore. I was just going to quit. And I did. After telling my parents and friends about what happened, they all supported me. I decided to stay with my old roommate in Maryland for a while before I find a new job. However, I still needed to summon the courage to go back to the factory one more time. I had to get my car. When I got back to the factory, what I thought was going to be a quick gathering of things turned out longer than I expected. I was there for 10 years after all. I said hi to the people. They all asked me what happened, but I just told them I didn't want to get into it at the moment. I told the office that any papers they want me to sign can be mailed to my P.O. box. Just when I was about to leave, that green van showed up in the factory's parking lot. Did the ambulance van know I was coming? Was it tracking me somehow? Did somebody at the factory give them my information and tell them that I was coming? I quickly got into my car and drove out of there. I told myself I was not going to go anywhere near the area ever again. That all happened in December. In late January, I had to go to my mentor's house to do her a small favor. I couldn't say no, since she did so much for me. On my way back from her house, I stopped at a gas station along Interstate 81. I was just about to pay for my drinks when I turned and saw the green ambulance van making its way into the station. I screamed in my head for the cashier to hurry up. Soon as I got my things, I sprinted to my car. As I drove out, I could see the ambulance van moving, trying to cut me off. Good thing there was another car that got between us. I managed to escape again. I looked back at the green van through my rearview mirror in anger. I realized now that I could never return to this area again. But that was still not the end of it. In late February, my niece called me and said she saw a dark green van parked on the opposite side of the house she was living in, which was the address I listed as a home address back where I work in the factory. Then, just last week, the first week of March 2023, I went to a post office in Maryland to get my mail from my P.O. box. When I got out of my car, I saw a van. It was the same type of van, but it was in a different color and didn't have an ambulance light on the roof. I stared at it for about 10 seconds, then I saw movement in the driver's seat. I wanted to scream in frustration. I didn't know if I was too paranoid or not, but I got back into my car and drove out of there. From now on, I knew that any moment I let my guard down, I might find myself waking up back in that room. I could still remember the painting of the nurses and doctors without eyes and wide open mouths staring down at me. I'm a guard stationed at a secret government prison. A few hours ago, there was a major breach. Who's the worst, most despicable person you can think of? Jeffrey Dahmer? Ted Bundy? Luis Garavito? Pol Pot? Of course, you could make your arguments for any one of them, or anybody else for that matter. Yet, all of these people have one thing in common. They're human. Preposterous people try to act like monsters, either due to lofty, ridiculous ideals or some primal urge to revolt against society as a whole. It's quite a bizarre phenomenon. Yet, none of these admittedly sick people have truly fallen into the abyss. Perhaps they've stared down into it, dipped their feet in. But none of them have taken the plunge as a whole. Despite their efforts, they weren't able to separate themselves from their inherent humanity. But that's a good thing. They were relatively easy to take down. The bad news is that every once in a while, special cases will arise. In our circles, we call these individuals the void people, or just the voids. Individuals are so far gone that they can hardly be considered humans anymore. The cause behind entities like these? Well, I wouldn't know. Nobody does. Maybe they were born with that latent potential. Maybe they underwent some obscure supernatural transformation. Maybe their experiments have gone awry. Aliens from another planet. Poop, maybe they're literal demons from hell brought here by some fool who just had to conduct some ducked-up ritual. Who the hell knows? The only detail that matters is the fact that they exist. And dealing with them is more than a jerk. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of max security prisons. Places where substance kingpins, terrorists and prolific serial unalivers, etc. are sent. The place is meant to contain the worst amongst humans. Well, those are a joke compared to where the voids are kept. At a pair of undisclosed coordinates built in the underground of a tiny island somewhere deep in the Atlantic, there exists a prison, unlike anything you could imagine. We simply call it the chasm. A penitentiary for pure, unbridled evil. A collective evil that would surely yield humanity's extinction in a couple of months if it were allowed to run rampant in the world. Let me emphasize this a bit further. The individuals that require being held there are not merely criminally insane. They are criminally absolutely out of this universe effing bonkers. Of course, you wouldn't know about any of this. Why would you? The government would probably sacrifice 1,000 children before they divulge a single detail about the place to a person without high enough clearance. But you know, that's just how they are. Before I came, there were exactly 32 being confined there. Save for 2 that were still being actively pursued through the Brazilian underground and Russian tundra respectively. That was about all of them in the world. At least, we assumed it was all of them. Can't be sure about anything these days. Each holding cell was fortified to hell, specifically designed to counter and contain the respective void they were holding. If they managed to escape, there were 8 drones armed with Gatling guns, blades, grenades, and rockets waiting for them within a larger chamber. If they managed to break through that, then 20 guards in mechanized suits would have to step in. However, everybody understood the futility of that protocol. Those guards were getting slaughtered in seconds, regardless of the void they went up against. Maybe minutes if they're really skilled. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why any of us regular guards are stationed here at all. Bureaucracy, I guess? Who knows what the government's thinking? If the situation were to ever get too drastic, then there was really only one feasible countermeasure in place. A last resort, so to speak. The higher-ups would have to call in something known as Task Force Void Nova Hammer, or TFVNH for short. I've never seen them in action before, nor do I know much about them. Not that I really want to, though. If you ever find yourself witnessing them in person, then that must mean you're having a bad day. So why am I disclosing all of this uber-classified information that would either get me unalived or thrown in the deepest hole conceivable for the rest of my short life? Well, I'd estimate that there's about a 90% chance that I'm going to die by the end of today. And even if I do make it out of this fiasco, my life's never really going to be the same. So duck it. Here we go. My day started more or less normal. I was part of the unit guarding somebody named Jim Henninger. Well, that was his real name. Doesn't evoke a lot of fear, does it? That's why he had to call him something else. Since he used to be some psychosurgeon or something, we've dubbed him the surgeon. Creative stuff, I know. Standing at 5'7", 171 centimeters, 135 pounds, 61 kilograms, we were all required to memorize their physical stats. He doesn't look like much. However, if you ever find yourself in the same room with him, no matter how big and tough you are, you're getting dissected or something. The main danger surrounding him stems from the fact that he seems to be able to teleport on will. 1 second you'll be staring at his dark, lifeless eyes, and after one blink, he'll disappear in a cloud of black haze, only to end up breathing right down your neck. For that reason, there's gotta be at least 10 sets of eyes on his monitor at all times. There's no way around it. If he's not being watched, he will escape. No matter how many bullets you put through his head or blades you plunge into his chest, the guy just won't croak. And once he gets a scalpel in his hands, oh boy. Of course, he's just 1 out of 32, and comparatively speaking, on the tamer side. With that said, my guard shift ended without any incident. Routine stuff. Following that, I went on break in the lunchroom with my buddy Sandu. Our conversations were usually pretty dry, but at least I can talk to the guy. It's hard to get along with any of the other guards. They're all just weird, in one way or another. Anyway, lunch was usually the most enjoyable part of a working day in the chasm. What I didn't enjoy was the blaring effing alarm and deafening, repeating automated voice blasting the word breach that went off right as I was about to take my chili out of the microwave. I could see Sandu's face drop at the disturbance. "You're effing kidding me," he mouthed. Now, I'd only ever experienced one minor breach up until that point, and it was from the surgeon. I guess none of us were paying any attention that day. He made it about 8 miles off the coast using a stolen boat, racking up a total body count of 145 in his wake. It took 3 full days to wrangle him back, and 4 more weeks to fix all the damage he'd done to the infrastructure. That was all just one prisoner. If we were dealing with 3 or more, then our combined efforts as guards wouldn't have stood a semblance of a chance. There had only ever been one major breach in the chasm's history, in which 8 voids had broken out nearly simultaneously. It was also apparently the only time that TFVNH had to step in. This was all around 12 years ago, long before I became a guard myself. The aftermath of that? I don't have high enough clearance to know, but I'm willing to bet that it was nothing fun. We did have a breach procedure. It was a lengthy document, outlining exactly what we were supposed to do and where we were supposed to go. I've read it before, and it's effing garbage. It's essentially predicated on the idea that we're cannon fodder, and that we're obligated to do whatever we can to contain the prisoners. If anybody followed the procedure, they'd die instantly. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do? Somebody asked. They only got shrugs in response. Except for Sawson, that is. I effing hated Sawson. The guy seems to believe that his life's an action movie and that he's the invincible main protagonist. Are y'all pussies or what? He screamed at the top of his lungs, with a stupid grin plastered across his face. We never get any effing action. Let's effing go. Before anybody could stop him, he picked up his rifle and swung the door open like the giant effing dumb butt he is. Since the alarm was blaring, we could hardly hear anything that was going on outside in the corridors. For that reason, we were all rather shocked upon seeing Morgie the corgi standing right outside. Imagine some guy walking around wearing a dirty, giant, creepy dog costume. Now imagine that this guy is 7'2", 218 centimeters, with a voice that's simultaneously deep, raspy and childish. That's Morgie the corgi for you. I could see the bravado leaving Sawson's face the moment he laid eyes on the abomination in person. We'd only ever seen him through a screen before. Rough. I always hated it when people tried imitating dogs. But hearing it coming from Morgie was a bit different and a lot worse. Before Sawson could even put his finger on the trigger, his head was mashed into a pulp. Morgie began pouncing on other guards, effortlessly crushing limbs with his oversized paws. He'd switch between running around on his feet and crawling on all fours. The last thing I saw before running out of the break room was Morgie forcing the remaining, horrified agents to play fetch with him using a stray arm. But of course, it's not like I managed to escape anywhere better. The entire place was in an effing tizzy. The squad leaders were frenetic, attempting to scrap together some kind of suppression force. I couldn't understand why they were so delusional. Are we guards supposed to be bad bud? Duck yeah. Due to our field prowess, we were specifically selected from the existing pool of CIA agents and military personnel to be dropped into this godforsaken place. Put us up against a trafficking militia, terrorists, etc., and we'll smoke them. But what we can't deal with are things that aren't supposed to exist in the first place. We watch creature features and slasher flicks with the inherent understanding that we're watching fiction. A type of visual catharsis for our inherent fascination with the dark and grim. It's not supposed to be real, and we have no idea how to act once we find it standing right in front of our faces. Not even a so-called elite agents. As I said, I'm not sure why they even bothered keeping guards in the chasm to begin with. These were the thoughts that ran through my head as I bolted through the hellish corridors. At one point, I stumbled upon a crowd of guards leering over some rails. Shockingly, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest. What the hell are you guys looking at? I asked them. A guard I recognized as Fenton turned around. This is gonna be sick. He grinned, gesturing for me to look below. I didn't even know where I was going, so I didn't realize that I'd wandered into the level right above the weight room. It was a sprawling gym with an abundance of the best equipment obtainable. But there was one guard that used it the most. Branko Petrovic. A Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any effing sense. I swear, when I first met the guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8'2", 249 centimeters. Now, I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experiments they ran on him, but they sure as hell overdid it. The reason why I locked the door during a storm. The summer storm seemed harmless, at first. It struck on a hot, August night, not unlike tonight. Pretty little alerts buzzed happily on every cell phone inside the safety and sanctity of my living room. My wife, Emily, was the first one to read the emergency message aloud to the group. Flash flood warning in this area, she announced, with misplaced, sing-song optimism. Oh, I love watching a good storm. No sooner than she spoke, the evening sky erupted with forks of angry yellow lightning and buckets of cascading rain. 4 of us eagerly crowded around the bay window to watch. That night, we were entertaining guests at our house in the New Jersey suburbs. Emily's best friend, Diana, was visiting from the city. Unfortunately for me, that meant her annoying and arrogant boyfriend was along for the ride. Aaron was awful. I hoped the storm would save me from another one of his self-righteous sermons. I was wrong. Geez, this rain is biblical, I started, shaming myself for the bait. Noah's Ark withstood many times this rain, Aaron finished. Isn't that a fun fact? The Lord always provides. It was thankfully hard to hear his nasally voice. The gutters on our middle-class home, an admitted fixer-upper, were filling in seconds. That was about 8th on the long list of things to fix. I cursed myself again for the embarrassment that would surely follow. Well, I believe in morality. That should count for everybody, Emily countered with sass. I believe the basement might flood with this much rain, I muttered to no one in particular. Oh, gorgeous, Aaron said sarcastically. Might want to have a guy look at that, but that's dangerous if you plan on having kids in here. He continued about having a guy for every homeowner situation, which was really just his wealthy father. I motioned for Em to follow me. She met me worriedly in the kitchen. After taking 2 steps down, it was apparent that I was right about the rain. On the outside of the house, the stairs leading to the basement door are underground. In extreme circumstances, that outdoor stairwell can flood if there is too much water in a short period. If it floods, an avalanche of water will pour into the basement as a means to evacuate the snow-filled basin of steps on the outside. In case that is hard to visualize, I took a video when this started. Here it is. The end result was that our floors were filthy and covered in inches of water. I mumbled a couple of quick poops shortly after this video was taken and asked Em to help me unplug the electrical equipment. In a panic, I turned off the circuit to the entire floor. The lights cut accordingly. We were left in darkness and silence. Suddenly, the only sounds were Aaron's muted voice and the angry pattering of rain. And then, Emily screamed. I sloshed across the cold water and reached out into the inky blackness for her. After a chest tightening for a couple of seconds, I wrapped my arms around Em's shaking cold frame, and thanked God that she was all right. Call that an overreaction at this stage. But my nerves were already shot, and I thought she got shocked. What happened? Are you okay? I asked. Em gasped and caught her breath. Something swam by me. If the prospect of dealing with an insurance provider had not freaked me out already, that did. Panic built up inside my throat like a lump. We need to shovel the water out of the staircase. The drain must be clogged. I started to look for my boots, but they must have floated into the office. I'll be right back, maybe Aaron will help me. No, Emily shouted suddenly. She gripped my arm so hard that there were red impressions from her fingernails. Don't go outside. It's dangerous. She was right, as always. The wind alone was sure to take down a few trees, not to mention the lightning passing through like a constant, convulsing current. Either of those things made going outside pure stupidity. The emergency alert warned people to stay indoors. I nodded and followed her out. We headed back up to the kitchen like depressed, waterlogged squeak toys. Diana was the first to greet us at the top. Look at the two of yous. Did you pop a pipe? I ignored her. So did Emily. We were pissed enough, and tolerance for their bullpoop had reached an all-time low. Soon enough, Aaron rounded the corner and let out an open guffaw at our drenched clothes and hair. How's the weather down there, guys, huh? Right? I think I mumbled something about his stupid effing golf cap. I regret that. Especially now. Emily gasped behind me, but I didn't care at the time. He was a butthole, and he deserved it. I escaped the kitchen into the sanctity of my bedroom in search of some dry clothes. Our German shepherd, Lola, was locked in there by herself. Erin did not like dogs. Of course. The pup seemed to be taking the tough treatment well enough. She had been quiet all night. But now that I was in there, I could see her head was stuffed under the bed. I reached out to pet her head and was greeted with a nasty snarl in return. Emily's voice echoed through the hallways and pulled me away from the dog before I could give her any concern. Oh my God, Matt, it's hailing. Either the devil was dancing on our rooftop, or she was right, again. I looked outside and saw fist-sized balls of ice punch their way into the pavement of my already chipped driveway. I cursed myself, this time for leaving the car outside. I closed the bedroom behind me and joined the group back in the kitchen. Diana seemed to be following the same line of thought. Emily, the Jag is out there. That stupid car cost more than this house. Can we use your garage? She asked. Well, I guess our cars aren't in there. She shot me a knowing glance. But don't go outside, D, it's unsafe. It's just a little ice water. In August, she snorted. Hey, maybe those butthole scientists are right, huh? Pastor Pete says not to trust it, though. Just another hoax. She pulled open the deck door before we could protest her anymore. This is bonkers. Guys, it's freezing. Do you feel this? Are we still in Jersey? I did. The air was so cold that it wafted its way through the kitchen. Subconsciously, the three of us backed away from the open door just as the balls of hail in the sky shifted to pristine snowflakes. Diana. Get inside, now, Erin started. I'll be right back, Han, stop, she countered from the doorway. Diana, you stupid effing idiot, get in this house right now, Erin said sternly. How holy? Of course, that made D matter. She slammed the door and disappeared into the growing fog. And then it was quiet. We waited for her in silence. At first it felt like only a minute. Emily was pacing back and forth while I surveyed the damage to the rest of the house. A few trees seemed to have fallen in the backyard. The snow was accumulating at a record pace. In what seemed like only a couple minutes, there was already a half foot of it on the ground. The wind whipped it back and forth to create drifts of a foot or deeper. I was watching it from the bathroom when Erin called out for our attention. I never heard a car start. The three of us converged again by the deck door. The backyard was a backdrop of white. It was impossible to see the driveway. Did either of you hear a car? We have to go find her, Erin continued in a growing frenzy. We cannot go out there, Emily said in a mouse-like tone. Just wait another minute. Erin looked from me to my wife. I shrugged in his direction. To hell with you both. You belong there, with your morality bullpoop. Open the door. Erin pushed Em out of the way in his haste. Before he got halfway there, I grabbed him by the collar and threw him out the door myself. Then I slammed it shut. The house was then quiet again. We were left with Erin's golf cap, thrown back inside with the wind. I was just about to remark about what a butthole he was, when suddenly, an enormous roar punctured through the storm. Emily and I darted to the deck window to check it out. At first, there was nothing to see. Waves of snow sheets encompassed every corner and tree branch on our property. Visibility was low. But then, in the corner of the yard, a flash of red jacket alerted my eyes to a shape moving quickly by the driveway. It was Erin. He was trying to run across the snow. But he wasn't getting far. He kept looking behind him, at something just outside my line of sight. After a few feet, he seemed to give up altogether and fall helplessly to the ground. Then the thing behind him came into focus. Oh God, Matt, look at it. What the duck is that? The snow blocked most of my view, but some facts were easily discernible. In comparison to Erin, the creature stood at least 3 feet taller. Its back was hunched and its skin was covered in matted, dark-colored hair. It followed our former friend lazily. There was no haste to its movement. When it caught him, it lifted him in the air like a chew toy. The sickening crunch was more than enough for me to grab Emily and hold her eyes up against my shoulder. Neither of us needed to see any more. My first instinct was to lock the doors. Lola was barking, and that would draw attention. I knew whatever was outside would soon set its sights on the house. I grabbed Em's hand and ran to lock each lock. For once, I thanked myself for spending money on security, that summer. When that was done, we huddled in the bedroom with the dog and waited it out. It was quiet, again. I know, given the absolute poop show that we just witnessed outside our own house, you would think it would be panic. But, Lola now knew to be silent. She took to her spot under the bed. Emily whimpered, but her voice was muffled under the covers. I watched the window. The snow was not stopping. After only an hour or so, more than a foot had piled up. There is always a stillness in nature when such a storm occurs. But there was something too still. Sure enough, moments later, the loud crunch of footsteps outside confirmed my theory. Open the door, echoed a familiar and haunting voice from somewhere in the distance. You two idiots. Open the door. Emily and Lola both cried by my side. I felt helpless. Something started to tap at the walls of the house. It ran back and forth and tapped each door and window it could find. Like it was searching for weaknesses. The noise sounded like long nails clicking against the wood frames. Seemingly frustrated, the voice called out again, this time with a horrible parody of Diana's obnoxious Brooklyn accent. Look at the two of yous. Just another hoax. The curious scratching focused on the front door. Then it turned into a vicious pounding. This is bonkers. It screeched with a horrible, throaty laugh. It coughed. The voice was disjointed as it switched behind Diana and Erin's two very different tones. Open the door. The Lord always provides. Open the door. The Lord always provides. Open the door, please, Matt. Open the door, please, Emily. Open the door. Emily screamed alongside it in a hysterical, horribly wounded, yet still battle-ready tone of her own. Go duck yourself. Then she did something I had never seen her do in 5 years of marriage. She got down to one knee and prayed. The prayer was not to anyone in particular. Em was never that religious. I could not even hear much of what she was saying through the horrible banging outside. But, somehow, she looked at peace. She thanked someone, anyone, for our life. She thanked them for our house, and for our memories inside. For all the warm times and holidays spent around the fireside, with seasons of Netflix and cases of bottled wine. She thanked them. All of them. Any gods that might be present on Earth on that hellish evening. And when she finished, she offered them one final line. If someone is watching what is happening to us. She started to sob desperately among the scrapes. Please help. Something answered. The pounding receded, weakly, at first. Then the great footsteps that arrived exited the same way they came. After another agonizingly silent hour, the snow started to taper and disappear altogether. Moonlight crept into the windows as the clouds receded and snow melted swiftly in the rising sun. When the morning came, the weather finally died down. Our friends were reported missing. They have not been found. Tonight is the first anniversary of their disappearance. There is a warning for another severe storm. We will not be opening the door. Won't let me look away. I suppose I should begin where this began. Around when I hit puberty, I started seeing things I didn't understand. Colors around people, things that didn't seem to exist in what I consider the real world, and other things that were scary and unsettling. I've seen what other people call monsters and auras and demons and ghosts. I'm not a fan and wish I could stop seeing these things, but it's like seeing with your eyes closed. Light still shows through. Please try to understand, you can't unsee them. The first time I noticed it, I was tiredly getting ready for school, dragging my butt to the bathroom to do the best I could to wake up. I looked at myself in the mirror and thought I was having a stroke or hallucinating. I was surrounded in a light fog of a deep violet/blue. I waved my hand in my face and it was there, faint but moving with my hand. I splashed water on my face and still saw it. I was about to go talk to my mom when I saw something move in the mirror in the corner of the bathroom. It looked like a giant black spider that had melded with a small dog or something, just chilling in the upper corner as it belonged there. I screamed and it moved. It turned its head towards me and that's when I saw it had two sets of very alien-looking eyes that were large and goat-like. I screamed again and my mom came running into my room. She tried to make sense of what I was trying to tell her, but she didn't see anything there. No freaky spider thing, no colors. She felt my forehead and said I didn't feel feverish but I was sick, so I needed to get back in bed. She tucked me in like I was young before going in the other room to call the school. I could see the concern in her eyes and I could tell she wanted to help me, but I couldn't relax because the spider had followed us into the bedroom. It sat in the corner of my room watching me. I laid in bed watching it. It tilted its head and without its mouth opening I heard in my head, "You see me? How peculiar." I almost screamed again at that alien disconcerting voice in my head, but I was too scared to even move. It nodded its head and again, ringing in my ears I heard it, "Don't worry, a creature of light, I'm no threat to you. There are others that will be, but I'm not interested in your light. I'm a creature of dark and only feed on others of my kind." I stared at it in disbelief and asked in a quiet shaky voice, "Are you real?" It nodded and pointed to my window with one long shiny appendage that was jointed at odd angles. I looked and saw with horror there were a bunch of dark things outside the window trying to get in. They were like bird-sized bugs just crawling on the windows of my room as they'd always been there. I saw that this thing was a spider of sorts, but it could speak, was giant, and ate things much scarier than any bug I had ever seen. I asked it in a slightly stronger voice, but still quietly so as not to alert my mom, "Are they everywhere?" It nodded again. "They are drawn to your light. The younger you are, the brighter you shine. The kinder you are, the more you attract them. They are similar to your flies in a way that they aren't very dangerous, just more of a nuisance, but tasty ones to me." It made sense and I became aware that despite my shock, I had seen color around my mom, I just didn't register it. She was surrounded by a miasma of yellow-green. So, this was real, I wasn't hallucinating and it was time to research what the hell was going on. Auras, seeing other dimensional creatures, etc. popped up and I just kinda accepted it. What else can you do? When you get thrown a curveball in life you just gotta suck it up and deal with it right. So I did okay, until the first time I saw it. It was a black hole of darkness I first saw from a distance away. After adjusting to see the colors and such, I kinda liked being able to see people's auras. It's like knowing what a person is about before you talk to them, and makes it very easy to avoid the buttholes. No matter how convincing you are, you can't hide your aura. I've noticed people who are inherently bad tend to have tendrils of very dark versions of their colors swirling around in their auras. The closer to their head, the worse they are. When I saw it for the first time it stopped me dead in my tracks. I just stared in shock and fear. What is that thing that's literally all black? Can it possibly be a person? I avoided it and tried to pretend like I didn't see it. I learned if they know you can see them they target you if they are the bad kind of things. My backpack suddenly felt very heavy and I nearly dropped it until I heard in my head, "Stay very still and don't look at it. It will see you looking at it. It's very controlling and doesn't like to be seen. Walk away slowly and don't look in its direction again." With that being said, I felt the weight lift from my backpack and knew it was what I had begun to consider my companion. The spider thing would show up from time to time if I was inundated by the flies, but this was the first time it had warned me about something like that. I was truly scared that I felt the need to step in, that I must be in serious danger. Needless to say, I, unfortunately, figured out it knew about me, and it got closer and closer to me until one day I didn't see it anymore. I felt it on me like a parasite. That was the first time I was pushed to the back of my mind and body. It took over me like getting in a car and driving it around. It was in me long enough to put me into a full panic attack, and long enough for it to unalive a homeless man. I couldn't control it at all. I couldn't close my eyes, couldn't look away, I could feel all the actions but couldn't do anything to stop it. Have you ever had a dream where no matter what you do, bad things happen and you can't stop them? It's like that, but fully awake. It burned that poor man alive. And it made me watch. You see, it really likes to be known. It likes to get in your mind and take over, so it can make you do deplorable things. I've watched so many horrible things with my body, and my hands. I don't know what to do. I watched helplessly as it unalived my mom. It threw our toaster in the bath when she was enjoying a self-care day. It unalived my companion, the spider thing. It unalived a child that got separated from his bus stop after missing the bus. It unalived a kitten. I can't stop it. I think knowing about it helps it grow more powerful because it lets people see its true face before they die. They see me, but they also read into the blackness in my eyes, the soulless thing that's attached to me. I can't do anything to stop it. I don't know what to do anymore, but every day I'm less and less myself. Every day this thing eats away at my humanity and I can barely see my aura. If you know how to see things, don't look into the darkness. IT will look back and see you. On the other hand, knowing such things exist should be okay, right? Who is the man crying in my shower? There is an old Charlie Chaplin quote that reads as follows: I always like walking in the rain, so no one can see me crying. It's a thought-provoking quote and it might even get you to ask the question, can someone tell if you are crying when you are in the shower? Well, I can answer that question. Yes, you can definitely tell when someone is shedding a tear in the shower. I found out this fact firsthand when I was awoken by the sound of sobbing, emanating from the bathroom. I rolled over in bed, confused at first by what the sound was, and checked the alarm clock on my bedside table. 6:58 it read. I sat up in bed, trying to figure out what could be making this strange crying sound. I knew it was coming from the bathroom, but I also knew that I live alone in my house, which I recently purchased, so I knew that no one else could be in the house with me. Maybe the sound was coming from pipes? Nah, that didn't quite make sense. It really sounded like someone was crying. As I listened closely to the sound, I could also hear the distinct noise of running water. At this point, I got out of bed and began to walk toward the bathroom. Towards the noise. As I crept closer to the bathroom, the sound of crying and running water grew stronger and now there was denying it. There was someone in my shower. I approached the bathroom door, slowly turned the handle to open it, and pushed the door open. I only moved the door just an inch, just enough for me to take a quick peep at what was happening inside my bathroom. From the small crack that I was peering through, I could see my shower and I could see that the glass was all foggy, from the heat of the running water. I could also make out the outline of someone that was standing in the stream of steaming water. They were just standing there, not moving, apart from the rise and fall of their shoulders as they let out loud and heavy sobs. At this point, I didn't really know how to approach the situation. Did I just swing open the door and confront whomever it may be in there, or do I go call the police, or maybe I should call out to them? That is the option that I went with. Excuse me, sir? I called out, my voice echoing around the tiled bathroom. But what are you doing inside my house and inside of my shower? There was no response from within the shower. The figure remained still, apart from their heavy sobs also echoing across the bathroom. Again I called out to them, this time a bit more aggressively. You need to hop out of my shower, right now, I called out. Again, the figure continued to cry but they still did not move from their position underneath the stream of hot water. Now, I was getting angry. How dare someone just come into my house and use my bathroom facilities? I called out again, the anger in my voice now very obvious. You need to leave right now, otherwise I am calling the police, I yelled out to the crying man. Once again, he didn't move a muscle. I know that I probably should have asked if he was okay, after all he was crying, but at that moment I just wanted him out of my house. I walked away from the bathroom door and went to the bedroom to find my phone so that I could call the police and report the intrusion. I had just walked away from the bathroom door and was almost back to the bedroom when I heard the sound of a tap squeaking slightly and then the sound of running water stopped. The crying man had turned off the shower. The other sound that was now missing was the sound of him crying. There was now silence in the house. I walked back down the hallway and back to bathroom door. It was still slightly open like I had left it, so I quickly looked inside the room, just to see what was happening now. As I looked inside, I was astonished to see that the crying man had disappeared. He was no longer in the bathroom. I spent the next 10 minutes looking around the house, trying to find this man, but he was not in any of the rooms. He was no longer in the house. What was so strange about all of this though, was that I was only gone from the bathroom for around 30 seconds. He didn't have enough to leave the bathroom and leave the house without me seeing him. Now, I do believe in ghosts and I've heard many stories about the paranormal, but I have never experienced it myself. This was strange though and my mind immediately went to the possibility that this was a ghost that I had seen in the bathroom. I have previously mentioned that I have only recently moved into this house, only a few months ago, but I should probably mention that the house I moved into is also quite old. So, as you probably know, old houses and ghosts go hand in hand. The rest of the day continued as normal, there were no other paranormal occurrences. It wasn't until that night when I had just finished using the bathroom to brush my teeth, that I heard the shower turn on again. I had just left the bathroom, maybe only a minute before I heard the sound. I heard the slight squeak of the tap and then the sound of running water. Only a few seconds after I heard the tap turn on, I once again heard the unmistakable sound of sobbing. I went back to the bathroom at a quick pace and opened the bathroom door that I had previously shut. Whatever was in the shower must have had it on quite hot because steam began to pour out of the room as soon as I opened the door. I looked across the room towards the shower and once again I could make out a figure standing inside. Their outline was moving slightly up and down as they let out loud wails and sobs. The figure was facing away from the door so I couldn't see their face, not that I would have been able to anyway. The glass shower door was too fogged up to see anything other than their outline. I took a step further into the bathroom, unsure as to how I would approach the situation, but I knew that I should say something to the figure standing in my shower. I took another step, my heart starting to beat faster and faster the closer I got to the shower door. What if it reacted violently? This is what I was thinking as I quietly approached the glass door. I stopped about a meter away from the door and just stood there for a moment. I knew that this was going to be a defining moment in the events to come. I knew I reacted angrily earlier and maybe that pissed it off, so if I tried a more gentle approach this time, maybe I would have more luck communicating with the figure. I cleared my throat and started by asking it a question. I'm sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I was just wondering why you were crying. I asked in a polite voice. As soon as I began to speak, I saw the outline stop moving up and down. Their shoulders now sit still and the sound of crying stopped. It stood there, motionless, for a few seconds before I saw it begin to turn towards me. I felt fear begin to rise within me. It had acknowledged that I was there. It knew I was standing right behind it. The figure in the shower slowly moved its head until it was facing me. The rest of its body followed. The figure was now facing entirely toward me. I couldn't see any detail of the figure through the fogged up glass, but I knew that it was staring straight at me. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there, staring back at it. I saw movement from within the shower. It was now lifting its arm, its index finger pointing outwards like it was pointing straight at me. It moved its finger closer towards me until the finger was resting on the foggy glass door that divided me and the figure. It began to write on the door. Its finger slowly formed letters in the steam and it slowly spelled out a word. The word was backward from where I was standing, but I could still make it out. It read anniversary. I didn't know what this could mean. So I asked it, "What is it the anniversary of?" I asked out loud. The outstretched finger then began to write again. Next to the first word it slowly wrote out more letters, this time spelling out wife's death. My worry grew deeper at this point, but so did my empathy. This figure was crying because his wife died, but it still didn't make sense as to why it was in the house and in my shower. I guess that she probably died in this house. After processing the previous answer for a second, I asked it another question. "Did your wife die in this house?" I asked it, even though I was pretty sure of the answer. The finger began to write once more and it wrote the word yes. I wasn't surprised by this answer and I was about to ask it another question when it began to write again. "Long before you" were the words that it wrote on the steam-covered glass. I stood there for a moment, thinking of what to ask next, and so I decided to find out more about the wife's death. "How did your wife die?" I asked out loud, fearful of what the answer may be. The figure sat motionless for a short while, its outstretched finger just sitting there motionless. Then it began to moor and write something else into the glass. "Drowned." As the word appeared in front of me, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was beginning to make more sense as to why this thing was standing in my shower. The finger began to move again. This time it wrote a question for me. "Do you have a wife?" It wrote. "No, I don't," I answered. The finger then wrote another word. Just a single word this time. It wrote shame. Then before I could even process what it had written, it wrote one more thing into the glass door. "Turn around." I read it and immediately knew that I didn't want to turn around, but I didn't want to anger this thing. So, I did as it asked. I turned my back towards the shower, waiting for whatever it was going to do next. My heartbeat was racing as the dread of whatever it may do me set in. I stood there for maybe 30 long, agonizing seconds, but then I heard the sound of silence. The water had been turned off and then there was no more sound. I stood facing away from the shower for a little while longer and still nothing was happening. I decided it was time to turn back around and face the shower again. I slowly turned my body and faced the shower door. As I turned back, there was one more sentence written into the fog. It read, "I unalived her." My heart sank as I read those words. Whomever I had just been communicating with was an unaliver. Of his wife, no less. I didn't know what to do. There wasn't much I could do, except hope that I didn't hear or see from the crying man in the shower again. This is exactly what happened for the next couple of days. There was peace within the bathroom. No sounds of sobbing or running water came from that room again. I thought that maybe he was going to leave me alone now. I thought, or rather I hoped that that was the case. How wrong I was though. It was only 4 days later before the next incident occurred. I had been at work all day and was driving back home. It was just before I turned into my street when I could see the unmistakable blue and red flashing of the police. When I turned into my street, I saw them. The 6 police cars were all parked out the front of my home. I slowed down my car and slowly approached my house. I parked a few meters away from my home, got out, and jogged over to the nearest police officer. "What is going on here?" I asked the officer. "I am the homeowner and would like to know what is happening." He looked at me for a second before answering. "I am sorry to inform you of this situation, but we have caught an unaliver on your property," the officer responded. "What do you mean?" "One of your neighbors reported a sighting of a wanted man. Paul Swarp was a wanted man. He was responsible for his wife's death. Drowned her right in this house." "In your house?" "Unalived her right in your shower." The officer must have seen the look of confusion and horror on my face because he then continued to speak. "I'm surprised you don't know about it. I'm sure it would have been mentioned before you purchased this house." It was the first I had ever heard of it. The real estate agent had never mentioned anything of the sort to me. "How did he get back into the house?" I asked the police officer. "Well, that's the part that is most disturbing. There is evidence that he may have been living inside your house for a few months. There was a small area in the bathroom that he could crawl in and out of. He had been living in there for, what looks like, quite a while." The realization hit me. The crying man in the shower was not a ghost. I had been speaking to a real man. A real unaliver. It was too much for me. I didn't know what to do. I only let out a couple of words. "So, the man in the shower was real?" I managed to say. "A man in the shower?" The officer asked me. "Was he crying?" I looked at him for a moment before answering his question. "Yes, he was, but how do you know that?" I asked. "Well, that is strange," the policeman responded. "Paul just claimed that he was innocent. That it wasn't him that unalived his wife. He said it was the crying man in the shower that did it. It's been 25 hours since I last ate an apple. Now, the doctors are coming. Every night, just before I crawl into bed, I enjoy the treat of a small, red apple. I always end my day by eating succulent fruit. My mother would always insist that I fill my stomach with a healthy snack before sleeping, and what better snack than the good old apple, she used to say. She was right, there is no better treat than the small, red sphere of fructose and water. My bedtime ritual may sound strange, but I do believe it gives me better sleep and I always awake feeling refreshed and nourished. I have not missed a day of eating an apple for as long as I can remember. Well, that is, until a week ago. I felt a yawn build up in my throat and so I let it out with an exaggerated sound. It was getting late and I was getting tired, so I knew exactly what I needed to do. It was time to devour my apple and go to bed. I got up off the couch I had been sitting on for longer than I would like to admit, and headed over to the kitchen. I walked past the large window that overlooks my fairly large backyard, and towards the small wooden fruit bowl on my kitchen table. I looked down into and expected to be greeted by a shiny, red apple, but instead saw nothing but the bottom of the bowl. It was empty. I had completely forgotten to buy more apples that day, which would have been a better use of my time other than being parked on the lounge. This was the first time that this had happened to me. It would be the first time in my post-infant life that I had not eaten a piece of the fruit before going to sleep. I tried not to worry about it too much, but deep down I knew that my sleep would be restless and unfulfilling. I climbed into bed, my stomach rumbling slightly as I positioned myself underneath the sheets. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind to try and give myself the highest chance of going into a peaceful slumber. With my mind blank and seeing nothing but blackness, sleep was about to be upon me. Sleep was just about to extend its hand and pull me through to the world of unconsciousness when I was startled awake by a slight bumping sound. I jolted upwards in bed and listened for the noise again. Another bump sound echoed through my house. This time, I heard it more clearly and realized that it emanated from my backyard. I kept listening, hoping that the noise would stop and I could just forget about it, but it persisted and I heard it for a third time. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I needed to know what it was that was causing this disturbance. I got out of my warm bed and hesitantly, and anxiously, made my way to the kitchen. I planned to take a peek out of the window that stared directly into the backyard and then I would be able to see if anything was amiss. I quietly crept into the kitchen area, cautious of what could be causing the sound. I slowly tiptoed over to the large window and took a quick look out into the yard. Outside, it seemed mostly normal. The large grassed area was still intact, and the long line of trees that ran around the edge of the garden was still and unmoving. The small stone bird bath that stood in the center of the garden was also untouched. There was one thing out of the ordinary in the backyard though. Standing near the back of the lawn, there was a man. He was staring up towards the window, and toward me. His long, white lab coat swayed gently in the wind. Around his neck hung a stethoscope, and across his face sat a thick pair of black glasses. The man was two things. He was definitely a doctor and he was most definitely lost. When I first saw him, I was more worried for his safety than I was about mine. I was perplexed as to why he was in my yard, but I was concerned that something bad might have happened to him that led him here. At that moment, I just wanted to help. I left the kitchen and walked over to the back door that leads out to the yard. I opened it and took one lonesome step out into the garden. The doctor followed my every move with his eyes, but otherwise remained motionless. I looked at him for a moment, still trying to comprehend how and why he was standing on my back lawn. I called out to him, just to confirm that he was indeed okay. "Hey, excuse me. Are you alright?" I called out in the calmest voice that I could muster. "Do you need any help?" The doctor didn't break eye contact with me, not even to blink, but remained mute and frozen. I called out once more and again asked him if he needed any aid. Once I had spoken to him for the second time, I saw a quick flutter of movement from the doctor. His right hand ever so slightly moved closer to the outside of his leg, slightly closer towards his pocket. The small hand movement made me nervous. Maybe because it was the first time I had seen him move, or maybe because he moved closer towards his concealed pocket which I couldn't see what it contained. I grew anxious but still tried to remain calm and deduce what exactly was happening. I opened my mouth, readying my vocal cords to talk to the doctor again, when I saw his hand quickly reach into his pocket. Before I could react, his hand re-emerged, but now it was holding a large syringe. The needle was long and it glistened slightly in the moonlight. My brain quickly assessed the danger I was now in and wanted to turn and run, but my body wasn't quite that intuitive. My body stayed frozen for just a second too long. I was just about to run away, when I heard a rustling sound at my side and then a white flash of movement. I quickly swiveled my head to see what it was that the corner of my eye had just detected. Coming forth from the trees that run along the edge of my garden, I saw another man come into view. He too wore a long, white lab coat and had a stethoscope dangling from his neck. This doctor had wild, black hair that sprouted from his head. He also was brandishing something in his hand. It may have been a surgical scalpel, possibly another syringe. I'm not entirely sure because, as soon as I saw him, I took off in the opposite direction. I turned to run back into the house, back to the safety of four walls, but as I spun around and faced the door, I saw another doctor. This one was inside. He was standing just behind the back door, waiting for me to re-enter the house. I rapidly adjusted the direction I was heading and ran along the side of the house and towards the small stone path that leads to the front yard, and towards the street. I turned the corner at the edge of the house and began to sprint down the cobbled pathway. I was halfway along it when I saw the fourth doctor step out onto the path from beside the front of the house. In one hand he held an apple. This doctor, also dressed the same as the others, took a step towards me, tossing the apple into the air as he did. He caught the apple when gravity returned it to him, and then smiled at me. It was a cold smile, like he was enjoying giving a patient some bad news. I looked behind me for a means of escape but saw that the other three doctors were closing in on me from that direction. I was surrounded and had no other option but to face the doctor holding the apple. I looked back towards him and watched as he inhaled sharply and took in a big sniff. He then started to speak. "I've just tested your blood, and I'm sorry to tell you that it's not good news. I couldn't detect any scent of apple within your veins, and you know the saying," he said emotionlessly. I didn't respond, as I was too frightened and confused to react to what was happening. After pausing for a second and waiting for me to fill the silence, he realized it wasn't going to happen, and so continued to speak. "It's a bit late for this now," he said as he gestured towards the apple with his head, "and one of these a day would have kept us away." As he finished talking, I heard a noise from behind me, so turned my head around to see what it was. I immediately saw that it was the other three doctors advancing towards me. I instinctively moved forward to avoid them getting any closer, but in doing so, I moved closer to the fourth doctor. I was still looking behind me, so didn't see that I had walked directly into him until I felt myself bump straight into his chest. I then felt cold hands wrap around my shoulders and a strong grip hold me so that I couldn't move. I spun my head back around and faced the doctor that now had me captured. I looked directly into his cold, blue eyes and begged him to let me go. "Pleosa," I stammered. "I don't understand T and what is HH a penning." All four doctors began to laugh at the same time and I felt the presence of the other three directly behind me. I didn't know what else to do, so I decided to fight. I had to fight, it was the only option left. I swiftly swiped my hand at the doctor who was holding me. My nail scratched across his pale cheek and I saw 4 deep gouges in his skin appear. Normally, the scratches would fill with red blood, but his did not. The skin was wounded, but no liquid emerged from beneath his flesh. He looked down at me, with no emotion on his face apart from maybe slight disappointment. I then felt something sharp enter my neck. Everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but I awoke some time later and discovered myself in my bed. My initial thought was that it had all been a dream, but then I felt something wrapped around my neck. I looked down and saw the stethoscope that was placed testing on my nape. I then noticed the white lab coat that I was wearing. It was identical to the coats that my attackers were also wearing. I panicked, as I was thoroughly confused by what I was seeing. Had they just played a cruel and dangerous prank on me? Had they scared me and then dressed me up as a doctor too? No. There had to be more to it than that. And there was. Those events all took place a week ago, and since then I haven't been able to remove my lab coat and stethoscope. I mean, I physically would be able to take them off, but I don't want to. I can also smell other people. Not their perfume or deodorant, but their blood. More often than not though, it is tainted with the repulsive smell of apples. When I smell someone's blood who is pure and not ruined by that stench, it makes me hungry. Maybe I crave it because I am missing my own. I cut myself shaving the day after I was attacked, and to my surprise, no blood seeped out of the wound. I then decided to prick my fingers with a sewing pin, and again there was no blood. I think the doctors drank my clean blood and it somehow transformed me into one of them. I have no other explanation as to what has happened to me, but I have a feeling that they will return to me. I think they will come back, and then we can go and hunt. I'm a guard stationed at a secret government prison. A few hours ago, there was a major breach. Branko Petrovic. A Serbian-American whose oversized frame hardly makes any effing sense. I swear, when I first met the guy, he couldn't have been over 7 feet. He's around 8'2", 249 centimeters. Now, I'm not quite sure what kind of bizarre experiments they ran on him, but they sure as hell overdid it. Despite the alarms, he was in the middle of overhead pressing what appeared to be an ungodly amount of weight when one of the escaped voids wandered onto the weight room floor. It was Luge, standing at 6'2", 188 centimeters, 205 pounds, 93 kilograms. Like all the other prisoners, the guy was a complete mystery. His mostly bare body was comparable to that of a bodybuilder, save for the hundreds of gnarly scars decorating his skin. The more disconcerting part of his aesthetic was the fact that he only had one half of his face. The other half consisted of his exposed skull, with some kind of red, electrical current running through his cranial bones. He had that same current running through his hands, which allowed him to savagely electrocute whatever organic material he touched, quickly rendering it into a pile of steaming, black mush. I guess that my fellow agents didn't bother reading up on the prisoners they guarded, because Branko never stood a chance. It didn't matter if you were superior to Luge in terms of strength. One touch and you were gone for. The only practicable way to take him down was by using ranged weapons. And even then, that task was easier said than done. Branko grunted like the dumb meathead he is, before grabbing an Olympic weightlifting plate and chucking it like a frisbee at Luge. It connected, seemingly shattering his ribs. But it wasn't nearly enough to take him down. As soon as he rushed forward, the fight had been decided. Branko attempted to tackle him, a mistake so horrible that his whole body began twitching as his skin made contact with Luge's fingertips. The electricity spread through his giant frame, causing his vitals to shut down within seconds. In no time at all, he was reduced to a heaping mass of scorched flesh on the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. I could see the respective faces of my stunned colleagues drop as they witnessed what they likely deemed an improbable outcome. Idiots, that's what they were. But truth be told, I was also an idiot for even bothering to stay. Not long after, the sounds of cracking bones and heavy footsteps began emanating from an adjacent walkway. Along with the rest of the agents, my gaze shifted towards what was sure to be another incoming menace. The locked, metal door to the corridor was suddenly dented from the other side. A big effing dent, mind you. It only took one more blow to blast it off its hinges completely. Standing at 6'6", 198 centimeters, 242 pounds, 110 kilograms, and arriving in a haze of blood, guts, and limbs were the slasher flick-esque unaliver colloquially known as Wirehead. In congruence with his name, his entire head, save for a single eye, was wrapped in rusty barbed wire. He wore a decrepit, old leather jacket and jeans, complete with a large pompadour on top, like the 80s, or whatever, high school delinquent. Everybody's main concern was the weapon in his hands, a large, iron bat wrapped in the same barbed wire on his head. If he didn't die from the impact, unlikely, the subsequent infection would surely get you. And don't ask us why we didn't take his weapon away when we contained him. We did. But somehow, someway, he got it back. These things really can't be helped. What the hell is going on? I thought. Breaches happened, sure. But it seemed as if every single effing void had somehow escaped. How is that possible? In any case, I couldn't afford to think deeply about it at the moment. As Wirehead began mowing down the mystified agents in his way, I found myself accidentally making eye contact with Luge from below. I nearly had a heart attack as I began pushing through the crowd. Even though I was implicitly certain of the fact that no other location within the chasm would have been much safer, I was still being driven ahead by my fight or flight responses, away from the immediate threat. It was kind of funny. I'd been through so many life or death experiences that my reaction to the adrenaline coursing through my veins had been dulled. Well, it sure as hell got invigorated today. I guess that I wasn't paying enough attention to my surroundings, because right as I was about to climb a staircase, I felt an oversized arm slam into my chest, knocking me over in the process. I looked up to see another guard, Cade, leering down at me. Sure, I was happy it wasn't one of the voids, but Cade wasn't much more pleasant. What are you running for? He shot me a smug grin. This is a breach, isn't it? Why don't we do our jobs here and fix it? Oh, duck off, I spat at him, before trying to duck past. No luck there. He caught me by the collar and slammed me into a wall. He certainly had the weight advantage. Still, I didn't practice hand-to-hand combat just to be ragdolled by some butthole. I slammed my elbow down on his wrist, which managed to loosen his grip. I followed up with a knee to the stomach and then attempted to strike his neck. But then he caught my wrist mid-punch. Nice moves, he said, in an obnoxiously sarcastic tone. He took his palm and rammed it into my chin, nearly causing me to black out. In the meantime, Wirehead was getting closer. Guess we'll have to take this up another time, he said. Somebody's got to work around here. I had no idea what he was thinking trying to take on one of the voids, but I wasn't trying to see his delusions through in person. Still in pain from his palm strike, I pulled myself up and began running once more, all while the sounds of carnage escalated around me. But there was a glaring issue. I had no idea where I was going. The exits were surely going to be blocked off from the inside. Do we have some kind of safe room? I thought to myself. No. Of course, we didn't. We were entirely expendable. They 100% expected us to fight these things head on, even though there was zero effing chance of victory on our side. There was the only thing I could do here. Survive until TFVNH showed up. That wasn't any kind of guaranteed reprieve, but my options were slim. Nevertheless, something rather surprising transpired. Amidst the cacophony of frenetic orders from our superiors, a familiar voice snuck in through my radio. Hey, Jason. You alive? It was Sandu. I picked up my radio and isolated his transmission. Yeah. Where are you, man? Block C got lucky and found something weird. It might save us though. Come on. There wasn't much information there, but it was better than running around aimlessly. Thankfully, Block C was fairly close, so I was able to make it without running into another void. However, when I got there, it was still as chaotic as ever. I swiveled my head around, trying to spot Sandu. I yelled into my radio, but his response was drowned out by everything around me. As I searched, I began sensing a perplexing, sinister pressure that made it feel as if I were sinking into the concrete beneath me. I hardly had to guess the source. It was Diaxic, 9'5", 287 centimeters, pounds, kg. Diaxic was comparable in appearance to something you'd see in the corner of your room during sleep paralysis. A hulking, faceless figure wearing a sweeping black robe that jerked around in unsettling motions as he, or she, who knows, walked. I wasn't sure how he unalived people, mind you. As soon as anybody got within a certain distance of him, they'd freeze in place and begin bleeding from their eyes. And then, they'd just stay that way forever. That wasn't something I was looking forward to. As I looked ahead, I could see some unfortunate guards already getting caught in his death zone. In an attempt to avoid a similar fate, I turned the opposite direction and began running. And then I nearly pooped myself. Standing about 10 feet away was the undead Nazi, 5'8", 173 centimeters, 143 pounds, 65 kilograms. His name essentially told it all. A man wearing a dirty and tattered SS uniform, with a cracked gas mask covering his face. In one hand, he gripped his signature Kampfmesser 42 blade that was inexplicably unbreakable, no matter what the hell we tried doing to it. In the other, he held a flamethrower hose connected to a massive tank on his back, which sprayed out some kind of scorching, black flame that would supposedly yield pain beyond comprehension if you were ever to come into contact with it. You could say that I was stuck between a rock and a hard place here. The only other way out was taking the plunge over the rail in front of me, onto the mass of scrambling bodies 50 feet below. Before I considered simply saying my prayers, I felt a hand tug at my sleeve from the side, giving me another heart attack. But this time, it was good news. For once, I looked over to see Sandu poking his head out from what appeared to be some kind of hidden door in the wall. Let's effing go, he whisper-shouted, before pulling me in. He closed the door behind him, plunging us into complete darkness. What the hell is this place? I asked, hardly expecting a detailed response. Sandu illuminated his face using his phone's flashlight. Couldn't tell you, but it's kinda effing crazy. I could hear the Nazi beginning to spray his flamethrower from out in the corner. I suddenly wondered whether or not Diaxic's power would apply to other voids. In any case, it was better not to be in such close vicinity to them, so I followed Sandu. He led me down some kind of hidden hallway. The walk was rather long, maybe around 8 minutes, and I eventually found myself in what appeared to be some kind of surveillance/control room. It was still dark, but there was an array of monitors giving off enough light to comfortably navigate around. But here's the strange thing. The place looked kind of haphazard. No chance it was being used by the higher-ups. The monitors were scattered around, connected by a mess of wires to multiple outlets spread throughout the room. There was also only one chair. I guess this is beyond explaining, I said. Yeah. No poop, huh? Sandu replied, before gesturing towards the monitors. Check it out. What the duck did we just find? I took the suggestion, letting my eyes drift over to the screens. What I saw would have been normal. In any other scenario, each monitor was streaming a different section of the prison, all displaying the utter carnage that was going on outside. The guards were being ripped to shreds. Some tried fighting. Most were running. But what they had in common was the fact that they were all being utterly obliterated by the voids. I could see the surgeon giving somebody a forced lobotomy, grinning like hell while doing so. At the same time, Morgie was chewing on a severed head like a toy. But then I caught something interesting on a screen below. It was Wirehead and Luge, staring each other down. That's when a rather obvious revelation hit me. Of course, the voids weren't only going to unalive the guards. They were sure as hell going after each other as well. That much should have been apparent from the beginning. I grinned, feeling some kind of obscure hope creeping into my system. That hope was only bolstered when I saw the Nazi utterly dousing Diaxic with a relentless wave of black flames, with the latter struggling to move forward as a result. Guess these bastards can be hurt after all, I thought to myself. But of course, my hope was merely transitory. I wasn't gonna kid myself. Even if only one void was left standing at the end of everything, that just means it'll be the strongest one out of them all. And we can't stay in here forever. At this point, my future is uncertain at best. Maybe I'll get lucky. Probably not. But in the meantime, I suppose I'll enjoy the show. See how things turn out. How I lost my arm. People like to ask me how I lost my arm. They usually ask in hushed tones, trailing off at the last few words as if sheltering me from the loss of my limb. They gesture down at my stump, grimace a bit, and do their best to put on a sympathetic expression as I tell them all about it. It's a fun story to tell. I lived a perfectly ordinary life until one day in my early 20s when I noticed a tiny spot on my forearm. A zit, maybe? A spider bite? I didn't know. It was reddish with a slight purple tint, raised up just a little bit, but not all that distinguishable from the rest of my skin. It didn't hurt or anything, it was just there. It stayed that way for about a week, and it didn't bug me at all. I did notice my arm getting weaker, though. I was a regular at the gym and found myself struggling to grip the weights with that hand, having that forearm get tired way before the other one, that kind of thing. But I never associated it with the little bump on my arm, the bump that was just there. Then one morning I woke up to find the bump had grown during the night. Like, a lot. I'd never seen anything like it, and I regarded this new growth with something between panic and detached curiosity. It was now nearly 6 inches in diameter, raised significantly, and filled with a dark liquid of sorts. It looked almost black, far too dark to be blood, but I couldn't tell for sure through the layer of blistered skin. It had spread up into the backside of my elbow. It was no longer just there. But still, it wasn't causing me any discomfort. My arm just felt weak, my left hand couldn't even grip the steering wheel on my way to the hospital. In my experience, medical professionals are just that, professional. They've been trained to react stoically to the most nauseating phenomena the human body has to offer. But when the doctor on call took a glance at the thing on my arm, he jerked his head forward to take a closer look, widened his eyes, and practically shouted, "Holy poop." I told him I didn't know what it was. He told me he didn't either. He brought in a few other doctors to take a look, and they were equally baffled. I could hear snippets of their mumbles to each other. Maybe a dermatologist, it's the color that worries me, can't rule out some kind of venom dot, and they weren't helping me feel any better. See, when I go to the doctor, I want him to know exactly what's wrong with me. I want him to take one look at my arm and tell me the solution is clear, that I need to take this certain pill or make this specific dietary change or see a specialist a couple of towns over. But I was not so lucky. Since the thing bore a passable resemblance to a blister, the doctors eventually decided the best course of action would be to lance it. They all crowded around as the holy poop. Doctor did the honors. I merely sat, more than a little uncomfortable from being gawked at, feeling like a circus freak or a zoo animal. A bucket was placed under my arm, and I could do nothing but watch as a thin sterilized needle slid into the monstrosity that could have, until that morning, been confused with a small cyst. Nothing happened. The needle wasn't very big and the fluid inside was too viscous to come out of a hole that small. But a much bigger needle did the trick. A rush of the stuff, all at once, began to splash in the bottom of the bucket. It was dark and creamy and stank to high heaven. I suppressed a gag and looked away, wishing I could plug my ears to drown out the splattering sound it made as it spilled into the container. I don't know whether lancing the thing helped or hurt. All I know is that by the time I'd collected my prescriptions and driven home from the hospital, more of that nasty poop was starting to fill the empty bag of skin on my arm. I stopped at my house, grabbed a book, and then drove back to the hospital. I felt like I might be there for a while. I was right. By the time I walked out of that hospital 22 days later, I had read that entire book, as well as 4 others, not to mention watched 3 seasons of the X-Files. I'd also lost my arm. They lanced the thing a few more times, but it always came back. And it got bigger, lots bigger. Eventually, it covered my entire hand, wrist, forearm, and elbow. It was making its way up to my shoulder when the doctors decided drastic action was required. See, not only had it grown, but it was pulsating. My fingernails oozed the stuff 24/7. Once they finally fell off, it was just a steady drip, drip, drip from the tips of my fingers. All the muscles underneath were beginning to atrophy at a rate that alarmed the doctors. My arm was withering and swelling at the same time. It was the effect on my muscles that worried the doctors the most. They still had no idea what was happening, but at the rate it was spreading up my left arm, they worried it would soon reach my heart, another muscle it could leave withered in its wake. Finally, they proposed the amputation to me, and I readily agreed. Though I never experienced much pain, I was thoroughly unnerved by the degeneration of my arm, and figured getting rid of the whole thing would be the best way to prevent the condition from spreading to more vital areas of my body. We scheduled the amputation, and I remained under close watch and treatment from a myriad of specialists. Now, this is part of the story I don't usually tell people. With most curious inquirers, I tell them that the doctor injected the anesthesia into my vein and the next thing I knew, I was in my hospital bed with Stumpy. These people are always satisfied and unsatisfied with my story. It was more bizarre than they had imagined caused this strange condition. You and me both, I told, but they were dying to know what had ailed them. We exchange pleasantries and go about our lives. But there's more to this story, more than I ever let on when I tell people face to face. I don't know why I feel like I can tell you, but I suspect the anonymity granted by the internet has something to do with it. I don't have to see your worried faces, no look of polite skepticism masking what's going on in your head. This guy is effing nuts. No, I can tell you the rest of my story and then close my laptop, immune to any social consequences that would result from a more personal encounter. Here's what happened next. When they injected the needle into my vein and I began to swim out of consciousness, I began to hear a drumbeat. Slow, steady, faint. I asked the doctor if he heard it too, but he just smirked lightly. Patients are always saying funny things before they go to sleep. That look seemed to say. The drumbeat, deep and ominous, got louder and louder as I drifted away. When I was asleep and on the operating table, I dreamt. But dreamt is a weak word, it doesn't do this justice. It was more like a vision. In this vision, the drumbeat continued. I was surrounded by a large group of people, each of whom was plagued by the same malady that I had. They looked exhausted with agony, as though they'd suffered with the condition for hundreds or maybe thousands of years. Their eyes were downcast, their faces defeat. All were naked, and everything was enshrouded in a gray fog. Some people had afflicted legs, others arms, and others faces. Some people were entirely covered from head to foot. One woman cradled an infant in her diseased arms, and as I looked closer I saw that the child's eyes were swollen and black with the stuff. A thin stream was slowly oozing down from its nostril. Another unfortunate, this one a watery-eyed young man around my age, was on his hands and knees, hacking and coughing, sticking his fingers down his throat and pulling out huge dark globs and flinging them miserably away. The entire scene was gruesome beyond belief. None of these people seemed aware of me, or of one another, in the least. Each was trapped in his hell. I'm not sure how long I wandered through this crowd for. It felt like hours, but it could have been seconds. I remained somehow detached from all my fellow sufferers until the wound on my arm burst. It was like a faucet, splattering the vile substance at my feet. I backed away from the mess in disgust, glanced up, and found that everybody was staring at me. Their faces were twisted in a kind of jealous rage. A few of them charged at me as if to attack, but before they reached me, a jolt of pain much like electricity, sharp, sudden, final, coursed through my entire body. I awoke then, confused and one-armed, in my hospital bed. Do you think I'm crazy yet? Well, that's the normal part of my story. Typing with one hand is time-consuming, and I've got things to do, but I'll post more tomorrow. I picked up a hitchhiker. I was driving through rural New Jersey when I saw him. A hitchhiker, standing by the side of the road. Surprisingly well-dressed, black suit, slicked back hair, narrow briefcase. Now, I know I shouldn't pick up hitchhikers. But I'm 6'4", 230 pounds, with all kinds of hunting equipment in the back of my truck. It's not like this prissy-butted businessman is going to beat me to death and leave me on the side of the road. Besides, I need gas money. Hey, man, I said, pulling over to the side of the road. I'll give you a lift if you pay me for gas. Of course, he said in a polite, almost British, accent. He reached for his wallet and pulled out 3 crisps, $20 bills. This enough? I grinned. That's way more than enough. I greedily snatched the money from him and clicked the locks. Get in, bud. He climbed in. His blue eyes shifted from the crumpled Wendy's wrapper on the dashboard to the mysterious, sticky goo on the middle console. Sorry, the car's not clean. I'm going hunting, I said, turning back onto the highway. Hunting? Interesting, he said, in a strangely enthusiastic tone. Have you always liked to hunt? No, it's the funniest thing. Never thought I'd ever hunt. Love animals, got 3 dogs at home. But there are so many deer around these parts, when the winter comes. A lot of them starve to death. Not to mention all the car accidents they cause. I trailed off, and we fell into an uncomfortable silence. Just hunting for the day, then? No, my buddy Matt and I will be out there the whole weekend. He let out a laugh. The whole weekend? Your wife's a saint for letting you go. My wife? How did he? But then my eyes fell on the steering wheel, and the silver ring on my finger. Ah, yeah. Mary's a doll. She's actually pregnant, you know. 5 months with a little girl. He gave me a crooked smile. A girl, huh? Yeah. I could feel him staring at me long after we had fallen into silence. It made me feel uncomfortable. I clicked on the radio. How did you meet Matt? He asked, fiddling with the dial. All that came through was static. That's a weird question, I thought. He and Mary were close friends. So when we got married, I got to know him well. The man said. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and I was suddenly reminded of a psychiatrist. Are you a psychiatrist? I blurted out. He laughed. Not. I work in finance. What type of finance? It was my turn to ask the questions. Now. Futures, he replied, noncommittally. I glanced over at him. A small smile was on his lips, and I noticed his fingers had gravitated from his lap to the briefcase at his feet. My heart began to pound. Click, click. He undid the clasps. The case creaked open. What's in your briefcase? I asked. Work. What kind of dash? His long fingers disappeared into the darkness of the case. He was pulling something out. My body began to seize up. The steering wheel felt like ice under my fingers. I have a lot of hunting equipment back there, I said, so you better not be dash. I stopped. He was only pulling out a sheet of paper. For a few minutes, he was quiet, reading the paper, intently and silently, as if his life depended on it. SCRTCH, SCRTCH, his fingers slid over it, as they traced the text. Then he slipped it back into the case and snapped it shut. What was he reading? I thought. But before I could get the question out, he turned towards me. I could barely see his face in my peripheral vision, but I knew he was staring at me, for minutes on end. Then he broke the silence. Don't go hunting, he said, his ice blue eyes boring into me. What? Turn the car around. Go home to Mary. What? She needs you. He paused. Madeline needs you. I paled. I never told him we were going to name our baby Madeline. How did you? He's going to make it look like an accident, he said, his voice gravelly and halting. Just a simple hunting accident. The most punishment he'll endure is 35 minutes in the police station, writing out his statement. But, let me off at that diner, up ahead. I like their Cobb salad very much. Matt's going to unalive me? What are you talking about? He turned to me, eyes wide. What are you talking about? About what you just said. All I said is I'd like you to let me off at the diner, please. He pointed to the exit, curving off the highway. You're going to miss it if you don't slow down. With a shaking hand, I clicked on my blinker, pulled off the exit, and into the parking lot. My heart pounded in time with the click-click-clicks of the cooling engine. Thank you for the ride, he said, pulling his briefcase out with him. Have a good drive, will you? I couldn't squeak out a reply before the door slammed shut. I didn't believe him. But my nerves were too shot to continue the trip, either. I texted Matt that I was sick, turned around, and went home to Mary. Mary was thrilled, Matt was disappointed. A little too disappointed, if you ask me. A month later, after ignoring most of Matt's calls and texts, which became increasingly frequent and desperate, I heard a faint thumping noise at the door. When I flicked on the porch light, there was Matt, hunched over our doorknob, holding a lockpick. We called the police. Since then, life has been great. Just a few months later, our wonderful little Madeline was born. And as soon as we got back from the hospital, on our doorstep was a little teddy bear, a pink bow sewn on its head. There wasn't a return address, or a card of any kind. But I think I know who it's from. I listened to a true crime podcast, about myself. Every night on my walk home from work, I listened to true crime podcasts. Even though my favorite podcast already released its episode for this week, the app said there was a new one. Excited, I hit play. It was a small town, the kind that still has mom and pop shops lining the street, the kind where everyone knows your name. But little did the residents know that they would soon be rocked by a horrible crime. I stopped at a traffic light. The red glowed in the darkness, glinting off the wet street. A black SUV sloshed by. Across from me, eerie blue refrigerator lights glowed from inside a corner deli. The chairs all up on their tables, feet in the air. The signal turned to walk. That chilly September evening was no different for the young student. She'd left her to shift at the local store and walked back home. Except she never made it home. Young student. Local store. Damn, this was hitting close to home. I was a part-time student at Franklin Community College and worked at the local convenience store. And, of course, I was walking home. I glanced behind me looking at the alleyway behind Alessandro's Pizza, which was dark except for the neon light spilling from the sign. Her boyfriend reported her missing the next day. The town conducted a volunteer-led search, and after 2 days, they found something. Dread formed in my stomach, anticipating a body. But what he said next was so much worse. Washed up on the shore of Worthington Lake, they found a pair of size 9 red Converse sneakers. I stopped and looked down at my red Converse sneakers, damp from the rain. What the hell? My heart began to pound. The shoes were sent to a forensic analyst, who would compare its wear pattern to another pair of her shoes to try and determine if they belonged to the victim. A rumbling sound made me jump. I turned to see a dark SUV turning left at the intersection. Didn't I see the car a few minutes ago? Maybe it's following me, and the car passed me and disappeared into the darkness. Come on, Sarah. Get a grip. Converse are popular sneakers. A little out of fashion, but still. 9 is a common women's shoe size. And what college student doesn't have some sort of job? What, you think you're listening to some sort of prophecy of your death? Yeah, right. After a few weeks, the results came back. The analyst was certain. The shoes belonged to none other than Sarah Campbell. The blood drained from my face. Sarah Campbell. My name. What the duck? How? I didn't have time to think. I forced myself to move. I broke into a run. The small shops turned into a colorful blur. Searching the lake came up empty. Without a body, a crime is hard to solve. But police didn't give up. And finally, a witness came forward. Someone had seen a car parked at the lake that night, around 2 a.m. A black SUV with darkened windows. No. What the hell is going on? I whipped around. The street was empty. No people, no cars, no witnesses, said the little voice in the back of my mind, the one that's watched way too many true crime shows. My eyes scanned the shops. All closed. There were 6 black SUVs matching the witness's description in the Franklin area. But one of them, in particular, caught Detective Nolan's eye. It belonged to John Kelly, a registered intimate offender. VRRRM. The sound was so soft I almost didn't hear it over the voice of the podcast. I whipped around, and there it was. 2 blaring white headlights behind me. Coming from a black SUV. I forced my legs to pump faster. The car didn't speed up. It crawled along, slowly, taking its time. Like the driver knew he could catch me, no matter what. I glanced back, trying to make him out behind the darkened windshield, but the headlights were too bright to see anything. Kelly wasn't just a registered intimate offender. He'd been convicted of assaulting a woman he worked with, who had multiple piercings and short dark hair, just like Sarah. The car crawled down the road, stalking me, like a lioness stalks her prey. I veered left, onto our dark residential street. Just a few more steps. Headlights flashed across me, illuminating my running shadow on the pavement. I didn't look back. I just ran, as fast as I possibly could. The little brown house with the yellow shutters came into view. I sprinted across the grass, grabbing my keys from my pocket. Click. I threw the door open and slammed it shut behind me. Then I turned the deadbolt, collapsed against the door, and began crying. I heard the rush of the car passing our house, continuing down the road. But I wasn't safe. Gabe wasn't home yet. I was alone, in a dark house, with someone driving down the street who knew exactly where I lived. Still sobbing, I checked all the locks. Then I called Gabe, who assured me he was 5 minutes away. I made my way down the dark hallway and headed into the bathroom. Then I set my phone on the counter, grabbed a clump of tissues, and began to blow my nose. Click. I jumped, whipped around. But it wasn't coming from outside the door. My phone screen lit up. The podcast was still playing. I must have hit it when I put the phone down. It had skipped several minutes forward, according to the play indicator. What do you think happened to Sarah? The baritone voice asked. I reached for it, to turn it off. Well, she told me she wanted to run away before. I stopped dead. It was Gabe's voice. Clear as day, coming from the speakers. She did? Why? The voice asked. She wasn't happy with her grades, her job, her parents. She told me sometimes she'd dream of just moving to some random state and leaving it all behind. I froze, staring at the mirror. I never said that. Never. Gabe was lying? I mean, that was hurtful to me as her boyfriend, you know? I thought we were going to get married someday. But apparently, she didn't feel the same way. My heart pounded in my ears. So you think she just skipped town and is happily living her life out somewhere else? Rather than being abducted or unalived? A pause. Yes, that's exactly what I think. That's all for now. Thank you to our listeners. The outro played. I stared at my reflection, everything coming down all at once, my mind trying to race and catch up with what it meant. The front door creaked open. Footsteps sounded outside. Sarah. I'm back. I backed away from the door. Sarah? My eyes fell on the window. I ran over to it and turned the lock. Push. I popped the screen out. Then I swung a leg over, pulled myself through the window, and ran as fast as I could. I share a room with my autistic brother. He's been talking in his sleep. A lot of autistic children are difficult to handle, but my brother Lucas isn't one of them. His 16 years on this earth have not inconvenienced my family in the least. I can say that of all the autistic kids I've met, Lucas is the sweetest and gentlest. I'm not just saying that because his family, neighbors, teachers, and friends constantly note his calm disposition with surprise. Up until lately, he's never talked much. He spends hours on the phone with his best friend, an autistic classmate named Alex, and doesn't say anything but hi, Alex, and bye, Alex. He's content to spend all day sitting in his banana chair and playing PlayStation. Getting him to leave his room for any reason is like pulling teeth, unless, of course, we lure him with Doritos and Nutter Butters. He is the greatest kid. That's why I'm so worried about him. Over the past month, Lucas has talked more and more, but not while he's awake. No, during the daytime, it's pretty much business as usual. But at night, the business has become very strange indeed. See, though Lucas is a teenager, he's got the mental stature of a toddler. He says things a toddler would say, acts the way a toddler would act, and enjoys things that a toddler would enjoy. We've grown accustomed to this. For instance, if he wants a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, he'll say milk and sandwich and we all know what he means. He does not speak in complete sentences, and he does not have a large vocabulary, which is why I've been so unnerved by the things he says in his sleep. Lucas has never been a sleep talker. I would know. I've shared a room with him his entire life. So when I awoke many nights ago to the sound of him babbling away from the bunk below mine, I paid attention. The first thing I noticed was that his voice sounded different. My first thought was that somebody else was in our room. I almost would have preferred that. What I heard that night, and many nights since, was undoubtedly Lucas's voice, but sharper, clearer, and somehow more intelligent. Honestly, it's how I think his voice would sound if he were not autistic. The second thing I noticed is what he said. Hi, have we met? Over and over again. Once every 30 seconds or so. It reminded me of something Lucas used to do in his childhood. He'd put in a movie, lie down next to the VCR and prop his feet up against it. Then, he'd use his toes to rewind the most amusing scenes. Over and over again. The third thing I noticed is how he said it. He wasn't just saying words, he was meaning them. The diction, the intonation, it sounded for all the world as though he were speaking to someone. Hi was bright and cheerful, the tone employed by perpetually happy people all over the world. Then, a pause. Hesitating. Have we met? Still upbeat, but with a hint of confusion. Maybe even trepidation. I said Lucas's name, quietly at first, and then louder. He didn't respond. I hopped off the bed and used the light from my phone to look at him. He appeared to be both fully asleep and fully alert. He was lying down, yes, and his eyes were closed, but he somehow looked awake, attentive. He was on his back, flat as a board, his legs straight and his arms at his sides. His face pointed straight up toward the bunk board, his eyes dancing behind their lids and his mouth turned up in a small smile. I was about to go back to bed when his facial expression changed. His smirk dissolved into a grimace. His face, once relaxed, was now scrunched and his eyes shut tight. He started to breathe more heavily, and I noticed a light shimmer of sweat beginning to appear on his forehead. I tried to shake him awake, but he wouldn't budge. His muscles looked so tense that I wondered if I should wake our parents. I decided against it, partly because I don't get along with our parents, and partly because I was getting freaked out and just wanted to sleep. I scrambled back into bed a little too quickly for a 17-year-old guy. Just as I had relaxed and started to drift off, I heard Lucas's voice once more, this time a whisper, scared and helpless. No. Please. I couldn't get back to sleep that night. Things were normal the next day. Lucas played video games, watched Teletubbies, and paced around our room. If anything was wrong, he didn't know it. I even interrupted Star Wars Battlefront 2 and asked him, Luke, did you sleep well last night? But he just nodded. Yeah? I said, and he replied with an affirmative sleep good, his eyes never leaving the screen. Then he started making whale noises from Finding Nemo. As I said, things were normal. I suppose I'm not sure how often he's talked in his sleep, but the next time it woke me up was a week later. It was loud. My parents sleep upstairs, so they didn't hear it, but they certainly would have if they were on our level. He was crying. What are you? What do you want with me? He asked through sobs. He sniffled, then louder. What do you want? I hopped out of bed immediately and turned on the light. He was asleep, but his face was twisted even more grotesquely than it had been a week before. Tears rolled down his cheeks and soaked the pillow. I said his name forcefully, and even shook him, but he wouldn't wake. I realized that rocky relationship aside, I needed to get my parents. I bolted out of my bedroom, then stopped in my tracks about halfway down the hall. He was saying something new. I heard it more and more clearly as I retreated back into the room, overwhelmed by curiosity. Hello? Hello? Oh, thank God. He sounded frightened for his life, and he was gasping, as though he were running from something. I'm in trouble. My name is Annabeth Madsen. I need help. I need help. My stomach dropped because Annabeth Madsen is my girlfriend. A brief pause, then, there's a man, he's after me, someone stopped him but I think he's following me, I hear him, I'm just running, another pause, and a hysterical sob. Wait, Lucas continued, my girlfriend's words coming from his mouth. The parking lot, the church, Baptist church, south of State Street, but wait. I looked on at Lucas in disbelief, too stunned to even worry about Anna. I'm running, I'm already past the parking lot, oh, God, I don't know where he is, help. At this, I snapped back to reality. Mom, Dad, I roared. Louder. Mom, Dad, help. I think I can hear him still, it's too dark, and I can't see him, I don't even know how I got here. Lucas sobbed, still lying flat and facing the bunk board, not moving a muscle. My parents burst into the room, terrified looks on their faces. They looked at Lucas. What in God's name, my dad began, but was interrupted by more from Lucas. No, I'm turning left. I can see Starbucks and the gas station, and no, I see him. I see his lights. Hey, help. Lucas was now screaming at the top of his lungs. My mother was screaming too, trying to shake him awake. But then his face started to relax, and his voice at once became more relieved. Oh, thank God, thank you, he sobbed. Then he was quiet. That was everything he said, word for word. I'm able to remember it so exactly because the next morning, I listened to Anna's 911 call at the police station. The voice in the call was Anna's, but apart from that, I was listening to an echo. When Lucas stopped talking that night, I dialed Anna with shaking hands. No answer. I sent her a text at 2:44. Hey, this is gonna sound weird, but are you alright? Call me. Sorry, I'll explain, and got this reply at 2:47. Not really, I'll call, give me a few minutes. 26 agonizing minutes later, my phone rang. I listened to her story. A little after 2 o'clock in the morning, she found herself in a hoodie and her pajama bottoms, barefoot, on an old dirt road near the industrial district. It's a small town, and we still have a few unpaved streets. She didn't remember how she got there, but her feet were dirty, and she realized she must have walked. She knew where she was from the street signs, and found that she had her phone in the pocket of her hoodie. Panicking, she pulled it out to call someone, me, in fact, and she was struck, hard, in the back. She fell to the ground, scrambled to a sitting position, and turned her phone toward her attacker. He wore gym shorts and a hooded sweatshirt, and his face was too shadowed to see clearly. She tried to get up, and he grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her to the ground. They struggled for a few minutes, and she was badly beaten. The only shot she was able to get in was to viciously claw his leg with her long fingernails. Some of his skin and blood remained on her fingers when the police brought her in, the only evidence she was able to provide of her attacker. Just as she was nearing collapse from exhaustion, another man emerged from the shadows. At first, she thought he was with her attacker, but her attacker recoiled when he saw the stranger. She said he looked scared. The mystery man ran full speed at her assailant, who promptly released her and took off. The man caught up to her attacker about 50 feet away and tackled him to the ground. That's when she ran. She called the police, sprinting barefoot through the town until she saw the police officer pulling out of the gas station parking lot. She entered his custody bruised, bleeding, the soles of her feet practically torn to shreds. At the end of Anna's story, she asked how I knew she was in trouble. I told her about Lucas. She gave the phone to the police officer, and I related what my brother had said to him as well. He asked me and my parents to come to the station in the morning and make a statement. So, the next morning, my parents took both of us to the station. When we got there was a split second when Lucas, who was completely normal when he woke up, albeit very tired, and Anna looked at each other. Their eyes met, locked on one another's, and as soon as the moment began, it was gone. We made our statements, then asked the befuddled police officer, "Now what?" "Now," he began, pausing as if wondering the same thing himself. You can go." It sounded more like a question. "This is just the beginning of my story, and I'll type more of it tomorrow. But before I log off, I want to leave you with something Anna said to me later that same night. See, she was still needed at the station after I left, but she came to my place when they let her go. She looked awful. We talked about the police, whether they had a case. She said there wasn't much of her attacker's blood and skin left under her nails, but that they were sending what they could salvage to a lab for DNA testing. In the meantime, due to her lack of description, there wasn't a lot they could do other than put the word out, tell folks to be careful. She said the police questioned her about her savior as well, but she could provide them with no helpful description. Her eyes hadn't seen much. Her mind, though, had a pretty good idea. This is going to sound crazy, she said, but I know who it was. I know who saved me. All at once, the whole crazy situation came together for me. She didn't even need to say. It was Lucas, the worst wedding I've ever photographed. I've been a wedding photographer for nearly 10 years and I thought I'd seen it all. Trashy, beautiful, tragic, hilarious, or just bizarre. I have stories. I have the typical groom getting caught getting it on with a maid of honor, family getting into brawls, brides ODing in the bathroom, gay couples having no one attend their wedding, or worse, the one uninvited homophobic relative crashing to just be a PP, stories. But we aren't here for the typical stories. If we were, we'd be here all day. We're here for the wedding from last October. Fall weddings are probably my favorite. If I ever get married, I'll probably get hitched in the fall. It was the parents of the bride who came to me, asking for my services for a wedding in 2 weeks. Their original photographer apparently up and quit on them and they were desperate to have their darling daughter's wedding immortalized in picture format. Luckily for them, I had a clear schedule. I did charge them quite a bit extra for the suddenness of it all, but judging by the father's Rolex, it wasn't that big a deal. One thing I'm good at guessing is a family's wealth status. And once again I was on point. The Seawrights were rolling in dough. Not that I like them though. I'm not required to like all my clients, although it does make things a bit more relaxing. Harold Seawright absolutely leered at my chest whenever he thought I wasn't looking, and Carol was the trophy wife that was over the hill. I've never seen a human being that genuinely looked more like plastic than her. Nothing wrong with plastic surgery or Botox, but there's gotta be a cutoff at some point. I think I should have been more off-put by the parents coming to me rather than the bride, but I just figured said bride was busy with other wedding planning poop and didn't think too hard on it. Day came and oh boy, I realized I was getting into something I didn't want to be a part of right away. The first time I saw the bride, Tanya, I had a brief moment of I don't know how old this girl is. She could have been 16, she could have been just 18. Definitely not over 20 though. I've seen young marriages when it's a shotgun affair, but then I met the groom, Marcel Wingate, who was definitely no younger than 30. And Marcel was just. Something felt off. The man was a giant for one, he towered over me, let alone Tanya. With his long, pale face and sunken eyes, he could have been effing Lurch from the Addams Family. When he shook my hand and introduced himself, I barely repressed a shiver. But years of practice helped me to smile and act like there wasn't something slimy about all of this. Tanya never said a word when she was made over for her big day. Only Carol did, chirping and twittering about how about you make her hair a little bigger or make her eyes pop. She has such pretty eyelashes. Luckily Carol had to go have a smoke every 15 minutes so the makeup and hair people could have a moment to actually work. By the time it was all over, Tanya looked perfect. Her dress was a white ball gown, a tiara was placed in her strawberry blonde hair, cheeks blushing a perfect pink. But unlike most brides, she still hadn't said a word, and those weren't sure as hell tears of joy she was holding back. I'm sure you've heard about the first look photo fad. I find it great to get that perfect expression a groom makes when he sees the bride in her dress for the first time. It's usually quite cute. This was the first time I've shot a first look photo where I truly believe it was the first time the bride and groom have actually looked at each other. Marcel did seem to have his breath taken away by his lovely bride, but her expression was less than thrilled as he took her hand and gave it a tight squeeze. My stomach turned when he leaned in for a kiss on the cheek and she quite obviously flinched. It's time I put a pin on the myth that arranged marriages only happen in foreign countries, and only people from certain cultures take part in it. They happen all the time in the US, and more often than not it's an old man who wants a virgin bride, and by virgin, I mean still in effing high school. This wouldn't even be the first one I was hired to photograph. I managed to catch Tanya alone in the room she got ready in, sitting next to the open window and twirling an unlit cigarette between her fingers. Need a light? I offered as I came in. No, thanks. I don't smoke, but they say it makes you feel better, right? She said, looking up at me with those doll-like blue eyes. It also gives you lung and throat cancer. I took the cigarette from her and lit it up for myself. But I'm a bad example, so do as I say, not as I do. Now that got a smile out of her, even if it only lasted a second. How often do you smoke? She asked. Depends on the day. Usually I have 2 or 3. Bad day I can have a few more. I lowered the cigarette and looked down at her. How old are you, Tanya? 19. 20 in a few weeks. I have a bit of a baby face. She poked one of her cheeks. Why do you care? I glanced at the door to make sure Carol wasn't going to barge in. Tanya, are you not okay with this? The wedding? I asked quietly. Tanya's eyes widened. Damn, you're good. She also glanced at the door. Harold, my stepdad, arranged all of this. If he had it his way it would have happened when I was 15, but Marcel kept delaying. Business. He tried to delay another year but my dad implied he had other offers. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. If I said no, Harold would kick me out and cut me off, freeze my bank account. I'd have nothing and no one, and I don't know what I'd do if that happened. I reached into my purse and pulled out one of my business cards. Flip the card over, it has a number for a women's shelter. They specialize in helping women escape from dangerous home situations. Hides them, helps them get started in a new city if need be. Below that is my home number, if you just need to talk, okay? Tanya took the card and clung onto it tightly before tucking it into her bra. You might be the nicest person I've ever met, she murmured. I squeezed her shoulder. I try, I said before extinguishing the cigarette on the windowsill. If you need to escape any time tonight, just ask me to help you go to the bathroom. We can pull a whole runaway bride, I joked. That got another laugh out of her, just in time for her mom to pop into the room. Well, what's taking so long? Hurry up, the wedding's going to be starting in 15 minutes, and I don't want you to cry and make your face all blotchy and ugly. She whined. Tanya's brief joy faded and she gave me one more sad look before following her mother out. The ceremony would have been so much more beautiful if I didn't know the dirty little secret behind it all. Tanya didn't smile once. I don't think even one of those bridesmaids was an actual friend of hers, or at least not a sincere one. When the priest said you may kiss the bride, Tanya let one tear slip down her cheek when Marcel leaned down to kiss her. I was seriously considering calling the cops, but what could they do? Tanya would likely cave and say nothing was wrong, and since she wasn't a minor they couldn't label Marcella Pedro and her stepfather a child seller. It still didn't make the situation any less crappy. All I could do was snap pictures of the worst day of Tanya's life. At the reception, I was constantly being nagged by Carol about what pictures to take to the point where I wanted to rip her hair out, but I did notice something different about the first dance between the couple. Tanya at first was stiff as a board, reluctant to even touch Marcel, but he leaned down and whispered something in her ear. Her entire demeanor changed in a blink of an eye to one of surprise and I managed to read her lips. Really? Marcel nodded and I managed to catch a picture of the first smile Tanya had since she said I do. By the end of the dance, she was starting to get into it, resting her head on his chest as they swayed to 1,000 years. It was a complete 180 change. Tanya was now one of the happiest, and dare I say it, flirtiest brides I've ever seen. She even leaned up to kiss him on the cheek as they sat down, something that took even Marcel by surprise judging by how he blushed. I genuinely started to wonder if Marcel slipped something in her drink to get her acting so happy when Carol started to nag me again about where her husband was. She was the kind of mother who forgot this was her child's wedding instead of her own and she wanted pictures of her and Harold. To get the duck away from her I told her I'd go find him. He'd been hitting the open bar a little hard that night. I assumed he was in the bathroom either throwing up or cheating on his wife. It could have gone either way at that point. When I approached the men's room, I heard something that sounded like gargling or swallowing. Ew, I know, but I kinda hoped to ruin this nasty jerk's day if her husband was cheating, so I opened the bathroom door with my camera at the ready. I made eye contact with Harold. Or rather, I made eye contact with Harold's head. It was sitting in the sink, expression twisted in abject horror. The room was soaked in blood, body parts were strewn around the floor. Meanwhile, Marcel had stripped out of his tuxedo and was currently swallowing Harold's arm. Whole. Now I was wondering if I'd had something slipped into my champagne. Humans can't just unhinge their jaw like that, each gulp taking Marcel's arm deeper down his throat. I saw the tips of Harold's fingers disappear with a small wave of goodbye. And then I dropped my camera. Yes, I heard something break. No, I didn't care. I just saw the groom eat the goddamn father of the bride. Marcel's head shot up in his eyes. Before now they were a dull, watery gray, but now they were mottled brown and red with slitted pupils. I felt frozen when those eyes looked at me. Oh, I'm sorry, one moment. Marcel turned to the sink that was free of a man's head and vomited. I heard several things clatter on the porcelain before he fetched them out and washed them off. With an embarrassed clearing of his throat, he walked up to me and pulled me into the bathroom. I thought I was dead, but instead Marcel placed several diamonds in my palm. For the camera, I didn't mean to startle you, he said. Aha, I managed to get out as I stared at the literal handful of diamonds. This would pay for more than the camera. Why did you devour Harold? Oh, I've wanted to do that for years. Marcel chuckled as he grabbed some paper towels to wipe off his chin, as that would take away from the fact he was still naked and bloody in front of me. A terrible person tastes quite divine. You would taste absolutely terrible. It'd be like swallowing nails. Meanwhile, a man who offers his daughter as a sacrificial lamb to something he knows eats humans. He tastes like the richest cut of steak, cooked medium rare and seasoned to perfection. Jesus Christ, this twisted situation had taken on a whole new level of ducked up. Wait, he seriously? Oh, absolutely, Marcel snorted, and he'd do it again. All for what happens when my stomach processes human bone. I clutched the diamonds. You're not going to hurt Tanya? I asked. Marcel shook his head vigorously. God, no. I kept delaying the wedding in hopes that she'd manage to find a way out, but I think Harold was getting bored with my cold feet. There would be plenty of other people willing to pay for her, even if my payment would be easily thrice what others would offer. God, I was starting to feel a little dizzy. Here I was, talking to a human-eating groom. I glanced out the door and a horrible idea entered my brain. One that would surely earn Marcel's good favor and help out Tanya. So if I told Carol she could find her husband in the men's room? I asked. Marcel seemed puzzled for a second but caught on quickly. With a nod, he picked up the head and tossed it into one of the stalls. I heard it splash in one of the toilets and I almost started giggling. I was nearing hysteria. Go right ahead. I'll be waiting, he said as he kicked more limbs out of sight. I almost left when I had to ask one more question. What the hell are you? Marcel cocked his head to the side before he changed, just for a second. One moment he was a blood-soaked man, absolutely horrifying but normal. The next he was a snake. Sort of. His body was gone, replaced by the body of an anaconda, but his head was still the same, minus the flick of a slim, forked tongue from his mouth. Then he was back to normal. He responded with a shrug. Funnily enough, I was hoping you'd tell me. I don't have a clue. I left the bathroom and bumped into Carol almost immediately in the hallway. Well, where is he? She snapped. I just pointed a thumb toward the bathroom. Think he's not feeling so well, I said before I was nearly bowled over by the grumpy jerk. I watched long enough for her to open the door and for a scaled tail to shoot out, snag her around the arm, and drag her into the bathroom before I headed back to the wedding. The problem seemed to solve itself that night. Marcel came back, the men's room locked after someone got quite sick in there. Tanya no longer had to behave a certain way to please her mom and I think she had a good night. I used my backup camera to make sure to get all the pictures of her smiling. Carol and Harold vanished into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. And those diamonds paid for quite the nice new camera. As I said, it's been a year. I sure as hell haven't forgotten that wedding, but what prompted me to share it was that I got a friend request from Tanya on Facebook. I normally don't accept friend requests from previous clients, but this one time I chose to make an exception. She just looks so much better. She's going to college. She now sculpts and paints. She regularly volunteers at the women's shelter I directed her to when we first met, and every Friday night is group date night at the local arcade with some of Marcel's friends that now appear to be her friends as well. Marcel is quite the dance revolution master, but is terrible at shooting games. Her most recent picture was of her and Marcel, smiling. And she was holding up an ultrasound picture, under the back porch. As a kid, I lived with neglectful parents at best. At worst Dad would turn his screams and fists on me, but I learned quickly how to dodge the worst of it. Mom wasn't much help. She'd just smoke in the kitchen and jerk at him for staying out so late. At the time we lived basically in the middle of nowhere. Our nearest neighbors were a long walk away for a 6-year-old and we had trees between us. No one to run to for help. But I was pretty small for a kid my age. I learned I could fit pretty much anywhere. The closet. Dryer. I think even once I tucked myself under my futon in such a way I could still get some air but no one could see me. I was a master at hiding. But it wasn't for a good reason. One night I chose to do something different. I could hear it in Dad's yells. He was pissed and was about to get violent. Mom wasn't helping either, just piling fuel onto an inferno of a flame. So I knew I had to find a good hiding spot. I'd gotten the idea a few days before when I realized the lattice covering the bottom half of the back porch had a hole in it. Not big enough to fit a full-grown man, most likely, but it could fit a skinny 6-year-old with no problem. So wrapping myself up in my blanket and grabbing my hippo stuffy, I snuck out my window and ran into the backyard. In the middle of autumn. When it was 40 degrees out and the temperature was steadily dropping. I crawled under the porch, scraping my elbows and getting splinters in my palms, but I fit inside. It was actually quite spacious compared to most of my hiding spots. I couldn't sit up all the way, but I had plenty of room to spread out my limbs. Of course, I was also getting covered in dirt. It had rained a few days ago, so the mud was still a little wet. I wrapped myself in my blankie the best I could and settled in for the night. But soon, even with my blankie and my hippo, my teeth were chattering so hard I could barely breathe. I didn't want to go back inside though, knowing if my dad caught me I'd be in for the whipping of my life. So I had to tough it out. Honey, are you cold? That voice was not the voice of my mother, scratchy from all the smoking and screeching she did. It was sweet, like honey. I turned over to see the dim outline of a woman, lying on her stomach next to me. She had a pretty butterfly necklace and was just as dirty as I was. I nodded, not wondering how she'd been down there without me noticing. The woman belly crawled forward and wrapped her arms around me and suddenly I became warm. Like I was sitting next to a campfire. I snuggled into her arms, not minding the mud. After all, we were both dirty. You've gotten so big, the woman said, examining my face. How old are you now, Alex? 6. How did I know this woman again? I didn't think I did. 6. The woman gasped. You're all grown up then. I'm so happy, she sighed pleasantly and stroked my hair. I'd never felt so cozy in my life. What's your name? I asked. She smiled, I could hear it in her voice. I'm Lily. What's your favorite thing to do? I had to think for a second. I like board games. And coloring. Lily chuckled. Just like me then. Could never get enough of Scrabble. But I guess you're still too young to play that, huh? I nodded. Lots of words. I want to play it though. I like the tiles. Would you play with me? I heard Lily sharply inhale. I don't think I can. Your daddy put me under here, and I can't leave. But, she thought for a second. Alex, could you do me a favor? Of course. This lady was oh so nice. Why wouldn't I do her a favor? When you wake up in the morning, go to the police station. Ask for an officer by the name of Lowell Joyce. Tell him where to find Lily, okay? Under your back porch. He'll come and he'll get me, okay? And then maybe we can play Scrabble. Yippee. I was too excited about the possibility of playing Scrabble to notice how Lily's voice caught at the end. I nodded vigorously. I'll do it. We can be on the same team, right? Lily softly laughed. I'll help you understand the rules. Good night, Alex. When I woke up the next morning, I heard Lily's voice. Go now. Your dad's gone to work. I'll tell you how to get to the station. Rubbing my eyes, I crawled out from under the porch and went into the house to grab my shoes and a coat. I shivered in the frosty cold. But I thought Lily was right behind me. After my shoes and coat were on, I started walking. It was long enough to get to the neighbor's house. I really can't remember how long it took to get to the police station, although I have no idea why no one pulled over to see what the hell a 6-year-old in dirty pajamas was doing walking alongside the road. Lily kept guiding me onward. Wait. Okay, cross the street now. Turn right here. Keep going. You've almost made it. I nearly collapsed with exhaustion by the time I walked into the station. The guys out front chatting and having a good time didn't see me until I almost made it to the front desk. Whoa. Kid. You okay? One of the officers knelt to my level, eyes wide. I nodded. I'm okay. Can I speak to Lowell Joyce? I asked. One of the other officers picked me up. Sure kid, sure, let's just get you someplace warm. Holy poop, your lips are blue. I remembered quietly scolding the man about watching his language. Poop was a bad word. I was given some warm cocoa and wrapped up in a blanket by the time an old man with a graying mustache sat by me. Hey, kid. I'm Sheriff Joyce. What's your name? He asked. Alex. I set down my cup and looked him straight in the eye. I was told to tell you that Lily is under the back porch. You need to go let her out so we can play Scrabble. I had never seen a grown man turn pale before. Lots of things blurred together at this point. I remember being taken back to my house and there were a lot of police cars and people around. The back porch was surrounded by yellow tape, and someone was taking a black bag away while my dad was in handcuffs. After that, I lived with my grandparents, Sheriff Joyce and his wife. I tried to ask about what happened and who was Lily, but I always got shut down. I was too young to know. But life got better. A lot better. Grandpa was the best man I could have hoped for in my life. We went out on weekends to the movies where he let me have the giant soda even though I'd have to pee in the middle of the movie. When I asked if I could drink when I was 13, he let me try a beer. I spat it out and didn't touch it again. He never judged me for my love of art, letting me paint my own bedroom multiple times over the years. I felt safe around him. He never laid a hand on me. My grandmother was amazing too. Over the week she'd homeschool me along with teaching me things that you wouldn't learn in a school, such as how to respect others but not take their crap. And cooking. Lots of cooking. I could make my birthday cake by the time I was 12. But I usually just made them for my friends. I got a lot of those after I was free from my dad. When I turned 16, Grandpa took me back to my dad's house. The whole thing had been bulldozed over. But I could still see the yellow tape wound around a few trees, faded and torn. We sat together on the back of his truck. He opened a beer and drank half of it before setting it down and grabbing me an orange soda. After I'd drunk it, he told me, Lily was your mother. Good thing he didn't tell me as I was swallowing. I likely would have had it coming out of my nose. My mom? I questioned, confused. Your actual mom. The woman who lived with your dad was not your mother. My granddad grabbed another beer. Lily was my daughter. I loved her so much. But when you were around 6 months old, she vanished. My stomach dropped. My dad just imprisoned her under the porch? I asked, starting to feel sick. Grandpa took a deep breath before setting his unopened beer down. That's something I've never been able to understand. Lily told you to find me? And that she loved Scrabble? Yeah. She kept me warm that night. I probably would have frozen to death if she hadn't been there. I was a stupid kid, even though I knew that. Grandpa went dead quiet before he opened that beer and slammed the whole thing. Alex, Lily had been dead the whole time she was gone. When we dug her up, she was bones. Experts confirmed it, and your dad confessed to what happened. They'd gotten into a fight and he threw her down the stairs. She broke her neck. He clenched his fists. I knew he had something to do with her disappearance, but I never had proof until you walk into my station, covered in dirt and telling me she was under the porch. I was floored. I couldn't breathe. All I could do was shake my head. But I saw her. She was alive. She had this butterfly necklace. I trailed off when Grandpa pulled an evidence baggie from his pocket. There was that butterfly necklace all right. Rusty, and parts of the paint had chipped off, but I remembered it as clearly as I remembered Lily's voice. Grandpa took a shaky breath as he pressed the bag into my hands. Lily loved you so much. That's why she stuck around that bastard. You were her whole world. She was constantly taking pictures and sending them to us in the mail. Sometimes a mother's love can accomplish things that no human can do. My eyes overflowed with tears as I clutched the necklace to my chest. Choking on sobs, I leaned against Grandpa. He held me tight and I swore I felt a few of his tears land on the top of my head. And for just a brief moment, I swore I felt that warm love I felt that night under the porch. The knocking stops if you ignore it. When I was 11 years old, I had two best friends, and they were complete and total opposites. Deborah was outspoken and bold, the fourth child of two wealthy, sports-obsessed doctors. Chantel was thoughtful and cautious, the only daughter of a waitress who never seemed to catch a break. It may be that the only thing we have in common is a terrifying experience that linked us together for life. It started, as these things often do, with an unexpected, last-minute change of plans. Normally, the three of us had a sleepover at least once a month. We always tried to go to Deborah's. What kid wouldn't? There were hills for sledding in winter, a rec room in the basement for rainy spring days, a fireplace to tell scary stories around in fall, and in summer, a sparkling pool out back. To us, it was paradise. We tried my place a few times, but the disappointment I saw, or imagined, on my friends' faces as I showed them around the shabby little apartment made a knot in my stomach, and I was relieved when they left. We'd never even been to Chantel's until that fateful Saturday in June. My parents were out of town, and the original plan was that we'd stay at Deborah's all weekend until Deborah's mom came down with a nasty flu and banned guests from her home. Under the circumstances, Chantel's mother reluctantly allowed us over. When we stepped down from the bus, I thought we'd made a mistake. There were only a highway and pine trees. Chantel took a deep breath, as though preparing for something, and led us to a narrow concrete drive almost hidden by the forest. Deborah and I exchanged a glance, but there was nothing to do but follow our friend down the dark lane. Under the shadowy branches, the air was cooler. It smelled like sap and wet dirt. The dilapidated trailer at the end of the drive was so hemmed in by trees that the branches scraped the windows, and junk rotted in heaps in the tall grass. But there were cheerful Christmas lights strung around the sagging porch, and Chantel's mom smiled and waved as we approached. She talked our ears off as soon as we stepped inside, and before long we were chowing down on tomato soup and toasted cheese that she clearly made especially for our visit. Before long she kissed Chantel on the cheek, told us to watch out for rusty nails outside, and headed to her third shift job at the hospital. She turned suddenly at the door. "Chantel, remind them not to let anyone in, no matter how loud they knock or how scary they sound, or whom they say they are. If they're meant to be in here, they'll have a key." As the door closed, I noticed that the peephole in the door was plugged shut and curtains covered every window. It seemed very odd to me, but everyone had some quirks, right? And before long we were having more fun than we'd ever had at Deborah's, running through the misty trees and catching lightning bugs. Twilight came early in the woods. Back inside, we were sprawled out on the shag carpet surrounded by a pillow fort and unhealthy snacks, laughing as we flipped through weird old magazines. Deborah's parents were overprotective, and in my neighborhood it wasn't safe to leave a kid at home alone, so this was the first time we had spent a night without adult supervision. The feeling that we could do literally anything without a chance of getting caught was so exhilarating that I barely noticed Chantel methodically checking the doors and blinds to make sure that everything was completely shut. The first knock could have been anything. We were laughing so hard that we barely heard it. Chantel told us to hush, and stood up suddenly. "What crawled up your butt and died?" Deborah asked, which only made us laugh harder. Her face serious as stone, Chantel clasped a hand over Deborah's mouth, ignoring her muffled protests. That snapped me out of it. I realized that the drone of insects from the forest had stopped completely. Something was wrong. It was quiet enough that there was no mistaking the next pattern. Tap 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 on the front door. "Seriously, Chantel, what is wrong with you?" Deborah giggled, twisting free of her weaker friend. We shushed at her furiously. Knock 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 knock. The sound was more insistent now, like an angry neighbor wanting to make a noise complaint. "Let's go to my room," Chantel suddenly announced in a whisper. "Please." Deborah and I exchanged another glance, then shrugged. Chantel turned off the lights and the television. Something like instinct compelled us to move quietly, and our attempts to tiptoe made the ramshackle trailer seem especially empty and silent. I felt cold sweat trickle down my spine each time the floor creaked. For some reason, my eyes kept darting to the curtain windows, and I'd swear I heard a faint tapping at each window as we passed it, as if there was a little boy outside throwing pebbles. Chantel let out a sigh of relief as we entered her bedroom and shut the door, apparently glad to have another barrier between us and whatever was outside. We didn't say much as Chantel got out an old board game, Candyland, I think, and began to set it up. Before long, Deborah and Chantel started to whisper, giggle, and then finally talk normally again, but I couldn't calm down. It was too strange. I thought about the TV show Cops and psycho ex-boyfriends who came back to attack the family. Then I mentally replayed every horror movie I'd seen about crazy people who lived deep in the woods. Chantel, at least, seemed to think the danger had passed. She was tossing dice at Deborah's head. I wanted to ask her if the knocking was a regular occurrence, but I was scared. Scared that talking about it might somehow make it real. About 40 minutes later we heard pounding on the door. This time, we all made a point to ignore it and go on with our game. It worked until the doorbell started ringing. The classic ding-dong didn't seem that menacing, but Chantel had gone pale. I remembered then that the trailer didn't have anything so fancy as a doorbell out front. It was getting louder now, too, echoing down the empty hallways. "Chantel," I whispered. "What's going on?" "I don't know." My friend finally responded. "As long as I can remember, wherever we've lived, there's been this knocking sometimes. Mom doesn't like to talk about it. She says as long as you don't react, it goes away eventually, and it always does. It can get really bad though. One time it went on for hours. I swear I could actually see the dust and spiders getting knocked out of the walls." She gave us a nervous little smile. "Sometimes a voice asks for you or calls for help. Sometimes it seems to be someone you know. The doorbell though, that's new. Well, you can't let it walk all over you for the rest of your life." Deborah stopped chewing her bubblegum and gave us a serious glare. The tapping continued in the background, almost like a drumbeat. Deborah, Chantel warned, but our headstrong friend had already grabbed a taped-up hockey stick from Chantel's closet and flung open the bedroom door. "Hey," Deborah bellowed. "Whatever it is, we aren't interested." The tapping stopped. The silence deepened. Deborah smirked. "See? I keep telling you. You've just got to stand up for yourself." Chantel wasn't exaggerating when she'd said the blows were hard enough to shake the walls. The wallop the house took was so hard it created clouds of dust. I screamed. Chantel hid under the bed, and Deborah used the hockey stick to smash a centipede as it fled across the room. The blows came one after another, as if a huge invisible hand was slapping the house. I joined Chantel under the bed. Grabbing tight to the carpet with my eyes shut tight, I tried not to feel the tiny legs of spiders scurrying over me. Every living thing was trying to escape the house. "Deborah," Chantel hissed, "shut the door and get down here. I'm gonna call your mom," Deborah shouted from the hallway. "Or the police, or somebody." "It won't do any good," Chantel murmured. The knocking came from everywhere now, the windows, the back door, even from the trapdoor to the attic. It's never been this bad. She shouldn't have said anything. I tried to call. All I heard on the phone line was a doorbell that wouldn't stop ringing, Deborah said in a small voice as she slid under the bed with us. The lights flickered. "I don't think they're gonna go away this time," Chantel sniffled. "Not until they get what they came for. You guys are my best friends in the world, you know that? Don't come out. No matter what." Before we could stop her, Chantel darted from the bed and out the bedroom door, which she locked behind her with an old-fashioned key. Deborah charged, pounded on the door, and demanded to know where she thought she was going, but it was obvious to me even before I heard the front door creak open. The knocking stopped immediately. Deborah and I tried to quiet our panting breaths, waiting. "It's okay, guys. You can come out now," Chantel called out after what felt like hours. We looked at each other and stayed put. Seriously. There were a few gentle taps on the bedroom door. "Open up, guys, it's fine. Why don't you use your key?" Deborah muttered. There was a pause. "I don't want to be alone out here. Please." There was a noise like a child's hands patting the door, searching for a weak spot. "Please let me in." The patting became pounding. "Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me." I don't know how long it went on for, or how Deborah and I managed to fall asleep in each other's arms under the bed, where Chantel's mom found us the next morning. She called the police immediately, of course, but there was no sign of Chantel or even of any damage to the house. The sobbing, incoherent story we told was little help to the officers, and at one point we were accused of making it all up. Perhaps foolishly, Chantel's mother told the police about the strange knocking and supported our story. We never found out exactly how much she knew, because, with no other suspect, she became the target of the investigation. The smiling, talkative woman who made us soup and sandwiches was found guilty for her daughters unalive. The house and the land were sold and turned into warehouses. The missing person flyers faded and disappeared, and little by little, the world forgot about Chantel. Deborah and I, however, couldn't forget, even if we wanted to. Whatever had taken Chantel had heard Deborah's voice, and it wasn't going to let us go so easily. Something happened 63 years ago that's haunted me my entire life. I've never told anyone about it, until now. It's official, I'm an old man. For the last couple of years, I've comforted myself by saying I'm in my early 70s, but math is simple and unforgiving. Today is my 75th birthday, and God, the years do fly. I'm not here for your good wishes. This is hardly a milestone I'm excited about. I'm glad to still be here, of course, but I find I have less and less to live for with every passing year. My bones ache, my kids live far away, and the other side of my bed has been empty for just over 8 months now. Once I cast my vote against the goddamn Trump this November, I may have nothing to live for at all. So spare me your happy birthdays and your congratulations, if you please. I'm here because I have a story for you, and it's one I've never told before. I used to think I kept it inside because it was silly, or maybe because nobody would believe it. I've found, though, that the older you grow, the more exhausting it becomes to lie to yourself. If I'm being perfectly honest, I've never told anybody this story because it scares me, almost to death. But death seems friendlier than it used to, so listen close. The year was 1950. The setting was a small town in Maine. I was a boy of 9, rather small for my age, with only one friend in the world to speak of, and his family, seemingly on a whim, decided to move 2,000 miles away. It was shaping up to be the worst summer of my life. My pop wasn't around and my mom was a chore whore. Boy, was I proud of myself when I came up with that one, so I wasn't apt to hang around the house. With some hesitation, I decided the public library was the place to be that summer. The library's collection of books, particularly children's books, was meager to say the least. But within the walls of that miserly structure, I would find no undone chores, no nagging mother, God rest her soul, and perhaps most importantly, no other children with whom I would be expected to associate. I was the only kid with a low enough social status to spend his precious days of freedom sulking amid the bookshelves, and that was just fine with me. The first half of my summer was even more dreadful than I had imagined it would be. I would sleep in until 10, do my chores, and then ride my bike to the library, and by bike, I mean rusty log of poop attached to a pair of wheels. Once there, I would split my time between unintentionally annoying the elderly patrons and deliberately doing so. One pleasant lady interrupted my incessant tongue clicking to hiss a "shut the duck up" at me, the first time I ever heard a grown-up use the F word. Big effing deal, I know, but in those days it was unheard of. The dreary days turned to woeful weeks. I had begun praying for school to start again, until I discovered the basement. I could have sworn I'd roamed every inch of that library, but one day, in the far corner behind the foreign language collection, I stumbled across a small wooden door I had never seen before. That was where it all began. The door was windowless and made from oak that looked far older than the wall in which it rested. It had a knob of black metal that quite literally looked ancient. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn it was crafted in the 17th century. Engraved on the knob was what appeared to be a single footprint. I had the sense that whatever lay beyond this door was forbidden to me, and therefore probably the most interesting thing I would encounter all summer. I quickly glanced around to make sure nobody was watching me, then turned the heavy knob, slipped behind the door, and shut it. There was nothing, only darkness. I took a couple of steps and then stopped, unnerved by the totality of the shadow which surrounded me. I waved my hands in front of me in an attempt to find a wall or a shelf or anything to hold on to. What I found was far more subtle, a small string, dangling from above, but far more useful. I grabbed it firmly and pulled it down. Back in the day, lots of light bulbs were operated with strings, and this was one of them. My surroundings were instantly illuminated. I was standing on a small, dusty platform that looked as though it hadn't seen life in quite some time. To my left was a crickety-ass spiral staircase, made of wood and appearing ready to collapse at any second. The bulb was the only source of light in the room, and it was feeble, so when I peered over the railing to see what lay below, the bottom of the staircase dissolved into the darkness. I was beginning to feel scared. This place, wherever I was, seemed to have no business in a town library. It was as though I were in a completely different building. But no 9-year-old likes to let a mystery go unsolved. Looking back, I wish I could tell my prepubescent self to turn around, go back, do anything else besides descending that staircase. You'll be spared a lot of sleepless nights, I'd say. But, of course, I didn't know that then, and I may not have listened even if I had. So instead of turning back, I took a deep breath, gripped the railing, and glared resolutely forward as I began my descent. The wood on the railing was dry and covered with splinters. I immediately let go, holding my hands out for balance as I carefully traversed the staircase. It was, or at least seemed, very long, and with only the dim glow from the string bulb far above me, my heart pounded mercilessly in the darkness. Even kids can sense when something isn't right, I think, they just don't always give a poop. By the time my feet reached the cement floor at the bottom, the light from the bulb above was very nearly a memory. But there was a new light source, and God, I'll never forget it. Directly in front of me was a door, massive, and a deep shade of red. The light was coming from behind the door, and it shone out in thin lines from all four sides, a sinister, dimly glowing rectangle. For the second time, I took a deep breath and went through a door I shouldn't have. In contrast to the dank room I entered from, the room behind the door was blinding. When my eyes adjusted, what I saw nearly took my breath away. It was a library. The most perfect library imaginable. I gaped in wonder as I stepped, almost reverently, further into the room. It was beautiful. It was smaller than the library above, much smaller, but it seemed to be almost tailor-made for me. The shelves were packed with brightly colored titles, both armchairs in the middle of the room were exquisitely comfortable, and the smell, my God, the smell, was simply unbelievable. Sort of a mixture of citrus and pine. I simply can't do it justice with words, so I'll suffice it to say that I've never smelled anything better. Not in my 75 years. What was this room? Why had I never heard of it before? Why was nobody else here? Those were the questions I should have been asking. But I was intoxicated. As I gazed around at all the books and basked in the smell of paradise, I could only form one thought: I will never be bored again. In truth, boredom only hid from me for 3 years. It was on my 12th birthday, 63 years ago to this day, that everything changed. Before that day, I visited my basement sanctuary as often as I could, usually several times a week. I never saw another soul down there, yet strangely remained free of suspicion. I never removed a book from that room, but instead would pick up a particular volume wherever I had stopped reading during my previous visit. I say, always in the same deep purple armchair, and always leaving its twin barren directly across from myself. That armchair was mine, the other was, well, I suppose I couldn't have articulated it then much better than I can now. But it wasn't mine, that's for damn sure. On my 12th birthday, I arrived later than usual. My mom had invited a couple of classmates and some cousins over to our house to celebrate, a gesture which I found more tedious than touching. Really, I just wanted to spend my birthday sitting and reading and smelling paradise. Eventually, our guests went home, and I made it to the library about 15 minutes before closing time. That didn't matter, the workers never checked down there before they locked up. I was free to stay as late as I wished. This particular night, I was devouring the final chapters of an epic adventure, knights, swords, dragons, and the like. I didn't smell it until I read the final words and closed the book. The once exquisite aroma of that room had turned sour. I sat for a moment, unsettled. Objectively, I could recognize that the smell was actually the same as it had been before, that mixture of citrus and pine. I just perceived it differently, and I didn't like it anymore. It was the nasal version of an optical illusion. You know, the one that looks like a young woman glancing backward, but all of a sudden you see that it's an old woman facing toward you. You can't unsee that, and I couldn't unsmell this. The spell was broken. The odor also seemed, for the first time, to be coming from somewhere specific. With a fair amount of trepidation, I stalked around the room, sniffing the air like a crazed canine until I came to a shelf near the back. The shelf was perfectly normal, except one title, a large, leather-bound cover of solid faded maroon, with one striking black footprint at the top of the spine. This was the source of the smell. I opened the front cover, and saw one sentence scrawled neatly in blood-red ink atop the first page. Rest your sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie. I stared at this sentence, mesmerized, as I began to retreat to my chair. I turned a page. Blank. The smell became stronger. Another page, blank, and the smell grew stronger still. I stopped for a moment, suppressed a gag, and continued walking. Then, as I neared the armchairs, I turned one final page, and there, in the same sinister print, was the last thing I expected to see, my own name. I dropped the book. I began to sprint toward the door, but as I shifted my gaze forward, my heart leapt to my throat and I stopped in my tracks. The empty chair wasn't empty anymore. An aged man in a suit sat before me, one leg crossed over the other, contemplating me with piercing gray eyes and a light smirk. This was all too much. I fell to my knees and expelled the contents of my stomach onto the carpet. I wiped my mouth, staring at my vomit, when I heard the man let out a chuckle. I stared at him disbelievingly. Who are you? I asked, panic in my voice. The man leapt to his feet, grabbed me gently by the shoulders, and helped me to my chair. He sat, once again, on his own. I fear we got off to a bad start, he said, glancing at the pile of sick on the carpet. The smell, it does take some getting used to. Who are you? I repeated. Tonight, you will know hardship as you've never before known, he said. I come as a friend, offering you a refuge from it, and from all other storms which lie ahead. I wanted nothing more than to leave at that moment, but I remained seated. I asked him what he was talking about. Your mother is dead, my boy. By her hand, in her kitchen. The scene is gruesome, I must admit, he said in sorrowful tones, but was there a playful glint in his eye? Surely you wish to avoid this path. I can show you a safer one. My blood ran cold at the horrors this man spoke of, but I did not believe him. What do you want with me? I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. He laughed, an old, raspy yelp that seemed to shake him to his bones. Nothing but your friendship, dear boy, he said. Then, sensing I found his answer inadequate, he expounded. I want you to come on a journey with me. My work is noble and you will make a fine apprentice. And maybe, when I'm done, he sighed tiredly, running his bony fingers through his thin white hair, maybe then, my work can be yours. I stood up, shuffling toward the door but never breaking his gaze. You're crazy, I told him. My mom isn't dead. She's not. See for yourself, if you must, he said, gesturing toward the door. I threw him a contemptuous glare and bolted for the exit. As my hand closed around the knob, he said my name softly. Despite myself, I turned around. Your road won't be easy, friend. If it ever becomes too much for you, and I mean ever, he said, pausing to sweep his hand over the room, you know where to find me. I slammed the door behind me and took the decrepit stairs 2 at a time. I exited the library, clambered onto my bike, and hightailed it home. The front door was wide open. I dismounted, leaving my bike in a heap on the ground, and approached the house cautiously. The old man was lying, he must have been. Still, tears began to sting my eyes. Heart pounding, I stepped inside and called for my mother. I heard no answer, so I turned into the kitchen. To this day, I don't know why she did it. I've lived in that small town in Maine my entire life, although I've kept mostly clear of the public library. Once, in my late 20s, I summoned the courage to step inside. Life was good at that time, and my fear had begun to morph into idle curiosity. Where the door to my basement sanctuary once stood was only a blank wall. I asked the librarian what had become of that basement, though in my heart I knew the answer. There was no basement, she said. There had never been a basement. In fact, if she had her facts correctly, city zoning ordinances prohibited a basement in the area. I've been haunted by that sickly sweet smell, that poisonous blend of citrus and pine, ever since that long ago birthday. When I saw my mother in the kitchen that day, collapsed in a pool of her blood, I smelled it. When a man claiming to be my father knocked on my college apartment door, begged me for money, and beat me to within an inch of my life when I refused, I smelled it. When my wife miscarried our second child, I smelled it, and again when she miscarried our fourth. When our oldest son got behind the wheel of the family Buick completely poop-faced and got his girlfriend unalived, I smelled it. I began to smell it periodically as my wife became sick. She died late last year, and now, I'm alone for the first time in more than half a century. Now, I smell it every day, and it feels like an invitation. A few months ago, I went back to the library and the small oak door with the ancient handle was there, right where it used to be. My evening walk has brought me past that library every day since, but I haven't gone inside. Maybe tonight I will. I'm frightened to die, yes, but lately, I'm even more frightened to keep living. The old man was right, my road hasn't been easy, and I doubt it will get any easier. Rest your sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie. He promised relief. A refuge, he said. Was he right about that too? There's only one way to find out. After all, I still know where to find him. The climb. I want you to unalive her, the voice echoed. Low, monotonic, unwavering. In front of me was my mother, crucified haphazardly upon a ramshackle wooden cross. Rivets were driven through each palm, with rope fastenings in place around her ankles and shoulders to keep her in position. Her eyes, red and cracked from exposure, pulled open by tape, to reveal pupils dilated with fear. Her mouth was sewn shut, muffling her tired pleas. This is hardly an existence, the voice licked. I surveyed my surroundings. I was in a small, square room, with metal walls no larger than my studio apartment. The roof, however, was missing, replaced by an empty void that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness above. About 5 feet in front of me was my mother, writhing weakly against her restraints. 5 feet behind her, an impossibly tall ladder stretched into the abyss. What are you waiting for? As if you care, the voice prompted. Who was talking? Where was this voice coming from? Its warm presence swaddled me like a warm blanket. In one swift surge, the gravity of the situation dawned on me. I didn't know where I was. I didn't like being lost. I felt the kick of adrenaline into my bloodstream. My heart, beating against my ribcage. My hands are clammy. I clenched them repeatedly. Open, closed, open, closed. I needed to get out of here. End her. My gaze dashed to my right-hand side to find a surgical stand stocked full of pain-inflicting paraphernalia. A knife, a rope, a pistol, razor blades, full needles, strange pills and powder. An arsenal fit to maim, disfigure, and destroy. I reached for the razor blade. I could cut the stitching on my mother's mouth, garner some insight into what the duck was going on. My mother always knew what was going on. With the razor blade in hand, I walked gingerly up to my mother, whose eyes lit up as I approached. And through all the pain, tears and stitches, as I drew closer, she smiled. I held up my left hand to coddle my mother's face, with the razor blade still pinched in my right. And as she nuzzled her face into my palm, I cracked. I wept harder than I'd ever wept before. Full-bodied, racking sobs crashed over me. Because it didn't matter how bad anything got. It didn't matter how broken the situation was or how broken the person. My mother was just happy I was there. I steadied myself and lifted my right hand, trembling as I drew closer to her face, ready to pick away at the stitches to the best of my ability. The first few snapped, then the next, until all the stitches had been split and I had liberated her mouth from its cage. I exhaled raggedly, leaning back to look deeply into my mother's eyes. "And Mum?" But as tears fell down her cheeks, through her warm, loving smile, she uttered one word. "Climb." I peered past her towards the ladder, then looked back towards her for reassurance. It took a slow, simple nod to realize that this was what I had to do. And as I walked slowly towards the ladder, she murmured one last thing. "I love you. I love you too, Mom." I never said that enough. Then, with razor blade still in hand, I climbed. I climbed with determination. I climbed for what seemed like hours. I climbed past broken rungs, and even when I was tired, I kept on climbing. I cried as I climbed, but I pushed through, with snot dribbling down my chin and tears clouding my vision. I reminisced as I climbed. I climbed through good memories. I climbed through bad memories. I climbed through the time when I had the flu and my mother came around to do my laundry, and I climbed through the time my girlfriend cheated on me. I climbed because I was sick of this dark room. I climbed to make my mother proud. And as I climbed, the darkness subsided, opening itself up to the light. I could see where the ladder ended now. I could see my way out. As I placed my hand on the last rung of the ladder and pulled myself up over the edge, I was overcome by brightness. The light subsided, and as I got my bearings, I found myself on my back in my bathtub, still clutching the razor blade. Urgent knocking on my bathroom door roused me from my daze. "Are you all right in there? Your sister called. We're worried about you." It was my mother's voice. I got up out of the bathtub and placed the razor blade back on the shelf, walking towards the door. And as I flung it open, she looked at me. She looked at me and she knew. She held me in her arms and we sobbed. "I wouldn't know how to live without you," she whimpered. My climb had just begun. I found a picture of my mother in a 300-year-old book. I have never had a lot in my life. I've never had brand new clothes, always hand-me-downs. I've never had my room. I've always had to share it with some of my siblings. My siblings would sometimes tell me that we wouldn't even have power in the house, but some nights they would need to use candles instead of light bulbs. I've always had to fight for food at dinner time and try and get in before everyone else. I've never gone hungry, but I always could have eaten more. I am the youngest of 15 children, 12 of which still live at home with my mother. My mom is a single parent, and she tries her best to give us all a happy and content life, and for the most part, she does an amazing job. I have never met or known my father. In fact, I don't even know who he is. You see, all of my siblings have different dads, apart from Lee and Kayla, who are twins. But apart from those two, we all have different dads and none of us know who our dads are. Mom says that every time she meets someone, she gets pregnant, and when her partner finds out, they leave. I think the fact that we only know our mother is something that my siblings and I have all come to terms with. 3 of my siblings, 2 brothers, and a sister have all moved out of home and are quite successful. My oldest brother, Simon, has found a job in advertising, and even though I don't see him too often anymore, still quite often see adverts he has helped create on the TV. After my siblings moved out, things at home got a bit easier. There is a bit more food on the table and a little bit more money to go around. Most of my siblings are older now as well, so they all have a job and so help out with bills and pay their way throughout life. Now, it is only me and my sister, Lisa, who are left in high school. Lisa is in her final year and I still have 2 more years left of school. As I am in the final years of my schooling, I am allowed to choose some subjects that are of interest to me, and one of those subjects that I chose was history. I have always been fascinated by the past and the people and the events that happened before I was alive. My recent assignment for my history is to research 3 different ancient mythical creatures and write a report about the creature and how the myths surrounding the creature affected different cultures and peoples. I always like to go above and beyond with my reports for history, and so that's why I decided to go to the library in town to research using old texts and books. Well, maybe it was because I wanted to go above and beyond, or maybe it's because my mom can't afford decent internet at home. But either way, I ended up at the town library after school on Tuesday night, looking through older books to find out about different mythical creatures. This isn't the first assignment that I have visited the library for help, so I've built up a relationship with the librarian, Mrs. Poole. She is an older lady, with short gray hair, and she always carries her glasses in her hand, but I never see her wearing them. I have established a decent relationship with her over the past year or so, and due to that, she is always willing to help me with whatever I need. In the library, there is a small section of very old books and texts that is usually closed to the public and is only able to be accessed by academics from the university, but Mrs. Poole is always kind enough to let me access it. Once again, I told Mrs. Poole about my report, and she told me that she knew just the book that could be helpful. She walked me over to the academic section and told me to put on the special white gloves that you need to use when handling these aged texts. She then also reminded me to not tell anyone about being allowed to view the old books, which of course I promised not to. I sat down at one of the tables in this section and watched as Mrs. Poole walked away and opened a locked down, which I knew all of the books were stored behind. She disappeared into the room behind the locked door, and I patiently awaited her return. It was only a minute or 2 before I saw Mrs. Poole return holding a fairly large, hardcover book, with yellowy brown pages. She placed the book in front of me and told me to be careful with it. Please don't damage it in any way, otherwise I will be in all sorts of trouble. This is a 300-year-old book, she told me. I will be back in half an hour to collect it. I hope you find what you need. I looked down at the book and saw that, written in green ink, were the words Creatures and Beasts. The title was in the center of the cover, and underneath the words was a small image of what looked like a red dragon. I admired the artwork for a moment before carefully opening the book. I carefully lifted each page and placed it down gently, not wanting to damage it and getting Mrs. Poole in trouble. I looked through the many pages of the book, each one with a different painting of a creature, which underneath had a paragraph explaining what the creature was and where it could be found. I looked through the pages, trying to find the 3 that I wanted to write about. I read about the Bone Fairy from Scotland, the Tree Walker from Canada, and the Sky Dweller from India, all of which I found interesting, but I couldn't find enough about them to write about them in my report. I kept on turning the pages of the book, and when I turned the page and read the words "The Alluring Harpy" and saw the small picture underneath, I stopped and couldn't believe what I was seeing. The Alluring Harpy was a winged woman that had long claws at the end of her arms. She was wearing a light purple dress, with her wings sprouting out the back of it. She had a seductive smile and eyes that looked inviting. It looked like the sort of creature you would find in a book about ancient mythical creatures, and normally I wouldn't think anything of it, but there was something about this picture. The face of the harpy was the face of my mother. I don't mean they looked similar or bared a resemblance. I mean they looked identical. I was looking at a painting of my mother. I sat staring at the photo for maybe a minute or 2, but my stare was broken when Mrs. Poole returned and said to me, "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to return that book now. The curator is here, and I can get into a lot of trouble for allowing you to read this book." She then went to grab the book off of the table and return it. I hadn't read about the Alluring Harpy yet, and so I quickly begged Mrs. Poole to give me 1 more minute to read about it, but she said that it wasn't possible. She said that she could take a photo of the page for me though, and I could collect it the next day. I told her that that would be great and that I would be back the next day to look at the photograph. She then took the book off of the table and walked it over to the locked door. I quickly left the academic section, careful to avoid being seen by anyone in case it was the curator. I managed to not be seen, and I made it out of the front door of the library and out onto the street. I looked back at the library and thought about what I had seen. I knew that it was probably just a coincidence that my mother looked exactly like the picture of the harpy, but at the same time, I thought that it was too similar to not have any connection to my mother. I walked home from the library, plagued by thoughts of my mother and the harpy. I couldn't get it out of my mind. I didn't want to see my mother when I got home because she would know something was wrong and she would find a way to get me to talk about what I had seen. So, I was disappointed when I arrived home and saw my mom's beaten up Toyota sitting in the driveway. I slowly walked inside, trying to avoid my mom and go to my room that I share with 4 of my brothers. I walked in through the front door, and standing right there in the hallway was my mother. "Good afternoon," she said to me. "How was your day today?" I looked down at my feet and answered that it was a good day. I then tried to excuse myself to go to my room, but she stopped me. She knew something wasn't right. She asked if everything was okay. I told her that it was. I don't know why I was so nervous around my mother now. Just because I had seen the picture didn't mean it was her. That was just crazy. My mom would have no idea about any harpy, and I knew that I was just being silly, but still, I couldn't help but feel nervous around her. "Are you sure that everything is okay today? You seem different, like you are nervous about something," my mom said to me again, trying to get an answer out of me. I stood there for a moment before I began to speak. "Yeah, everything is okay today, Mom," I replied. "I just have a history report due soon and I am not too sure what to write about." "Oh, I can give you a hand with it if you want," she offered. I then decided to explain the assignment and tell her about a few of the mythical creatures that I had seen in the book. She told me she didn't know much about that sort of thing but would try and help me anyway. I told her about the bone fairy and about the sky dweller. I didn't need help with these, but I was building myself up to mentioning the alluring harpy. Eventually, I did manage to mention it. As soon as the words the alluring harpy exited my mouth, I saw the look in my mother's eyes. The look of fear. The look someone gets when they have been caught out. Never heard of this creature, Mom finally managed to say. Sounds interesting though. I told her that I didn't know much about it, but I wanted to know more. She then told me that if I didn't know much about it, then maybe I shouldn't write about that creature. She then flashed me a sweet smile and her eyes almost sparkled at me. I suddenly felt a lot more comforted. I realized how stupid I was being and that there was no way that there was any connection between the harpy and my mom. Mom then lightly touched me on the shoulder, and I felt a warmth run through my arm, and all of my worries of before were now vanished. I now felt a lot better. My mother then excused herself and told me that she had to get dinner ready. She left and went to the kitchen to begin cooking. As she walked off, I could have sworn I saw a slight bulge under the back of her top, right where a wing could have been, but I quickly dismissed this as my eyes played tricks on me. For the rest of the night, I didn't think too much more about what I had found or the bulge under the top. I slept very well that night, much better than I normally do. The next day I awoke early and got up and got ready for school. When I went down to the kitchen, my mom had already left for work and so I didn't see her that morning. School passed by quickly and soon it was the end of the day. I was about to walk home from school when I suddenly remembered the photo that Mrs. Poole was going to take of the book. I had almost completely forgotten about it, like it had been wiped from my memory, but I remembered at the last minute and decided to head to the library to get a look at this photo. I made it to the library and was greeted by Mrs. Poole, who when she saw me, reached into her pocket and pulled out a small photograph. She handed it to me, and I saw that it was the picture of the page I wanted to read. It was hard to read because the photo was so small, but I managed to read what it read. It read as follows. The alluring harpy is a dangerous beast. It uses the power of love and desire to get what it wants, and what it wants is to spread its evil across the world. The harpy will disguise itself to look like a human woman, but it has sharp claws, sharp fangs, and wings. The harpy will use its powers of seduction to seduce men, and it will then try and reproduce with these men. Its powers of seduction often come from its beautiful smiles, their enchanting eyes, and their soft touch. Often, harpy will have multiple children to multiple men. Once the harpy has mated with a man, it will perform a small ritual that involves lighting candles and then eating the male. The harpy will then be pregnant and will soon give birth to its children. Harpy will often have around 15 to 20 children in 30 years, before waiting 100 years, then starting the mating period once again. Its offspring will appear human, but when they reach a certain age, they will begin to develop their own abilities. Abilities of seduction and manipulation. They then only have one purpose. They must manipulate as many people as they can. They try and manipulate people to do their bidding, almost like slaves. Once the harpy's offspring are old enough, they will begin to mate as well, and they will try and pass along their bloodline to as many people as possible. The goal of the alluring harpy is to slowly take over the human population with their bloodlines. I finished reading and I couldn't believe what I had read. The multiple children, with multiple men, struck me. I also was concerned about Harpy's smile and touch, as this was something that I had experienced the night before with my mother. Her touch seemed to make all my worries disappear. Maybe these are all coincidences, and I am just worrying about nothing. Or maybe, I am one of the offspring and I am yet to fulfill my purpose. I didn't know what to think, so I just stood there, in the middle of the library, clutching the photograph of the textbook. Is everything all right, dear? Mrs. Poole said to me, looking concerned because I hadn't moved for a little while. I took a second to process what she said, but once I had, I answered that everything was all right, but I needed to get going now. I handed back the photo to Mrs. Poole and thanked her for getting it for me. Then I headed out of the library door and began to make my way home. So many questions swirled in my head on the walk home. Questions I wasn't even sure I wanted the answers to. My thoughts must have distracted me though, because before I even had time to process all of them, I was standing in my driveway, looking up towards my house. The house that my mother was inside. Everything appeared to be normal, apart from one thing. A small light was illuminating from within my mother's bedroom. The light was shining through the thin curtain that blocked the view into her bedroom. I could see that this light was flickering, and so I knew exactly what it was. A candle. I felt a small rush of fear begins to overcome me. My mother had never burnt candles since I had been alive, and after what I had just read, I was worried as to why she was now. I slowly walked down my driveway into the front door, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I knew that it was all ridiculous. My mother couldn't be some creature that seduces and eats men. It sounded so stupid when I thought of it like that, but there was something, some feeling deep inside, that made me believe that it was true. Once I reached the front door, I pulled out my keyring, found the front door key, and slowly inserted it into the lock. I slowly turned the key and pushed the door open. I couldn't see or hear any of my other siblings. The house was eerily quiet, apart from a small crunching sound coming from the room down the hallway. My mom's bedroom. I slowly began to walk down the hallway, taking one small step at a time. As I walked closer and closer to my mother's bedroom door, the crunching sound grew louder and louder. Once the harpy has mated with a man, it will perform a small ritual that involves lighting candles and then eating the male. This line that I read in the old book kept on repeating itself in my mind. What if that is what is happening right now? I was now standing close to the bedroom door. Sweat was now running down my face and my heart was racing. I could still hear it. The crunching sound from beyond the door. It sounded like something was scraping and crunching down on bone. I didn't want to think about what the sound really was. I placed my hand on the door handle. Was I really about to enter this room? I tried to slow down my breathing and relax and tried to think of a rational explanation for all of this, but I couldn't think of one. I slowly began to turn the door handle. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was the loud snapping sound that I heard as soon as I began to turn the handle, but something made me stop and let go of the door handle. I left the door closed and began to walk away. I think I just didn't want to know what was happening on the other side of that door. I went to my room and put in some headphones to try and block out any noise that may be coming from my mom's bedroom. I didn't really sleep that night, only a few minutes here and there. The thoughts of my mother and the harpy occupied my mind. Eventually, though, it was morning, and I must have dozed off because I was awoken by my mom entering the room. "Good morning, darling," she said to me, her voice bright and cheerful. "I have some excellent news for you. You are going to be a big brother. I am pregnant. I'm a guard stationed at a secret government prison. This place sure gives you the creeps, doesn't it?" I couldn't disagree with Sandu's assessment of the bizarre room we found ourselves in. The monitors only illuminated the area up until a certain point. However, we couldn't see any walls, which meant the place had to be bigger than what could be seen, either by a little or a lot. We couldn't know unless we decided to venture further into the darkness. Neither of us took that initiative, though, keeping it a mystery. Still, it didn't feel like anybody was in there with us, so we allowed ourselves to relax a bit. I took the first sitting shift, lying back in the chair and focusing on the monitor that I deemed most interesting at the moment. Wirehead versus Luge. Whom was I rooting for? None of them. Nevertheless, I was morbidly eager to see these two horrific titans square off. Among us guards, we'd created an unofficial tier system, ranking each respective void in terms of the estimated threat that they posed, in comparison to each other. The tiers went as such: tornado, weakest tsunami; hurricane, mid-earthquake; asteroid, highest, imminent death. Yet the duckout they were also divided into subdivisions: high, low, mid, etc. With that said, Luge was around a high tornado while Wirehead was a mid-tsunami. A glaring difference between them, but not enough that would make it impossible for Luge to win. Want to make a bet? I asked Sandu, half-jokingly. He chuckled. You know my luck's cursed. But I guess if we don't make it out of here alive, then my debt's null anyway. Luge was more of a defensive combatant, so it wasn't surprising when Wirehead initiated the conflict. He twirled his bat around, still with remnants of guard flesh clinging onto it, in a near-mocking fashion at Luge. He was a delinquent, after all. Luge hardly reacted, of course. That's just the way he was. In response, he stepped forward, electricity flickering through his hands and up to his forearms. Wirehead followed suit, unleashing a big swing at Luge's head, which he managed to intercept with one of his forearms. Nevertheless, the wire still pierced his skin. Wirehead followed it up with a headbutt. This time, it connected with the flesh side of Luge's face, slicing him up rather gruesomely. But despite his seemingly grievous injuries, he remained unwavering. That was the thing about Luge. He was incapable of feeling any pain. As I said, his exact origins remained a mystery, but the one thing we knew about him for sure was the fact that he hailed from some kind of ancient clan residing in the Arctic Circle. In fact, he was the sole survivor of an incident that decimated his village, and he was hungry for revenge against the unknown force that did it. After taking the headbutt, Luge was now in striking range. He formed his fingers into an arrow shape and drove them into Wirehead's solar plexus, before electrocuting his insides. Wirehead quaked in pain as he swung his bat in a frenzied rage, just about demolishing Luge's ribcage. No reaction from him, though. Instead, he took his other hand and wrapped it around Wirehead's neck. Any normal person would have succumbed to Luge's electrical shocks after a few seconds. But of course, Wirehead was no normal person. Despite blood pouring out from a chest wound and the skin on his neck beginning to bubble, he picked Luge up by the torso and slammed him over the steel railing. He effing broke his back. Even without sound, the mental audio of a spine snapping reverberated throughout my mind. Unsurprisingly, Luge didn't bat an eye. Wirehead went in for the UN alive, tossing Luge's body onto the ground before smashing it until it resembled nothing more than a mess of bloody pulp and broken bones. But somehow, he was still alive. Among the gruesome pile, I could see an eye blink. Once Wirehead had exhausted himself from his relentless swinging, Luge took his chance. Using his one arm that hadn't been smashed to bits, he crawled over and grabbed Wirehead by the foot, before scaling himself up to his neck. Once there, he drilled his fist into Wirehead's forehead, utterly shredding his hand in the process. In the end, it was worth the sacrifice. He was able to electrocute Wirehead's brain, finally causing the behemoth to drop. So, I guess he won? Sandu said. I guess? I had my reservations about calling Luge's performance a victory. By the end of it, all of his limbs and his spine had been shattered, and not an inch of his body wasn't hosting a series of deep cuts. The good side of his face had also been chipped away to the skull, leaving only his eye and half his nose intact. And yet, he didn't move with a hint of desperation or concern, calmly crawling away from the scene using his one mangled hand. I could still see the current flowing through it as well, a telltale sign that he was ready to pick up another fight. Nice. Comeback victory, Sandu said. I don't see him making it far, though. Not as a tornado tier. Yeah, but we made all of that poop up. Not like it means anything. I responded. Truth be told, I was nearly rooting for Luge at the end there. Something about his resilience resonated with me, as bizarre as it may seem. I scanned the rest of the monitors. While Wirehead and Luge were squaring off, the undead Nazi had burnt Diaxic to a crisp. On another monitor, Morgie played around with a void corpse that I recognized as Death's Shadow. He chose his name. 3 down. I muttered to myself. Duck, we got a big one coming up. Sandu announced. I followed his eyes to a monitor near the bottom of the room. He was right. This one was going to be good. Standing at opposite sides of the kitchen were Trench, 6'3", 190 centimeters, 330 pounds, 150 kilograms and Senju, 5'10", 177 centimeters, 148 pounds, 67 kilograms. Trench was a silent entity dressed entirely in ancient-looking deep-sea diving gear, except for the head, which remained without a helmet. However, you couldn't get a glimpse of its face regardless. That was because his features were completely distorted, so much so that if you tried focusing on the details, all you were getting was a nasty migraine. On top of that, he was invisible in person. Let me explain. If he were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see him. The only way to get a glimpse of him was through secondary means, cameras, mirrors, etc., which made him all the more dangerous. As for how he unalived people, it was either by brute force using his monstrous strength or be his death aura, as we guards have dubbed it. Similar to Diaxic's zone, once you were in his close vicinity, you'd feel an astronomical amount of pressure and get crushed on the spot, comparable to what you'd feel standing at the bottom of the ocean. But that's only if Trench wills it. Sometimes, he'll turn the aura off and simply punch somebody's head off. For that reason, he was in the mid-hurricane tier. As for Senju, well, he was a psychotic, demon-possessed martial artist with supernatural levels of speed, strength and agility. He trained in the Wraith style, or the technique beyond human comprehension, whatever the hell those were supposed to mean. When he gets serious, his eyes will roll into the back of his head and black veins will begin bulging out from underneath his skin. At that point, he'll be moving so fast that his motions become impossible to keep up with visually, and a single punch from him will be enough to completely vaporize a human head. But in all honesty, he's one of the least malicious voids out of the bunch. If you're weak, like us guards, he won't even spare you a glance, granted that you stay out of his way. The only thing that he's looking for is strong opponents to fight. But when he can't find one, he starts to get antsy. And then problems emerge. We've pegged him at a low hurricane. Can Senju even see Trench? Sandu asked. I guess so, I responded. The question was worth asking, but I wouldn't have been surprised if Trench's aura/invisibility simply didn't work on him at all. That seemed to be the case since Senju decided to strike first. He rushed forward at an unfathomable speed, directing what must have been hundreds of strikes in succession at Trench. However, none of them fazed the obscure diver. I could see Senju's lips curling into a psychotic grin at the fact. He certainly found what he was looking for. The floor beneath him cracked as his eyes turned white and his grotesque veins began bulging. If we couldn't see his strikes before, it was beyond impossible now. He rushed forward, unleashing a maelstrom of lightning-like punches, elbows and kicks against Trench. This went on for about 5 seconds before he was stopped in his tracks. Trench had grabbed him by the throat, still not looking any worse for wear in the process. I could see Senju mouth something to the effect of what the duck before he was tossed into a metal fridge. It certainly appeared as if Trench was too much of a tank for him to handle. Nevertheless, Senju got back up and cracked his shoulder into place while blood leaked from his mouth. And then he seemed to let out a shriek. Crazy ducker, I thought to myself. What the hell did it take for somebody to become like this? At that point, he'd seemingly given up on technique entirely. Instead, he grabbed a handful of kitchen knives and began chucking them at Trench. While none of them pierced the suit, one of them managed to stick in his distorted head, which evidently dealt some damage. Trench flinched, before taking the knife out and throwing it back at Senju, who in turn caught it effortlessly. At this point, he was howling in what I assumed was some kind of ducked-up sadomasochistic jubilation. He'd found the weak point. Senju rushed back at Trench, knife in hand, before slashing away at its face. Spurts of vicious, dark blue blood stained the kitchen floor, along with Senju's face. Soon enough, the knife snapped, and Trench threw a desperation punch at Senju's temple. He managed to block it with his forearm, although I could see his bones cracking from the impact. He leapt back as his arm hung limply to his side, dodging a follow-up haymaker. Throughout everything, a grin remained plastered on his face. His veins were bulging out so hard that I found it hard to believe they weren't going to completely burst altogether. With one arm, Senju lifted a metal table and swung it into the side of Trench's head, nearly taking it off in the process. He wasted no time, grabbing a large frying pan and pouncing at his incapacitated opponent, knocking them both over in the process. He then took a position atop Trench's body, furiously slamming the pan onto his face. Martial arts, eh? I could hear Sandu mutter. After what must have been 250 blows, the pan broke. On the ground, Trench's head had been obliterated no less than 50 strikes prior. Senju tossed the scrap metal aside and looked up at the ceiling, presumably screaming his lungs sore in sheer, combative delight. Well, looks like our tier system means duck all, I chuckled. Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandu shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolute absurdity and danger of the situation were beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves, as ducked up as that may sound. There was a strange message in my fortune cookie last night. It was 3 in the morning. I stumbled into my apartment, wasted, starving, carrying a bag of greasy takeout boxes filled with ginger beef, barbecue pork fried rice. I wolfed it down and then passed out. Typical Saturday night. Wake up the next morning with little memory of the night before and the kitchen's a mess, dirty plates in the sink, grains of rice scattered across the counter. Feel nauseous and head to the washroom and puke out everything in my stomach. Typical Sunday morning. Start cleaning up and notice a half-eaten fortune cookie sitting on the table with that thin strip of paper right beside it. I walk over, eat the other half of the cookie, and prepare to throw the paper out. But before I do that, I decide to give it a read. For poop and giggles, you know? The people in the basement remember you. I almost laughed at first, because it seemed like something that I would do. Some cheeky young hire at the fortune cookie company slipped in a few creepy messages as a joke. I could appreciate it. It was funny enough. Then I turned it around, and in place of the usual row of lucky numbers was what appeared to be an address. Now, this was strange. The first thing I thought was that maybe it was the address of the factory the cookie was produced in. That made sense. But did it? If it was supposed to be an extension of the first joke, then it didn't quite track. But it also could have been an oversight, a mistake in the print. Whatever, I thought. I tossed the paper into the trash and got ready for the gym, my way of feeling like less of a piece of poop after a night of heavy drinking. Predictably, it wasn't the best workout, but that wasn't entirely due to the hangover. I couldn't seem to stop thinking about the address. It hadn't quite registered the first time I'd read it, but as I thought about it on the treadmill, I was pretty sure that I knew it from somewhere. It was familiar. Finish with free weights, take a shower and then sit in a coffee shop with a sandwich and an espresso. And I'm still thinking about where I'd seen it before. After getting home, I tried to resist the urge to fish the fortune out of the trash. I asked myself what the point was. Even if I did recognize it from somewhere, how was the effort worth it? In retrospect, that was more of a cope. The source of my apprehension had been deeper than that, though it was something I couldn't quite understand at the time. I felt nervous and I couldn't justify why, which only served to make me even more nervous. Eventually, I caved and began digging through the trash. I held the paper up, looking at the address for a long time before a vague recognition slowly began to sink in. Then I sat down at the computer and searched it up on Google Maps, and as soon as the images loaded up, the memories began to flood in. The street I grew up on. The woods behind the cul-de-sac. The house that sat right across from ours. I stared at the screen until it started not to feel real. Then I rechecked the address 4 or 5 times, but there was no mistaking it. That was it. One of the houses I grew up next to. Immediately I tried to rationalize it. What if somebody who's associated with the company lives there? Maybe something got mixed up and his data ended up in a fortune cookie. No, I thought. That couldn't be right. Because that house had burned down years ago. I tried to think back to that time but found that my memories of it were strangely distant and hard to recall. I must have sat there for hours, thinking, failing to recall anything of note. All I knew for sure was that for the vast majority of my childhood up to the beginning of high school, I lived right across from that house. And then something happened that caused it burned down and I moved away. I couldn't for the life of me remember what that event was if anybody had died. Hell, I couldn't even remember who had lived there. We must have met at least a few times, I thought. But I came up with nothing. It wasn't even the case that I'd been too young since I had memories from before we'd moved there. This just didn't sit right. For it to be a coincidence would be crazy. There was no chance. So then what was this? It was a paralyzing thing to have on your mind, and it turns into all you can think about, all you can focus on. Answers. I needed answers. Now there were a few options, the first being to go back to the takeout place to ask questions. Problem was, I'd pretty much blacked out that night and had only the haziest recollection of even ordering. The other option was obvious enough. I had the address, after all. It wasn't too far away, maybe a 45-minute drive out of the city. As far as safety, I couldn't imagine there being an issue. It was a suburban community, and it wasn't like I was planning on breaking into the place or anything. So I settled on it and made the drive over the next morning, and the house was exactly like I had thought. Completely burnt down, a blackened shell of a place. I thought seeing it in person might cause the memories to flood back in, but that didn't happen. I sat there in my car for 10, maybe 15 minutes and at no point did I ever see anybody else outside. So I decided to go in. I know that I said I wasn't planning to, but there was no way I was just going to leave it like that. There was no police tape, no signs telling me to stay out, and if anybody was squatting, I'd just leave the way I came. So I walk into the house and immediately my senses are assailed by dust and the smell of old, burnt wood. It's darker than I had expected, and I use the flashlight on my phone to navigate. Look around the living room and then I remember the fortune, the supposed people in the basement. The hairs on the back of my neck stick up. I stop and listen carefully. Nothing but a light breeze outside, and this gives me enough confidence to approach the basement door. It's closed, and the area around it seems to have taken less damage than the rest of the place. It almost looked untouched. Reach out and grab the knob and push open the door. A wall of gloom. Shine the light down and it becomes smothered after the first few steps. Stand there for a while, listening to nothing but my own breaths. And then I hear something else, something faint. Maybe a footstep, but I can't be sure of it. Then I hear it again. And then again as it gets closer. A footstep. Probably a squatter, I think. It has to be. I want to call out and say something but can't bring myself to do so. The air seems heavy and there's an electric feel to it. It's unnatural. I don't like it at all. I hear some more footsteps. And then it's joined by another pair. And then suddenly it sounds like a dozen feet are stomping in unison, all of them getting closer to the base of the stairs. I slam the door shut and run out of there. Afterward, I was sitting in my car, breathing heavy, trying to reconcile what the hell had just happened. I looked over at the house, almost expecting something to burst out the front door, a horde of emaciated ghouls or something. But nothing came, and so I calmed myself down and drove away. If I went looking for answers, I didn't find any. After arriving back in the city, I pulled over by the side of the road and took out my phone and looked through my search history, finding the bar that I'd gone out to that night. I drove over there and searched around the area, and sure enough, there was a small takeout place tucked into the far corner of a dingy strip mall. I stared at it, trying to see if I could rouse up some memories of what had happened that night. It didn't work, but I was still sure that this was the right place. I got out of my car and walked in, practically storming up to the counter while the woman behind it stared at me with confusion on her face that was palpable even behind the forced smile. "What can I get for you, sir?" she asked. Suddenly I felt like the biggest idiot alive. What the hell was I supposed to say? What was I doing here? Then I remembered that I had the fortune in my pocket, and so I took it out and held it up. I was just wondering about this fortune I got. You see, there's an address on it, and stammering through the sentence, I watched as the woman's smile began to fade, slowly at first, until it morphed into a scowl, something malicious. But just as soon as it does, it's back to the smile, causing me to question whether or not I had really just seen that. "Just wait there for a minute, sir," she says to me, before disappearing into the kitchen. I look around. Nobody else was in the restaurant but me. The place was blanketed by a creeping silence, the kind where you're just waiting for it to be broken. My eyes begin to wander, and I look up at a big, framed analog clock. Its hands aren't moving. Then I look down and pick up one of the paper menus sitting in a stack on the counter. Open it up, and every single item is just the same line of gibberish copied over and over and over. I tense up, feeling like I've just walked into some obscure trap. I put the menu down and prepare to leave, taking one last glance back to make sure that nobody's following me, and right before I'm about to turn around, I see it. A face staring at me through the kitchen window. It was pale and had a dead stare, and there was something off about it, something not quite human. But I didn't look at it for long enough to figure it out. I backed out through the doors, and once in the parking lot, I turned and sprinted to my car. From there I sped back to my apartment, my heartbeat elevated dangerously high the entire drive. I started to get a bit paranoid. Maybe something had followed me. Maybe something was hiding inside my bathroom. Thoughts like that. After a while, I was able to calm down and I started to do some research on the restaurant. Nothing came up. No website, no telephone listing, nothing. A Google map view of the street shows only the store that had presumably existed before it. None of this poop is tracking, and so I resort to looking for answers from a source I wouldn't have gone to otherwise. My father. Now you need to understand that I have something of a strained relationship with the man. In other words, I haven't made contact with him in over a decade. I don't know where he lives, or what he's done with his life, or if he's even alive. I guess a relative would have told me if he had died, but I can't even be sure of that. The strangest thing is, as I sit here thinking about it now, I can't even pin down why this would be the case, where my apparent resentment towards the man would be coming from. The memories I have of him are decent enough. I can't recall him ever beating or screaming at me, nothing like that. The more that I think about it, the more I get the feeling that it all has something to do with that house. But I still had his number, and so I decided to give him a call, just to ask some questions. I was almost certain that he would have changed it by now, but he ended up answering. Of course, the call started out awkward. I was stumbling over my words, trying to find the right things to say, which was something that seemed next to impossible. Despite this, he sounded strangely calm about the whole thing, almost as if he'd been expecting the call. I went ahead and told him everything that happened. The fortune cookie, the house, the footsteps in the basement, all of it. I wasn't sure what kind of response I was expecting. That he'd call me insane, maybe? Ask me what in the hell I was even talking about. Why, after all these years of zero communication, I'd be coming to him with some poop like this. But surprisingly, he seemed to be understanding about it. He seemed to be taking me seriously. He told me to calm down, that he had something he needed to tell me, something he should have divulged years ago. But he needed to do it in person. He told me that he was living in a town a few hours away and that he'd drive over and meet me at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I asked him where. His response? The house. The effing house. I asked him why it had to be there if we could meet anywhere else. For obvious reasons, I had reservations about going back to the place. All he said was that I shouldn't worry, that he'd explain everything once we were there. The conversation certainly left a lot to be desired, but I've decided to go anyway. I'll sleep on it first, though. Maybe I'll change my mind in the morning. But I don't think I'll be satisfied until I get some answers. I found an old childhood photo. There's something wrong with it. I found it while cleaning out the closet. An old photo, creased at the corners. It depicted a little boy sitting on a chair in the middle of a wallpapered kitchen. Blue eyes, blonde hair. I flipped it over and checked the date on the back. November 14, 1996. So me, when I was 4. Except, the kid didn't look quite like me. The photo was grainy, so it was hard to tell for sure. But the eyes were a little too wide set. The smile was too toothy. So, a friend? But it was my mom's kitchen. Floral wallpaper with pink rosettes, the old oak table. And the kid so closely resembled me. Wouldn't I remember having a friend that looked like he could be my twin brother? And why isn't it with the other family photos? I found it in Mom's closet. She had several photo books, all populated with childhood photos, documenting the most insignificant events, from baking cookies to baseball games. So why wasn't this photo with the rest? Why was it hiding on the top shelf of my mom's closet, tucked under a hat box? I walked out into the family room and grabbed the photo album labeled 1995 to 1998. Paged through it until I got to a good, clear photo of myself at 4. Then I pulled the photo from my pocket and compared the two. It wasn't a great comparison. My head was tilted to the side, and his was straight. I was wearing a hat, but he wasn't. Still, the difference was unmistakable. His grin was wider, toothier. His skin was paler. His eyes were wider set. Yet, the differences were subtle. To anyone but me, they'd probably look like the same person. What are you doing? I turned to see my mom, standing in the doorway, carrying a large box. I hesitated, wondering if I should bring it up to her. She had enough on her mind, with my stepdad passing away and the big move. I found this photo. Who is that? She set the box down and walked over. That's you. When you were 4 or 5. She smiled. Aw, how sweet. Look at you. But it doesn't. I hesitated again, knowing I would sound crazy. It doesn't, look exactly like me, does it? Yeah, you were a goofy looking kid, she laughed. You got a lot better looking as you aged. No, I mean, that photo doesn't look like I did when I was a kid. Look, see. I held up the photo of me in the Red Sox cap side by side with the photo of the boy in the kitchen. I think they look identical, she said. No, they don't. Maybe it's the hat. Hey, can you help me in the attic? There's a lot of stuff up there. Sure. I'll be there in a second. She smiled at me and turned away. I listened to her bare footsteps recede on the carpet. Then I snapped the photo album shut and put it back. I tucked the photo in my pocket. Then I walked back into my mom's room and opened the closet. There were more. When I took down the hat box to search under it, the top came off revealing an entire trove of photographs. I picked up a few of them and my heart dropped. A kid hunched over a birthday cake with 4 candles, smiling. Me. Except, not me. The same toothy grin, the same wide-set blue eyes. A kid standing in the front yard, pointing to a frog. My front yard. Again, not me. And then there was a photo that made my heart stop. A photo of my bed. I still remember those covers, with the sports cars on them. The pillow with the wheel on it. The car lamp. But there, sitting on the bed. Not one little boy. 2. Adam? My mom's voice came from above. I stared at the photo, frozen. Me. Sitting next to a little boy that looked almost exactly like me. A twin? A brother? I had no memory of this kid. All my life, I believed I was an only child. Adam. The stack of photos was a few inches thick. There was no way I could go through them all. I slipped several in my pocket, replaced the hat box, and then headed down the hall. Coming, Mom. I started up the ladder. And my phone began to ring. The theme of Legend of Zelda played its tune. I stopped 2 stairs up and slipped the phone out of my pocket. Caller ID, Ali. My wife. Yeah? Can you get me a drink, too? Sure, I said. What do you want me to pick up on the way back? The usual whiskey? On the way back? Yeah. On the way back from my mom's. I'll be here another hour or 2, but... You're at your mom's? She asked. Her voice suddenly soft, confused. Yeah, why? I don't understand. I just let you inside the house, she said. You're down in the kitchen. Making our drinks, aren't you? The phone slipped from my hands. I stumbled down and snatched it up. My heart pounded in my ears. Ali, that's not me. I think I have a twin. You need to lock the doors. A twin? Adam, that's... Ali? His voice. It sounded just like mine. Yet, there was something off about it, something I couldn't quite place. Like listening to a slightly out-of-tune piano. Lock the door, I shouted into the phone. A heartbeat of silence. Then hurried footfalls as she ran over to the door. Click. You locked it? I asked, weakly. I did. Her voice was trembling. I crumpled against the wall, relief flooding me. I'm going to call the police, okay? But if you can get out the window, or something. Adam. My mom shouted down from the attic. Are you coming up, anytime this year? Just a second, I shouted back. Okay, she said, skeptically. I pressed myself into the closet. Must filled my nose as I pulled the doors shut in front of me, pressing me in. Ali? Are you still there? Are you okay? I whispered. I'm trying to get out the window, she whispered back. It's a long drop, but... Muffled knocking sounds, through the speakers. Ali? I heard him call. I shuddered. Hearing him say my wife's name made my skin crawl. I'm calling the police. Do anything you can to stay away from him. I disconnected the call and dialed the police. When I was assured they'd send someone over, I took a deep breath and opened the closet door. And froze. Mom was standing right outside. Whom were you talking to? She demanded. I stepped back, rustling against a row of sweaters. Fear swept through me, but then curiosity, anger, took over. I have a twin brother. Her eyes widened. Then her face crumpled, and she closed her eyes. I never. How did you? He's at my house. Right now. I pushed past her. He's with Ali? She clapped a hand over her mouth. That told me all I needed to know. You need to call the police, she called after me. I did, I shouted back, as I ran down the stairs. I pulled the phone out of my pocket and dialed Ali's number again. 5 rings then went right to voicemail. I ran into the driveway. Yanked open the front door, dove inside. Mom got in the passenger seat. Mom. I know him better than anyone, she said, not looking at me. The engine rumbled to life underneath us. I screeched out onto the road. A few minutes of silence passed between us. Then she spoke. I did it for your safety. I scoffed. For my safety? Yeah, right. And now my wife is at the hands of a psychopath. I swung onto the highway, pushing my foot on the accelerator. Why did you do it? Why did you really tell me all my life that I was an only child? Because you are. Mom. I only gave birth to one little boy. She took in a shuddering breath, then let it out. He showed up on our doorstep one day. Nowhere to go. Your father, being religious and all, wanted to take him in. He said the poor little boy got lost in the woods, and it was our duty to care for him until his family was found. So we adopted him. That doesn't even make sense. Let me finish, she snapped, with sudden anger. We contacted the police, everyone, trying to locate his family. All our searches turned up empty. It was like he'd just popped out of thin air. In my peripheral vision, I could see her turn to me, her expression grim. And that day, we took him in. I swear he didn't look a thing like you. I don't understand. The change was so gradual, it was hard to notice. In the span of a year, his hair had gone from brown to blonde. His face had gone from gaunt and pointed to round and full. Whenever I brought it up with your dad, he was always belligerent about it. He's been playing in the sun a lot. He was so skinny when he got here. He's gained weight, of course, that's going to make his face look different. A drizzle started, flecking the windshield with bits of rain. I turned on the wipers, they squeaked against the glass. Then your dad started saying things that didn't make any sense. Like, one time I ordered a big meal at a restaurant. He laughed and said, "Are you eating for 3 again?" And he'd say here and there when you were pregnant with the twins. It was like he truly believed Alaric was our genetic son. With a shaking hand, I clicked on my turn signal and veered towards the exit. Why don't I remember him? Was there some sort of traumatic event, or? You still don't remember the day your father died, do you? No. He fell down the stairs, didn't he? I'd left you and Alaric with him while I went to the grocery store. When I came back, her voice cracked with emotion. You were crying. You didn't remember anything. Alaric, on the other hand, well, was acting like an angel, like he always did. But he had this smile on his face. She let out a breath. It was at that moment I knew that he had something to do with it. I put him up for adoption, and tried my best to erase him from our lives. Her words hung heavy in the silence. She pulled out her phone, tapped at it, then frowned. Ollie's still not picking up. Doesn't matter. We'll be there in a minute, I said, dread sinking in my gut. I swung onto our street. As the houses flashed by, my heart pounded faster. Ali, please be okay. The little blue colonial came into view, with the hydrangeas and 2 little garden gnomes. I pulled into the driveway and halted to a stop. Pushed open the doors and ran inside. Ali? I yelled. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Ali. I screamed. I raced up the stairs, Mom running behind me. Turned the corner. The door to our bedroom was wide open. No. Shards of glass littered the floor. A puddle of whiskey stained the carpet. The window was open, curtains fluttering in the breeze. But the room was empty. We found a town where it's always November. No matter how I try, I can't read the day or year, only that bright white word that glows from the screen of my phone, taunting me. Why can't I remember? Jameson. My boyfriend. Named after his dad's favorite drink. The one who led us here. Jameson Lee. The pictures we'd laughed at from his cringy adolescence. Trench coats and edginess, misogyny, and Mountain Dew. Then, the tragedy. His mother's sickness. Forced to get stronger. Taking on more responsibility, day by day. First little things, then big things. Making himself into someone who could be trusted. Someone who I thought could be trusted. What did he look like right before he disappeared? Just flashes. The closer the memory, the faster it fades. My hand on a muscular thigh. Rugged gear, like for an expedition. All matching khakis and browns like something out of Indiana Jones. That salt and pepper stubbly beard that turned me on so much. A clever smile, like a kid who just figured out a puzzle. A tanned hand pointing up a crumbled road into the mist. That was how it started. Jameson, that obsession with the occult that he never grew out of, even when to all the world he was just another middle-class sales manager. Good at it, too. Enough to buy that tastefully decorated house in the suburbs. His castle, he called it. Now I wonder if he ever really had any of the other skills he claimed, or if he just excelled at selling a product himself. Jameson Lee, whomever you wanted him to be. It's not that he didn't have a knack for finding these lost spaces. That was what we called them. Jameson, Eddie, Elizabeth, and me. You needed tactical grade talent and out-of-the-box thinking in those places we explored. Like that endless, twisting tunnel of pipes, steam, grease, clanging metal catwalks bent into insane shapes. Or the empty, endless late-night mall from the mid-90s, the one you could only access by stepping through a mirror in a dressing room while carrying nothing manufactured after 1994. We had talent for cutting locks, jumping fences, and getting in and out of places that defied reality, or did we? Maybe what we had was luck, that no security guard or nameless horror had stumbled upon our excursions into the unknown. Maybe it was luck that an exit appeared from the maze of pipes or that those polished floors with their reverbing mall music stayed empty. Maybe it was luck each time we entered a supposed lost space and found nothing more than broken glass and graffiti. But here in November, our luck has finally run out. If I looked out the window now, I'd see Ms. Nesbitt brushing dead flower petals from her patio with a homemade broom. That's what she was doing at this time on this day 30 days ago, and it's what she'll be doing at this time on this day 30 days from now. And if I went over to interfere, my hand would pass right through her, like she was just a hologram projected onto fog. That's November. Focus. What I need right now is to focus, while I still can. The conference. We were at a party after an occult convention. Jameson always turned heads at those events. People wondered what such a neatly groomed, conservatively dressed guy was doing surrounded by a goth like Eddie, a nerd like Liz, and a kid like me. I'm 20, or am I? How long has it been? But even back when I was still in college, people would stop me and ask which high school tour group I was part of. Focus. The party. After the convention. A trailer with bare bulbs and sagging floors. We were leaving because somebody had brought out needles, and since Liz's dad OD'd, she couldn't stand to be around that stuff. That was when the old biker lady tripped Eddie with her boot, got in our faces, and asked us what we were into. Eddie started to explain. She grinned. Had we ever been to a ghost town? Jameson scoffed and said we had to go, but I hesitated, and then she told us the rumors about November. That's not the real name of this place. I have the vague idea that this place is an old coal town that dried up in the 80s, but I couldn't tell you what it's called or where it is. I remember a worn square sign riddled with shotgun pellets, nothing more. The closer the memory, the faster it fades. The place became Jameson's new obsession. He started staying out later and later. Seedy places, odd hours. Substance-addled, violent, half-mad strangers rambling about the spirit realm and black holes in time. I found myself tracing his movements like a stereotypical jealous girlfriend. Except that instead of another woman, I'd been supplanted by a place that probably only existed in the heads of a few wandering lunatics. I told myself that Jameson knew what he was doing. Like always. He was just so much older, so much more experienced in life. He took care of the finances and the, what do we call it? Adulting in our relationship. If I felt powerless, it was because I was. When we finally saddled up the four-wheel drive to leave on our road trip to wherever this is, what I felt was relief. Whatever happened, this thing would be behind us. We could get back to the normal life I thought I wanted. Before I dropped out to become Jameson's, what? Housekeeper with benefits? I had wanted to study history. I had always wondered what Caesar's legions crossing the Rubicon or Napoleon's troops marching into Russia had felt. Now I understand. It's relief. There might be a tiny voice in the back of your head screaming that there's no way back from what you're about to do, but it's drowned out by the feeling that the waiting is finally over. For better or worse, the thing is in motion. The coin has been tossed, and it will land on heads or tails. Unless it falls through a black hole in time. I don't need to remember what happened to Jameson, Liz, and Eddie because I can watch those events as they happen. I can watch our battered green Jeep roll out of the fog. My friends inside talk to each other and to me as if I was there repeating the same conversation forever. The Jeep can't be turned away from its fixed course. I know, I've tried. Although Jameson, Eddie, and Liz are as incorporeal as shadows, the wheel and gearshift move by themselves. Like a ghost ship, compelled by the weird physics of this place. Trying to change things here is like trying to change the past. And so I watch. Liz points out the window at the abandoned buildings as the Jeep rounds the curve. As always, Eddie tells his joke about the pig with the wooden leg for the nth time. Jameson, with a paternal glance, asks if I'm okay. Or, more specifically, he asks about the empty seat beside him, the seat where I would be sitting if I had died like the rest of them. The seat where I'll be trapped forever, if I fail to escape from November. The Jeep rolls to a stop in front of me. As many times as I've seen my friends step out into the town, the sight never fails to shock me. It's clear that Eddie's joking around is just a defense mechanism. Liz has dark circles under her eyes, and Jameson has been aged prematurely by something we encountered out there in the fog. Everyone is thin and grimy. I don't know what happened in those lost memories between the moment Jameson pointed up the road and this one, but it took its toll on all of us. Still, you can see the excitement on my friends' faces at finally having arrived in the town, whatever may have happened before. Eddie eagerly prepares his recording equipment. Liz does a gleeful little twirl and starts scanning the empty houses with her binoculars. Jameson puts his arm around the space where I would be standing, if I'd met the same fate as my friends. Then he claps his hands together and our little band fans out to explore. We always stayed within sight of each other. Yes, I think I recalled it being one of our rules. It doesn't make much difference when time and space don't behave how they should, but that comes later. First comes the joy of discovery. Most of us had never seen a real main street before, not with a post office and a family grocery, a butcher and a hardware store, and a little diner whose faded sign still offered coffee and cherry pie for $1.50. It was like a movie set. We should have known. The town is gnawed and battered by the elements, but beyond that, there are none of the usual signs of abandonment. No graffiti. Few broken windows. Even the antique cars parked along the street are mostly undisturbed. Liz peers into the grocery. The lightless aisles inside are fully stocked. Eddie comments that maybe this town isn't abandoned after all. My friends step inside. A little brass bell sounds, a fallen can roll out of the darkness, and everyone jumps just like always. The place reeks of spoiling food. Melted ice cream runs like blood from the freezer doors and back. Eddie picks up a can of Crystal Pepsi and looks at it curiously. It seems impossible that all this stuff from the 80s has just been sitting here all this time, and yet the refrigeration can't have gone out more than a month ago. My friends walk through the store, discussing possible explanations for the mystery. They leave without seeing the shadowy figure that emerges from a back room to stock the shelves. Instead, they cross Main Street and begin examining the other buildings. They're in front of the diner when they see Derek Weaver crossing the courthouse square in a hurry. They exchange a glance, then Jameson runs to catch up to Mr. Weaver, who pays no heed to Jameson's cries of hey and wait. That's because he's just a shadow trapped in time, doomed to repeat its routine forever, but my friends don't know that yet. They figure it out when Jameson reaches out for Mr. Weaver and his hand passes through him. Oblivious, the shade of Mr. Weaver goes into the courthouse to keep its eternal appointment. Everyone runs to Jameson. He stares up at the blustery gray sky, as stunned as an atheist who's just met God. My ragged friends back into a circle as shades appear, keeping their clockwork routines. Roy Evans, the shadow inside the grocery store, steps outside to wave at Emily Hereford, who walks through Eddie on her way to the diner. He jumps, shrieks, and checks himself before realizing that she's less substantial than air. My friends experiment, trying to contact and interact with the shades of the town's former residents. No effect. I watch my friends' faces change as they realize that something horrible must have happened here and that now, we are a part of it. They begin to understand what Jameson must have known all along. As hard as it was to find the place, it was going to be even harder to leave. That leads to anger. Another thing I learned from my interest in history. The first thing people do in a crisis is looking for someone to blame. I no longer remember what I said in the argument, but as I watch the responses play out in real time, it's clear that I take Jameson's side in everything. Just like a loyal puppy. It's afternoon now, soon it will be getting dark. No one wants to find out what happens if you spend the night in the open in this eerie place, and there isn't room to sleep in the Jeep. The hunt is on for an open building to spend the night, preferably one without any ghostly inhabitants. This is easier than it seems, as the town was already on its way out, even before the event as Jameson has taken to calling it. The shades of my friends creep around like cartoon burglars, looking for a house to spend the night in. It would be funny if the encroaching darkness didn't feel so deadly. We finally enter a boarded-up house in the basement. My friends block doors, reinforce windows, and do their best to fortify the place. Their work will do about as much good as a blanket fort against what's out there, but they don't know that yet. I wonder how many times I've watched this same performance. I wonder how I felt when I was living through it. Was I scared? Determined? Hopeful? The closer the memory, the faster it fades. We sit around a crackling fire made from broken off bits of furniture. I can tell from the conversation that my friends have started to notice the effects of November. Liz comments that she doesn't feel tired or hungry anymore. Eddie checks his camera batteries and notes that they haven't lost any charge. No one shivers from the autumn chill. This numbness, this resignation, deepens as the days go by. In the morning, we attempt to escape by car. The Jeep reappears around the curve leading into town a few minutes later each time. Then come the flights through the forest. We trudge into leaf-choked gullies only to emerge in one of the town's many empty backyards, bewildered. Through it all, however, no one reacts with the kind of panic that someone should experience in such a situation. Our emotions are as pale and apathetic as the gray sky overhead even when one of us doesn't come back from the woods. My friends wait and wait for Eddie to reappear. Jameson paces along the top of a ravine at the edge of town. The intensity of his emotions has finally broken through the numbness of November. Where is he? Where could he be? Jameson snarls. I must have tried to comfort him, because he pushes at the empty air where I would have stood. After a long pause, Liz screams. Oh my God, you've unalived her. Jameson looks from side to side guiltily before creeping down to the base of the ravine. He kneels and goes through the motions of checking a pulse. He frowns, and then he steps back and shrugs. I guess that was the moment my friends left me for dead. I run a hand along the scar on the back of my skull. It's how I know I'm still alive. Back atop the ridge, Jameson tells Liz that now isn't the time to point fingers. Liz screams and calls him an unaliver. But the behavior of one of the shades causes them both to fall silent. Ms. Nesbitt is walking into town, apparently to do some shopping, when she pauses. She squints through my friends and me, apparently trying to identify something in the woods. Her eyes go wide, she tries to scream but makes no sound. She hobbles desperately for home, but something lifts her into the air. Something invisible, because like me it's still alive here in November. It isn't trapped as a shade in this well of memories. The unseen thing eats her from the inside out. Ms. Nesbitt's shade then vanishes not to be seen again until the cycle restarts. The Time Eater. That's what I call the thing that got Ms. Nesbitt. The thing that stalked the people of this town and devoured them one by one, trapping them in the last month of their lives so that it could feed on them forever. It got Eddie too, out there in the woods. Now it's about to get Liz. I watch Jameson's face go slack. He makes a primitive sound of fear, pointing at something behind Liz. He flees. At first, Liz doesn't understand what's happening. Then the Time Eater catches her from behind, doing to Liz what it did to Ms. Nesbitt before. Like Ms. Nesbitt, Liz disappears when it finishes feeding, trapped forever in a loop that starts the moment she entered November and ends when she's consumed by the Time Eater. I follow Jameson's shade as he runs, looking back over his shoulder at what must have been a gruesome sight. Liz's pelvis, legs, and feet being slurped up by the Time Eater. Jameson reaches the Jeep and pulls out a high-caliber hunting rifle. Based on the expression on his face, his shots have no effect. He squirms into the mud under the Jeep. Then he too is pulled out screaming and devoured in the air before my eyes. I feel nothing as I watch my boyfriend being eaten, and I'm not sure that's just the numbness of November. My friend's loop is closed now, and it won't open again until the cycle restarts. There are only two living things in November. The Time Eater, out there somewhere, incomprehensible, indestructible, eternally hungry. And me. A cool breeze blows dead leaves against my boots. The sky is azure and clear. I feel sure that I'm forgetting something. But what the hell made out of ice? Please, don't hurt me. I've done nothing wrong. Dr. Crane was a good man. He begged me not to unalive him. I could never imagine how it feels to have a loaded shotgun pointed toward your face. Or what is left of it anyways. The worst thing is, that I genuinely don't know if he meant it. I didn't know how much of his mind was left and how much was altered or completely dissolved. I fired. A spray of blood, brain matter, and bone painted the wall as the left side of his head was taken away by the fast-flying buckshot. Dr. Crane collapsed onto the ground into a heap. What could I have possibly done so wrong, that I now deserve to be here and experience this? I felt sick. Not because I've just unalived someone. No. Compared to what I was seeing, unaliving someone was nothing. This was wrong on so many levels, that it's hard for me to find words to describe it. Even after losing half of his brain, Dr. Crane was still attempting to talk but ended up only uttering absolute nonsense as his body twitched and rolled on the ground and kept spilling this brown fluid everywhere across the lab from the tumor-like growths all over his body. It looked like most of his body mass was used up to create those tumors. In the few places where there were none, his skin was pulled tight around his bones. His face was the worst. It almost looked like a bear skull. After a few moments, he stabilized himself with his back facing the ground and started shambling toward me using his left arm and leg. The right side of his body went limp. I started slowly walking backward. I was almost at the door now. "Is something broken?" something Dr. Crane announced just before I heard a loud crack. I thought I stepped on something, but then I realized that it was Dr. Crane's kneecap that cracked. He twisted an unnatural and jumped right at me. Another shot stopped the monstrosity in midair and another 3 ensured that it wouldn't try it again. He was still moving a little bit as I made my way out of the lab and locked the door shut. What a mess. "Blake, what are we supposed to do with Stevens?" Jamie brought me back to my senses. "What's up with him?" I asked. "He ate his effing guts out," Omar responded, half yelling. "Oh right. Crane ate Stevens' effing guts out. How did I miss that?" I wasn't thinking straight anymore. Few people would have after what just happened. "Throw him outside and burn him." "Blake, but I think he's still alive," Jamie argued. "You heard what I said. And please, put some effing gloves on. Don't let his blood get on you. Just in case. And clean up the blood afterward," as I noticed a crimson trail left on the floor as they dragged him away. "Aren't you going to help?" Stevens asked angrily. "Damn it. Spears, not Stevens." Stevens had his guts eaten out. Spears was dragging Stevens away. Stevens, Spears, Spears, Stevens. Duck. When I'm going to finally learn that. I guess I won't be confusing their names anymore. "No, I'm going to have a drink. Come to Antarctica during the polar winter," they said. "It'll be fun," they said. We were supposed to learn about how life on Earth originated. Instead, we only learned how life on Earth could end. Anyway, our mission here was to drill out the oldest ice sample ever collected. You can see the whole of Earth's history in the Antarctic ice. A few meters deep, it's just regular ice. A few dozen of meters deep, you can see how much less carbon dioxide and radioactive dust and other junk we've thrown into the air during the last century the older ice contains. A few hundred meters deep, things start getting interesting. Sometimes you can find frozen prehistoric microbes. Sometimes, you can get a sample of the air that dinosaurs breathed. But when we pulled out sample number 127, we didn't expect to find these strange metal-like crystals that were embedded inside. I wish we never pulled it out. I don't know what it is or how it got there. I think Dr. Crane called it a primordial cocktail once, but I don't care anymore. Dr. Crane got himself unalived by studying it. The crystals thawed at room temperature into a repulsive brownish yellow fluid. The last few days, he was obsessed with it. So much that he wasn't even sleeping or eating anymore. He spent the whole day in his lab. I think he spilled it on himself or something. I don't know. And I probably won't be able to ask him anymore. Stevens decided to bring him some food this evening. Little did he know that he would become the food himself. Did you know that there is no day and night cycle here on the poles? It's just constant sunlight during the polar summer and constant darkness during the polar winter. It's not pitch black, because some light still reaches this place, mostly from the stars and atmospheric scattering. Well, let me also tell you that during a snowstorm, it is pitch black. No one is coming to help us in this weather. They might nuke this place to ashes when the storm passes. I wouldn't object after what I've just seen. God bless that somehow our connection is still working. I'm writing this in case I don't get to live another day in this ice hell. That's all I have to say right now. Now, excuse me while I try to wash away my fear with alcohol. Anyway, I'll be brief because I've got to go fast. So last night, I probably had a bit more drinks than I should have had and I somehow managed to forget to post what I had written down yesterday. Anyway, the next thing I remember was getting shaken by Spears like there was no tomorrow. So I opened my eyes and he says, "Blake, wake up. We have a problem. Stevens is gone." I'm a guard stationed at a secret government prison. Despite the morbid scene unfolding in front of us, Sandra shared a laugh with me. We were at the point where the absolute absurdity and danger of the situation was beginning to fade from our senses. Hell, I suppose we were enjoying ourselves, as ducked up as that may sound. We kept watching as Senju got up and stumbled around, evidently disoriented from both his injuries and successive fits of fighting spirit-induced rage euphoria. He took about 4 steps before his head exploded, throwing the two of us watching for quite the loop. Another figure stepped into the frame, whom we recognized as Satan Bot, 6'11", 211 centimeters, 535 pounds, 243 kilograms. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine upon seeing him, somewhat snapping me back into reality. Despite his comical name, Satan Bot had to be one of the most frightening voids out there. I just couldn't understand what the duck he was supposed to be. His body appeared to be robotic, but moved in ways that were too fluid for even the most sophisticated android. Like legitimate metallic flesh. It was honestly maddening to look at. On top of that, he resembled the effing devil himself. Reddish-black scaly skin/metallic shell, a mouth full of exposed, razor-like teeth, rectangular, slanted crimson eyes, a pair of large, mechanical wings, and a long tail ending in something that resembled a 3-pronged spear to boot. For whatever reason, he also had a rocket launcher atop his right shoulder and a Gatling gun connected to his left hand. No, these were not mechanical modifications. They were literally connected to his body. He was unanimously considered one of the most dangerous voids residing in the chasm, rated at a high earthquake. Even if Senju was at his full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. "Oh poop," Sandy commented. I was hoping he didn't escape. "Well, let's not worry about him for now," I said, turning my attention to another monitor. What my eyes landed on next was an utter massacre. Sitting atop a pile of guard bodies that must have eclipsed 6 feet was Hugo Wright, aka the Brutal Bishop, 6'2", 189 centimeters, 200 pounds, 91 kilograms. As his name indicated, he was dressed in a traditional vicar priest outfit. The only difference was the fact that the cross he wore around his neck was fashioned out of blades. The man himself had long, sweeping black hair and about 14 bags under both of his dead, blue eyes. It was unclear to us what his real motivations were. It's not like he followed the rules of any religion on earth, despite his outfit. He just went on long rants about the sin of natalism and the futility of existence, and how to reach a state of sanctity. We must first reach a clean state. Basically, he wanted to unalive every sentient being on earth, and then himself. He wasn't all talk, either. He was certainly strong. We rated him as a low hurricane. After praying to whatever ducked-up deity he worshipped atop his pile of corpses, he slid down and began stalking the corridors for some more victims to fulfill his holy objective. Who he came across next couldn't have been more perfect. Kale Silva, aka Vampire Cop, 5'9", 175 centimeters, 176 pounds, 80 kilograms. Kale was rather interesting, being that he was one of the most cooperative voids. He was the only prisoner that willingly turned himself in. His backstory was interesting as well, and of the few we knew about. He used to be a prolific, merciless Brazilian cop who patrolled the most dangerous parts of Rio. It was so much so that he earned a reputation amongst the criminal underground as the Reaper. But he was still only human. During one fateful mission, his entire unit was massacred during an ambush attack by about a dozen distinct gangs who were all unified under the same goal of taking him down. He was the only survivor but was captured in the process. After being brutally tortured in a warehouse for about 5 hours, the lights suddenly went out. During this period of darkness, the only sounds entering his ears were those of carnage. Every single gang member was being obliterated by some unknown force. At the end of the bloodbath, he could hear footsteps slowly approaching him, before a deep, raspy voice whispered something into his ear. "There's potential in you. Allow me to bestow you with an opportunity." He felt a sharp pain hit his neck before the hidden entity spoke to him again. "Fulfill your duty." And then he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in his bed, with all the wounds from his torture session just about healed. All wounds except for one, a bite mark on his neck. His appearance had also changed drastically. Pale skin, dark eyes, and fangs. He'd heard about the stories, but could hardly comprehend that he'd become one himself. While he couldn't handle being exposed to the sun anymore, he found himself with superhuman strength and regeneration, which he used to brutalize criminals at night as a vigilante. However, it didn't take long for him to go too far. One night, he went into a frenzy, breaking into the house of a suspected rapist and unaliving everybody inside. Everybody, including the rapist's innocent mother and daughter. His resolve in regard to justice had never wavered, remaining strong no matter what he went through. For that reason, he could hardly live with guilt on his conscience and walked to the police station he used to work at, turning himself into his former colleagues that all thought he was dead. Of course, the news spread quickly. That's when the CIA stepped in and transferred him over to the chasm. He put up no resistance. He deemed the chasm a place where he 100% belonged. Safe to say, he was a rather bizarre case. We still put him at a low hurricane, the same as Hugo. On the monitor, I could see Kale's lips moving. Wanting to hear what he had to say, I began looking around to see if I could get some audio. It didn't take too long for me to find the volume control panel, which was located right under the middle desk. Thankfully, whoever set this weird place up took the liberty of labeling each switch with its respective monitor. I turned the volume up right in the middle of Kale's spiel. "Dangerous scum. I'm gonna have to dispose of you all before it's too late." Hugo's face remained expressionless. "Scum. An apt description of the ones residing in this place. But I understand that you're also a man wrought with unforgivable sin. I'll treat you no differently," he responded. Kale chuckled. "Wouldn't expect you not to." He took a provocative fighting stance. "Come on, Englishman. Let's settle this." Hugo put a hand on his blade cross, before muttering another prayer to himself. He looked up at Kale, his eyes now a deep crimson. "The atrocities I commit are only in the pursuit of ultimate holiness. I hope you can understand that." Kale grinned. "Yeah, I get it. Crazy people are crazy." As he finished the sentence, he rushed forward in a quick blur, sinking his fangs into Hugo's neck. In turn, Hugo grabbed Kale's head and twisted, snapping his neck in what had to be the most gruesome manner feasible, before plunging a fist into his chest. For the first time, Hugo grimaced. "What's wrong with your heart?" he asked, before retracting his hand, revealing severe burn marks. Kale twisted his head back into place before shooting Hugo a bloody grin. "I couldn't tell you, buddy." They traded blows for a few more minutes, pummeling each other into oblivion. While Kale was certainly more skilled and had more tools at his disposal, Hugo possessed more raw power. Eventually, it came to a standstill. Kale had suffered upwards of 20 fatal injuries, forcing his regeneration abilities to the brink. Hugo was bleeding all over, had about 6 bone fractures, an eye gouged out, and an ear ripped off. "You're pretty effing annoying, aren't you?" Kale rasped out. Hugo bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Likewise." In the meantime, their confrontation had drawn an audience. Coming in from an intersecting corridor was Infernal Gladiator, 6'7", 200 centimeters, 285 pounds, 129 kilograms. He was a high hurricane. Imagine an extremely buff zombie that was perpetually burning, clad in ancient gladiator gear. That was him. In one of his hands, he gripped a gigantic, flaming sword. In his other, he held 2 leashes, both holding respective voids at the neck, crawling at his feet like dogs straight from hell. One was the Freak, 6'10", 208 centimeters, 253 pounds, 115 kilograms, a slouching, a humanoid monster with strange, flickering eyes and a grin that wrapped around its entire head. The other was the Humanish Centipede, 6'4", 193 centimeters, standing height, 372 pounds, 169 kilograms, a centipede-like creature that had a vaguely human face covered in 6 eyes, with an iron muzzle obscuring the mouth area. It crawled on 10 colossal, veiny arms. They were both mid-tornado tier. Not incredibly powerful. They were merely simple, aggressive beasts that possessed nothing but primal bloodlust and strength that was comparable to 3 wild bears put together. For that reason, they were easily converted into disposable weapons by the much stronger and more intelligent gladiators. Effing hell, Kale said upon seeing the trio. That's effing disgusting. Bloody abominations, Hugo added. Nothing but creatures that stain this earth. They both looked at each other and nodded, an explicit sense of mutual understanding between them. I suppose that a few of the voids teaming up should have been inevitable. Oh boy, this is heating up, I said, turning towards Sandu. He didn't respond at first, instead looking as if he were trying to focus on something that wasn't on the screen. What the hell's the matter, I asked him. I think. There might be somebody else in here. Don't turn around. Just keep watching. Pretend like you didn't hear it. He replied, hardly above a whisper. It's not like I had to pretend. Hear what? I thought to myself. Nevertheless, I'd never Sandu more serious. I turned my attention back to the monitors while forcing my ears to be alert. About 10 seconds later, I heard it. It was soft for sure. I wasn't surprised that I hadn't noticed it up until that point. Somewhere in the darkness behind us, somebody was trying to contain a giggle. We're not supposed to watch the local broadcast channel. At least, that's what my neighbor Donna says. I hide the remotes. You can't be too careful with kids in the house, you know? She said, as she leaned against the fence post. You hide the remotes. So your kids can't turn on the local channel, I repeated. Yup. Works wonderfully. I only moved in here a few weeks ago. So far, everyone was friendly and nice. But Donna seemed a little cuckoo. A house-wide ban on watching the local TV station? Really? I mean, I get it if she were talking about some adult program or something. But local broadcasting channels don't usually air intimacy and violence, do they? Why don't you want them watching the channel? I asked. She blinked. Then she laughed, throwing her head back. Ha, ha, ha. Good one. I'll catch you later, Rebecca, okay? She squeezed my wrist, smiled, and then headed off down the sidewalk. I stood there, dumbfounded. A few days later, I went to another neighbor's house for tea. Melinda Patel, the woman in the blue colonial on the corner. After we'd talked for a while, I decided to mention it. Do you know Donna? I ventured. Melinda nodded, taking a sip of tea. Oh yes. We go way back. Both original owners. I glanced around, then I lowered my voice. Don't you think she's a little crazy with the whole TV thing? Oh, yeah. I breathed out a sigh of relief. It's insane that she keeps a TV. With 2 little kids? It's too risky. Yeah, I know she says she hides the remotes, but you know how kids are. They find everything. She shook her head. Insane. I stared at her, at a loss for words. When my kids were that age I said no siree, not taking that risk. She took a sip of tea. Gave me so much peace of mind. What exactly is on the channel? I asked, with a small laugh. Adult movies? True crime? Her eyes locked on mine. Don't joke about it. Please. She kept staring at me, with such an intense look that I fell into silence. I changed the subject to her flower garden, and her peppy personality snapped right back. And then there was Jerry. Around 4 p.m. she swung by our house, an hour after I'd returned from Melinda's. Just wanted to see how y'all are settling in, she said, giving us a big smile. Yeah, we're good. She came in, all smiles and chit-chat. But she froze when her eyes fell on our big screen TV, mounted over the fireplace. Oh, you have a TV? Yes, we do. Well, okay, she said, eyeing our 5-year-old son playing in the corner. She lowered her voice. Did you tell him not to? No, okay, let me show you. You can program the TV so it can't go to channel 13. A neat little hack I learned the first few weeks here. That's okay, I said. We don't need it. Suddenly, realization swept over her face. Ah, y'all don't have cable. Good idea. You can get so much with streaming services and all. We've got cable, but we're sure to disconnect it at night. Ah, smart, I said, finally catching the gist. So the kids won't sneak down and watch it while you're sleeping, huh? No. We don't get kids. But you know, we don't want to end up like Jeremy. Waking up in the middle of the night to his TV on. She shook her head. So awful. What happened to him? She glanced to my son again. Not in front of him, she whispered. Then it was back to small talk, and soon after, she left. So weird, I said to my husband, Ben. Why is everyone so weird about the local broadcast channel? He shrugged. I don't know. I mean, they can't be broadcasting something so awful, right? Aren't there laws about that? He nodded. Maybe it's some sort of bizarre prank they're playing for us. Like hazing. Or maybe a psychological experiment? He laughed. Did we unknowingly move into a neighborhood of social psychologists? I don't know. But it's really weird. After our son Nathan fell asleep, I found Ben sitting in front of the TV, turning the remote over in his hands. I'm thinking about turning it on, he said. Turning on channel 13? He nodded. I'm going to bed, I said, crossing my arms, and I think you should join me. Ben broke into a grin. Ha, you're scared. Well, listen. You go on upstairs and hide under the blankets. I'll be up in 5 minutes. Okay, fine. I plopped down on the sofa next to him. I'll watch it with you. You win. He grinned. The TV flickered on, casting eerie blue light on the walls. I watched as his thumb pressed the numbers 1-3. Then it was on. A man appeared on the screen, sitting at a desk. He was relatively attractive, but his hair was slicked back with too much grease, and his makeup was caked on. And his teeth were white, too white, like that Ross in that episode of Friends. Ew, Ben said. Yeah, local broadcast channels don't have much budget. Still, couldn't they do better than this? He looks like a mannequin and a used car salesman had a baby. Oh my gosh, I said, laughing. It's true. Even his hair looks fake, he said, gesturing. Probably a toupee. He's too young to be bald. Maybe a wig, then? Okay. SSSH, let's hear what he's saying. The weather's going to be cool, the newscaster said, gesturing to a poorly CGI'd map of the town behind him. High of the 50s and low of 40s. Now, let's get to the local news. The map disappeared and he sat down. Our first news item is about local woman Melinda Patel. A small photo of her appeared above his shoulder. Ooh. I slapped Ben's arm. That's the woman I had tea with this afternoon. Really? Yeah. She told me she did some work on the school board, but I didn't know she'd be on the news. Last week, Melinda Patel passed a motion to have discounted school lunches for everyone, the newscaster continued. No doubt, the fact that she's effing the principal played a role in the decision. Ben and I froze. What did he just say? I said. He said she's effing the principal. He can't say that on TV. Well, now we know why the kids aren't allowed to watch, Ben said, starting to giggle. I stared at the strange mannequin man, dread sinking in. He smiled back, eyes blankly staring ahead as he read off the teleprompter. And Jerry Johnson, the local librarian, intoxicated herself to sleep after a phone call from her son. Wait, I thought Jerry said she didn't have kids. He shrugged. Maybe she lied. Maybe this guy is making it up. For all we know, this guy is just spewing garbage to get people to watch. The smile faded from the newscaster's face. He inclined his head, slightly, blue eyes locked on the camera. Let's move on to new resident Ben Hernandez. My blood ran cold. He can't keep his froggy little mouth shut, can he? The newscaster said, in a lilting tone. He has to compare me to a mannequin so his wife thinks he's funny. His blue eyes stared at us from the screen. Empty and hollow. Their mouth curled into small smiles. How does he know that? I whispered. Ben glanced at me, fearfully, then grabbed the remote and quickly pressed the power button. The TV didn't turn off. Let's get out of here. He grabbed my hand. We both stood up, backing out of the room. But I couldn't look away. Couldn't look away as his blue eyes followed us, as we moved away from the TV. Just before we got out of view, he smiled. My husband insists on keeping this one painting of a woman. When my husband and I first got married and moved in together, we had a few fights. On personal space, on chores, and decor. Namely, my husband insisted on keeping this weird painting of a woman. Who is she? I'd asked when I first saw it, leaning against a mountain of moving boxes. Dunno. Got it at a rummage sale. It was an original painting. Oil, I think, judging by the way the light reflected off the brushstrokes. It depicted a young woman standing in a dark room, looking over her shoulder at the viewer. She was actually rather beautiful. Blonde hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. A white cotton dress. A dainty, heart-shaped face that was somehow haunting rather than cute. She was illuminated brightly, but the room behind her was dark. The contrast in her pose reminded me a little bit of girl with a pearl earring. But it didn't feel classy, or pensive, or beautiful. Instead, it felt creepy. Especially because my husband insisted on hanging it above our bed. I mean, it's a beautiful painting, I said. But it just doesn't fit with the modern decor. Neither do your Funko Pops. Okay, but they're small. This painting is enormous. For Pete's sake, the woman is nearly life-sized. I want to keep her where she is. It seemed like a big deal to him, so I dropped it. But it wasn't easy. Sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night with the horrible feeling that I was being watched. Then I'd look up and see her haunting gray eyes staring down at me. I didn't get much sleep after that. And there was the one time I swear she moved. Was her hand always like that? I asked Eric, after getting into bed one night. Her left hand. The fingers are kind of open, reaching out behind her. Like she's waiting for someone to grab her hand. Yeah, she was always like that. I could have sworn she wasn't always like that. Then again, I generally avoided looking at the painting. It was so uncomfortably realistic. When I stared into those gray eyes, I almost felt like I was making eye contact with a person. I lasted 2 weeks. Then I begged Eric to move it. Can we please move the painting somewhere else? I hate looking at it when I'm going to sleep. It's the nicest piece of art we have. It belongs above the bed. What about the sunflower one? That's just a print, he complained. And it's so basic. Come on. I'll move my Funko Pops out if you move the painting out. He heaved a long sigh. Fine. I'll move her. That was another thing. He often referred to the painting as her. It was weird. So he moved it to the stairs. But honestly, that was worse. Every time I went downstairs, there she was, staring at me from above the landing with those piercing gray eyes. At least when the painting was in the bedroom, I was usually asleep or facing the opposite direction. I hit my breaking point a few days after that. For some reason, I couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, I decided to grab a snack downstairs. I got to the top of the stairs, and there she was. I hadn't turned on the main lights, only the nightlight in the hall bathroom was on. With everything so dark, the background of the painting melted into the shadows. But the woman still stood out, with her pale face and white dress. And my stupid, sleepy brain interpreted it as an actual person standing there. I jumped about a foot in the air, and I would have fallen down the stairs, had I not caught the banister at the last second. Can we please get rid of that painting? I asked the next morning. Eric turned away from the stove, set the spatula down. Why? Last night, it scared the frick out of me. I nearly fell down the stairs. He stared at me, as if unable to understand. She scared you? He asked slowly. Well, more like startled me. I thought it was a person standing there. He looked at me. Then he broke into laughter. And, after a few seconds, I started laughing too. It was pretty stupid, now that I thought about it. I know I was sleepy, but still, I thought the painting was a person. What, did I think we were being burglarized by a young, beautiful, blonde woman in a nightdress? For now, I'll move her into my office. Then you don't have to look at her at all. That sounds good. And for a while after that, things were okay. I sort of noticed Eric spending more time in his office than usual, but he also had a big deadline for a brief coming up. And what? How would that be related to the painting, anyway? It's not like he was staring at her for hours on end. Except that's exactly what I caught him doing. One night he didn't come downstairs to eat dinner with me. I called up to him a few times. No reply. So I went upstairs and walked into his office, to find him staring at her. He was just sitting there, with his computer closed. No papers on the desk. Swivel chair turned towards the woman in the painting. Oh, he said suddenly when I walked in. Then he quickly stood up. I was just about to come down. Just sent in the brief a few minutes ago. They're really happy with it. He smiled broadly at me, as if nothing were wrong, and then slipped past me. I listened to his footsteps thump down the stairs. Had he just finished working? Or was he just sitting in here, staring at her? I ultimately decided not to bring it up. The painting was out of my sight and that was great. Besides, I had bigger fish to fry, like my deadline coming up for an article I hadn't even started. But then, on Friday afternoon, I accidentally overheard him on the phone. His voice was muffled through the thick wooden door, but it wasn't hard to hear him. He was shouting, almost. I'll have it in by tonight. No, I knew it was due on Wednesday. Well, my wife fell down the stairs. I had to take her to the hospital. Those words sent a chill through me. I barged in. Why are you lying about me falling down the stairs? His face paled. He ended the call and turned towards me. I'm so sorry, Tara, but I needed an excuse. I missed the deadline on that brief, and it's my job on the line. The brief you told me you finished 2 days ago? He nodded, silently. I crossed my arms. Look, Eric, your work is your business. But we've spent, like, all of 1 hour together all week. Because you've been locked in here all day, every day. I mean, are you even working? Or are you just sitting in here, staring at her? His dark eyes locked on mine. And then his voice grew soft. You're jealous of her. What? You shouldn't be, Tara, he said, stepping towards me. The painting makes her prettier than she was. I froze. Stared at him. Then I finally found the words. Are you saying, this is a painting of someone you know? No, he said slowly. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant, whoever this is a portrait of, I'm sure it's a flattering likeness. All portraits are flattering like that. I stared at him, my heart pounding in my chest. Who is this a painting of, Eric? I told you, it's not. Eric. I stepped towards him. My legs felt weak, wobbling underneath me. Who is this a painting of? He only shook his head. I couldn't sleep that night. I know it sounds silly, being so worked up over a painting. But you have to admit it was weird. He was obsessed with this thing, for whatever reason. Why didn't I see the painting when we were dating? Did he hide it away in the basement? That was the one place I'd never been. Had he built a little shrine down there, painting, candles, the whole 9 yards? The thought of it made me sick. Is it an ex-girlfriend? An ex-wife, even, that he never told me about? Getting a painting commission must have cost a fortune. Especially a huge, detailed one like this. I mean, as much as I hated that thing, it was clearly done by someone incredibly gifted. The glint in those piercing gray eyes, the small dimple on her right cheek. But he wasn't keeping it to appreciate the artistry. He knew her. And whoever she is, he's obsessed with her. And then I got the craziest idea. I sat up in bed. Slowly, quietly. Turned to Eric. He was fast asleep. Then I slipped out from underneath the covers, grabbed my phone from the nightstand, and tiptoed out of the room. My bare feet padded softly across the hallway as I made my way toward his office. Then I pushed the heavy wooden door open and stepped inside. The office was cold, much colder than our bedroom. Goosebumps pricked up my bare arms. But I didn't waste any time. I reached over, fumbling across the wall, and hit the switch. The light flicked on. The blonde woman stared down at me from the wall. Her eyes seemed to follow me as I took Eric's leather chair and dragged it across the hardwood. Once against the wall, I stepped up onto it. We were staring at each other, face to face. I'd never been this close to the painting before. My face inches from hers. This close, I could truly appreciate the detail. Each eyelash drew, curving up from its follicle. Thread-like striations of light and dark gray filled her irises. Her skin, so pale and creamy, dotted with the tiniest of pores. But I wasn't here to appreciate the artwork. I lifted my phone and took a photo. Then I brought up a reverse image search. It took a few minutes for me to find the right website and upload the photo. But when the results loaded, I gasped. I expected maybe one result, if I were lucky. Some sort of facial recognition would match the painted face to a photo. Or, maybe the artist's website would come up and mention who the subject was. But instead, dozens of thumbnails filled the page. Of the exact same painting I'd been staring at for weeks. Fingers trembling, I clicked on the first one. It led to a news article. Search continues for missing Franklin art student. My heart dropped. Little black dots danced in my vision. I collapsed into the chair behind me, trembling, and began to read. Anya Kelsing, 23, went missing after a hike with her boyfriend. The two became separated when they came upon a bear. Her backpack was found roughly a mile from where the sighting occurred, but no trace of Anya was found. And the caption under the painting. Kelsing is a third-year student at Franklin College, majoring in fine arts. She recently completed a self-portrait that was exhibited at Liqueur. Above I clicked on the next article, and the next, but they all said the same thing. Hike, bear, disappearance. All of them showed a photo along with her self-portrait. She looked strikingly identical to her painted likeness. None of them mentioned the boyfriend's name, but it had to be Eric. The most recent article, from 5 years ago, was a video clip of her parents begging for her search to continue. Sadly, judging by the news articles, it never did. I don't know how long I sat there. All I know is that I was suddenly jolted from my thoughts by a loud thump in the hallway. Footsteps. Coming towards the office. I shot up. He can't find me here. I glanced around the room, looking for someplace, any place, that I could hide. But it was probably too late. Surely he'd seen the light on, from under the door. I ducked under the desk just as he stepped into the room. Tara? I clapped my hand over my mouth, trying to silence my ragged breathing. He's going to see the chair out of place. He knows I'm here. He knows. Tara, you in here? Why did I hide? I could have just said I came in here because I heard a noise. Needed a pen. Couldn't sleep. Why the duck did I hide? Now he's going to know that I know. Tara? But maybe it's fine. Maybe the bear got on you. Maybe Eric had nothing to do with it. Isn't that more likely than Eric being an unaliver? There you are. I looked up and screamed. Eric was crouched there, in front of the desk, staring at me. I was looking for a pen. I stuttered, lamely. I wanted to write down. I remembered I have to pick up groceries tomorrow and I needed to add something. He tilted his head, a small smile on his lips. I don't think that's the truth, Tara. Make a break for it. I started to lunge out from under the desk. His hand quickly shot out and grabbed my wrist. Hard. You figured out who she is, didn't you? That's the only reason you'd be hiding from me. I trembled in his grasp. What did you do to her? I whispered. He let out a dry laugh. So you think I'm an unaliver? How nice, that's the first conclusion you jumped to. No, I don't think you're a unaliver. I swallowed. Stupid, stupid, stupid. If he unalived her, and he knows you know, then you're dead too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Just, what happened? They didn't find a body. Did the bear get her? He didn't reply. Just stared at me, silently, with those cold dark eyes. I was jealous, I continued, desperately, but now I understand. I wish you'd just told me. To lose someone like that. Of course, you'd want to keep the painting. It's all you have left of her. You should have just left it alone, he said, his tone oddly emotionless. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I screamed as he lunged for me. It's over. His hands were clenched tight on my wrists as he dragged me out from under the desk. I pulled back, trying to wrench myself free, but it was no use. Thump. A loud crash sounded behind us. Eric whipped around, and for a split second, his grip released. I acted instantly. Pulled free from him and ran, pivoting around the desk and racing towards the door. As I glanced back, I saw Eric, starting after me. But I also saw what had made the noise. The painting of Anya had fallen from the wall. It lay askew on the floor, her gray eyes staring emptily upwards. I was always a fast runner. Eric was only halfway down the stairs by the time I was at the bottom. Bursting out into the cold air, I began to scream. He grabbed me from behind and tried to pull me back inside, but it was too late. Lights were flicking on. Our neighbor rushed out of his house, dialing 911. It was over. The police arrested Eric for assault. And once I told them my story, of his obsession with Anya's painting, they were able to search our house. And hidden in his office drawer, in a small box, was a pair of gold earrings. The same earrings Anya wore on the hike that day. The case is slowly mounting against him. I'm hoping, praying Anya gets justice and that a jury convicts him of her horrible unalive. And would he have done the same to me, if I hadn't escaped? If Anya's painting hadn't fallen off the wall? There was an explanation, of course. When Eric had moved the painting to his office, he'd mistakenly installed one of the hangers into pure drywall. The weight of the painting had caused it to rib out, and the painting fell. But sometimes, I think Anya was watching over me. That her self-portrait carried a piece of her. And that night, she protected me from falling victim to the monster who ended her life. The painting now hangs up in my foyer. Every day I walk by it, and new details pop out at me, the deep, shadowy green of the room behind her. A perfectly painted strand of blonde hair. The glint in her piercing gray eyes. And sometimes, I think she's smiling back at me. In this village, December is the scariest month of the year. Tonight I have a wonderful opportunity to share some local folklore with the world. These old stories are often unsettling, of course, but they sometimes hide a lesson that folk would do well not to forget. Unfortunately, those like my mother who doesn't know English and has never used a computer are often the only ones who still remember. She's sitting down in front of the tall red candle now, which means the tale is about to begin. I will type and translate as she speaks, and I can't imagine a better environment for this dark winter fable. The cabin is quiet, and outside is only snowdrifts, pine forests, and icy mountaintops beneath a starry night sky. And so, without further ado, The Outsider's Tale. Hundreds of years ago, this village was a very different place than it is today. Each person had their place. There were butchers and bakers and candlestick makers, blacksmiths, grocers, coopers, and carpenters. Folk supported each other, because they depended on each other. They understood like the spider understands that if one strand of the web fails, the dinner escapes. And who wants to go hungry? That also meant that neighbors kept a close eye on each other since one person's sin was the sin of the whole community. And that's how our story begins. One winter's day, an outsider came to the village. Suddenly, there was a new person in town, one who had no place. She came up the winding road in a covered wagon, fleeing death and danger. She needed help, but folk are suspicious of outsiders. She had to find a way to support herself until summer when the snow would melt and she could cross the mountain pass. She tried playing music in the local tavern, but the barkeep turned her out. He was sorry, he said, but the wives in town didn't like the way their husbands looked at the outsider. She tried working the looms and storehouses, but the outsider's hands were delicate, and she did not know the language of the village. She couldn't share in their gossip, which made her a threat. They turned her out as well. Snow piled up on her cold-covered wagon. The outsider took on the most disagreeable jobs to survive. She mucked stables, swept streets, and cleaned houses for next to nothing, but it still wasn't enough to provide food and warmth for the winter. She resorted to meaner things, fortune-telling, potion-selling, card scams. And each night, the men of the village snuck over to the covered wagon with a pitiful handful of coins. They brushed their steps out of the snow with a pine branch to protect their reputations, but everyone knew what happened in the outsider's covered wagon. One of these men was different from the others. He was the butcher, and he brought gifts of food and fuel, instead of coins. It wasn't clear what he was after. Maybe he just wanted someone to talk to, because he wasn't happy in the village either. The butcher and the outsider grew close, and they made plans to leave the village together as soon as the passes cleared. Rumors traveled fast in the village. The butcher's family and friends were furious about his plot to abandon them. What right did he have to abandon his place in the village? Folk depended on him. It could not be allowed, and they knew that the outsider was to blame. They did not know that the butcher was with the outsider on the night they set flame to her covered wagon. He came out in his shirt sleeves to stop them, and things got violent. The butcher was left in a pool of his blood beside the burning wagon, and the outsider ran, screaming, into the mountains and into the night. There was no food or shelter in those freezing high places, and the outsider was no survivalist. She did the best she could digging a branch-covered tunnel to sleep in, eating roots and berries, but the berries made her sick, and soon the outsider realized she was going to die. But she could not allow that to happen. It was already obvious when she looked at her shivering, starving belly. The outsider carried the butcher's child in her womb. A desperate madness took hold of the outsider. She climbed to the top of a twisted peak, and there, surrounded by the howling wind and absolute darkness of a new moon winter's night, she called upon any power that could hear her. She offered everything, and asked for only two things: life and revenge. Well, something out there must have been listening, because she was granted both. The outsider and her kin would live, but on the opposite side of the cycle. The folk of the village craved warmth and light. The outsider and her kin would thrive in the dark and cold. The folk of the village grew old and dreaded death. The outsider and her kin would age slowly and fear no mortal weapon. The folk of the village felt hunger and thirst. The outsider and her kin would need nourishment, but once per year, and it would come from the flesh of the living. And so it was, and is. When the winter nights are the longest, the outsider and her kin come down from the frozen peaks to hunt. It is always a mystery who the prey will be. It might be a foolish, misbehaving child who didn't heed his mother's warnings to come inside in the dark. Cold hands that grab his neck from behind are the last thing he ever feels. It might be a stubborn farmer out fixing his fence by the dark tree line. A scream, fingernails dragging in the frosty dirt, and he's gone. Swallowed up by the shadows under the trees as though he'd never been born. Or it might be someone special, whom the outsiders have stalked in the night for many moons. The folk of this village aren't always eaten where they're caught. That would be too messy. Some are dragged away by the outsiders for breeding purposes, to create more of their kind. Others are just used for sport. After they've served their purpose, the glacial caves keep their meat fresh all year long. The village has changed since the outsider first arrived in her covered wagon. There are electric lights and metal towers, plastics, escalators, and wireless internet. The village has grown, but the folk is very much the same. Pray for the outsiders. And so every year, when the days grow shorter and the nights are cold, the people of this village stay indoors after sunset. Folk locks their doors, shutter their windows, and lights a tall red candle in remembrance of their sin. Folk tries to forget about all the folk who go missing this time of year, because the outsiders are always there, full of life, and full of revenge. So ends the tale. My mother blows out the candle that the inhabitants of this cabin had lit, foolishly thinking it would protect them from us. We have feasted well, but we must go now. It is nearly dawn. Perhaps I'll have another story to tell when we come down again to feed next year. Attention shoppers, please hide at the back of the store immediately. Attention shoppers, came a male voice over the intercom. Please move to the back of the store immediately. The back of the store? I whispered to Daniel. Don't they mean the front of the store? To pay for our stuff? It was 8:50 p.m., 10 minutes till closing time. We brought our 2 kids out on this late-night Walmart excursion in the hopes of burning off some energy. Instead, they'd just thrown tantrums for new Legos and Hot Wheels. It was a disaster. But apparently, the disaster was just beginning. Please move to the back of the store immediately, the voice repeated overhead. This is not a drill. I glanced around, but the other shoppers were just as confused as I was. An old lady looked up at the ceiling, scrunching her face. What the hell? A dark-haired woman asked her boyfriend, pushing a cart full of garden supplies. Didn't you hear? An older man said, leaning over his cart of bottled water and canned food. We're in a tornado watch. 1 touchdown in Somerville. A tornado? It was storming outside. I'd seen the black clouds roll in from the east earlier. But it didn't look that bad. Do not stay out in the open. I repeat, do not stay out in the open. There was a pause. Then, an explosion of sound, as everyone began to mobilize. Carts rolling, panicked voices, feet slapping on the floor. No. No. This can't be happening. I hurried down the toy aisle, Tucker in my arms, Daniel and Jackson following me. 3 zigzaggy turns, and then we were in the electronics area. I glanced at the TVs on the wall. And pictured the 4 of us, crushed underneath them. Stay away from windows and doors, the voice continued on the loudspeaker. And do not attempt to exit the store. Is it safe here? Daniel shook his head. Big open areas aren't good. I'm going to check in back and see if there's a break room or something. You stay here, okay? I nodded. Arms shaking, I sat down on the ground between 2 shelves of video games. Tucker sucked on a bottle in my arms while Jackson began to giggle. Is the tornado going to hit the store? And everything will fly around, real fast? He asked with a big stupid grin on his face. I don't know. A tornado. A real-life tornado, like you, sees in the movies, plowing through our town. It was so unfathomable. We were New York natives, transplanted here to Indiana only 6 months ago. I'd never been in a tornado watch my entire life. Daniel jogged back into view. Everything's locked up, he said, as he joined me on the floor. But listen, Fairview's a big town. The chances that it'll hit this Walmart. I think we'll be okay. I never should have brought us here. You didn't know. None of us did. He wrapped his arm around me. They should have warned us. Like an emergency alert on our phones. Or a tornado siren, or something. The voice overhead rang out again through the store. Do not stay out in the open. Do not make yourself visible. That includes security cameras. Please move to a spot that is not visible to any cameras. I frowned. What does that have to do with tornadoes? A feeling of unease, in the pit of my stomach. I glanced up, and saw several black globes descending from the ceiling, hiding the cameras within. I guess we should listen to them and get out of sight, I whispered. I grabbed Jackson's hand, Daniel picked up Tucker, and we jogged out into the center aisle. The store was an eerie sight, abandoned shopping carts, askew in the aisle, full of everything from pies to batteries to plants. Footsteps echoed around the store from people unseen, as they found their new hiding places. We dodged a shopping cart full of soda, ran through kitchenware, and then stopped in the Easter decoration aisle. There was a camera in the central corridor, but as long as we stayed in the middle of the Easter aisle, we'd be invisible. The 4 of us crouched on the floor, next to some demented-looking Easter bunnies. I'm hungry, Jackson whined. Shh, Mommy. I grabbed a bag of colorful chocolate eggs and ripped it open. Here, candy. Happy? I whispered, thrusting them into his hands. Then I leaned back against the metal shelves, panting. But I didn't have long to rest. A mechanical whine overhead, and then the voice came through the speakers again. Keep away from aisles with food. If you have food with you, leave it and move to a new hiding place. If you have any open wounds, cover them with clothing. What? The duck? That had nothing to do with keeping safe in a tornado. We should make a run for it, Daniel whispered to me, starting to stand. But, the tornado. I don't think there is a tornado. Listen, do you hear any wind? I listened. But all I heard was silence. No howling wind, no shaking ground, and no projectiles clanging against the metal roof. Maybe it's still coming. I know what they're saying doesn't make sense, but to go outside. We need to get out of here. Now. He grabbed Jackson's hand as he held Tucker in his arms. Come on. Daniel, I don't think that's a good idea, I whispered. But the next words from the intercom changed my mind. Assume a fetal position and place your hands on your head. Close your eyes and do not open them for any reason. Let's go. We broke into a sprint and ran down the central aisle, cameras be damned. The front door appeared in front of us, a little black rectangle looming in the distance. And as we got closer, I saw Daniel was right. There was a tree at the border of the parking lot, under a street lamp. It was perfectly still. We continued running, past the clothing area, past the snacks lined up at the checkout lines. I ran towards the sliding glass doors as fast as my legs would carry me. Almost there. Almost there. Almost. The doors didn't open. No. 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 Daniel slammed his body against the door. It rattled underneath him. I tried to squeeze my fingers into the gap between them, to try and pull them apart. They didn't budge. They locked us in, I whispered. I want to go home, Jackson said. Tucker was beginning to fuss too, making little noises like he was about to start full-on wailing. I turned around. And that's when I saw him. A Walmart employee. He was sitting on the ground at the end of one of the checkout aisles, facing away from us, wearing the familiar blue vest with a golden starburst. Hey, let us out. He didn't reply. Did you hear me? I don't care if there's an effing tornado. Unlock the door and let us out. Again, he said nothing. But in the silence, I could hear something. A wet, smacking sound. I stared at the man, slightly hunched over, still facing away from me. Was he eating something? The speaker overhead crackled to life. Attention. Please do not talk to any Walmart employees. My blood ran cold. The smacking sound stopped. And then, slowly, the man began to stand. He placed his palms on the conveyor belt and pushed up, and I could see that they were stained with blood. I backed away, but my legs felt like they were moving through a vat of honey. No, no, no. Fingers locked around my arm and yanked. Come on, Daniel shouted. I sprinted after him, deeper into the store. Tucker stared at me over his shoulder, and Jackson ran as fast as his little feet would take him. I was vaguely aware of the slap 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 sound behind me, but I didn't dare look back. Daniel ran into the clothing area and I swayed, dodging circular racks of t-shirts and wooden displays of baby clothes. He skidded to a stop and ducked into the dressing room area. In here, he whispered, motioning at one of the rooms. We piled inside and locked the door. Daddy, Jackson started. You listen to me very carefully, I said, crouching to his level. You have to be silent. Do not say a word. Okay? Jackson looked at me, then Daniel, then he nodded and sat down on the floor. I'm going to try to call 911, Daniel whispered, transferring Tucker to me and pulling out his phone. He tapped at the screen, then frowned. What? We don't seem to have any service. I don't. Thump. I grabbed Jackson and pulled him away from the door. The four of us huddled in the corner. I held my breath. Thump. Under the gap of the dressing room door, men's feet in black shoes. They slowly took a step forward, deeper into the dressing room. Don't move, I whispered, holding Jackson. The man took another step. Don't make a sound. Don't move. Don't. Tucker let out a soft cry. The man stopped. His feet turned, pointing at us. No. No, no, no. Tucker let out another cry, louder this time. My nails dug into Daniel's hand. No. A hand appeared. It slowly pressed against the floor, stained with blood. And then his knees appeared, as he lowered himself down to the gap. No. Could he fit under? The gap wasn't small, it was like the stall door to a bathroom. If he flattened himself against the floor, there's a chance he could fit under. I watched in horror as his stomach came into view. His blue Walmart vest, as he lowered his body to the floor. As if feeling for us. This is it. We're going to die. And then he lowered his head. His face. Oh, God, there was something horribly wrong with his face. He smiled up at us with an impossibly wide smile, showing off blood-stained teeth. His skin was so pale it was nearly blue. And his eyes. They were milky white, without pupils or irises. I opened my mouth to scream. Attention shoppers, the voice began overhead. No, no, no. Please make your way to the front of the store and make your final purchases. We will be closing in 10 minutes. What? And then, before I could react, something unseen jerked the man out of view. A strange dragging sound followed, as if someone was dragging his body out of the dressing room area. I stared at the door, shaking, as Tucker's cries rang in my ears. But he didn't come back. And within 10 minutes, the usual hubbub of Walmart returned. Voices. Footsteps. Shopping cart wheels roll along the floor. Shaking, I finally got up and unlocked the door. The store looked completely normal. People were lined up at the cash registers, placing their goods on the conveyor belts. Employees were scanning tags, printing receipts. People walked towards the glass doors, and when they did, they slid open. As we slowly walked towards the exit, I spotted the older man who'd warned us about the tornado earlier. What was that? I asked, unable to keep my voice from shaking. He shrugged. I guess the tornado missed us. What a miracle, huh? Smiling at us, he disappeared out the glass doors and into the night. I think I'm trapped in a Hallmark movie. I first noticed it in the kitchen. My sister was putting the final touches on a batch of Christmas cookies. Turning to get more icing, she bumped the plate with her hip, and it flew into the ground. Oh, gosh darn it. What? Gosh darn it? I chuckled. Who are you and what have you done with my sister? Brittany stared at me, blankly. Look, I know my sister. She swears like a 50-year-old sailor intoxicated by cheap beer. Ruining an hour's work of cookie making should have at least elicited a duck. But it didn't. Ah, I see. This an act for Jonathan. I winked at her. Don't worry. I won't tell. What are you talking about? She asked. I bent down, picking up shattered pieces of cookies. You know, your constant swearing. Your secret's safe with me. I reached for another piece of cookie. Picked it up, and threw it towards the garbage. Instead of falling in, it ricocheted off the edge. Ah, duck. I froze. At the exact moment I'd said duck, a car horn had blared outside, drowning it out completely. I frowned. Duck. Another car horn. A strangely loud flock of geese caught outside the window. What the dog bark is going on here? I stared at Brittany, eyes wide. She ignored my question. We have to bake more cookies, she continued as if I hadn't said anything. If the Christmas celebration tonight doesn't impress Christopher, he's going to shut down the community center. Forever. The community center? When have you given a train whistle about the community center? Since I started Woofies. What? You know. My business. Baking dogs Christmas cookies. I frowned. These cookies are for dogs? She nodded. Okay, look. What has gotten into you? I stood up, brushing the crumbs off my hands. You don't even like dogs. You say they make too much noise and poop everywhere. You don't even like animals, period. Or kids. That reminds me. Christopher's nephew is going to be at the celebration. He's an orphan and he loves dogs too. I think I'm going to surprise him with a puppy from the shelter. I stared at her. What? It's going to be so awesome. Don't you love Christmas? I threw up my hands. You're acting really weird right now. I'm going to, go rest for a while, okay? She nodded, eyes wide and a perky smile on her face. That's when I noticed something else. She wasn't wearing her usual outfit of a black tank top and skin-tight jeans. Instead, she was wearing a bright red sweater and a neat skirt. Her hair, which was usually tied up in a messy bun, fell in perfect, loose waves around her face. You're dressed weird, I muttered. She just smiled back at me. I trudged out of the kitchen and through the family room. I was about to climb the stairs when I stopped. Something's different. Well, for one, my mom's house was clean. Which was super weird, because she's a borderline hoarder who keeps everything from 20-year-old Christmas cards to free pens. The clutter was gone, a fire was going in the fireplace, and a fluffy red throw sat across the sofa. Weird. But there was something else. My gaze caught on the mantel above the fireplace. Even from a distance, I could tell the photos were different. I'd seen the photos there a million times, the dorky photo of me in braces I hated, the photo of the four of us and our cat. They were burned into my brain. Not one of the familiar photos remained. I stepped closer, studying the photos. A girl with braces playing outside. A mother and father sitting on a sofa, two toddlers between them. Two girls holding hands while sitting on a swing. My heart dropped. Every muscle in my body was paralyzed. They weren't us. They looked like stock photos. Stock photos of a family that roughly, very roughly, resembled ours. I ran up the stairs, my head spinning, my throat dry. What's going on here? Nothing made sense. Not the way Brittany was acting, not the way she was dressed, not my mom's house, not our photos. It all clashed in my brain, so wrong. I collapsed into the bed. The bed of my childhood room, the only thing that felt familiar in this house. My stuff had been boxed up long ago, but the walls were still the shade of lavender I'd picked out in middle school. The bedspread was still deep purple. The mattress was still soft as a feather. I lay in silence. It's funny how now, there were no random car horns or flocks of Canadian geese. I was almost drifting off to sleep when I heard it. Footsteps, in the hallway. Brittany? I called. But they sounded louder. Heavier. Like a man's footsteps. I shot up in bed, my heart pounding. Our father had passed away several years ago. Christmas dinner wasn't for a few days, too early for our uncles to be here. I backed away, heart drumming in my chest. Hello? I called out. The footsteps paused. Who's there? I shouted. The footsteps resumed. Closer, now so close that they were right outside the door. Brittany, I shouted, hoping she could hear me. Brittany, there's someone. The door opened. My voice died in my throat. A man stood there. A naked man, with only a small towel wrapped around his waist. He stared at me with dark, hungry eyes. Then he smiled. Hey, honey. Are you okay? I screamed. Honey? What's wrong? The man was rushing towards me. I ducked underneath his outstretched arms and ran to the door. Down the stairs, out the front door. I heard Brittany shouting behind me. But I didn't listen. I kept running and running. In a few blocks, I reached town. But it wasn't our town. It was a cutesy little town that time forgot, with shops lining the sidewalk and tinsel strung up between the street lamps. Gone were the liquor stores, rowdy teenagers, and endless supply of litter. And, yes, there was even a community center. But not our community center of stained concrete and smashed beer bottles in the parking lot. No, it was now a darling brick building, a Christmas candle burning in each window. No, this can't be. What the duck is happening? I hurried forward. As I walked, snowflakes began to fall from the gray sky. A few landed on my bare arms. They didn't melt. Hey, I called out to the nearest person. A woman waiting to cross the street, with perfect wavy hair and a bright red peacoat. Hey, can you help me? She turned towards me, a smile plastered on her face. Of course. What do you need? I don't think I belong here. This isn't my town. It's... I faltered. Her grin had faded. She now stared at me, face set in stone, eyes burning with hatred. Then she took a step towards me. I ran. And that brings us here. I've been hiding out behind a perfectly decorated Christmas tree in someone's yard. Don't worry, the house isn't occupied. Despite all the cute lights and candy canes, I looked in the windows. The house is completely empty, on the inside. So I'm safe. For now. But I don't think it'll be long. There's a ring on my left ring finger, probably belonging to the man back at my parents' house. He'll probably call the police around here and tell them I'm missing. That I seem mentally unstable. That I should be apprehended immediately. At least the internet seems to work. But calling Brittany's number, and my mom's, has only resulted in static. All I can do now is ask for your help. If you turn on your TV and see a Christmas movie featuring a short girl with a mole on her right cheek and an AC/DC t-shirt, that's me. Help me. Please. Help me leave this place before it's too late. I share a room with my autistic brother. He's been talking in his sleep. So, back to my conversation with Anna, when she told me that she thought Lucas had saved her. As crazy as it sounded, and though I had no idea how I agreed. Actually, given the circumstances, it seemed like a reasonably plausible explanation. Still, I asked her how she came to that conclusion. He looked at me in the police station, and he's never really even made eye contact with me before, she said, but I felt this, like, sensation of being protected or something. I've actually been feeling it a lot lately, but it's hard to explain. She paused, shook her head, then said, I want to see him. She followed me into the bedroom, where Lucas was on the phone, silently listening to his friend Alex yammer away about God knows what. He didn't even look at us. Anna asked me whom he was talking to, and after a bit of conversation, we pieced together that Alex was her cousin. I had no idea they were friends, she said. She crouched down by Lucas and tapped him on the shoulder. Can I talk to Alex? She asked him. With no hesitation, he smiled at her and handed over the phone. Anna and Alex talked for a while, and I sat on the floor next to Lucas. I whispered to him so Anna couldn't hear. I told him I didn't know what was going on, and that I was pretty sure he didn't either, but that if he had anything to do with Anna being alive today, I just wanted to say thank you. He made the whale noises from Finding Nemo again. Lucas slept a lot after the attack, but I didn't hear him talk in his sleep again until 3 nights later. I was downstairs, in our main room, talking to Anna on my phone. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning when I crept into our bedroom, whispering goodbye. Good night, sweetie. Love you, came her reply. I stopped dead in my tracks. Lucas had said it too. Wait, what the duck? Did you? I began, but she had already hung up. Trembling, I called her back. She picked up on the first ring. She and Lucas greeted me together. Are you okay? I asked her, my voice shaking. Yeah, she, and Lucas, replied. Why? Are you okay? My mind was reeling, and I couldn't gather my thoughts. She interrupted. Am I on speakerphone? No, I said hastily. That's Lucas's voice. He's saying what you're saying. That's why I called you. Because last time that happened, you were in trouble, and... She made an aw noise, as if to indicate how sweet my concern was, then said, no, I'm fine. Completely safe. I feel amazing. I think Lucas is looking out for me. Right now. Because I feel protected again. You know, how I told you that I feel like I'm being watched over. I felt it when Lucas came and saved me that night. I felt it when I looked at him at the police station, and I'm feeling it right now. I've even felt it when I've had bad dreams lately. It's nice. A wave of relief crashed over me. Good, I said, and looked over at Lucas gratefully. Just then, his facial expression began to sour. He gasped. Oh my God, he and Anna said in unison. There's someone outside my house. My heart dropped. It's him, from that night, they said, voices trembling. But he can't get to me, he's trying but he can't. I asked them what they meant. It's like he's walking against a wall, they replied. He's on the sidewalk outside. I'm looking at him from my window, and he's taking steps in my direction, but he isn't getting any closer. I think something's stopping him. A loud outburst from Lucas made me jump. Mom. Dad. I realized it was Anna, calling her parents. Through the phone, I heard them enter the room. What is it? A pause, then, oh my God. Do they see him? I asked frantically through the phone. Anna said they did, and I silently thanked God that my girlfriend wasn't having a psychotic episode. I heard her dad calling the police and talking to the operator in a measured, authoritative tone. Yes, my name is Bruce Manson. My daughter, Annabeth, was recently attacked by a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt and gym shorts. A man fitting the description, I assume it's the same man, is currently standing outside our house and, behaving erratically. A pause. An upstairs bedroom, watching him from the window. I listened to him direct his family away from the window. We're in the middle of the room now, he told the operator. He recited his address, thanked the operator, then said, please hurry. Lucas, still asleep, looked worried, and there were dark bags under his eyes. He looked more tired every day since this all started. It's worse from over here, he said along with Anna. I wish we could see him. I stayed on the phone, but things were relatively quiet for a few minutes. Then I heard Anna's mom say, someone's at the door. Bruce's phone rang, the operator, telling him the knock was a police officer and that it was safe to open the door. That was the last eventful thing to happen that night. When the officer arrived, nobody was standing outside the house. A patrol searched the area but found no trace of him. The police have started driving by the house periodically, and they've gotten the word out about suspicious activity in the neighborhood. Much of their effort over the last couple of weeks, though, has been focused on Lucas. Several psychologists and other various specialists have come by the house to speak with him, each visit more unproductive than the last. And he's getting worse. Lots worse. He won't eat, won't speak, and the doctors say his body doesn't look like it's had a good night's sleep in weeks. They've been cramming him full of vitamins, and they'll probably have to start feeding him intravenously soon. All this, and nobody is any closer to figuring out what the hell is happening to him. The nighttime episodes haven't stopped, either, but they're a lot more monotonous lately. Lying in the bunk above Lucas, I'll frequently hear him whisper one word, over and over, Aryan. I'm guessing on the spelling, that's just what it sounds like. But it's the strangest thing, on the one occasion I was looking at him while he said it, his lips didn't move. Like at all. His mouth hung slightly open, and sound came out of it, but there was no motion in his tongue or jaw. I suppose none of the sounds in Aryan require much diction. But still, when I saw this happen, I had a mental image of a tiny man hiding in Lucas's lung, angling his head upwards, and whispering, the sound coming from inside Lucas, but not actually from him. The idea freaked me out enough to keep me from watching it again. Meanwhile, Anna is nearly inconsolable. Her bruises have almost healed, and she can walk comfortably again, but she's out of her mind with fear. She has regular nightmares about being attacked. The man hasn't appeared in over 2 weeks now, which you'd think would ease her mind, but it actually seems to have the opposite effect. She gets more paranoid by the minute. She finds that the sicker Lucas gets, the less she finds herself feeling protected. She's also found herself in strange places lately. It's like I'm being hijacked, she said to me one day. Her kitchen, her backyard, her parents' bedroom. She'll go to sleep and wake up in one of these places, usually in the middle of the night, always with no recollection of how she got there. That's why, last night, while you were all reading part 1 of Lucas's story, she called me. I'm scared, she said. Below me, Lucas was, thank God, silent as she spoke. She told me she didn't feel safe. She told me she wanted company. She asked me to come over and watch her. To make sure she didn't go anywhere, I guess. I snuck out of the house, something I'm rather practiced at, and drove the 3.6 miles to Anna's. I didn't want my car door to wake her parents up, so I parked down the street. Bad idea. The moon seemed to cackle at me, barely illuminating my surroundings enough for every shadow to look like a man in a hoodie and gym shorts, staring at me from behind the trees and bushes I passed. After what seemed like an age, I reached her front door and she quietly let me in. We usually only sneak around at night too, you know, have intimacy, but there was none of that this time. Mostly just me hugging her while she tried to calm down. But eventually, she fell asleep, and I lay awake next to her, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest. When she started talking, I was almost exasperated. Not you too. Anna was mumbling something into her pillow, over and over. Over and over. I couldn't make it out until she turned on her back. Then it came again, and it turned my blood to ice. Hi, have we met? Her body tensed. Her face contorted. It was just a bad dream, wasn't it? The moonlight from the window gleamed off the beads of sweat forming on her brow. I tried to wake her, but to no avail. Her voice became small and frightened. No, she whispered. Please. I hope to God that in a bedroom 3.6 miles away, Lucas had once again said the same thing. I was just about to call for her parents when her face relaxed. I wiped the sweat from her forehead. She slept soundlessly, for the rest of the night. She barely moved a muscle. Lucas protected Anna last night, and of that, I feel sure. From what? I can't imagine. But as I look at him right now, his bloodshot, exhausted eyes trained on the Teletubbies, I'm worried he won't be able to protect her for much longer. The deepest part of the ocean is not empty. 46,000 feet and climbing high. I suppose not. Tuscany burst out of the maw and was about to rocket straight on back up to the surface, but then the tentacle flew out beside her and nearly smashed in her front window. I bent the controls to the edge of their set casing, and Tuscany tanked to the left and up a bit and missed the ground by inches. I hit the lights again to navigate the labyrinth of rocks as I struggled to remount the climb. But in the light of the ship, I saw it. These weren't rocks after all. They were other ships. Massive vessels, imperial warships from ages past, bent and crooked and broken at the bottom of the sea, pulled down here by whatever it was that now threw its back to my devouring. The tentacle smashed along behind me. Mainmasts and battlements and flat decks and rusted iron and wooden boat hulls were splintered up and tossed to the winds of the sea, never again to reconvene. I took Tuscany through this nautical graveyard with far too much speed for my safety. Under ship towers, we went, and through cannon mounts and past the blades of dead engines and around appended rudders. The cacophony of my flight and the destructive path set by my hunter awoke the life in the place. Fish washed out of holes, and cabins, captain's quarters and deep deck stair flights and soon joined me in my effort to escape. But it seemed there was no escape to be found here. The entire ground for countless miles shook and rumbled with seismic force. It was thunderously loud, and it picked up speed and violence with time. Tuscany finally flew up to miss a splintered crow's nest atop the mast by less than a foot and finally used the directed momentum to put away distance between the seabed and herself with as many knots of speed as her thrusters would allow without bursting from the effort. The depth chart began to rise. 45.9, 45.2, 45,000 feet, 44.8. Come on, you mother. Graph. The water itself seemed to shift with the sound. And then, out of nowhere, Tuscany was no longer the only thing spilling light to the abyss. An orange glow flashed across the sea and for an instant illuminated nearly the entirety of its vastness. Then it blinked, and then flicked on again and stayed active. I shut off Tuscany's lights to preserve every molecule of power for the ascent. 44.2, 44, 43.7. Beside me, in the glow, I could make out other creatures retreating, too. Ones of spectacular size, again, that mankind had never catalogued and that I, sadly, would not have time at all to study. There were city bus-sized manta ray-shaped things, wrapped up in clouded wisps of transparent jelly, and even that squid the size of a building, all flying upwards in a mass panic. I led the charge. 43.1, 42.8, 42.3, 42. Graph. I looked behind me and down through the rear window. The maw had moved. It was alive. God almighty. I was in the Leviathan's throat. I was in its effing throat. I saw its tentacle tongue lash out of the maw and collect enough fish to feed a small town. Tuscany rocketed ever upwards as the Leviathan whipped even larger tentacles behind it and gained speed with the force of a hurricane. Graph. The Leviathan opened its maw yet again and spewed forth its tentacle tongue, and with it whipped up several Olympic swimming pools worth of water into a gale-force maelstrom. The mammoth squid was caught in its fury, I saw, and then it vanished into the pit forever when the maw snapped shut with a thunderous, echoing snap. Tuscany, meanwhile, continued to rocket upwards and managed to escape the whirlpool on foot. 39.5, 39, 38.7, 38.2, 38,000 feet, and climbing. But the Leviathan pursued me relentlessly, riding on the flood of its current. Its tentacles, reached dozens of feet across and a mile long, beat the water back and tried to gain speed for their host. Graph. 37.5, 37, 36.4. Tuscany had proved her worth with speed, and the pressure gauge now fell in jumps. It remained in the red and would for some time, but it was falling steadily, even as the depth chart rose. 29,000 feet, 28.3, 27.5. Graph. But the Leviathan hadn't given up the chase. Not yet. I could feel it doubling its efforts. The displaced water rocked the Tuscany and she buckled and rolled in the synthetic current. Then I heard them all open up behind me and the water begin to whip and swirl itself into a frenzy by the overload. I punched the thrusters to breaking point. Come on. The encasing syntactic foam was pressed to its limits. The reinforced glass began to chip every so very slightly, but the chips broke into cracks and those cracks began to crawl across the width of the windows. I checked the gauges. 20,000 feet. 19.8. 19.4. 19.3. The ascent was slowing. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Please God. Be with me now. BW. Graph. In the orange glow of the Leviathan's eyes, I could see how quickly the water was slipping by Tuscany and getting swept up into the maelstrom. The submarine began to sway port to starboard and shudder and shake. 17.4. 17,000. 16.9. 16.3. 16.1. 16,000. I watched the gauge with a nauseating desperation. 15.95. 15.92. I could feel her slowing to a crawl. Come on. Come on. Come on. 15.925. 15.94. 15.96. Hoop. And that was it. Tuscany was caught, and no sooner did the depth chart begin to slip than did I feel the whole submarine lose all sense of control and tumble backward and around. I was thrown out of my seat and smacked my nose against the roof of the pilot sphere. Blood exploded, and it drenched my shirt and sprayed the glass in the entirety of the control set. I grabbed my face and began to apply pressure to slow the blood loss, but Tuscany again flipped ballast over ballast to starboard in the whirlpool and spilled me into the hatch ladder. I felt my shoulder dislocate and my kneecap smack into the bottom rung. My head swam, and still, Tuscany tumbled backward. The cracks in the window spread faster. 16.3. 16.4. I could smell the inside of the maw though the hull of the ship. But then, all at once and not a moment too soon, I got an idea. It wasn't a particularly good one, but hell if it wasn't better than nothing. I managed to limp and tumble my way to the controls and grip the handles as the ship rolled. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Graph. Now. The sound of the roar was so close every last control surface in the sphere rattled in its case. My eardrums rattled, too, but then I flared up the thrusters again, full blast and at an angle, and the Tuscany shuddered and flipped and shook and, with fortune, fell straight out of the maelstrom with inches to spare. I felt the edge of the Leviathan's maw graze the starboard side, and the impact again sent me into the roof while the ship rolled end over end over end again. I smacked my ribs up on a dip in the alcove and fell back down into the seat, head first, and then out onto the floor. Graph. I managed to right myself with my good arm and get my bearings. I was free, but only just. The Tuscany banked and tumbled again and rolled, slower now in the absence of the whirlpool's flood current, but not yet in control of its pull. I tried to steer away, but it was useless. The ship flipped around the back of the Leviathan's titanic maw and up over its head as the beast flew on by underneath me like a freight train. And for the first time since catching the monster's eye, I began to fully appreciate the magnitude of its size. Its back was an endless, snake and sharp fin spine the size of a minor mountain range, and only quick maneuvering moved Tuscany away from the jagged back fins that chugged up towards me and sliced open the sea itself. They missed me by feet, and the blast of the current they'd swept up sent the submarine reeling backward, off a bit further and into relative safety. Graph. I quickly dimmed the lights to their lowest setting and caught my breath, as the full form of the Leviathan washed on past me. It stretched far away into the abyss below, for well over a mile, and dragging away behind it were thousands upon thousands of tentacles, a forest of the things, each the size of a 6-lane highway and tipped with razor-sharp hooks and a flurry of wing fins. It took a full 3 minutes for the beast to pass by me fully, and then it curved around in the other direction, and swam off in search of other things to devour. Graph. The form soon slipped away into a shadow, and then it was gone. I surfaced hours later, having allowed the battered Tuscany to take its time with the journey. She was solely responsible for my escape, my quick thinking be damned. A marvel of engineering indeed. Once I did break the surface, I dispersed a distress beacon and then promptly collapsed from exhaustion. I was picked up by the Coast Guard some hours after that, a few hundred miles southwest of Hawaii, and pulled from the near wreckage of my submarine and taken to a hospital on the mainland. It was there that I woke up a full day later. As I recovered, I heard some isolated chatter of tremendous seismic activity near where I'd been, and how the whole ocean floor had changed and moved and shifted form. But I couldn't care less. I told the bastards what I knew. And on top of that, they have the Tuscany and they have all the recorded evidence, and you now have this written account. What everyone does with this information now is entirely up to them. All I know is that I won't be doing any more diving anytime soon. I've come to a realization that mankind has more than enough space to expand throughout and live upon and thrive above and near the surface, and on land, and in the skies, and soon, hopefully, up there amongst the stars. But there are things in the sea that holds ownership of the deep. And perhaps it's best to leave it that way. For all our sake. The earth has guilt, the earth has care. Unquiet are its graves. But peaceful sleep is ever there. Beneath the dark blue waves. Nathaniel Hawthorne. The deepest part of the ocean is not empty. The ocean has its silent caves. Deep, deep, quiet, and alone. Though there be fury on the waves. Beneath them there is none. Over the course of the last few weeks of training, I'd memorized nearly every facet of the Tuscany, every dial and every readout and every knob and screen and nuance of structure, and the quality of the personal submarine's craftsmanship never ceased to astound me. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, this little beast, designed with such care that even the equipment on the hull could withstand more water pressure than the sea could muster up at any achievable depth. It was my Pegasus. My Trojan horse, my very own Apollo 11, and inside this matrix of layered syntactic foam I would follow the ballast to the gratuitous and unexplored depths of Higgins' Maw. I began the separation sequence, and the deep diver fell away from the escort and dipped beneath the surface of the Pacific with silence and grace and a few knots of speed, and then I was consumed in a whole new world, albeit one I'd frequented, that of the sea. Schools of fish swam on by me, and when their cloud passed through a sunbeam it glinted silver, and beneath them swam rays that rolled their wings to the beat of the current, and out in the rocks crawled the crustaceans and sat the plant life that spruced up all the whitewashed stones. They're like holiday ornaments. But I had an appointment to keep, and the oxygen tank was a demanding clock, so I dove right on past the old reef and out into the open waters where the seabed couldn't be seen for many, many miles yet. The maw, Reuben had said. 50,000 feet below the surface. Booker. 50,000. Do you know what that means? Means it's a whole hell of a lot deeper down than the Challenger abyss. He'd nodded at that. Are you ready to make history? Was I? I thought I was. I'd prepared for this lonely dive and nothing else, for some years now. It was the culmination of a lifetime of work and study in the field, and so tight was its grip on my mind that I often dreamt of it in my sleep, of what I'd find at the bottom, and what it would mean. And what monstrous things might take offense to my presence there. No. I shoved that thought aside. Tuscany was all the protection I needed in that regard. It offered technology on the bleeding edge instead of a heavy hull, and that was enough to withstand enough water pressure to crush bones beneath skin and inches of steel. What animal had jaws more powerful than the ocean itself had fathomed? So I hit the thrusters, and down I went, like a bullet to the pitch. I eyed the depth meter as much as I did the sea. 100 feet. 200. Sharks and turtles and uncountable fish swept past me. 300 feet. 500 feet. 700. 1,000. 1250, the inverse height of the Empire State Building. 1500. 16. The water began to blur and grain up and darken as the sunlight struggled to push on through. 2000. 25. 3000. 32, where the light no longer shines. And soon all the light I had to spill glowed to the path ahead and down, were the lights of the Tuscany. I continued the descent for hours. The pressure meter ticked up in spasmodic bursts, but up it went, up, soon ticking past the point where the weight of the sea would have crushed the steel of another vessel. 1 mile down. 1.3. 1.6, where even sperm whales hit their lowest dive. I could now claim with confidence that no mammal on Earth was as deep down at that very moment as myself. And still, I dove. 2 miles. 2.1. 2.2. The water was as black as space now, except for where the lights of the Tuscany pierced through it, and the thickness of the fluid made it look like ink or oil or some kind of alien sludge that smeared up against the reinforced windows and slimed its way across the hull. Things were tight down here, despite the vastness of it all, yet still, I dove. 13,000 feet. The abyssal zone. Pressure stands at 11,000 pounds per square inch. I saw an angler float by, and it was startled by the sheer volume of light spread by the Tuscany that dwarfed its bioluminescent glow. It swam away, and I dove further. 15,000 feet. 3 miles. 3.1. Now things get interesting. Mankind had visited these depths almost infrequently enough to count the expeditions on a single pair of hands. I was now ranked among an illustrious few explorers, and although I wasn't the first to hit these marks, I'd hit the deepest one yet before this journey was over. I was determined and I was capable. So I checked the depth chart. 16,281.4 feet. Nearly halfway to the world record. The Tuscany continued its dive. 20,000 feet down. The Hadal zone. Pressure here is 1,100 times what it is at the surface. 22,000 feet. 26. 29,000, the height of Mount Everest. 30. 30.5. 31, the same distance from the surface as a commercial airliner at the peak of its flight. The Challenger Deep, what had previously been the lowest recorded place on the seabed, sat at roughly 36,000 feet below the surface, in the depths of the Mariana Trench. No light from the sun had ever come close, and to the best accounts life existed there, but only sparsely, and the pressure is unspeakable. But I was going somewhere vastly deeper, even, than that. All we know is we found a canyon, Reuben had said. Dwarfs the Grand, sitting dead center in the Pacific seabed. About 1,200 kilometers west of Hawaii, and another 900 south, and, near as we can figure, some 50,000 feet straight on down. 36,000 feet. I was now tied for the world record. 50,000 feet? Why the hell are we just now seeing it? 36.5. I did it. My heartbeat swept up to a faster rhythm. I was officially a world record holder. No human being in recorded history had been as deep below the surface as I was at that very moment. New seabed scanning technology helped. Gave us a more detailed topographical map of the hydrosphere than we've ever had before, and once we got back the results, we took a look, and there it was. Just waiting for us. Inviting us down. 37. So what's down there? 37.3. Hell, doctor. If we knew that we wouldn't be sending you, would we? 37.9. I suppose not. 38. 38.5. The awful spirits of the deep. Hold their communion there. And there are those for whom we weep. The young, the bright, the fair. Higgins Maw, according to the best information available to me at the time of departure, is a pit, roughly a full kilometer across. It begins at approximately 46,000 feet below the surface and is estimated to bottom out at Higgins Deep, a small valley that sits at its base, some 5,000 additional feet below that. The Maw is the largest and deepest such formation in the hydrosphere, and yet its dimensions and location are the only things concretely known about it. That, of course, is where I, and where the Tuscany, come in. 43,000 feet down. I hit the floodlights underneath the Tuscany, and the glow washed over an alien landscape that likely hadn't seen light in over a billion years. There were mountains here, mountains, ones that rivaled the Alps, and wild arches and plateaus that stretched far off to a murky horizon before being shrouded by seawater. I even saw life down here in the depths. A squid-like thing of simply monstrous size swam on my boat. It stopped for a moment, and during that moment I thought it might take offense to me, but after looking hard at the Tuscany and brushing a tentacle down the port side it swam off in search of other things. At a girl. I descended further. 44,000 feet. 45. And then, all of a sudden, there it was. The Maw. My mouth hung by the jaw as the sheer scope of the beast came into view. It was a breathtaking sight to behold, a monstrously large and equally dark hole in the crust of the earth that plummeted to inconceivable fathoms. I descended a bit further, 46,000 feet, and Tuscany fell into its yawn. Somehow things were even blacker in the depths of the thing, even though sunlight had long since been blotted out. 46.5, 47, 47.2. I began to become aware of a low current pulling me downward. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was unexpected and it was therefore alarming. And yet I couldn't bear to pull myself back up. Not yet, I'll turn around if it gets bad. So down I went, deeper and deeper and deeper still into the cavern. 48,000 feet. 48.5. 49. 49.1. And then I saw it. A glow. I squinted and dimmed my lights to confirm the intuition. What is the name of God? It was there indeed, a dim reddish purple, then green, then purple again, and then blue, floating on a mist of current some few thousand feet down. I resumed the dive to chase it. 49.5. 49.7. 49.9. The glow, whatever it was getting deeper, wider, and brighter. Soon it filled up the whole path down and ahead. I dimmed the Tuscany's underlights to their lowest setting, and by 50,000 feet I could see that the glow was coming from somewhere not directly beneath me, but off to the left and around a wide corner. This cave isn't a square pit. And sure enough, the hole bottomed out here and then opened up to its left. Holy God. Holy God. It was a cavern chamber, at least a full kilometer up and deep and side to side and across, and only the enormity of its radius maintained the darkness of it despite the presence of thousands of floating bioluminescent pods that pulsed purple and green and blue and red and dimmed in the interim. I took the Tuscany in deeper, and her cameras whirred to life. Calmly the wearied seamen rest. Beneath their blue sea, the ocean solitudes are blessed. For there is purity. The cavern became darker still when the pods faded into the water behind the ship. But there were more things to be seen here than rocks. Tuscany, about a quarter hour after entering the chamber, soon floated on by a bizarrely rope-like plant of utterly impossible size, one that appeared to stretch nearly across the height of the cave and grew wider at the base, although the bottom of it was shrouded in blackness. I took the submarine in for a closer inspection and hit her lights to their fullest setting. Clack. My heartbeat slammed. There were suction cups on it. Each one was as big as the Tuscany herself, and they writhed and pulsed across and down the full length of what was now very clearly a tentacle. In a panic, I shoved Tuscany back and away from the thing, but when I tried to turn her around, the base of the hull collided with the beast and stuck fast to one of the cups. I gunned the thrusters and could hear a wet tearing sound as the machine ripped itself free from the cup's grasp. But then the tentacle came to life. It whipped and whirled and smacked around the cavern, and pressed itself to the roof, and then it fell, deep beyond where the darkness blanketed the floor. Come on, baby. I hit the thrusters again, and Tuscany rocketed off the way it came, through the darkness and off towards the pods, whose glow I hoped would allow me to shut the lights off the ship and make my escape. If I were so lucky. But very soon I began to hear and feel the movement of something unspeakably titanic rolling across the floor of the chamber. It rumbled and thundered, and shuddered and shook, and soon clouds of dirt and rock flew up out of the black pitch and blanketed the view forward, and I could hear boulders smack against the ceiling of the cave before sinking again to where they'd been. Graph. Duck. The sound had erupted across the entire breadth of the cave at once. My eardrums nearly burst and likely would have, had it not been for muffling of the explosion provided by the walls of the Tuscany. The submarine shook, too, but she held up her integrity well enough for me to fly on past the floating pods, some of which were now knocked about on their sides and rolling, and back towards the yawning mouth of the tunnel that would take me back out into the open deep S. Smack. The Tuscany buckled and rolled with an impact. The tentacle, I realized, had shot up from the ground and hit the bottom of the ship between her ballasts, but luckily it knocked her with force up towards the tunnel. I rolled Tuscany with the hit and managed to regain some control, and I boosted the thrusters into the turn and up again, now back into the maw. Then I began to climb. 52,000 feet. 51.5. 51. So what's down there? Come on, baby. Come on. Don't you fail me now? Don't you effing fail me now? Hell, doctor. If we knew that we wouldn't be sending you, would we? 50.5. 50. 49.9. 49.6. Tuscany ascended with panic speed, and all the while she did it I could feel the rumbling of the tentacles pursued in the walls of the pit. It smashed its way on through the tunnel and whipped and thrashed, but Tuscany was too quick a runner. 47.5. 47. 46.8. 46.4. 46,000 feet and climbing high. I know why we never returned to the moon. My grandfather was a combat pilot. Even though he always felt distant, I liked him. When I grew older, I realized that he was always aware, always looking for any signs of danger. Shell shock, and PTSD, it has many names. My mother told me that he didn't used to be like that he changed when he came back from Vietnam. My grandpa's profession was likely the reason why I was obsessed with space, astronauts, planes and pilots. We used to talk about it when we were together. He was a skilled and high-ranking officer in the army, and he knew some people, even a couple of really well-known astronauts. When I once asked him if he met anyone who went to the moon, he simply replied, "Don't ever talk to me about the moon, boy. It's a dark and evil place." He died back in 2004 from natural causes. About 2 months ago, we decided to renovate my grandparents' old house. While clearing out the attic, I found an old metallic box. In the box, there were a number of things that, as I assumed, belonged to my grandfather. There was a military medal, a stack of papers and an old picture of my grandfather and 2 other men I didn't recognize. My grandpa looked around 40, so I assumed that the picture was taken in the 70s. All of them were wearing spacesuits, and the scene was a typical backdrop used by NASA, but the logo was missing. Only a blank monochrome background. The mission patch was titled Dawnbreaker. I didn't understand anything. My grandfather was an astronaut. Why did he never tell anyone about this? Dawnbreaker? I never heard about such a mission. It must have been covered up really well. But why? I found the answers in the papers at the bottom of the box. I'll rewrite the literal contents below, but I warn you that many people might find it very disturbing. My dear family, If you ever find this, I must confess something. In 1972, I wasn't in Vietnam. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but if you have found this, it probably doesn't matter anymore. Back in 1965, I and a handful of other pilots were selected for a non-public team of astronauts who would participate in covert missions in space for our government. We wouldn't get the glory and fame of regular astronauts, but our country needed us, and so we were there. In early 1972, we were told that for an unspecified period of time, our country had a secret satellite orbiting the moon. They never told us what it did, or why it was there, just that a few weeks prior, it had crashed to the surface on the dark side of the moon for unknown reasons and that the data it carried was crucial. The government needed to recover it and thus was sending me and 2 other astronauts to reclaim the satellite's memory module. The equipment of the planned Apollo 18 mission was essentially transferred to us. From what we'd been told, the Apollo team was furious. They had a reason to be after all. It seemed that whomever we'd been under was much more powerful than NASA. The whole mission was top secret obviously. I was officially deployed to Vietnam, while in reality we underwent extensive training for the mission. After a couple of months, we found ourselves standing on the launch pad in front of this behemoth of a rocket that would take us to the moon. I was the mission commander, while Lieutenant Carver was the Lunar Excursion Module, LEM, pilot, and Lieutenant Ackerman was the Command/Service Module, CSM, pilot. The flight to the moon took roughly 3 days. After arriving, we made a couple of orbits around it. Each time we flew behind the horizon created by the moon itself, I felt a bit of helplessness when our communication to the whole world went dark, as the signal got obscured by the spherical mass of rock and dust below us. The dark side of the moon was nothing like the light side, which we see on almost a daily basis. Instead of smooth gray fields and tranquil lunar seas, it was completely covered in dark, deep craters and holes, as if it was being slowly eaten away by the universe itself. It was finally decided to begin the descent to the surface. Me and Carver exchanged wishes of good luck with Ackerman, and in the lunar module named Karen, we separated from the CSM named Trinity. After we announced Karen has touched down, our response wasn't cheers and applause, but just a mere "This is Trinity, congratulations Karen. I'll relay the news on the other side. Be safe out there, pals." Just like that, we became cut off from the rest of the world. Ackerman was our only link. While he was above the light side, he could communicate with ground command, and while above the dark side, he could communicate with us. Never both at once. Even though the CSM's orbital period was roughly 2 hours, we would be in touch for only about 35 minutes each orbit. We landed on a flat plane inside a huge crater. Contrary to what some people believe, the sun shines on the dark side of the moon the same way as the light side. The amount of light depends on the lunar phase. It was still shining daylight in the place where we landed, but we knew that it would go dark in a few days. I felt excited and curious about what awaits us in this alien world. We waited for about an hour and a half to get the command's reply from Ackerman and spent the time preparing our suits. Command sends their congratulations. You're to proceed with the recovery. Everything was dead silent as I stepped on the surface of the moon. I tried to think of something excessively inspiring to say, but that those times were already over. With Carver, we assembled the rover, and after planting our flag next to our spacecraft, we drove off. As we drove across the surface, I saw what I thought was a flash, like a glare reflected by something metallic in the far distance. Since it was fairly common to see flashes of light because of an interesting physical phenomenon caused by the space radiation interacting with our eyes, I didn't give it much thought and soon forgot about it. After driving for a couple of hours, we reached the satellite, or what was left of it. We immediately noticed that something wasn't right. There were dozens of footprints around the probe, leading to a set of 2 tracks, dragging out into the distance. "What the hell is this?" asked Carver in disbelief. "I don't know, but it seems that somebody got what we came for before us," I replied. Both the tracks and the footprints were different from ours. Whoever took the data wasn't here under the American flag. As I expected, we didn't find the data box. We found the part where it was supposed to be, but it was missing. Luckily for us, we were just in contact with Ackerman, so we reached out to him to describe our findings. "This doesn't make any sense. Who would take it? Russians? They don't even have a lunar program. Even if somebody took it, how could we not be aware of that? How can the Russians land on the moon without us noticing?" He responded. "As far as we know, the Russians have no idea that we are here, said Carver over the radio. "We're going to follow the trail I cut off their conversation." "Are you guys sure about this?" asked Ackerman. "Hell, I'm not sure about this. We're missing something here. But I'll do as you say, Cap," responded Carver. "Yes. If whatever was on that probe was so important for 2 countries to send people here to retrieve it, we have to find out what happened to it," I replied. "Copy that, Karen. I'll relay your whereabouts to command as soon as I can. Be careful out there." Our oxygen was about at half capacity now, but we moved on with hopes of solving this mystery. It wasn't long until I saw something in the distance. As we got closer, I realized that it was a spacecraft. Its design was different than ours, and it was decorated with a flag of the Soviet Union. I couldn't explain why, but I felt that something was odd about the spacecraft. If there was Russians with us on the moon, they would have picked up our comms long ago, so there wasn't a point in hiding. "To the unidentified Soviet lander, this is the crew of Dawnbreaker, please respond. We know you're here, we have you in sight." Nothing. We attempted to contact them several times again in both Russian and English, but always received only silence in response. We got closer and I realized why I found the spacecraft odd before. It looked like it had been there for a while. We didn't see much of the interior through the small windows, which had been covered with something from the inside. "Our air is running low and I don't like this, Miller. We should really head back now," said Carver with clear uneasiness in his voice. "I know, but we have to find out what's going on here." It took some time until we figured out a way to open the airlock. No one was home. The inside was a mess. The interior was splattered with brownish red fluid, presumably the contents of one of the many open food packages lying on the floor. Or was it? No. I quickly pushed that thought out of my head. It was a 2-seater craft. There was a small number of leftover supplies and samples, but no signs of the satellite's black box. There was a spacesuit hanged on the wall near the airlock. 2 occupants, and 1 spacesuit with a missing name tag. We both quickly realized that the other one must still be out there somewhere, along with its occupant. At this point, we were low on oxygen, so we rushed to get back to our spacecraft. As we reached Karen with the last bits of oxygen in our suits, I realized something. Tell me, Carver, was it just me or did we not pass the wreckage on our way back? I asked. Duck. Don't even mention it. It wasn't there, that's right. We shared our intriguing discovery with Ackerman later, and he was as surprised as was Command when he informed them in turn. That night I took watch for the first 4 hours. It wasn't a night, since the sun was still shining, but for the sake of timekeeping, we referred to the time when we slept as night. When it was finally my turn to sleep, I had a dream about following the flash that I saw the previous day. I walked on and on until I found the same space suit from the Russian craft just lying there, in the dust. The limbs were twisted and contorted in gruesome ways, but it was clear that someone, or something was inside that suit. I approached and slowly began opening the sun shield that obscured the inside of the helmet. I looked in terror, as I saw the inside.